Family, who understands? I dressed up as a random character from Naruto King of Opening Up. Right from the start, I dare to let Tsunade call me Grandma. Let me tell you, I've never been this speechless in my life. One moment I was thinking about what to have for dinner, and the next moment, a wall of sand was rushing towards me, ready to flatten me into a human pancake. My brain completely crashed, and I thought, oh no, just as I crossed over and about to be taken away, I won't complete my KPI. But guess what? My uncooperative body started moving on its own. My little hands, as if powered by motors, quickly formed seals, fast enough to leave after images. Before I could even react, I shouted fire style, Fireball Jutsu. Goodness, I was dumbfounded. All right, I know what you want to ask. How did a weakling like me suddenly end up fighting my childhood crush Gaara? Let's rewind a bit. This all started when I first opened my eyes. When I woke up, I felt like I was suffocating. No, family, who understands? I opened my eyes to find my whole face buried in Tsunade's magnificent bosom, almost becoming the first person in history to be killed by being smothered at the start of crossover. My only thought at that moment was, what a shrimp. Just as I was about to roll my eyes, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my head. My golden finger, my system, had arrived. This system interface looked like Teamfight Tactics, so I just called the dealer. The dealer immediately dealt me 3 cards, letting me choose one. The first card, Open Up, meant I couldn't do anything for 3 years, but would receive a big gift afterward. The second card, Wind of Revival, allowed me to heal automatically during fights. The third card, Future Vision, let me see the future once. Was there even a choice? Choosing Open Up was a no-brainer. I quickly picked Open Up and happily awaited my newbie gift package. Then the dealer started reading my personal information, and let me tell you, it was explosive. It said, your name is Senju Chiming. I thought, okay, Senju clan, not a bad background. Then it said, but you have Sharingan. I had the expression of an elderly person on the subway looking at a phone. Senju plus Uchiha? Are you kidding me? My parents can't be Hashirama and Madara, right? The dealer coldly interrupted my shipper fantasies. No. The data shows you were entrusted to Tsunade by Tobirama Senju. Goodness, my status just dropped again. Now I'm a relative of Tobirama. That wasn't all the dealer added. By the way, your body is as weak as paper MCH, you might die tomorrow. So host, cherish this opportunity. I nearly blacked out. I was in hell mode right from the start. That night, while I was contemplating how to survive, Tsunade suddenly started crying in her sleep. I was startled and quickly reached out to pat her, treating her like a child. As soon as I touched her, I was pulled into her dream, like watching a VR movie. In the dream, it was during the Second Ninja War, and young Tsunade was called to her great-grandfather, Tobirama Senju. Tobirama was on the verge of death and trembled as he handed Tsunade a painting, telling her to take good care of the child in the painting if she ever met them. Tsunade opened the painting and was stunned. Why? Because the child in the painting looked exactly like Uchiha Madara. Tsunade's mind must have been racing with a dramatic plot. My great-grandfather is in love with a woman who married my mortal enemy Uchiha Madara and had a child. And that child is me. The next day, I looked in the mirror and was shocked. Isn't this just a female version of Uchiha Sasuke? I had one thought. Oh no, if Naruto sees me, he'll go crazy. If Itachi sees me, won't he immediately give me a set of love education combo moves? With my little frame, one hit and ID fall apart. Just as I was worrying, Tsunade suddenly said she would take me to the Land of Wind to serve as a medical advisor for Tsunade. Upon hearing Land of Wind, I thought I could finally meet Gaara. When we arrived in Tsunade, my sister Kankuro repeatedly warned me not to run around, and I promised, okay, before slipping away. I had to go save my lonely childhood crush. When I found Gaara, he was playing with sand all alone, and that little back view broke my heart. I mustered up the courage to approach him, but as soon as I got close, the sand shot at me like a missile. I was so scared I fell to the ground, and just as I was about to be buried alive in sand, the scene from the beginning happened. I don't know where the muscle memory came from, but a fireball shot out, colliding passionately with the sand. The two forces were at a stalemate, sending sand flying everywhere. I was coughing my lungs out while hearing the dealer in my head excitedly narrate, ding, CardSystem activated. As long as the host fills the character's favorability, they can obtain that character's card. Once you have the card, the character will never attack you. Goodness, my life had turned into a dating simulation game. Just as I was distracted, my fireball went out with a poof, and the sand instantly wrapped around my entire arm. A sharp pain hit me, and I let out a scream before completely passing out. When I woke up again, Tsunade was already by my bedside, and I heard she nearly destroyed the Kazekage Tower with one punch for me. My body was surprisingly resilient. Even though I was nearly crushed by sand, I miraculously healed. It seems Hashirama's cells have some use after all. A few days later, Gaara unexpectedly came to visit. He brought a basket of fruit and a bouquet of flowers, standing at my hospital door with a flushed face, finally mustering up the courage to say, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Oh, my heart melted. I quickly pulled him in, held his hand, and activated my saint mode. "It's okay, Gaara, I know you didn't mean it, you did great." I showered him with compliments until his ears turned red, and in the end, I suggested we train together in the future, and I would help him control his power. He hesitated for a moment, but surprisingly agreed. Before leaving, he stuffed his most treasured teddy bear into my hands and ran off without looking back. Family, this is confirmed by a friend. Just when I was feeling happy, Tsunade returned and dropped a bombshell. Chiming, in a few days, there will be a joint selection in the village, and you'll be a taijutsu examiner. My eyes nearly popped out. What? Me? An examiner? Someone who can't even open a bottle cap, am going to be a taijutsu examiner? What kind of baffling behavior is this? Seeing my dazed expression, Tsunade explained that she saw my fireball and believed I wasn't a total waste she needed to push me a bit. Plus, she decided to personally teach me medical ninjutsu to at least give me some self-defense ability. Learn medical ninjutsu. This is great. I could also develop 100 healing techniques and see who would dare to touch me. Thus, 2 days later, the Sand Ninja 101 selection competition, jointly held by Tsunade and Konoha officially commenced. Senju Chiming, dressed in a small-sized outfit, stood behind Tsunade and Chiyo as one of the so-called examiners, receiving the attention of the entire village. Gaara was on stage giving an impassioned speech, with his mother cheering for me in the front row. I appeared calm on the surface, but was panicking inside. This script was becoming increasingly abstract. And let me tell you, it got even more abstract from there. Tsunade went up and introduced that the selection consisted of 3 parts: medical ninjutsu, taijutsu, and puppetry. As long as you could pass one of the 3, you would pass and be directly promoted into the ranks. As soon as the words were spoken, contestant number 1 stepped onto the stage. Wow, a little handsome guy with an explosive black hairstyle. I stared for a long time before realizing, isn't this Kinjilong? Turns out he didn't have that non-mainstream face paint on when he was younger, and his little face was quite fair. He came up with such confidence, first trying out a medical ninjutsu, channeling chakra into a scroll for a long time, but the little tadpole inside the scroll showed no reaction. First item, GD. Then he stood on my stage. Let me tell you, the audience looked at me, a little kid coming up as the examiner, and the booing was so loud it almost knocked me off my feet. What could I do? I could only trust the genes from my 2 dads. The combined version of Danzo and Hashirama shouldn't be a disappointment, right? Kinjilong even smiled at me, saying, "Little sister, don't cry later." I just gave him a fake smile in return. The cheering squad below was something else, shouting all sorts of things. Kinjilong, if you lose, don't admit you're the son of the Wind Shadow. And even harsher, if you lose to Ji Ming today, you'll lose all face tomorrow. I was amazed by their banter. It was so on point. And what happened next? As soon as the referee shouted start, he charged at me with shurikens. Let me tell you, my body seemed to react on its own, and I instinctively sidestepped. He turned around to attack again, and I grabbed his wrist with one hand while my other hand was already pointing at his neck. 1 second, just 1 second, and the battle was over. The entire venue fell silent. Kinjilong was stunned, and so was I. I wondered, was I too strong, or was his taijutsu really that bad? He dejectedly ran off to attempt the 3rd item, puppet technique, and finally passed. Then it was my turn. The next scenes were simply my personal showcase. Next one, then the next. I felt like I was on a rampage, taking down more than 20 opponents in a row. By the end, I sensed something was off. Their movements looked like they were in slow motion at 0.5x speed to me. I could see everything clearly. At that moment, I had only one thought in my mind. It's over. Could I really be a genius? Tsunade was watching on stage, her mouth almost stretching to her ears, probably thinking about how to unlock my sealed Sharingan later. In the front row, Gaara tugged at his mother-esque clothes and whispered, "Mom, Jimin looks so tired. How could I not be tired?" I was about to collapse, gasping for breath against the pillar, wondering when this ridiculous selection would end. Then another one came up, and I sighed, deciding to end it quickly. This time, I charged forward like a gust of wind directly in front of him, grabbing his neck. That guy was so scared by my dark eyes that it took him a while to raise his hand and surrender. That made 26. Tsunade saw that I was close to my limit and quickly called for a halftime break. As soon as Shizen came on stage, I clung to her, acting spoiled and wanting a hug. In the end, it was Shizen who carried me back. Lunch was prepared by Aunt Karura, and it was incredibly delicious. While eating, Tsunade asked me how I felt. With my mouth full of food, I couldn't help but show off. Master, their movement seems so slow to me. Could I really be a genius? Tsunade raised an eyebrow, and I understood that she was quite satisfied with my performance. However, I overslept during the afternoon nap. And when I got back on stage, I was completely dazed, yawning continuously. Just as I was about to doze off against the pillar, a kid came up, probably around 15 or 16, with tattoos on his face, smiling in a sinister way. My heart sank. Oh no, this guy didn't look like a good person. As soon as the referee shouted start, he lunged at me like a mad dog, every move aimed at taking me down. Damn, this guy knows how to play dirty. I desperately dodged, but his speed was ridiculously fast. I could see the moves clearly, but my body couldn't keep up. A left hook grazed my face. And just as I was about to counterattack, I heard him shout, "Secret technique. Poison palm." A gust of wind from his palm hit my stomach. Damn, it's poisonous. At that moment, I felt my whole body go limp and directly knelt on the ground. My stomach hurt, as if thousands of bugs were crawling inside. That guy actually wanted to come over and deliver a finishing blow, but suddenly, sand gold and sand flew from the stands and directly bound him up. Gaara made his move. Tsunade was so angry that she smashed the table with a punch and instantly appeared on the stage, grabbing that guy's neck with one hand, her aura towering at 2 meters 8. She asked, "Who sent you?" That guy actually dared to laugh and said, "The Uchiha brat deserves to die." Goodness, how did he know I was from the Uchiha clan? Tsunade and Shizune exchanged glances, and Shizune was even more ruthless. She rushed up in front of everyone and directly pulled out that kid's tongue, coldly saying, "Those who speak recklessly might just die." I looked at my master and sister who stood up for me, tears streaming down my face, but the more I cried, the more my stomach hurt. And I cried even harder. Then everything went black, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, it was already 2 days later. Gaara told me that the guy who ambushed me was executed on the spot by his father. And a public announcement was made to reaffirm the friendly relationship between Tsunade and Konoha. Gaara had been staying by my side these 2 days, also complaining about how noisy the shikaku inside him was, making it hard for him to sleep. Who understands family? Isn't this just a classic roommate conflict? Once I was better, Tsunade arranged formal medical ninjutsu training for me. Besides me, she also took in 2 other kids from Tsunade, one lively girl named Ehara Rina, and a reserve guy named Akasaka Aki. On the first day of class, Tsunade asked us what was the most important thing for a medical ninja. Without thinking, Rina said it was to save people. As for me, the woman holding the script, I stood up and answered, "I believe the most important thing is to protect oneself. Only by staying alive can you give your teammates hope to survive." The look Tsunade gave me was one of approval. Next came the practical part, where we had to revive an octopus that had entered a state of apparent death. Let me tell you, when I gathered chakra in my hand, a green light flashed, and as I directed it towards the octopus on the scroll, it suddenly jumped up. I was so startled that I slipped and fell backward. Oh no, I was about to fall flat on my face, but instead, I landed directly in a warm embrace. I looked up and saw Tsunade. She sighed and said, "Why do you look like such an idiot?" My face instantly turned red, and she steadied me as I got up. I lowered my head and quietly said thank you. Let me tell you, that was way too soft. My mind was racing, and I quickly covered my face and ran back to my seat to cool down. I cleared the level in seconds, while those 2 classmates were still struggling with the octopus. Tsunade told me to go look at the books on a nearby shelf. When I looked up, I was stunned. An entire wall was filled with books. Tsunade smiled and said, "This is just a small part. Back in Konoha, there's a whole wall more." At that moment, I felt like my class vibe was about to burst out of the screen. Help! Why do I still need to read books after crossing over? So, I spent my days training, reading, and sparring with Gaara, and before I knew it, for months had flown by. My physical fitness improved tremendously. Every day felt like I was pumped up with adrenaline. However, this morning during breakfast, the atmosphere felt off. Tsunade and Shizune's expressions were so serious that it seemed like water could drip from their faces. I cautiously asked, "Master, is something wrong?" Tsunade sighed deeply. "War is about to begin. The war between the land of wind and the land of earth." My heart sank. The plot was finally unfolding. No wonder the atmosphere in the village had been so tense lately. I couldn't help but ask, "So, Master, are we supposed to stay here and help?" What I really wanted to ask was, why does Konoha have such a good relationship with Tsunade? According to the original story, Chiyo should have hated Konoha because of White Fang, right? But let me tell you, now it's not just a matter of not hating. Their relationship is so close they could share the same pants. Tsunade firmly replied with one word, "Help." I thought to myself as expected. However, her next sentence almost sent me away. "But, little G, you might have to go with me." In an instant, Ino stood up in opposition. "No, Lady Tsunade. She's only 6 years old. How can she go to the battlefield?" My master was so calm. It was as if she was just discussing what to have for dinner. Quiet, this is about gaining experience. While we can still protect her, let her see the real world. When we're no longer around, she will have a better chance of survival. Besides, in the Senju clan, what tradition is there of not going to the battlefield? Goodness, what a wolf-like corporate culture the Senju clan has. They expect you to start interning at 6? The two of them were arguing fiercely, and in the end, Tsunade just slammed the door and left. I glanced at Sister Tsunade, who was fuming, and quickly followed my master with little hurried steps. As we walked, Tsunade slowed down and asked me, "Little G, what do you think?" To be honest, I was also anxious. The battlefield is no joke. With my small frame, a stray bullet could end things for me in an instant. But then I thought, dying on the battlefield to save others. That way of dying seems quite honorable, right? Better than rotting at home. I steel myself, lifted my head and puffed out my chest. "Master, I'm going." Tsunade nodded in satisfaction, her gaze seemingly saying, "This is my Senju clan's descendant." She added, "Don't worry. The medical ninjas are at the back, and I won't let anything happen to you." I quickly seized the opportunity and asked the question that had been bothering me for half a day. "Master, can I ask you something? Why has our relationship with Tsunade suddenly become so close?" As a result, just when my master was about to speak, someone from the hospital came to call her away, leaving me feeling uneasy all day. Near the end of class, my desk mate, the guy from Tsunade named Akizaka Aki, leaned over and quietly asked me, "You don't look so good today. Did something happen?" His voice was so soft it was like a mosquito buzzing, and I couldn't hear clearly. "Huh? What did you say?" The guy's face turned bright red in an instant, but he mustered up the courage and shouted, "Did you encounter something?" I was startled by his shout, and beside me, Akiyama Rina had a shocked expression as she watched. I quickly put on a perfect business smile. "It's okay. I'm just a bit nervous about going into battle." When Akasaka Akihito heard this, his expression became serious, and after holding in for a while, he turned as red as a tomato and earnestly promised me, word by word, chiming, "I will protect you well. Please don't be afraid." "Dude, you're raising a flag so high." I smiled back at him. "Let's do our best together." Then I quickly made my escape. I was afraid he would spontaneously combust if I stayed any longer. At the training ground, AI Luo was already there. Looking at him, I felt a mix of emotions. As a war weapon, he would definitely be going into battle this time too. He was perceptive and quickly noticed something was off with me. "What's wrong?" I sighed and decided to speak directly. "Starting tomorrow, I will suspend my training. I need to go on a mission with my master." Gaara asked expressionlessly, "Will we meet again?" "Of course," I replied without thinking, "during the Chunin exams. I'll introduce you to a friend, and you'll definitely like him. It must be my Prince Naruto, the god of talk no jutsu, who specializes in overcoming all kinds of disobedience." Sigh. Thinking of Naruto reminds me of Sasuke. I wonder if the cool guy he used to be is still the same without the massacre of his clan. Gaara's voice pulled me back to reality. I looked at him and felt that the past 4 months of companionship were not in vain. At least he looks like a normal person now. Today is the last training session. I encouraged myself. I can't be emo anymore. Gaara crossed his arms, and the sand behind him began to stir. Wow, it seems he wants to test the results of my 4 months of training. Here we go. He raised his arm, and the sand, as if equipped with GPS, rushed straight towards my face. I snorted coldly, pushed off with my feet, and took off running. In these 4 months, while I may not have mastered much else, my dynamic vision and escape speed are definitely at max level. Gaara's sand is fast, but I am faster. In the moment of his surprise, my figure had already transformed into a wisp of smoke, bypassing all his sand defenses, and appeared right in front of him. I crouched down, the shuriken in my hand firmly pressed against his neck. The outcome was decided. Gaara's Adam's apple moved, probably thinking that if it weren't for the sand armor, his head would have already moved out. I won. I actually won. I was so excited that I jumped up and hugged Gaara tightly, bouncing around. For the first time in these 4 months, I broke through his absolute defense. As a result, Gaara turned into a wooden statue, and I could feel his heart pounding like a drum. My mind instantly cleared, and I thought, oh no, I got carried away and forgot that this guy is a pure-hearted young man. I quickly let go, took 2 steps back, and awkwardly apologized. "I'm sorry. I got too excited. It's nothing." His voice was trembling. I couldn't help but think, what a sin, what a sin. Look at how scared the child is. Just then, the long-lost dealer came online. "Congratulations, you have received an AI Luo card." "What is this?" I was completely stunned. "Dealer, it's been 4 months, and the main focus is on a companion cultivation system. Time to distribute cards." Me? Wow, did I really get an SSR? What about the skills? "Dealer, the passive skill is automatically shielding when injured, and the active skill is to bind enemies with sand. Baby, the rewards here can only enhance card skills, not directly improve AI Luo himself. I understand. Isn't this just the hex deck enhancements from Teamfight Tactics? I'll become a player and change the outcome of the story? That's interesting. I was secretly enjoying myself when I looked up and saw Gaara staring at me with a terrified expression. Jimmy, are you okay? I'm Fine. Come on, let's go home and eat. My stomach was growling loudly, and I pulled him along towards home. On the way, we ran into a few gossiping villagers who pointed and whispered at Gaara. I shot them a glare, and they were so scared they nearly wet themselves. When we reached the front door, Gaara stood still and said he wanted to see me go inside before he left. What is this, some kind of pure love scene? I was too hungry to bother with that, so I waved my hand and went inside. As soon as I entered, I saw Tsunade and Shizun sitting upright at the dining table waiting for me. The atmosphere was so tense that I didn't even dare to step forward, ready to run at any moment. But Tsunade just seriously announced the details of the mission. S-rank mission, we depart before dawn. I and Granny Chio will each lead a team. Mission objective, survive. Mission content, rescue people. After dinner, I packed my things and lay in bed, feeling anxious. I, a 6-year-old child, was going to the battlefield tomorrow. The next day, at dawn, we gathered at the village entrance. While Kazekage was giving his formal speech, I secretly slipped a small note to Aunt Karura, Gaara's mom, asking her to help pass it on. Let's go. With Tsunade's command, our small team of 4 lined up in formation and raced towards the border of the Land of Wind. On the first night, we encountered a sandstorm. Shizun pulled a pile of firewood from Scroll and said to me, "The task of making a fire is up to you." I was so dumb. I didn't bring a lighter. Use fire release, you idiot. Is this how fire release is used? I was speechless as I stacked the firewood, mimicking the first Hokage, and suddenly clapped my hands together, shouting, "Fire release, great fireball technique." A blazing fire ignited instantly. Akazaka Aki beside me was stunned, secretly imitating my clap, mumbling, "Fire release," but nothing happened, and he looked completely deflated. Tsunade called us to the fire pit for a pre-battle briefing, telling us that beyond the bridge ahead was the front line, and we needed to be careful of ambushes from the rock village. The closer we got to the camp, the worse I felt inside, as countless feelings of sadness, wailing, and resentment surged over me like a tide, making it hard to breathe. We arrived. As soon as Ino spoke, I suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, my heart aching as if it were about to burst. I quickly connected with the dealer in my mind. "Hey, what's going on?" "Dealer, baby, this is one of the reasons I told you that you could easily die. But since you chose to give up before, I have to give up too. So I can't tell you now. I really want to thank you." Akasaka Aki quickly came over to help me. I didn't even have the strength to stand up and could only let him support me into the camp. Just as I lay down wanting to give up, a piercing cry suddenly pierced my eardrums. I quickly got out of bed and rushed over, only to see Master Tsunade kneeling on the ground, trembling all over, her face splattered with blood. Damn, her hemophobia is acting up. At a time like this, isn't this just causing trouble? I hurriedly took out a handkerchief to help her wipe her face, wanting to assist her up, but my little strength was not enough. At that moment, Sister Jingyin walked over, took off her medical gloves, looked at me, and said something that left me stunned. "Jiming, this small surgery is up to you." "Huh? Sister Jingyin, are you having a fever?" "Who understands? I'm just a 6-year-old baby, and I've only learned for 4 months, and now I'm expected to perform surgery. What kind of international joke is this?" "I believe in you," she said, and helped the still trembling Tsunade away. "Believing in me is of no use. I don't even believe in myself." The moans of the patient pull me back from the edge of collapse. "Forget it. Let's treat this dead horse as a live horse." I changed into my surgical clothes, took a deep breath, and placed my hands over the patient, the green chakra light shining brightly. 2 wounds. Chakra circulation is chaotic. Goodness, my first patient is hellishly difficult. I don't know how long it took, but the last drop of blood was stopped, and I breathed a sigh of relief, stepping out of the tent and having someone move the patient to a regular ward. Just as I returned to our own tent, Tsunade had already recovered. The moment she saw me, I felt sharp pain in my lower abdomen, and I collapsed to my knees again. Tsunade's expression changed, and she rushed over to lift me onto the bed, using medical ninjutsu to treat me. She realized that my strange reaction was influenced by her emotions, all because of certain seal on her. I gritted my teeth in pain and finally couldn't help but curse in my mind. "Dealer, you useless piece of trash. You're good for nothing." Dealer. 6. The pain in my abdomen quickly eased, but Tsunade held me tightly in her arms, so strong that I could barely breathe. Master, if you use any more strength, I'm going to become the first ninja in the ninja world to be smothered to death. I can sense her fear, the fear of losing someone important again. I hugged her from behind and gently patted her back, saying, Master, don't be afraid. I won't leave you. Once she calmed down, we locked eyes, and she suddenly smiled and held my hand. This atmosphere, why does it feel a bit strange all of a sudden? Fortunately, Sister Silent returned just in time, seeing the deep bond between us. She immediately expressed her frustration. You too. Don't slack off. Akasaka and I are almost dead from busyness. My master and I were sent to take over. The next injured person was brought in, covered in blood, with a big gash on their chest. I reacted quickly and covered Tsunade's eyes, pushing her out of the tent. When I turned around, Akazaka was running outside, covering his mouth and about to vomit. Seriously, at a critical moment. You two are either afraid of blood or fainting at the sight of it. I braced myself and took a look. Good heavens, this wasn't just an injury. It was a gruesome scene. The intestines were exposed. I held back my nausea, used my healing techniques to stabilize the person's condition, and immediately shouted, Akasaka, prepare the operating room. Notify Sister Shizun to come over. That night, the four of us were busy in the operating room until midnight, finally pulling the person back from the brink of death. I collapsed onto the ground, exhausted and my stomach growling with hunger. The following days were like hell on earth. Every day was filled with blood, screams, and wails, pushing me to the brink of a mental breakdown. This little mute madman could only bottle up all the negative emotions inside. One night, after finally finding some free time, I ran to a small hillside behind the camp to sit and feel the cold wind, feeling like I was on the verge of complete emo despair. My chest felt heavy, and I even sensed something stirring in my eyes. Oh no, could it be that I'm about to awaken my powers? Awakening at 6 years old, I must be a genius. Just as I was lost in my own sad, yet impressive emotions, a voice spoke beside me. Jiming, what are you doing here? It was Akasaka Aki. I answered expressionlessly, just sitting and enjoying the breeze. He cautiously asked, can I sit next to you? I was internally ranting. Dude, can't you tell I want to be alone for a bit? But I still said, sure. He really just sat there quietly, not saying a word. Under the moonlight, I felt like my Sharingan was about to break its seal, and I was a bit excited. Just then, Akasaka Aki finally spoke up and asked a question that left me speechless. Jime, where's your hometown? Huh, my hometown? Well, it's just a beautiful place with clear mountains and waters. I tell you, my heart sank at that moment. Beautiful mountains and rivers? Give me a break. That broken mountain gorge, if I can survive climbing out of it in this lifetime, it's a testament to my strength. It's simply ridiculous. After finally crawling out of Langling Mountain, before I even had the chance to enjoy it, the map changed. And guess what? That silly, naive Akasaka Aki actually believed it, with a longing expression saying, how wonderful, our wind country is all sand. Dude, stop it. Just listening to you is making me feel emo. He's still there lamenting, asking when this battle will ever end. What can I say? I directly gave him a spoiler. Don't worry. There will be a chosen one who will bring peace to the entire ninja world. I'm just looking out for him. This kid looks so innocent. I hope he doesn't end up going dark. In the world of Naruto, the KPI for characters going dark is quite explosive. I was at a loss for words when suddenly, bang, the camp exploded. Before I could react, a shuriken flew straight at Akasaka's face. My mind went blank, and instinctively, I tackled him down, and we both rolled into the grass nearby. It seemed that the enemy had sneaked in. I lowered my voice and looked at Akasaka, who was trembling like a leaf. I thought to myself, buddy, just don't wet your pants. Hide well and wait for my master to arrive. If we get discovered, you run first, and I'll distract them. But to my surprise, this guy, despite shaking, managed to stammer out, I will protect you. Chiming. Just as he finished speaking, a dagger was thrust in front of our faces. I quickly drew my shuriken and blocked it with a clang. The guy touched his ear, and my heart sank. Oh no, this guy has a microphone. If he calls for backup, we're both done for. No time to waste. I glared at him, my right hand locking his weapon, while my left hand gathered chakra, and I struck him in the chest. I didn't go for a fatal blow, but it was enough to knock him out. I grabbed Akasaka, and we started to run, but after just a couple of steps, I hit the brakes hard. 3 people were standing right in front of us, including the one from before that made a standard 4-man squad. This was trouble. I told Akasaka to hide well and stepped out myself. The 3 opponents included one who looked like a teacher and 2 students. One of them, quite sharp, pointed at the bushes and said, Teacher, there's another one hiding over there. The leader waved his hand, his eyes sharp as knives, and said, Don't rush. Let us have a chat with this young lady first. I was so angry at the time. What is wrong with me wearing kimono? Did I eat your family's rice? You have to rush here to get yourself killed. Fine, let us fight. I thought about using a shadow clone as bait. But then, oh no, how do you form the hand seals for shadow clone? My mind went blank. Forget it. I clapped my hands and shouted whatever came to mind. Fire style. H Senka no Jutsu. A bunch of small fireballs flew out like flowers in the wind, instantly filling the area with smoke. That uncle on the opposite side was still acting cool. Walking out of the smoke with a mocking expression. Young lady should stay at home. What are you doing on the front lines? I let out a cold laugh. What is it to you? The speed at which he was forming the hand seals was like he was operating at half speed. But I couldn't afford to be careless. Earth style, huh? Lightning release, but I don't know lightning style at all. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration hit me. ISNT Kakashi, known as the copy ninja. If he has forming seals so slowly, I can just form them along with him, right? I'm betting on it. Ancestors of Uchiha and Senju, bless me. He shouted, Earth style, rock pillar prison. I cursed and shouted, Earth style, rock pillar prison. In an instant, we both found ourselves trapped in our own skills. I seized the opportunity and launched a fireball right at a stone prison. With a bang, the stone shattered. It was a clone, but where was the real body? Just then, I heard Akasaka scream. My heart raced, and I dashed over in an instant, only to see that bastard's kunai had already been plunged into Akasaka's stomach. Damn! At that moment, I only felt like my eyes were being stabbed by needles, hurting like hell, and my whole vision started to distort. That man had a provocative expression on his face, as if to say, come at me. Huh, you underestimate me. Huh. When I opened my eyes again, I tell you, the whole world was different. In the scarlet pupils, two Magatama were spinning wildly. That bastard looked slow to me, like a PowerPoint presentation. I instantly moved in front of him, used my Sharingan Jinjutsu to immobilize him, then grabbed his hair, concentrated my chakra in my hand, and with a thrust, I pierced it into his chest. I kicked him away and carried Akasaki back to the camp. By the time we both returned covered in blood. Guess what happened? As soon as Tsunade-sensei saw the blood, she rolled her eyes and collapsed. I was like an old man on the subway, looking at his phone, thinking, seriously, you're the holy physician. You're fainting at the sight of blood. Shizen was also confused and hurried over to help, first getting Akasaki inside for treatment. After the bandaging was done, Shizen asked us what happened with a serious expression, saying there was no alarm for intruders at the camp. I explained everything and mentioned the changes in my eyes, which made Shizen's face look even worse. She sighed and said, so you finally opened your eyes? After opening the Sharingan, let me tell you, it was exhilarating. Maximum dynamic vision, and I could copy jutsu. It was like having a cheat code. But that good mood didn't last 2 days, as it was crushed by a mountain of injured people. Shifting the scene, let me tell you, what was happening in Tsunade was inhumane. Gaara's father, the fourth Kazekage, was pure pressure incarnate. To force 6-year-old Gaara onto the battlefield, he actually threatened him with his mother. If you don't go, then I'll send your mother instead. Hearing that made me want to slap him twice. Is this even human language? Just like that. 6-year-old Gaara was sent by his own father into a battlefield that was like a meat grinder. When I heard the news from the wounded, my anger flared up instantly. Just then, Tsunade-sensei said that the war was about to end and we were preparing to return to Konoha. I immediately requested, Master, I have a request. Tsunade glanced at me and surprisingly understood right away. Go ahead, meet them and come back quickly, and be careful. I was so moved that I almost cried, hugging her tightly. After bidding farewell to Akasaka, I headed alone straight to the front lines between the land of wind and the land of earth. I wasn't a medical ninja at all. I was practically a part-time psychologist. After running all day, I finally reached the front line. Stealth was impossible, so I could only find a place to hide. Not long after, I saw a dark mass of 30 Iwagakure ninjas, and on the opposite side, just Gaara, a lonely 6-year-old boy, standing there. Did these guys from Tsunade really treat a child like a Gundam? At first, the Iwagakure ninjas tried to persuade him to go home. But when they heard it was the Sandstorm Gaara, their faces turned pale, and without saying a word, they attacked. All the shurikens were blocked by sand, and Gaara was crouched on the ground, covering his face, on the verge of a complete breakdown. Oh, this is bad. I watched as the sand was about to swallow him whole, and he even started growing raccoon ears. If we waited any longer, Shikaku would go berserk. In the blink of an eye, I thought of it. The moment when Sasuke helped Naruto suppress the Nine Tails. My 6-year-old Sharingan should be enough, right? Let's do this. I jumped directly in front of Gaara, activated my Sharingan, and instantly entered his mental world. The small Gaara was wrapped in sand, and beside him stood an arrogant raccoon dog. Shikaka, right? I directly negotiated with that pesky raccoon dog. Let your tenant go, and I'll give you some benefits. But it wasn't happy and said it wanted to go out and play. Play my foot. Without a second thought, I activated a Jinjutsu and hit it with a 1,000 Needles tail package. This time it quieted down, huffing and shrinking back. I quickly caught Gaara, who was about to fall, woke him up, and brought him to a hidden cave, looking at the wounds all over his hands. I helped him treat them while cursing Archon my heart 100 times. What did you mean when you said you came to see me? Gaara asked softly. I'm not very good with words, and the comforting phrases I can come up with are always the same few. After a long pause, I finally said, haven't I already said it? We will definitely meet again. Gaara, no matter where you are, I will always be your friend. After hearing that, he fell silent for a long time, then looked up at me with his bewildered green eyes and asked, why did my father make me go to the battlefield? Why are they attacking me when I clearly don't want to fight them? Why can't I sleep every night? Wow, a triple question about death. Seeing his pitiful expression, I knew I had to clarify this matter. I thought for a moment and decided to approach it differently. I couldn't just tell him that his father wanted to kill him. I had to guide him to think for himself. All right, let me tell you why. First, war is something that can't be avoided. Every village wants more good things, and if they can't take it by stealing, they can only resort to fighting. Second, they attack you not because they dislike you as a person, but because you represent Tsunade, and they represent Hokage. The two sides are enemies. And if they meet on the battlefield, are they supposed to sit down for tea instead of fighting? As for your third question, the reason you can't sleep is probably that stinky raccoon inside you causing trouble. Let me tell you, this kid Gaara is really perceptive. With just a little bit of persuasion, he actually believed me and seriously decided to befriend the stinky raccoon inside him, even patting his belly. Goodness. He said that Shikaku must be lonely too, with no one to play with. Family, who understands? I was almost melted by this little angel and almost believed that Shikaku was some tsundere cutie. I also gave him a boost of motivation, saying if he wanted to change, he should first become strong enough to pin his father down and become the Hokage. At that point, wouldn't the entire Sand Village be under his command? His little eyes lit up instantly, as if he had been injected with enthusiasm, and he excitedly exclaimed that he would work hard to catch up with me. Ah, happy times are always fleeting. I had to return to Tsunade-sensei. After all, the war was coming to an end, and I needed to hurry back to my team. Gaara looked so reluctant, staring at me with such longing that it made me feel like a heartless woman abandoning her partner. I could only tell him that we would meet again at the Chunin exams and promise to write him letters, which finally soothed him. Watching my figure disappear for the third time in front of him, I felt a bit heavy-hearted as well. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. The Land of Wind and the Land of Earth signed a ceasefire agreement, and we finally returned to Konoha. Let me tell you, the moment I stepped through the gates of Konoha, my DNA stirred, it really did. Wasn't this the anime I had scrimped and saved to watch in internet cafes back in the day? And now, here I was standing right here. This time travel was a huge win. Just as I was feeling emotional, Tsunade-sensei suddenly had a craving for alcohol, shouting that she wanted to go to an izakaya and not come back until she was drunk. Shizun was almost in tears, pulling her to report to the Hokage first. Tsunade, however, waved her hand and said it was fine for Shizun to take Sage with her, and then she slipped away. I couldn't help but laugh at Shizun's expression of frustration. There was no other choice. I had to brace myself and head to the Hokage building. Shizun knocked on the door, and a voice from inside said, "Come in." As soon as I entered, I couldn't believe my eyes. There stood Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage, with his blonde hair and blue eyes. He looked like a little son when he smiled. He was incredibly handsome. I was starry-eyed when suddenly a white-haired old man, Jiraiya, climbed in through the window. He scanned the room, but didn't see Tsunade. Sister Shizun could only awkwardly laugh it off, saying that Lady Tsunade was too tired and had gone back to rest. The expression on her face, the cold sweat. It was as if he'd been caught going out for drinks. Don't ask me how I could tell. Minato, on the other hand, was clear-headed and smiled, telling Shizun to head back first and submit her report tomorrow. Just when Shizun breathed a sigh of relief and tried to drag me away, Jiraiya called us back with a "wait a minute." He stared at me and asked how old I was. The look in his eyes, let me tell you, sent chills down my spine. I felt something was off. The way that old man looked at me wasn't like he was looking at a child, but rather assessing some kind of dangerous item. Later, I found out that the higher-ups were pondering whether I, at just 6 years old, with my 2 Tomo Sharingan, was a ticking time bomb, and whether they should just eliminate me to prevent future troubles. I had no idea at the time. maintaining a perfect fake smile while my mind was wandering far away, starting to feel sorry for my distant husband, Uchiha Sasuke. I couldn't help but wonder how he was doing. Just thinking about the hardships he would face made my heart ache. Just then, I was lost in thought when Sister Tsunade slapped my back, saying that the Hokage was asking for me. I jolted, huh? What does he want? Sister Tsunade, exasperated, said, the Hokage wants to know if you want to go to his house. Going to the Hokage's house. That means I could see Naruto. I nodded eagerly, yes. I want to go. Hearing this, Sister Tsunade immediately used a body flicker technique to dash away, afraid of being caught again. In the office, only I, Minato, and Jiraiya were left. Jiraiya found an excuse to slip away, leaving just me and Minato staring at each other. He pointed at the mountain of paperwork and apologetically told me to wait until he finished. As soon as he finished speaking, another person climbed through the window. Kakashi, do all you leaf ninjas have some kind of window dependency? Can't you just use the front door? Minato was speechless and asked Kakashi to stop by the ninja school to pick up Naruto and bring me back home too. Kakashi took my hand, and my heart was racing with excitement. Copy Ninja Kakashi. P.S. A walking ninjutsu library. I had to build a good relationship with him. When we arrived near the school, I immediately spotted Sasuke sitting alone on the steps by the river. Who understands family? That small figure shattered my heart. I quickly told Kakashi that I wanted to go keep him company, and Kakashi ruffled my hair, saying go ahead. I quietly sat down next to Sasuke, not saying a word, focusing on silent companionship. I could feel that little brat click his tongue, radiating an aura of don't mess with me. After a while, Kakashi came to pick someone up, and Naruto shot over like a little cannonball, hanging on to Kakashi. Then, the most explosive scene happened. A male voice came from the distance, calling out for Sasuke, let's go. I looked up and was instantly petrified. My brain went blank. A young man wearing goggles, alive. Obito Uchiha. Wasn't he supposed to be with Madara preparing for the Eye of the Moon plan? How could he be here picking up kids from school like an ordinary uncle? This world had finally gone crazy in a way I couldn't understand. My CPU was almost overheating. The absurdity didn't stop there. Obito was holding Naruto, and Sasuke awkwardly held his hand as our group returned to Teacher Minato's house. As soon as we entered, a red-haired big sister, Kushina, came out with a ladle. Before she could lose her temper, the doorbell rang again. Obito happily ran to open the door, and standing at the entrance was Rin Noera. Rin was alive too. I was sitting at the dining table, with Kakashi on my left, Kushina on my right, and across from me were Obito, Rin, Naruto, Sasuke, and Minato, who had just returned home using Flying Thunder God. I looked at the neatly arranged people in the room and was completely dumbfounded. That's it. My little advantage of having some spoilers is completely wasted. The atmosphere at the table was harmonious. Minato asked Kakashi to prepare to take his students, while Obito was frantically mocking him. Naruto excitedly announced that he wanted to live at his house, while Sasuke, with his little tsundere face, turned dark and coldly huffed that he wanted to live with Obito. As a result, both Obito and Kakashi said they were too busy and told him not to come, which made me laugh so hard that little Sasuke immediately became withdrawn. That night, Naruto escorted me to my room and curiously stared at me. After I drove him away, I lay on the tatami mat, completely disoriented. Who wrote this plot? Anyway, later, I found out that night, the higher-ups of Konoha held a meeting, and the two old advisors insisted on killing me, saying my Sharingan was a disaster. It was all thanks to Tsunade, who was drunk and slammed the table, saying that if they wanted to kill her apprentice, they should kill her first. In the end, it was Minato who insisted against the majority and suggested taking me as his apprentice to keep an eye on me at home, which made the matter pass. Goodness, this overwhelming fortune just fell on my head like that. Tsunade didn't stay for long. She left with Shizune and Jiraiya to work on medical development. Before leaving, she hugged me and quietly told me to hide my eyes well. Sigh, another farewell. But it's okay. Minato couldn't wait and got off work early the next day, pulling me out from the pile of books. Let us go, little Chihiro. The teacher will take you to train. Here it comes. My cheat is about to be activated. The fastest woman in the ninja world. Here I come. But guess what I saw? Goodness, there was a whole row of people standing in the training ground. Kakashi, Obito, and those two little brats, Naruto and Sasuke, were all waiting for me there. Does anyone understand? I'm socially anxious, and I was directly turned into a live broadcast. During my training time, are you four here to buy tickets to watch? Naruto was still that little son, the first to run over and talk to me. Really, I was so grateful to him. Otherwise, I would have been so awkward I could have dug out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Minato immediately launched into a tirade, scolding his two troublesome apprentices and his two sons, saying they were useless and only excelled at watching the show. Seeing those four exchanging glances and trying to shift the blame, Minato probably couldn't be bothered and directly turned to me, asking, "Has Lady Tsunade taught you the basic 3 jutsu?" I was completely baffled at that moment. What the heck? Basic 3 techniques? Dude, I just time traveled here. I watched Naruto when I was in middle school. Who remembers this stuff? I could only innocently ask, what is that? That kid Naruto got all excited when he heard this, standing up like a little teacher and starting to teach right there. Look, shimming like this and then like this. Boom! He transformed into Sasuke. I'm telling you, he really loves it. Alright, it's just a transformation technique. So I copied him, boom. I also turned into Sasuke. The second one is Shadow Clone. Naruto made a gesture with his little hand, and suddenly the entire training ground was filled with Naruto clones. The amount of chakra he had made me envious to tears. I quickly formed the hand seals, Shadow Clone technique. Hey, not bad, I managed to create 5. Though compared to Naruto, my chakra amount probably only amounts to 2 cards. The last one is the substitution technique. Naruto had Kakashi throw a shuriken at him, and just as it was about to hit him, he poofed into a piece of wood. The real Naruto jumped out from behind a tree and shouted at me, "Your turn." I tell you, when the shuriken flew over, my body was faster than my brain. Instinctively, I made the hand sign for the body flicker technique and directly appeared behind Naruto, my hand naturally gripping his neck. When I realized what I had done, I quickly let go and awkwardly scratched my head. Sorry, muscle memory, muscle memory. I was scared by Gaara's Sam before, and it has become a conditioned reflex. The whole place fell silent. That silly Naruto didn't think much of it, but Sasuke's little gaze, I tell you, the jealousy was almost burning out of him. He must have seen my hidden Manjiki Sharingan. Teacher Minato also looked shocked, probably wondering if this kid's talent was a bit beyond the syllabus. Obito and Kakashi were there making crazy faces at each other, probably saying, "Where did this flashy kid come from?" Oh no, it seems like I might have overdone it a bit. Naruto was still there laughing foolishly, insisting that I learn the substitution technique. All right, I'll do it again. The shuriken flew over, bang, the wood fell to the ground, and where was I? In an instant, I appeared behind Naruto again. Using 2 techniques together, efficiency doubled. Naruto kept praising me for being amazing, and I could only go against my conscience and say it was because he taught well. When Teacher Minato saw my talent, he must have been stunned. The week-long teaching plan he prepared was completed by me in 10 minutes. He was in a dilemma, and in the end, he directly passed the responsibility to Obito. Obito, you're familiar with fire style. Take Izumi and Sasuke to practice together. Obito complained a bit, but then Teacher Minato said, "You're much better than Kakashi." And just like that, his tail shot up into the sky, and he immediately accepted the task. Teacher Minato slipped away. I was waiting for those 2 big men, Obito and Kakashi, to whisper and discuss what to teach. I waited so long that the flowers were wilting. Just when I was about to sit down and take a break, that little brat Sasuke wouldn't have it and directly stopped me, sharply asking, "Who exactly are you?" What can I say? I can only say, I am Tsunade's disciple, Senju. Clearly, he doesn't believe me. In the next second, a fireball technique is hurled at my face. Hey, little bro, you think I can't handle this? I'll show you one too. Fire style, fireball technique. 2 fireballs explode in the air, and using the smoke, I perform a substitution and body flicker technique. In the next moment, a kunai is firmly pressed against his neck. So how's that? Obito and Kakashi are just watching the show, not intending to intervene at all. I got impatient and walked directly in front of Obito, raising my voice and saying, "Obito brother, can you teach me ninjutsu now?" Let me tell you, the effect was incredible. Obito was completely stunned, and then he floated away, with a smile on his face that never stopped. He patted his chest and guaranteed, I'll teach you everything I know." Next came my personal showtime. Obito first taught me the fire release, Phoenix Fire technique. I formed the hand seals, breathed fire, and did it all in one go. Sasuke beside me turned green with envy, as the few small flames he produced looked like a lighter. Obito was left dumbfounded. I could only make up a story, saying that I had secretly recorded it with my Sharingan and practiced before. Just look at their expressions, they didn't believe a word. I hurriedly seized the opportunity and asked him to teach me 2 more. Obito had no choice but to separate me and Sasuke for teaching. What he taught me was an advanced version of the Phoenix Fire technique, the Red Lotus Flower Claw, which involved adding shurikens to the fire. I took the shuriken, imitated him, and got it right in one go. Obito was completely out of ideas. He probably went through all the fire techniques he knew in his head. Finally, gritting his teeth, he decided to go all out. Uchihamadara's fire style, Great Fire Destruction. My eyes lit up at that moment. This was a legendary technique. He formed the hand seals and unleashed a sea of flames in one breath. The temperature, the momentum, it was incredible. I was so pumped up that I quickly mimicked his hand signs, gathered all my strength, and spat out a burst. Well, although the range was a bit small, about the size of a bathtub, it had the right flavor. Obito was still there comforting me, saying it was good enough. We first learned he didn't have my size. But could I be satisfied? No. My goal was to surpass Madara. I practiced the Great Fire Destruction over and over again, and the range of the fire sea kept increasing. Until finally, I felt the darkness in front of me. My chakra completely drained, and I fell straight back. Just before losing consciousness, I felt like I had fallen into a familiar embrace. It was Kakashi. In my days, I seemed to hear Kakashi lecturing Obito, saying he was too hard on a 6-year-old. Obito was there complaining. What can I do? She gets full marks in everything she learns. When I woke up again, I was already in the Konoha hospital, unlocking a new scene. Sister Rin came to see me, saying I was fine, just chakra exhausted, and my chakra seemed to be sealed, so I needed to be careful with training in the future. She also said I needed to sleep for at least 2 days after this. As a result, I slept for 3 days straight. The first thing I felt when I woke up was hunger, enough to eat a whole cow. Sister Rin brought me 2 big bowls of rice, and I devoured them in a whirlwind, lying down contentedly, and then I started dreaming. The dream was incredibly vivid. One moment I was on a battlefield littered with corpses, stabbed in the heart. And the next moment I was standing at the Konoha gate on the night of the Nine-Tails incident. The cries and fears of the entire village flooding into my mind like a VR movie. I was overwhelmed by that emotion, gasping for breath, and screamed in pain. Chiming. Someone was calling me. I suddenly opened my eyes, still in that white hospital room, and Kakashi was looking at me with a concerned expression. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. I forced out a smile that looked worse than crying and said, "It's okay, just had a nightmare." Kakashi didn't ask much. Rubbed my head and said, "Let us go home." On the way home, Kakashi and Rin each held one of my hands. Before we even entered the door, we heard Naruto and Sasuke arguing over whose socks were confiscated and who smelled of sweat. Immediately after, Aunt Kushina rushed over, using the Buddha's palm technique to press the 2 little brats' heads together, starting a gentle lecture. And in the end, she even made them form a reconciliation seal. I told you I was watching downstairs and I almost cried. This is the childhood Naruto should have, with loving parents, companions growing up together, and a lively atmosphere. How wonderful. When Aunt Kushina came downstairs and saw us, she happily came over to hug me and asked how I was doing. I couldn't hold back and directly jumped into her arms, wrapping my arms around her waist and acting cute. "Annie, what delicious food did you make today?" I lay at home for another 2 days, and I felt like my bones were about to rust. No way, I need to do something big. On the 3rd day, just as dawn was breaking, I sneaked out the door. Today's goal, to be the #1 parkour person in Konoha, my guy. I specifically waited on his morning exercise route. When he was about to come close, I gathered my chakra and accelerated to overtake his car. Wow, can he really tolerate this? Kai was still half asleep, but when he saw a kid overtaking him, his youthful blood ignited instantly. The second gate, the rest gate, opened. A blue light quickly caught up to me, and with a sudden break in front of me, he revealed his shining white teeth. "Hey, little sister, I see your talent is remarkable. Would you like to take me as your master?" I quickly refused and said that Guy Sensei is my teacher. As soon as Kai heard it was the 4th Hokage, his fiery spirit was instantly extinguished, but his enthusiasm didn't wane. He insisted on dragging me to run together, saying we should charge towards youth. The result was that he pulled me around Konoha for 4 laps. For laps, my youth hadn't even ignited, and I was about to burn out. When we reached the front of the Hokage building, I just sat down on the ground, entering ultimate slacking mode, until I saw my savior. A handsome guy with white hair was walking this way. I dashed over and hugged Kakashi's arm, fully acting, and with a voice on the verge of tears, I shouted, "Kakashi and I, save me." Kakashi immediately became alert, shielding me with his left hand and pressing his forehead protector with his right, revealing his Sharingan, probably thinking there was some strong enemy invading. But when he looked up and saw Kai, he was completely speechless, pulled down his forehead protector, and asked Kai what he was doing here so early in the morning, scaring the kids. I cooperated immediately, hiding behind Kakashi's leg and only poking out a little head, looking pitiful. Kakashi comforted me, saying, "It's okay, little Jiming. This isn't a bad person. This is my good friend, Might Guy, a very powerful taijutsu expert. I know he's not a bad person, but I really don't want to run anymore. If I hear another word about youth, I might just drop dead on the spot." Luckily, Kakashi appeared like a godsend. I tell you, he was my savior. He dismissed Guy with just a few words, and that hot-blooded idiot insisted on making plans to meet again before leaving, saying something about burning youth. What youth am I burning? I just want to lie flat right here. Once the person left, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then Kakashi turned to me and asked, "What kind of performance are you doing so early in the morning?" What can I say? I can only speak the truth. I said my physical condition is too poor and I want to exercise, but I ended up being drafted by Kai. Before I knew it, I had run 4 laps and felt like my soul was about to fly away. Goodness, after hearing this, Kakashi probably saw that I was about to collapse and kindly offered to take me running at 5 tomorrow morning, so I wouldn't accidentally run into any forbidden areas and have him and Minato-sensei come to rescue me. All right, with a strong support like him. What else can I say? I quickly nodded like a pestle. Thank you, Kakashi and I. Who knew this guy would casually take my hand? Let me tell you, I was stunned at that moment. My face flushed instantly, and I was led home by him just like that. On the way, I still had the audacity to ask him if he had time in the afternoon for a spar. Kakashi's expression at that moment was simply like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. Just when we arrived at the door, Naruto and Sasuke, those 2 little troublemakers, burst out arguing. Right after that, Minato-sensei came out in his Hokage robe and asked Kakashi if he had finished writing the transfer documents. When I heard this, I thought, no way, my sparring partner hasn't been confirmed yet. I can't let him slip away. I grabbed his sleeve and blinked at him. Kakashi probably felt helpless because of me, thought for a moment, and then agreed, saying to meet at the training ground at 4 in the afternoon. He might have thought playing with a kid could be fun, and he could also help bring out my potential as a member of the same clan. Yes, it's settled. I happily let go of his hand. Minato-sensei saw us exchanging glances and probably felt confused, but he didn't ask much more and just told me he would be busy this week, and if I had time, I could learn sealing techniques from Kushina-san. Sealing technique. Who understands this, family? This is a life-saving skill for later. I must learn it. I quickly nodded obediently and watched Minato-sensei go to work. When I got home, Kushina-san had left me a warm breakfast, and my heart felt warm. It seemed that the troubles I worried about in the morning wouldn't happen after all. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, training ground. I specifically changed into a black tight-fitting outfit and found a cool spot to wait. Kakashi, that old sly one, guess what? He was over half an hour late. Since I had nothing to do, I practiced the great fire extinguishing a few more times, and this time the sea of flames was truly spectacular. When he finally showed up, the sight he saw was me puffing my cheeks and breathing fire. I was furious and shot him a glare. Brother, if you don't come soon, my blazing fire is going to burn this whole forest bald. He just laughed a couple of times, completely unrepentant. After I finished spewing fire and was catching my breath, I asked him if we could take a break for 2 minutes. Let me tell you, my chakra is really pitifully low. I felt like if I spewed fire 2 more times, I'd be done for. Then I had a sudden idea. Taking advantage of him looking down at that damn paradise of affection, I instantly used a body flicker technique to get behind him. With my right hand gripping a kunai, I stabbed it right at his waist. Kakashi, brother, you're done for. Really? He replied, his tone completely calm. I thought to myself, aren't you nervous? The next moment, the sensation in my hand fell off, and with a bang, the Kakashi in front of me turned into a piece of wood. It really was a substitution technique. This old trickster. I quickly activated my Sharingan, of course. It was the disguised kind, still looking like black eyes on the surface. I heard a slight noise, but there was nothing in front, behind, or to the sides. It must be coming from below. I jumped back quickly, and sure enough, saw chakra fluctuations in the ground. I definitely didn't want to end up like Sasuke, pressed into the dirt. I shouted at the top of my lungs, Kakashi-sensei, stop hiding. Didn't we agree to practice taijutsu? You're not secretly watching make out paradise in the ground, are you? Guess what? It actually worked. Kakashi walked out from the nearby forest, and he really was holding that worn-out book. So the one in the ground was a shadow clone. When did this guy even make 2 clones? All right, let's get started. He didn't even bother to put the book down, meaning he thought that fighting a little brat like me was easy enough to do with one hand while reading. I was furious at that moment. It was an absolute humiliation. I rushed in with left and right hooks, focusing on a flurry of attacks, and what happened? He was holding a book with one hand and defended against all my punches. He even had time to turn the page. Does anyone understand how I feel? I felt like a jumping monkey. After going back and forth for several hundred times, I was almost out of breath, and he still looked calm and collected. In the end, he grabbed my soft fist and said, all right, kid, that's enough for today. Then he told me to take a break. As he was going to pick up Naruto and Sasuke, I lay down on the ground out of exhaustion, completely giving up, looking up at the sky. I surprisingly felt a bit comfortable and fell asleep just like that. When I woke up again, to my surprise, Naruto and Sasuke were there, and Kakashi was guiding them in training. I realized I had been moved to a shaded area and had a little blanket covering me. I didn't need to think to know it was Kakashi who did it. I was puzzled. What was up with this guy? He was both gentle and considerate, yet he was still single. Could it be that he had some secret preference for men? I quickly pushed that terrifying thought out of my mind. Kakashi had somehow come closer without me noticing. His face was really close to mine, which startled me, and I quickly moved away. He saw that I was awake and said that Naruto and Sasuke had come over by themselves. Upon hearing this, I thought, no way. If those two slackers were working so hard, I couldn't fall behind. I jumped up and energetically declared that I wanted to continue training. Kakashi seemed to get caught up in my enthusiasm and actually became serious, even putting away his book and showing his Sharingan. After a few dozen exchanges, I was exhausted and couldn't keep up, and he seized a gap in my defense, throwing a punch right in my face. I instinctively closed my eyes. But instead of the expected pain, his hand landed on my head, ruffling my hair, saying, "Kid, you lost." Me? All right. Naruto and Sasuke watched the whole thing from the tree. Naruto was the first to get upset and ran down, saying that Kakashi-sensei was bullying his little sister and not paying attention to them. Sasuke chimed in, saying that Obito asked him to guide his training. So how could he be so harsh on a little girl? Kakashi, that old fox, remained calm and quickly shifted the focus onto them with one sentence. As for the current strength ranking, I'm first, Shikamaru is second, and as for you two, it feels like Sasuke is a bit stronger. Naruto exploded on the spot. No way. I'm way stronger than Sasuke. Sasuke looked at him as if it were obvious. No matter how you look at it, I'm stronger than you. All right, Kakashi waved his hand. There's still time before dinner, so you two can spar, but only using taijutsu. I found a VIP viewing spot directly, but unfortunately, I was short on sunflower seeds. The two kids were going at it with punches and kicks, and it was quite intense. Sasuke had the upper hand thanks to his Sharingan, while Naruto was being pushed back repeatedly. But Naruto was clever and quickly thought of using Sasuke's predictions to counterpredict. Just as Naruto was about to land a right hook, that little rascal Sasuke intentionally created an opening, waiting for the punch to come, and then quickly grabbed Naruto's wrist, twisting it forcefully with a crack. Naruto's face turned pale from the pain, and he glared at Sasuke angrily, realizing that Sasuke wasn't holding back and actually wanted to dislocate his arm. Kakashi stepped in to stop them and told them to form a reconciliation seal. Sasuke was quite straightforward, but Naruto hesitated to extend his hand. Next time, I'll definitely win. Sasuke rarely smiled. All right, next time I'll dislocate your other arm. Naruto cried out in pain. Do you even consider me a brother? In response, Sasuke said, No, Naruto. I only consider you my eternal rival. Wow, I was standing next to them and got goosebumps. You two might as well get married. I quickly went over to interrupt their affectionate dialogue. Why don't you two stop for now? Let me treat Naruto's injuries first. Sasuke's face turned red all of a sudden, and he huffed, Hurry up and treat him. If my hand is useless, I'll have to take care of him. TCH, that damned Sundara. I helped Naruto set his bones and use some medical ninjutsu, so that was that. During dinner at home, Naruto and Sasuke started arguing again, competing over who could eat more. Kakashi and I leisurely ate on the side, feeling completely unfazed. Soon it was the day before Naruto's birthday, and the village was planning some kind of autumn festival. As usual, I went out for a morning run with Kakashi at 5 o'clock, and this time we had a sleepy Obito with us. While running, Kakashi and Obito started discussing what birthday gift to give Naruto. Kakashi had prepared a stack of free ramen coupons, and Obito was worried sick. As soon as I heard that, I thought this is my chance to help. I quietly said to Obito, Obito, you could go pick out a gift with Rin, right? I heard she's off today. As soon as I said that, Obito's eyes lit up, and he quickly said goodbye to us and went to find Rin. His speed was incredible. As soon as I turned around, I saw Kakashi looking at me with that I know it's you expression. I quickly changed the subject and asked him when the autumn festival was. He explained that it was today, and there would be a fireworks display. As soon as I heard about the fireworks, my eyes lit up. I had always wanted to see them at least once in my previous life. I immediately excitedly invited Kakashi to go with me. However, he flatly refused, saying he had to help Sensei Minato arrange security work today and didn't have the time. My little face dropped at that moment. He saw me like this, laughed again, ruffled my hair, and said, Kushina will take you all there, and her brother will come and find you once he's done. Okay? All right, that's more like it. Then I need to hurry back and prepare a gift for Naruto. After finishing breakfast, I was just about to go back to my room to read when I caught a glimpse of a small black shadow sneaking behind me. Goodness, it's that brat. I pretended not to see him, led him to the study, then used a body flicker technique to appear behind him, drag him into the study, and locked the door with a snap, putting on a little interrogation performance. Why are you following me? I asked straightforwardly. That stubborn brat Sasuke replied, no, I wasn't following you. I won't waste my breath with him. Aren't you supposed to go to school today? My clone is at school. Goodness, he truly is Itachi's brother. Even the way of skipping class is exactly the same. We had been silent for a long time when he finally blushed and managed to say, I have a request. Go ahead, let's have a match. I was stunned at that moment. This line sounded so familiar. Why? You can't beat me right now. I said honestly. I know, he reluctantly admitted, but I want to test my training results. If it were you, you would definitely give it your all, right? This kid's thoughts are really strange. All right, I agree, but I have a condition. An adult must be watching. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. He was overjoyed when he heard I agreed. That evening, Aunt Kushina dressed us in the new yukata she bought. Naruto's was black and orange, Sasuke's was deep blue, and mine was a nice light blue that matched well. Aunt Kushina looked overwhelmed. Uncle Minato was working late, and she had to take care of the three of us troublemakers alone. After waiting for a long time, Obito and Rin still hadn't arrived. They probably went on a secret date. Naruto was so anxious he was jumping around, urging us to hurry. Finally, Aunt Kushina got everything ready and prepared to head out. While holding Naruto's hand, she directly ordered, Sasuke, can you hold on to Izumi, please? Make sure to hold on tight, okay? Don't let go. It can't just be for show. I tell you, this autumn festival is something else. The streets were as bright as daytime, filled with people in yukatas. It was so crowded, good grief. It felt like trying to grab concert tickets in 2025. You could hardly move. I was looking around when I suddenly spotted a raccoon mask that instantly struck a chord with me. I immediately shook off Sasuke's hand, rushed into the store, pointed at the mask, and told the owner I wanted that one. The owner, seeing how cute I was, smiled and handed it to me. I took out the hard-earned money I made working at the hospital, thought for a moment, and then told the owner I would leave it here for now and come back to get it later. I mean, as a little girl in a bathrobe, I didn't even have a pocket on me. I couldn't just walk around flaunting a mask, could I? The owner was really nice and didn't take my money, telling me to go play first. I hurried back, taking advantage of no one paying attention, and grabbed Sasuke's hand again. His little eyes immediately darted over, filled with the question of where I had just been. I lied without blinking. I saw something nice, but it was too expensive, so I couldn't bear to buy it. Guess what? This kid actually believed me and hesitantly started to feel around in his pocket for his little wallet, probably thinking of paying for me. Oh my, this proud yet soft-hearted little guy. Aunt Kushina bought some food, and we found a patch of grass to sit down and wait for the fireworks. That guy Naruto has sharp eyes and spotted Sakura and the others right away, shouting that he wanted to go play. Aunt Kushina waved her hand and let him go. But for us Uchiha, one of us, that's me, was chugging tea, trying to wash away the sweetness of the dango. The other, Sasuke, was holding a teacup, staring intently at Naruto's side, trying to look deep. Who understands family? Those little eyes clearly showed he wanted to go too, but he had to say, I don't want to play with them. They're all a bunch of childish fools. I really couldn't take it anymore, so I just pulled him up from the ground and said, let's go. Sasuke's little face was filled with reluctance, but his body obediently followed me. As soon as we sat down, wow, Sakura and Ino's eyes turned into starry eyes, their gazes shining on Sasuke like searchlights, and they glanced at me too. Shikamaru quietly asked Naruto who I was, saying I looked exactly like Sasuke. After Naruto introduced me to everyone, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. So awkward that I could have scratched out a 3-bedroom apartment with my toes. Finally, Sakura broke the ice by taking out a gift and handing it to Naruto, explaining that tomorrow was his birthday. That kid Naruto got so excited he was jumping around like a frog, holding the gift and muttering that Sakura actually gave him a gift. Then Shikamaru pulled out a custom kunai without packaging. Ino gave a bouquet of flowers. CHG was the most straightforward and directly gave a free barbecue voucher, and Kiba brought special shoulder pills. Naruto, holding a pile of gifts, had red eyes and was so moved he couldn't say a word. Just then, with a bang, the fireworks exploded. I didn't watch the fireworks. I was looking at Naruto. This kid, for the first time, was crying not out of loneliness, but because he had friends. I felt a jolt in my heart, thinking this world really isn't that bad. Once the fireworks were over, I found an excuse to slip away. I went to buy that raccoon mask and also picked out a cat mask for myself. I walked against the flow of people and sat down by the lake where we first met. I bet Sasuke must have secretly followed me, that proud guy, saying he didn't want to, but his body was more honest than anyone else. Sure enough, after a while, I heard a thud beside me as he sat down heavily. His whole demeanor screaming, "I'm just passing by, don't think too much." I almost laughed out loud. Once the fireworks were completely finished, I stood up, took off the cat mask from my face, directly placed it on his face, and said, "This is for you," then immediately activated my chakra and zoomed away, disappearing without a trace, keeping my achievements hidden. Sasuke chased after me, but unfortunately, how could he catch up with me? I returned to the grass, and Aunt Kushina asked where Sasuke was. I shook the raccoon mask hanging from my waist and smiled, saying he's gonna buy a birthday gift for Naruto. When Naruto came back after saying goodbye to his friends, Aunt Kushina put the mask on his face. As soon as Naruto saw it, he realized it was the fox mask he had saved up for a long time, but couldn't afford, and tears started to well up in his eyes. I quickly put on a serious face and said, "Happy birthday," because I couldn't handle that emotional scene. On the way home, Sasuke surprisingly took the initiative to hold my hand and awkwardly tugged at Naruto's clothes, probably meaning he was worried he would get lost. The next day, I got up at 5 o'clock on the dot, but instead of Kakashi, it was Might Guy. Goodness, the moment we met, he wanted to show me my youthful spirit. Then he dragged me off for a wild run. By the time we finished running, I felt like my youth had already burned out. When I got home, I was as hungry as a wolf and swept through breakfast like a whirlwind, leaving Naruto and Sasuke dumbfounded. After eating, I went to the post office with Aunt Kushina to send a letter to Gaara. This was actually quite sensitive since it was communication with the son of the Kazekage from Tsunade. Sure enough, Aunt Kushina subtly asked about it. I decided to come clean and told her that Gaara was similar to Naruto also, you know. Aunt Kushina's expression instantly became serious, warning me not to tell anyone. I understood. The higher-ups in Konoha would love to catch me off guard. After that, Aunt Kushina took me to the hospital to help out, and I was in surgery until the afternoon, starving to the point where my stomach was touching my back. I just lay down on the floor and started to slack off. As a result, Aunt Kushina picked me up without a word. Let me tell you, that embrace was warm and sweet, just like a mother's. I shamelessly rubbed my face against her neck. She took me to Ichiraku Ramen, and I finished a bowl in 5 minutes. At that moment, my dealer system that had been offline for months suddenly came online, reminding me that I had chosen the slack-off card, which meant I couldn't change the plot for 3 years. So my cheat was just a limited-time trial? Fine. After eating my fill, Aunt Kushina took me to the training ground to teach me the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The first one was the 4-symbol seal, the one that seals the 9 tails. I got excited hearing that. If I learned it, I could arrange a nice single room for Shikaka the next time I saw Gaara. I learned it quickly, and Aunt Kushina was surprised, saying I had talent. Seeing the time, she went to pick up Naruto and Sasuke. I practiced for a while, and when I felt my chakra was nearly depleted, I found a shady spot under a tree to meditate, waiting for Sasuke to challenge me. Sasuke was extremely excited today. He had arranged with Aunt Kushina yesterday to compete with me. When he arrived at the training ground, I was just closing my eyes to rest. He thought I was asleep and even scolded Naruto for his loud voice. I pretended to just wake up, and as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Aunt Kushina's smile freeze for a moment. I felt a stir in my heart. She must have seen something. Sure enough, when the match began, Sasuke was stunned. He saw the 3 spinning tomo in my eyes. In such a short time, I had gone from 2 tomo to 3. He must have been shocked. He knew he had no chance against the Sharingan, so he tried to start with a fireball jutsu as a tactic. I countered with my own fireball jutsu, and just as the smoke cleared, he came crashing down from the sky. I opened my eyes and activated a Jin Jutsu. Sasuke was immediately frozen in place, kneeling dumbfounded on the ground. I threw a few shurikens, pinning the edges of his clothes to the ground, rendering him unable to move. Naruto watched from the side, looking confused, and asked Aunt Kushina why we weren't moving. Aunt Kushina explained to him, "They're competing in Jinjutsu." "Huh, playing Jinjutsu with me? Little brother, you're still too inexperienced. I just got Sasuke all tied up, and over there, that kid Naruto is sneaking up to Aunt Kushina, starting to ask questions about how to deal with Jinjutsu in the future. Let me tell you, his little thoughts are practically written all over his face. He just wants to know how to counter Sasuke's Sharingan." Aunt Kushina starts giving him a lesson, saying that for regular Jinjutsu, it's easy, just hit yourself to disrupt your chakra, and it LL break. But if it's a technique like Sasuke's, sorry, you'll need to call for help from your teammates. Of course, there is also the ultimate cheat, which is to become good buddies with the 9 tails inside you, making you immune to all that flashy stuff. When Naruto hears this, he touches his belly, and that expression on his face is something else. He is probably thinking about how to get along better with his tenant. The scene switches back to Sasuke, and when I release him from the Jinjutsu, This guy is already pinned to the ground by my shuriken, his clothes stuck, unable to move. I squat down and smile at him. General, little brother. Wow, that look in his eyes is full of just you wait. I help him pull out the shuriken, reach out my hand, and he straightforwardly takes my hand to stand up, then drops a harsh line. You're strong, but I'll be stronger than you eventually. I'm secretly delighted. Good, 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 you're strong, but you're the reincarnation of Indra, personally fed by the sage of six paths. How can I compare to you? Aunt Kushina sees that we're done and waves her hand. Let us go. Barbecue. The four of us holding hands under the sunset makes for a pretty heartwarming scene. Days pass like this, and before you know it, the New Year festival arrives. Uncle Minato finally gets a 7-day vacation, and right after work, he uses the Flying Thunder God technique to appear at the training ground. Want to see how we little brats are doing? Let me tell you, when he arrives, the three of us are completely engrossed. I'm practicing my sealing technique. Sasuke has set the place ablaze with fire style, and Naruto is still grinding away at his taijutsu. When Uncle Minato sees me, his eyes light up. I quickly run over to show him the new sealing technique I learned, and his expression is one of pure admiration. He ruffles my hair, calling me a pure genius. Then he shifts the conversation and says he wants to teach me a new technique. As soon as I hear this, my eyes light up. What technique? The Flying Thunder God technique. Who knows what that means? Family. The ultimate technique for escaping in the ninja world. Finally, it's my turn to enjoy this wealth. I nod eagerly like a little chick pecking at rice, saying I must learn it. In the future, if I can't win, I'll just run. No one will be able to catch me. Uncle Minato starts the theory lesson, explaining that the Flying Thunder God is essentially a space-time ninjutsu, and the key is the technique itself. As he speaks, he pulls out his kunai engraved with the symbol of the ninja love, showcasing a demonstration. Whoosh! The kunai flies out, and he is already standing on it. But then he comes back and says not to rush. First, you need to test if I have the talent for space-time ninjutsu. He lets me try summoning a weapon using a scroll. I press my hand on it, and a large shuriken pops out, just a small display. Next, he bites his finger, forms hand signs, and slams on the ground. Summoning technique. With a bang, a giant toad named Fumita appears. Uncle Minato was about to tell me the precautions, saying something about not using it recklessly without signing a contract. But it was too late. My hands were faster than my brain. I'd already followed along with the hand signs and shouted, "Summoning technique." The next second, I was gone. Really, I vanished right on the spot, forcibly pulled to an unfamiliar place. I was momentarily stunned. Where was this? The ground was covered in gold and jade. The scenery beautiful, and I felt the chakra in my belly resonating with this place. Suddenly, a colorful chicken flew down from the sky. It flapped its wings and landed beside me, and I was dumbfounded. There's a flying chicken in this world. Then the chicken spoke. I'm Sanson. I frantically searched my mind. Who is Sanson? I don't know. It said, this is Dangshushin, and I forcibly summoned it with the summoning technique, and then it reverse summoned me here. I was speechless, muttering to myself, so I ended up contractually bound to a flying chicken. Good grief. It has sharp ears and immediately flared up. Little brat. I'm a phoenix, not a chicken. I was caught talking bad behind someone's back, and I felt so awkward that I was digging my toes into the ground. I could only laugh it off and say, please understand, I'm only 6 years old and haven't seen much of the world. It couldn't be bothered to argue with me, and simply wrapped its tail around me, threw me onto its back, and soared into the sky, flying into a misty mountain range. Finally, it set me down in front of Palace, and it shrank down in an instant, which was quite impressive. It said we needed to go to the temple to deepen our contract, otherwise I wouldn't have enough blue to summon it. I was feeling uneasy. This phoenix seemed stronger than me. If it wanted to kill me, it wouldn't take a minute, right? It seemed to see through my thoughts and started to educate me. It turned out that the origin of the Uchiha clan's fire release was related to this Danzo mountain. Their main deity, the Vermilion Bird, owed a favor to the Uchiha, which is why the Phoenix clan would sign contracts with the chosen Uchiha. The signal for the chosen one is that the first time they use the summoning technique, they will be reverse summoned here. All right. It turns out the original owner was a hidden powerhouse. Upon entering the shrine, a voice that sounded ancient introduced itself as the main deity, the Vermilion Bird, and started spouting some flowery nonsense that left me confused. I suddenly felt a burning pain at the back of my neck, like I had been branded with a hot iron. The Vermilion Bird said, "Don't be afraid. This is the Phoenix mark, a symbol of the contract." As soon as the contract was signed, Sanson hurriedly took me out, saying that if I didn't return soon, my teacher would probably come to kill me. It also mentioned that I could practice cultivation here and suggested I report back to my teacher and come find it to train together when I had time. Before it finished speaking, I blinked, and I was already back at the gate of Konoha village. I was daydreaming when Uncle Minato suddenly appeared in front of me with a flying thunder god technique, grabbed me tightly, and anxiously asked, "Where have you been?" I quickly explained that I was summoned back by my spirit beast, a phoenix, and I even repeated the saying about the chosen Uchiha. Although Uncle Minato was shocked after hearing this, he was quite accepting. After all, Jiraiya-sama was also summoned to Miyaboka Mountain in the same way back in the day. Back at the training ground, since the talent for summoning jutsu had been tested, the formal teaching of the Flying Thunder God technique began. Uncle Minato explained the principles, and I imitated him, imprinting a phoenix pattern on my kunai, threw it out, and then tossed a shuriken. In an instant, I was next to the kunai. Uncle Minato was amazed and praised me. I tried to fly back and still found it unbelievable that I had learned such a difficult technique so quickly. Could it be that I am the real prodigy? Never mind, I thought. Having multiple skills opens more paths. It's important to prioritize survival in the future. In the following days, I frantically left my flying thunder god marks all over Konoha, practicing until I mastered it completely. The village also began to decorate for the new year, and the festive atmosphere grew stronger. Obito and Rin also returned from their mission, and even Kakashi moved into Uncle Minato's house, so Minato's team was finally complete. The day before the New Year festival was dedicated to cleaning. Kakashi and I were assigned to tidy up the mountain of books in the study, and I felt despair at that moment. As a result, Kakashi, that sly guy, bit his finger, summoning jutsu. 8 ninja dogs made a flashy appearance. He coaxed and tricked them, saying that Aunt Kushina would have delicious food after they finished their work. And those little dogs immediately got to work. I watched the barking team each take on their tasks and quickly follow behind to wipe the bookshelves. Meanwhile, Kakashi himself was sitting with his legs crossed, watching Intimate Paradise on the side. I got up in a hurry. "Kakashi, brother." He was so scared that he shivered and quickly came to help. "If you slack off again, I'll tell Annie, and you want to have dinner tonight." Guess what? He actually came over to work obediently. After a busy afternoon, I collapsed on the sofa, and the Paw Patrol was sprawled all over. Only Kakashi, acting as if nothing had happened, came up with the wagashi and tea made by Aunt Kushina. He forked a piece and held it up to my mouth, and I opened my mouth to eat it. Just as we were enjoying our afternoon tea, Aunt Kushina's angry roar came from downstairs. "Kakashi, you brought your dog home again." Kakashi was so scared that he trembled and quickly sent the Paw Patrol away with a jutsu. I was speechless. This owner is just pure ungratefulness after using me. On the day of the New Year festival, I was called up at 5 o'clock, with the task of waking up the older brothers and sisters upstairs. First, I gently woke up Sister Rin, then I turned around and kicked open Kakashi's bedroom door, slapping the blanket. "Kakashi, brother, it's time to get up." As a result, a face poked out from under the blanket. It was Obito. I was frozen at that moment. Why was Obito in Kakashi's bed? My mind went blank, and I quickly threw out a line, saying Annie wants you to get up, and left the scene at lightning speed. After breakfast, everyone changed into kimonos and got ready to go out. Just as I finished changing, I ran into Kakashi, who was wearing a black kimono. Let me tell you, when he took off his forehead protector, his white hair fell down, and with those mismatched black and red eyes, he looked absolutely stunning. After all, who doesn't love a handsome, white-haired guy? He noticed that my collar was crooked and my obi was tied messy, sighed, and squatted down to help me fix it. My heart skipped a beat. My legs felt like they were filled with lead and couldn't move. He carefully straightened my collar, retied my obi, and made a beautiful bow before standing up and naturally holding my hand to go downstairs. Oh my, does this guy even realize what he is doing? The whole family headed towards the temple, and along the way, the villagers warmly greeted Uncle Minato. That scene was truly befitting of a commoner Hokage. Upon arriving at the temple, after praying, I went to get a New Year fortune. But as soon as the monk looked at me, his expression changed instantly. And I even heard his inner thoughts, saying I didn't belong to this era, whether I was human or ghost, and that I needed to be eliminated. I was speechless. "Dude, with your skills, you could have been a fortune teller." In the end, he gave me a slip of paper, and when I opened it, it was blank. Never mind. I pulled Kakashi and hung my blank fortune and his good fortune together on the tree. After leaving the temple, I asked Kakashi what we were going to do next. He casually replied, "In a bit, we're going to visit Lord 3rd Hokage's house to wish them a happy new year." I feel completely numb. The most dreaded part of the new year has finally arrived. Visiting relatives. That kid Naruto, on the other hand, looks so excited, shouting that he's heading to Grandpa's house and rushing ahead. And how can Sasuke, that clueless guy, stand by? He immediately thought Naruto was trying to race him. So he yelled out, "I'll be the first to get there for sure," and shot out like a little cannonball. Let me tell you, at that time, the way those adults looked at the two of them was just like looking at two huskies. Then they turned to look at me, and their expressions immediately softened. With an unspoken message, having a daughter is so much easier. By the time we adults waddled over, good heavens, the 3 generations of old men had already bonded with those 2 little rascals, playing joyfully in the yard. Image? What image? Even the dignity of a Hokage had been burned like firewood. I was feeling embarrassed when, suddenly, a big Buddha statue appeared in the room, accompanied by Sarutobi and his wife. Rin hurried over to greet them. The scene felt like a junior meeting a leader, and it made my scalp tingle. In that moment, I just slid to my knees and hugged Kakashi's thigh, vowing not to let go even if I died. I thought I would just follow closely behind him like a parrot. That would be foolproof. But in the end, I was too young. That grandma from the People Lake had a sharp gaze that seemed to pierce through me, and she immediately locked onto me, saying, "Oh, isn't this Tsunade's little apprentice? Who understands the family dynamics?" It was the nationwide classic relative opener. Your grandma used to hold you when you were little. Better late than never. I just wanted to die on the spot, so I could only peek out from behind Kakashi and weakly call out, "Hello, Grandma." This enthusiastic grandma directly treated me like some offline version of a popular mobile game. Without a word, she pulled me in front of a mirror, taking out a small wooden comb and a black hair tie. The setup. Oh no, she wasn't going to give me pigtails, was she? Help! I'm a person approaching 30, and she's trying to style me like this? I frantically signaled Kakashi with my eyes, sending out SOS signals, but guess what? This guy was actually chuckling while holding that ridiculous book, Intimate Paradise. Fine, Kakashi, just wait for me. I will get back at you for that book sooner or later. Just as I was planning how to execute my book-burning scheme in my mind, Grandma People Lake worked as fast as if she had opened the 8 gates. And in no time, she had perfectly styled my hair into pigtails. While I looked in the mirror, hey, it actually looked good, paired with my 6-year-old face. It was surprisingly cute. Before I could finish my self-indulgent moment, the enthusiastic grandma dragged me out to show off to everyone. The adults were sitting on the moon viewing platform, drinking tea and chatting, while I was proudly placed between the 3rd Hokage and his wife, flanked like a guardian, unable to escape. As soon as I stepped out, 2 pairs of eyes immediately turned towards me. One was Kakashi's. He actually put down his precious book and was looking at me with a hint of a smile, staring at me openly. The other was Sasuke, who was playing in the yard. That guy pretended to glance casually. His eyes lit up for a moment, probably thinking about my hairstyle. It has something to it. Then the adults started talking about how Tsunade was coming back, and how they were going to sign a peace treaty with the Land of Lightning. I couldn't help but yawn. The 3rd Hokage took a puff from his pipe and spoke to Uncle Minato with a serious tone. I could tell from his tone that he was preparing to hand over the work and get ready for retirement. When he noticed there was a kid listening, he immediately smiled and sent me away. Little Jiming, go play with Naruto and the others. Naruto, being quite perceptive, ran over and pulled me away to chase butterflies. To be honest, even though it was really childish, I was quite happy. In my past life, I never had this kind of free time. It was either working or studying, and being able to catch my breath felt like a holiday. As soon as I left, the atmosphere on the other side changed dramatically. Uncle Minato's voice became serious as he said that the higher-ups were already keeping an eye on me, and that Danzo had sent someone to monitor me 24/7. Aunt Kushina exploded, saying that sending Naruto out of the village was equivalent to sending him to his death. Kakashi, unusually serious, mentioned that he had recently resigned from the Umbu and could provide close protection for me. Then, Aunt Kushina dropped a bombshell. My Sharingan had already reached 3 tomo. The room fell silent instantly. I tell you, even the air seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes turned to Obito. You have to understand, he had to fight for his life on the battlefield just to unlock his 2 tomo. And here I was only 6 years old, peacefully lying in the village and already had 3 tomo. Where was the logic in that? Uncle Minato was baffled, saying the ceiling had clearly been reinforced. Obito began to dig into the family history, saying there was no record of me in the family tree. But then he unearthed an ancient legend, claiming that our ancestor, Uchiha Izuna, seemed to have a twin sister. So, the conclusion was that I might be some distant relative. In the end, we couldn't determine what was going on, and the final decision was that Kakashi, congratulations, you have officially taken on the role of babysitter and will be responsible for my safety from today onward. What a thrilling start to the new year. When I got home that night, another wave of guests arrived. The Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi families were all there, making the house as lively as a market. I quickly found an excuse to slip into the study, but unexpectedly, that little brat Sasuke followed me in. I leaned over to see what he was reading, and like a protective little kitten, He immediately hid the book away and suspiciously asked what I was doing. I deliberately teased him, leaning forward and saying I wanted to take the book behind him. His little face flushed instantly, and he awkwardly urged me to hurry up. Before long, Kakashi came in like a little snail, carrying tea and snacks, then plopped down next to me and casually pulled out Intimate Paradise to read. I took a bite of the sweet cake, and it was so sweet it made me feel nauseous. After one bite, I wanted to just die right there. Drowsily, I fell asleep on the sofa. When I woke up, there was an extra blanket on me, and Sasuke across from me was covered with one too. Without a doubt, it was Kakashi's doing. The kids downstairs had already started chattering. Naruto, CHG, Shikamaru, and Ino were discussing going to the temple to watch a performance. Ino asked about me and Sasuke, and Kakashi, who was at the stairway, casually said they're sleeping. This startled the four kids. Then I don't know how the topic veered to Kakashi's mask. Naruto led the teasing, asking who had seen Kakashi's true face. Even lazy Shikamaru got into it, suggesting, how about we set a trap for him? When he comes, we can use the shadow imitation technique to hold him down and force his mask off. At that moment, I thought to myself, Kakashi must have already heard your plans clearly and definitely wouldn't come. But the next second, a voice came from behind me. Oh, I heard you were looking for me? The group of kids jumped in fright. Naruto exclaimed and pointed behind me, shouting, it's teacher Kakashi. Why isn't he wearing his mask? I turned around, and wow, that beauty mark was right at the corner of his mouth. Stunning. Before I could see the full picture, he suddenly leaned in front of me like magic. My face instantly flushed, turning as red as a monkey's butt, and I hurriedly turned my head away, too shy to look. It wasn't just me. Naruto and the others looked like their jaws were about to drop. Then, in the next second, this guy pulled a little dog mask out of his pocket and put it on. How childish. At that moment, Obito also stumbled over, and the two of them started their usual banter. Kakashi eventually sat down next to me, and I caught a faint, pleasant scent from him. I quietly asked if it was his first time watching the fireworks festival. He replied with a saying it was sort of. Just as he finished speaking, the first firework exploded in the night sky with a bang, and the brilliant light illuminated his profile. In that instant, I heard Kakashi's inner voice for the first time. I wish Dad could be here to see this too. So, he was thinking about his dad. Another firework soared into the sky, and I heard his thoughts again. It's so beautiful, but it's fleeting. My heart ached, and I mustered the greatest courage of my life. Amidst the noisy crowd, I secretly reached out my hand and touched his right hand, then quickly pulled it back. I felt my cheeks burning and leaned close to his ear, whispering in a voice only we could hear. Kakashi, Uncle Shumo has been with you all along. Look up. That brightest star is the one you miss. He was taken aback and then showed me his signature crescent smile. After the fireworks show ended, everyone went back home. The adults even gave us red envelopes. Though not much, having some is better than none. After washing up and lying in bed, I had to do something important. Ask my system dealer for a red envelope. Dealer, where's my New Year's gift? The next second, a glowing screen popped up in front of me, with a few question mark balls floating on it. Wow, they directly gave me a loot orb from Teamfight Tactics. I opened it to find a bunch of gold coins, 2 chainmail armors, a stormbreaker sword, and a magic resistance cloak. The dealer explained that the equipment could be combined in pairs, and the effects would be adjusted according to the Naruto world. It could also be equipped on me and the cards I had a good rapport with. No need to think about it. ChimeiFights. 2 options popped up on the screen, Blade of the Night and Guardian Angel. No need to choose. Trust in Brother Chun, and you'll live forever. I decisively dragged Guardian Angel onto my own card. With a resurrection armor, I would have a plan for who to shield in the future. Just as I was enjoying myself, the next day, Uncle Minato received an invitation. The Kazekage couple from Tsunade invited them to a restaurant in the Land of Rivers. The moment they left, let me tell you, the house exploded. Naruto and Sasuke, those 2 little brats, were like real-life electronic Hakimi, unable to feel comfortable for a day without fighting. They fought from the living room to the yard, then from the yard to school, playing on repeat. Every day, it was Sasuke, come duel, Naruto, and then they would roll into a heap. In the end, it was me, giving each of them a punch to silence these 2 loudmouths. Goodness, life was unbearable. On the 3rd day after Uncle Minato left, Naruto came back, all excited, looking for Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei, there's a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. You have to go to mine. Before he finished speaking, Sasuke rushed in like a gust of wind. No, you promised me. I was watching Kakashi calmly handle the fish in the kitchen, thinking to myself, he's really something. When he came out with the plate, Naruto and Sasuke each had a fist mark on their faces, while I was sitting gracefully on the sofa drinking tea. Who understands? Having 2 kids really drives you crazy. Kakashi glanced at the unchanged dinner. More fish? I've been eating it for 3 days now. I thought I'm not just a cat. To appease those two troublemakers, he said, I'll see how it goes for your parent-teacher meeting, and the worst-case scenario is that I go with Shizen. The next afternoon, Kakashi and Obito, who had just finished a mission and were so tired they could barely keep their eyes open, were getting ready to go out. They had one foot out the door when Kakashi suddenly jolted and said, Obito, did I forget something? I was standing right beneath their feet, really feeling grateful. Can't these two lower their noble heads a bit? Obito was still dazedly looking around. Where's Kakashi? I couldn't take it anymore, so I kicked the door and left. Leading the way, when we arrived at school, Kakashi was Naruto's guardian and Obito was Sasuke's. As for me, I was just a cute little accessory being brought along. Irika-sensei was quite the talker, charming a group of parents, making them feel ecstatic like they were in a bragging group. But then just before it ended, the atmosphere shifted, and Naruto and Sasuke's parents were asked to stay. Wow, all eyes suddenly turned to us. Kakashi could only show his signature crescent smile, while Obito pretended to admire the scenery. As for me, I was just an innocent little accessory, munching on the drama until it hit home. After everyone left, Irika-sensei held Naruto's report card, looking really disappointed, and started a heartfelt lecture directed at Kakashi. Kakashi-san, I know Lord Minato is busy, but look at Naruto's grades. Kakashi looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Irika then turned to Obito and said, let Naruto learn more from Sasuke. Finally, he noticed me, asking, why isn't this child coming to school? Kakashi quickly explained, oh, this is Lady Tsunade and Lord Minato's closed-door disciple, and we don't plan to send them to school for now. On the way back, I started pondering, does being a ninja really require attending school and getting a diploma? So I asked Kakashi and Obito and if I want to be a ninja, do I have to graduate from ninja school? Obito seemed quite surprised by my sudden desire to become a ninja. Of course, I can't say I changed the plot just to exploit bugs. I can only say with starry eyes, because becoming a ninja means I can go on missions with my brothers. But just a few days later, when Uncle Minato and the others returned, they quickly arranged for me to get a backdoor deal, a ninja headband, a ninja ID number, and a full set of services. Aunt Kushina personally helped me put on the headband and even found a photographer to take a family photo. Just as the shutter clicked, I felt something heavy on my head. That guy Kakashi actually gave me a thumbs up behind my back. After the photo was taken, I was just about to lose my temper when he pulled out a short knife from who knows where and presented it as a gift for your lower ninja. As soon as I saw it, I thought, wow, isn't this the ancestral treasure of the Hitaki family? I solemnly took it. Obito was even more amazing. He directly tossed me a scroll, saying, it's a mystery box, sister. I had no idea what was inside. Everyone was giving gifts, except for Sasuke. I reached out to him, asking, what about mine? Sasuke's face turned as red as a tomato, and he waved his hand saying, wait, I'll give it to you all at the Chunin Exam. After saying that, he instantly vanished back to his room, leaving us all there making a fuss. After becoming a Chunin, I kept looking for cats and dogs, waiting for those guys from the hidden cloud village to stir things up. Finally, the opportunity came. During a training session, Uncle Minato and Kakashi were both there, so I quickly pulled them under a big tree for a small meeting. I said to them, lowering my voice and pretending to be mysterious, those guys from the hidden cloud village love to steal things the most. What is the most valuable thing in our village? Isn't it the Sharingan and Byakugan? Their expressions instantly turned serious. I continue to guide. There are only 2 pairs of Sharingan left, and they are both living in the Uchiha household, making it difficult for them to act. As for the secret technique of the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, its enhancement is limited. So their target. Kakashi's mind is quick. He connects the dots easily. Could it be the Hyuga clan? The Byakugan of the branch family has blind spots, but the main family's is perfect. So that means it's Hinata? Uncle Minato has also realized it. I was nodding frantically in my heart. Yes, yes. Hurry and send someone to keep watch. Kakashi added, or is this their trap? Intentionally letting the Hyuga people discover it. Using this to blackmail us? Oh, my friend. I silently applauded Kakashi. Uncle Minato looked at me with a puzzled expression. Xiao Jiming. How do you know all this? Without blinking, I handed the pot over to Tsunade-sensei. During our travels together, I had heard her analyze the situation. Uncle Minato suddenly understood and believed it. Sure enough, the next day, there were 2 more teams of Umbu near the Hyuga family, and they publicly announced that the head of the Hyuga family had taken the children on vacation. Everything was in place, just waiting for those guys from the Cloud Village to jump into the pit themselves. A few days later, Tsunade-sensei returned to the village. I went to visit her, but there was no one at home. It was obvious that she was probably at the izakaya, drinking until she blacked out again. I used the flying thunder god technique to get there, and just as I was about to lift the curtain, I was stopped by the shopkeeper. Sorry, kid. You can't drink alcohol if you're under 18. I immediately switched to the innocent and harmless mode. Uncle, I'm looking for my master, the big blonde beauty. The shopkeeper was charmed by my cuteness and led me into the private room. As soon as I pushed the door open, wow, Master Tsunade was red-faced from drinking, and Shizen was already lying on the table. Master, welcome back, I whispered to her. Tsunade looked at me with hazy eyes, hugged me tightly, and said with a breath of alcohol, "Oh, little Chio, do you miss your master? Our little princess has already become a Chunin. That's amazing." At that moment, holding her, I felt she was the closest person to me in this world. That night, I had the Umbu take Master Tsunade home, while I hugged little Piglet and returned to Uncle Minato's house. As I was sleeping soundly in the middle of the night, I suddenly felt someone lift me up and swoosh. I was taken out through the window. I squinted and took a peek. Hey, dark skin all over, with tattoos on the shoulder, a specialty of the hidden cloud village. My heart skipped a beat. They originally intended to capture Sasuke, but got the wrong person. Well, that's good. It saved Sasuke's fragile little heart from another blow. As I was contemplating how to escape, I suddenly sensed Kakashi's chakra. Opportunity, everyone. A hero saving a beauty. This must boost my favorability, right? I immediately switched to my weak little flower mode and pretended to sleep. I heard the two cloud ninjas mumbling. I wonder how Hinata is doing. Don't get distracted. There's a pursuer. The next moment, Kakashi appeared on the tree like a ghost. The moonlight shining on his face, his Sharingan glowing red, and his voice cold enough to freeze. Oh, you too? Looking for me? He was acting strange today. His killing intent was intense, launching into a frenzied attack without any skill preparation. The cloud ninja got anxious, grabbed me, and held a kunai to my neck, saying, "Put down your weapon, or I'll kill her." As for me, I'm not worried at all, and I even smiled at Kakashi. The man behind me collapsed with a thud, and I fell steadily into a warm embrace. Brother. I looked up at him. This illusion was so skillfully done that no one could tell. Don't be afraid, it's okay now. Kakashi held me tightly, blaming me for letting my thoughts linger on the Hyuga family. It's okay, brother. I patted his back. I believe he'll come to save me. I could clearly feel Kakashi's body stiffen for a moment. He handcuffed the two cloud ninjas and prepared to take them back. I quickly stopped him. Brother, wait. I walked in front of the two men, opened my eyes wide, and activated my 3-Tomo Sharingan. The two guys immediately acted like robots programmed to obey, obediently walking toward Konoha. We made our way to the brightly lit Hokage building, and upon entering, I saw Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi there, with a cloud ninja kneeling in the middle. Everyone was present. Uncle Minato saw our lineup and his face darkened. He immediately had the cloud envoy brought over. What followed was a large-scale social embarrassment. I activated my Sharingan and made the captives confess in public. I initially wanted to go to the Hyuga clan, but as soon as I entered, I was beaten up by two teams of masked men. My target was Uchiha Sasuke, but I grabbed the wrong person and then ran into Kakashi. That guy was like a cheat code. He glared at me, and I was done for. The cloud envoy turned green, unable to say a word. Uncle Minato didn't waste any time and directly gave them a 3-day deadline to show their sincerity. Once everyone left, Hinata Hizashi came over to thank me, and that was when I realized the plot had already gone off track. They were actually trying to capture Niji, not Hinata. My butterfly effect was a bit too strong. The Hinata brothers even warmly invited me to visit their house another day. I thought that would be the end of it, but who would have thought that the next day, when I arrived at the Hokage building, there was a huge hole in the wall on the second floor. I thought to myself, oh no, Uncle Minato wouldn't have been robbed, would he? I couldn't sense any chakra. I hurriedly ran upstairs, and when I pushed the door open, I saw Master Tsunade sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed, her face as dark as the bottom of a pot. I was still in a daze when a kunai suddenly appeared in front of me, and Uncle Minato showed up right in front of me with a flying thunder god technique, which really startled me. Teacher Minato, what happened? It's a long story. It turned out that Master Tsunade was furious about me being kidnapped and almost started a fight with the Cloud Village. Uncle Minato had to use the flying thunder god in his own office to stop her. Tears streamed down my face at that moment as I threw myself into Tsunade's arms. Master, I don't want you to go to war. I don't want you to leave me. Tsunade sighed and stroked my head. All right, Master won't go anywhere, just watching our little G grow up. Just as I was still feeling moved, the matter of where I would live was clearly arranged by the two of them. Tsunade decisively said, G will live with me from now on. So, I moved into the Senju family's mansion. Wow, it was really luxurious. No wonder Master Tsunade could gamble every day and still not starve. Then my hard days began. Master Tsunade nearly forced me to death, insisting that I start practicing the 100 healings mark. My pitiful chakra had to be divided into 3 parts now, and my blue bar was constantly in the red. One day, I was all dressed up, ready to go to the Hyuga family for an appointment. Because my chakra was in short supply, I couldn't use Flying Thunder God anymore and had to walk there on my own 2 legs. As I arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga house, I had to say they were really wealthy. I was led through the front yard, and just as I reached the main courtyard, I saw a little girl with purple hair being sternly trained by an adult, stumbling backward and about to fall. I didn't care about any etiquette at that moment. I put down the box of snacks in my hand and swiftly rushed over, securely holding the little girl in my arms. You are. Hinata looked at me in surprise. Senju Chimei. Senju. Chimei. Hinata steadied herself in my embrace, timidly glanced at her father, and then habitually lowered her head. I held Hinata's hand and led her in front of Hyuga Hayashi, politely greeting him. Hello, Uncle Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi was no longer stern and said gently, We're very happy that you could come, little Chiming. He pulled Hinata over and introduced her. This is my daughter, Hyuga Hinata. Hi, Hinata. I'm Chiming, I said with a smile, extending my hand. Encouraged by me, Hinata finally took my hand. Then, Hyuga Hayashi introduced the boy standing on the other side. This is Hyuga Niji, the son of Hayashi. As soon as I laid eyes on that kid, my heart sank. It hurt so much. Let me tell you, that scene felt like it had just happened yesterday, during the Ninja World War, when Niji stood in front to save Naruto. It was so tragic. No way, in this lifetime, I have to make sure all the Konoha 12 stay safe, especially Niji. He must overturn that wretched fate of being a caged bird. I quickly adjusted my expression and politely said, Hello, Niji-kun. I intentionally added kun to show respect. Sure enough, Niji's little expression immediately froze. It seemed that in the main family, no one had ever treated him as a person, just a tool to be used, and suddenly, an outsider like me showed him such respect, leaving him at a loss. Hayashi Hyuga saw us greet each other and wanted to announce the end of the training and quickly wrap things up. How could I let him have his way? I came to watch. To learn. I immediately spoke up. Uncle Hayashi, don't let me hold them up. I'm Fine. I just want to observe how my peers are pushing themselves. With that said, Hayashi had no choice but to let them continue. Goodness, with just one command. Hinata rushed in with a shout, and it was clear that the little girl really wanted to prove herself this time. Unfortunately, her abilities couldn't keep up. Even if Niji went easy on her, it would still be a one-sided match. In the end, he slapped his palm against Hinata's arm, and the little girl let out a hum and fell. But let me tell you, the most exciting part came next. Surprisingly, Hinata didn't cry this time. She gritted her teeth and got back up, saying to Niji brother, I can still do it. I watched the two of them push hands back and forth while stealing glances at Hinata. This old stubborn man, I really saw it clearly. The moment Hinata got up, the light in his eyes was just incredible. But in less than 2 seconds, he put on that ice-cold face again. Sigh, a typical sharp-tongued but soft-hearted person. It was time to turn up the intensity for me as a parent-child relationship mediator. I looked up and quietly said to Hinata, Uncle Hinata, do you know what I want to hear the most after training? Every day? He had that expression of this kid, asks too many questions, but still patiently asked. What is it? It's when Teacher Minato and my masters say to me, You've worked hard. You were great today. I looked at him and continued to push further. Let me tell you, a word of encouragement from someone close means more than anything else. It motivates me for the next day's training. I think Hinata must feel the same way. I know you have high expectations for her, but occasionally giving her a compliment might be more effective than scolding her 10 times. Hinata remained silent for a long time, just staring at his daughter, who was knocked down again and again, only to get back up each time. To be honest, Hinata's talent is indeed average, but that unyielding spirit, who wouldn't feel heartbroken watching it? Finally, he called a stop to the training again, walked over, took Hinata's hand, and said in an extremely stiff and awkward tone, You've worked hard, Hinata. Today's training was very good. My goodness, Hinata's eyes widened in shock, as if she had seen a ghost, and her little face turned bright red. She stammered, Father, I will keep working hard tomorrow. Wow, that fighting spirit was off the charts. Hyuga Hizashi probably never felt this embarrassed in his life, especially seeing the sparkling admiration in his daughter's eyes. He almost dug his toes into the ground and quickly said, I'll go check the kitchen first before slipping away, leaving the 2 kids with me. The plan worked. I nodded in satisfaction, then took out the wagashi I brought from my little backpack and placed it between them. Come on, try my family snacks. Friendship among girls is that simple, a hug and a treat, and Hinata immediately considered me one of her own. I picked up one and fed it to her, smiling as I said, Hinata, I know you're working hard and want to defeat Niji. Remember, hard work never betrays you. At this point, I lowered my voice and leaned closer to her ear. Of course, you can't just rely on brute force when fighting him. He's a genius. We can do it like this. Like this. I whispered a few words to her, and Hinata's eyes grew brighter and brighter until she finally burst out laughing, her gaze towards Niji turning mischievous. What'd I teach her? Who among the family understands? Of course, I taught her how to be a sly one. If we can't win head-on, we can still sneak in some attacks and play a little strategy. Before we knew it, July had arrived, and a batch of unfortunate souls graduated from the ninja school. Oh no, I mean Genin. Kakashi managed to assign 3 of them. But during the first round of the bell test, they all failed. Thus, this genius Nin found himself idling at home again, occasionally acting as my mission captain, taking me out to slack off. Meanwhile, the Chunin exams were upon us. I just came out of the training ground at Minato-sensei's place, drenched in sweat, and happened to run into the 4th Hokage on his way home from work. I quickly greeted him. Minato-sensei, are you done? He replied, almost. Kakashi is still keeping an eye on things in the office. Minato-sensei looked tired, but he smiled when he saw me and said, just in time, I wanted to talk to you about something. He took me home and got straight to the point. The Chunin exams are about to start, and I want you to team up with Shizune and add another Genin to participate together. I was completely stunned. With whom? Sister Shizune? No, Sister Shizune is actually a lower ninja. This script would be criticized by AI for its illogicality, even if it were said in 2025. Teacher Minato chuckled awkwardly and explained. Shizune has been traveling around with Lady Tsunade all this time, and she always perfectly missed the Chunin exams. Well, even if the Hokage wants to give her a green light, the rules don't allow it. What about the mentor? I asked. Teacher Minato thought for a moment and said, Kakashi, since yes, just idle anyway. All right, the Chunin exams sound quite fun. Just the right opportunity to test my recent training results. I went back and told Tsunade and Shizune about this. Sister Shizune immediately became emo and sighed, oh my, I'm going to participate in the Chunin exams in a team with a 7-year-old child. I quickly patted my chest and assured, oh, Sister Jingy, I'm strong. Don't worry, I've got you back. Master Tsunade, on the other hand, was enjoying the show and joked, Xiaoji, this time you represent the Senju clan and Minato's reputation. So you better perform well. The next day, the team gathered, and I met our 3rd teammate. Wow, a handsome guy with long black hair, wearing green sunglasses and a blue tight suit. Isn't this Yamashiro, Aoba? He hasn't become a Chunin yet? As soon as Aoba approached and saw me, he was stunned and blurted out, Jingyin, is this your little sister? Jingyin stifled a laugh and formally introduced, this is Jiming, our team's 3rd member. Aoba's expression cracked like his sunglasses. A 7 or 8-year-old kid participating in the Chunin exam. What's going on? Seeing his shocked expression, Jingyin must have felt great inside. After all, she went through the same thing yesterday. After a while, Kakashi finally arrived late, sporting his dead fish eyes, using his eternal excuse. Sorry. I was helping an old lady cross the road and got delayed. The 3 of us gave him a big eye roll in unison, as if to say, yeah, right? Kakashi, unfazed, got straight to the point and announced that the 3 of us were officially forming a team. He then started going on and on about a bunch of precautions. Let me tell you, his voice was so gentle like a lullaby that I ended up dozing off on Shizune's shoulder. When I woke up again, it was Shizune who had nudged me awake. Kakashi was staring at me and said, to cultivate your teamwork, we will be training in this forest for the next 7 days. Your only opponent will be me. I jolted awake, almost falling out of Shizune's arms. All right, let's get started. Kakashi's voice just finished when Shizune and Konoha quickly dispersed, leaving me standing there in a daze. There was no choice. Shizune ran back, scooped me up, and we started running for our lives. After running several kilometers, Konoha released a few crows to keep watch around us, and only then did we stop. I had just woken up and was thrown into this chaos. I almost threw my lunch. Konoha looked at me, still a bit worried, and said, let's discuss our strategy. The enemy is Kakashi-senpai, and we need to find a way to deal with him and survive here for a week. As soon as I heard this, I got excited and actively analyzed. We all know Kakashi's background, Sharingan, Taijutsu, lightning style, plus he has more experience than us. Our team has 2 medical ninjas, so it's obvious we should be engaging in guerrilla warfare. Going head-to-head with him would be pure suicide. We need to wear him down. Take the opportunity to harass him when we can, and retreat when we can't. We'll wait until we're well supplied before going back in. The way Aoyama looked at me has already changed from doubt to admiration. I continue to strategize. Brother Aoi, you are the illusion ninja, mainly responsible for covering and countering the Sharingan. Sister Jingyin is the core healer, and you must protect yourself well. Just stay behind Brother Aoi. What about the main attacker? They asked. I pointed at myself. Me? No way. Both of them said in unison. Are you joking? Let a 7-year-old be the main attacker? Just let me finish. I had long anticipated their opposition. First, my physical skills were taught to me by Kakashi and II. Second, he has the Sharingan, and so do I. Third, I have the Flying Thunder God technique, so if I can't win, I can always run away. I am the most suitable for being the main attacker. This time, they had nothing to say. Tsunade was the first to agree, and Aoi could only nod. With the plan set, we weren't in a hurry to find Kakashi. Solving the dinner problem was the priority. That night, I had some grilled fish and then took out a small blanket from the scroll to prepare for sleep. Night watch. Not happening. They thought I was too young and insisted on making me go to sleep. As a result, I fell asleep and entered a strange dream. I found myself locked in a dark little room with no light, unable to move. Then, I heard footsteps approaching, and someone threw a torch on the ground. The fire immediately spread to me, and that burning and painful sensation was painfully real. I let out a pained gasp and sat up suddenly, startling the dozing Jingyin next to me. What's wrong, Jimin? Oh, it was just a dream. I felt a strong itch on my arm, as if it had been burned and scabbed over. I shook my head with a smile. It's nothing, Sister Jingyin. Then I lay down and pretended to sleep. But the dream felt too real. I scratched my arm all night and couldn't fall asleep at all. For the next 3 days, Kakashi seemed to have vanished into thin air. I couldn't even sense his chakra. I seriously suspected he had gone home to take a long nap. On the 4th night, I was half asleep when I suddenly felt Kakashi's chakra. I instantly sprang up, drew my short knife, and with a clang, just managed to block his sneak attack. I grinned. Brother, you're hiding quite well. Kakashi smiled too and took 2 steps back. Taiyuya and Konoha also gathered around. I yawned, my gaze sharpened, and with a Flying Thunder God technique, I flashed behind Kakashi. Brother, I'm right behind you. Oh, really? I thrust my knife forward, and with a sound, Kakashi in front of me turned into a lightning clone. The current flowed along my knife. Wow, this old fox. But I also had a trick up my sleeve. Mine was also a clone. I used the clone to activate Flying Thunder God, but it consumed a lot of chakra. Since it's a lightning clone, where's the real body? Just as I was pondering this, I suddenly felt a sinking sensation under my feet, and my whole body was pressed into the ground by a force. I was speechless. If I had known earlier, I would have activated my Sharingan, so I wouldn't end up buried in the ground. Aoba quickly released a crow to try to save me, but Kakashi's real body suddenly appeared in front of him. With dazzling lightning in his hand, Chidori, you're learning pretty fast, little Shimon. Kakashi's voice came from behind me. I didn't know when I had already broken free from the earth release, and my eyes had turned crimson red. It's still thanks to my brother's teaching. I charged forward with my blade, my Sharingan spinning rapidly, the sound of blades clashing ringing sharply in the quiet night. Aoba was dumbfounded beside me. A 7-year-old child was fighting evenly with Kakashi. Was that reasonable? Shizen took the opportunity to go over and treat him, and he couldn't help but ask Shizen, who is this kid? Tsunade-sama's child. Shizen only said that much. At that moment, I seized an opening and saw Kakashi's left. I also revealed the Sharingan. The opportunity has come. Sharingan. I instantly activated the Jinjutsu. Kakashi was pulled into a mental space, bound to a cross and unable to move. I stood in front of him, smiling innocently. Brother, this time I'm going to win. Flames instantly engulfed the entire space, consuming me as well. Kakashi looked at me, turning to ashes in the fire. His heart suddenly jolted. When he came to his senses, I was softly collapsing downwards. He quickly caught me. Looking at my pale face, my chakra had been completely depleted again. Is this how you want to win against me? He murmured. I still had some consciousness left and weakly smiled. Of course, brother is the best opponent. Unfortunately, this time it was just a little bit off. Nonsense. He didn't believe it. He knew that if I maintained the illusion for a few more seconds, he would have to lie in a hospital. Yakaina, Kakashi shouted. The training was over, and he came over to treat Jimin's injuries. Yakaina ran over like the wind, scolding me while treating me. If you mess around like this again next time, I will tell Lady Tsunade. I jokingly brushed it off, but in my heart, I was calculating that this battle had made me aware of my limits. The Flying Thunder God and the Kaleidoscope's illusions consumed too much chakra, so I needed to use them sparingly in the future. Kakashi directly carried me back to the Senju clan's place, then made an excuse to build rapport and moved in with Konoha at my house. 2 days later, the Chuunin Exams officially began. The three of us arrived at the exam venue, and surprisingly, Kakashi came to see us off. I suddenly felt a strong sense of malice watching me. I looked around but didn't see any suspicious people. I quickly tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in his ear, "Brother, I feel like a pervert is peeping at me." He rubbed my head and said, "Don't worry about the exam. Leave the rest to me." After watching me enter the exam room, Kakashi turned around and went to the booth to check the surveillance. Inside the exam room, we were separated. The chief examiner was Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi. The rules were exactly the same as in Naruto's year, which essentially encouraged cheating. I couldn't even understand the questions on the paper. Open book? No, it was open eyes. I silently activated my Sharingan and scanned the papers of the top students around me, copying down the answers. Then I covered my paper, laid my head down on the desk, and took a nap. When I woke up, half the people in the exam room were gone, and it was time to announce the 10th question. Yamanaka Inoichi announced that anyone who couldn't answer the 10th question would permanently lose their eligibility to take the exam and could choose to withdraw now. I'm not nervous at all. I'm familiar with this routine. There are 3 of us on the team, each more confident than the last. So how could we possibly back out? Sure enough, after no one else withdrew, Shan Zhonghai smiled and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the first test." I stretched and walked out of the classroom, just waiting to silence them when a familiar yet youthful voice called out, "Gaara?" I looked up and was pleasantly surprised to find that it was indeed Gaara, and also Temari and Kankuro. Oh my, how did they come for the exam so early? I happily started chatting with them, completely forgetting about Gaara standing beside me, whose little face was so gloomy it looked like it could drip water. When Temari came over and saw Gaara's sour face, she was startled. She politely invited the Sand siblings to our house for dinner, and Shikamaru readily agreed. Once we got home, I directly pulled Gaara into my small courtyard, not allowing anyone to follow. I poured him a cup of tea and straightforwardly asked, "How are you getting along with Shikaku? I need to ask about the situation first. If the relationship is good, then I won't have to go through the extra trouble." As a result, Gaara's face instantly darkened, and he gritted his teeth and said, "It's still too noisy. When I want to sleep at night, it makes a fuss." So, in order for Gaara to get a good night's sleep, I decided on the spot that I must get this big raccoon A-room card and force it to stay in a single room. I said to Gaara, "Hey, look into my eyes." Goodness, his little gaze showed no suspicion at all, just staring directly at me. Let me tell you, there was never any fear in his eyes when he looked at me. It was just like looking at a normal person. Maybe that's why he didn't guard against me. The opportunity had come. I quickly pulled out the 8 trigrams sealing platform from the scroll, pressed them into the center, formed the hand seals, and activated it. 8 trigrams sealing. Inside the sealing space, Shikaku was scratching his feet when he suddenly found himself in a luxurious single room with a door and a lock. And he was stunned. When he looked up, he saw me standing on the water's surface, and with my scarlet Sharingan, he probably recalled the Uchiha clan. I greeted him cheerfully, surprised. "Shikaku, I built you a little villa. Do you like it?" Just as he was about to start complaining, I locked the door with a snap, going around in circles, and finally sticking a noise cancellation seal on it. Done. Now Gaara could finally get a good night's sleep. When Gaara woke up again, it was dark outside. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw me sleeping next to him. Then, family, who understands? He actually reached out to touch my face, and he murmured to himself, "So soft." I was startled, and my Sharingan opened wide in an instant. We stared at each other, eyes locked. The air felt like it had solidified. It was a moment of being caught red-handed. Just as he was about to explain something, Temari's loud voice came from the yard. "Dinner's ready." That shout shattered the awkwardness. Gaara stood up like nothing happened and naturally reached out to me. My mind was still in a daze, and I groggily took his hand and was led to the dining table. Halfway through the meal, Kakashi, that old sly fox, showed up late and plopped down next to me, immediately snatching the meat from my bowl. Just as I was about to blow up, he leaned in pitifully and said that to help me investigate that guy who was causing trouble. He had watched surveillance all afternoon and was almost going blind. As soon as I heard that, guilt hit me like a ton of bricks. "Fine, my bad. You can eat all the meat." After dinner, while drinking tea, Kakashi started to give us spoilers about the second exam. It was all about survival in the wild, snatching scrolls in the forest of death. With heaven scrolls and earth scrolls, you had to pair them to pass, and it was limited to 5 days. I felt a headache coming on. It was going to be another few days of eating rations. Simply ridiculous. Kakashi specifically called my name, telling me to hold back and not to rush into fights. I looked up and everyone present was giving me that "yes, it's you" look. Fine, I'll keep quiet. The next day it was scorching hot, and we headed to the forest of death. The examiners were Kurenai and Asuma. Looking at them, I silently complained in my heart, "Haiden, you really deserve to die." Our team got the Earth Scroll, and we just need the Heaven Scroll. I was about to activate my Sharingan to take a look, but Sister Silence and Brother Chinya immediately held me down, insisting that I couldn't overuse my eyes. Their attitude was so resolute that it felt like if I took another glance, they would tie me up and take me home. I could only obediently nod and promise I wouldn't use it. As soon as the bell rang, the exam began, and we rushed into the forest. Not long into our journey, I started shouting that I wanted to conserve my energy, so the three of us moved leisurely forward. I thought the first day would just pass like this, but then Brother Chinya made a hand gesture, and we immediately hid. I was quite excited at the time. Finally, some action. Under the moonlight, I saw, "Hey, isn't that the Dream Master Yakushi Kabuto? He is here as a spy for the Chunin Exam too?" I jumped out directly and got straight to the point. "What scroll do you have?" No need for small talk. As a result, the guy and his team, wearing a mask, charged at me without a word, and with one punch, he cracked my knife. What a piece of junk. This guy was pure muscle, and there was no way my 7-year-old body could take him on head-to-head, so I had to rely on speed. I vanished in an instant, and the perception-type sister in their team immediately reported my location. I thought to myself, is there a radar too? Fine. I directly used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear behind her, locking her throat with my left hand while rubbing together the Chidori with my right. Coldly saying to Toby, "Say again, what scroll? If you don't speak, sister will have to experience some electrotherapy." Toby, that guy, was also tough, sneering, meaning he had a hostage and I should be careful. My heart sank and I was stuck. Suddenly, I had an idea and suggested we move to the center and count to 3 before releasing each other. The moment he nodded, I activated my Sharingan hidden in my dark pupils. I cast a Jinjutsu on him, giving him a month-long experience card, pulling him into a mental black room and letting him feel what it was like to be poked by me for 3 days and nights. In reality, it was just a blink of an eye, and Toby fell with a thud. The masked man saw this and panicked, not caring that his companion was still in my hands, and charged at me with a punch. I pushed the sister aside, took his punch head on, and conveniently left a Flying Thunder God mark on his fist. Wow, that punch almost sent me flying. Its power was even greater than Kakashi's. I took a breath. Using the cover of the crows that Aoba had summoned, I instantly teleported in front of him, grabbed his wrist, and with a crack dislocated it. As for the last perception sister, I glared at her, and she was also taken care of. Aoba came up wanting to read Toby's memories, but found encrypted and couldn't read anything. We searched, and to our surprise, it was the Earth Scroll, exactly the same as the one we had. What a waste of effort. My mood at that moment was like opening a blind box and finding a thank you for your patronage. There was no choice but to carry this loot and continue. After 2 days of calm, on the 3rd night, I was sleeping soundly when suddenly a rustling sound woke me up. The 3 of us immediately extinguished the fire and hid. It turned out to be a team of Konoha ninjas. I was about to say not to attack since we were on the same side when my Sharingan noticed 3 chakra signatures behind them, using the Mist Village's Mist technique. No wonder the air felt so damp. Within seconds, there was a scream as a Konoha ninja was trapped in a water prison. I couldn't ignore this. But how could I fight in this thick fog? Just then, a strong wind blew, wind release, scythe. It was Temari. She came to support us. Taking the opportunity, I rushed into the mist to save people, but I was careless and got caught by a water whip, receiving a complete set of electrotherapy that turned me into a golden-haired Lion King on the spot. I awkwardly used the Flying Thunder God technique to flash back to where the Silent Sister was, and while she treated me, she scolded me for showing off. As the mist cleared, Gaara and his 2 companions officially made their entrance. Seeing my frizzy hair, they asked in unison, "Are you hurt?" I could only awkwardly scratch my head. Temari snorted coldly. "Whether they are from the mist or not, I'll blow them away with one fan." Gaara didn't say a word, and the sand in his gourd started to stir. He unleashed a sandstorm, but it was mostly dissipated by water. He seemed a bit impatient, joined his hands together, and went all out. Desert waterfall. Following that was sand funeral. The entire ground shook, and that patch of forest was turned into a Sahara desert. 3 mist ninjas were packed up and taken away with their boxes. I was standing there dumbfounded, thinking, dude, isn't this a bit too obvious? Isn't this move supposed to be used to save Lee later? Gaara handled everything and coolly walked back to say, "It's resolved." The rescued Leaf ninjas were very grateful and directly gave us their Heaven Scroll. Of course, I accepted it without hesitation. My sister Temari and the others were a bit confused, but Gaara understood me. He knew that I was saving them for the 2nd time. Otherwise, with their strength, if they advanced to the next round, they would be sent home no matter who they faced. The two teams and I made our way to the central tower and successfully passed the test. After returning home, I exaggeratedly told Kakashi and the others about what happened. Obito protested why he wasn't my teacher. That little proud Sasuke indirectly asked me about the exam. I half-jokingly bragged about how amazing that guy was, saying he could take down a kid with a single strike from his chakra surgical knife, which scared him into turning pale. I pointed at my eyes and told him that our eyes were the strongest cheat, and we should use them well. At dinner that night, I suddenly remembered the malice from the first exam and quietly asked Kakashi if he found out who was responsible. He put a piece of meat into my bowl and said that he and Minato-sensei had already dealt with it, so I should focus on preparing for the next round. I thought about it and realized that the most important thing now was whether I could handle Gaara. Kakashi seemed to see through my thoughts and asked me directly. I felt deflated and honestly admitted that I wasn't confident. Without Genjutsu, I couldn't break through his absolute defense. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, "There are 2 weeks left. I'll teach you Chidori." Suddenly, I had a brainwave and looked up at Tsunade and Minato-sensei, saying, "Can I go train at Danzo Mountain?" Jiraiya immediately agreed, saying that training there would not only enhance my fire release, but also allow me to connect with natural energy, which would be beneficial for consolidating the Baika seal. So, the next day, I set off on my training journey to Danzo Mountain. 2 weeks later, while I was practicing earnestly, I was abruptly summoned back to Konoha, standing at the village gate. I was a bit dazed when I saw a handsome guy with white hair standing there. Today, Kakashi wasn't wearing his green vest. He had changed into a kimono and wasn't wearing his forehead protector, and his white hair paired with heterochromatic eyes was quite striking. I suppressed my fluttering heart and went up to ask him why he suddenly called me back. He looked exasperated and said, "Did you forget you still have the Chunin Exam? Huh? Has it already been 2 weeks?" He grabbed me and rushed toward the main venue, saying there were only 2 hours left until the competition started. I was stunned. After such a long journey, wouldn't I get beaten to death as soon as I enter the arena? I quickly asked, "Bro, who is my opponent?" Kakashi casually replied, "Gaara." I was stunned on the spot. He dragged me all the way to the competition lounge, and Teacher Watergate quickly told me to take a break, asking if I was hungry. My stomach surprisingly let out 2 growls. Teacher Watergate laughed and said that Aunt Kushina was worried I wouldn't be used to the competition's work meal, so she specially went home to bring me food. At that moment, I almost cried. Aunt Kushina had been treating me like her own daughter since I got here, and she even remembered that I casually mentioned the work meal wasn't good, going all the way back just to make sure I had something warm to eat. My tears haven't dried yet, and Teacher Shuemin has already started giving me a pre-battle analysis. He was picking at his work meal and very seriously said to me, "In the first match against Gaara, girl, we don't have much of an advantage." I was taken aback, thinking to myself, is the teacher cheering me on or trying to demoralize me? Then his next sentence completely stunned me. He said, "If you want to use your eye techniques, go ahead." I tell you, my expression at that moment was like I'd seen a ghost. What the heck? Let me open my eyes? If I did, the first ones to be roasted on the fire would be him and Master Tsunade. I was wondering if Master Tsunade would agree to this. But then, Teacher Minato laughed so hard that his eyes turned into a line and said, "That's your ability to begin with. Of course, Master Tsunade, and I encourage you to use it freely. Just go ahead and fight. The rest will take care of." Goodness, I felt like 2 mountains suddenly appear behind me. That sense of security was incredible. Just as I was feeling moved, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Aunt Kushina rushed in with a lunchbox like a little cannonball. She originally had an expression that seemed ready to settle accounts with Teacher Minato, but when she caught a glimpse of me, her anger instantly vanished, and she switched to a gentle mode. Family, who understands the speed of changing expressions? Even a Sichuan opera master would need to light a cigarette. She was also worried about me fighting Gaara. After all, she had seen the footage of that kid, strong like a monster. I quickly rushed over to hold Aunt Kushina's arm, activated my sweet-talking mode, and went on a crazy rant about how terrible these past 2 weeks have been, saying things like how the phoenix doesn't need to eat, while I've been munching on dry rations every day, making Annie feel overjoyed. 2 hours later, the 3rd exam officially begins. I glanced at the big screen, and the 4 groups that advanced included us, Gaara and his team, a few from the Hidden Rain Village, and then there were Konoha's Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugogo. I was shocked at that moment. Isn't that the main character of Shippuden and his girlfriend? Why are they here to take the Chunin Exam? There's also someone named Sarutobi Hiruzen. With the surname Sarutobi, he must be from the 3rd Hokage's family. I quickly poked Kakashi behind me and asked, "Bro, how strong is Sarutobi Kanomaru?" Kakashi replied calmly, "Be careful, he's proficient in fire, earth, and wind styles, and his taijutsu is learned from his brother Asoma. He also uses a chakra knife. While he was warning me to be careful, his expression clearly showed that no matter how strong Konohamaru was, he couldn't beat my sister. That proud look was impossible to hide. I summoned Senju, Chihiro, and Gaara to the center of the arena. As the announcement echoed, I almost jumped in shock. I thought I couldn't lose my momentum, so after waiting a while and seeing everyone getting impatient, I suddenly used Flying Thunder God to appear right in the center of the arena. In the stands, my brother Kakashi was holding his forehead, looking like he couldn't bear to watch. His expression seemed to say, "It's over." He wasted a Flying Thunder God chakra right at the start. This show-off habit must have been learned from us. The proctor confirmed our identities and, without saying a word, quickly called for the start and left faster than anyone else. The match officially began. Then, I let out a big burp. There's no helping it. Aunt Kushina's lunch was too delicious. I overate, and I need to take a moment to recover. I love Gaara's gaze. It's so intense, it could ignite me. He told me he's been waiting for this day for almost a year, just for the sake of what I said before I left. That I would always be his friend. He rushed to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams. Wow, this guy's really passionate. I looked at his serious expression and felt embarrassed to delay any longer. So I said, "Gaara, I'm going to start now. If I don't take action soon, the audience's eggs will really be thrown at me." Gaara's eyes narrowed. "Come on, Shimon." As soon as he finished speaking, sand surged up to surround me. I knew very well that to get to him, I had to break through his sand shield first. The sand seemed to have eyes, relentlessly attacking me while I could only retreat and think of strategy. This was too tricky. With the sand around, I couldn't get close at all. "I've got it. Ninja idun mist technique." I opened my mouth and released a thick mist, instantly making the entire venue as dark as night. This way, his sand became like a headless fly. The stands erupted into chaos, especially that noble from the land of water, whose beard bristled with anger as he shouted about how the leaf ninjas could use our mist techniques. Over in the family section, Obito elbowed Kakashi and asked, "Did you teach him this? You've been hiding this move?" Kakashi rolled his eyes and replied, "Do you think I could do it?" Even Anko was stunned. She remembered that this was the technique we saw in the Forest of Death. Wow, my Sharingan is perfect for on-site teaching, learning, and applying it instantly. In the mist, the speed of the sand indeed slowed down. I pulled out a large handful of shuriken from my bag and shot them into the walls around the venue to set up traps in advance. Then, I gathered my chakra into the Chidori and charged toward Gaara at lightning speed. However, before I could reach him, the sand beneath my feet suddenly wrapped around me, suspending me in midair like a zongzi. I was dumbfounded. When did he lay down the sand? This mist was useless against him, as the sand tightened around me. I quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to one of the shuriken I had previously embedded in the wall. The mist cleared a bit, and I stood on the wall, my mind racing with calculations. I was all in. Being hesitant is not my style. I charged at him again, throwing a specially made kunai halfway. Gaara easily blocked it with sand, but he was clearly on high alert because he knew that this thing was my teleportation point. In an instant, I grabbed the kunai and threw another one with my other hand. Gaara's vision was obscured by the mist, and he couldn't use the sand in time, so he could only awkwardly lean back to dodge. This was the chance. At the moment he leaned back, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside him, and with the Chidori I had prepared, I struck down with a sizzling sound. With a loud crash, I pinned Gaara firmly to the ground. But I knew this wasn't over. I had to be ready to finish him off. I drew a long blade from my sleeve and slashed toward his neck. Blood came out. It was his real body. Quicksand waterfall. Just as I was about to put away my sword, I suddenly felt my feet give way, and the entire ground instantly turned into quicksand. Immediately after, waves of sand came rushing towards me like a tsunami. Damn it, that guy Gaara is messing with me. I glanced around, and all the kunai I had inserted were buried in sand, making the Flying Thunder God technique unusable. When the sand waves stopped, I was already deep in the sea of sand. Next, it would surely be his sandstorm burial. I really don't want to experience the feeling of being buried alive. Summoning technique. I bit my finger and slapped my palm. A phoenix cry echoed through the clouds, and the colorful phoenix, San, broke through the desert and flew me up to the sky. The family seats erupted again. Obito was about to shake Kakashi apart. "This isn't something you taught, is it?" Kakashi's eyes were about to roll back. "My summoning beast is a dog. She's a phoenix. What do you say?" Up in the sky, I was lying on San's back, coughing nonstop, with blood all over my arms. I quickly tore my sleeve to give myself emergency treatment. San was speechless. "Little G, how long have we been apart?" and you've turned into this mess? As I dealt with the wound, I quickly introduced it. Sand Ninja, Jinchuriki, Absolute Defense. I had just used Chidori to break through his sand armor once. San understood immediately. Got it, hold on tight, I'm gonna break that turtle shell. Saying that, it flapped its wings, and countless feathers shot towards Gaara's sandball like missiles. Phoenix feathers. As soon as those feathers touched the sand, it began to crumble, and in less than half a minute, the huge sandball collapsed completely. Fly over. I received the order to use the last bit of my chakra, marking a flying Thunder God seal on San's back, and then teleport directly in front of Gaara, thrusting Chidori straight into his heart. It was so fast, he didn't even have time to blink. I won. Exhausted, I knelt on the ground and smiled at him. Gaara, you really are strong. In response, Gaara smiled too, his fingers behind his back gently curled. Sand binding coffin. Before I could react, sand rushed in from all directions, instantly wrapping me tightly. The pressure felt like my bones were about to shatter, and the wounds that had just healed tore open again, causing me to scream in pain. Ah, Sand. With a roar, I immediately activated the feather rain, which fell from the sky like countless steel needles. Gaara was forced to divide his chakra to resist, and the pressure of the sand instantly lightened. I seized this opportunity and used a body flicker technique to rush in front of him, gripping his face with one hand and forcing him to look me in the eye. The feather rain stopped. Gaara raised his hand and said blankly, I surrender. The moment the examiner announced the result, everything went black in front of me, and I fell straight back into a warm embrace. I only saw a section of a dark green sleeve before I fainted. When I woke up, I found myself lying in the medical room, with Tsunade personally watching over me. She looked at my injuries with deep concern, her voice trembling. My child, I'm here to save you. The following matches progressed quickly. Shizune and Kankuro saw their opponent was too strong and immediately surrendered to find Gaara. When it was Shizune's turn, her opponent was Karui from the Cloud Village, who was incredibly arrogant and even dared to use lightning release armor, saying Tsunade was weak. Well, that really stirred up a hornet's nest. Shizune went into a rage on the spot, and with just one punch, she sent that guy flying KO. I just woke up and feel like I'm fully charged, with no injuries at all. Master Tsunade patted my head and told me to prepare for the next match. Half an hour later, I faced off against Sarutobi Kanaru. I made a grand entrance like the Flying Thunder God, and in the stands, Sasuke and Naruto, who had just rushed over from ninja school, were all stunned. This big brother Makoto looks a lot like a younger version of Asuma, and he's quite polite. As soon as the match started, neither of us rushed to attack. He knew my background, and I had only heard some information about him from Kakashi. He made the first move, charging at me with a kunai. I transformed the Phoenix Seal into a long blade and engaged him in taijutsu. Amidst the clash of blades, he suddenly used wire to bind me to a tree, and then unleashed a fire-style technique. I suddenly remember the time I was tied up in the Death Forest. That mark? It's this. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The fire burned along the wire, and just when he thought he had succeeded, the smoke cleared, and only a water clone remained on the tree. I had already jumped down with the help of the 3-3, my hands pressed together. Water release. Water shockwave. The towering wave slammed him against the earth wall. Before he could catch his breath, I followed up with water release, water whip. I bound him up, then gathered lightning release to shock him. But it didn't feel right. It was hard and stiff. It was a mud clone. This guy reacts really fast. Fire release. Great fireball technique. His real body appeared on the other side, and it was another fire technique. I would tee back down either. I opened my mouth and unleashed a fire release. Great fireball technique. The two flames collided, and I was pushed back. I immediately used Flying Thunder God to flash behind him. The Phoenix Cry blade pressed against his neck. But he reacted even faster, blocking with his dual blades. And we fought to a standstill. I simply threw away my short blade, grabbed his wrist with my left hand, and using his hand, formed a hand seal for him. Family, who understands, I'm just using what's at hand. Water release, heavenly cry. Countless water needles shot out of my mouth, aimed directly at his face. He was forced to block with his sword. At that moment, the kunai I had thrown out earlier, attached to the technique, floated right in front of him. He fell for it. His entire attention was on the kunai, thinking I was going to fly over there. Haha, I used Flying Thunder God. In the instant of spatial movement, I gripped the Phoenix Cry blade tightly and thrust with all my strength. Flying Thunder God slash. Sarutobi Hiruzen fell to the ground in response. The entire arena was deathly silent. In the end, it was still the third Hokage and Teacher Minato on stage who led the applause. On the family seats, Obito couldn't hold back anymore and tugged at Kakashi's sleeve. That water release. Did you secretly teach it? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Do I know water release? Maybe I learned it from Teacher Minato. Obito had a face that said, are you kidding me? Teacher Minato can't use water release. I tell you, Obito is still tangled up in figuring out who taught Mizukage-sensei his water techniques. But when I turned my head, guess what I saw? That little ancestor Naruto was hanging on Kakashi, grabbing his white hair and shouting, Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn that. That lightning flicker ninjutsu. Goodness, I almost burst out laughing. What lightning flicker? That's Chidori, okay. Kakashi had a face full of despair, and I bet his inner monologue was already on a roll. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore and directly fired back. Why don't you pass the Chunin exam first? I can't even be bothered to look at your poor grades. Naruto immediately got upset, jumped off Kakashi, and faced off with Sasuke. Stupid Sasuke. Stupid Sasuke. Stupid Naruto. Let me tell you, that scene was a perfect showcase of early childhood mimicry. In the end, it was gentle Linne who took one of each of the two feisty kids and said she would take us to get ice cream, and that finally calmed things down. I just walked over, and Sakura and Ino rushed over with stars in their eyes to congratulate me. Ino was so excited. Chiming has become a Chunin. We can't fall behind Sakura. When I saw Sakura's expression, I thought, who understands our family? In that moment, I instantly got it. Ino has a family. I also have one, but Sakura comes from a civilian background, and that moment of confusion and disappointment was impossible to hide. I quickly pulled her to the side and whispered, don't rush. It's most important to build a solid foundation. If you're willing, join me for morning practice tomorrow, and I'll teach you. Sakura's eyes lit up immediately, and she nodded vigorously. I want to. Hey, isn't that settled then? I've already reserved my spot as Tsunade-sama's future direct disciple. Then we continued watching the match. The next one was between Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Ieyasu. I looked and thought, oh, aren't they both top-tier swordsmanship masters? I definitely need to learn from them. I tugged on Kakashi's sleeve beside me and quietly asked, bro, do you know where Ieyasu lives? I want to go and learn from her. As soon as I finished speaking, I felt the air pressure around me drop suddenly, making me shiver from the cold. I could sense the resentment emanating from Kakashi's face, even through his mask. He let out a cold snort and said, I don't know. Then he added a particularly poor remark. She's a candidate for the Umbu, very busy, probably has no time to teach you. The implication was clear. Find someone free to teach you. Like me. Goodness, the jealousy he was showing was almost on par with aged Shanshi vinegar. I curled my lip. Thinking it was fine, if I couldn't learn in person, couldn't I just use my Sharingan to cosplay on the spot? Just as I was thinking this, I suddenly felt my body go weak, my vision went dark, and I once again fell precisely into Kakashi's arms. When I woke up again, it was already dark, and the Chunin exams had ended. As soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Kakashi sitting on the sofa beside me, reading his Make-Out Paradise under the dim light. When he noticed I was awake, he closed the book, his eyes turning into crescent moons, and asked, you awake? I have to tell you, in that moment, I completely broke down. The scene, the tone, it was exactly like my grandmother in my past life. Back in my senior year, I relied on this image to get through. In a moment of impulse, I didn't think about anything and suddenly threw myself into his arms, almost knocking him off the sofa. He was probably stunned too, but still patiently patted my back, like comforting a child, saying, it's okay, I'm here. Just as the atmosphere reached its peak, there was a loud bang as Obito kicked the door open. When he saw us hugging, he slammed the door shut again, leaving a voice drifting in from outside. Kakashi-sensei said we're going for barbecue tonight. Well, go ahead. You bring Rin over later? I looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression, as if to say, did you forget to take your medication before heading out today, buddy? Kakashi shrugged, wearing a look that suggested he was just being his usual quirky self, something I had gotten used to. Once I managed to calm down, my face was already so red it could fry an egg, so I quickly pulled away from his embrace. We were going to eat barbecue, and I said, let's just use Flying Thunder God to get there. We don't want to keep them waiting. Without waiting for his response, I grabbed Kakashi's hand, and swoosh, we teleported right next to Teacher Minato. This startled Minato quite a bit. Aside from Obito and Sasuke, who were both Uchiha, everyone else looked at me as if I were an alien. Obito, all excited, praised me, hey little G-man, you're amazing. You can even bring people flying now. Flying Thunder God has really improved. He even deliberately asked who taught me water release, wanting to see Kakashi make a fool of himself. I replied calmly, I learned from the scrolls. There are plenty left by my great-grandpa, the second Hokage. Obito was instantly choked up, and his expression was priceless. At the dinner table, Naruto was most concerned about whether I had become a Chunin. Teacher Minato said that this matter still needed to be discussed in a meeting, but my performance had already demonstrated that I had the strength of a Chunin. I nodded obediently while eating, but I could feel the complexity in Teacher Minato's gaze. On one hand, he thought, wow, my disciple is quite talented, but on the other hand, he was worried that my combat power might be a bit over the top and could potentially be a ticking time bomb. The minds of leaders are so troubled. The next morning at 5 o'clock, Sakura and I gathered promptly under the Hokage building. After running 3 laps, I was okay, but Sakura was already panting heavily, leaning against me while catching her breath. She looked at my face, suddenly reached out to touch it, and we both froze for a moment, a hint of, that kind of wonderful atmosphere filling the air. Her face turned red, and she said she needed to go to school, fleeing as if escaping. I couldn't figure it out, so I simply went to Sensei Minato's house to mooch some breakfast. As soon as I arrived at the door, I ran into Naruto and Sasuke, who were once again foolishly hurting each other, playfully fighting as they headed to school. Aunt Kushina specially prepared breakfast for me and said that after we finished eating, she would take me to the hospital to help out, so I could earn some pocket money. Just as I finished breakfast, I was urgently summoned to the Hokage's office. Wow. When I walked in, the third Hokage, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Minato were all there, 4 major players in a dream collaboration, holding a board meeting. After greeting each of them, I heard Sensei Minato speak up. Akira, would you like to join the EMBU directly under me? I thought to myself, the Umbu? Isn't that just being a corporate slave? No problem. I could also get in touch with that old man Danzo. I nodded obediently. If I can help the teacher, I'm definitely willing. Teacher Minato said, all right, Kakashi has just returned to the Umbu, so you'll join Kakashi's team. You'll start in 3 days. After leaving the office, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear next to Aunt Kushina, and we went to the hospital together. Guess who the surgical patient was? Hiruzen Sarutobi. I was dumbfounded. Family, I'm the one hitting people, and I'm also the one saving people. Is this a game of extreme reversal? This flavor is too intense. I was exhausted after surgery that went on until dark. On the way home, I saw Sasuke sitting alone by the lake, lost in thought. That little back, illuminated by the moonlight, made the loneliness feel overwhelming. I quietly walked over and sat down beside him. I knew he was hurting inside. That feeling of being the only one left in the world I understood all too well. I casually chatted with him about the moon in the land of wind and the stars in the desert. He surprisingly asked me, are the people in the land of wind strong? I seized the opportunity to give him a warning. I don't know, but you might face Gaara in the Chunin exams, so be careful. But don't worry, your eyes will be even stronger than mine. In the end, he actually offered to walk me home. 3 days later, I officially joined the Umbu. Kakashi took me to get my gear and even picked out a dog mask for me. The older members of the team began to tease me. Captain, bringing your illegitimate daughter to work, huh? Gonna be a babysitter while executing missions, isn't that tiring? Kakashi said nothing, squatted down, and patiently helped me straighten my crooked clothes, then took out a headband from his ninja tool pouch and tied up my long hair. Once he was done, he shot a Sharingan glare at the group, and they instantly fell silent. Then I walked up to the man who had started the teasing, maintaining a cold expression, and smiled slightly. Nice to meet you. I am Senju Chaim. I hope you seniors won't hold me back. The guys were instantly petrified, their expressions more vivid than seeing a ghost. After that, Kakashi pushed me onto a bench in a small dark room and said he needed to do something. He held a brush-like tool and started drawing on my arm. The stinging pain made me flinch. When I looked up and saw my reflection in the mirror, the girl looked pale, with red eyes and biting her lip, beside me. The white-haired boy was focused, with veins popping on his arm. I tell you, 1,000 indescribable thoughts rushed through my mind. When he said he was done, I pushed him away like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and fled out of the room. With some time left before the gathering, I ran to Ino's flower shop to buy a bouquet of desert roses, preparing to visit Gaara. Master Tsunade heard I was going on a mission and even summoned a small slug to put on me, saying to use it to contact her if needed. She just got my back. When I arrived at the hospital room, Gaara saw me in my Umbu gear, and his eyes dimmed. Are you leaving again? I arranged the flowers and sat by his bedside, giving him the letters I hadn't sent before. He quietly asked me why I was so nice to him. I picked up the little bear he gave me and smiled. Because you're my Gaara, you're the first person who treated me as a friend. You are important to me. After saying goodbye to Gaara, I rushed to the village entrance to gather. Kakashi surprisingly was not late. Seeing him reminded me of what happened in the small dark room, and I felt incredibly awkward deciding to maintain a cold persona today. When the mission started, we put on our masks and hid in the woods. By midnight, during the shift change, I found a spot to sit down and eat the rice balls Aunt Kushina made. Kakashi also came over, casually sitting next to me and grabbing a rice ball to eat. As he was eating, he suddenly looked at me, probably thinking that it's cruel to send a kid to do such a job as an umbu, which involves killing. But the next second, the mood shifted, and that bit of warmth evaporated instantly as he began giving me umbu pre-mission training. I tell you, his voice was cold, as if he were a completely different person from before. Listen carefully, umbu rules. He started listing them one by one. You must wear a mask. No leaving bodies behind. I roll my eyes internally, thinking, brother, we know this, I've read the script. It's just about being ruthless and hard-hearted. Whoever is soft-hearted is out first. Those who understand, understand. I don't consider myself a saint, but come on. Don't hit me with the heavy stuff right from the start. I hadn't even swallowed my rice ball, yet when swoosh, two dark figures suddenly sprang out. Wow. Their reaction time was almost 0.1 seconds. Kakashi quickly pressed down both of our masks. The guy opposite us also looked familiar, and as soon as he opened his mouth, he said, Sharingan Kakashi. At that moment, I want to complain, Brother Kashi, you really are the top star of the ninja world. Huh? You have fans everywhere you go, right? I thought I would at least have to exchange a few words, ask him what he was looking at and how he felt, but in the end, Kakashi didn't say a word. With a quick motion of his right hand, lightning flashed, and he was already in front of the enemy's face. I didn't even blink, and the ninja calling his name fell down with a bang. I was completely dumbfounded. What kind of divine speed was this? No opening remarks, just going straight for the kill? The other ninja saw his teammate drop in an instant, scared out of his wits, and without caring for the body, he zoomed away. Kakashi turned his head, and his voice from under the mask was icy cold. Finish him off. It's your job. I looked at the person on the ground who was barely hanging on, feeling extremely conflicted. I said, Captain, how about we seal him up and take him back for interrogation? What if he has intelligence? Can you guess what he said? He tilted his head, the mask facing me, and simply said one word, kill. Fine, you're tough. What else could I say? I drew my knife and plunged it into his heart. Warm blood splattered all over my face. Luckily, the mask blocked it. I checked for breath. Yep, completely cold. The sealing technique flowed smoothly, and then we immediately relocated. I followed behind him, watching his figure, feeling a mix of emotions. This was the legendary cold-blooded copy ninja Kakashi, right? What about that gentle and slightly mischievous guy I usually knew? Who was the real one? After 2 days and nights of intense travel, I was almost exhausted, finally reaching the border of the land of hot water. Let me tell you, I was so tired that I was dizzy and stumbled right into Kakashi's back. Normally, he would have supported me and made a quip, but this time, he didn't even look back and said seriously, Huang, watch ahead. I quickly stood at attention. Sorry. Captain. That night, during the shift, I wasn't on duty, so I found a corner to wear my mask and rest my eyes. Just as I closed them, I had a ridiculous dream. In the dream, I seemed to be fighting side by side with a handsome guy with white hair, whose hair looked just like Kakashi's. But I couldn't see his face. Enemies surged forward like a tidal wave, and we fought back to back like crazy. In the end, that white-haired guy got stabbed while protecting me and shouted, Run, Jiming. I don't know why, but I just couldn't run. Then I felt a sharp pain in my eyes, as if something had exploded inside me, and a deep blue phoenix shot up into the sky. What a spectacular scene. When I woke up, I was truly awake, drenched in cold sweat. I grabbed my pocket watch and saw that only 10 minutes had passed. The ridiculous part was that my eyes really hurt like they were being pricked by needles. At that moment, my golden finger system popped up, saying this was a memory from my past life that could only be unlocked by encountering specific people. Wow. I directly initiated a connection to my previous life. Please wait. Now I didn't dare to sleep anymore, so I sat up and practiced my perception. Surprisingly, this practice was effective. My range and accuracy of perception improved significantly. The next day, we finally arrived at our destination, a small town called Nanhua. Mike Guy and the others escorted the high priest to the place arranged by the elders, while our Umbu team found a hotel across the street, monitoring it 24/7. I volunteered to keep watch with Kakashi, mainly because I was afraid of having that deadly dream again. The nights in Nanhua were really cold. A little breeze made me shiver. I cursed Kakashi in my heart 100 times. This fickle man was as cold as ice. Just as I was complaining, I suddenly felt like it wasn't so cold anymore. I opened my eyes, and lo and behold, Kakashi had somehow sat in front of me, blocking the wind like a mountain. Just as I was pondering what he meant by this, we both sensed someone approaching at the same time. I grabbed Kakashi, and the two of us quietly hid in the big tree in the yard. Suddenly, a man dressed as a samurai rushed into the high priest's room, only to be kicked down from the beam by a prepared Might Guy. Hongdo's snake tightly bound him, and the guy was so scared that he started shouting. Eventually, his mental defenses collapsed, and he spilled everything. He said he wanted to kill the high priest to prevent a place called Nazentang from reopening. When asked why, he stubbornly refused to say anything. Great, this mission just got upgraded. We discussed with Team Guy and decided to split up. They would continue to protect the high priest while Kakashi and I investigated the details of Nazentang. How to investigate? Simple, track the samurai. Kakashi directly summoned his ninja dog, Hakken, and gave him a piece of fabric torn from the samurai's clothes to smell. Hakken's nose is more accurate than GPS, and before long, he led us to a large wooden house in the northern part of the city. We were hiding in a tree, peeking inside with the Sharingan. Guess what we saw? A room full of naked little girls. Each one had a vacant stare like puppets. In the innermost room, there were 3 ninjas having a meeting. I didn't understand lip reading, and I was anxiously scratching my head. Kakashi, like a human translation machine, coldly repeated to me that they planned to make a move again during the high priest's inauguration ceremony in 2 days. I thought to myself, what are these girls for? They can't be cheerleaders, can they? I applied to Kakashi, saying that I wanted to go out for a stroll tomorrow and get a feel for the situation. He surprisingly just replied with one word, go. As a result, the next day, as soon as I stepped out, I felt a gaze following me closely from behind. When I turned around, it was Kakashi. He had changed into casual clothes, disguised as a tourist, and was holding a camera, following me at a distance. Dude, don't you have anything better to do? Are you monitoring me? I simply took a boat to cruise the river, and he followed me. The boatman was quite chatty, saying that the priesthood succession ceremony is held every year, and the chosen priests are all young and beautiful girls. My heart sank. Once we reached the shore, I pulled Kakashi into a tea house, wanting to hear some gossip. Kakashi really got into character, telling the owner that I was his sister, and while I wasn't paying attention, he snapped a photo of me. Just as I was about to get angry, I heard a few aunties nearby crying. One said, if my child isn't chosen this time, it really will be the end. Another chimed in, she's 16 this year, right? Yes, it's her last year. One more added, if she could be chosen by the nobles, that would be good. At least she could still live. Who understand the families? I felt goosebumps all over. What a wolfish thing to say. My emotions surged, and I couldn't hold back my tears. Then a cold finger gently brushed my eye corner. It was Kakashi. We exchanged a glance, and we both understood that there was a big problem in this city. I glanced around the street. It was all men, and I could hardly see any young girls. This matter was definitely not simple. That night, we changed into night clothes and decided to sneak into the noble's mansion. We chose the most impressive one and snuck in. The mansion was silent, and just when I thought we might have come for nothing, I seemed to hear a faint crying sound, a girl saying, why can't I live openly? We exchanged a glance, fully in sync, and headed straight toward a secluded warehouse. I was puzzled when I saw Kakashi lie down on the ground, and Parker appeared out of nowhere, lying down beside him. Sniffing the floor, Kakashi raised his head and made a gesture to me. Someone is underground. Goodness, without saying a word, Kakashi pressed down on a wooden board, and with a click, a secret door really popped open. A dark staircase was revealed just like that. At that moment, I wanted to give Kakashi a thumbs up. Putting aside everything else, he was truly professional at this business. I hurriedly crouched and followed him. And let me tell you, that staircase was long and dark. And the girls' crying seemed to be echoing right in my ears, making me feel really uneasy. I instinctively grabbed Kakashi's sleeve. To my surprise, he didn't shake me off. He just let me hold on as he cautiously felt his way forward. At the end of the stairs, there was a wooden door. Just as Kakashi opened a crack, I was about to lean in and see what was going on inside, when suddenly it went dark in front of me. He directly reached out and covered my eyes, whispering to me, don't look. Are you kidding me, bro? I have a Sharingan. What good is it to cover my eyes? I didn't miss a thing that I should have seen. I pushed his hand away and rushed inside. Let me tell you, that scene was straight out of hell. There was a girl, no more than a teenager, covered in bruises and red marks, her face as pale as paper, and her eyes were so hollow they felt like they could suck my soul in. I was so scared I took a step back, and goosebumps covered my whole body. When the girl saw us, she surprisingly spoke up, her voice hoarse and rough like sandpaper. What are you two doing here? I was just about to speak when, in my haste, my Sharingan activated on its own. The girl's expression changed in an instant, like an AI, and I directly controlled her. Kakashi was probably stunned. But seeing this, he decided to proceed with the interrogation. He casually grabbed a blanket and covered the girl, softening his voice by 8 degrees, and asked, what is your name? Hua Qiling. She replied like a robot. Why are you here? I. Her words were on the tip of her tongue. But suddenly it was like her program had crashed, and she hugged her head and started screaming. We were both at a loss, and just then, Kakashi grabbed me and said, let us go. A letter from Pakin had arrived. Someone was coming. In a flash, we used the flying thunder god technique. The next moment, we were already at the inn, but my mind was filled with that girl's appearance. Had she been cursed with some sealing technique? Something like what was placed on Girin's tongue? But she was a TA ninja. Kakashi noticed my strange expression and told me to rest for a bit while he prepared to check that small cabin in the north of the town. No need, Captain. I'll go with you. My expression must have looked as cold as ice. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback and, almost instinctively, nodded. We sneaked back to that wooden house and crouched in the tree. The more I looked, the more I felt that the girls in those wooden houses were definitely related to the one in the basement. Moreover, didn't that lady in the tea house say that being chosen by the nobles was a good thing? I stared at their rooms and noticed something really strange. In their rooms, there were only those very formal kimonos, not even a single piece of casual clothing. The shoes were all matching wooden clogs. At dawn, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. All the girls, as if on the same switch, suddenly got up with identical movements, knelt in front of the mirror, and began to groom themselves. They were meticulous. Then, at the same time, they took off their clothes, changed into the kimonos hanging on the wall, and walked out of their doors, all heading into a side room in unison. In that room, there was a huge mask, and they knelt on the mats, clasped their hands together, and began to pray. I was so sleepy that I almost fell over on Kakashi. Suddenly, there was a loud noise, Konoha's great whirlwind. I was so startled that I nearly fell from the tree in free fall. Luckily, Kakashi was quick and caught me. It turns out that Might Guy and the others were charging in, fighting 3 samurai at the entrance. Seriously, does anyone understand Guy's entrance style? It's all about surprise. The fight was intense, basically a one-sided crushing. But when I looked inside the house, oh my god, the girls were all kneeling there, completely motionless. The front door was almost torn down, and they didn't even lift their heads. Was that normal? Guy and the others quickly tied up the 3 samurai and dragged them into the yard. I took a glance and saw that one of them was from the Hyuga clan. This guy looked like he was in trouble, probably dragged down by Guy and his 2 hot-headed idiots. He got straight to the point, turning to an older samurai and saying, according to our investigation, "Your daughter is here too, right?" As soon as he said that, a young samurai exploded. "Bro, didn't you say the priestess is chosen fairly? You lied to me." Another samurai who had been silent slapped the young one, and he fainted on the spot. Guy clumsily caught him and slipped into the nearby grove, shouting, "Kakashi! Kakashi!" Kakashi jumped down from the tree with a look of disdain. "I told you not to call my name during missions." "All right, Kakashi," Guy replied loudly. Kakashi was completely speechless and directly called me over. I jumped down and saw someone lying on the ground, instantly understanding. I used my medical ninjutsu to check and found nothing wrong. I directly said, "If you're awake, stop pretending." Then I activated my Sharingan and hypnotized him. Well, I found out was shocking. In this broken place, girls can't live past 16. They can't even go outside until they're 16, from birth. It's all about whether they're useful. If not, like that young samurai-esque sister, who was chosen as a priestess, she was directly discarded. Their daily life is like a robot-esque 3-piece set. Wake up and groom, go to the death god temple to pray, and learn etiquette. I asked them what they prayed for, and the young samurai said something that sent chills down my spine. He said, "We pray to survive." Damn, it's just ridiculous. With their skinny bodies like walking bones. It's a miracle they haven't starved to death. Later, the little warrior woke up. Kakashi and I acted out a scene with Guy, pretending to silence him. Guy jumped out to protect us at the cost of his life, successfully gaining a little fan. Then we flashed back to the tree. As a result, in the middle of the night, I couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep leaning against the tree. Let me tell you, I had a ridiculously bizarre dream. In the dream, Nanhua City was particularly lively, with boys and girls playing in the streets. A man was holding my hand, and it felt very reassuring. Then the scene changed. Blood. Everywhere was blood. I was directly submerged. That feeling of suffocation was too real. Kakashi directly woke me up, and when I came to, I was gasping for breath and almost threw up. This cursed place, I can't even sleep well. As soon as dawn broke, the sacrificial ceremony began. A group of girls was lined up and taken to the Hall of Offering, where a death god was enshrined. Then, the main event arrived. A bunch of men rushed forward like madmen, competing for the chance to talk to the girls. Isn't this just a large-scale, ancient version of a customer service meetup? It still requires a smile service, focusing on patiently answering questions. Just as they were hesitating to choose a new priest, I suddenly felt something was wrong. "There's a ninja." I exchanged a glance with Kakashi, just about to slip away, when suddenly, the entire Nazentang was enveloped in thick fog. "Captain, I'm coming." Without saying a word, I directly formed a hand seal and unleashed a torrent of flames ahead of me, Fire style. Great fire annihilation. In that instant, the sea of fire burned through a large area of fog. But just then a scream came. It was a girl's voice. Next, the second tone, the third tone. By the time I rushed to the Nanshan Hall, those guys from Konoha had already been relocated by Kakashi. The scene was left with just those girls, 3 warriors, and 3 enemies. I focused my gaze and saw a red-haired woman wielding 2 electrify blades. Wow, isn't this limping Yayuri from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen? And who's next to her? The decapitating sword. Zabuza Momochi, and he's got a white one with him. What kind of luxury boss package is this for beginners? Kakashi has already started fighting with Linshin Yuli. I immediately summoned Sanson to carry the remaining girls and warriors to safety. When I flew back, I directly held the foaming knife and slashed towards Linshin Yuli. "Kid, you're quite interesting," she sneered, and a bolt of lightning struck down towards my head. She thought I was doomed, but I quickly shifted the blade, and in the moment she was distracted, I teleported right in front of her and plunged the foaming knife straight into her heart. She coughed up blood, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just as she was retreating, I'd already formed the pellet with my left hand. Oh no, it was 1,000 birds. Lightning flashed, crackling with sound. She reacted quickly, plunged her dual daggers into ground, and unleashed a powerful move. Lightning release, Thundergate. A massive thunderbolt struck me down. She thought she had me, brandishing a knife to open my skull, even wanting to cut my mask. But the next second, I stood up unscathed, and the wounds from before had disappeared. She was stunned. I didn't care whether she was shocked or not. The 1,000 birds gathered again, charging straight for her heart. This time, Linshin Yuli had learned her lesson and set up an electric net right in front of me. I looked at the current, no longer charging head-on, but instead stood still, closed my eyes, and used my senses to lock in her escape route. I tell you, after listening to Hawaii talk about her sister's story, my heart feels so heavy, as if a block of lead is stuck in my chest, and it's hard to breathe. This kind of broken empathy is simply torturous. Who among my family understands? It's as if someone else's knife has stabbed into me. I sighed and let her continue. Fine, I've taken this knife, and anyway, I figured her sister's ending definitely wouldn't be a happy one. Sure enough, her sister, Huai Ling, once such a proud candidate for a goddess, was thrown into the dungeon and became completely broken. She stopped talking, stopped training, and was beaten and scolded by her mother every day, as if she had lost her soul. Then it came time to select the so-called maiden priestess, and it was all very democratic, a voting system. What happened? Her sister wasn't chosen, and she herself wasn't chosen either, but instead, they picked some unknown 14-year-old girl. Ridiculous. Now, for the maidens who weren't selected, after turning 16, there are 3 paths. Either they get picked up by some noble and taken away as a canary, or if their families are willing to support them, they go home to wait for marriage, or they're sacrificed to death. I tell you, most end up on the first or third path. It's practically a large-scale human trafficking scene. After Huaiya's parents brought her home, she never saw her sister again. The looks on her family's faces were as if the sky had fallen, and she didn't dare to ask. Later, as she grew a bit older, she secretly joined an underground women's organization that specifically helps these girls. There are all kinds of people in this organization. Some serve as etiquette teachers for noble ladies, some perform in brothels, and others have fled abroad. In short, everyone has their own skills. Hawaii, you didn't have much talent, just a bit of basic martial arts. So she was assigned to defense duties with her 2 warrior brothers as her instructors. For convenience, she wore a warrior outfit and became a little warrior. Their organization also made a deal with an agency called Nashintang to train abandoned baby girls from an early age and teach them how to be priestesses. When I heard this, I was puzzled and asked her, why go to all this trouble to kill the high priest we invited? He's just a tool for following the process. Hawaii sighed and said, because the maiden priestess hasn't been chosen for 2 years. The last one died in a civil war. We were thinking, if there's no new priestess for a while, can we live a little longer? As soon as I heard it, I thought, wow, this logic chain is flawless, but it also exudes a sense of despair. They can't blame anyone. Can they blame the government? They're just helping those heartless parents deal with their surplus children. Blame the parents? In wartime, it's hard enough to survive. Abandoning children is also a desperate move. They're like ants living in a gutter, only hoping that one day Nanhuan City will change. I fell silent at that moment. Really, for the first time, I felt so powerless. After reading so many books and learning so many skills, in the end, I couldn't come up with a single solution and could only shed tears. Tears are truly of no use at all. Huayinjia instead hugged me to comfort me, saying that my ability to listen to her was already a good thing. She also said that they wanted to expand the women's union and fight for political rights, and that one day they would stand equally with men. I looked at her determined expression, feeling both admiration and heartache. How she wished for a savior. But she also knew that the savior was herself. After Hua Qian left, I leaned alone on the railing, feeling the cold wind. My tears dried up, yet my heart still ached. Really, every time I encounter such situations, I feel incredibly weak. If I can't change the larger environment, can I at least save one person? At the very least, I want to save Hua Qiling, who is trapped in a dark and sunless dungeon, so that the two sisters can be reunited. I shouted into the air, "Brother, did you hear that? If it were you, what would you do?" The next second, Kakashi came out of the room. He had already woken up and was pretending to be asleep. He had heard everything and probably didn't feel great about it. But after all, he is a member of the ANBU, and his first reaction was still to uphold procedural justice. He said that this matter needed to be reported to Lord Hokage. We couldn't act on our own, or it would lead to diplomatic disputes. I just hummed in response, feeling a chill in my heart. But then, Kakashi walked up to me, looked at the moon like I did, and suddenly said, "Go ahead." I was taken aback for a moment. Then I heard him continue, "Just don't let anyone know." Wow, I knew my brother was still the coolest Kakashi. His voice, though, was sounding calm. I bet he was definitely grinning with crescent-shaped eyes under that mask. With those words, I felt completely revitalized. Taking advantage of the dark night and strong winds, I immediately went into stealth mode. The plan was simple: fake my death to escape, and the best way to fake a death is with a big fire. The weather was dry and hot, and making some noise in a warehouse would easily ignite a fire. The flames shot into the sky, and the people above were thrown into chaos. I directly used the flying thunder god technique to rush in, pulled Hualing out, and disappeared on the spot. Clean and neat. I didn't take her back directly. Instead, I found an empty place for her to rest. When she opened her eyes, her pale face still had traces of tears. But her eyes were clear as she curiously asked who I was. My heart nearly broke at that moment, and I could only hold back my emotions and lie to her, saying I was a friend of her sister. Then, with a quick body flicker technique, I brought Huayu over. When Huayiling saw her sister appear out of nowhere, her eyes lit up as if she were watching a magic trick. Huayu was stunned to see her sister standing right in front of her, thinking it was a dream. Only after hugging her did she dare to believe it. And then she burst into heart-wrenching sobs. I really couldn't bear to watch this scene. It was too tearful. So I jumped up into a tree to stand guard for them. On the day I was leaving, the sisters came to see me off. I took out a feather wallet and directly shoved it into Huayi's hands, speaking in a domineering manner. "You are not allowed to return this to me. This is the money I saved from my missions and part-time job at the hospital. Consider it a loan to you both. The guild is just starting out, and there are many places where money is needed. You can pay me back when you become an important figure in the future." After saying that, I immediately used a body flicker technique to slip away, giving them no chance to refuse. Back in Konoha, our team went straight to the Hokage's office. Kakashi reported the events in Nanwa City to Lord Minato in detail. After listening, Lord Minato rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a long time, his expression very serious. He felt that as a great nation, it was not right to involve others in war and then neglect them afterward. Now that Konoha had recovered, it was time to lend a hand to a brother. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. Then, he wrote a letter with a flourish and solemnly handed it to Kakashi. "Set off tomorrow in my name and deliver this letter to the daimyo." Yes, Kakashi accepted the mission very decisively. After leaving the Hokage's office, we returned to the Umbu for a summary meeting and dispersed after agreeing on the time to gather the next day. As the only girl in the team, the brothers kindly gave me the changing room. I took off the heavy armor and changed in my everyday kimono. I don't know why, but even though it was a hassle, I felt that this outfit was truly me. When I came out, they had all left, and only Kakashi remained, reading his intimate paradise. He looked up at me and said, "Let's go home." I clicked my tongue at that moment, thinking, wow, you have two faces, don't you? You're so cool in missions, but turn back into a gentle brother in private. I won't have it. I huffed and decided to go back to the Senju household, not following him. Kakashi noticed my little expression, raised an eyebrow, and didn't say anything, probably thinking that a kid my age should act a little rebellious. So he went home alone. As soon as he got home, Aunt Kushina rushed over, checking him from left to right, making sure he wasn't hurt. She was really concerned. Kakashi, despite being dead tired, patiently chatted with Aunt Kushina, recounting everything about the mission, and before he knew it, he had dozed off on the sofa. Aunt Kushina felt so sorry for him that she covered him with a small blanket before heading out. I didn't go home directly. Instead, I first went to the intelligence department to hand in the scroll with the corpse of the missed ninja. Guess who I ran into? Sister Shizun. Let me tell you, her expression was just like that of a mother waiting for her child to come home after 3 years. She inspected me from head to toe, worried that I was missing an arm or a leg. After she finished checking me, she started a rapid-fire round of questions. Was the mission successful? How many days will you stay this time? Did you report back? I was left dazed by her questions, but inside I felt warm. This is what it feels like to be cared for. I jumped in her arms and poured out all my experiences from the past few days like spilling beans. It just so happened that it was rush hour, and there were people coming and going at the entrance of the intelligence department. Who understands our families? We were hugging in public, and everyone around stopped to watch, their eyes practically glued to us. The next day, the whole of Konoha knew about it, shock. One of the legendary 3 ninjas disciples was seen hugging a girl at the entrance of the intelligence department. Relationship a mystery. I was really amazed. It seems the intelligence department finally got a share of fame, right? After saying goodbye to Sister Shizun, I wandered alone on the streets of Konoha. Passing by the ninja school, I saw Sakura and the others training. Since I had nothing better to do, I secretly hid in a tree to watch. As I was watching, I noticed that Sakura didn't go to the training ground or return home. Instead, she headed towards the Konoha hospital. I was curious about what this girl was up to. After winding around, she entered a fishing area. I was like an old man on the subway looking at his phone. What is going on? I quietly followed her, and lo and behold, there was Master Tsunade in a single room on the 2nd floor. Sakura knocked on the door, looking as nervous as if she were going for a job interview. And as soon as she entered, she said, "Lady Tsunade, I want to learn medical ninjutsu from you." Master Tsunade was quite annoyed at the time. When she heard the knock, she thought it was me returning. But when she opened the door and saw it was Sakura, the disappointed expression was almost hard to hide. However, she had a good impression of Sakura, thinking that the girl had decent talent, and since she was a bit bored lately, it wouldn't hurt her to take on a disciple for fun. She put on a big sister attitude, crossed her legs, and asked, "Have you made up your mind?" Sakura nodded her little head like a garlic peeler, her eyes full of excitement. Just when Master Tsunade was about to nod, I thought if I kept watching, the beam would collapse under my weight, so I directly dropped down, landing between the two of them, smiling and saying, Hi, Master Sakura. I'm practicing the Flying Thunder God technique and just happened to fly here." Master Tsunade shot me a glare, as if to say, "Keep making up stories." But she didn't expose me and smoothly said, "Perfect, come and meet your junior." Sakura was completely stunned when she saw me, but after she reacted, she proactively linked her arm with mine and teasingly called out, "Sister, I look forward to your guidance from now on." I smiled back and shook her hand. "Hello, junior sister. Hey, this plot development is good." I was originally planning to introduce Sakura to Master when I returned from this mission, but I didn't expect her to take the initiative. Master Tsunade looked at the two of us, smiling like a blooming flower, and immediately took on the role of a hands-off manager. "Perfect. Junior sister's first lesson will be led by you." "Me, huh? What can I do?" "I can only push her to do it." I took a scroll from bookshelf, played it at 0, 5x speed to demonstrate to her, then stood aside and signaled with my eyes. "It's your turn. Figure it out yourself." Sakura, looking confused, followed my lead, but of course she failed. Seeing her pitiful expression, I could only half-jokingly encourage her. It's okay. I wasn't as good as you on my first try. You can definitely do better than me." Believe it or not, this tactic actually worked. As soon as Sakura heard she could be better than me, her fighting spirit ignited, and she picked up a new scroll to practice hard. While Sakura was practicing, Tsunade called me to the rooftop to catch some wind. She leaned against the railing, looked at my face, and suddenly asked if my mission was going well and if I had been hurt. My little tail was almost wagging in the air as I boasted about how great I was, how I used illusions to deal with a lightning-release genius. But as I talked, I noticed something was off. Tsunade's gaze was fixed, but it seemed like she wasn't looking at me. It was as if she was looking through me at someone else. Hey, is anyone still there? Is the signal bad?" My heart sank for a moment. Good grief, who have I become a cyber substitute for? I waved my hand in front of her eyes, and only then did she come back to her senses, looking bewildered and asking me, "What's wrong?" From a look on her face, it seemed like she really didn't know that she had upset me just now. It couldn't be her. After all, I'm her favorite little princess. So I decided not to dwell on it. If she didn't tell me what was going on with my Sharingan, she must have her reasons. All right, let's move on. I immediately put on a smile, grabbed her arm, and said, "Master, let's go see how Sakura is practicing." After leaving the fishing ground, Sakura and I parted ways at the fork in the road. Before she left, I called out to her, "Sakura, I have another mission tomorrow. As soon as she heard that, her face fell. So soon? That little expression was such a pity. But she knew, as a ninja, one has no control over their own fate. I quickly got to the point. Come to my house tomorrow and bring a box of fruit for Jingo, and consider it my way of saying hello to her. All right, she answered cheerfully. We didn't delay much, said our goodbyes, and as I watched her figure disappear under the streetlight, I was thinking to myself that I needed to get stronger, strong enough to fight alongside my friends so we wouldn't have to keep parting like this. After saying goodbye to Sakura, I wandered aimlessly on the street, not wanting to go home just yet. Sister Silence must be working overtime, and Tsunade-sensei was probably off at some bar again, leaving just me and the aunt at home, which was boring. As I was lost in thought, Sasuke's sour face popped into my mind. I wondered how that guy had been doing lately. Well, what do you know, just as I thought of him, I looked up and found that I had somehow wandered to the little lake where I first met him. Guess what? He was really there, just a tiny figure, sitting by the lake, almost blending into the darkness of the night. I thought to myself, what are you doing, reminiscing about your dad teaching you to breathe fire, or wishing your mom would take you for a walk? I quietly crept up behind him and boldly poked his shoulder. When he turned to the right, I immediately darted to the left. Hey, Sasuke. He seemed startled, and when he turned his head, we were so close I could count the number of eyelashes on his face. Under the moonlight, I looked into his eyes. Oh my eyes were full of stars, sparkling brightly, while his eyes were like a still pond, devoid of any ripples. We maintained eye contact for a few seconds, and I felt my face suddenly heat up. Who would understand my family? I actually felt shy facing Uchiha Sasuke, whose face was just plain ridiculous. It was he who looked away first. I haven't seen you around lately. His voice was low, and he even teased me secretly, saying how easily I blush, that not even the night could hide it. Why do you care? I was on a mission. I casually sat down next to him, stretched, and thought how nice it was not to be on a mission. It was all about just slacking off. He seemed confused and asked, was the mission result not good? No, the result was quite good. I shook my head, too lazy to explain the slacker mentality of a corporate slave. But thinking about the events of the mission made me a bit anxious. This time it was someone else, but next time it could be someone close to me. If I'm still this weak, I didn't dare to think about it, as it reminded me of a nightmare of Kakashi dying right in front of me. No one around me can die. That kid Sasuke is quite perceptive. Seeing that I didn't want to talk, he really didn't ask a word. We just sat there awkwardly, staring at the moon, and the atmosphere was something abstract. In the end, I was the one who spoke first. How about you? How's your training been lately? I've learned a lot of fire style from Obito, and Uncle Minato occasionally comes to teach me. When he talks about it, his eyes change, and that energy comes back. I heard he joined the Umbu. I feel so weak. I suddenly thought of something. Have you tried learning the Flying Thunder God technique? His physical skills are already impressive. And if he adds the Flying Thunder God, wouldn't that mean he could take off directly? Maybe with a master backing him up, he wouldn't run away anymore. As a result, his expression darkened. I'll go ask Uncle Minato about it another day. As soon as I saw his expression, I understood that he must have practiced secretly, but didn't succeed. The Flying Thunder God technique relies on talent. Someone like me who mastered it on the first try is like cheating. He must have been hit hard by that. This kid has a drive in his heart, always feeling like he doesn't have enough time. Every time he stops, he dreams of that night when his clan was exterminated. No one can persuade him otherwise. I looked at him and gently called out, Sasuke. He raised his head to look at me. I know you're doing your best. I said word by word. I believe you will definitely surpass that person. He bit his lip tightly, stood up abruptly, hiding his almost breaking expression in the darkness, and then said in a muffled voice, I'll take you home. Okay. The next morning, Team Kakashi gathered at the village entrance. It was unusual. Kakashi actually arrived earlier than me today, and he seemed to be in a good mood. Even his dead fish eyes looked more spirited. Good morning, Captain. I greeted him as I walked over. Everyone was present, and the target was the daimyo's residence of a land of fire. We ran like ninjas and arrived in half a day. Kakashi directly arranged for us to stay at the inn and told me to rest first. Just kidding. I'm a 7-year-old kid. How can I compare my stamina with those overachievers? He asked Tens to stay and keep an eye on me while he took the others to meet the daimyo. As soon as Kakashi left, I immediately poked my head out from under the covers. Tens, what are you doing? I'm practicing the wood release seals you taught me last time, he answered honestly. I turned my eyes, lowered my voice, and said mysteriously, Come closer. I'll secretly tell you a secret. And he really leaned in. I whispered, Can you teach me wood release, ninjutsu? The expression on Tenzo's face was spectacular, as if he had seen a ghost. What? Wood release? He must be thinking, isn't he the only one in this world who can do it? Could it be that the child of the Senju clan can really inherit the abilities of the first Hokage? I quickly gave him a compliment. Wow, Brother Tens, you're amazing. You're now the only master of wood release in Konoha. He felt shy from my praise, scratching the back of his head, and said, then let me teach you a couple of simple techniques. The plan worked. After studying for half an hour, Tens figured that Kakashi would be back soon, so he didn't dare to teach anymore. I said, I'm going out for a stroll. He immediately said, I'll go with you. I really don't want him to follow me. I have my own little schemes. I casually found an excuse to send him away. Looking at his drooping face, I guess he was planning to secretly overwork himself in the room alone. I don't care about him. I'm going out to verify something. The chakra I sense just now better not be from the person I'm thinking of. The capital here is much more prosperous than Konoha. I just walked into a meatball shop, and before I even got comfortable in my seat, I felt a huge chakra pressure. Let me tell you, that feeling was like a radar warning. I turned my head and saw them. Two men wearing black cloaks with red clouds. The one with the straw hat was holding a meatball. Good grief, Itachi, Uchiha. The one sitting in front of him. I was just about to take a closer look when a cold, sinister gaze swept over. I shrank my neck. The feeling was like being targeted by a venomous snake. Damn, it can't be Snake Uncle, right? This place is not safe to stay. I haven't even paid. I'm just going to run. What a joke. What if Uchiha Itachi sees my face that's almost the same as Sasuke's and comes at me with a combo punch? That's still a minor issue. What if Orochimaru has his eye on me, wanting to capture me as a human container? Then I'm done for. I ran so fast that it was incredible. After Uchiha Itachi finished the last dumpling, he lifted his head, and his three-tomo Sharingan locked onto Orochimaru's eyes, that gaze resembling that of a predator. He said in a deep voice, let's go, Orochimaru-senpai. Orochimaru licked his lips, grinning in a rather creepy way. Itachi, that little girl just now, has eyes as beautiful as Sasuke's. Itachi's expression instantly turned cold, his manjiki nearly spinning out, the warning unmistakable. Orochimaru waved his hand. Oh, come on. Don't be so tense. I'm just very interested in her. Of course he was interested. To discover them as soon as he entered and decisively flee meant this child was definitely not simple. 1,000 thoughts flashed through Uchiha Itachi's mind. He had inexplicably followed Orochimaru behind a little girl. He was also curious if this child was indeed her. If so, why did she still look like a child? But then he thought, right? I'm here to protect the child of my clan from being targeted by a pervert like Orochimaru. He found himself a perfect excuse. The two had just reached a crossroads when suddenly, a voice called out to him. But this time, it wasn't Orochimaru's voice. Uchiha Itachi looked up and saw that iconic white hair. Hatake Kakashi, his former captain in Umbu. Long time no see, Kakashi-san. Itachi greeted politely. Kakashi, seeing their outfits, felt a jolt in his heart. They were wearing Akatsuki uniforms, definitely not here for vacation. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and it looked like a fight was about to break out. Orochimaru didn't want to fight, so he stood between the two, leisurely saying, if you want to fight, go ahead, but if you do, that child will get away. With that, I'll just follow her first. The moment he said that, it was more effective than any threat. Kakashi and Uchiha Itachi's thoughts aligned for the first time. Ceasefire, find the person first. Feeling the gaze of both, Kakashi had no choice but to bite his finger and summon Pakken. Pakken appeared with an annoyed expression. You called for me again? Dogs also need their rest, you know? Upon seeing Orochimaru and Itachi nearby, his fur nearly stood on end. You don't expect me to fight these two, right? This job is not for us. The Woof Woof team. Find out where chiming is, Kakashi commanded. Oh, looking for someone? That's my specialty. Pakken sighed in relief, sniffed the air, and led them forward. Not far ahead, Pakken couldn't hold it anymore and said that the street ahead was full of the smell of medicine. So he slipped away. Kakashi looked up and saw me standing in front of a pharmacy, talking to the owner. Just as he was wondering why I had gone to a pharmacy, Orochimaru spoke up. Aren't you going over, Kakashi? Itachi is already gone. Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought, you Uchiha Itachi, so eager to see your clan member. Huh. He hurriedly followed. I was carrying a large bag of medicinal herbs, thinking about helping the 15-year-old Itachi Uchiha improve his health, hoping he might live a few more years. As soon as I stepped outside, I ran into Itachi Uchiha. I was still wondering how they lost track of him, only to realize they were waiting for me at the door. I watched him warily, wanting to give him the medicine, but hesitating. When I turned around, I saw Kakashi and Orochimaru arriving late. In a moment of impulse, I ran straight to Orochimaru and stuffed a large bag of herbs into his arms with a slap. This move completely bewildered Uncle Snake, but he instinctively held on to it. I cleared my throat and started my performance. Uncle Snake, this is Itachi Uchiha's medicine. Then I had to find a perfect excuse to make Kakashi suspicious. You should also tell him not to die. Sasuke is still waiting to kill him. Perfect. I thought I was flawless, but Kakashi's gaze made me feel uneasy. Oh no, he didn't believe a word. The three of them looked at me with extremely complicated expressions. But I wasn't afraid. I moved closer to Kakashi because he would definitely protect me. To Uchiha Itachi, my words took on a completely different meaning. She knew about my illness. Could it be that what happened back then was true? But why doesn't she recognize me? Is it because of my identity as a rogue ninja? He sighed inwardly. The most inexplicable part was Orochimaru. What does Itachi's medicine have to do with me? Why did he ask me to deliver a message? Aren't they standing together? However, he caught a whiff of my scent, the scent of Tsunade. Kid, what's your name? Orochimaru suddenly asked me. I was taken aback for a moment before realizing he was asking me. Senju Hashimaru. Senju. As soon as this was said, both Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru almost had their eyes glued to me. The descendants of Senju and Uchiha? This is too interesting. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew we definitely couldn't win, so I quickly grabbed Kakashi's hand, ready to activate the Flying Thunder God and escape. Wait a minute, Miss Senju. Itachi Uchiha suddenly spoke up. I stiffened for a moment and politely asked, do you have any other business? Then I added, if this medicine runs out, can I still come to you for more? As soon as I said this, the three of us were stunned. Wait, bro, are you that afraid of death? This doesn't match up with the Itachi in the original work who was determined to seek death. Orochimaru's golden, snake-like eyes darted back and forth among the three of us. His expression one of amusement. He must have noticed that I had been tightly holding Kakashi's hand the whole time. Kakashi was also confused. What exactly was the relationship between these two? He instinctively moved me behind him while looking at Itachi's Sharingan. I took a look around and felt that this matter is too absurd. Now it's the Weasel God who doesn't want to kill me, but instead wants me to save his life. I can only tough it out, just grab the medicine according to the prescription. If we have the chance to meet again in the future, I can show you again, but the premise is that you have to pay. After listening, Uchiha Itachi actually chuckled softly. I didn't give him a chance to react, grabbing Kakashi and using Flying Thunder God to teleport away directly. We suddenly appeared beside Tianzong, giving him quite a scare. He had just woken up, still a bit dazed, and felt the temperature in the room drop sharply. Captain Kakashi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. The other team members, seeing the situation, quickly found an excuse to drag Tianzong away. Only Kakashi and I were left in the room. I could feel that something was off with his emotions, but I didn't understand why. Every time we went on a mission, he seemed like a completely different person, which made me feel quite uneasy. I also have a little temper now. Sitting on the balcony with my arms crossed, looking at the moon. Today's waning crescent moon is as white as Kakashi's hair, but the night sky beside it is as dark as his face today. I don't know how much time has passed, but Kakashi quietly stood behind me without making a sound. He sat down next to me, complaining that it was cramped. Kid, move over a bit and make some space for me. I originally wanted to retort a few words at him, but when I saw his white hair, I couldn't bring myself to say anything and just shifted awkwardly. Can I ask you a question? He finally spoke up. He said that seeing the kind of relationship between me and Itachi today, which he didn't know about, made the tension in his heart snap. Why does he have to ask? He knows he doesn't. But when I held his hand, he actually felt a strange happiness. He looked at me, his scarred Sharingan particularly striking in the darkness. You ask. I tilted my head to look at him. Our eyes met, and my hand, I don't know when, had lifted up, reaching towards the scar at the corner of his eye. Just a little bit more, and I could have touched it. Touching a ghost. That kid Naruto suddenly burst onto the scene, grabbing Gaara's little hand with a casual familiarity. Let me tell you, Naruto's social butterfly traits are off the charts. All he could think about was introducing my new socially anxious friend Gaara to the whole village, afraid he would be like Sasuke, who couldn't say a word after 3 questions. Gaara was completely dazed at that moment, being dragged out the door by Naruto like a sack. His mind was still replaying the movie, filled with the travel guide to Konoha written by the childish Shikamaru. Things like the Dango shop, Konoha hospital which shrine to visit, and Ino's flower shop. Wow, this itinerary was more packed than my work schedule. As he was being dragged along, he couldn't help but ponder what if he really went shopping with Shikamaru, and some clueless guy set his sights on her? That white-haired guy, and that kid who looked just like Shikamaru, their gazes were off. This little jealous pot could smell the sourness from 800 miles away. Just as he was imagining tearing apart his love rivals, Naruto's shout pulled him back to reality. Let's go. Gaara, we're gonna play with Ino. She has tons of flowers. The 2 kids held hands and ran towards the flower shop. At the shop entrance stood a man with a cigarette, and Gaara thought, oh, isn't that Asuma? Naruto, like a little son, rushed over to greet him. Uncle Asuma, Then he proudly pushed Gaara forward. "This is my new friend, Gaara." Asuma, quite experienced, quickly hid the flowers he had prepared for Kurenai behind him, ruffled Naruto's hair with a smile, said a few polite words, and slipped away. Shortly after, Ino came out, a little girl with short golden hair and big eyes. But Gaara's attention was completely on the flowers. He scanned the shop like a radar and finally spotted a pot of desert rose in the corner. He timidly pointed to the flower and asked Ino that, "If someone gives this flower, what does it mean?" "Family, who understands?" Ino was simply a straight shooter, replying immediately, "This is called a desert rose. If someone gives you this flower, it definitely means they really like you. It means they will always be with you." Boom! Gaara's CPU instantly fried. Shikamaru. Likes him? Like such a gloomy kid? He couldn't believe it, but he couldn't help but secretly repeat this sentence in his mind 800 times. Naruto, on the side, didn't think too much, picked up the pot of flowers to look at. "It's red, just like my mom's hair. It would be great to buy it for her." Gaara quickly found an excuse, saying he had seen it at the hospital, to brush this off. They didn't stay in the flower shop for long. The group grew larger, and Ino joined in. Next stop, Nara's Deer Park. Target, abduct Shikamaru. Upon hearing Shikamaru's name, Gaara's little radar beeped again. Shikamaru had been praised as very smart in Shikamaru's letter. Wow, another one. Gaara felt really displeased. How smart could this pineapple head be to be remembered by Shikamaru for so long? When he finally saw Shikamaru in person, Gaara sized him up and thought, this? The pineapple head had a face that screamed life is so troublesome, looking even less handsome than Sasuke next to him. Yet Shikamaru complained about how troublesome it was. But his body honestly led the group of little brats to the deer park, picking up Choji along the way. Choji was really a warm-hearted guy. No introduction needed from Naruto, he actively greeted Gaara. Gaara probably remembered that Shikamaru also praised Choji for being warm-hearted and surprisingly mustered the courage to reply. "Hello? I'm Gaara." "Hello, I'm Choji. From now on, we are friends." "Friends?" Just like that? Gaara was stunned. In Tsunade, this word was completely foreign to him. Well, now the 3-person team had directly expanded to a 6-person team, and they even called Sakura along. 7 of them marched into the deer park. Gaara followed at the back, feeling like a little transparent figure, unable to join in the conversation, just listening to them chat, and combining it with the character descriptions from Shikamaru's letter. He found it quite interesting. All right, except for Sasuke, who had been wearing a scowl the whole time. Just as I thought this, Sasuke called out to him from behind. "Hey, Gaara." Gaara was startled, his hair standing on end, thinking, "Oh no, is he challenging me? Taking advantage of my not fully recovered body. This guy isn't following the rules." But after a long pause, Sasuke asked, "Can I ask, what do you train?" Phew, it turned out to be this. Gaara breathed a sigh of relief and honestly answered, "I train with Shikamaru. She teaches me taijutsu. But you probably can't learn my sand. That's unique to our village." I tell you, as soon as those words came out, Sasuke's face became even more sour than before. It was simply a double blow. He sulked and walked ahead, while Gaara couldn't be bothered with him. Let whoever care, after all, it's not like it's Shikamaru. When we arrived at the deer park, Shikamaru whistled, and a group of little deer gathered around. Everyone reached out to touch them, and Gaara wanted to touch, but didn't dare, fearing that the little deer would also dislike him. It was the attentive Choji who noticed and patiently taught him, "Gaara, just like this, gently touch. It's soft and very comfortable." Gaara carefully reached out his hand and touched it. The little deer surprisingly didn't dodge. The soft touch made Gaara's eyes light up. This was the first animal that had gotten close to him. If it weren't for the Nara family's no-selling policy, he would definitely take one home to raise. After petting the deer, the 7 kids lay down on the grass to look at the clouds in the sky. When they got tired of playing, they just fell asleep, taking a grassland-exclusive nap. When they woke up, Naruto suggested going to eat dango. Shikamaru shot back at him. "You idiot, we don't have any money." The atmosphere instantly dropped to rock bottom. Just then, Gaara quietly took out his little bear wallet and weakly held it up in front of everyone. Shikamaru, the only one with a brain, counted the money, and it was just enough to buy the dango. He returned the rest to Gaara. Everyone chimed in, promising Gaara, "Gaara, next time we'll treat you to barbecue. I'll treat you to Ichiraku ramen. And I'll give you a bouquet of flowers." Gaara was at a loss due to the commotion and was taken to the dango shop by his friends. He had 7 sticks of dango and exchanged 6 friends, making a big profit. When they parted ways, he was still worried about Shikaku in the hospital, afraid that his sand clone would be exposed. He could only bid farewell to his new friends and walk back alone. Halfway there, he heard Shikaku anxiously calling his name. He was startled and stopped, while Kankuro ran over, out of breath, and immediately started scolding him. "Where have you been? You didn't even leave a note. Do you know we were worried? The words "we will worry" exploded in Gaara's heart like a bomb. In his memories, his older siblings were all afraid of him, treating him like a monster. But now, Kankuro actually said he would worry about him. A sense of grievance surged up suddenly. Gaara held back for a long time and finally said, "I'm sorry." Temari, seeing the situation, quickly came over to mediate, gently patting each of her younger brothers on the head and smiling as she said, "You mustn't do this anymore. Understand?" Gaara silently nodded. This time, his hand did not attack Temari. He could clearly feel the warmth and weight of his sister's palm. In his heart, it felt like something had melted away, warm and comforting. At night, he began to disturb Shikaku in his mind again. "Gaara, Shikaku, what are you doing?" Shikaku, irritated, "Don't bother me. Go to sleep, or I'll kill you." Gaara, "Shikaku, I had some dango today. It was super delicious." Shikaku, even more irritated, "What does that have to do with me? I didn't eat it." Gaara, "Shikaku, I also petted a little deer. Its fur was so soft. Unlike yours." Shikaku, "Completely exploded. You like deer, huh? Fine, let me out and let the deer come in." Gaara, "Shikaku, I like little deer, and I like you too. Please don't be angry." Shikaku, snorts, "Who's angry? I'm not going to argue with a little brat like you." Gaara, "Shikaku, do you know why the sky is blue?" Sukaku, "No, don't ask." Gaara, "I know, let me tell you. Chio said that good friends should share with each other." Shikaku, "Who's friends with you?" Gaara, "I am with you." Shikaku, in the extreme tug of war with Shikaku, Gaara had a good sleep. On the other side, Chio's hand was caught by Kakashi, and she was stunned, trying to pull back, but he held it tighter. The two were staring at each other. Chio looked into Kakashi's heterochromatic eyes and suddenly asked, "Does it hurt?" Kakashi touched the scar on his face and chuckled lightly. It hasn't hurt for a long time, but for some reason, after she asked, that scar seemed to ache a little. What a strange thing. He quickly changed the subject. "Didn't you want to ask me a question?" Chio then shifted her gaze, looked at the moon, and asked, "Do you know Uchiha Itachi?" Kakashi was obviously prepared for this question. He needed a reasonable explanation to calm his suspicious heart. Chio sighed and had to start making up lies again. "I've seen him when I went out to treat patients with my master before. I don't remember much, just that he had those Sharingan eyes." This reason was acceptable. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It turned out it was just a doctor-patient relationship, so it was fine. His self-justification skills were top-notch, but he still worriedly reminded her, "If you see him again, you must report to me. He is now an S-rank rogue ninja. If you get involved with him, both Teacher Minato and Tsunade-sama will be implicated." Chio nodded like a chick pecking at rice. She was currently too busy avoiding these two people. Kakashi finally noticed the dark circles under her eyes and, feeling guilty, told her to sleep quickly, saying he would guard her, so she shouldn't be afraid. Chio was indeed sleepy. She took out a small blanket from her scroll and fell asleep leaning against the door. Meanwhile, on a rainy night, Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi were hiding in a cave. Itachi looked at the package of medicine, his thoughts drifting back to when he was 5 years old. At the end of the Third Great Ninja War, his father took him to clean up the battlefield. It was also a rainy day. He stood by the blood-red Southie River, looking at the piles of corpses, feeling the cruelty of war for the first time. Later, his father was called away, leaving him alone, and a barely alive Awagakure ninja grabbed his foot. He wanted to kill, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Just when he thought he was done for, a girl in white appeared and swiftly dealt with the ninja, splattering blood all over him. That girl was Chio. She reached out her hand to him and gently asked, "Itachi, are you okay?" She actually knew him. He held her hand, feeling she was the angel who came to save him. Later, she used a healing technique to treat his ankle and sent him back to the village entrance. He always remembered her unique kaleidoscope Sharingan. Later on, he saw her again during a mission. She was beside Tsunade, but she had become much smaller and reminded him in a greedy tone to pay for medical treatment. "Itachi," Orochimaru's voice pulled him back to reality. "Senior Orochimaru, is there something you need?" Orochimaru's golden, snake-like eyes stared at him, slowly speaking. "Do you have feelings for her too?" Itachi's body immediately tensed. What coincidence? Orochimaru smiled. "I do too." After the rain stopped, Itachi spoke first. "Let us go back to Konoha. I'm sure you miss your teacher. I also want to see how my foolish little brother has grown." Speaking of Sasuke, he couldn't help but cough. Orochimaru personally poured him a bowl of medicine, which he gulped down, grimacing at the bitterness, instinctively reaching for sugar, but finding nothing. "Let us go. Sarutobi-sensei must be missing me." Orochimaru let out a cackling laugh. The next day, Team Kakashi received a reply from a daimyo, and naturally, the task fell to Chio, who could use the Flying Thunder God technique. She teleported back to the Hokage office, startling Minato. Minato opened the letter, quickly made arrangements, and handed Chiyo a sealed letter, instructing her to find Kakashi. He told Kakashi to lead the team to set off for the land of hot water immediately, and after he set off, she would use the Flying Thunder God to protect them. Yes. In the next moment, Chiyo appeared near the Nara family. Just in time, she ran into Shikamaru. Upon seeing her wearing the Umbu mask, hurriedly ran home to call his dad. Chiyo handed the letter to Kakashi, who didn't ask much and let her go report back. After coming out of the Nara house, Chiyo's stomach growled. She thought it was still early, so she decided to swing by the Dango shop for a meal. As soon as she lifted the curtain, she felt two familiar chakras. Wow, these two 1T leave. Huh. How did Orochimaru and Uchiha Itachi find their way here? Is the gatekeeper of Konoha asleep? Countless plans flashed through Chiyo's mind, and she finally decided to remain motionless. As long as these two didn't cause trouble, she didn't feel like fighting. She sat down nearby, ordered some dango, and ate while keeping watch. Itachi finished his last dango, finally suppressing the bitterness of the medicine. He spotted Chiyo at the entrance, dressed in Umbu clothing, with her mask hanging at her waist. He wanted to greet her, but found it absurd. A rogue ninja greeting an Umbu? Wouldn't that just cause her trouble? He could only lower his head, expressionless, and continue chewing on the dango, feeling the sweetness in his mouth had changed. Just as the atmosphere became awkward, a commotion suddenly erupted at the entrance. The ninja school had let out, and a large group of children surged in. Chiyo's sharp eyes immediately caught sight of Naruto and Sasuke in the crowd. Oh no, these two were the prize catches in Uchiha Itachi's eyes. I've come here too. My heart sank with a thud. Good grief, those two seemed to have oil on their feet. They stood up in a flash. And that sickly Orochimaru was trailing behind. Itachi Uchiha lowered his hat brim, sneaking around, and it was clear he wasn't up to any good. They were moving so fast. It was as if their feet barely touched the ground. My youth training manual wasn't for nothing. I quickly followed them without making sound. But after following them for a while, my mind suddenly exploded. Isn't this the South He Shrine? What day is it today? It's a new moon day. The day Sasuke pays respect to his family. Damn, Itachi Uchiha, you ultimate brother complex. You're here to ambush your brother. I realized that Sasuke buying dumplings at the shop wasn't for himself. It was an offering for his parents. All right, since it's a brotherly situation, it shouldn't lead to anything fatal. At that moment, I thought, hey, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If I rush in to protect Sasuke, my favorability will surely skyrocket. First, I'll collect this SSR card of Sasuke and see what amazing skills he has. I was happily plotting over here, while Itachi had already arrived at the shrine. He looked at Sasuke's back with a complex expression, coughing like a tuberculosis patient, while Orochimaru pretended to pat his back, saying something about taking care of his health and not worrying too much. It gave me goosebumps, just as Itachi was about to put on a show of brotherly affection. Naruto's loud voice rang out. Sasuke, Sasuke, let's go. Itachi glanced over and thought, oh, my little brother has a friend now, and it's the fourth Hokage's son. Not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. But the next moment, before the words even left his mouth, Itachi suddenly flashed behind Sasuke like a ghost and grabbed my precious's neck. My foolish little brother. His voice was as cold as ice. Without your brother, how has your training been, you useless one? Sasuke's eyes were about to pop out, his face flushed with anger, completely unaware of someone sneaking up behind him. All those years of hard training seemed to go to waste. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, Itachi, Uchiha, how dare you come back? I'm here to see just how much of a waste of space you still are. Itachi's words were like a poisoned dagger, piercing straight to the heart. Sasuke was about to explode with rage. Naruto, that kid, really had a sense of loyalty, seeing his brother being bullied without a second thought. He used the shadow clone jutsu, and suddenly the shrine was filled with Narutos. A sea of them rushed forward, no matter if you're a genius or not. If you mess with my brother, even the King of Heaven has to step aside. This tactic, who understands family? One trick to eat across the board. Other than shadow clones, it's just charging forward, focusing on a companion-style beating. Itachi glanced around, like playing whack-a-mole, taking down each of Naruto's clones with a punch. And they all vanished in an instant. At that moment, I thought, should I wait a little longer? Maybe with a little stimulation, Sasuke's 2 Sharingan would activate? But in the blink of an eye, Itachi had already grabbed Naruto by the neck and lifted him up, while furiously taunting Sasuke on the ground. Coward, your friend is about to die, and you don't even dare to resist? I really can't believe it. Does your Uchiha clan have some kind of communication barrier? Will it kill you to speak properly? Sasuke couldn't take this, and with a roar, he charged in, and the outcome was predictable. He was taken down, double kill. Itachi handled them effortlessly, like picking up little chicks. With a glare, his Manjiki Sharingan activated. Since you're this weak, let me help you remember that night again. Oh no, he's about to use Tsukuyomi. This is bad. In the blink of an eye, I put on my mask, not caring about anyone. And the shuriken hidden in the darkness had already been imbued with the Flying Thunder God technique, shooting out in a flash. It aimed straight for his blind spot. Itachi was forced to let go and dodge, and I finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were just one more second, Sasuke would have really been choked to death. I instantly teleported in front of him, and without saying a word, I launched Water Style, Water Whip. I wanted to control him first, but the next second, everything went dark. Oh no, I became a regular attack effect, completely tied up on my own whip. Uchiha Itachi stood in front of me with a knife. It's over Tsukuyomi space. Am I going to be stuck here for 3 days and 3 nights? I'll fight back. Today, I'll show you whose eye makeup is more amazing. I stared fiercely at his Sharingan, and somehow, I forced myself back to reality. Just as I came out, I heard Orochimaru sing, Itachi, don't overstrain your eyes, or the medicine Shimon gave you will be wasted. Sasuke had just woken up, and when he heard my name, his eyes instantly turned red, with a look that seemed to say, Nisan, are you going to use even the last member of my clan? He was so angry that his Sharingan activated into the second Tomo, ready to charge forward again. I quickly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. Naruto is hurt. As soon as Naruto was mentioned, Sasuke finally calmed down and reluctantly ran over to help Naruto. I turned to Itachi and said fiercely, I don't care what you're here for, but if you touch Sasuke again, do you believe we'll do sit-ups together right here? Itachi snorted coldly and disappeared with Orochimaru. Only then did I truly breathe a sigh of relief. I almost didn't make it out of this. I walked over to Sasuke, looked at his small frame, trembling like a leaf, and my heart shattered. I pulled him to my arms and gently patted his back. This wasn't T, some stubborn kid. He was just a frightened child in need of a hug. Sasuke tightly hugged my waist, a pure reliance on his protector. Unfortunately, this tender moment didn't last long, as Naruto on the ground woke up, crying out in pain. We quickly separated. I did a quick treatment on their wounds and prepared to report back. Are you leaving again? Sasuke grabbed my sleeve. I touched his head and said, there's a mission. Be careful on your way back. After that, I used the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared. Guess what happened? As soon as I returned to the temporary base, I saw Kakashi-sensei staring at a book called Intimate Paradise, completely captivated, and I had no idea what he was thinking. Let me tell you, his expression was so conflicted that it was like he was jealous but didn't want to show it. He was there, trying to convince himself, saying things like, this is my sister, this is my sister. As soon as I appeared, he instantly transformed back into that cold boss persona and asked me what orders Lord Hokage had. I rolled my eyes, switched to work mode, and said, Lord Hokage wants us to go to the land of soup immediately to protect Mr. Rikuju. Let me tell you, during those few days of intense traveling, I felt like my soul was being jostled out of me. As soon as I arrived at the inn, I just collapsed on the floor, feeling like a wrung-out rag. But even in sleep, I couldn't find peace and had a really bizarre dream. In the dream, I was trapped in a Japanese-style room and couldn't get out. Then I heard 2 men talking outside, calling each other miss, and one even claimed to be my elder brother. They said it was too dangerous because of the war between 2 clans, so I couldn't go. Just when I was full of questions, everything went dark in front of me, and before I fainted, I seemed to see a face. What the heck? Uchiha Madara, my charming ancestor. I suddenly sat up, gasping for breath. I saw Kakashi sitting in the corner, which startled me. He looked at me as if he had seen a ghost and came over to pat my back to comfort me. My mind was in a mess. Could it be true that I was Uchiha Madara's sister? This plot is too dramatic. When Kakashi touched me, my whole body stiffened, but I felt embarrassed to refuse his kindness. To ease the awkwardness, I could only, Captain, how long will this mission take? Anyway, the matter in the land of soup ended up being resolved, and the specific terms were quite complicated, but it was a win-win situation, with our Konoha winning twice. Once we safely escorted Lord Jiku back to the village, we would go report to Teacher Minato. As soon as we finished the report, Teacher Minato kept Kakashi and me behind. At that moment, my heart sank just like when I got caught by the homeroom teacher in school. Sure enough, it was about Itachi. As soon as Kakashi-sensei spoke, I knew I couldn't hide it anymore, so I just spilled everything. After I finished, the entire office was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Kakashi didn't say anything, and neither did Kakashi-sensei. I tell you, I immediately made a note about him. This man has too many sides. In the end, it was Kakashi-sensei who broke the silence with a sigh, saying he understood, and invited us over for dinner at his place, saying that Kushina-chan missed us. I was so angry at that moment that I let out a grunt, and, with a flying thunder god technique, I said goodbye. I'm going home to sleep. No one can stop me. I slept until the evening before I finally got up and went to Teacher Mizuki's house. Aunt Kushina was cooking and asked me to go to the training ground to call those two kids back. When I arrived, I happened to see the two of them fighting fiercely. That kid Sasuke has really improved quickly. He's smart and has very tricky footwork. In the end, he tied Naruto to a tree with a steel wire, and it was quite a beautiful victory. Naruto lost and was pouting there, sulking. As for Sasuke, he didn't seem too happy about winning either. His little face was all tight, filled with thoughts of revenge, which made my heart ache. I jumped down from the tree, put my arms around their shoulders, and said with a smile, "Looks like you two have made quite a bit of progress while I was away." Upon seeing me, Naruto's eyes lit up, and his previous gloom vanished. Sasuke still had his usual cold demeanor, not even giving me a glance. I knew he didn't dare to be happy, fearing he would let down our clan members who were beneath us. I raised my hand and ruffled Sasuke's spiky hair into a mess, greeting him, "Sasuke." Then I turned to Naruto and said, "I just returned to the village this morning. I should be able to stay for a few more days." As I spoke, I took out the little fox I had carved a long time ago from my bag and handed it to Naruto. "Here's your birthday gift." Naruto stared at the clearly carved little fox in front of him, momentarily speechless. He couldn't help but touch his stomach and said, "9 tails. Let's put that aside for now. I have to tell you, this little fox that Shifuyu gave me really hit home." At that moment, I couldn't hold back my tears, and they streamed down my face as I held the little wooden sculpture, deeply moved. Meanwhile, Sasuke was beside me, extending his little hand and waiting, practically begging for me to give him something too. He was looking eagerly at Shifuyu, but Shifuyu didn't even notice and was still happily chatting with me. Sasuke's little face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. He snorted and dashed forward like a little cannonball, not looking back. Jiming and I were dumbfounded at the back, looking at each other in confusion, thinking, what kind of act is this? In the end, we could only follow behind in silence, not saying a word the whole way. The atmosphere was so awkward it could fill a 3-bedroom apartment. Sasuke was probably even more irritated, definitely thinking to himself, "What is going on? Me walking in front is affecting you two whispering, right? Let me tell you, that dinner was suffocating." The atmosphere at the table was so low that you could raise jellyfish. Sasuke, that little gloomy guy, and Kakashi-sensei were like they were competing to see who could finish eating first, just burying their heads in their food. Even a usually talkative Obito was down. It was a large emo scene. Aunt Kushina and Uncle Minato exchanged several glances, probably wondering what was wrong with these kids today. After dinner, Aunt Kushina saw that this was not going to work, so she organized a moon-viewing tea party trying to mediate things. The result? It became even more awkward. Sasuke came over with his wet hair, and Aunt Kushina lovingly wiped it for him. Goodness, that wipe broke his defenses. He probably thought of his mom, and his expression instantly darkened. He snatched the towel away, saying he would do it himself. Even stranger was Kakashi-sensei, who seemed to be bound to Sasuke today, sitting next to him during dinner and sitting next to him during tea like a man-to-man defender. He was pretending to read a book called Intimate Paradise, but his peripheral vision never left the other side where Shikamaru was. Those little glances, TSK, were full of drama. In the end, Uncle Minato and Aunt Kushina exchanged a knowing look, came up with an excuse to send us all away, leaving only Kakashi-sensei and Shikamaru on the platform. Let me tell you, Teacher Kakashi seems pretty reliable on normal days, but when it comes to situations like this, he instantly turns into a straight man. He saw Jimin secretly wiping her tears while looking at the moon and wanted to comfort her, but he didn't know what to say. After holding it in for a long time, he suddenly pounced on her like a hungry tiger and hugged her. He even tried to imitate how Rin would comfort me by patting her back, mumbling that they were all her family. Who understands family? Jimin is so small that she almost got sent away by him. She pushed him for a long time, like a chick pecking at rice. But Kakashi didn't budge an inch. Then the most explosive part happened. Sasuke came down to get some water and, coincidentally, saw this scene. Under the moonlight, Kakashi was hugging Jimin. I could already imagine the expression on Sasuke's face at that moment. His hand holding the water cup probably had veins popping out. He didn't say a word and stood there like a ghost in the dark before silently returning to his room. That night, he must have been peeing himself again, thinking he was a avenger unworthy of love. The next morning, Jimin ran into Sasuke during morning exercises and wanted to ease the tension between them. But he didn't even give her a glance. his face dark like he just came out of coal mine. Jimin was puzzled and asked her system about the situation. The system told her that to know who she is, she would first have to spend money to buy memory fragments. And the condition to unlock them was to encounter someone from her memories. ISNT, that just pure cyber wishing? Coming from the Warring States period, where was she supposed to find a living person? This matter had to be set aside, and before she knew it, the New Year festival arrived. A group of kids gathered together to talk about their dreams. Of course, I had to be Hokage. Dingji wanted to inherit the family business. And Shikamaru just wanted to be lazy and do nothing, which was all pretty normal. When it was Jimin's turn, I almost couldn't hold it in when she said her wish. She hoped everyone present could live to be 100 years old and have all their wishes come true. Wow, that was a direct stab at the author, right? Then it was Sasuke's turn, and the air in the room froze. He coldly spat out a few words. I want to kill someone. The atmosphere was so tense that I didn't dare to breathe loudly. As a result, Jimin actually looked at Sasuke and said very seriously, Sasuke, go ahead, go take revenge on your enemy. Damn, I was shocked at that moment. The whole world was telling him to let go of his hatred, and only she gave him a knife. This made everyone lose their mood for watching fireworks later. That night, Jimin's Golden Finger system finally went online, saying it was a New Year's big discount and offered her a chance to draw an SSR. When the 4 options popped up, wow, Uchinodara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobarama, a Warring States male model team. After thinking for a while, Madara was too explosive. Hashirama was too silly, so she finally chose the legendary ninjutsu professor, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Just as she clicked confirm, the room suddenly exploded with a burst of white light. After the light faded, a handsome guy with white hair and red eyes, wearing armor, stood there. Alive. Senju Tobarama. What was even more outrageous was that this guy looked at Jimin, and without saying a word, a tear slipped down from the corner of his eye. Jimin was dumbfounded on the spot. What was going on? She quickly shouted in her mind. Dealer, explain to me. Did you get the script wrong? The system leisurely replied, saying this card character could be summoned like Sanson, and the mark was on her hand. She probably accidentally pressed it earlier. It even cheekily added, aren't you curious why he knows you? This was a great opportunity to ask. That made sense. ISNT, this exactly the person she was looking for from her memories? Now, the mystery of her identity had a clue. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama wanted to approach this little bundle in front of him, but was afraid of startling her with his movements, so he could only stand there, helplessly looking at her. I tell you, at that moment, his brain probably crashed. Goodness, wasn't I already dead? What's going on? How did I come back to life? Did something happen in Konoha? His radar, I quickly scanned the area and found that the chakra was quite familiar, still at the Senju family's base, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. But he was still bewildered. What does it mean for a dead person to be standing here? I was looking up with my neck almost breaking, about to say something, and guess what? He suddenly squatted down, directly meeting my gaze. A tall guy over 8 meters just squatted down like that. Those crimson eyes looked at me so gently. Does anyone understand? At that moment, I just wanted to die on the spot. I'd rather face Uchiha Madara, because he definitely wouldn't mess with my mindset like this. I forced myself to introduce myself. I am Chikage Senju, the second generation. To my surprise, he actually smiled after hearing it. Just a slight curve of his lips. I swear, I almost betrayed on the spot. The charm of the white-haired handsome guy is just overwhelming. He said, so your last name is Senju. I quickly shook off the useless thoughts in my mind. It's important to get down to business. Lord, second generation. My master said that I am entrusted to her by you. Did we know each other before? As soon as I said this, he was directly stunned. That expression was so complex, it could write an 800-word essay. Finally, he sighed, his gaze drifting away, and dismissively said to me, it's been too long, I don't remember. Wow, what a great actor. Then he turned the tables on me. Can I ask how I ended up here? My head buzzed for a moment. And I couldn't just say that you're the SSR I pulled from the gacha pool, right? At that moment, my unfair system finally did something useful, and like a cheat code, it transmitted to me, Edo Tensei, fool. Oh my. I directly learned on the spot and blurted out that I had seen the Forbidden Technique scroll and was particularly interested in Edo Tensei, so I researched it a bit and unexpectedly summoned you. Please forgive me, my lord. His red eyes scanned my face back and forth, making me break into a cold sweat. The lie spun was full of holes big enough to fit an aircraft carrier. But in the end, he actually believed it. Just one phrase. I see. Actually, I knew he had 100 figured out I was lying. This old fox was just indulging me and didn't want to expose me. But this wasn't over yet. Someone is alive, as Tobarama couldn't just hang around my yard every day, right? The mountain clan of Konoha would expose him in no time. Did I still want my life? I quickly asked the system what to do, and it mocked me, saying, "Don't you have a sealing technique on hand? Just press it, and it'll be retracted, right? I really want to thank you, this broken system. What if I accidentally press down on it while turning over in my sleep, and suddenly a second Hokage pops out in the middle of the night? That scene is too beautiful for me to look at. In the end, I decided to learn from the way they sealed weapons in the past and turn him into a tattoo. I cautiously discussed with him, saying that I would temporarily keep it for now. To my surprise, he immediately agreed. Let's do it your way. His tone was incredibly indulgent. I quickly formed a seal, and in an instant, the second Hokage transformed into a super cool phoenix tattoo on my wrist. Done. Just as I breathed a sigh of relief, I began to settle accounts with the system. Where's my New Year's gift? You old trickster. I suspected that I had a close relationship with him before, but this broken system locked all my memories, and it was so expensive. When I opened a shop, my blood pressure skyrocketed. A piece of memory fragment costs 10 gold coins. Isn't this robbery? This is enough for me to combine a 2-star 5-cost card and directly activate the origin of all things. The system was still playing Tai Chi with me, saying that it was precious memory. Bah, I have to pay to buy my own memories? Scammer. But the more I wanted to know, the more it teased me. Forget it. Let's collect the loot first. This time I got 2 capes, a bunch of equipment, and a Nico no Su, which sounds like some knockoff. Just as I was about to ask how to use it, the system forcibly logged me off. Go to sleep, or else you'll be gone. Fine, I'll sleep. After all, the next day, Gaara and his family were coming. Early the next morning, I was dragged out of bed by Anko, groomed and dressed up, and put into that purple kimono, looking like a porcelain doll, and pushed to the living room to make tea. To make matters worse, the one making tea with me was actually Sasuke. Recently, I've been entangled with him quite a bit, and due to that favorability task, I had to stick my warm face to his cold backside. I squeezed out a smile. Good morning, Sasuke. He snorted from his nose. I was just making small talk. Did you sleep well last night? Good. All right. Not willing to say a word more. This card isn't needed after all. I've given up and focused on making tea. As a result, when I ignored him, he started acting strangely and even sneaked glances at me. You can't guess the thoughts of a little brat. In this awkward atmosphere, Gaara and his family arrived. The adults chatted and drank tea in the living room, while we kids were sent out to play. As soon as I saw Gaara's little panda, my eyes lit up, and I quickly went over to wish him a happy new year and also greeted Shoju and Kanjuro. Gaara was just about to share some funny stories about Shikaka with me when Naruto came rushing in like a little cannonball, hugging Gaara and saying, "Gaara, you're here." His excitement made me and Sasuke cover our faces in embarrassment. Temari slyly pulled me aside and said she wanted to stroll around Konoha. Seeing the look in her eyes, I understood. She wasn't just looking to shop. She clearly wanted to see that man. Of course, I wholeheartedly agreed and quickly played matchmaker. After all, I've been shipping Shikamaru and Temari for ages. Naruto, the atmosphere leader, immediately suggested we go to the Nara house to see the deer, saying that touching a deer's antlers on New Year's would bring good luck. When we arrived at the deer park, it was like a large idol meet and greet. Shikamaru lazily whistled, and suddenly, all the deer gathered around. The look on Temari's face was priceless. My heart definitely skipped a beat. One little deer even approached her, causing her to jump 3 feet in the air. That lazy Shikamaru surprisingly walked over, petting the little deer while saying in an irresistibly charming voice, "Shuya, don't scare your sister." He even showed Temari how to pet the deer hand in hand. Who understands this, right? My ship was sailing. Temari, the big sister, turned red in the face and carefully reached out, instantly captivated by the little deer's cuteness. I was laughing with my aunt when I suddenly heard 3 voices calling me at the same time. Jiming. I unconsciously looked at Sasuke, who was closest to me, and asked him, "Sasuke, did you call me?" Before Sasuke could say anything, Naruto's loud voice answered first. It was me. He magically pulled out a bouquet of purple wildflowers from behind his back and said, "Look, it matches your outfit perfectly." I took it and smelled it. It was fragrant. I smiled and said to Naruto, "Thank you, I really like it." Naruto's face instantly turned bright red, and he covered his face and ran away. Meanwhile, Sasuke next to us had a dark expression. He silently laid down on the grass, began to contemplate life, and radiated an aura of "don't mess with me." Gaara watched our interaction silently and crushed the little flower he had made out of sand. Seeing Sasuke's emo expression probably reminded him of what I wrote in my letter about friends comforting each other. So he mustered up the courage to move next to Sasuke and, after holding it in for a while, squeezed out a line, "Uchiha." Sasuke, what are you doing? Sasuke glanced at him but didn't say anything, making Gaara even more awkward. Then, in the next moment, Sasuke suddenly made a move. A kunai flew straight toward Gaara's face. The sand instantly activated its defense. Gaara stood up, coldly staring at him. Wow, he's not holding back at all. Without a word, Sasuke activated his Sharingan, maxed out his speed, and with various tricky angles of kunai combined with body flicker technique, it was quite a show. On Gaara's side, he didn't make a move at all, just crossed his arms, with the sand fully on defense, embodying the idea of you can hit me all you want. If I move, I lose. Sasuke really had skills. With a few swift moves, he actually created a web-like trap in the forest using wire. I was shocked at that moment. No wonder you're called the wire hero. Using the tension of the wire, he dodged Gaara's sand and successfully jumped onto a tree. Naruto, watching from the side, had his mouth wide open, grabbing my sleeve and babbling without being able to say a word. Gaara realized he had encountered a tough opponent, so he stopped pretending. He pressed his hands together, and the ground instantly turned to sand, wrapping around Sasuke's legs. Sasuke saw that the situation was dire. The sand was endless, and he couldn't afford to be trapped. He used the sword and wire in his hands to forcibly pull himself out of the sand and swung up to a tree. Just when Sasuke thought he had the upper hand, Gaara unleashed his ultimate technique. He transformed into a massive ball of sand, and the surrounding trees began to shake violently, about to topple over. As soon as I saw the situation wasn't right, I thought if this continued, the deer from Nara would be roasted whole. So I quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique and dove into his shell. I saw Gaara, small as he was, sitting inside with his eyes closed, as if he was about to unleash a big move. I hurriedly poked him, and when he opened his eyes and saw me, his ears turned red. I quickly urged him, all right, put away your powers. If you use this technique, Uncle Lugia will come to our house with a knife. Gaara looked at me with a wronged expression and said softly, I'm sorry, but he made the first move. I obviously know that. I patted his shoulder to comfort him. I know it was Sasuke who made the first move. You were just acting in self-defense. It's fine. Only then did he cheer up and cancel the jutsu. As soon as he came out, he locked eyes with Sasuke, whose red eyes looked like they were about to eat him alive. Gaara's smile instantly vanished. They really don't get along at all. Shikamaru's eternally expressionless face finally couldn't hold it anymore, and he rushed over to stand between us, looking like he was about to lose his life, saying, Gentlemen, can we go to the training ground to spar? If you unleash your sandstorm burial, our deer park will turn into the Sahara Desert. And then will my deer eat? I tell you, as soon as Shikamaru said that, Gaara's little face turned red in an instant, and he immediately panicked, grabbing the back of his head and apologizing incessantly. Temari was fiercely protective, slapping Shikamaru on the back and saying it was all Sasuke's fault, that her little brother is actually very well behaved. Meanwhile, Kankuro, for the sake of his life, was nodding like crazy, saying, yes, my brother never goes overboard. Shikamaru already had this expression of please just go on his face, waving his hand and sneaking away with Naruto and the others. In the end, the whole group left, but Sasuke just stood there like a telephone pole, his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. I really didn't want to pay attention to him at first. These past couple of days, he was acting all high and mighty. I had no intention of putting my warm face against his cold, but who understands what family means? Everyone else has left, and he's all alone there. The loneliness is just overwhelming. I sighed, resigned myself to the situation, walked back, grabbed his wrist, and dragged him along. I dragged on while muttering, I know you want to see how strong you are, but look at the place, buddy. If you two tear down this deer park, where will the little deer sleep? Even if the deer's family doesn't mind, as the teacher of the fourth Hokage, I can't save face, you understand? But this kid just kept his mouth shut, stubborn as he is, with his mind set on whatever he thinks of, willing to do anything to take down his brother. Just when I thought he was going to stay silent forever, he suddenly swung around and grabbed my wrist with a grip so strong it was frightening. He looked like he had gone mad, growling at me. I understand, but I don't want to understand. When my whole family was wiped out by Itachi Uchiha, why should I care about others? Why should I think about the little deer? I considered everyone, but who considers me? Good grief, all that resentment was thrown onto me. He turned his head away, refusing to look at me. That stubbornness making it seem like the whole world owed him 8 million. I looked at him like this, and my anger dissipated. I raised my hand and naturally ruffled his messy black hair. Then, imitating Itachi, I gently tapped my finger on his forehead. From now on, I will take care of you. My voice is particularly gentle. Let me tell you, to deal with this kind of Chinibi boy, you have to understand him even better than he understands himself. I know you want to kill Itachi Uchiha, and I also know you see the gap between you and him, making you feel as anxious as if your heart is on fire. which is why you train so hard. I know all this. You're training really well. You're using the wire like a pro, and your shuriken are accurate, and your speed is fast. I could tell when you're fighting Gaara just now. If you're lacking an opponent, I can be that for you. As long as I'm in the village, feel free to find me anytime. I promise to give it my all and treat you like a real opponent. Your brother has a lot of battle experience, so you need to quickly become a Chunin, take on more missions, and gain experience. And I assure you, you will be able to take revenge with your own hands. Sasuke covered his forehead and gradually calmed down, the madness in his eyes dissipating. It seemed like he finally realized that I was seriously teaching him how to get revenge. He secretly glanced at me and quickly lowered his head again. Sundara, wanting to speak but unable to lower his pride. Forget it, I'll take the lead. Let's go. Sasuke, we're heading back. After returning to the Senju house and finishing dinner, I caught a glimpse out of the corner of my eye. Goodness, this kid Sasuke is actually sneaking off to find Gaara. My heart skipped a beat, and I quickly jumped up to follow, fearing that these two would start fighting on my territory again. Tsunade-sensei would definitely break both our legs. My cat is behind the pillar, and I see the two of them standing in the corridor like two door gods, not saying a word. After a while, Sasuke let out a hum like a mosquito and managed to say, "I'm sorry, Gaara. I just want to spar with you a bit. You're really strong." Gaara was initially so scared that he felt like he might burst like a bear. Upon hearing the apology, he sighed in relief and tried hard not to be so afraid of him, replying, "It's okay, you're strong too." After saying that, Gaara probably feared that Sasuke would change his mind in the next second, so he quickly ran off without a trace. I hid in the shadows, nodding with satisfaction. My psychological counseling was simply textbook level, perfect. Just as I finished dealing with one delusional teenager, something happened at home. As Gaara and the others had just left, Uncle Yahiko from the mountain knocked on our door with a heavy expression, and he spent the whole afternoon talking with Master Tsunade and the others in the tea room. I relied on my ability to hear thoughts and eavesdropped outside. I heard Uncle Hai Yi's mind frantically scrolling. Was this huge chakra? How could it evade the fourth Hokage's perception? My heart sank. Oh no, my granduncle has been exposed. He has only been out for a few minutes, and the efficiency of the perception team is too high. This is troublesome. If I confess, how will the higher-ups view me? How will they view Sasuke? If I don't confess, it's not good to keep the second Hokage hidden in my room. Forget it, I'll just go for broke. I quickly slipped back to my yard, rolled up my sleeve, and slapped the phoenix tattoo, and Tobirama appeared right in front of me. I finished my sentence in one breath. Lord Tobirama, Uncle Hiruzen has already found you. Although I was the one who brought you back to life, the path you choose is up to you. I have to tell Master about this, so please take your time to think it over. After saying that, I used Flying Thunder God technique to make my escape. When I returned to my room with Master Tsunade, the fourth Hokage, Aunt Kushina, and the third Hokage, the scene was something else. Tsunade was crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, holding on to Tobirama and refusing to let go, calling him great uncle and crying out all the grievances of the past years. The third Hokage, with his pipe in hand, was trembling, his eyes red as he looked at his teacher, who had come back to life. I originally wanted to sneak out to give him some space, but I was fixed in place by a glance from Tobirama. Jimin, you stay and listen too. Well, my escape plan failed. I had no choice but to obediently sit down, pour tea for the big shots, and try to minimize my presence. The fourth Hokage, as expected, was quick-witted and spoke first. The matter of Lord Tobirama's resurrection must not be leaked. Otherwise, not only will Jimin be in danger, but if this secret gets out, war may return. I have a plan to have Lord Tobirama take a pseudonym and join my direct Umbu. Tobirama nodded. This was exactly what he wanted. The third Hokage took a puff of his cigarette and agreed as well. So it was settled. The next day, Kakashi was summoned to the fourth's office. The fourth, looking troubled, said to him, "Kakashi, your team needs to add a new member. However, this new member has quite the background." After hesitating for a long time, the fourth simply called out, "Lord Tobirama, please come out." A white-haired handsome guy appeared in an instant, his face identical to the one on Hokage Rock. Kakashi was momentarily stunned, his eyes wide like saucers, and he frantically asked the fourth with his gaze, "Is this the real person?" The fourth solemnly nodded. Kakashi's expression translated to, "Teacher, you're not joking, right? The second Hokage is going to be my subordinate? This is too much of a blessing for me to handle." Tobirama, however, remained calm and patted Kakashi's shoulder. "I look forward to working with you." Kakashi stiffly nodded. "Yes." "All right." The fourth quickly changed the subject and issued a mission. The mist ninja from a land of water had been acting suspiciously, and 2 members of the 7 ninja swordsmen were already deployed. Kakashi's team was to immediately infiltrate the Land of Water to investigate this matter. Lord Tobarama, your codename in Umbu will be Suki. Suki, Tobarama smiled. After the sun comes the moon, a nice name. 2 hours later, our team gathered at the village entrance. Kakashi introduced everyone. This is Suki, a descendant of the Senju clan. Our new teammate. Tobarama said in a disguised voice, I am Suki. With everyone gathered, Kakashi looked at me and Tobarama. Next, I'll need the Flying Thunder God technique from both of you. So, we are basically a human-shaped teleportation portal. I resigned myself, bit my finger, and slapped it on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, a colorful big phoenix appeared in a flash. I led this whole group, both people and bird. And with one Flying Thunder God, we were directly transported to the border of the Land of Water. As soon as we landed, I felt like my body was drained. My chakra instantly depleted. Tobarama floated over to me like a ghost, patted my shoulder. Little Jimin, I heard from Shikamaru about your condition. For the upcoming mission, you should rest well and don't need to engage. Leave it to me. I haven't had the chance to refute it yet. And Kakashi has come over. I think Lord Moon is right. Wow, I was directly forced offline. Does anyone understand? Family? What else can I do but accept it? In this team, those two are like gods. It seems like these days in the Umbu won't be easy. Our infiltration into the Water Nation went quite smoothly, thanks to Tobarama, who was like an old hand at this. Kakashi divided us into 2 groups. He took the boar, deer, and butterfly, while Tobarama took me in tens. Tobarama assigned us our identities. I was a noble lady out for a stroll, and he and tens were my bodyguards. Once we entered the inn, the problem arose. The kimono prepared for me by Master Tsunade was a whopping 12 layers, just like a milfai. How was I supposed to wear that? In my panic, I lost my footing and bang, I made a dent in the floor. Tobarama, waiting outside, was anxious and asked what was wrong. I could only mumble the kimono. I don't know how to wear it. He hesitated for a moment and said, I'll help you. When he pushed the door open and saw me only in my undergarments, he immediately shut his eyes, probably cursing Master Tsunade in his mind for how she had taught me. He covered his eyes and peeked through his fingers, then quickly abandoned the milfai and rummaged through my scroll to find a simple, colorless outfit. I have to say, when he dressed me, it was truly professional, flowing like water. Just when he was tying my belt, my mind buzzed, and I flashed through some strange images like a long time ago. Someone also helped me get dressed, and there stood a younger version of Tobarama at the door. Lady Tsukuyami, little phoenix, are you ready? Ten's voice came from outside the door, interrupting my thoughts. We found a tea house to sit down and gather information. I couldn't help but quietly ask Tobarama, Lord Tobarama, how come you wear kimono so well? Tobarama was silent for a moment, his voice a bit heavy. There was a girl my age who always wanted to wear one, so I learned. He didn't finish his sentence, but I could sense the sadness in his tone. Just when the atmosphere was getting a bit awkward, a young lady with a beautiful face and a bold personality leaned over to Tobarama and flirtatiously said, Handsome, would you like to have tea together? Tobarama, with an icy expression, rejected her, saying he needed to protect Our Lady. As a result, the young lady turned her head and saw me. Her eyes lit up. When her little follower recognized the Senju clan emblem on my clothes, her face turned pale, and she stammered, the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, the young lady became even more excited and exclaimed, Then do you know Tsunade? Oh, you even know my master? I nodded. Of course I know her. I thought we were about to start a reunion story in a foreign land, but unexpectedly, the young lady's expression changed instantly. She fiercely grabbed my neck and shouted, Pay me back. If you don't pay me back, none of you can escape. And guess what? The next second, she started crying. Goodness. Tears were streaming down her face like they were free, and she cried while telling me her tragic backstory. I'll summarize it in one sentence. She was deceived by my unreliable master, Tsunade. She said that back then, Tsunade came to her crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, saying she was being chased and urgently needed money to escape, promising to return it once the storm passed. This Sichuan Yuqin is also a sincere child. She directly gave all her dowry money. And what happened? That heartless Tsunade took the money and vanished into thin air. Who understands this? Isn't it just a classic scam? Without a dowry, she couldn't get married, and her father pressured her every day, which forced her to go out and scam people on the street. After hearing this, Feijian and I stared at each other in disbelief. I immediately thought to myself, Feijian, look at what your granddaughter has done. Feijian also looked confused. I'm not taking the blame for this. Forget it. It's just money. Things that can be solved with money aren't really problems. I waved my hand grandly and said to her, Miss Sichuan, don't cry. I'll give you the money. You wouldn't believe how fast her expression changed. 1 second she was crying, and the next second she was beaming with a smile brighter than flowers. My heart sank, but since the words were out, I could only brace myself and ask how much. She elegantly extended 3 fingers. I was still calculating in my mind, 30 million? Fortunately, that's within the range of what my master's misdeeds could bear. As a small apprentice, I could still manage to fill that hole. But then she elegantly parted her red lips and coldly uttered 2 words. 300 million. She even added that jewelry would be extra. At that moment, my mind buzzed, and everything went dark in front of me. I almost performed a flying thunder god technique to escape. 300 million. Whoever wants it can have it. I certainly can't afford it. This outrageous wealth. Whoever wants it can take it. Probably seeing my shocked and distorted expression, she snorted and said, "If you can't pay, that's fine. Just help me kill someone." Me? This is simply outrageous. It's outrageous to the extreme. I know the man beside you is very strong. Her expression instantly became serious, staring intently at Toby. The person I want to kill is also very strong. His name is Kakashi Obito. I was stunned on the spot. Kisame? No. Did this guy poke a hornet's nest in the land of water? How come he has enemies everywhere? When Sichuan saw my reaction, her eyes lit up as if she had discovered a new continent. You know him? That's great. Then this job is up to you. I thought about it for a while, and it seems we can proceed. Kisame Hashigaki is a core member of the Umbu of the Hidden Mist, and later he followed that masked man. This time, the masked man is definitely not Obito. So who is really pulling the strings behind the scenes? If we can use Kisame to dig up some intel, hey, this deal is not a loss. We'll do our best. I agreed. She immediately handed me a note with her address and information about Kisame's next mission, saying we should take action outside the village. After sending off this young lady, I turned around and came face to face with Tobarama's icy expression. What do you mean, Izuna? His voice had turned serious. Oh my, I must say this old fossil actually didn't keep things to himself this time, and even asked me proactively. It's like a stone tree blooming. I quickly winked at him and replied, "It's not convenient here." As soon as I got back to the inn, I kicked off those damn wooden clogs, lay down on the tatami, and looked at Tobarama, who was still frowning. "What at Sundara? If you keep everything bottled up, how would I know what you're thinking? Forget it. I'll take the initiative." I called him, and Tenzo lit some candles and lowered my voice to start explaining my plan. Kisame Hashigaki is an elite responsible for escorting confidential information in the Umbu directly under the Mizukage. If we confront him, I'll have the chance to use my Sharingan to read the intel directly from his mind. Only then did the two realize what I meant. But Tobarama, being the detail-oriented person he is, started nitpicking again. "When did you get to know Kisame Hashigaki?" I suddenly got stuck. I can't just say I've seen the script, right? I can only grit my teeth and make something up. I saw it from the memory of that Ninja Blade's 7 members, Lingon, last time. As soon as I said that, I clearly heard Tobarama's inner voice saying 3 words. "Little liar." I was anxious and quickly called upon Tenzu to testify. "It's true. Brother Tenzu can prove that we really encountered Ringo Amayu." Tenzu nodded honestly. Yes, Ringo Amayu was indeed under an illusion. Tobarama snorted coldly, seemingly reluctantly convinced, and asked again, "Are you confident you can defeat her?" I blinked at him and said, "No way. Big brother, didn't we agree that you would handle this?" I quickly calculated in my mind. I can't match him in water techniques. I can't match him in physical skills, and I'm completely outmatched in chakra. The only advantage I might have is the Sharingan, but my Jinjutsu isn't as monstrous as Itachi's. The conclusion is that I can't win at all. It looks like I need Lord Suki and Brother Tenzu to step in. I immediately switched to my cute mode, tugging at his sleeve and shaking it. And guess what he was thinking? Just one letter. C. I understood it. He was into this and wanted me to rely on him more. Well, since you like it, I'll double down. I pressed my little face against the back of his hand and rubbed it. Let me tell you, this move of mine has never failed. Tsunade Shizen, Minato, Kushina, every single one of them has been completely under my control. But then this old bureaucrat Tobarama actually shook me off, grunted, and rushed out the door. I was completely dumbfounded along with Tianzong. By the time I wanted to listen to his thoughts again, he had directly blocked me. By the time he came back after calming down outside, both Tianzong and I had already fallen asleep. Let me share a secret with you. This guy, while I was asleep, actually used Flying Thunder God to sneak in my room. I had no idea when he cast a technique on me. He just sat by my bed, quietly watching me for a long time. When I woke up the next morning, I was still puzzled, feeling like a strong chakra had passed by, thinking it was just an illusion. Early the next morning, we started to formulate a battle plan. While I was eating, I introduced, The target, Kakashi, who looks like a shark, has an enormous amount of chakra, and is nicknamed the Tail Beast without a tail. As soon as I finished speaking, I heard Tobirama snort coldly. I didn't even need to listen to his thoughts to know what he was thinking. Better than chakra? Who does the Senju clan fear? I continue, skilled in water release, with exceptional taijutsu. Another cold snort. Subtext, water release? Who is stronger than me? Taijutsu? Huh. I was filled with black lines on my forehead, only able to complain inwardly. Yes, you, Senju Tobirama, are indeed the modern Mizukage. All right. Tenzo, on the other hand, was seriously analyzing. Water release can be countered by earth release, and I'm good at earth release. As a result, Tobirama was unhappy again, thinking, that kid Kakashi's earth release is still lacking a bit. Mine is truly exquisite. But he said, I can fly with the Flying Thunder God technique. And my perception is strong. We'll handle Kisame, and if he has teammates, Tenzo, you take care of them. So it was decided. The next day, the three of us went to the destination to stake out. We waited from day until night, and my eyelids were about to fight each other when I finally heard footsteps. But it turned out to be 13 people. While I was analyzing the team composition, I saw Kisame running ahead, being chased by a bunch of people behind him. Wow, it turned out to be an internal conflict. Kisame led them straight into the Blood Mist Forest, which was practically his home ground. In just a few moves, he took out all 12 pursuers, as easy as cutting vegetables. After he finished cleaning up the battlefield, Tobirama made a cool entrance. Without saying a word, he clapped his hands. Water release. Water surge wave. The water shot up like a tornado, directly stunning Kisame. When Kisame saw this, he exclaimed, "Oh, a companion." He instantly became excited and countered with a water release. Water shark bullet technique. Then, let me tell you, the most daring move came. Tobirama, that sly old fox, actually didn't T-dodge. He deliberately let that water shark bite his arm, and then fell to the ground in pain. I heard it clearly. He was still pondering. Is this injury too light? Little G definitely wouldn't make a move yet. Should I let it bite me again? I really can't believe it. The Oscars owe him a little golden man. Is he really going for a battle-damaged aesthetic? But I can't just watch him get bitten, so I can only go out with a knife. When Gyuki saw me, he was stunned, as if his eyes were saying, "Where did this little brat come from? Have you weaned yet?" He even kindly advised me, "Little friend, go back. You can't beat me." I couldn't be bothered with small talk and pointed my blade directly at him. In that instant, I felt his momentum shift. We exchanged dozens of moves in a flurry of blades and lights, and he became more and more excited as we fought. Then came the classic moment. He unleashed a water shark bomb, and I followed suit with my own water shark bomb. The two sharks collided and exploded in midair. Taking advantage of the moment, I discreetly formed a hand seal and bound him with a water-binding rope, then teleported in front of him. The sound of chirping birds filled the air as I created a hole right in his chest. But in the end, he had chakra like a monster, and I could see the wound visibly healing. Great, I just couldn't win. It was impossible. I decisively pulled back and shouted, "Mr. Kisame, let's have a truce for now." Guess what? He actually stopped, raising an eyebrow at me, as if he wanted to hear what I had to say. As I wiped the knife, I began my performance. Here's the thing, we are hired to kill you. But as you can see, both of us are quite strong in a real fight. You stand no chance. I spoke this lie without a flicker of hesitation. Oh, he's more interested now. It seems you know quite a bit about me. Not really. I've just heard of your exploits. I started to play with his mind. You work under the pufferfish of Watermelon Mountain, and for the sake of your mission. You even had a deal with your own comrades, personally. Mr. Kisame, your life must be very hard, right? He froze completely. The moment he uttered the word hard, I sensed he was already wavering. That female ninja who died at his hands must have said something similar to him. I seized the moment. Your arm is still bleeding. Let me heal you. He stared down in shock and realized he was injured and inexplicably nodded. I quickly stepped forward and used medical ninjutsu to treat him. As the warm chakra flowed in, I felt him relax completely. So if I get injured in the future, can I come to you for treatment? He surprisingly asked. This is promising. I immediately smiled brightly, of course, Mr. Kisame. With the timing right, I began to unleash my ultimate move, concocting a tragic story about my family being destroyed and searching for my long-lost brother, claiming he might be hiding in the upper echelons of the Land of Water. I even deliberately showed him my Sharingan, saying my brother had the same eyes. His fish-like eyes nearly bulged out, the Uchiha from Konoha. He believed me on the spot. I will help you. He called out to stop me from leaving. What is your name? Jiming. I wrote down the address of the inn for him. I will wait for you to come, Mr. Kisame. You can come find me even if you're injured. He even asked shyly, can I come have dinner with you? Family, ISNT, this is success. Of course, Mr. Kisame. Watching him leave, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Turning around, I saw Tobarama, still lying on the ground, clutching his arm and pretending to be pitiful, as if his wound was almost healed. I was furious and called out to Tenzo, "Let us go back to the inn." After waiting for a few days without seeing Kisame, I received news about the death of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Demon. It was Shikawa who told me this. Her hatred for Kisame had also faded. She said her fiancé was from the Umbu and died during that mission, and the only survivor was Kisame. She understood that Kisame was not acting of his own will, but she still couldn't find peace. Now she was tired and preparing to inherit the family business through a marriage alliance. That afternoon, Kisame came to find me. As soon as he sat down, he told me, "I killed the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Demon." Then he added, "I met your brother. He was wearing a mask and called himself Uchiha Madara." I saw an old man on the subway looking at his phone. "Isn't that a bit much, sir? Can this script really be altered like this?" But I still had to put on a face as if I had found my family, looking extremely excited. "Thank you, Guijiao. It's all part of the act." I feel like Guijiao has completely accepted me as one of his own now. On the last day in the Land of Water, it was raining outside, and I met Guijiao again at the tea house in our usual spot. He spoke only a few words, just wanted to spend some time alone with me. I pushed a plate of food in front of him and said, "Eat, Mr. Kisame." After he finished eating, I finally spoke up, "I'm leaving tomorrow. This is for you." I took out a sealed scroll, unraveled it, and inside was a wooden box filled with improved military rations. "They will taste much better, so please take care of yourself." He accepted it gratefully, opened his mouth, and finally only said 2 words, "Goodbye." Watching his departing figure, I felt quite emotional. Just as I stepped out of the tea house, I heard a chime in my head. "Dealer, congratulations, host, you have obtained the Kisame card." I was stunned at that moment, So fast? I didn't do anything. As a result, the system directly gave me a prompt, saying that Kisame's affection level had already been at 99, and it was stuck there. The moment I gave him that military grain pill, it pushed him right over the edge. As soon as I saw the card skill, I was shocked. The Sharkskin Greatsword can disarm someone for a second on the first hit. I was sweating profusely, thinking how I was going to fight him after that. Then the system cheekily popped up. "Baby, did you forget? He can't kill you, alright? I almost forgot I have a health lock cheat." The system even boasted to me, saying that the time I fought Gaara in the Chunin Exam, it wasn't my Sharingan that was amazing. It was all thanks to it supporting me in the background. At that moment, I was thrilled. I said, "Your system is pretty good. If I gather all the ninjas, can I dominate the world?" Haha. But then the system dropped a bomb on me, saying it had cards I hadn't shattered before. If I collected 3 of some character named Nico, I could revive someone. When I heard this, I thought, isn't this just cheating? But when it showed me the cards, I was dumbfounded. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Senju Hashirama. Why are these 3 ancestors back again? Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to revive them. Isn't that just asking for trouble? However, this reminded me that since I have the real Madara's card, the Madara that Kisame encountered must be a fake. I guess these people are from the Akatsuki organization, and their target is probably the tailed beasts. I need to jot this down. I have to meet them in the future. I was pondering this matter when I felt the second Hokage's gaze beside me, as if he were looking at a celestial book, probably wondering how many secrets were hidden in my little head. At that moment, Tenzo suddenly spoke up, saying that Captain Kakashi was running towards us. As soon as the second Hokage heard this, without a second thought, he grabbed both of us and with a swoosh, used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Kakashi. Let me tell you, Kakashi's expression at that moment was as if he was about to ask how we got here. The second Hokage immediately made a shushing gesture, and I felt a jolt in my heart. Goodness, Kakashi with those thick eyebrows and big eyes, you didn't even notice the 3 tails following you? This practical experience still needs practice. I was squatting in the grass wearing that inconvenient kimono, my legs almost numb. Just as I was about to peek out to see what was going on, suddenly a flash of lightning appeared in front of me. A knife came straight for my neck. My mind went blank at that moment. My body reacted faster than my brain, and I instinctively used the Flying Thunder God technique, directly teleporting to the face of the second Hokage. I was puzzled at the time because I hadn't team marked him, so how did I end up flying over? But there was no time to think. The opponent was wearing a mist ninja mask and wielding a lightning knife. As soon as I saw him, I figured it was likely Ri from the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Kakashi was being pinned down and beaten by both Zabuza and Ri, while the Inoshikacho trio was being held up by a kid named Haku who used Ice Release. The second Hokage pressed me down and said, "Don't move. There's a 4th person hiding very deeply." As soon as I saw Kakashi was about to be cut in half, there was no time to wait. I said, "Second Hokage. The fourth one is up to you." Then I charged right in. Let me tell you, if I didn't block that beheading sword, it was massive like a door. I managed to shield Kakashi, but the impact made my hands go numb. This kid really had a lot of strength. I thought I couldn't just brute force it. So I used a Jinjutsu with my Sharingan to confuse him, and while he was dazed, I struck with a Raikiri. But guess what? With a splashing sound, he turned into a puddle of water. A water clone. Damn, I got outplayed. Just during that moment of distraction, he countered with a water prison jutsu and trapped me. Luckily, I had a backup plan. The one trap was just clone. Does anyone understand? High-level matches are all about details and predictions. Just as I was finishing up, Yuriko Ringo charged in again, with her foul mouth, saying it was my death day. I laughed and said, "I think today is your funeral. Us Uchiha never lose in a battle of words." Then she stabbed her twin blades into the ground, and suddenly the whole area was filled with electrified water. I got zapped and felt my hair stand on end. I quickly summoned my summoning beast, San, a big bird, to take me to the sky. But this girl could fly too, catching up and fighting me on my bird's back. My swordsmanship was already lacking, and I was being pushed back. In the end, I had no choice but to merge with San, growing a pair of colorful wings, and she fell straight down. I used Flying Thunder God to catch up and try to finish her off, but got zapped again. Damn it. I swear next time I fight a lightning user, I'll bring a lightning rod. Just as I was preparing to go all out, suddenly whoosh, she and her two teammates disappeared. We were all stunned. The second Hokage analyzed that they were teleported away by some secret technique. Great, a free match, but at least I gained some practical experience. So it wasn't a total loss. Back in Konoha, I was exhausted, just as I wanted to go lie down. The second Hokage dragged me to the training ground for extra practice. Seriously, my life matters too. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the Chunin exams. I, along with Obito and the second Hokage, became part of the fourth Hokage's escort team. I had been thinking about Gaara, whom I hadn't contacted in 2 years. I wondered how he was doing. After finishing my tasks, I slipped over to the Nanga shrine and, sure enough, saw Sasuke there alone. I went up and ruffled his spiky hair, making him puff up in annoyance. His expression was just too cute. I suggested, "Hey, let me treat you to a meal before the exam. Shall we practice together?" He didn't hesitate and immediately took up his stance. Let me tell you, Sasuke has improved tremendously over the years. His Chidori was incredibly smooth, and his Taijutsu was not bad either. Even learned Flying Thunder God. Truly worthy of being my student. We jumped right into a high-level match, exchanging Jinjutsu, then Shurikens and Phoenix Fire technique. What a scene, with sparks flying everywhere. He learned from his brother, hiding wires in his Shurikens, which was quite sneaky. I wasn't going to hold back either, using Flying Thunder God Slash to target his blind spots. By the end, my eyes were starting to blur from the exhaustion. He tried to use Earth Style to catch me off guard, but I countered with a Flying Thunder God, landing on his shoulder with my blade at his waist. After the match, I was wrapping bandages, but I struggled for a long time without succeeding. Sasuke took over, bowing his head and carefully wrapping it around me. The atmosphere was, oh my, then he grabbed my wrist and said he'd walk me home. We didn't say a word, just held hands. But, of all times, right at my doorstep, the second Hokage was standing like a gatekeeper under the streetlight. His gaze was sharp, like a knife, cutting into Sasuke's face. They both forced a smile, but the tension in the air was palpable. As soon as Sasuke left, the second Hokage slammed the door shut. I jumped in surprise. I was puzzled. What was this old fossil's problem now? During dinner, he slammed his chopsticks down and walked away. I wondered what I did to provoke him. Later, my aunt told me he hadn't eaten all day, so I kind of brought him some food. When the door opened, good grief, he was shirtless. I got so nervous that I slipped and almost fell with the food. He caught me in one swift motion and pulled me into the house. At that moment, my brain short-circuited. He covered my mouth to keep me quiet, and his gaze. It was getting more and more intense. Then, he kissed me. I have to tell you, my runaway reflex arc has finally returned. I quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to slip back into my room, my heart pounding. In the silent room, I was completely awake. The next day was the written exam, and I was the invigilator. Distributing the papers was so smooth, thanks to 3 years of being the class representative. I glanced around, and both Sasuke and Sakura were calm and collected, but Naruto was fidgeting, nearly chewing his pen to bits. Then I saw Gaara. He was peeking with that third I made of sand, and I felt a little uncomfortable. After the exam, Senior Hondo burst through the window like a firecracker. I noticed Gaara was about to leave, so I rushed over and pulled him into the empty classroom next door. As soon as we got in, this guy pressed me against the wall without saying a word. He just stared at me intensely. I had to speak first and asked him how he had been over the past 2 years. He was like a tight-lipped gourd, taking a long time to finally say, "I'm fine." Then he covered my eyes with his hand, saying he was afraid his monster would dirty my eyes. My heart ached at that moment. So I took his hand down and said earnestly, "Gaara, no matter what happens, I will always be your friend." As soon as we came out, I felt an overwhelming chakra coming towards me. My heart sank, and not wanting to meet that person for the time being, I used the Flying Thunder God technique to hide in the hospital. Before going to the hospital, I conveniently stopped by a flower shop to prepare a bouquet for my master Tsunade's office. Just by chance, I ran into Asuma and his brother, Suritobi Kinomaru. I greeted them and saw Asuma picking flowers over there. I immediately knew it was for Teacher Hong. I directly took a bunch of red roses and handed them over. Asuma brother, this bouquet really suits Sister Hong. I continued to persuade him. Look at this touch of red. Doesn't it resemble Sister Hong's eyes? Under my encouragement, Asuma bought the bunch of red roses and even paid for my baby's breath. I was almost in tears at that moment. Heavens above. I had already helped Tsunade pay off that 3 billion gambling debt, and now, with the Umbu missions, I truly had no money left. Goodness, let me tell you, my pockets are cleaner than my face. But thankfully, my golden finger system finally showed some mercy, sent me a little pocket money, or else I would really have to beg. Speaking of which, I suddenly remembered, isn't the third Hokage about to be taken out by Orochimaru? I thought to myself, can I make 2 resurrection items now? One for the third Hokage and one for my teacher Minato. I feel like both of them have been a bit unlucky lately. No, I mean their luck has been bad, and I'm worried something might happen to them. But here's the problem, I don't even have the card for the third Hokage. I quickly called my dealer in my mind. Hey family, who understands? How can I deliver equipment without cards? The dealer replied pretty quickly, don't worry baby, I'll check for you. You go deliver flowers to your master first, and I'll call you when I have news. Alright then. I used a Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at Tsunade's hospital entrance. The 2 security guards at the door were so tired of seeing me that they couldn't even be bothered to lift their eyelids. I felt a bit frustrated and said, "Hey guys, I'm making such a big commotion here. What if next time it's not me, but an enemy? Your security work is really all about trust. I must mention this to Master Tsunade later." I held the bouquet of purple baby's breath and easily made my way to the dean's office. I knocked twice on the door and heard the familiar voice from inside say, "Come in, Xiaoji." Only then did I push the door open. I first lifted the flowers high, hiding my face completely. When Tsunade looked up and saw the bunch of purple baby's breath floating in, the smile on her lips was impossible to hide. I just poked my head out from behind the flowers, grinning as I handed the flowers over. "Master, these are for you." Tsunade took them with a smile, replaced the wilting old flowers in the vase with the new ones, and nodded in satisfaction. Let me tell you, for the past 4 years, the flowers on her desk have never stopped. Even when I was busy with missions, the first thing I did when I got back was go to Ino's flower shop to buy flowers. This has become an unspoken understanding between us. "How did the Chunin exams go?" Tsunade asked while looking me up and down, her gaze like that of a farmer inspecting her piglets, worried I might have lost weight. TSK, she really did notice. She mumbled that my face looked pale and that I must be tired. I casually pulled up a stool to sit down. And just as I picked up a medical record to pretend to look busy, suddenly it felt like I had put on an 800-degree beauty filter. Everything was out of focus, and the words turned into double images. I rubbed my eyes hard, and it took me a while to return to normal. Seeing my actions, Master Tsunade frowned immediately, thinking that I had overused my Sharingan. She told me not to be a staff member for the Chunin Exam anymore, and after the exam, I should just quit the Umbu and hang out with her at the hospital instead. It would be more relaxed. I laughed it off and moved on from the topic, joking that I had important things to do after the Chunin Exam. I quickly changed the subject, tugged at her arm, and asked softly, "Master, do you have time right now? My eyesight has been declining severely lately. After my match with Sasuke yesterday, everything was blurry, and today it happened again." Tsunade, my master, became extremely tense, immediately stood up, leaned down, and used her medical ninjutsu to examine me. After a long check, she had a strange expression and said it seemed like something was pressing on my optic nerve. Logically, it shouldn't be like this after Danzo's seal was lifted. She was at a loss, so she took out 3 bottles of her special eye drops from the drawer and told me to take them back and share them with Sasuke and Naruto, applying them once a day. I was just about to ask something else when a nurse rushed in, saying there was an emergency patient. Master Tsunade put on her white coat and, as if rapping, hurriedly reminded me of a bunch of safety precautions before she was whisked away like the wind. Sighing, I watched her busy figure feeling a bit empty inside. Our time together was too short. We barely exchanged a few words. I sighed again, took out the bento that Auntie prepared for me in the morning, placed it on her desk, and thoughtfully wrote a little note. No matter how busy you are, make sure to eat well, master. I tidied up her office a bit, but still didn't wait for her to return. So I had to make a flying thunder god seal and slipped away. This time, my destination was Teacher Minato's house. I had already told Auntie in the morning that I was going to stay at the teacher's house for a few days, mainly to avoid my second granduncle, Tobirama Senju, who would understand family. Just seeing him reminded me of that kiss, and I didn't know where to put my old face. As a result, I got distracted and bumped into the corner of the table, letting out a yelp of pain. The noise startled Kakashi, who was sunbathing on the balcony. What he saw was me. He hurried over, pulled me onto a chair, and half squatted in front of me. He lifted my skirt slightly, saw the large red mark on my calf, and his brows knitted together tightly. You're too old for this. Be more careful. He scolded, but his body was honest. He ran to get the first aid kit, took out tweezers and cotton, dipped it in iodine, and handled it as gently as if he were dealing with a rare treasure. Looking at his serious profile, a wave of bittersweetness suddenly surged in my heart. In my past life, I had to bear all the bumps and bruises myself, but now this little injury was being treasured by him. I was just about to say thank you, but felt it was too insipid, so I swallowed the words back. Just at that moment, in the slightly ambiguous silence, Aunt Kushina came back from grocery shopping. She rushed into the kitchen with the bags, and didn't notice the commotion between us. As a result, Kakashi had been squatting for too long, and when he tried to stand up, he lost his balance and fell right into my arms. I was almost toppled over by him, quickly steadying myself by holding onto his waist, fearing that he might cramp up again and we'd both fall over like dogs. My goodness, that refreshing tea scent enveloped me in an instant. What does this old six mean by being so still? I could only awkwardly speak up. Kakashi-sensei, is your foot still numb? He was as stiff as a rock, probably also confused. Who would have thought that a more dramatic scene would unfold? I'm back. Naruto pushed the door open, and in the next second, his cheerful face froze. Sasuke followed behind, and upon entering, saw Kakashi completely on top of me, with my hand still around his waist. Kakashi-sensei, Jimin, what are you doing? Naruto shouted as he rushed over. And Sasuke looked like he had seen his father's murderer. Both of them, without a word, grabbed Kakashi and yanked him onto the sofa like a chick. As for Kakashi, he had a good attitude, still cramping, and directly pulled out Intimate Paradise from his pocket, seeming indifferent to the world. Naruto, like a little son, surrounded me with questions, while Sasuke's gaze was like a knife, making me feel like I was sitting on pins and needles. At that moment, I thought that staying at Minato-sensei's house might not have been the wisest choice. Fortunately, Minato-sensei returned with Obito and Tobirama. Wait, that man in the mask behind Minato-sensei, could it be Tobirama? Oh no, I instinctively didn't even have time to put on my shoes and flew upstairs to my room. I leaned against the door, panting. I was at my wit's end. How could he come to Teacher Mizuki's house for dinner? Was he looking for me? Little G, a voice suddenly rang in my ear. My heart tightened, and when I turned around, this guy was standing right in front of me like a ghost. I stammered, and no, not at all, Lord Tobirama. How could you just enter a girl's room? He chuckled softly and stepped closer to me. I was so scared that I quickly formed a hand seal to teleport away. But who was he? The founder of the Flying Thunder God technique. He grabbed my hand, cutting off all my escape routes. Our eyes met, and I was so frightened that I closed my eyes. Instead of the kiss I had anticipated, I felt a weight on my head. He pressed his hand down on it. I opened my eyes in confusion and saw him bending his fingers, lightly tapping my forehead. You little troublemaker, hiding from me. He looked at me as I covered my head, glaring at him with a puffed-up expression, and surprisingly, there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. After a while, he finally ruffled my hair and softened his tone a bit. Don't hide from me anymore, Xiaoji, if you keep avoiding me. He didn't finish a sentence, but I understood the meaning of that threat. Once he was satisfied and went downstairs, I quickly called my dealer in my mind. Dealer, let me ask you, what does it mean when the favorability is full? He kissed me. He almost kissed me again just now. The pure love war god is furious. The dealer sounded helpless. Baby, didn't I tell you before? Your relationship is quite deep, but it can't be that deep. Forget it. You'll understand when you look at the memory fragments later. The dealer changed the subject. Now the focus is on the third Hokage. I found out that as long as there is favorability, you can forcibly draw cards and equip them. But there are side effects. If he uses the resurrection armor, he will fall into a deep coma after death, and the cooldown time varies from person to person. A coma is better than death. I didn't hesitate and forcibly drew the card for the old third Hokage, equipping him and Teacher Minato with a resurrection armor each. Just as I was about to log out, the dealer suddenly stopped me, leaving behind a meaningful statement. The ending has already reached us ahead of time. Goodness, I couldn't make sense of that. Doesn't it mean that no matter what I do, the third Hokage will still die, and the Ninja World War will still happen? Have I been working hard for nothing? What about that incident with Hinata? Does changing key events require some kind of cost? My mind instantly became a tangled mess. Before I knew it, it was time for the second round of the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death. Last night, I mentioned to Teacher Minato that with the exam wide open, I was worried about spies sneaking in. Upon hearing that, Teacher Minato thought it made sense. So he sent me, Tobarama, and Obito to disguise ourselves as examinees and blend in, acting according to the situation. I told you, my top priority is to keep a close eye on Sasuke. I absolutely cannot let that old snake Orochimaru succeed in marking him with that ugly curse seal. Soon, I found Sasuke's team. That Naruto kid, fearless as he is, was so nervous he had to go to the bathroom. As soon as he left, a fake Naruto came back. What kind of person is Sasuke? With his keen eyes, he immediately noticed that the scar on Naruto's face, made by Teacher Red Bean, was gone. Without a word, he kicked the imposter away. Sakura also realized that this Naruto was fake. The Rain Village ninja revealed their true identity and started fighting Sasuke. On the other side, Sakura found the real Naruto, who was tied up like a zongzi, and quickly untied him. Sasuke finished off his opponent swiftly with a flying Thunder God slash. After the three of them regrouped to be on the safe side, Sasuke suggested they set up a secret code. Just then, a gust of wind blew through, and Orochimaru arrived. Another fake Naruto appeared. This one was impressive. He recited the long secret code flawlessly. Sakura laughed when she heard it, saying, "Stop pretending. Naruto, that fool, could never memorize such a long code." Saying that, she threw a punch and sent the fake Naruto flying. The person transformed into a tall woman with long black hair, sticking out her long tongue, which was quite disgusting. The killing intent emanating from her was so heavy it felt like a gravity field, immobilizing Sasuke and Sakura. Should they run? Sasuke looked at the trembling Sakura beside him and thought of the missing Naruto. Gritting his teeth, he thought he couldn't die here. Itachi was still waiting for him to kill him. Just as the woman was about to attack, Sasuke stabbed a kunai into his own thigh to break the fear. The intense pain instantly woke him up. With his double Tomo Sharingan activated, he jumped up holding Sakura and used the flying Thunder God to escape temporarily. "Sakura, go find Naruto and call for help. I'll draw her away." Sasuke calmly arranged, his gaze terrifyingly determined. They split up. Sasuke faced the woman, who was Orochimaru. With a clap, Orochimaru summoned a giant python. Sasuke was not to be outdone and summoned his own eagle, Hawk 8, and they engaged in a chase with the giant python in the forest. Just as the giant python was about to attack Sakura, who was searching for Naruto, Sasuke commanded Hawk 8 to dive, and he stabbed the snake's weak point with his knife. However, with a snap, the knife broke. Sasuke, being tough, infused lightning chakra into the knife handle and paralyzed the giant python. To everyone's surprise, the woman emerged unscathed from the snake's skin. Just then, Naruto arrived, shouting, "I won't leave you behind, Sasuke," and charged over. "Me? What are you doing here?" Orochimaru summoned another big snake, and it sent Naruto flying in an instant. Sasuke was also knocked around, and seeing that giant mouth coming for him, he even closed his eyes in resignation. Just at that critical moment, a figure swooped in and blocked him. The hint of purple in her black hair, let me tell you, was incredibly cool. When she turned to smile at Sasuke, her eyes were like crescent moons, but I have to say what she said was chilling. "Sasuke, don't close your eyes. Watch me take care of this woman." Wow, this girl really knows how to speak boldly. However, she also knew that Orochimaru, that old schemer, had all his survival skills maxed out, so sending him away in one shot was basically impossible. Today was just about driving him off. She turned to Orochimaru. Oh no, she was still a woman back then, clicked her tongue, and started with her usual ominous tone. "Orochimaru senpai, long time no see." Orochimaru was still playing along, asking about Itachi. Our girl shot back with a simple, "I don't know, he might be dead." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru dropped the act and instantly transformed back into that familiar face. He was also wondering to himself, these Uchiha kids are all trouble. Even a little touch feels like getting electrocuted. Let me tell you, while our sister was chatting, she was secretly honing her skills. She had already discovered that the kunai Sasuke threw earlier had the flying Thunder God technique inscribed on it, and in the next moment, he vanished. When he reappeared, he had already pierced Orochimaru's chest from behind with Raikiri. Uncle Snake is quite tough. He withstood it and was still smiling, saying something like, "No wonder you're Minato's student." I thought to myself, "You're really talkative, but our sister doesn't have time to chat with you." With a swift motion, she used a sealing technique, trying to immobilize him. However, Uncle Snake is one of the legendary 3 ninjas after all, so it wasn't that easy. Just when our sister thought she had him under control and turned to look at Sasuke, Uncle Snake suddenly attacked from behind, wielding the Kusanagi sword. Want to compare swordsmanship? Let me tell you, this sister was trained by the second Hokage Tobirama himself, and if she loses, even Tobirama's coffin would be angry enough to dance. She gripped the sword, launching a fierce barrage of attacks, with flashes of blade light forcing Orochimaru to retreat repeatedly. At the same time, she didn't forget to throw kunai into various corners, setting up the flying Thunder God coordinates. When Uncle Snake was pushed to the edge of the trees, she suddenly retreated, biting onto a hidden line, and with a whoosh, steel wires from all directions bound Uncle Snake into a big rice dumpling. Immediately after, she unleashed a fire release, great fireball technique, and the scene was like a live broadcast of a teppanyaki show featuring Orochimaru. I thought Uncle Snake was going to be cooked through. But guess what? As soon as the smoke cleared, Uncle Snake popped up from the ground like an indestructible cockroach. He even threatened to get serious. His head shot off his body like a drone, flying towards Sasuke, ready to bite. Our sister reacted quickly, using the flying Thunder God technique to block behind Sasuke. Just as Raikage's lightning cutter was about to hit him, it was right at that critical moment. Suddenly, she seemed to lose power, and with a thud, she knelt down. I was dumbfounded. Who understands this, family? At such a crucial time, she faltered, more painful than lagging in a game. Uncle Snake saw his chance and immediately bit Sasuke on the neck, marking him. Then, feeling unsatisfied, he kicked our sister unconscious. Sasuke's eyes turned red. Someone he usually wouldn't even touch was just kicked like that? He felt his heart was about to break. As Uncle Snake raised his foot for a second kick, Sasuke instantly went berserk, activating his Sharingan to 3 Tomo, rushing forward to block that kick with his own hand. The crimson eyes frightened Uncle Snake, reminding him of the terror he felt under Itachi's control. But this fear instantly turned into ecstasy. Yes, this was exactly what he wanted. As a result, Sasuke retaliated with a kick, sending Uncle Snake flying far away. Sasuke himself was stunned, watching the curse marks spreading across his body. He couldn't hold on for half a minute before passing out as well. When Sakura arrived with Obito, they found the 2 of them lying on the tree like sleeping beauties, completely still. Eventually, it was Old Man Tobirama who came to take our sister away. Kicking open Tsunade's office door, the low pressure scared Tsunade so much that she didn't dare to get angry and hurried to take over the treatment. Meanwhile, Sakura and Naruto hid in the cave to protect the unconscious Sasuke. The next day, 3 extras from the Sound Ninja village came looking for Sasuke by name. Naruto exploded, yelling, "What do you mean you want to touch my brother?" He immediately unleashed a barrage of shadow clones. However, the opponents were not pushovers. One guy with a spiky hair had arms like cannons, and the shockwaves he produced could disperse the clones. Naruto, caught off guard, was beaten badly. Sakura tried to help, but was caught by a female ninja's bell sound, falling victim to a sound jinjutsu, immobilized by silver needles. Seeing this, Naruto thought, great, now it's really 1v3. He was beaten so badly he coughed up blood, but still stood in front of Sasuke, shouting, "If you want to take Sasuke, you have to step over my corpse first." At that heroic moment, Sasuke woke up. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Naruto getting beaten half to death to protect him. An unnamed fury surged to his head, and the curse mark instantly spread all over his body. He stood up, walked to Naruto's side, his 3 Tomo Sharingan spinning like a whirlwind, his voice cold enough to freeze. "Naruto, tell me, who hurt you?" In the next second, Sasuke appeared behind the scarf-wearing man as if he had teleported, grabbing his arms. "You're so proud, huh?" With a couple of cracks, the arms were rendered useless. With another kick, the leg was broken too. A smooth little combo nearly knocked the guy's revival armor out of him. It was so clean and satisfying. He turned around, coldly staring at the remaining 2. With a Phoenix Flower Jutsu, he hid Shuriken in the fireballs, taking advantage of the female ninja's evasive move. And with a flying Thunder God technique following the Shuriken, Chidori pierced through her body. Blood splattered all over his face, and he licked his tongue and smiled. The last spiky-haired guy was so scared he peed himself, hurriedly handing over the scroll and begging for mercy. Sasuke originally wanted to continue, but Naruto, dragging his heavily injured body, called out to him, and the curse marks slowly receded. The scene shifted, and when I opened my eyes again, I was already in the Konoha Central Hospital. After asking, I realized I had slept for a whole 4 days. I was anxious, directly calling the dealer's customer service in my head, asking what happened to me. Why did I faint at such a critical moment? The response was that I had forcibly intervened in the main plot, and the system had forcibly logged me out. In other words, Sasuke being marked was their KPI, and I insisted on meddling. It's no wonder the system zapped me. I was warned that if I continued like this, I might lose my life. As soon as I heard this, I realized it was bad. Sasuke and the others were about to finish their second exam. I pulled out the needle, left a note, and in a flash using Flying Thunder God, I appeared next to Sasuke, even changing into an Umbu outfit and putting on a mask. Just as Sasuke was about to confirm, Naruto's loud voice gave me away, chiming, "You're here?" The mask I was wearing was about to crack, so I could only press down on the fire and warn him. "Naruto, when I'm wearing the mask, you must not reveal my identity. Got it?" Naruto scratched his head, realizing it a bit too late. I looked at these two lively treasures and couldn't bear to watch any longer, so I quickly sent them to the central tower first. "I'll wait for you at the central tower." After saying this, Jiming suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to reply to Sasuke's earlier question. To take care of Sasuke's feelings and also to increase his card's favorability, she walked over to him, raised her hand, and placed it on his head, saying, "I'm here to find you. See you at the central tower later." Sasuke felt a bit timid under the weight on his head. In her words, "I'm here to find you," left him at a loss for how to respond. He could only mumble, "Uh-huh." After receiving the child's affirmation, Jiming quickly performed a body flicker technique and dashed away. If she didn't T-run now, she would be caught by Tobirama again. Jiming didn't want to run into Tobirama just yet. If he saw her running around, he would definitely take her back to the hospital, and the issue with Sasuke's curse mark would be delayed. Although there was Kakashi's sealing technique in the original story, it was still slightly inferior compared to the sealing techniques of the Phoenix clan. If the sealing wasn't done in time, Sasuke wouldn't be able to adapt to this power, which was clearly more harmful than beneficial. Even if it might not change Sasuke's path later on, she wanted him to experience less pain now, to feel less physical pain. Jiming arrived at the central tower first and waited at the sign-in desk for them. As soon as Sasuke arrived, she would take him away. "Sasuke, come here, come here." Jiming walked over and grabbed Sasuke's hand, speaking to the two examiners. "I'm going to help this child with his injuries. Is it okay if I take him out before the end?" "Go ahead." Not many recognized her, but seeing her in a mask, the examiners presumed it was an order from the Hokage, so they let her pass. This left Sakura and Naruto, two bewildered birds, looking at each other without knowing what was happening, standing in place waiting for the two to return. Jiming took Sasuke to a hidden place, and while he wasn't paying attention, she quickly stripped him of his clothes. Startled, Sasuke instinctively hugged his chest and angrily asked, "What are you doing?" "This mark, as long as you use chakra, will activate the mark, and it will have extremely powerful side effects. In severe cases, it could be fatal. I can help seal this power for you, and when you want to use this power after this period, I can help you unseal it, or not seal it at all. You choose, Sasuke." In the end, Jiming couldn't bring herself to be authoritarian and gave Sasuke another chance to choose. In the original story, Sasuke was arranged a lifetime, but this time, at least in front of her, she wanted him to choose for himself. To choose his own path, his own life, without the interference of others' wills. Sasuke touched the painful area on his shoulder and neck. Even a light touch caused him pain. But power. This curse mark gave him far too powerful strength. He wanted power, but he didn't want to die. Sasuke suddenly remembered the scene a few days ago when Jiming had bravely stood in front of him. If it weren't for her, he would have died under that giant python long ago. Jiming had given him a new lease on life. Yet he was tempted to accept what the enemy offered because of his desire for power. He couldn't do that. He couldn't treat Jiming this way, nor could he treat himself this way. "Help me seal it," Sasuke said firmly, his eyes resolute. "Then I will begin the sealing. After the Chunin Exam, if you want to unseal it, you can come find me." Jiming respected Sasuke's decision and prepared to seal it. This was a technique she had integrated with the Phoenix clan's secret arts on top of the four-symbol seal. It could seal not only the Nine Tails, but also powers like Sasuke's curse mark. Four-symbol seal. After writing the technique, Jiming half-squatted on the ground, formed hand seals, and pressed her hand on Sasuke's shoulder. Amidst Sasuke's screams, the Phoenix totem gradually covered the snake uncle's bite mark. The seal was complete. Jiming quickly rushed to support the fainting Sasuke, softly asking, "How are you, Sasuke? Is it very uncomfortable?" Sasuke was in pain, enough that he felt like he would faint at any moment, but the soft and warm skin supporting his shoulder made him momentarily forget the pain. Thank goodness. Sasuke concealed the sudden surge of emotions and endured the pain, planning to put his clothes back on and return to the exam. but he was forcibly pushed into Jiming's embrace. She still pressed her hand on his small head and gently rubbed it, teasing him. Don't push yourself too hard, Sasuke. Here, you can relax completely. Sasuke seemed to understand her words and sat quietly in place, no longer minding the burning sensation on his shoulder and neck. He felt reluctant about those hands that were almost burning his skin. This warmth. All right. The girl issued a seize command for this moment of tenderness, known only to the two of them. It's time to compete. We need to eliminate some contestants in the third round of the exam. But don't worry, they're not your opponents. After watching Sasuke leave, Jiming turned to the gradually concealed snake tail in the shadows and coldly said, Orochimaru-senpai, you still enjoy eavesdropping. Little Jiming, saying that will make the senpai sad. Orochimaru appeared behind her, resting his head on her shoulder, his long tongue licking Jiming's right cheek. The cold and slimy touch made Jiming feel a wave of nausea. How could this snake uncle have such a strong taste for the grotesque? And who allowed him to lick her face? Your way of greeting is really unexpected. Jiming took half a step back, standing at the boundary of light and shadow. She felt the sunlight was truly dazzling. Even with her mask, it still shone directly into her eyes, so she had to take another step into the shade. She was willing to continue to engage with Orochimaru here. According to the original plot, Sasuke was to compete in the first match, and she was just in time to wait for Sasuke to finish the first match smoothly. Orochimaru watched Jiming step from the light into the shadows, smiling meaningfully. He knew very well what Jiming was thinking, but unfortunately, she couldn't stop Sasuke. Sasuke needed him. He discovered this the day he saw him at the Southie Shrine. Although Itachi Uchiha was more attractive to him, Itachi was already a crow soaring in the sky, and he couldn't touch him. Sasuke was just a fledgling still in the cradle, which was an easy task for him. However, this little girl had grown to be even more outstanding than Sasuke after a few years. Whether it was her beautiful eyes or her impressive ninja physique, she was truly captivating. But the adult behind her, Orochimaru, thought it best not to pluck the tiger's fur. After all, that adult was someone he admired. If that adult hadn't passed away so early, he might have had the chance to study under him. Interestingly, he had recently found traces of that adult, closely following this little girl for protection. This trip to Konoha was quite rewarding. I wonder if, after returning, Itachi Uchiha will know about it, and if he will jump in place after biting the cute Sasuke. Why does the senior keep appearing in Konoha? Gio looked at the obscure man in front of her, feeling anxious. Should she just run away? What if Uncle Snake decides to perform a live child swallowing act? She also wondered if, after so long, Sasuke had finished the competition. It's nothing serious. I'm just a Jonin instructor from the Sound Ninja Village. I don't believe you. Gio understood with a glance that Uncle Snake wasn't saying anything worth listening to. Whatever, if he wants to continue talking about this, that's fine. Anyway, she could run away in the blink of an eye. But your body should be fine, right? That day you fainted in the Death Forest was really. If you had fainted a moment later, my plan would have been ruined by you. Orochimaru was also happy to spend time here with her. He was quite curious about what kind of medicine she bought in her jar. Or perhaps, Orochimaru glanced into the distance, and then shifted his gaze back to Gio. He had heard that Lord Tobirama had someone he could never forget. At that time, he and Tsunade were still on the same path, and the Second Shinobi World War had not yet ended. In the 37th year of Konoha, their small team was supposed to gather for a meeting, but Tsunade was late. By the time she arrived in the evening, she was holding a portrait. That guy Jiraiya was always curious about everything. He said it was to increase his creative insights, and Tsunade had brought a portrait that scared him, thinking it was a portrait of some romantic interest. Without even asking Tsunade, he jumped up, grabbed it, and said with a smile, Tsunade, where did you find this portrait? When Jiraiya finally opened the portrait, he was silent for a long time, and a hint of curiosity arose in him. He stood up and leaned over to look. The portrait depicted a girl, roughly the same age as Tsunade. What stood out was her cold and beautiful face, and her crimson Sharingan. So much so that even after so long, Orochimaru had not forgotten the person in the portrait. Orochimaru was surprised for a moment and couldn't help but look at Tsunade. What was she doing with a portrait of a Uchiha girl? Could it be that Lord Tobirama wanted to do some experiment? Speaking of practice, Orochimaru became excited. He discovered many scrolls written by Lord Tobirama. Although Sarutobi-sensei didn't let him study these, Orochimaru simply couldn't help it. He eagerly absorbed new knowledge, learning new ninjutsu, wanting to master all the ninjutsu in the world. Wait, is this the man you like, Tsunade? Jiraiya muttered quietly. She looks like a girl. Orochimaru face-palmed, speechless, not even wanting to respond. How could this not look like a girl? Who knew Jiraiya's thought process would be so off? He nearly jumped off his stool, looking at Tsunade in disbelief. No way. Tsunade, the reason you've refused to go on a date with me all these years is that you like girls? Chapter 132. Chunin Exam, 15. The results were obvious. Jiraiya got beaten up by Tsunade, and Orochimaru enjoyed the scene, taking the opportunity to study the girl in the portrait. In the end, he didn't figure out anything substantial. When the two returned, Orochimaru put away the scrolls and placed them on Tsunade's desk, casually flipping through a book out of boredom. But his ears were always tuned into the conversation between Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya, looking pitiful, so who is she, then? If she's not your crush, why do you have her portrait? Tsunade, rolling her eyes, that's the person my great-grandfather liked. The person my great-grandfather entrusted to me. Great-grandfather? Orochimaru quickly shifted his perspective. Lord Tobirama had someone he liked? So even someone like him could have someone they liked? He didn't understand love. He found researching ninjutsu far more interesting. Jiraiya, surprised Lord Tobirama? The person he liked? What's her name? Where's she? How come you never seen her before? Tsunade, speechless, punched Jiraiya again. So many questions. Which one should I answer? Then you answer them one by one. Jiraiya replied, rubbing the bump on his head. Originally rebellious, he now looked like a wronged little puppy, lying on the table and blinking at Tsunade. Orochimaru, I can't stand this. What is Tsunade brain? Tsunade shrugged, saying she didn't know her name either, but her great-grandfather told her to find this child to take care of. If you two find her, just bring her to me. All right, I'll keep an eye out. Jiraiya finally thought of a way to change the topic, steering the conversation back to the Shinobi World War. But Orochimaru wasn't in the mood. He was curious about how Tsunade would encounter someone from Lord Tobirama's era. If not dead, then. The result was, Orochimaru recognized Gio the moment he saw her in Kyoto, the person Lord Tobirama liked. This was the first mark he impressed upon Gio. What intrigued him even more was how the girl had transformed into a child's form. Could it be Tsunade's jutsu for growing bigger or smaller? But after a couple of moves, Orochimaru dismissed that idea. This was the girl's original appearance. Not a transformation. That was. Orochimaru was internally ecstatic. He saw a way to immortality, a way to endlessly learn ninjutsu. It was Senju Gio. Up until the day of the Chunin Exam, Orochimaru still did not give up on his thoughts about Gio. But he noticed a little tail following her all the time. Lord Tobirama was also alive. Clearly, he had attended Lord Tobirama's funeral, but now he was hiding in the shadows watching him. Orochimaru felt that his immortality plan was about to have a chance. He smiled at the girl. Gio, standing opposite him, found his smile and concern frightening. Uncle Snake was actually showing concern. Was her time coming to an end? Under her Master S treatment, she was much better now. Of course, she definitely couldn't tell Orochimaru the truth. Although the two were at odds, they could still talk for a few sentences on one topic. Later, Gio could no longer keep the conversation going, worrying about Sasuke's condition. So she used a body flicker technique to run away without even saying goodbye to Orochimaru. Orochimaru stood in place for a while. When a white-haired man wearing glasses approached him from behind, he adjusted his glasses and said, Lord Orochimaru, is this Senju Gio? Oh, you know her? Orochimaru became interested and shifted his gaze to Kabuto. He had seen her during one Chunin exam. Kabuto said, she's very strong in every aspect. Whether it's ninjutsu or taijutsu, she's much stronger than I was back then. Oh, stronger than Kabuto? Orochimaru really didn't think Gio was at that level. From his encounters with her, using the Sharingan, she was only on par with Kabuto. Or was it that Gio hadn't used her full strength in front of him? Her space-time ninjutsu was inherited from Minato, her sealing techniques from Kushina, her fire-release ninjutsu was taught by Uchiha Bito, and her water-release ninjutsu was likely also guided by a high-level master. She had a phoenix as her summoning beast, which was quite rare. With this pawn in the way, what will you do about your plans, Lord Orochimaru? Kabuto suddenly smiled. Orochimaru also smiled, patting Kabuto's shoulder. That is not something you need to worry about. Just do your own thing, Kabuto. Jimin came to the side of Minato after taking off her mask. Her current identity was Minato's personal bodyguard, so she no longer needed to wear the mask. Obito was also standing next to Minato, looking at Jimin in surprise. How did you get here? Are you feeling better? This question attracted the attention of both Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who looked at her in unison, as if to ask, are you really okay? There's nothing serious anymore. I feel light all over. Jimin winked at Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Don't worry, my lords. Just enjoy the match. As she spoke, she adjusted the heads of the two adults and pointed downwards, indicating them to watch the match below. Minato thought that after 4 days of recovery, it should be fine, especially since it was his precious son's match against Kiba. He needed to focus completely on watching so that he could talk to Kushina about it later that night. Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned his gaze to Naruto, thinking that the most impressive kids in this round were Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Sakura had learned medical ninjutsu and tremendous strength from Tsunade, and now she had the strength of a Chunin. Naruto and Sasuke had trained with Kakashi and Obito since childhood. Naruto's progress was mainly reflected in his physical skills, while Sasuke's development was more well-rounded. For some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen always saw reflections of his past self in these 3 children when he had trained them. So, when the 3 weren't on missions, he enjoyed occasionally giving them some pointers at the training grounds. The kids were sweet-tongued, especially Naruto, who was mischievous and cute. Just like Jiraiya. Although he didn't learn as quickly as Sasuke, his stamina was excellent. He was patient and learned new physical techniques steadily, which he inherited from both Minato and Jiraiya. He wanted to see if this kid could handle the match well this time. Who would have thought? As soon as he praised Naruto, he heard Naruto squinting slightly at the examiner, saying, "Excuse me, sir, how can you bring a pet to compete? Isn't that against the rules?" Sarutobi Hiruzen facepalmed. Well, at least Naruto had inherited Jiraiya's traits in academics, and not his own. Chapter 133, Chunin Exam, 16. However, this kid still won decisively, and the few people on stage nodded in satisfaction. Minato quietly clenched his fist. No doubt he was his son. He needed to ask Kushina to add 2 more dishes at dinner. "Teacher, I'm going to find Sasuke." Jiming noticed Naruto had finished his match, and the next group seemed to involve 2 members of the Hyuga clan, so she decided to go down and take a look. "Go ahead." With Minato's permission, Jiming performed a body flicker technique and appeared on the 2nd floor. Since most of the people present were acquaintances, Jiming lazily walked down the corridor without her mask. Along the way, she ran into Gaara and his group. At first, she had no intention of going over to speak to Gaara, but when she lifted her gaze, she saw his eyes, hidden, suppressed, and filled with deep desires. He was staring at her, and the agitation of his chakra made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Jiming thought to herself that it wouldn't be good if Gaara's death had truly caused him great harm. Could it be that he has turned back into the original Gaara? A bloodthirsty desert demon. This couldn't continue. Jiming came up with a plan and walked to Temari's side, affectionately linking her arm with Temari's and saying softly, "Temari ne ah." Jiming Temari looked at the girl, linking her arm, in surprise. At this age, Jiming was already very pretty, with a mix of beauty and cuteness. Just tilting her head, Temari could feel Jiming's faint breath, warm and burning against her skin. But she didn't dare to make any big moves. Temari was in a daze for half a minute, feeling as if several pairs of eyes were watching her. It felt like needles pricking her, scaring her to glance around. Aside from her 2 cute younger brothers, there was no one else nearby. "What are you doing here?" Temari thought she might be overthinking it and shifted her gaze back to Jiming, pinching Jiming's small face, which made her heart soften and feel confused. It was so soft. She wanted to pinch it again. Temari really did pinch it again. "I'm one of the examiners for this Chunin exam," Jiming explained. "I originally planned to check on Naruto, but when I saw you, I thought I'd come over to say hello." To confirm her greeting, she smiled brightly at Kankuro and Gaara, saying, "Kankuro Gaara." Kankuro chuckled and nodded, not saying much, but instinctively took 2 steps to the right. He didn't dare provoke that little monster. Ever since their mother passed away, Gaara's temperament had changed drastically. He no longer listened to Kankuro's words, and even Temari's words didn't seem to reach him much anymore, especially regarding Jiming. He always felt that sand was about to wrap around his neck at any moment. He should just protect his own life, and the plan couldn't be delayed. It was not the time to talk more. Gaara merely lifted his gaze, nodded slightly, as if responding. His eyes were still on the 2 Hyuga fighting below. If Niji was his opponent, their mother would surely be pleased. Jiming followed Gaara's gaze down and saw Niji fighting Hinata. She stood there watching for a while. Niji was overwhelmingly dominating Hinata, whether it was the timing of his strikes, the force behind them, or the crucial point of the Hyuga clan's gentle fist technique. He was far superior to Hinata. Sure enough, a genius is a genius. Jiming activated her Sharingan and looked at the chakra pathways of the 2. Hinata's chakra pathways were already sealed off significantly, while Niji was almost unharmed. All right, it seems Niji won this match. But Niji didn't mock Hinata. After defeating her with all his strength, he ran over to help her up, asking gently, "Are you okay?" "Hinata? I'm fine, Nejini." Hinata groaned softly, feeling as if her chest had been torn apart, and she couldn't help but lower her gaze. Indeed, Niji was the most suitable person for the main branch. If only Niji could be part of the main branch. Hinata, you made great progress this time. Niji noticed the change in Hinata's expression and said sincerely, Lord Hayashi would be very happy to see you like this. Really? Niji and I? Hinata timidly raised her head, surprise flashing in her eyes. Really? Jiming, seeing this scene, couldn't help but nod. It seemed that Hayashi's presence had brought many changes to Niji and saved the sibling pair a lot of detours. Gaara turned his head, looking at Jiming's unmoving gaze, her clear eyes never lingering on him for a moment. He clenched his fists and shifted his gaze back to the white-clad boy. Hyuga Niji, Hatake Kakashi, Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke. Let us see who else there is. Gaara Jiming withdrew her gaze, moved closer to Gaara, and patted his shoulder. Gaara seemed to have noticed her actions, turning to look at her with a hint of surprise, confusion, and even joy in his eyes. She looked at him. Gaara looked at Jiming, lightly patting her shoulder, as gentle as a feather, yet it tugged at his heartstrings. What's wrong? He heard his awkward voice asking her. Nothing. Do you have confidence in a match later? Jiming touched her head. She wasn't really good at finding topics either, and it was genuinely a bit awkward. But for Gaara's mental well-being, she needed to protect this child's feelings. Once again, she was at a loss for words. Jiming fell silent, lowering her head, her fingers twirling around each other, unsure of how to continue the conversation. Gaara was nowhere near as cute as he was when he was younger. If it weren't for the card she was holding tightly in her hand, she would have thought Gaara hated her. What's wrong? It seemed Gaara had also noticed his own coldness and brought up a topic. It's nothing. I just feel like after these years apart. Jiming whispered beside him, using a voice only the two of them could hear. I feel like I don't know you anymore. Gaara, no matter what, I will always be your friend. But I hope you can give me another chance to get back into your life. Can you? Another chance? Gaara paused for half a second, feeling as if the world had stopped. Just the two of them. Okay. He heard his own voice agreeing. Chapter 134. Chunin Exam, 17. Jiming continued to press her advantage. Let's set a time. After the match ends, come to my house for dinner. Okay. After getting Gaara's agreement, Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the current Gaara was still willing to communicate with her. She just needed to know what happened during the years of Karura's death. Everything would be resolved. Jiming stayed with Gaara for a while longer before making an excuse to leave. After all, her purpose for coming was Sasuke. This was her first time using the sealing technique, and she didn't yet know how effective it would be. She arrived at the gathering place of Team 7 and greeted Sakura with a smile. Sakura, today's match was amazing. Really? Sakura's eyes lit up with surprise as she looked at the girl approaching her. The girl was wearing tight-fitting clothes today, which highlighted her figure. Sakura unconsciously shifted her gaze from her neck down to her stomach, then looked down at herself and couldn't help but shake her head. Why is there such a big difference between people? Sakura clenched her fists, secretly comforting herself. It's okay. It's okay. One day, I will have it too. Of course it's true. Jiming nodded and walked a few steps closer, hugging Sakura. Sakura didn't smell of sweat, but rather had a faint scent of cherry blossoms. Indeed, beautiful girls carried their own fragrance. Ino was impressive too. Jiming almost wanted to call herself a water-fetching master. Ino trained alongside her father and learned the secret techniques of the mountain. But the only downside was that Ino wasn't as clear-headed as Sakura. Moreover, ninjutsu didn't hold much advantage in 1v1 combat. So in this match, it was still Sakura who emerged victorious. The master will definitely be very happy to hear this. Jiming patted Sakura's shoulder and said, So, Sakura, you need to believe in yourself a bit more. Just like I believe in you. Sakura froze in Jiming's embrace, feeling a wave of emotion. Being in the same class as Naruto and Sasuke and training under Lady Tsunade, she couldn't afford to take a break for a moment. Apart from her mission time, she was either in the hospital for training or practicing her physical abilities in the training field. Yet, she still felt insecure. Sasuke and Naruto were progressing too quickly, like birds soaring in the sky, while she was still a snail crawling step by step on the ground, unable to catch up no matter how hard she tried. Even their leader, Kakashi-sensei, was an outstanding genius. And what about her? No family, no talent, nothing at all. Only her passionate efforts remained, and she remembered that year when the fireworks bloomed. The girl held her hand and said, I believe you can do it. She recalled that day when the girl became the center of attention, guiding her to train and bringing her under Lady Tsunade. So she couldn't afford to slack off and didn't want to disappoint the girl's kindness. She worked hard to come this far, and she even heard Jiming's encouraging voice. Okay, Sakura's eyes turned red, and she forced back her tears, rubbing her head again to calm her emotions. After chatting for a while, Jimin kept an eye on Sasuke's expression and the shoulder hidden beneath his blue clothing. His expression was natural, and he could even comfortably comment on the match with Naruto beside him, leaning against the railing. It seemed the sealing technique was quite solid. The weight in Jimin's heart lightened considerably, and her smile became much more relaxed as she greeted everyone. "Oh, Jimin, long time no see." Kakashi, after that day, finally saw Jimin again, squinting his eyes slightly and appearing relaxed. He always had this demeanor in front of most people, appearing indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything, yet was reliable at crucial moments. However, he really shouldn't care about anything. The death of his father taught him too much. He didn't want to meet the same fate as his father. But for some reason, when he saw Jimin, it felt like his indifferent heart began to stir again. What is this called? Kakashi once again categorized this feeling as an older brother's affection for his younger sister. So today, he also acted like a good brother. "Has your work with Minato-sensei finished?" Kakashi asked, as if an older brother was inquiring about his sister. "It's mostly done. I spoke with the teacher," Jimin nodded, not sensing anything unusual about Kakashi. The two were about to say something more when the match began. This match was Gaara versus Rock Lee. Jimin remembered this battle. From a stunning first meeting to now, it remained in her heart. Whether it was Gaara's absolute defense of sand, or the taijutsu genius who had no ninjutsu talent. One-tailed Jinchuriki versus Eight Gates. But this time, Gaara's strength had already reached the level of a Jonin, controlling sand as if it were an extension of himself. And the power of the card had raised Gaara's sand to a new level. And Lee, what to do? Would Lee really be unable to become a ninja? Dealer, don't worry, Jimin baby, Gaara is different from the original story. Dealer, you need to believe in Gaara and also believe in yourself. Jimin wanted to believe, but, she looked again at the sand that was almost catching up to Lee's speed, and Lee could only dodge. As the sand was about to catch up, Jimin's heart raced, and the entire arena fell silent. Lee seized a kunai and struck at Gaara's sand, dispersing its power with the blade of the kunai. Lee knew that the red-haired boy before him was very strong, but definitely wouldn't be stronger than him. Lee continued to move at high speed, and in the blink of an eye, he flew behind Gaara, trying to break through the sand's defense. Who would have thought Gaara's sand seemed to anticipate his intentions, chasing him as soon as he made his move, blocking the blind spot. Gaara turned to look at Lee. Undoubtedly, Lee was a very strong taijutsu fighter, but unfortunately, he was Gaara. No one could defeat him, at least among this year's examinees. Uchiha Sasuke could barely match him, and Hyuga could also. After dozens of exchanges of offense and defense, Lee jumped onto his fingers, saw Gai-sensei nodding, and couldn't help but shed 2 tears of emotion, confirming once again, "Is it okay, Gai-sensei?" Gai nodded once more. Xiaoli took a deep breath, picked up the sandbags tied to his legs, and threw them heavily to the ground, creating a loud noise. The people inside the tower were stunned. Chapter 135, Chunin Exam, 18. A cloud of dust rose from the ground, obscuring everyone's view. In that instant, Gaara stood calmly in place, believing that no speed could surpass the Flying Thunder God technique. But the next second, Gaara's eyes widened as Xiaoli appeared right in front of him and threw a punch. He barely managed to react, dodging to the side to avoid the punch. But the wind from the fist brushed past his face, and before he could make his next move, Xiaoli had already lunged behind him, delivering another punch. This time, it landed squarely on his cheek, sending him flying half a meter away. All right, very good. Gaara stood up again, completely interested. Since that's the case, he would use 100% of his strength. He manipulated the sand to chase after Xiao Li's movements. He had lightened the weight of the sand again, observing Xiao Li's running path, burying the sand he had previously left. As long as Xiao Li stepped into it, he would undoubtedly lose. However, due to the high-speed action, Gaara's body techniques were already lacking, and he was hit several times by Xiao Li, once getting kicked into the air. Xiao Li continued to kick, lifting Gaara's body upwards. Just one more kick, and it would be enough distance. Suddenly, there was a pain in his calf, and Xiao Li realized something was wrong. This was the negative effect of relieving the burden. No, he had to win this match. This pain was nothing. He gritted his teeth and kicked up in pain. He wanted to prove that even without ninjutsu, he could become an excellent ninja. The bandages he controlled wrapped around Gaara, spinning down rapidly. Hiryu, Senpukyaku. Gaara was hidden beneath the sand, seeing through his third eye that his sand clone was smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Gaara breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone would eventually show a flaw, and he seized the moment when Xiao Li exposed his vulnerability with that kick. It was likely due to the sudden pressure from relieving the burden that caused his legs to temporarily not adapt, which was why his kick was slow. If he had been hit by that ninjutsu, he would have truly been done for. Gaara dared not be distracted any longer, while Xiao Li was still recovering. He quietly bound Xiao Li's legs with the sand at his feet. The confinement would last for 5 seconds, and the preparation time for his ninjutsu was 7 seconds. Even the most skilled sandstorm coffin would take at least 7 seconds. It was a gamble. Gaara thought 2 seconds, and Xiao Li might not be able to escape. He clenched his right fist, gathering chakra, sandstorm, coffin. The sand wrapped around Xiao Li's feet, and a scream was heard as Xiao Li lay motionless on the ground. Ji Ming on the platform was stunned. Was this too fast? Xiao Li hadn't even opened the 5th gate yet. How could he be lying on the ground? Something was wrong. Sakura, with a worried expression, clenched her fists in front of her mouth, constantly praying for Xiao Li. Xiao Li, please don't be hurt. Get up quickly. Naruto, always boisterous, waved his fists and shouted at Xiao Li brow. Don't sleep. Brow, didn't you say you were going to win against Niji? As if he heard Naruto's call, the person lying in the sand suddenly disappeared. Ji Ming and Kakashi exchanged glances and silently activated their Sharingan, observing Xiao Li's chakra pathways. The 8 gates technique had already opened 2 gates, allowing for such a rapid increase in speed. Indeed, this speed gave Xiao Li a significant advantage over the slow Gaara. If Xiao Li knew some offensive ninjutsu, perhaps he would have had an easier time against Gaara. Xiao Li flew up into the sky, unwilling to accept being caught by Gaara's sand. The moment he was captured, he made a decision. He was not willing to be left behind here, nor was he willing to stop here, even more so. What does it mean to be a ninja? Xiao Li didn't have a clear idea, but he knew that as long as he followed Teacher Guy, continued to train and practice his physical techniques every day, one day, he would become an excellent ninja, just like Teacher Guy. And this opportunity was this Chunin exam. He had no reason to lose, and he could not lose. Come at me, Gaara. Xiao Li gritted his teeth and moved rapidly around Gaara. Each time he moved, he landed a punch on Gaara. He suppressed his voice as he continued to open the 3rd gate and the 4th gate. Another solid punch hit Gaara's face, and, as the next punch came, he attempted to turn his head to dodge, but the other side of his face was hit hard as well. Under this pressure, he had no choice but to summon the sand as a shield in advance, but the speed of the sand couldn't keep up with this sudden, rapidly flying attack. Gaara couldn't help but ask himself, is this really the speed of a human? The destination of the flying thunder god technique could still be predicted. But with Xiao Li's speed, he didn't know how to defend, only able to alternate his hands to block the attacks. What to do? Gaara thought. Wait. He clearly felt that Xiao Li's speed had slowed down considerably. He seized the opportunity to switch to a sand clone, hiding in the sand. You can't trick me with the same trick twice. Xiao Li almost immediately noticed Gaara's change and flew towards the sand, unleashing a flurry of punches. Gaara was forced out of hiding as he continued to evade. Just 1 second left. The sand was closing in on Xiao Li's feet just a little faster. Just a little faster. He could grab Xiao Li's foot. As long as the sand caught him, the match would end there. And in that 1 second that was not reached, Xiao Li threw himself into the sky, and another person flew down from above, kicking him heavily. Hiryu Senpukyaku. The sand had wrapped around his body at some point, and Gaara felt a warm and familiar chakra protecting him. Mom? He froze for a moment, looking at the sand. It was completely like a mother's embrace, protecting her child and not letting him suffer any harm. As the smoke cleared, everyone on the platform was stunned. The sand took on the form of an embrace, using its last bit of strength to protect its child. Ji Ming was speechless. Aunt Karura, is this the sand you gave to Gaara? Moonlight Gale glanced at both sides. Xiao Li had completely collapsed and was at a loss, while Gaara was still unharmed. It was time to announce the result of the match. Ahem. Moonlight Gale coughed twice. In this round of the match, Gaara wins. Hearing the announcement, Xiao Li tried to get up again, but his body felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, his bones shattered. He pushed against the ground, trying to rise and resist the result, but he couldn't get up at all. What to do? Chapter 136. Chunin Exam. 19. Xiao Li lay on the ground, lamenting helplessly that he couldn't lose. He couldn't lose. No matter who lost, he must not lose. Xiao Li stood up, but his steps were unsteady. He had already exerted all his strength. He looked at the examiner and said, "Examiner, I can still move. I can still fight." The consequences of the 8 gates technique were evident. Might Guy could no longer stand and instantly appeared in front of Xiao Li, holding his student in his arms and saying with concern, "Xiao Li, you did great. You're already a very excellent ninja. Xiao Li, I'm so proud of you. Teacher Guy, but I haven't. Xiao Li's tears flowed uncontrollably as he spoke. But if he lost, what would all those years of training mean? He hadn't defeated Niji. He hadn't encountered Sasuke. He hadn't even had the chance to face off against the genius of Konoha. Little Li. My guy's heart was breaking. How much this child wanted to be with him. But unfortunately, he was much more sensitive, which is why he worked so hard to reach the 5th gate in this Chunin exam. However, it was clear that, having just become a ninja not long ago, he shouldn't let his ninja career be ruined by a single Chunin exam. My guy would not allow that. He wanted to help Little Li become an excellent ninja together. Enough, Little Li, that is enough. Gaara watched the touching scene between the master and disciple, and the embrace of his mother gradually turned into sand, becoming his gourd, resting on his back. He didn't know what was happening, but he looked up at Kazumi, who was standing next to Sasuke, and saw her smiling and giving him a big thumbs up. He looked back at Shikamaru and Kankuro standing behind him, who were also smiling at him. It seemed that they were cheering for his victory in the match as well. So, Rock Lee, Gaara walked towards Rock Lee, extended his right hand towards him, and rarely showed a hint of a smile. I'm glad to have fought with you. You're really strong. Little Li was stunned for a moment before crawling out of Might Guy's embrace. Tears were hanging on his face, blinking his eyes as if he hadn't yet processed what he had just said. Gaara almost wanted to escape from there immediately. He didn't know what was wrong with him, nor did he understand why he suddenly walked up to his opponent and said comforting words. He had never been good at such words, but he thought Little Li would want to hear them. He really wanted to win, much more than he had anticipated. So he gave it his all. This was still his respect for Rock Lee. Oh, Little Li, Gaara is here to shake hands in a gesture of reconciliation. Might Guy also came out of his sadness, and having received the opponent's recognition, Little Li had already won the match, so he encouraged Little Li to shake hands with Gaara. Hurry up and extend your hand. Otherwise, Gaara will be so awkward. Only then did Little Li raise his left hand and grasp Gaara's hand. He also praised himself. You are the strongest person I've seen in our class. I'm very happy to have you as my opponent. Gaara felt as if he had used all his life's learning in that moment. Fortunately, Little Li was also cooperating with him. Gaara-kun was truly formidable. The sand was used excellently. Moreover, you could actually see my movements clearly, but the sand couldn't keep up with my speed. Moonlight Breeze looked at the two of them, chatting happily, and couldn't help but cough lightly. Little Li, the medical team has been waiting for you for a long time. Why don't you go check your injuries with them first? Little Li then embarrassedly scratched his head and laid down on the stretcher. As he was being carried away on the stretcher, he turned back to Gaara and revealed a signature big smile. Gaara-kun, let's spar together again when we have the chance. Kazumi watched this small change, and, for some reason, tears began to fall. It seemed she had managed to change Gaara's dark personality from childhood through her efforts, turning him into a gentle person who would shake hands with his opponent after a match. Not only that, but Little Li also wasn't too severely injured. She could see through her Sharingan that although his meridians were quite messed up, healing him with Tsunade's level of skill wouldn't be difficult. She glanced at Sasuke, who was chatting with Naruto nearby, and perhaps this time, she could hope that Sasuke wouldn't leave the village. Wait, Kazumi's eyes widened in surprise. That chakra is... She thought to herself, oh no, and in the next second, the owner of the chakra appeared behind her, grabbing her collar and lifting her up. Senju Kazumi. A loud roar echoed, and Kazumi had long since gotten used to it, silently enduring. But Sasuke, Sakura, and Kakashi standing nearby were so frightened that they dared not say a word and quickly lined up, ready to run at any moment. It was too terrifying, too terrifying. The angry Tsunade was someone no one could provoke. Sakura silently thought to herself that she would definitely not make Tsunade angry in the future. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know how she died. Naruto was also stunned for a second. It turned out that the gentle Tsunade also had such a terrifying side. It seemed that their mother was very gentle with them. At least she hadn't made a move. Sasuke silently nodded in agreement, not knowing whether Kazumi would live such a tumultuous life every day while being raised by Tsunade. But the result was that another white-haired man almost appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Tobarama's gaze was slightly somber as he scanned Tsunade from head to toe, finally stopping at her hand. Little Tsunade. Just that one sentence made Tsunade instantly wilt. She gently placed Kazumi down on the ground and turned her head in discontent, coldly snorting. Little Kazumi ran out of the hospital. I'm worried about her health. You did that without considering the weight of it. Why are you so fierce, second grandpa? Tsunade really felt wronged. Clearly, she was doing it for Kazumi's sake. If only second grandpa hadn't been around before, she could have been the one in charge. But now, little Kazumi was always being controlled by second grandpa, and she was also being controlled by him. Whenever she wanted to take care of Kazumi, she was still being managed by second grandpa. How could she, as the current head of the Senju clan, have no authority at all? She wanted to protest. She wanted to go on strike. Tobirama was somewhat baffled. It seemed he hadn't done anything wrong. He just wanted to call out little Tsunade's name. So why was he being fierce? To avoid scaring Kazumi. He softened his voice and said gently, "Little Kazumi, why did you run out? Isn't your body still not well? If you do this, both I and little Tsunade will be worried." Tsunade shot a fierce glare at Tobirama and once again coldly snorted. "Let whoever wants to worry do so. I'm going to drink. Enough is enough. Want to run away from home." Chapter 137. Chunin Exam 20. Master. Kazumi's gaze swept between the two people and finally settled on Tsunade, affectionately leaning against her, shaking her arm and acting cute. "Oh, master, I'm much better now. It doesn't hurt at all. I can eat a whole cow now." Although it was an exaggerated statement, Tsunade couldn't help but laugh at her, affectionately tapping her nose. "You can't do that next time. You can only leave the hospital after I approve." Okay. Kazumi quickly replied in a flattering manner. Finally, she had managed to deal with this great Buddha, and the venue below was also cleared. Before she could run over to Tobirama to coax him, Moonlight Breeze called down the participants. "Okay." Conversation paused. She raised her eyes to look at Tobirama, and in an instant, their gazes collided. His crimson eyes looked at her with deep affection as if he wanted to drown her. Frightened, Kazumi quickly averted her gaze and shrank into Tsunade's embrace. Tsunade instinctively held the child close, listening to Minato briefly explain the rules of the third exam. She mainly wanted to hear who Sakura would be matched against. Sakura was her subordinate, and she still hoped that she could inherit her legacy like Shizune. As for little Kazumi, as long as she was happy, that was enough. Eventually, the matchups were announced, and Ibiki revealed the final draw results to the audience. Naruto Utsumaki vs Nega, Hora vs Uya, Fino Agame vs Kankuro, Dimar vs Migaru. Sakura Haruno vs Saku. Fighting a new ninja village? Tsunade clicked her tongue, an emerging ninja village that didn't understand anything. But the Konoha ninja village had been established for many years, and she was well known in the ninja world. She probably knew her students' basic attack methods. Well then, let's meet again in a month. After Minato finished speaking, each Jonin took their little ones to assign tasks. Kakashi and the others also returned. Sakura. Tsunade released the young Jingming from her embrace and looked at the bruised Sakura, who seemed quite unwilling as well. From the brief understanding just now, the first round faced a girl from the Yamanaka family, and this time the child from the Yamanaka family was much stronger, but Sakura had a slight edge. Very good. 1 month, train hard. Does this mean Tsunade will personally teach her? Sakura was taken aback and, for a moment, didn't know what to do, only managing to nod stiffly and blurt out, "Thank you, Lady Tsunade. My training is very strict, you know." Tsunade snorted, "Sakura, you can prepare yourself." "Yes, Lady Tsunade. I will take it seriously." With Sakura resolved, Kakashi felt relaxed, but he still had 2 little ones to deal with. If he were to say he had taught Naruto the longest, that was true, but Naruto's attributes didn't quite match his, plus the 9 tails. It was likely that only that adult could step in. As for Sasuke's attributes did align with his, both being lightning types. But since he had already learned Chidori, there seemed to be little left to teach. Sigh. Kakashi found himself in deep thought for the first time in his life. It seemed he had little use for his little ones anymore. Sasuke had long thought about who he wanted to train with. His gaze completely focused on Jingming, but he didn't dare to stare. "Jingming, can you guide me in training?" Upon hearing this, Kakashi felt like crying. Forget it, don't train with him. Then he could enjoy his leisure time. How nice, a little more vacation. Kakashi could only secretly comfort himself like this, but his heart was already full of wounds. Heartbroken. It should be fine. Jingming thought for a moment. Since there were no work arrangements for the Umbun next, and since Sasuke had taken the initiative to ask, accompanying him in training would also be a way to find something to do. "I'll take you, Uchiha brat." Tobirama suddenly appeared from nowhere, standing behind Jingming. His crimson eyes fixated on Sasuke. When this adult said those words, Sasuke's mind went blank. This adult was very strong, likely on par with Uncle Minato. If he could receive his guidance, perhaps his skills could improve greatly. But Sasuke didn't believe in good fortune falling from the sky, and he wasn't very familiar with this adult, so there was no reason for him to take the initiative to teach him. He cautiously asked, "Lord Tobirama, why did you choose me?" If we're talking about why, Tobirama looked at the little brat in front of him. He resembled that boy so much that he thought he had been reincarnated. Unfortunately, this little brat's personality was much cuter than that boy's and somewhat more popular. although he always trained with little Jingming, which was quite annoying. But there was no doubt that this Uchiha brat was very talented. Moreover, he wanted to help him with his grudge. You resemble an old friend of mine, Tobirama said. There was a Uchiha child by my side before, and this can be considered guiding his descendant. So, brat, do you think I am unworthy to guide you? Tobirama snorted. No, no. Sasuke didn't dare to say that. Even if he thought so, he could only deny it here. He rarely acted serious, so he expressed his gratitude for Lord Tobirama's guidance. You can stay at the Senju clan's place for this period, Tobirama continued. That kid Gaara is absurdly strong. Now little Jingming can match him roughly 7-3. If it were you, it would be at most a 50-50 match. So if you want to win, you need to continue to improve. Yes, yes, yes. Jingming looked at the two people having a normal conversation in astonishment, feeling a bit of a character collapse. Wait, didn't this Lord Tobirama dislike Uchiha brats? Also, why seal his own heart and not let her hear something? Then Naruto, I'll trouble you with him, Kakashi. Minato had little time. Although he wanted to personally guide Naruto, there were many matters regarding the Chunin exams, and he was overwhelmed. Teacher, how about? Although Kakashi could teach Naruto, he didn't have much left to teach him now. He needed a more suitable teacher to help Naruto break through his bottleneck. That adult was supposed to be back from his journey, right? You mean Jiraiya? Minato tapped his chin thoughtfully. Jiraiya was his mentor, and if he could teach Naruto, it should lead to significant improvement. Moreover, the power within that child had not acted for many years in the Land of Water. If they were to act during the Chunin exams, Naruto and Kushina would become targets. Following Jiraiya would be like protecting Naruto. Chapter 138. Chunin Exams 21. The child from the Hyuga family was said to be a genius like Hyuga Hisashi, able to strike 128 gentle fist attacks at just 14 years old. Given time, he would surely surpass Hyuga Hisashi and become the leader of the Hyuga clan. Okay, Minato agreed to this matter. Kakashi, you will work with Obito for this month. Kakashi, the little ones are gone, and the vacation is gone. I don't want to play anymore. But Obito was delighted. Playfully patting Kakashi's shoulder, Kakashi, in the end, you still have to work under me. Ha ha ha. The way he said it gave a sense of having turned the tables. Kakashi felt embarrassed and decided not to argue with Obito. Whatever he said was fine. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Jiraiya, huh? Naruto leaned his little head over, his blue eyes sparkling, seemingly very satisfied with Minato's arrangement. He had been fortunate enough to see Jiraiya's abilities a few times, and he was very strong. Moreover, he was Dad's teacher. He wanted to learn from him. Yes, Naruto, do you want Lord Jiraiya to guide your training? Minato fondly patted Naruto's little head. After all these years, his little one had grown up well and trained hard out of his sight. That's why he had made it to the third round of the Chunin exams. He felt very gratified. Of course, Lord Jiraiya is Dad's teacher, so he must be super strong. Naruto said happily. Then will I be as strong as Dad in the future? Of course. Naruto, you will be much stronger than Dad. Because of your 9 tails, that is a power that can change the world. After arranging where the 3 children would go, Jingming found an excuse to leave first. She stealthily followed Gaara, carefully tapping his shoulder before he noticed her. The sand wrapped around her palm, but did not attack her. Instead, it gently caressed her, as tender as a mother's touch. Jingming? Gaara turned in surprise, looking at the little person following him. Why are you here? Didn't we agree to eat at my house together? Jingming stood beside him the moment he noticed her, casually linking arms with him, appearing as if they were good buddies. However, the sudden contact made Gaara's sand instinctively shield his shoulder, so Jingming could only touch the sand. The sand seemed to recognize her chakra and automatically withdrew. Even Gaara was surprised by this change. Does Mom know it's you, Jingming? Gaara thought, feeling his heart soften. Sister Temari, Brother Kankuro, you should come too. Jingming looked at the man wearing a half mask. Would this teacher join us for dinner? Maki shook his head. Forget it, you guys eat. I have things to do later. Gaara, you can stay at little Jingming's house if you'd like. Maki finished speaking and quickly ran away, clearly having something urgent to attend to. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked back to the Senju clan's residence, passing by the Sanwanzi shop where they bought 3 skewers of meatballs to eat. As for why the 4 of them only bought 3 skewers, it was because Jimin didn't like things that were too sweet and Gaara wasn't particularly fond of them either, though he had a craving. The 2 quickly came to an agreement to share 1 skewer. Just as they finished eating, they arrived at the entrance of the Senju clan's residence. Annie was already in the kitchen preparing dinner. Jimin ran over, smiling as she leaned against Annie's back, and said in a spoiled tone, Annie, I think Teacher Minato will be coming over for dinner soon, along with Gaara and the others. Could you please prepare a little extra for us? Annie handed her a piece of freshly made braised pork, and Jimin took a bite, finding it both tender and sweet. Simply delicious. So good. Jimin praised without holding back. I'll go make some tea now. I won't disturb you while you cook. Okay. Annie said with a smile. The ice cream you wanted the other day is already in the freezer. Just go take it from there. You can share it with your friends. All right. Jimin thought about whether Gaara and the others would like ice cream. However, having lived in the desert for so long, they probably would enjoy something cold. So she reluctantly decided to treat Gaara and the others to some delicious ice cream. With that thought, Jimin went to the fridge, grabbed the ice cream, and walked to the moon viewing platform in the main courtyard, where the three of them were sitting and chatting. She couldn't tell what they were talking about, but it mostly seemed to be Handball and Kankuro bickering, with Gaara occasionally chiming in. However, this version of Gaara was already a lot better. Ice cream time, Jimin announced as she placed the ice cream on the table, inserting 4 spoons for convenience. She had specially brought 2 containers, so Hanabi and Kankuro could share one, while she and Gaara share the other. Unexpectedly, all 3 of them had successfully reached the 3rd exam. Hanabi sighed, saying that although their first exam was similar, there had already been so many changes compared to the first Chunin exam. Mom, I wonder if you're doing well in the other world? Hanabi looked at the red-haired boy again, not knowing if Gaara's attitude had changed after seeing Jimin this time. And Dad, I don't understand why he made that decision. The alliance between Konoha and Suna had lasted for years. Why would they do such a thing? Of course, Jimin said as she scooped some ice cream. On such a hot summer day, without air conditioning, taking a bite of ice cream felt like saving her life. Hanabi's wind style was indeed the strongest of her generation, and such a powerful ninjutsu was rarely matched. Kankuro's puppet technique was also unique. Jimin awkwardly scratched her head, not knowing what to say under Kankuro's expectant gaze, and could only mention having seen Granny Tsunade and Sasori's puppet techniques. Kankuro indeed wasn't enough to compare. As for Gaara, there was no need to say more. Hearing this, Gaara's heart sank. Why was it that he didn't need to be mentioned? Boo-hoo. But Hanabi, you need to be careful of Shikamaru, Jimin warned. She couldn't help but feel that Hanabi's face had turned half red. Shikamaru was quite clever. Well, that's that, Hanabi said nonchalantly. I'll just fan him away. Okay. Jimin laughed, but she added, isn't the moment of heart fluttering just this Chunin exam? From head to toe, the mouth is the hardest. Chapter 139. Chunin Exam, 22. But do you guys have to go back to the land to win this month? Jimin asked, knowing about Orochimaru's invasion plan and that the current Kazekage was no longer Raza. But the key point was, what role would Hanabi and her friends play in this? Having spent quite some time with them, she knew they were peace-loving. So, would it be feasible for her to persuade them to turn this battle around? We probably won't go back, Hanabi shook her head. She took a scoop of ice cream, which coincidentally bumped into Kankuro's spoon. She raised her eyes, and Kankuro immediately withdrew his hand, not daring to move an inch. Sister should eat first. Jimin looked on, and suddenly fell silent. Was Kankuro really this scared of Hanabi in the original story? The long journey is exhausting, Hanabi continued, and it won't be long. It would be better to just stay in Konoha and focus on training. Although she said she didn't care much about this Chunin position, she clicked her tongue, realizing that not having it wasn't an option either. Have you found a place to stay? Jimin thought it would be better to invite the 3 of them to stay at her house, making it easier to monitor their actions. Plus, she wasn't sure if Gaara's seal had been undone. She might need to find a time to reinforce it. Why not stay at my house? Jimin suggested. I'll have Auntie prepare a small courtyard for you 3 to live in. That way, meals won't be a problem. Sure, Hanabi didn't want to stay in a hotel, but her deeper reason was that she wanted Gaara and Jimin to interact more, hoping Gaara's emotions would stabilize. However, that plan was now falling apart. She didn't want to jeopardize the friendly alliance and mutual assistance agreement they had just established with Konoha. Mainly, she didn't want to experience war again. Remembering the last war between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, it was still fresh in her mind. Back then, she had no way to help, only able to watch her brother thrown onto the battlefield like a machine. If another war broke out this time, Gaara would surely be a key combat force. As an older sister, she wanted Gaara to grow up like a normal person, not as a machine created for war. Then it settled. Jimin finished her last bite of ice cream, patted Gaara on the shoulder, leaned in close to his ear, and whispered, Gaara, come with me for a moment. I want to see your seal. Speaking quietly, the 2 sitting nearby had no idea what was happening. They only saw Jimin stand up first, smiling as she said, I'll go get some more food for you. Using this excuse, Jimin ran away. She deliberately stood in the corner waiting for Gaara, just waiting for that red-haired head to appear. She grabbed Gaara and ran like the wind into an empty room. It was a storage room. When she opened the door, there was a lot of dust. She pushed Gaara inside and closed the door. Once the door was shut, the room became quite dark. In such a dark environment, she couldn't tell how secure Gaara's seal was. After thinking for a moment, she took out a candle from her living scroll, ignited it with her fire chakra, and handed it to Gaara, saying, "Hold this, Gaara." Gaara took it in confusion, wondering what she was up to. He felt a hand resting on his waist, lifting up his shirt, and the girl's eyes shone enticingly in the firelight as she urged him to bite his shirt. He complied. Jimin half squatted in front of Gaara, looking at his white belly, noticing no changes. Try to gather some chakra. Gaara did as usual, and as he focused his chakra, the seal on his abdomen became more pronounced. But wait, what are those extra marks? Haven't you been sleeping well lately? Jimin asked again. Is Shikaku getting more restless? Wabichi. Every time I fall asleep, Shikaku comes out to disturb me. Gaara feels wronged, his voice muffled. He doesn't know what's going on. For several years after the first Chunin exam, he could sleep soundly. But ever since his mother passed away and he mistakenly killed Yashimaru, everything changed. He changed, and Shikaku changed as well. He turned back into the terrifying Azura that everyone feared, becoming someone who could no longer sleep. As if the years spent knowing Chiyo were merely stolen moments. So he consciously kept his distance from Chiyo. He didn't want her to see his violent side. He didn't want her to worry or become distracted. So he hid his entire life away, not replying to letters, which just piled up in the locked box in his room. This time at the Chunin exam, he initially thought about not participating, but his father's orders were something he couldn't resist. He could only silently follow Shikamaru and Kankuro to Konoha. Meeting her was within his expectations. But even though she was such a troublesome child, she still wanted to hold his hand to keep him from falling, telling him, "No matter what happens, I will always be your friend." How wonderful. She wanted to be his forever friend. He should be happy, but those words felt like a shackle, hinting that they could only ever be friends. He didn't want that, so he responded coldly. But Gaara could never refuse Chiyo's initiative. As long as she smiled at him or said a few words, he surrendered. It was the same now. He shouldn't have come to this room with her, nor should he have let her see this sealing technique. If he disturbed Shikaku, he feared it would hurt her again. What if he broke it? But she seemed to understand the sealing technique as if she had cast it herself. I think I understand. Chiyo gathered chakra in her hand, found a few inexplicably additional techniques, and pointed directly at Gaara's stomach. 5 elements release. Gaara let out a muffled grunt, his clothes falling down and covering the girl's hand, and his headband inexplicably slipped down onto her head. The girl lifted her head from under the headband, seemingly checking his condition. He just forced a smile, even though it really hurt. But he knew Chiyo would never harm him. "I'll reinforce the sealing technique for you." Chiyo hesitated for a moment, but decided not to reinforce the seal. Shikaku's power was important, and it might be a means to save his life in the future. "Forget it. This way you should be able to sleep well." How has it been getting along with Shikaku? Again, with this question. Gaara didn't understand why Chiyo cared so much about his relationship with Shikaku, as if she had known from the very beginning that Shikaku resided in him. It felt like she knew everything about him, while he knew nothing about Chiyo. Gaara thought that he was a pretty poor friend. He might as well take this month to observe what Chiyo did every day. Chapter 140 Chunin Exam, 23. It's not bad, I guess. Gaara couldn't quite gauge it. It was neither good nor bad. Then let's go back. Chiyo thought the time was about right. If they returned any later, Shikamaru and the others would misunderstand. "I'll go find something in the kitchen first. You go back." Gaara did exactly as told. This clumsy lie managed to pass unnoticed. Later, Tobarama returned home with Minato and the others, and they had a lively dinner. Without a doubt, Tsunade was drunk again, and surprisingly, Shizen was also plastered. She even started to act out. She was seen clutching a bottle, legs propped up on the table, loudly shouting, "What a worthless hospital, just die already." Working every single day without a moment's rest, it really makes me want to die. Even more absurdly, Tsunade, as the director, echoed beside her, "Yeah, what a worthless hospital. Hurry up and die. More alcohol. I want to drink more." The others. In the end, Rin and Kushina escorted the 2 drunken women back to their room and force-fed them some detox tea, finally quieting the Senju clan down. After dinner, they chatted at the moon viewing platform, as usual. Naruto, for some unknown reason, became friends with Kankuro, and the 2 of them sat together assembling puppets. Meanwhile, Sasuke, Gaara, and Shikamaru exchanged glances, finding each other unsatisfactory, and without saying anything, one returned to the study to read, while the other 2 were taken back to their own courtyards by servants. Finally, the moon viewing platform was left with only Chiyo and Tobarama, Minato, Kakashi, and Obito. Chiyo had originally been sitting next to Minato, but when he went to the restroom, Tobarama unexpectedly sat down next to her. As the junior, she was expected to brew tea and serve. However, Chiyo felt as if Tobarama's entire weight was pressing down on her, and she wanted to reach over him to grab his bowl of tea, but it was too far away, taking ages to reach. To get it, she kept lowering her body, leaving Chiyo frozen in place. She could clearly feel Tobarama's warm body temperature penetrating through her kimono. Unconsciously, she recalled that inexplicable kiss in Tobarama's courtyard the other day. Chiyo's face turned beet red. "Here you go, Lord Tobarama." Kakashi seemed to notice Tobarama's predicament and stood up to hand him the teacup. Once Tobarama received the cup, he immediately sat up straight, acting as if nothing had happened, sitting obediently. "Senju Tobarama, just keep pretending." Chiyo gritted her teeth in frustration. This guy had tricked so many people with that icy expression. Lord Hiruzen has arrived. When Minato returned, he brought Sarutobi Hiruzen in with him, and without a second thought, Hiruzen sat down next to Tobarama. Not understanding that someone had arrived, he began reminiscing about past events. In any case, the conversation between Hiruzen and Tobarama revolved around events from the First and Second Great Ninja Wars. Chiyo listened for a while, but could no longer bear it, so she began to zone out. However, when Hiruzen arrived, she unconsciously thought of Orochimaru. Wow, she should inform these big brothers in front of her about Orochimaru's schemes. She didn't want her grandfather to die. Although they had the protection of guardian angels, she still didn't know when they would wake up. It would be better to directly utilize their strength to prevent this crisis. Perhaps the outcome would change. Grandpa Hiruzen. Chiyo thought of it and decided to act. The easiest way was to bring up Orochimaru through Hiruzen. When everyone's attention was on her, she finally spoke. "Today I met Senior Orochimaru." "Orochimaru?" Tobarama spoke first. "That genius kid you were with before? But I haven't seen him around since I got here." "He is. Lord Hiruzen. Senior Orochimaru has already defected." Chiyo tugged at Tobarama's sleeve. He really knew how to stir up trouble for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen's favorite disciple was Orochimaru. His disciple had defected, and it was under his watch. How heartbroken must Hiruzen be? Sure enough, Hiruzen took a puff from his pipe, pondered for a while, then spoke. "What does he want to do by coming back to Konoha?" "Little Chiyo, have you found out?" "Actually, after I last met Senior Orochimaru, I consciously followed his trail." Chiyo thought for a moment and began to fabricate. "He seems to be the leader of the Sound Ninja Village now. The second Death Forest exam. But he disguised himself as a ninja and infiltrated the forest. If I hadn't arrived in time, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura would have been eaten by him. Unfortunately, I wasn't a match for Orochimaru-senpai, but at least I managed to protect the lives of the three of them." The half-truths left the five people stunned, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen, who silently smoked. Sarutobi Hiruzen might have already guessed Orochimaru's purpose for coming here. He knows his apprentice very well and is a shrewd politician. What could the leader of another village do while lurking in another village? It's obvious. Minato. After a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe and looked at Minato. "Arrange the personnel for the third exam in a month. If nothing goes wrong, Orochimaru might be planning to destroy Konoha. The focus is still on non-combatants. The relocation routes must be planned in advance. The hospital must also be on high alert and arrange counterattack personnel. Orochimaru has been preparing for years. He wouldn't return to Konoha at this time without a plan." "Yes, Lord Hiruzen." Minato's expression was serious. "Orochimaru, the one who is a strong competitor with him for the position of fourth Hokage. Moreover, I heard that this is very important. But the battle between Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen is crucial, with two people resurrected by Orochimaru's Edo Tensei. One is the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the other is the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. I wonder if Tobarama has already appeared here, and whether he'll be summoned again. But the coffin of the fourth might also be a strong opponent. We should be more cautious. Orochimaru has already learned Edo Tensei." One sentence startled everyone. Chapter 141. Tobarama's thoughts, Edo Tensei? Tobarama frowned, almost standing up. "That kid has been secretly learning my techniques." Although he said that, Chiming suddenly recalled the comments made during the appearance of Konoha's F4 in the Fourth Great Ninja War. The first returns to meet old friends. The second returns to protect property rights. The third guards Konoha, and the fourth meets his son. It seems Tobarama places great importance on intellectual property. But it seems that when he was summoned, he didn't react this strongly to the modified Edo Tensei technique. Orochimaru-senpai loves to learn. Perhaps Lord Suki's jutsu is too fascinating, which attracted him. At this moment, Chiming defended Uncle Snake's reputation. "Scholars, isn't it called stealing? Moreover, in the entire Naruto world, only Uncle Snake believes in science. If the Sharingan opens in the future, She might really have to pay Uncle Snake a visit. Are you the same? Tobarama's sudden question left Chiming momentarily speechless. She was studying the forbidden scrolls left by Tobarama, but many were beyond her understanding. Yet wasn't Tobarama watching her learn? Now he has come to question her. Lord Suki, little Chiming is still very eager to learn. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled as he defended her, as she is the only one who can inherit Lord Suki's legacy. Thank you, Grandpa Third. Chiming was almost moved to tears, giving Sarutobi Hiruzen a grateful look, and he smiled and nodded back. This matter was also considered settled. The topic returned to Edo Tensei. But the key is how to let them know who the resurrected ninja is. No problem. To counter the Edo Tensei technique, I invented another technique, the mutual explosive tag. Tobarama didn't care. Since it was his technique, he wouldn't fall for his own trick. He is a person who thinks ahead. So how could he not have precautions? However, based on the information I've gathered, this ninja might be stronger than Lord Suki. Chiming weakly said at this point, anyone could guess it's Senju Hashirama, right? Someone stronger than him? Two people flashed through Tobarama's mind. One was the silly grinning older brother, Senju Hashirama, and the other was the cold-faced Uchihamadara. If these two were summoned, it would indeed be a bit tricky. If he wasn't there, the third and fourth would definitely be unable to defeat those two. But even now, with him included, they might not win. Tobarama quickly dismissed his thoughts. After all, they were just summoned dead. As long as they find an opportunity to seal them, it would be fine. Is it Lord Hashirama? Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to voice that answer. As soon as these words were spoken, the three who had only heard of Hashirama in legends looked serious. Kakashi exclaimed, if we summon the god of ninjas, do we still have a chance? We must have one. Even if there isn't, Obito retorted. Konoha needs us now. We can't back down. Kakashi looked at the always optimistic Obito and couldn't help but smile. In this regard, he was indeed not as good as Obito, who was always cheerful and optimistic, while he seemed to be his opposite, occasionally pessimistic and overthinking things. Even Minato-sensei often said he thought too much. All right, Kakashi smiled. Obito, don't hold me back. Obito almost exploded, but in front of Lord Suki, he remained well-behaved and gritted his teeth. Kakashi, don't forget, you are my subordinate now. All right. Minato rubbed his forehead. How old are these two kids? Why are they still like Naruto and Sasuke, feeling unsatisfied unless they quarrel every day? In the end, he still has to mediate with Kushina. Truly, a happy trouble. I will arrange this matter well. Minato promised first. Although Konoha has shown friendliness in recent years, people must not be allowed to ride on their heads. He, Namake's Minato, would not show any mercy. This is his realization as a Hokage. And there's a bit of selfishness. He was able to defeat Orochimaru for the first time, and he can do it again. The yellow flash of Konoha can shine once more. Chiming secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Would Sarutobi Hiruzen's death change? Minato, the third, and with her and Tobarama, should be able to stand against Orochimaru, right? After chatting for a while, it was time for Chiming to sleep. Since no one left their seats, she could only silently match their rhythm. However, she was so tired that her mind was a bit unclear, and as she relaxed, she didn't know which direction she lay down in. Fortunately, she was surrounded by trustworthy people, and when she landed in a warm and strong embrace, she fell asleep peacefully. Tobarama was momentarily stunned by the sudden hug from the girl. They had never had any intimate contact before. The only time was when he died in her arms. Now that she was alive and he was alive, and the girl was lying in his arms, eyes closed, sleeping. How wonderful, Tobarama thought. Even Orochimaru, he would absolutely not allow anyone to ruin this happiness. In fact, they chatted for a long time afterward, and Tobarama felt his arm getting a bit sore, but he didn't want to leave. He even hoped that Minato and the others would chat a bit more so that the girl would stay in his arms longer. Chapter 142, Gaara and Sasuke Fight. The next day, Chiming woke up in her room. The sun was already quite high. She struggled to get out of bed. Luckily, she and T had many dreams last night and slept well. She got up and went to the kitchen in the main courtyard to find something to eat, just in time to run into an ant cooking lunch. She saw him get up, carrying a bowl of steaming porridge and placing it on the dining table, instructing Miss, "This is breakfast that Lord you made this morning. He specifically told me to make sure you finish it." Oh. Jiming raised an eyebrow and began to sip the porridge slowly with a spoon. Breakfast had to be porridge. Compared to her previous breakfasts, she still preferred Chinese breakfast. It was a pity she couldn't have fried dough sticks with soy milk. Coincidentally, Sasuke also arrived at the dining room. He sat across from her, watching her eat breakfast without saying a word or making any other movements. Under the pressure of his intense gaze, Jiming felt that the porridge in her bowl didn't taste good anymore. Seriously, this Sasuke didn't have to sit there in silence. What was the point of sitting across from her without saying anything? What made her even more frustrated was that Gaara came over shortly after, sitting across from her as well, saying nothing and just quietly watching her drink porridge. Jiming, shouldn't she have some kind of reaction? Jiming quickly finished the porridge in her bowl, preparing to find a reason to escape. But before she could get up, Gaara called out to her, Jiming, can you accompany me to train? Jiming raised her eyes to glance at Sasuke first. Seeing that he had no reaction, she was about to reply to Gaara. But at that moment, Sasuke spoke again. Jiming, didn't you promise to accompany me for training? With both of them being male, Jiming suddenly felt speechless. If she used the shadow clone technique, she could go help one person train. That way, it would be fair and no one could fault her. Wait, Sasuke, weren't you supposed to be trained by Lord Yu? Jiming suddenly remembered that it had already been decided yesterday where Sasuke would go. Clearly, it was Tobirama who was supposed to take him. So why was he looking for her to train? No way. She didn't want to help Tobirama finish his work. And Gaara, I don't want to soak in a sand bath today. Why don't you find someone else to train with you? After saying this in one breath, Jiming quickly got up, not giving the two boys any chance to say more, and flew back to her little courtyard. The two boys left in the dining room, exchanged glances, and then turned their heads away in frustration. They were both men and understood each other's feelings towards Jiming, but neither of them had a suitable reason to argue against the other. Another heavy sigh escaped, prompting the aunt in the kitchen to come out and see what was going on. She looked at the two young masters and couldn't help but ask, "Are you hungry?" The two young masters shook their heads in unison, obviously not hungry. All right. The aunt fell silent for a moment. Since it wasn't hunger, it was beyond her jurisdiction, so she returned to continue making lunch. Otherwise, Lord Yu would be back soon. Gaara, come, let's go to the training ground and have a spar. Who would have guessed that this sentence would come from Sasuke? Gaara was stunned for half a second, but agreed with Sasuke's idea. By the time Jiming learned about this news, it was already evening. She took a nap, read a bit, and only went out from her courtyard when it was completely dark. Little did she know, before she could reach the main courtyard, she saw Tobirama training the kids on the moon viewing platform. She became interested and quickly hid behind the wall to eavesdrop. You too. What are you going to do about the tree I've nurtured for so many years that you broke? Tobirama rubbed his temples. He had already been busy lately. And who would have thought the kids at home would be so troublesome? At least his little Ji was more reliable. She had never been around when they did these bad things. After being comforted for a second, he saw the two boys looking at each other defiantly, which reignited his anger. Still not admitting it, huh? Tobirama's expression turned cold, and his gaze sharpened, as if he was about to use the flying thunder god technique to deal with them. The two remained silent, saying nothing. Forget it. Do as you please. Tobirama was too lazy to get angry with them. Whatever happened, they would compensate for the damage. One was an Uchiha child, and the other was the son of the Kazekage. The money shouldn't be an issue. Remember to have someone right the tree tomorrow and fix the damaged parts. This was Tobirama's final concession. If he returned tomorrow after finishing his work and still didn't see it back to its original state, the two would be in for it. Yes, the two finally spoke up. If they had remained silent any longer, Tobirama would have thought they were mute. After asking for half a day why they fought, they couldn't say a single word, and when he asked why they harmed his tree, they were equally speechless. However, he understood that teenage boys often had many irrational reasons, and it was normal not to want others to know. After dealing with the two boys, he reached out and tapped Sasuke on the head. In almost an instant, he was behind Sasuke, a dagger pointed at his neck. The sharp blade pressed against Sasuke's neck, causing beads of cold sweat to form on his forehead. His body stiffened completely, unable to move an inch, and his mind went blank. He didn't understand what Tobirama's action meant, nor did he know if the knife at his neck would actually strike, and he didn't even know if he wanted to live. In fact, many times, he thought it would be better if he died on the night of the massacre, better if he died at Itachi's hands, better if he died at Orochimaru's hands. Then he could finally sleep well, instead of dreaming every night of his parents' unclosed eyes, the smiles of his clan members, and the rivers of blood flowing in the Uchiha clan grounds. You're foolish. Tobirama had originally wanted to test Sasuke's skills, but who knew this kid would act like someone waiting for death, completely still, waiting for his blade to fall, instead of using the Flying Thunder God to escape. Flying Thunder God. I remember that little Ji taught you. If you can't even escape this, how will you compete with Gaara or defeat Itachi? Tobirama clicked his tongue, looking disdainful. Tonight, after dinner, come and train with me in taijutsu. Okay. After saying this, Tobirama prepared to get up, and Jiming, hiding in the corner, quietly left the moon viewing platform instead sitting on the sofa like someone who had just arrived at the main courtyard and reading. However, why did Gaara and Sasuke start fighting again this time? Clearly, when she had lunch, the two were still relatively normal. How did they start fighting as soon as she left? Looking at Tobirama's angry expression, the damage caused must not be small. What kind of anger could provoke two emotionally stable boys to become so furious? Jiming found it hard to understand, so she requested her auxiliary tool, the dealer. Dealer, we detected that it's because of little Jiming. Oh. Dealer, I suspect the two seem to be competing for your ownership rights. Jiming, shouldn't my ownership rights belong to me? What use is it for them to compete? Jiming didn't understand the boys' thoughts, and besides, they hadn't done anything particularly special for her. As friends, what was there to compete for? Dealer, facepalming sometimes I really don't know if you're genuinely foolish or just not getting it. Jiming, let's not talk about that. Didn't Tiu say I could open the door to my memories? This was something she could do during the spring festival 2 years ago. But Jiming had never had enough time to look at this memory door. She also didn't have enough courage to open it. But now it seems she just happened to have the time. As for courage, if she gathered some more, it should still be there. It's just that in recent days, Tobirama's expression towards her had been very strange, but whenever she asked him, he wouldn't tell her anything. Jimin wanted to understand her past, both about herself and about her relationship with Tobirama. Chapter 143, Warring States Period. 1. Uchiha Taijima turns out to be a daughter complex? The dealer was silent for a long time before solemnly speaking. I'll ask again. Are you sure? Are you sure you want to use the memory fragments? Jimin realized that the dealer did not want her to access this previous memory. The more someone says you can't do something, the more you want to do it. She nodded heavily. I want to use it. The robot, which shouldn't have emotions, actually sighed helplessly and said, in that case, I respect your decision. You can open the memory fragments in your backpack. Jimin, do I need to prepare anything? Dealer, no, just open it. Entering the time-space door is like dreaming. But this dream lasts a bit longer. However, we can't control this, and you might have a splitting headache when you wake up the next day. Dealer, this is a normal phenomenon, so please don't worry too much, Jimin baby. Dealer, by the way, after you enter the time-space door, I want to be able to accompany you. I can only return after you come out. Dealer, so please make sure to come out. Jimin opened her system panel and checked the available items. She saw that she had 3 Nico's cards and thought she could find a time to resurrect someone for the card pool. But the key thing now was still to open the time fragments. At the moment of contact, a box appeared in front of Jimin. Do you choose to enter the time-space door? 1. Yes. 2. No. Jimin pressed yes, and in an instant, her surroundings changed completely. Despair filled the air, and countless wails reached her ears. She clutched her chest, her heart feeling as if it was being torn apart. She hammered her chest hard, tried to relieve the pain, but she could see nothing. Someone covered her eyes and, while she was pounding her chest, forcefully grabbed her hand. She wanted to uncover this annoying thing, but her hands were held by someone else's hand. She couldn't move. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her face. She didn't understand where this deep sadness came from and subconsciously sought help from the dealer, calling out a few times, but there was no response. Only then did she remember that after entering the time-space door, the dealer couldn't come in. Don't cry. It was a boy's voice, somewhat familiar, but she couldn't recall who it was at first. However, her tears wouldn't stop flowing. Who understood that this body had a condition of tear incontinence? Clearly, she had done nothing, yet she kept crying. The cleaning is done, brother. Suddenly, another boy came over, speaking to the one holding her wrist. How is little Jimin? You're not allowed to bring her to the battlefield tomorrow. The boy behind her didn't respond, but expressed some annoyance in his voice. Finally, he let go of her eyes, allowing her to see temporarily. But the hand holding her wrist transformed into an interlocked grip, leading her away. At this moment, Jimin finally saw the boy in front of her. He wore a black kimono with a ping-pong paddle print, 2 long swords hanging from his waist, and his seaweed-like long hair was casually scattered. He also carried a round fan on his back, which had 3 comma-shaped jewels on it. Without a doubt, this was Uchiha Madara. The boy who just called him brother was Uchiha Izuna. It turned out that her guess was correct. She really did have some connection to Uchiha Madara. But the Uchiha clan had always been at odds with the Senju clan. Why was Tobirama so close to her? Before she could think further, Madara brought her before a middle-aged man. The man had a frosty demeanor, with pronounced tear troughs. And even more noticeable were his scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Taijima, Madara's father? Father, Madara suddenly spoke respectfully, confirming her assumption. I brought little Jimin back unharmed. The cold-faced middle-aged man suddenly broke into a smile. making his tear troughs even more pronounced, showing that tender demeanor of a father looking at his daughter. Little Jimin, are you hurt? Did your brother protect you well? This contrast stunned Jimin for 3 seconds. The sensation of gloves rubbing against her hands made her realize, and she cheekily replied to Uchiha Taijima, of course. I'm not hurt. Brother Madara and Brother Izuna are both very strong. Don't worry, father. As she spoke, she even let go of Madara's hand, linking arms with her father, acting like a caring little cotton-padded jacket. And little Jimin is also very strong. Ordinary people can't hurt me. This state of herself left Jimin speechless. So she was such a character before? Wait, Jimin then realized that she called Uchiha Taijima father, which meant she was Madara's sister. Thinking about how she resembled Sasuke. She must be Izuna's twin sister. All right, let us prepare to return to the clan. 8 years before Konoha, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan were still at odds. Uchiha Taijima, as the clan leader, led the clan to establish their territory near the Naka River, while Senju Hashirama brought his clan to establish their territory on the other side of the Naka River. The two families took the Naka River as the boundary, each becoming a dominant force. After returning to the clan's territory, an older sister responsible for taking care of Jimin brought her back to her room, changing her out of the bloody clothes and into a kimono of the Uchiha clan with the family crest. This was her first time wearing the Uchiha clan's kimono, although it was not much different from the Senju's, just one black and one white. Wearing it gave her an indescribable feeling. After thinking for a long time, her limited vocabulary couldn't come up with anything, so she decided not to think about it anymore. Under the guidance of her sister, named Dream, she arrived at Uchiha Taijima's door. Dream only said one sentence before coming. The clan leader requests your presence. Jimin stood at the door with some trepidation, gently knocked 3 times, and upon hearing a voice from inside permitting her, she pulled the door open, lifted her skirt, and walked in. The only benefit of the kimono was that it made her look like a young lady from a noble family, but it also restricted her movements, making it hard for her to walk quickly. Father, I heard you were looking for me. She half kneeled on the floor and addressed the man sitting at the table, writing. The man had a cold and hard demeanor, but for some reason, when he looked at her, he broke into a smile, softening his entire demeanor. Jimin silently mocked that Uchiha Taijima was indeed a daughter complex. Little Jimin, please help father check my injury. Uchiha Taijima unbuttoned his top, revealing that the white bandages were already stained red. She cautiously stepped forward, her hands hovering in the air, trembling uncontrollably. She was a bit scared. What if she didn't know any medical ninjutsu at this time? Chapter 144, Warring States Period 2, treating Uchiha Madara's injury, of course. The result was not as she wished. The green light emitted by her chakra made her secretly breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed she had already mastered medical ninjutsu. In fact, she was very strong. I'll change your bandages. As Jimin spoke, she began to unwrap the old bandages. Grabbing the new bandages, she wrapped them around the wound again and again, finally tying a pretty bow. The wound was simply treated. Next, he just needed to rest. Father, you should take a good rest next week. Jimin advised, you can't continue to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, little Jimin will be sad. Uchiha Taijima's smile deepened as he gently tapped Jimin's forehead. All right. Father will listen to our little Jimin. Little girl, big spirit. Now, she only knows how to take care of her father. Isn't she just doing this for her father's health? Jimin rubbed her forehead and shot her father a glare, saying, if you keep this up, I won't treat your injuries anymore. All right. Uchiha Taijima truly had no way to handle this little daughter of his. His first wife had passed away many years ago, but fortunately, she left behind such a lovely daughter, so much like her, allowing him a bit of breathing room amidst the urgent wartime. He was exhausted from war, yet he had to continue fighting, not just for himself, but for his clan and for his deceased wife. Have you had dinner yet? Uchiha Taijima pulled back his thoughts and looked at Jimin with increasing tenderness. Not yet. I'll go check on my brother's injuries and have dinner with him later. Jimin's response was expected by Uchiha Taijima. He was glad to see the siblings getting along and to see his 2 sons pampering their little sister. This way, even if he were to die, with 2 sons around, his little daughter wouldn't suffer any losses. Uchiha Taijima ruffled Jimin's hair again, his smile never fading. Go check on your brother's injuries. You must supervise them well. Otherwise, they might not take it seriously again. Under Uchiha Taijima's watchful eyes, Jimin left his room, guided by Dream's sister. She first arrived at Uchiha Madara's room. She still stood at the door and knocked twice. After hearing the boy's consent from inside, she dared to pull back the curtain and enter. To be honest, Jimin's impression of Madara was still that of Tsundere Big Cat from fanfiction. But seeing the real person made her pause for a moment thinking it might be better to be more cautious. What if Madara wanted her to dance with him later? Little G. Madara stopped wiping his blade and looked at the girl. She had already changed into a new outfit. Black looked particularly beautiful on her. However, their little G looked good in anything, even a burlap sack. Are you hungry? Should I call for some food? Brother, your injuries can't be delayed. I'll check your injuries first. Jiming declined Madara's suggestion and turned to Dream's sister waiting at the door. Could you please call Brother Izuna over? Such a skilled response made Jiming suspect that this wasn't her first time entering this room to treat Madara and Izuna after a battle. Thus, this fragment of memory was not the initial one. Suddenly, this thought flashed through her mind, but her hands moved without her control, easily pulling off Madara's outer garment. She understood. After all, only her thoughts were under her control. All other actions were beyond her command. But this sun-kissed skin and these well-defined muscles. Jiming couldn't help but admire Uchiha Madara's physique. No wonder so many women were drawn to him. His body management was indeed impressive. The numerous gruesome scars on his skin only added to Madara's allure. Darn it, how could she think of these things while treating Uchiha Madara's wounds? Although her mind was disconnected from her actions, it still felt a bit embarrassing. Madara's injuries were not severe, just some superficial wounds that could be treated with a healing technique. Just then, the door was pushed open, and Uchiha Izuna walked in. Jiming looked at the face identical to her own and was a bit shocked. Uchiha Izuna sat down in front of Uchiha Madara without any reservations and took off his upper garment. TSK. How to put it? Jiming noticed the difference in skin tone between the two. Uchiha Izuna was fairer, similar to her own complexion, and he had few old scars, only a few new ones, which Jiming skillfully treated. The two big men finally managed to pull their shirts up. Soon after, Dream's sister knocked at the door, young clan leader. Is it time for dinner? For a moment, Jiming felt that the young clan leader's voice was very familiar, reminiscent of the voice she had dreamt of that day. Could it be that the dreams she had were all experiences she had gone through? Come in, Uchiha Madara said. The door was gently pushed open, and Dream set the dining table, placing dinner on it. Resources were scarce in the Warring States period. One dish, one soup, and a small fish. The three of them ate dinner in silence. During the meal, Jiming wanted to say something, but she could only speak to herself in her mind. Brother, why do you think father wants me to go to the battlefield? When the tea was served, Uchiha Izuna finally couldn't hold back and asked. He didn't understand why Jiming, as a doctor, was sent to the battlefield. Izuna, how do you think father has been feeling lately? Uchiha Madara answered the question indirectly, pouring a cup of warm tea for Jiming and pushing it towards her while nodding. I feel pretty good. Uchiha Izuna thought his father was still as vigorous as ever, fighting valiantly on the battlefield, returning with the same authority. What did Brother Madara mean by that? Could it be that father had an undisclosed illness? That wouldn't make sense. Jiming knew best about this matter. Little G, do you think father is in trouble? Uchiha Izuna tossed the question to Jiming. Well, it might be accumulated injuries over the years, father might. Jiming didn't elaborate further, only hinting at it as she took a sip of tea. The bitter taste filled her mouth. Death was a heavy topic. Uchiha Izuna didn't want to talk about it, nor did Uchiha Madara, and Jiming certainly didn't want to either. Uchiha Izuna quickly changed the subject. Little G, how did you feel about the battlefield today? Before he finished speaking, he was silenced by a sharp glance from Uchiha Madara, causing Uchiha Izuna to immediately fall silent, gripping his cup with his head lowered. Izuna, thanks for the invitation. I should be just cut my tongue out at this point. Chapter 145, Warring States Era 3. Uchiha Madara saw what he shouldn't have seen. Ultimately, Jiming couldn't bear to let Izuna's words drop and answered his question, just thinking about when this war would end. Our family has been fighting the Senju clan for so many years. The end result, ISN, team mutual destruction. Jiming sighed, wishing someone could end this war. Uchiha Madara silently smiled without speaking, resting his right cheek on the table with one hand while holding Jiming's hand with the other. He wondered if father's arrangement was intended for him to hear. But if Jiming could bring peace between the two sides, Uchiha Madara didn't want that. He couldn't understand what father was thinking now. His father used to be warlike, always thinking about how to defeat the Senju clan and become a dominant power, bringing peace to the region. But since Jiming was found, Uchiha Madara felt his father had changed. He was no longer the Uchiha Taijima who cared about winning or losing, nor the one who disregarded his clan for victory, and certainly not the one who fought to sustain war. His father had transformed from a dictatorial ruler into a benevolent lord. But since father loved Jiming so much, how could he have such thoughts? Uchiha Madara still couldn't figure it out. But whenever he thought about it, his brows would furrow tightly, resting his chin on his right hand, remaining silent. This made Uchiha Izuna want to sneak away. Jiming also felt like escaping, but she didn't. Instead, she held Uchiha Madara's hand back, and seeing his gaze turn towards her, she smiled brightly and said, "Ni-san, let us train together tomorrow. I need to become stronger to help you and Izuna." Uchiha Madara remained silent, his deep black eyes staring at her without saying a word. Jiming showed no signs of weakness, meeting his gaze directly. Wow, she was so brave back then. She actually dared to maintain eye contact with Uchiha Madara for so long. Good. Madara thought to himself that if possible, he hoped little Ji could be a happy little princess, rather than training continuously to protect her clan and herself due to the needs of war. Enduring long periods of torment, death was painful, and witnessing loved ones die nearby was even more agonizing. Just like when two younger brothers died in front of him and Izuna, both of them awakening their Sharingan. The Uchiha clan members do not shed tears or express emotions. Their eyes are the best proof. "Ni-san, I really enjoy the time we trained together," Jiming said softly, lowering her gaze. "Every time I can help you and father, I feel very happy. So Ni-san, please don't think that training makes me unhappy." Madara's heart trembled. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Had he been too obvious in his emotions, making the perceptive little Ji notice? He silently thought that he needed to manage his emotions better in the future, so as not to worry little Ji. "All right, you and Izuna should go back and rest," Madara said, dismissing them. Jiming and Izuna exchanged glances, stood up, and left Madara's room. Jiming's room was situated between Izuna's and Madara's, and she could only say that Uchiha Taijima was overly concerned about this hard-earned daughter, having the two strongest individuals guard either side. She felt relieved and returned to her room, washed up briefly, and went to sleep. The sleep time was very short. As she blinked and opened her eyes again, it was already the next day. It seemed that this system had kindly set a fast-forward mode for her to quickly go through this memory. Good. Let's give a round of applause for the dealer. The morning of a noble lady involved being served by someone. She had just woken up not long ago when there was a knock at the door. "Miss, are you awake?" It was Dream's voice. Jiming paused for a moment before slowly replying, "Yes, Dream, you can come in." Uchiha Dream pushed the door open, bringing in a basin of water. With Dream's assistance, Jiming quickly washed up, and Dream had already taken out the training clothes for today. Still a bit dazed, Jiming had her nightgown swiftly removed by Dream. Suddenly, the door swung open. Jiming was stunned. Dream was also taken aback. The person who entered was also shocked. When Uchiha Madara got up and came out, he found no one at Jiming's door and thought to enter to wake her up. Normally, the three siblings would enter and exit each other's rooms without knocking, except for Jiming, who was a bit more polite. The other two were quite casual about it. Today was no different. But who would have thought? As he pushed the door open, what greeted him was the graceful figure of a young girl, as white as snow. Her long black-purple hair cascading down to her thighs, half covered, truly making one's imagination run wild. He had never seen a girl's figure before, and his eyes widened. The first to react was Uchiha Dream, who hurriedly covered Jiming's body with her outer garment and quickly pulled the door shut, lowering her head to the entrance and saying, "Young master, the miss is still changing clothes. Could you please come back later?" "Okay." Madara stammered in response. Just waking up, Uchiha Izuna noticed that his usually taciturn older brother was standing dumbfounded at their sister's door, ruffling his messy hair as he walked over to Madara, patting him on the shoulder and asking, "Ni-san, what are you doing at little Ji's door so early in the morning?" Madara couldn't get a word out for a long time, his mind involuntarily recalling the girl's figure, his ears turning red as he hurriedly ran back to his room without looking back, leaving Izuna with a puzzled expression. What was wrong with this Ni-san early in the morning? Izuna wondered, yawning as he returned to his room to continue sleeping. It was rare not to go to the battlefield today, so he needed to get a good sleep. Back in Jiming's room, Uchiha Dream was continuously apologizing. Even though Jiming reassured her that it was fine, Dream still felt it was her negligence that allowed someone to see the most private part of their young lady. If word got out, the young lady's reputation would be ruined. If the clan leader found out, her own head would be on the line. "It's really fine," Jiming emphasized repeatedly, and it was Ni-san who came in. He won't say anything. Only then did Uchiha Dream feel a bit more at ease. Since it was Madara's words, it should be kept secret. If anyone were to ask who spoiled the young lady the most, it would undoubtedly be Madara. Feeling somewhat reassured, Uchiha Dream took off Jiming's outer garment again, picked up a white inner garment and secured it with a belt, then put on a black outer garment, adjusted the collar, and finally put on the hakama. This set of training clothes was ready. Jiming looked in the mirror and thought, it looks a bit like a Kyudo uniform. Because she was tall and slender, the outfit looked quite good on her. Uchiha Dream settled Ji Ming in front of the mirror, tied her hair into a low ponytail, and secured it with a white ribbon. After this process, Ji Ming was finally ready to go out. Breakfast, without a doubt, was again eaten with Uchiha Madara, but due to the earlier incident, neither Ji Ming nor Madara said a word. This left Uchiha Izuna, who was completely unaware of the situation, speechless. It was understandable to eat in silence due to the war yesterday, but this morning, during a ceasefire, it was still so quiet. He was about to suffocate. So Nisan, are you going to train with little Ji today? Izuna finally couldn't hold back and asked first, although they had already agreed on this last night. It didn't hurt to ask again. After all, finding a topic was still quite difficult for him. Yes, unsurprisingly, the reticent Uchiha Madara granted this cute younger brother a single word. Ji Ming didn't say anything, only nodded to Uchiha Izuna. All right, Izuna resigned, deciding that after breakfast, he would head to their father's courtyard to help him with clan affairs. He couldn't manage Nisan and little Ji at all. After Uchiha, Izuna left. Only Uchiha Madara and Ji Ming were left in the room. Ji Ming quietly drank her porridge, taking her time, while Madara finished eating early and propped his head up to watch her. Because her bangs covered her eyes, today she could only see one of Madara's eyes. But it still felt very oppressive. Dream, Madara called out to Ji Ming after she finished her last spoonful, summoning Dream, who had been waiting by the door, to come in and clear the table. Later, Ji and I will go train. If Izuna finishes his work and comes back, let him eat lunch by himself. After saying this, Madara lost the shyness from the morning, took Ji Ming's hand, and led her to a training ground established by Uchiha, a flat area in the forest. The two stood facing each other. The wind blew, lifting Madara's long hair, and at that moment his right eye was revealed, staring at her with the same intensity as the left. It was unclear whether he was seeing his sister or another opponent. You use a blade, Madara said, putting on his gloves while addressing Ji Ming. By the time Ji Ming summoned the Phoenix Blade, he had already put on both gloves. The fan was behind him as he took the initiative to charge at Ji Ming. Dodge to the right. Draw your blade and stab at my chest. Ziyuan really thrust at Uchiha Madara's chest. With such speed, she thought Madara wouldn't be able to dodge, and she was so scared that she even closed her eyes. After a moment, she heard Madara let out a slightly helpless sigh, and he gently tapped her forehead with his finger, saying, Little Ziyuan, how can you kill an enemy with your eyes closed? Just treat your brother as your enemy and use all your strength to attack, okay? Ziyuan responded with an O, stuck out her tongue in embarrassment, tightened her grip on the knife, and launched another attack. This time, she activated her 3-Tomo Sharingan, and under its enhancement, her movements noticeably sped up. There is also one-on-one guidance from the ninja world. Above, retreat, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Uchiha Madara stepped back half a step and exhaled a massive fireball. Ziyuan immediately brought her hands together and softly said, Water style, water wall. A huge water wall rose up, stopping the fireball's advance. Watch out behind you. Ziyuan heard Madara's voice suddenly appear next to her, and the chain of the fan locked around her neck. Madara was startled, thinking he had caught her, and was about to release the fan when, unexpectedly, the person caught transformed into a mass of water. Water style, water whip. A chakra rope made of water bound Uchiha Madara. Madara suddenly felt quite annoyed. He had spent all day learning water-style ninjutsu from that kid from the Senju clan, specifically thinking about how to deal with him. One water-style ninjutsu after another. As a member of the Uchiha clan, it was truly strange. He didn't even use fire style, just as he thought that. Ziyuan immediately fired a great fireball jutsu at Uchiha Madara. Madara simply raised the fan and said in a deep voice, Uchiha rebound. The fireball was returned to Ziyuan, who quickly brought her hands together again, water style, water wall. Another wave of water deflected the fireball's power. Ziyuan observed the scene of her fight with Uchiha Madara and realized that her proficiency in water-style ninjutsu stemmed from the fact that she had already learned it at this point, along with the Phoenix Cryblade. However, even though the Uchiha were primarily fire-style users, who had she learned her water-style ninjutsu from, Ziyuan immediately thought of one person, Senju Tobirama. But the two clans were sworn enemies. How could the meticulous Senju Tobirama teach an enemy water-style ninjutsu? Ziyuan decided to keep observing for now. By noon, Ziyuan was feeling a bit dizzy. Uchiha Madara was just too abnormal, no matter where she tried to break through. He was always on guard, and he seemed to know what her next move would be, countering it effectively. It was just too difficult to fight. Ziyuan slumped down on the ground, gazing at the drifting white clouds. If only she could become one of those clouds in the sky, without war, without conflict, and even without. What's wrong, little Ziyuan? Uchiha Madara lay down beside her, mirroring her posture as they looked up at the sky. The sky today was exceptionally blue, and the white clouds stood out against it, looking even freer. It's nothing, just wondering when this war will finally end, Ziyuan sighed. She hated war, hated death, and loathed the inevitable conflict that would occur between Izuna and Tobirama in the future. At that time, Izuna would die at Tobirama's hands. She didn't want Tobirama to die, nor did she want Izuna to die. Her purpose for being here was simply to change this outcome, to alter the fate of the Uchiha clan. But in reality, outcomes often do not align with her wishes. It will end. Uchiha Madara didn't know why, but he knew that one day it would end, even perhaps on a day when he was still alive. Uchiha Madara instinctively thought of that man from the Senju clan. If only he could team up with him. Perhaps. Forget it. Father would definitely not allow it. Uchiha Madara shook his head and simply patted his sister's head, hoping to comfort her. That day will come, little Ziyuan. Chapter 147, Warring States Period. 5 Madara, buying flowers for his sister, certainly knew that day would come, but she just hoped it could arrive sooner to reduce casualties. Letting go of the hatred between both sides seemed ridiculous after all, as many Uchiha clan members had died at the hands of the Senju. If the war were to end just like that, what would happen to the deceased Uchiha clan members? But, sighing again, Ziyuan realized that the affairs of the world were indeed contradictory. Once war broke out, it was hard to stop. Seeing that Ziyuan still looked dejected, Uchiha Madara speculated that perhaps the devastation of yesterday's battlefield had impacted her too much. He could only pat his sister's head to comfort her, and beyond that, he didn't know what else to do. Uchiha Madara was not good with words, only actions. So after returning, he left the clan grounds and walked to a nearby market. The market had become quite lively during the short truce, with some civilians daring to set up stalls with their homemade crafts. Uchiha Madara strolled around, but couldn't decide what to buy. After parting from that person, he had spent a long time controlling his emotions and didn't pay much attention to what girls might like. However, ever since Ziyuan had been brought back by their father, Uchiha Madara felt as if his world had gained another little person, and he bore an additional sense of responsibility. He temporarily labeled this feeling as the responsibility of an older brother toward his younger sister. "Sir, would you like to buy a bouquet of flowers?" Just as Uchiha Madara was lost in thought, an elderly woman called out to him, handing him a bouquet of purple baby's breath. Upon seeing the purple, he couldn't help but think of the purple tips of Ziyuan's hair, which added a touch of freshness to the predominantly black-haired Uchiha clan. "How much for this bouquet?" After negotiating the price, Uchiha Madara told the old woman not to give him change. In this war-torn era, it was hard for the elderly to survive, and that extra money might allow the old woman to live one more day. Holding the bouquet, he was about to head back to the clan grounds when he spotted an old man making bracelets. He stood still in front of the stall, watching the bracelet take shape in the old man's hands, weathered by time. Uchiha Madara suddenly thought that if this silver bracelet were worn on Ziyuan's right wrist, it would look extremely beautiful. Most girls probably like these kinds of accessories. Lost in thought, Uchiha Madara spoke up, "Boss, could you help me engrave a phoenix pattern on a silver bracelet? Is it for yourself?" The old man asked with a smile, "Or for your little wife at home?" "Wife?" Uchiha Madara quickly shook his head. "No, it's for my sister." "What a good brother," the old man said, pulling out 2 silver bracelets from somewhere and handing them to him. "Which size do you think fits your sister?" Uchiha Madara carefully placed the flowers on the old man's table and picked up one of the bracelets to measure it against his own hand. He imagined the silver bracelet on Ziyuan's wrist. Her hands were always a bit cold and exceptionally delicate. He was always afraid that if he held her too tightly, he might break her wrist. Selecting a slightly smaller silver bracelet, he handed it to the old man and rarely showed a smile, saying, "This one seems to fit better. Please make it look nice. My little sister just got angry with me today, and I want to use this silver bracelet to cheer her up." "What a good brother," the old man repeated. Uchiha Madara couldn't deny it. He liked this little sister and was trying his best to be a good brother, being a good brother to Izuna and also to Ziyuan. Moments later, Uchiha Madara took the silver bracelet handed to him by the old man and carefully wrapped it close to his chest. He picked up the beautiful bouquet of baby's breath and quickened his pace home. He was already looking forward to whether his younger sister would be a bit happier upon receiving these 2 gifts. Would she perhaps forget what had happened on the battlefield yesterday because of them? However, things did not go as Madara had expected. As soon as he returned to the clan's territory, he was informed by Uchiha Akira that his younger sister had left home. As for where she had gone, she did not let her follow. Madara assumed that his sister had gone out to clear her mind, so he sat in the room waiting for her return. During the time Madara was out, Akira went to a shrine near the Minamihegawa. It was as if it was a predetermined meeting. After praying at the shrine, she stood still at the back door. After a while, she sensed a familiar chakra. Senju Tobarama? The figure of this person flashed through her mind, and in the blink of an eye, Tobarama appeared before her. Rarely today, he was not wearing armor, but instead donned a kimono. The men's kimono was simpler than the women's, and with Tobarama's already excellent physique, along with his fair and unblemished face and nearly white hair, he truly captivated her. Little Akira. His voice was gentle as Tobarama smiled slightly. Brother Tobarama. Akira took a moment to regain her composure and smile back. Her crescent-shaped eyes resembled the moon in the sky, which was how Tobarama had always viewed Akira. He had long known that Akira was a healer of the Uchiha clan, but he still couldn't help wanting to interact with her. That fervent heart almost broke through his rationality. Fortunately, the war pulled him back. However, the emptiness after the war was truly hard for him to endure. He knew that a ninja had once had feelings for Uchiha Madara, but had been suppressed by him and his father. If he went against his original intentions and developed a personal relationship with someone from the Uchiha clan, it would be wrong no matter how he looked at it. Tobarama restrained himself. Yet, with Akira's proactive invitation, Tobarama found it impossible to refuse and agreed to meet. Their previous meetings had only involved simple inquiries about water-style ninjutsu, and he was surprised that the Uchiha clan, known for their fire techniques, actually had someone so proficient in water techniques. Even the body flicker technique was extraordinarily fast, and, combined with the Sharingan, it became even quicker. Perhaps the girl was struggling without a master, which was why she sought him out, a ninja skilled in water techniques, to ask for guidance. Driven by his private thoughts, Tobarama agreed. Now it was probably their 7th meeting. Today, I'll teach you a new ninjutsu, Tobarama said, not daring to engage in too many pleasantries. Diving straight into the topic. While cleaning the battlefield yesterday, Tobarama had noticed that Akira had gone to the battlefield. She seemed to have lost her soul and stood there foolishly, even unwilling to draw her sword. Fortunately, Uchiha Madara had been by her side, preventing her from getting hurt. Therefore, he was determined to teach Akira a new ninjutsu today, one that would allow her to escape at any moment. The Flying Thunder God technique. He only hoped she could survive a little longer in this chaotic world. This ninjutsu, you may have heard of it, Tobarama explained while demonstrating. With the Flying Thunder God technique, if you encounter danger, you can escape. Akira immediately understood upon hearing this. No wonder she could learn the Flying Thunder God technique so quickly under Minato's guidance. It turned out it was Tobarama's personal instruction. The practice was tedious and boring, but proof was tireless. Under Tobarama's repeated corrections, Akira could finally teleport over short distances with the Flying Thunder God technique. She was very happy, but the next moment, her vision went dark, and fortunately, someone caught her. It seemed her chakra had been overused again. Akira, a bit embarrassed, propped herself up and said to Tobarama, "Sorry, Brother Tobarama, I trained with my brother this morning and overused my chakra. You should have told me," Tobarama said gruffly. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have arranged for her to learn a new ninjutsu. It would have been better for them to sit and chat instead. It's fine. Akira was placed under a tree by Tobarama, and he leaned against the other side of the tree. There was still some time before nightfall, and some time before they would part ways. Should he say something? But their second Hokage was simply not good at chatting with girls, and didn't he know how to start conversation? 90% of his mind was occupied with thoughts of war. 9% was used to suppress his feelings for her. And the last 1% dealt with trivial matters at home. Should he talk to her about the war? It didn't seem like there was anything good to discuss. So perhaps trivial matters at home would be better. Tobarama simply gave up. Sitting next to Akira allowed him to feel a moment of peace. Brother Tobarama, when do you think this war will end? Akira suddenly asked, her voice soft like feathers brushing against his ear, tickling him. I don't know. Tobarama shook his head. The conflict between the two clans had already lasted so long. If a peace treaty were to be established, what would happen to the deceased clan members? He certainly knew that the path to peace lay in signing a treaty. His father knew, the Uchiha clan knew, but everyone was holding their breath, unwilling to yield to one another. What if that day came when they could annihilate the other side? Perhaps that would comfort the spirits of those who died on the battlefield. Perhaps in 2 or 3 years, Tobarama estimated a time frame. He was trying to persuade his father to negotiate with the Uchiha clan, and a ninja shared the same wish. If the two of them could succeed, perhaps the war could end sooner. When that time comes, let us come to the Minamihegawa shrine to see the cherry blossoms together. Akira suddenly smiled and said to him, See cherry blossoms? Tobirama thought. The treaty preparations would have to begin in June or July of the previous year. If they moved quickly, they could improve the harvest, celebrate the new year well, and the cherry blossoms of the following year would bloom more beautifully. Little Akira. Suddenly, a gloomy male voice echoed in the quiet environment. Akira instinctively looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a man dressed in Uchiha battle attire standing under a large tree, his face obscured. But Akira knew that Uchiha Madara would likely be very angry. She didn't want to make him upset. So she hurriedly bid farewell to Tobirama and weakly supported herself as she slowly walked over. Step by step, step by step. That short distance of just a few meters felt incredibly far to Akira. But Uchiha Madara did not feel the same. He looked at the white-haired man, his eyes darkening, and grasped his fan, rushing forward in the next moment. The clash of swords and fans echoed. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara instantly activated his Sharingan. The crimson eyes fixed on Senju Tobirama. How dare you hurt her like this? Senju Tobirama gripped his sword and began to counterattack, feeling inexplicably bewildered. Uchiha Madara, stop spouting nonsense. How could he bear to hurt Akira? If they truly had to face each other, he didn't even know if he had the confidence to strike her the final blow. Because at the very least, he hoped Akira could survive in this chaotic world. Brother. Akira watched the two about to fight and weakly shouted, Uchiha Madara, I'm fine. I just overused my chakra. Brother, could you please carry me back today? Uchiha Madara turned to glance at the situation with his younger sister, who looked pale and was about to collapse. He could no longer concern himself with arguing about mistakes with Tobirama. He just wanted to rush over and hold his sister. Back at home, Uchiha Madara carried the girl to his room and quickly summoned the family doctor. The excessive loss of chakra was not a big issue. He simply transferred some of his chakra to Izumi, allowing her to regain some strength. She lay on the tatami mat, covered with a blanket, her gaze sweeping across the table, where she saw a beautiful bunch of purple hyacinths. Who sent these? Izumi couldn't help but look at Uchiha Madara, but the next moment she dismissed the thought. How could he be that kind of person? It felt a bit out of place. It must have been Uchiha Mugen who brought the pretty flowers into her room after seeing them. You shouldn't meet with Senju Tobirama anymore, Uchiha Madara said. Okay, Izumi replied quietly, knowing she was in the wrong. The Uchiha clan rule stated that no private relations with the Senju clan were allowed, and if the clan leader found out, anyone would face execution. She had been secretly meeting with Tobirama behind everyone's backs, thinking she was being clever, but it was all in Uchiha Madara's sight. He just hadn't made much of an effort to stop her. He hadn't intended to intervene today, but seeing the flowers wilting and the silver bracelet hidden under her clothes growing cold, he didn't want to wait any longer. He had gone to the Nango shrine, only to unexpectedly run into them. Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, but he couldn't show it. As he didn't want to frighten his beloved sister, he could only suppress it and stand coldly in the shadows, watching the two of them train. Just when Izumi, exhausted, fell into Tobirama's arms, he felt an unmistakable surge of jealousy. Why should a kid from the Senju clan be able to hold his little princess? Brother. Izumi cautiously tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve, shaking it. Are you angry? Please don't be angry. Chapter 148. Warring States Period 6. Brother, let me tie your hair up. Uchiha Madara could tell it was a flattering smile, but the anger in his heart quickly faded. Habitually, he tapped her forehead with 2 fingers. You, don't do this next time. If you really want to learn from that kid, wait until the war is over. If he doesn't survive until then, he won't be able to be your teacher. After saying this, Izumi felt that Uchiha Madara didn't want Tobirama to survive until the end of the war. The 2 major powers in the world were the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. To end the war, one side would have to be exterminated, and the other would become the overlord. Brother, do you hate the Senju clan? Izumi asked for some unknown reason, but after she said it, she realized it was a foolish question. After all, they had killed so many of her clansmen. It would be a lie not to hate them. Just like when they learned about that historical period in high school, dreaming of tearing the enemies apart and fighting alongside their ancestors. How could one not hate? In this situation, I have no reason not to hate, Uchiha Madara said. The Senju clan killed my brothers, killed my clansmen, and almost killed you. But our clan has also killed many from the Senju clan, Izumi retorted, rarely defending herself. If a peace agreement were signed, wouldn't it cause fewer casualties? Little Izumi, I'm glad you maintain such a pure heart, but war is not that simple. Uchiha Madara had also considered signing a peace agreement, but most of his clansmen would not agree. Moreover, their clan was not in a declining position. Actively seeking peace would only put their clan in a disadvantageous position during negotiations. As the younger clan leader, he hoped for his clansmen to gain more benefits. He was probably thinking the same way. How easy is it to negotiate peace? Although the Senju clan had actively offered an olive branch for peace, Uchiha Madara cast a deep look at Izumi. He couldn't let her become a tool for negotiation. Even if it came to that, it had to be his Senju clan members who entered. I know, Izumi said. How could she not know? Now she always asked them about their views on the war, seemingly trying to end it faster through verbal persuasion. Ultimately, she didn't want too many people to die because of the war. In a time of war, when lives were as cheap as grass, even surviving was a luxury. Yet, as a firm humanitarian, she respected every living life. So she worked hard to save the wounded on the battlefield, even though these ninjutsu were too difficult for her to learn. But learning a little more could save one more life. Are you hungry? Uchiha Madara decided not to continue discussing the war and shifted the topic to trivial family matters. I wonder if Izuna will come back for dinner. He hasn't sent any word. Really? Wait, little Izumi will definitely say that Izuna isn't back yet. So we should wait for him to eat. Isn't brother Izuna still not back? Izumi thought that Uchiha Izuna must be returning from Uchiha Taijima's place. So waiting a little longer was fine. In her impression, the three siblings always ate together, while Uchiha Taijima rarely came to their courtyard and didn't insist they go to his to eat. Honestly speaking, coupled with Uchiha Taijima's daughter-slave attribute, she still quite liked this father. For Izumi, who had never experienced a father's love, this little pampering made her feel happy. However, Uchiha Taijima's body had been deteriorating due to accumulated injuries from years of battle, and if he continued, he might die on the battlefield. She didn't want that. Having just gained a father's love, Izumi didn't want to lose it so soon. So, every time a battle ended, she would volunteer to go to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard to treat his wounds, talk with him, and act a little spoiled, while also trying to persuade him. She didn't know if it would yield any results. Then let's wait for Izuna. Sure enough, as Uchiha Madara expected, if Izuna didn't come back, they couldn't start eating. Sigh. Uchiha Madara sighed, then sat cross-legged as usual, propping his right hand on his right cheek, his bangs covering his eyes, making it hard to read his emotions. The moment Izumi came back to her senses, she instinctively looked at Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but recall the fan art she had seen of him drawn by the ladies, especially that animated gif with the little ponytail. Why not just make that gif a reality? She eagerly went to the dressing table to get her comb and hair tie, then ran back and sat behind Uchiha Madara. Brother, let me tie your hair up. Before Uchiha Madara could refuse, the girl's hands were already on his hair. Perhaps it was because it hadn't been cared for in a long time, it felt a bit rough, and the comb tugged at his scalp painfully. He was probably helpless. Since little Izumi wanted to play, let her play. After all, it was a way to distract himself. After a while, he would talk to his father and let little Izumi not have to go to the battlefield anymore. Izumi slowly combed Uchiha Madara's hair, careful not to hurt him. She gently separated the knotted parts with her hands before straightening them out. After about half a quarter of an hour, she finally managed to comb through it. Izumi tried to gather Uchiha Madara's hair with her hands, but there was so much hair that both her hands couldn't grasp it all, and she felt a bit frustrated. After thinking for a moment, she chose a black headband, placed her hair under it, pulled it tightly, wrapped it a few times, and finally tied it into a bow. All right, Nisan. Jimin pulled Uchiha Madara in front of the mirror, and his eyes, no longer obscured by bangs, were finally revealed. Indeed, he looked more approachable like this. Uchiha Madara also looked at himself in the mirror. It was the first time he had styled his hair up, revealing the contours of his face and the eyes that had been hidden for years. It felt a bit strange. Nisan, you should smile more, Jimin said with a smile. That way everyone will find you more approachable. Uchiha Madara actually listened to her, and a smile appeared on his face. This smile caught Jimin off guard, and her face turned red instantly, as the smiling Uchiha Madara was too handsome, and also because of her wandering thoughts. This was the first time she had seen such a simple yet captivating smile. Another familiar tap on the forehead. Jimin touched her forehead where he had poked her. Was this forehead poke a tradition of the Uchiha clan? Nisan, I'm back. Uchiha Izuna burst through the door and saw the two of them in front of the mirror, along with Nisan's new hairstyle. What were these two doing? Chapter 149, Warring States Period 7, Marriage Alliance Izuna. Uchiha Madara was the first to stand up and sit at the dining table, returning to his previous posture of resting his chin on his hand. Did father say anything today when you want to see him? Just handling some trivial matters within the clan. Izuna sat down casually, poured himself a cup of tea, took a big gulp, and couldn't help but complain about their Aunt Reiko, who came to father's courtyard again today, always talking about her late husband. Nisan, you know, although father seems indifferent, he is actually gentle at heart. I listened to Aunt Reiko for almost 2 hours, and I tried to persuade her for 2 hours too. In the end, father asked me to personally take Aunt Reiko back home. I thought about it, took some food from my ninja pouch, cooked dinner, and then came back. Uchiha Izuna mentioned, and inevitably talked about the war. If only the war could end sooner, it would be nice to occasionally listen to Aunt Reiko talk. It would at least be a bit of leisure. Let's not talk about that for now. Uchiha Madara interrupted Uchiha Izuna. Call for dinner. Uchiha Izuna immediately fell silent. The two brothers rarely discussed the war in front of Jimin. It was an unspoken agreement between them. He glanced around the environment and suddenly saw a bouquet of fresh and dreamy purple baby's breath on the square table. Did Mirim buy this today? Given Uchiha Mirim's dull personality, Uchiha Izuna thought it was unlikely, and it was more likely that Jimin bought it while she was out. Jimin, did you buy this bouquet today? Uchiha Izuna pointed to the purple baby's breath. This purple really suits you. Maybe it was Sister Mirim who picked it. This was definitely not Jimin's purchase. She had been training with Uchiha Madara in the morning and after lunch had secretly gone to learn the Flying Thunder God technique with Tobirama, leaving no time to shop. At this time, Uchiha Mirim came in with dinner and happened to hear their conversation. While setting the dinner on the table, she emotionlessly said, "This bouquet was not picked by me. It was brought back by the young clan leader this afternoon." Jimin and Izuna both turned their gazes to Uchiha Madara, who was accustomed to this kind of attention, knowing that giving flowers to his sister was a way to make her happy. He nodded and took out a silver bracelet from his chest, holding her left wrist and putting it on. "I saw this bracelet when I bought the flowers and thought it would suit you." Jimin looked at her left wrist. The silver bracelet revealed a phoenix pattern under the light, and she couldn't help but wonder how Uchiha Madara knew that her summoning beast was a phoenix. "Ni-san, why does this bracelet have a phoenix pattern?" Jimin, who always asked questions directly, never held back. "I thought of your sword." Uchiha Madara explained, "The phoenix cryblade. So I thought you must like phoenixes." "Ni-san, thank you. I really like the bracelet," Jimin said, holding Uchiha Madara's hand, their hands coming together, and she smiled. Her voice was soft and sweet, each word seeming to thread into Uchiha Madara's heart effortlessly. How strange. Uchiha Madara thought it was strange. For the first time, he wanted to hold her hand a little tighter, pull her a little closer, and, "No, Jimin is my sister." Uchiha Madara quickly withdrew his hand, turned his gaze away, and awkwardly said, "Let's eat." The elder brother had spoken, and the two little ones dared not continue talking, obediently eating their dinner. After dinner, the three chatted for a while. However, most of the time, it was Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara talking, while Jimin quietly made tea for them and listened to their conversation, until the candlelight gradually dimmed. After Uchiha Izuna and Uchiha Madara quietly covered Jimin with a quilt. They left her room. The two then went to Uchiha Madara's room. Without Jimin in the room, Uchiha Izuna no longer wore that playful expression and became much quieter. "Ni-san, what do you want to do about the two clans' talks in 3 days? What about father?" Uchiha Madara avoided this question. He was just a young clan leader, and it mostly depended on what Uchiha Taijima would do. "Father wants to use a marriage alliance," Uchiha Izuna said, using fire release ninjutsu to light up the room. A faint yellow light igniting inside, the path to peace seeming even weaker than this flickering flame. The night wind rustled through the leaves, producing a rustling sound. With every gust of wind, the wind chime hanging by the window would sway, sending a shiver through the hearts of the two. This wind chime was something Jimin insisted on hanging here. One day she had come in with it, saying, "Ni-san, your room is too quiet. It will be stifling. Let the wind keep you company." Despite his objections, she insisted he hang it up. After a long while, Uchiha Madara finally let out a sigh and whispered, "Then so be it." He couldn't sway his father's decision. Tomorrow at the clan meeting, Uchiha Taijima would publicly present the peace proposal from the Senju clan and seek everyone's opinions. "Ni-san," Uchiha Izuna couldn't help but raise his voice. But who is the marriage partner?" In the end, the room was filled only with two sighs. Who wouldn't be weary of war? The next day, at the Uchiha clan meeting, everyone gathered in the basement, lit by faint candlelight. Uchiha Taijima sat in the main seat, with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna sitting beside their father, and Jimin, who rarely came, sat behind Uchiha Madara today. "Today at this clan meeting, I want to say something." Uchiha Taijima cleared his throat. His voice was no longer as spirited as before, but rather aged. "The Senju clan has sent a peace proposal. Madara, please explain the details of the peace proposal to everyone." Uchiha Madara stood up, as emotionless as ever, and read aloud. "The Senju clan hopes to establish an allied tribe centered around the Nango River, extending 100 kilometers outward. The leaders will be Uchiha clan leader Uchiha Taijima and Senju clan leader Senju Hashirama. The second point is that the previous disputes between the two clans shall cease. From now on, the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, along with their peoples, shall coexist in peace, friendship, and understanding, working together to build a better future. Article 3. Both parties agree to provide compensation to the families of the victims involved in the recently concluded war and to establish tombstones for the heroes of this war, protecting the feelings of the victims' families and expressing gratitude for their contributions to peace. He continued reading until Article 10. Uchiha tightened his grip on the scroll, suppressing his emotions in front of everyone, and continued to read Article 10 to promote a closer relationship between the two clans. Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izumi will arrange a marriage contract. Chapter 150. Warring States Period 8. Uchiha Madara's Memories. Upon hearing this, the seated clansmen began to shout, some saying, Miss Izumi is our Uchiha clan's goddess. How can we let her go to the Senju clan? A den of wolves. Another person chimed in, yeah, why should our lady marry over there? Why can't Senju Tobirama come to us? I disagree with this. The previous agreements were begrudgingly accepted, but we can't just hand over our clan's holy hand to the Senju clan. Amidst the protests, Uchiha Madara could only silently agree in his heart. In truth, a marriage alliance was indeed a good choice, but he didn't want it. Whether out of selfishness or public duty, he listened as the voices of dissent grew louder, and his mind involuntarily drifted back to the first time he met Izumi. He was not someone who particularly liked girls. That was about 10 years ago. Uchiha Taijima brought back a dirty little child while cleaning the battlefield, and at first glance, Uchiha Madara thought she was a boy. Just as he was about to approach and put his arm around her shoulders, he was stopped by Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Taijima looked at Uchiha Madara with some disdain, saying, with your strength, don't crush your sister's shoulder. Sister? Uchiha Madara was almost stunned. Could such a dirty little child really be his sister? He took 2 steps back, listening to Uchiha Taijima explain how he found her on the battlefield, mentioning something about a Sharingan and how she looked a lot like Izuna, and thus brought her back. Raising one more person wasn't a big deal for the Uchiha clan. Look like Izuna? Uchiha Madara skeptically scanned Izumi's face. How could one see any resemblance to the clean and beautiful Izuna? He didn't quite understand, but he had no choice but to heed Uchiha Taijima's words. After all, Uchiha Taijima was not only his father, but also the clan leader. All right, let Dream take little Izumi to change her clothes. Uchiha Taijima commanded, and Uchiha Dream appeared from nowhere, taking Izumi away. After his sister left, Uchiha Taijima began to nag him about what happened on the battlefield today and how to arrange things for tomorrow. He started to feel a bit tired. Did you hear that, Madara? Uchiha Taijima poked Uchiha Madara's forehead with such force that he nearly flipped over. Luckily, his core was stable, and he steadied himself, holding his forehead in pain and glaring at Uchiha Taijima. Father, what are you doing? Before he could scold his eldest son, Uchiha Dream pushed out a changed Izumi. The little girl's face, washed of dirt, was surprisingly fair, and under the candlelight her cheeks had a hint of pink with a pair of round black eyes looking at them. Uchiha Madara was momentarily stunned. He only remembered those clear and bright black eyes that sparkled when they looked at him. How could it be? In a time of war, there were still eyes untainted by the world. How rare. Uchiha Madara, your sister is calling you. Another bump on the head, and Uchiha Madara felt a surge of anger. But seeing the timid look in the girl's sparkling black eyes, he immediately suppressed it and tried to speak gently. What's wrong, sister? It's nothing. I just think you're very handsome. The girl's voice was soft and gentle, making his heart flutter. But wait, handsome? Could he really be associated with that word? Uchiha Madara couldn't help but think of the ninjas who had died at his hands. Surely they thought him terrifying? But since his sister said so, it must be true. In fact, Uchiha Madara was still unsure how to interact with his sister. With Izuna, they had been casual. They fought and scolded each other. But this sister was like a fragile porcelain doll, and he didn't dare treat her the same way, afraid that in the next moment, he might accidentally crush a child. This absolutely cannot happen. From then on, Uchiha Madara tried to be as gentle as possible with his new little sister. For instance, when speaking, Izumi might have been malnourished and was still quite small. He towered over her and would deliberately lower his head to listen when she spoke. Moreover, he would try to fulfill Izumi's requests as much as possible. No matter what it was, even if it was the moon in the sky, he would want to pick it for her. Perhaps for this reason, Izumi became particularly attached to him, even following him during his secret meetings with Tobirama. One day, he took advantage of Izumi's nap to go out. Crossing to the other side of the South River, and sure enough, he saw Tobirama. He threw a stone across the river and caught the one Tobirama threw back. confirming everything was fine before they crossed to meet. Just then, Izumi ran out. Uchiha Madara felt a soft force grasp his sleeve. He looked down to see a pair of watery eyes staring at him, as if they would tear up the moment he spoke. "What are you doing here, little Izumi?" Uchiha Madara didn't dare do anything else, and could only squat down to pat her little head, try to soothe her emotions. "Aren't you supposed to be napping? I can't see you, Nisan." She was on the verge of tears, gripping Uchiha Madara tightly. "Nisan just came to meet a friend," Uchiha Madara patiently explained. "After I meet my friend, I'll go back. If you come out like this, what if you encounter bad people on the way? Then Nisan won't be able to see you, and you won't be able to see Nisan either." Upon hearing this, tears really began to fall. Uchiha Madara was seeing Izumi cry for the first time. Such a thing had never happened before in the clan. When his younger brothers cried, he would usually ignore them and let them finish crying before scolding them. The next time, they wouldn't dare cry again. But this was Izumi. He was afraid that if he applied a little force, he might crush her wrist. This absolutely cannot happen. He was at a loss as he tried to comfort Izumi. But nothing seemed to work. "You are really hopeless, Madara." Senju, watching his friend awkwardly comfort child, couldn't help but laugh. He half squatted in front of Izumi, gently patting her head, and asked softly, "Sister, how about some candy from your older brother? If you stop crying, okay?" As a result, Izumi cried even louder. "How are you any better than me, Tobirama?" Uchiha Madara was speechless. Senju, being called out by Uchiha Madara, sulked to the side. Uchiha Madara didn't have time to continue lecturing Senju, and had to take out a piece of candy from his ninja pouch. Holding it in his palm and offering it to Izumi, "Please stop crying, okay? Nisan will take little Izumi wherever he goes from now on, alright? But you have to agree with Nisan." Gio took the candy from Uchiha Madara and couldn't help but smile through her tears, making a pinky promise. Okay, pinky promise." Uchiha Madara looked at Gio, relieved that she was no longer crying. Chapter 151, The Warring States Period 9, Double Tomo Sharingan. Hashirama. He finally had the time to see Senju Hashirama, who had been feeling down beside him, and couldn't help but say, "Don't be sad. Let me formally introduce you. This is my little sister, Gio." Senju Hashirama regained a bit of his spirit, looking at this cute little sister and showing a big smile. "Hello, little Gio, I'm Hashirama, your brother Madara's friend." "Brother Hashirama." Gio timidly tugged at Uchiha Madara's clothes and greeted him softly. "It seems little Gio will have to train with us from now on." Uchiha Madara thought that if he went somewhere in the future and Gio went too, he should inform Hashirama in advance. "Do you mind, Hashirama?" "It's fine." Senju Hashirama naturally didn't mind. Little Gio was very cute, and he liked her a lot. From that day on, what was originally a meeting time for just Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama turned into a time for the three of them, Uchiha Madara, Gio, and Senju Hashirama. Although it was stolen time, Uchiha Madara was very happy. He trained with Senju Hashirama while little Gio watched them from the side, occasionally trying to learn their ninjutsu. However, the results were minimal. The Great Fireball technique only produced a small flame, and the Water Wall technique only produced a small splash of water, often causing both of them to burst into laughter. But the change came on that day, the day he parted ways with Senju Hashirama. It was hard to say when it was. He only remembered that the weather was quite nice that day. If it weren't for that incident, he and Senju Hashirama could have played many fun things. Unfortunately, that day, it wasn't just the three of them. It was 7 people. When Senju Tobirama and Senju Butsuma ran out from behind Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara knew that their stolen days were over. Similarly, Uchiha Taijima and Uchiha Izuna also appeared behind them. The battle lines were drawn. He fought fiercely with Senju Hashirama, but that day was too sad, or perhaps too filled with rage. Normally meticulous, he was gradually pushed back. Just as he was about to take a blow from Senju Hashirama, Gio appeared. She had grabbed a long knife from somewhere, which was much taller than her, looking somewhat strange, but she fearlessly stood in front of him, blocking Senju Hashirama's attack. A frail girl couldn't match the battle-hardened Senju Hashirama, and she was pushed back a considerable distance, collapsing into Uchiha Madara's arms. For the first time, Uchiha Madara saw Gio's Sharingan. It was actually a double tomo. Before he could say anything, Gio fainted in his arms. "Little Gio!" Senju Hashirama hurriedly put down his sword and ran to Uchiha Madara's side, wanting to check on Gio, but he realized he had no right to do so. After all, the one who harmed Gio was him. "Hashirama, let's end this." Uchiha Madara issued the final ultimatum regarding their relationship. He carried Gio back to Uchiha Taijima's side, upon seeing Gio fainted in Uchiha Madara's arms. Uchiha Taijima's triple Tomo Sharingan became increasingly menacing. However, Uchiha Madara didn't want to entangle with the Senju clan any longer. He stopped Uchiha Taijima and said, "Let's go, father. Senju Hashirama's strength is above mine. We must prioritize treating little Gio." Uchiha Madara's reasoning was not without merit. With a command from Uchiha Taijima, the four of them disappeared into the Nanka River. From that day on, from the moment Gio's double Tomo Sharingan awakened, she began to change. At least her ninjutsu talent was revealed, not only in fire release, but also in medical ninjutsu, which she mastered excellently. This led to her being known as a medical sage, and many clan members were unwilling to marry her off to the Senju clan. Because of this, he could continue to protect Gio by his side. Uchiha Madara was aware of his own depravity, but he couldn't imagine how to live without little Gio. It seemed to have become a habit, being used to having Gio training behind him every day. Except for when on the battlefield, they were almost always together. He didn't want to discard this hard-earned intimacy. Uchiha Madara pulled himself out of his memories and looked at Uchiha Taijima. With so many people opposing, father probably wouldn't agree, right? In that case, I will naturally respect everyone's opinions. I will not sign this peace treaty and will prepare to ambush at the two clans meeting in 2 days. Uchiha Taijima was such a democratic person. He listened to everyone's suggestions, which is why he had so many clan members following him. If it were Uchiha Madara, he would never mention anything about the peace treaty to them, nor would he allow the treaty to be brought over. Wait, Gio stepped out from behind Uchiha Madara, walked to the center, and said firmly, "I am willing to go to the Senju clan. I am willing." If her marriage could bring peace and end the war between the two clans, then she was willing. There was no reason not to be. Senju Tobirama also knew her well, and marrying him wouldn't be a bad thing for her. However, Gio couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Madara, seeing him still with his head down, silent, and she knew that Uchiha Madara was not happy at all, even a bit miserable. What could she do? Gio regained her composure and looked at the clan members, sincerely saying, "I just don't want anyone else to sacrifice in the war." Among the clan members, there were those who were warlike, standing up and rebutting her. "Miss Gio, even if you were willing, what about the dead? How do we remember our fallen clan members? With gravestones? What a ridiculous thing." He sneered. "The Senju clan is so cunning. Do you think marrying you off and bring peace between the two clans? Don't be so naive, miss. How can you understand the thoughts of those of us who go into battle while hiding in a mansion?" Okay. Gio silently agreed in her heart. She looked at the person who stood up against her, one of the most supportive of the war within the clan. Anti-peace was normal. Their family was built on war, and without it, their status might not be as high. He certainly didn't want to end the war. For him, ending the war would bring only disadvantages. Once someone sticks their neck out, a second will follow. Another anti-war person stood up, also questioning her. "What right do you have to make decisions for the souls of the dead?" More and more people stood up to rebut her. Gio really wanted to shout back loudly. "Then I'll summon your ancestors." Uchiha Madara suddenly chuckled coldly. "Shut up." Chapter 152. The Warring States Period 10. It would be better to cut off that hand of his. Uchiha Madara suddenly chuckled coldly. "Shut up." The voice of the 18-year-old boy lost its youthful innocence, transforming into the cold and unapproachable Shura of the ninja world. The previously shouting clan members fell silent, and the clan meeting concluded like that. Uchiha Madara was pulled away by Uchiha Taijima, who wore a cold expression. Before leaving, he instructed Uchiha Izuna to take good care of Gio. After all, it was not surprising what these warmongers might do for the sake of war. And now that Gio was pushed to the forefront, if Uchiha Madara dared not think further and could only let his most trusted brother protect her well. Ji Ming and Uchiha Izuna returned to their small courtyard, and the content of the clan meeting did not make Uchiha Izuna very happy. He did not want Ji Ming to go to the Senju clan. That kind of dangerous place would leave the pure and innocent Ji Ming in a situation where she would be devoured without a trace. He disagreed. If there was to be a marriage alliance, it should be Senju Tobirama coming into their family. Brother Izuna. Ji Ming looked at the solemn-faced Uchiha Izuna and couldn't help but tug at his sleeve, whispering, "Is it because I agreed to this marriage that you're unhappy?" "Little Ji," Uchiha Izuna sighed, placing his hands on Ji Ming's shoulders. "Why should you exchange your happiness for peace? I don't want it. And you don't want it either. We both hope you can be with someone you like. It doesn't have to be someone from a prominent family, as long as you like him. But that Senju Tobirama is cunning and treacherous." The more he spoke, the more Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth, recalling all the things Senju Tobirama had done on the battlefield. "You are so pure and lovely. If you enter that kind of place, I fear you might get deceived and not be able to return home." Ji Ming listened to Uchiha Izuna's indignation and wondered if his opinion was based on his prejudice against Senju Tobirama. but she decided to comfort her brother first, as she didn't yet know how things would turn out, and besides, Brother Izuna, I'm very smart. I could take care of myself. Ji Ming emphasized repeatedly, which Uchiha Izuna only saw as her trying to be strong. He sighed, blaming their inability to overpower the Senju clan for Ji Ming's predicament. It seemed that this marriage alliance was not going to work out. They would have to see the outcome of the clan talks in 2 days. Uchiha Izuna didn't want Ji Ming to keep worrying about the marriage, so he took the initiative to suggest testing Ji Ming's taijutsu. Come on, my sister. Let me see how well you've been handling your sword these past 2 days. Ji Ming. Just like that, Ji Ming was pulled by Uchiha Izuna to practice, and he scolded her fiercely. You're raising your sword too high. You should only lift it up like this. He muttered. Watch your footing. What are you in such a hurry for? Lift your sword. Faster. Yes, yes. Ji Ming replied, while dealing with Uchiha Izuna's continuous attacks. She began to miss Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobirama a bit. At least they were gentler during training. This brother Izuna was usually gentle, but at moments like this, he was strict like a real brother. Senju clan, Senju Butsuma, Senju Hashirama, Senju Tobirama, and Senju Taohua sat silently under the candlelight. Senju Butsuma had spent his life in battle, and after years of confronting Uchiha Taijima since their youth, he was tired. He didn't know how he ended up agreeing to his eldest son's request. Senju Butsuma thought it might be because his eldest son knelt before him, tearfully speaking of the disadvantages of war, hoping to end it and establish a peaceful world. As a father, how could he not want to support his child? Moreover, that was his dream too. After fighting Uchiha Taijima for so many years, it was all for the peace that would come after the war. Besides, he was gradually losing his strength. If he could witness peace before his death, it would be. Hashirama, Tobirama, Taohua. Senju Butsuma came back to his senses and looked at the 3 children before him, who had grown from little ones into capable ninjas. If he were to die, Hashirama, as the eldest son, would undoubtedly become the clan leader, but Hashirama was too innocent and naive. Tobirama and Taohua might be able to provide him with good support. But that Uchiha girl, he was also uncertain about. If Tobirama, that cold block of ice, ended up with her, wouldn't she be wronged? He specifically pointed out to Tobirama, if the peace treaty is really signed, you should be nicer to Ji Ming. Yes. Tobirama awkwardly touched his nose. Of course, he would treat Ji Ming well, pampering her like a princess, ensuring she wouldn't suffer any grievances. But clan leader, Senju Taohua didn't believe that the Uchiha clan would sign the treaty just like that. She said coldly, the Uchiha clan has always been cunning and treacherous. We need to be cautious during the clan talks in 2 days to avoid any deception. I think Taohua is right. Tobirama returned to his senses from his excitement. Taohua was indeed correct. The Uchiha clan was full of warmongers, and they might launch a full-scale attack under the guise of peace talks. Let us prepare for it. Senju Butsuma agreed. Uchiha Taijima, that old rogue, had no reason not to bring people along. Hashirama, Tobirama, you two handle the arrangements for this matter. Yes. 2 days later, the clan talks were set at a pavilion in front of the Southeast Shrine, scheduled for noon. Uchiha Taijima brought his 2 sons to the meeting, while Ji Ming secretly followed behind, wanting to know the contents of the talks so she could better plan her next steps. Senju Butsuma also brought his 2 sons to the meeting and was not surprised to see the 3 familiar faces across from him. Please sit. The 6 of them took their seats, with the 2 clan leaders sitting in the middle and the remaining 4 sitting on either side. As soon as they entered, Senju Tobirama activated his sensing mode, detecting one small team after another quietly approaching, and without needing to judge, he knew they were from the Uchiha clan. They had indeed guessed correctly. Senju Tobirama poured tea for Senju Butsuma, and then poured another cup for Senju Hashirama. Meanwhile, Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Izuna, sitting opposite, also sensed the presence of the Senju clan members. The 2 silently drank tea while listening to Uchiha Taijima's useless chatter, especially when he saw that white-haired kid. Uchiha Madara felt his blood boiling. He was plotting to chop off that hand of his later. He carefully recalled which hand he had used to hold little Ji Ming the other day. Was it the left hand? The right hand? Forget it. He would just chop off both. That way, he wouldn't even be able to tell which hand was which when teaching little Ji Ming. Chapter 153, Warring States Period 11. Really, don't be stubborn anymore. Butsuma-san, we have discussed this peace treaty with our clan members, and it might be. Uchiha Taijima placed the teacup on the table, his eyes narrowing in disagreement. Our little Ji Ming is pure and lovely. Marrying into your Senju family might not be appropriate. Uchiha Taijima paused for a moment and added, If Butsuma-san is considering having Tobarama come into the Uchiha clan, then we might reconsider. Before Senju, Butsuma could respond. Senju Hashirama proactively helped his father by saying, "That's fine. We also think it's inappropriate for Miss Ji-Ming to marry into our family. Having Tobarama come into your clan is acceptable." Uchiha Madara was annoyed, looking at Hashirama's foolish expression, wishing he could throw a fan at him. Senju Tobarama was also speechless. What kind of brother was he, deciding his fate without even asking his opinion? Butsuma-san, your son is really interesting. Uchiha Taijima couldn't help but laugh. But our little Ji-Ming is still young. Let her spend a few more years with me. After a moment of silence, it was unclear who initiated it, but the battle lines were drawn. Uchiha Madara blocked Senju Hashirama's attack with a fan, and Hashirama, still the same as ever, questioned Madara, "Why are you unwilling to agree to my proposal? What we hope for that day is about to be realized. Isn't it? Don't be so naive, Hashirama." Uchiha Madara coldly shouted. The chains bound Senju Hashirama's feet, leaving him unable to move. "Are you going to make little Chizu a victim of peace talks?" Madara. Senju Hashirama glanced at Uchiha Madara, and as he was tied up, he transformed into a wood clone. "But she is your sister. It's time for her to marry." As if his thoughts had been pierced, Uchiha Madara took half a step back, his eyes turning into the Sharingan, and his speed received a qualitative boost, almost as fast as the Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Hashirama looked at his changing eyes. "Madara, really, don't be so stubborn." "Shut up, Hashirama." The two fought evenly matched. Uchiha Izuna and Senju Tobarama were also evenly matched. Uchiha Izuna felt annoyed at Senju Tobarama, thinking that if his contract went through, his little Chizu would have to marry that pretty boy. This absolutely cannot happen. In another clash of weapons, Uchiha Izuna kept looking for a flaw in Tobarama. But this kid was still sharp, matching him blow for blow. If it weren't for little Chizu, perhaps they would have agreed to this marriage. But little Chizu, no way. Absolutely no way. He kept slashing forward, using fire release. Great fire annihilation directed at Senju Tobarama's blind spot, but Senju Tobarama slightly sidestepped. And in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. The black flames missed. Damn, another Flying Thunder God technique. Uchiha Izuna gritted his teeth and continued to trace Senju Tobarama's movements. His perception ability wasn't that great. Only those eyes made him proud. Wait, is that where father is? Uchiha Izuna recalled that Chizu and Madara had mentioned their father's poor health, and his heart trembled as he immediately drew his sword and flew towards his father's side. Uchiha Taijima was evenly matched with Senju F-kin, and if a cunning Senju Tobarama joined in, Uchiha Taijima would surely be overwhelmed. Gradually retreating, he must hold on. Father. On Uchiha Taijima's side, his long-term injuries, combined with the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, made his body somewhat in line with his limits. He could only barely cope with Senju F-kin's sudden offensive, but his vision was gradually becoming unclear. He swung his sword, his steps becoming increasingly chaotic. That white-haired brat from the Senju clan appeared in front of him at some point. He could only continue to defend. 1 against 2 was still a bit strenuous. Another shuriken flew over. He bent low to dodge, but the white-haired kid suddenly appeared in front of him. He looked at the blade so close, wanted to raise his sword to resist, but it was too late. Can he withstand it? Uchiha Taijima thought, his body already covered in many sword wounds. If he took it head-on, he would die, right? And if little Chizu saw it, that child would definitely cry secretly again. What a lovely daughter. He didn't want to make little Chizu worry too much. He also didn't want her to secretly cry for him. Father. A soft call brought him back to his senses. He saw a girl in a kimono fly in front of him, using a curved blade to deflect Senju Tobarama's sword. Chizu took the opportunity to use the Flying Thunder God technique to bring Uchiha Taijima back to their previous landing point. Her speed increased continuously, and she didn't have to move far. Luckily, Senju Tobarama hadn't reacted yet. They managed to escape. Little Chizu, what are you doing here? Uchiha Taijima almost instinctively questioned. Didn't father tell you to wait at home for us to come back? But Chizu lowered her head, her big watery eyes looking at him, almost in tears. I want to fight alongside father, together. I'm worried about father's health. I want to protect you all. Senju F-kin looked at this ninjutsu and couldn't help but glare at Senju Tobarama. You brat, you really let them dig into our family treasure. And you didn't even realize you were being backstabbed that day. Father. Senju Tobarama knew he was in the wrong, and a hint of red appeared on his face, which had originally shown no expression, but he couldn't help but praise Chizu internally. You're learning really well, little Chizu. Although you only learned a couple of days ago, you can already use it so skillfully. You brat, tone it down a bit. Senju F-kin couldn't help but curse again. Yes, Senju Tobarama dared not think further. It was war now, and if he was a moment late, a fellow clansman would fall under the blade of the Uchiha clan. The battle continued into the night. Chizu had been assisting Uchiha Taijima in his attacks. Another member of the Senju clan fell. Chizu's heart grew heavier and heavier, feeling as if she would suffocate in the next moment. Father. Chizu called out to her advancing father. She had long known that her emotions exceeded those of ordinary people, even able to empathize with the emotions of others. One by one, people passed through her hands, dying before her, hearing their unwillingness, their desire to live, their longing for home, their yearning for peace. She couldn't help but feel her heart tighten. Little Chizu, are you feeling unwell? Uchiha Taijima stopped and embraced Chizu. His little daughter could be encompassed within the distance of his arm. From his perspective, her face was pale as snow, having lost the rosy color she had during the clan's gathering. It seemed the war was still taking a toll on her. It would be better to let little Chizu stay at home in the future. Let little Chizu. Then a blade suddenly pierced through his body. Uchiha Taijima was stunned for a moment, looking at the blade lodged in his chest, turning to see who had arrived. Senju F-kin. You came so quickly. First, get little Chizu to safety. That old thief Senju F-kin. Little Chizu definitely can't handle him. Uchiha Taijima used all his strength to push the child in his arms away and shouted loudly, Chizu, go find your brother. Father. A heart-wrenching cry. Chizu's eyes were blurred with tears as she saw her father smile. Chapter 154, Warring States Period 12, Opening Eyes. Father. Chizu cried out as she ran toward Uchiha Taijima, whose smile was like before, her tears increasingly blurring that smile. She kept wiping her tears, wanting to see him one more time. One more time, father. A loud sound echoed. Uchiha Taijima was still maintaining his smile, but he had lost all strength to speak, with new wounds added to old ones. This broken body should come to an end. Only, he wanted to wipe away his little Chizu's tears once more. Father. The scene before her shattered into fragments, breaking into piece after piece, falling to the ground, then slowly piecing back together. Whether it was Uchiha Taijima lying on the ground or Senju F-kin standing with a sword, they shattered into pieces again, reassembling. Chizu looked at her father, still holding her, unsure whether it was a dream or reality. She only knew that she didn't want her father to die. She didn't want to see her father die before her eyes again. When Senju F-kin attacked again, Chizu used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport once more. Without the Flying Thunder God technique's transfer, she found it somewhat difficult. But Senju F-kin's relentless pursuit left Chizu with no way to evade. She defended while trying to sense where her two brothers were, hoping to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape to their side. As long as she reached her brothers, she and her father would be safe. But she couldn't sense the Flying Thunder God technique at all. What to do? Chizu looked at the advancing Senju F-kin and could only raise her sword to resist. But the accumulation of practical combat experience couldn't be compensated for. Chizu could only make one slash, and Senju F-kin could predict her next move, sealing off her blind spots in advance. Even if she noticed it with her Sharingan, she couldn't evade it. The Sharingan flickered with red light, and Senju F-kin's eyes sharpened as he noticed the change in Chizu's Sharingan. It was no longer just a simple pinwheel pattern. Mangekyou Sharingan? Are those eyes the same as the Uchiha brothers? So just now, Uchiha Taijima was resurrected. And the time reversal is the ability of the Child of Prophecy's eyes? Senju Hashirama couldn't help but sigh that the Uchiha clan really has outstanding talents among their peers. Such a power to rewrite time. Should he withdraw first? Senju Hashirama has always been cautious, but Uchiha Taijima is already in a decline. And this Child of Prophecy isn't his opponent either. It's better to strike first. Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious, and he quickened his movements, launching a series of attacks that forced the Child of Prophecy to retreat continuously. She was already struggling to evade, taking a couple of steps back, and then performed Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. A large fireball was hurled towards Senju Hashirama, who immediately formed hand seals, Water Release, Water Barrier. A water wall rose up, blocking the fireball's power. As the water curtain fell, the Child of Prophecy rushed out from the water, her curved blade aimed directly at Senju Hashirama, thinking she could achieve victory. But how cunning Senju Hashirama is, the Phoenix Cry blade was lifted high, and just as his long sword was about to fall, a scarlet Sharingan appeared in his vision, and Senju Hashirama's movements almost froze. Is this an illusion? Senju Hashirama never expected a fall for a child's illusion. Even Uchiha Taijima had to think twice before casting an illusion on him. Yet here he was caught by a child's illusion. Truly laughable. Senju Hashirama chuckled lightly, finding it quite interesting. This child might even be suitable for marrying Tobirama. Your name is Child of Prophecy, right? Senju Hashirama wanted to say a couple more words. But when the thick smoke cleared, the two Uchiha had already vanished. He couldn't help but chuckle. What a sly old fox, truly like father, like daughter. He tried to sense the Uchiha clan members again, but he couldn't sense a single one. They really ran fast. Senju Hashirama met up with his two sons and simply exchanged information. What? Father, you said the Child of Prophecy opened the Manjiki Sharingan? Senju Tobirama couldn't help but exclaim. Doesn't the Manjiki Sharingan require immense emotional stimulation to awaken? Oh, that. Senju Hashirama said it, as if it were something very ordinary. I almost killed Uchiha Taijima just now. But then time reversed. Time reversal? Senju Tobirama immediately grasped the key point. Each eye of the Manjiki Sharingan has its own ability. For example, Uchiha Izuna's ability is to summon the black flames of Amaterasu, which can't be extinguished no matter how you try. The ability to rewrite time. Is it the ability of the Child of Prophecy's Manjiki Sharingan? Yes, Senju Hashirama concluded. But thinking of how proficient the Child of Prophecy is at using the Flying Thunder God technique, he couldn't help but want to give Senju Tobirama a headbutt. This kid taught others the Flying Thunder God technique and almost got his father killed. All day long, he doesn't know what techniques he's developing. What is the matter, father? Senju Tobirama, bewildered by the sudden headbutt, looked angrily at his father. You brat, don't delegate everything to others. Senju Hashirama couldn't help but give him another headbutt. Almost got your father killed with your Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Tobirama. All right, it was indeed his Flying Thunder God technique that caused this. So this beating is justified. Just ban your broken Flying Thunder God technique. Senju Hashirama left that remark and walked away. Senju Tobirama. The scene shifted back to the Uchiha side. Just returned to the clan's territory, Uchiha Taijima, under the treatment of the Child of Prophecy, showed slight improvement. He only needed some time to recover. However, the Child of Prophecy wasn't so lucky. Uchiha Madara paced outside the corridor, watching Uchiha Yum enter with water, saying she was going to help wipe her down. As a man, he felt it inappropriate to be around. But she had been unconscious for 3 days. Why hasn't T. Little Chi woken up yet? Chapter 155, Warring States, Era 13. Let Little Chi marry you. Not long after entering May, the rain began to fall, and the wisteria flower wind chimes hanging in front of the window also entered summer, starting to gain color. It had been raining for almost 3 days, and the raindrops shimmered faintly in the light. Uchiha Izuna, drenched in the rain, returned to his small courtyard, tired after handling Uchiha Tajima's affairs all day. Just as he was about to wipe the rain off his clothes, he saw Uchiha Madara standing in the corridor. Still not awake? Uchiha Izuna felt a sense of emptiness. He furrowed his brows. Although Little Chi was still not awake, the tasks entrusted by outsiders still needed to be arranged. Currently, he couldn't leave due to clan affairs, so he could only let Madara go ahead. Brother. Uchiha Izuna wiped the rainwater from his hands and took a couple of steps to Uchiha Madara's side, gently patting his shoulder. Still not awake, Little Chi? Uchiha Madara shook his head. Yum just went in to wipe her down. What did the doctor say? He still shook his head. Uchiha Izuna's sighed, slightly tilting his head to look at his brother's sullen face. If he went out on a mission in this state, it might cause trouble. Completion is guaranteed, but he didn't know in what way it would be accomplished. This won't do. Maybe I should go myself. Let Madara and father handle the clan affairs. Uchiha Izuna thought. What's wrong, Izuna? Uchiha Madara noticed his brother's gaze, and after a long time without saying a word, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. This kid wouldn't he be hiding something from him, would he? It's nothing, brother. Uchiha Izuna decided to take on this task himself. After all, the result of him leading the team and Madara leading the team would be the same. There's a mission from the daimyo of the land of River tomorrow. I'll take 2 small teams over. Brother, please take care of the family. Father is still not fully recovered. I'll be executing the mission tomorrow, so I'll trouble brother to handle the clan's trivial matters. Uchiha Madara remained cautious. It was perfectly normal for entrusted tasks, as they relied on the commission fees to sustain the family expenses. All right, how many days will you be gone? But he still chose to trust his brother. Aside from Hashirama and his brother, no one could put Izuna in danger. It's a guard mission. It could take 3 months at the fastest, or 6 months at the slowest. Their clan rarely took on long-term missions, but this time the commission was substantial. If they completed the mission, it could guarantee the clan's expenses for half a year. Moreover, if the Uchiha clan didn't take it, it would become a mission for the Senju clan. Uchiha Izuna didn't want that. Just that by going, he wouldn't be able to see little Chi for half a year. All right. The conversation abruptly stopped. The two brothers stood at their sister's door, not saying a word for a while, until Uchiha Yum walked out. Seeing the two statuesque figures outside, she still said expressionlessly, "Lord Izuna, Lord Madara, you may enter." Uchiha Izuna was the first to push the door open and walked in. The room was only lit by a dim yellow lamp on the table. He tried to tread lightly and walk to the girl's side. The girl lay under a white quilt, her eyes covered with white gauze. Her pale little face made his heart ache. He gently held the girl's hand, softly calling, "Little Chi, little Chi." He just called her name, but said nothing else. Standing at the door, Uchiha Madara watched Uchiha Izuna through the gap in the curtain. He wanted to step forward to say something, but then he remembered what Hashirama had said that day about holding hands, and couldn't help but mock himself. What right did he have to lecture Izuna? He was just as despicable as Izuna. But he still went in, sitting on the other side of Izuna, holding the other hand of the child of prophecy. The girl's hand was always very cold, just as it was the first time he touched her hand, always so icy, even in winter. Father later sought several doctors to take a look, but there was no way to help her. Uchiha Taijima and the others could only take more care of her, having raised her for so many years. At least she didn't fall ill as often as before. But time seemed to have reversed. She lay back on the sickbed, unable to hear their responses, the room filled with the smell of medicine, which he found somewhat disgusting. "Ni-san." In the reflection of the candlelight, Uchiha Izuna lowered his eyes, his bangs covering his face, his voice muffled. "Let Shirori marry you." The candlelight shattered, and the room was plunged into darkness. Uchiha Madara could hardly speak, his brows tightly furrowed. Instead, Uchiha Izuna continued, saying that Shirori, as the only little princess of the Uchiha clan, had reached the age for marriage. Rather than marrying someone else, she should marry Ni-san. At least Ni-san would truly treat Shirori well. Besides, Shirori isn't really our sister, is she? Father encouraged intermarriage within the clan to ensure the purity of the Uchiha lineage. Enough. Uchiha Madara was almost swayed by Izuna's words, having even imagined Shirori standing before him in a white wedding dress. But Hashirama's voice unexpectedly appeared in his mind, sternly saying, "She is your sister." Sister? Yes. Shirori is his sister. He is her older brother and should protect her for life, but not as a husband, even though he desperately wanted to be Shiori's husband. But if this marriage really happened, Shirori would definitely be criticized by the clan and talked about by the clansmen. He didn't want that. He didn't want Shirori to be caught in the whirlpool, even if he had a million ways to silence them. Those million ways were all things Shirori wouldn't want. This matter is not to be discussed anymore. Uchiha Madara rarely spoke sternly to Izuna, saying that regardless of blood relation, Shirori would always be our sister, and forever the only princess of the Uchiha clan. But Ni-san. Uchiha Izuna wanted to say more, but was frightened into silence by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan. He fell silent, but he still secretly glanced at Uchiha Madara. "Ni-san, clearly you like her, don't you?" Chapter 156. The Warring States Period 14. Madara's secret. Uchiha Izuna still left, but before he went, he left a message for Uchiha Madara. "Wait for me to return." Uchiha Madara snorted. "Izuna, go." After Uchiha Izuna left, the clan became much quieter. Uchiha Izuna wasn't a talkative person, and with one less person, their small courtyard felt empty. After half a month of heavy rain, Uchiha Madara sat at the table, feeling a bit frustrated. Since the last battle, Uchiha Taijima's health had deteriorated further, and he could occasionally hear coughing sounds from next door, which made his heart ache. He didn't know if the cough would take his father away. He only felt the burden on him growing heavier, as if a mountain were pressing down on him. Just as he was lost in thought, there was a knock at the door. He grumbled, "Come in." The visitor was the kid who had opposed Sure Jimmy that day. What was his name again? Uchiha Madara couldn't quite remember, only that he rested his right hand on the table and lowered his gaze to look at the visitor. The man half squatted before him, displaying a respectful and humble demeanor. Uchiha Madara knew it was all an act. Ambition lurked in the depths of his eyes, which he could easily see through. "Did you come here because you heard Uchiha Taijima is seriously ill? Speak." But thinking of that day's behavior toward Shirori, Uchiha Madara felt that not driving the person away was already showing enough mercy. "Young clan leader, this is a new task commission," the man said, handing a scroll to Uchiha Madara, placing it on the table. Uchiha Madara raised an eyebrow, casually opened the scroll, glanced at it, and then closed it again. "Not accepting." "Young clan leader, the reward for this task is substantial. If we don't accept it, it will be handed over to the Senju clan." Uchiha Madara frowned, standing up to look down at the man. "Who do you think can handle this task?" "You?" or someone else. Uchiha Madara's words were quite ordinary. The Uchiha clan could barely manage 4 people for significant responsibilities. Uchiha Taijima was ill and not managing affairs. Uchiha Izuna was already on a mission, and sure Jimmy was still asleep. As the young clan leader, he couldn't lead a team. Naturally, only the young clan leader can take on this responsibility. Heh, Uchiha Madara sneered. You brat came here waiting for him, standing in front of him to usurp his position. What kind of joke is this? Is there anything else? But, being just a kid, Uchiha Madara didn't feel like getting angry with him. If there was nothing, he didn't want to be disturbed from going home to see Shirori. Young clan leader, please reconsider. Leave. Uchiha Madara shot a cold glance at the person squatting in front of him, his expression casual. Oh, and one more thing. Pass it on. If you accept the commission without my permission, be prepared for the consequences. After speaking, Uchiha Madara flicked his sleeves and stepped out the door. After a busy day, he could finally clock out. He ruffled his hair, unable to help but recall how Shirori used to pester him to braid her hair into little pigtails, so lively and cheerful. But now, Shirori lay in bed, motionless, devoid of life. Madara, Uchiha Taijima coughed twice, calling Uchiha Madara over. He had mostly heard what had just transpired and was worried that Uchiha Madara was being too harsh. He hoped more for his younger son Izuna to assist his elder son Madara. With both strength and softness, they could govern the Uchiha clan well. What is it, father? But Uchiha Madara didn't really want to see his father. If he had to say why, it was because he wanted to go back and see Shirori. He hadn't seen her all day and was always afraid something would happen to her. Secondly, he didn't want to see his father's aging appearance. His father had always been a heroic figure, full of vigor, never showing himself in a sickly state. As long as he didn't go to see him, he would always think his father was fine. His father was still the same father. He avoided his father's pale face, just sitting in front of his door, opening a door curtain. Kumein. Uchiha Madara lowered his head and walked in, sitting cross-legged opposite Uchiha Taijima. He took the tea from Uchiha Taijima and silently stared at the tea in the cup. How has Shirori been lately? It was a usual greeting, but Uchiha Madara felt an unusual pressure. He merely responded vaguely, same as before. And you, father? Feeling much better lately, Uchiha Taijima smiled. He was rarely gentle. Like a mother, Madara, you mostly inherited my toughness, while Izuna has taken after your mother as gentleness. But as the clan leader, you can't just give people a slap without offering them a piece of candy. Words that sounded like a last request made Uchiha Madara even more silent. Death was common during wartime, but. He raised his eyes to look at Uchiha Taijima, then silently lowered them again, biting his teeth without speaking. Madara, your father is very proud of the 3 of you. You've all become capable ninjas. Uchiha Taijima continued to speak about himself, then coughed again. His sick body may not have many days left. But what he was most worried about was this eldest son, Uchiha Madara. He knew Madara's stubbornness. Once he became obstinate, even 10 oxen couldn't pull him back. Moreover, he never softened his words, fearing he might have made too many enemies within the clan, which was why Uchiha Yashan had caused trouble. That kid Uchiha Yashan was cunning and shrewd, just like his father. His plan was so lacking in cunning. How should he compete with him? Uchiha Taijima couldn't help but let out a muffled grunt. Father, Uchiha Madara wasn't incapable of adapting or changing tactics. He simply didn't want to waste time in such matters. He would rather spend the time training with little Izumi. I know, you take care of your injuries. Uchiha Madara rarely gave Uchiha Taijima reassurance. Leaving clan matters to me, I will manage them well. Izuna sent a message back. This is for you. Using Izuna's letter to change the subject, he took out the letter hidden in his chest. Izuna said everything was fine. That's good. It would be even better if little Izumi could wake up. Uchiha Taijima sighed. But you must keep little Izumi's Sharingan power hidden. The power to rewrite time has likely already attracted attention. Yes. After chatting a bit more, Uchiha Madara left the main courtyard after dinner with Uchiha Taijima and returned to his own courtyard. The light in the small courtyard was quite dim. He stood in the corridor, pacing back and forth, and eventually pushed open the door to Izumi's room. The girl was still asleep. Uchiha Madara sighed, casually grabbed a blanket, and lay down beside Izumi. Their hands intertwined. This was a secret only the moon would know. Chapter 157, Warring States Period 15. Little Izumi finally wakes up. Summer passed by with one rain after another. Surprisingly, their clan coexisted peacefully with the Senju clan along the banks of the Nango River, without even a single conflict. Autumn. The harvest within the clan was quite good. Uchiha nodded as he looked at the harvest report that had been delivered. The grain harvested this autumn should be enough to last a year. He then flipped to a recently commissioned task, which was a bodyguard job for the feudal lord, commissioned for a year. Uchiha Madara thought of the newly emerging youth within the clan and decided to send him out for some training. Meng, help me call Hano over. Uchiha Madara called out to Uchiha Meng, who was standing nearby. Uchiha Meng expressionlessly acknowledged and stepped out. Hano, hearing the young clan leader call him, arrived at the clan leader's courtyard in no time. He knocked on the door 3 times, and only after hearing the young clan leader's voice did he dare to push aside the door curtain. Seeing someone enter, Uchiha Madara looked at the young man before him, whose respectful demeanor did not seem feigned, unlike Uchiha Hashirama. Indeed, entrusting this matter to Hano was the right choice. Hano, I called you here for a reason. Uchiha Madara was quite gentle with the obedient children of his generation. They're as a bodyguard task. I hope you can go out for some training. The sudden kind words startled Hano, causing a drop of sweat to bead on his forehead. Heaven knows, he was a killer on the battlefield, famous since his youth. Second only to Madara and Izuna. But this Madara, Hano found it hard to gauge. The Madara of the past always had a commanding presence, ordering others around. Why is there now this hint of hope? How terrifying. Hano swallowed hard, unable to grasp Uchiha Madara's current mindset, and could only stiffen his neck and respond, Good. Good, Lord Madara. This is the commission letter. Uchiha Madara tossed the commission letter to him and began to flip through another commission letter, looking for tasks that other clan children could take on, intending to distribute the tasks after the autumn harvest was over. Otherwise, if they all stayed idle at home, trouble would eventually arise. Until the candlelight was lit, Uchiha Madara looked up from the documents and found Uchiha Hano half kneeling in front of him, drowsy. This kid could actually sleep in front of him. Hano. Uchiha Madara slightly furrowed his brows, his cold black eyes showing hints of displeasure as he stared at the sleeping boy. Hearing his call, Hano only responded with a mumble, his body swaying as if about to fall. Uchiha Madara quickly moved to support Uchiha Hano, placing him on the ground and even thoughtfully providing a pillow. Madara didn't know why he suddenly did this. Perhaps it was because his father said he hoped he could exhibit more of a mother-esque gentleness. He was unconsciously starting to learn. Taking care of younger clan members like this should also count as being gentle, right? After leaving the study, Uchiha Madara first went to Uchiha Taijima's room, chatting with Uchiha Taijima about the tasks assigned today and casually reminiscing about the past. He didn't know when it started, but Uchiha Taijima always brought up stories from when he and little Izumi were children. You really shouldn't say that. Back then, you secretly met with little Izumi and that little brat from the Senju clan. Don't think I didn't know. Uchiha Taijima took a sip of sake, laughing heartily, but then coughed a few times, wondering if at that time, the Senju family had already taken a liking to our little Izumi. Uchiha Madara wanted to tell his father to drink less, but seeing the satisfied look on his father's face after drinking, he thought it was best to let him be. However, little Izumi should stay within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Taijima had drunk a lot of sake, his eyes already hazy. Their little Izumi was like a jasmine in a greenhouse, pure and fragile. It was best to keep such flowers nurtured at home. As long as Madara and Izuna were alive, no one in the Uchiha clan could harm little Izumi. This jasmine would grow even more beautifully. But little Izumi was also reaching the age for marriage. It was time to consider if there were suitable young men in the clan. Completely drunk, Uchiha Madara gave a glance to Uchiha Meng, who immediately understood and quietly left the room. How is Hano? Uchiha Taijima asked Uchiha Madara, not hearing his eldest son's reply. He continued to speak to himself, saying that apart from you and Izuna, Hano was the most outstanding young man in the clan, with a good temperament, good looks, and outstanding abilities. Little Izumi and Hano would make a good match. Hano. Uchiha Madara thought of the boy next door, who was sleeping like a pig. His expression darkened further. That kid was just average. How could he be worthy of little Izumi? Father, I think Hano still lacks maturity. Uchiha Madara told Uchiha Taijima, if it's Hano, it will be better to consider that white-haired boy from the Senju clan. Besides, little Izumi hasn't woken up yet. Isn't it a bit too early to consider this matter? Uchiha Taijima was completely drunk, slumped over the table, his cup overturned. He mumbled a couple of words. Madara, you need to take care of your younger siblings. Take care of little Izumi. Just then, Uchiha Meng came in from the kitchen with honey water. After Uchiha Madara signaled Meng to feed Taijima, he quietly left the clan leader's courtyard. Returning to his own small courtyard, the autumn wind was quite boisterous, causing the wind chimes in their room to ring, as if welcoming him home. He usually pushed open the door to Izumi's room, pulled out a blanket, and slept beside her. However, he hadn't been sleeping well lately. He would often stare at Izumi until dawn. But this time, Uchiha Madara couldn't believe his eyes. Through the moonlight, he saw those obsidian-like eyes staring at him. and he almost lost his voice. Brother. The girl's soft and weak voice was like a heavenly melody, waking the stunned Uchiha Madara. Little Izumi. Uchiha Madara immediately embraced Izumi, her warm body and slightly labored breathing. His little Izumi had come back to life. Brother. Izumi was being held by Uchiha Madara and was struggling to breathe, her survival instinct causing her to continuously try to push him away, but to no avail. If she weren't still sick, she would definitely give Uchiha Madara a rakeage. Oh, but at this time there was no rakeage yet. Anyway, she couldn't let him feel comfortable. But now, with the disparity between men and women, she had no choice but to be held by Uchiha Madara. At least she was still breathing, so she wasn't dead yet. After a while, Uchiha Madara finally realized the seriousness of the situation and loosened his grip a little, carefully using his index finger to probe the girl's breath in his arms. She was still gasping for air. Uchiha Madara breathed a sigh of relief. He was scared to death. It was hard to wake her up, and he didn't want her to faint again. It was his fault. Uchiha Madara said self-reproachfully. Chapter 158. Warring States Period 16. What? Jimin couldn't help but widen her eyes. Who? Who was saying it was her fault? Uchiha Madara actually felt guilty, actually said sorry, seeing that the girl in his arms still hadn't spoken. Uchiha Madara continued to apologize. It's all my fault for not taking good care of you. If I had arrived at your side with your father earlier. He lowered his head, his tone sincere enough that it didn't seem fake. Jimin gradually calmed down and began to think about the possibilities of Uchiha Madara's character. In fact, most of what she had seen of Uchiha Madara in fan works and the original story was a strong side, but he was always multifaceted. The hard side was just the soft side in contrast. She shouldn't view a person so one-dimensionally. So, she looked at Uchiha Madara, the boy with his head down, his seaweed-like long hair hanging over him, looking more like a big cat seeking comfort and guilt. Nisan, it's okay. Jimin took the initiative to embrace Uchiha Madara, her face pressed against his chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart, reminding her that he was a real presence. So she needed to break free from her previous misconceptions and get to know a new Uchiha Madara. Nisan, handling Brother Hashirama alone must be very tough for you. Jimin comforted him, and this time we also gained something new. At least I awakened my Manjiki Sharingan. Uchiha Madara fell silent, his head buried in Jimin's shoulder. If possible, he wished that Jimin would never awaken her Manjiki Sharingan, or even her Sharingan at all. Most of the Uchiha clan's eyes were awakened due to intense emotions. He and Izuna awakened their eyes only after witnessing their trusted subordinates die before their eyes. He didn't want Jimin to go through those experiences. He understood the feelings of life and death better than anyone. In the future, I can help more. Jimin continued to coax him. She could sense that Uchiha Madara's emotions were not high, even a bit downcast. That way, I won't have to stay in the clan grounds waiting for you to return. I want to fight alongside you. With every word Jimin said, Uchiha Madara's heart ached a little more. What were they fighting side by side for? The battlefield was dangerous. This was only her second time on the battlefield, and she had been lying in bed for almost half a year. Who knew what would happen next time? Sometimes, he wished that Jimin could be like the ladies of other clans, a traditional lady waiting at home for them to return. Nisan, I don't want to be a traditional lady. Jimin said seriously. I want to be with you. I don't want to stay at home waiting for you to come back. Uchiha Madara certainly understood. He just hoped that when she got better, they could train together properly, and his training would have to be stricter. The battlefield was cruel. One misstep could lead to death. Okay, I will train hard with brother. Jimin had just woken up and didn't know what time it was or what had happened in recent days. She was eager to understand the current situation, but the sound of snow weighing down the branches broke her desire to ask. Silence fell, and snowflakes swirled down from the night sky like reeds, settling on the rooftops and the branches in the courtyard. It's snowing, Nisan, Jimin murmured. It turned out that it was already winter when she rescued her father. It was still late spring and early summer, and almost half a year had passed. She quickly asked, Nisan, is father okay? How is brother Zuna? Jimin's two questions came in quick succession, a bit overwhelming for Uchiha Madara. After listening to the sound of the snow for a long time, he finally sorted out his thoughts and said to Jimin, father's fine. I just had dinner with him. Izuna went on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Are you hungry? Uchiha Madara thought that since Jimin had been asleep for so long, she must be starving. It was crucial not to overlook such details right after she woke up. Uchiha Madara gently placed Jimin back on the bed, and the reason for his caution was that he was afraid of repeating what had just happened. He hurriedly opened the paper door and quickly walked down the corridor to find the small kitchen in the courtyard. Coincidentally, a chef was cleaning the day's utensils. Lord Madara. The chef greeted Uchiha Madara respectfully. Prepare something light to eat. Jiming just woke up. Uchiha Madara told the chef. What? Lady Jiming is awake? The chef exclaimed in surprise. They privately thought that Lady Jiming would sleep forever, and when discussing it, they felt a bit regretful, not expecting that she could actually wake up. Medical ninjas were scarce during wartime, and especially since Lady Jiming was a medical ninja capable of handling all kinds of ailments, they could receive excellent treatment from her. For them, it was great news that Lady Jiming could wake up, so the chef decided to prepare a grand feast for Lady Jiming. I'll bring the food to your room shortly. Uchiha finished speaking and hurried back to the room, fearing that in the blink of an eye, the person inside would fall asleep again. When he returned to the room, Jiming was sitting under the candlelight. Her scarlet Sharingan no longer displaying the three-tomo pattern, but a kaleidoscope design. Her kaleidoscope eyes resembled a kite. When the kite spun, it was the reason her kaleidoscope activated. She closed her left eye. Was she testing the ability of her right eye? As Uchiha Madara thought, the ability of her left eye was space-time distortion. Jiming was very curious about what her right eye's ability was. Gathering chakra in her right eye, the place her right eye focused on absorbed all the candlelight, and then a large space flashed through her mind. Oh wow, her right eye's ability is actually similar to Kamui? This was a good thing. The room fell into darkness, and Uchiha Madara watched as the candlelight vanished. There was no doubt that the candlelight was absorbed by her eye technique. The ability to rewrite time combined with space-time ninjutsu. He focused his gaze and reignited the candlelight. Sitting opposite Jiming. Xiaoji, you need to keep your eyes hidden. I know. Jiming certainly understood. Many people coveted the Sharingan. Back then, Shursui lost his Sharingan to Danzo because its ability was too strong, and the power of the double Kamui was temporarily sealed by the man in front of her. No. She had to protect her own life. After a moment, the chef entered with a table full of fragrant and delicious dishes. Lady Jiming. The chef placed the food on the table. It's not advisable to eat too much at night, so just have these to fill your stomach for now. Tomorrow when you wake up, I'll make you something delicious. Saying this, the chef very thoughtfully left the room. Seeing the dishes, Jiming's eyes lit up. She picked up her bowl and devoured the food, finishing it all in no time. Uchiha Madara's eyes widened in shock. Eating so fast, wouldn't she choke? What if his little Ji choked to death? Chapter 159, Warring States Era 17. Damn Senju Hashirama, of course. Choking to death was impossible. After Jiming finished her meal contentedly, she got up to wash up before returning to her room. Seeing Uchiha Madara still in the room, she couldn't help but feel curious. Looking at him with a puzzled expression. Nisan, are you not going to sleep? Uchiha Madara was about to lie down on the freshly made bed, but upon hearing Jiming's question, he suddenly remembered that he had his own room. Ever since Jiming fainted, he had unconsciously been staying in her room. He didn't know why, but he always felt more at ease being near little Ji, who knew that he would end up sleeping for half a year. Looking at her confused gaze, Uchiha nonchalantly finished making the bed, shifted over a few inches, and lay down as if it were for Jiming's sake, saying, "Your body has just recovered. I need to protect you." After all, ambushes had happened before. What if you were alone in a room and got ambushed? Right, little Ji? Jiming listened to him and realized he had a point, but she didn't think she was that weak. Although she had been ambushed once before when she was younger, and the Senju clan was indeed cunning. That was a different time. She was no longer the child she used to be unless those three came back. But Nisan, I can manage on my own, Jiming said weakly. No, you can't, Uchiha rebutted, patting the already made small bed beside him. Come on, sleep, little Ji. All right, Jiming conceded. After all, with 2 blankets, he couldn't do anything anyway. She lay down in her blanket, looking at the flickering candlelight, and widened her right eye. As the windmill spun, she stored the candle in a different space. The room fell into darkness, with only the snow continuing to fall outside. The next morning, Uchiha Madara woke up early. The snow weighed heavily on the branches, and outside, servants were already cleaning the snow. He instinctively turned to glance at the still sleeping Jiming. Looking at the serene expression on the young girl's face, his hand unconsciously reached out to touch her snow-like cheek. And he actually did it. Uchiha Madara was the kind of person who acted on impulse. He raised his fingertip and poked her cheek, which was indeed as soft as snow, springing back with a gentle poke. Unable to resist, he poked her again. Just one more poke. It's still early, and there's nothing happening in the clan today, Uchiha Madara thought, propping his face with one hand while poking with the other. It wasn't until the sky brightened significantly that he slowly got out of bed and went to his own room to wash up briefly. After washing up and having breakfast, Uchiha Madara strolled to the clan leader's courtyard. Along the way, he saw many households stepping out to shovel snow. When they saw Uchiha Madara, they greeted him with smiles. Lord Madara, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Not bad, Uchiha Madara replied gently. He looked at the elderly woman in front of him, took the broom from her hand, and said, "Let me help you, Grandma." Saying that, Uchiha Madara jumped onto the roof and quickly cleared the snow with the broom before jumping down and returning it to the elderly woman. The weather will likely get colder, so if you need anything, please let the clan know. All right, Lord Madara, she replied with a smile as Uchiha Madara continued on to the clan leader's courtyard. Since Uchiha Taijima was still the current clan leader, all documents and matters, big and small, would be sent to his courtyard. However, his father was already exhausted from handling these matters and was close to his limit after reviewing about 5 documents a day. So it fell to Uchiha Madara to deal with them. As soon as he entered the room, Uchiha Akira came in holding a secret letter carried by a crow. The crow flew onto his hand. Uchiha Madara gently stroked the crow's feathers while removing the letter from its foot. He opened it and saw, "Damn Senju Hashirama. That brat Hashirama must have caught wind of it. How did he know little Ji had awakened yesterday? Could there be a spy?" Uchiha Madara scrutinized the note again. Senju Tobarama was gravely ill, and the clan's doctors had diagnosed him but saw no improvement. Hearing that little Ji's medical skills were famous, he was willing to offer 100 gold for the Senju clan's treatment. Hashirama. Without a doubt, that ugly handwriting was written by Senju Hashirama. Without a doubt, this was a request that Hashirama would make. Without a doubt, that brat Hashirama was sure he would agree. Uchiha Madara clenched the paper, wishing he could set it on fire and make this annoying note disappear from his sight. He simply chose to ignore it. After putting it aside for a moment, Uchiha Madara began dealing with other clan affairs. For instance, which family's ninja cat had caused trouble today? He frowned. The contract between the Ninja Cat clan and the Uchiha clan had been in place for quite some time, but it was quite normal for a kitten to act up, as kittens always had their little tempers. He glanced at the commission form, had an idea in mind, and thought that dealing with the kittens was undoubtedly Jiming's forte. However, little Jiming was unwell at the moment, plus there was that issue with Senju Hashirama. Akira, Uchiha Madara handed the freshly written list to Uchiha Akira. Feeling a bit sleepy, he yawned and instructed him to call the people on the list for the task and bring in a cup of tea. It seemed that he had been too excited last night, staying up too late, which led to a bit of overexcitement today. By noon, he was already feeling a little drowsy. Yes, after a short nap, Uchiha Madara had just opened his eyes when he saw Senju Hashirama sitting in front of him. Senju Hashirama looked unchanged from half a year ago, still with that head of black hair and the same youthful face, dressed in the white kimono of the Senju clan, with the family crest embroidered on his chest. Uchiha Madara was startled and activated his Sharingan. He glanced at Senju Hashirama, unable to hide his displeasure and even a bit of anger. "Hashirama, how did you end up in Uchiha territory?" Realizing he had raised his voice, he instantly appeared beside Senju Hashirama, pinching his chin and looking down at him, but suppressing his voice considerably. "Are you trying to get yourself killed, Hashirama?" Senju Hashirama blinked innocently like a big puppy and replied, as if it were only natural, "You won't kill me. Plus, I've been trying to send you messages for so long, and you haven't responded." He even became increasingly aggrieved. "I can't just let Tobarama die for no reason. And since you're ignoring me, I had to come myself." Then he added with a hint of smugness, "Don't worry, Madara, I got past the guards. There's no need to worry." Uchiha Madara was annoyed. The people in the clan leader's courtyard were not his people. And if there were ears on the other side of the wall, he wasn't that naive Hashirama who didn't understand what that meant. Chapter 160, Warring States Era 18. Can I meet little Ji? Madara, can I meet little Ji? Senju Hashirama did not forget his serious business, looking earnestly at Uchiha Madara. "Please save Tobarama. Do you remember our previous wish?" He began to persuade Uchiha Madara with ideals that had yet to be realized. "Izuna is out on a mission, but my Tobarama might not survive this winter. Madara. Under Senju Hashirama's repeated pleas, it would be a lie to say Uchiha Madara was indifferent. Their dreams were so unified, only hoping to protect their younger siblings. Senju Tobarama's death was never meant to be due to illness. The worst outcome should have been dying at their hands. The best result would have been to live together in the new world. But is it really that easy? Don't make a fuss yet." Uchiha Madara frowned, looking at his babbling mouth, wanting to give him a slap. What he said was already demanding too much. And now he wanted to play the pity card. His good intentions should have been thrown into the South Hachuan River long ago. Senju Tobarama's death today would not concern him at all. Nisan, after waking up and having a simple breakfast, Izumi came to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard. After greeting her father, she knocked on the door to Uchiha Madara's room. She seemed to sense a different chakra, one that was completely unlike that of the Uchiha clan. Could it be that Uchiha Madara had been caught? No one except Senju Hashirama could touch even a hair on Uchiha Madara. So, she stood at the door and tentatively knocked. Hearing Uchiha Madara's voice, she cautiously pushed the door open, afraid of seeing something she shouldn't. Nisa Izumi sat on the mat, glancing around, and indeed found some clues. The unhidden black hair and a sleeve of a kimono. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. This looked a bit like hiding a lover. Should she just leave for now? Izumi thought, what if Senju Hashirama was hiding and suffocated? Maybe she should leave to be more considerate. She felt a bit restless. Little Izumi, a familiar and very soft probing voice came. Izumi looked over and then at her older brother, whose room looked like it could rain at any moment. She didn't dare to respond, silently lowering her head to look at the teacup, the water swaying inside it. The floor of the room shook 3 times, and she instinctively wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Wow, what were these two doing here? If they emitted a bit more chakra, Uchiha Taijima would eventually find out. If Uchiha Taijima knew that the youngest branch leader of the Senju clan was in Uchiha territory, he would definitely get out of bed in anger. Should she advise them? Izumi thought, standing between the two and closing her eyes to say, "You two, don't fight." As expected, they stopped. Finally, she mustered the courage to look up and saw Uchiha Madara looking at her with a confused expression. She looked at the other person, Senju Hashirama, who also looked bewildered. This. Izumi felt so awkward she could build a Barbie castle with her feet. It turned out they weren't fighting. Little Izumi, here's the thing. Seizing the moment, while Uchiha Madara hadn't said anything, Senju Hashirama hurriedly came over to hold Izumi's hand, earnestly requesting, "Tobarama is ill. I called the clan's doctor, but it was no use. So, I want to ask little Izumi to help take a look." Uchiha Madara clicked his tongue. This scoundrel had taken advantage of his unawareness and stole his chance. Izumi. She instinctively glanced at the silent Uchiha Madara and then at the starry-eyed Senju Hashirama. Forget it. Just look at the floor. After all, according to the original story, Senju Tobarama wouldn't die this year. Madara, please. Seeing that pleading with Izumi was fruitless, Senju Hashirama continued to focus his gaze on Uchiha Madara, believing that Uchiha Madara would definitely let little Izumi come to treat Tobarama. After a long time of pleading, Uchiha Madara finally lifted his eyes. So noisy, this brat. Fine. Uchiha Madara ultimately agreed. You personally bring that white-haired kid to the South River Shrine. I'll bring little Izumi over later. Absolutely cannot take him to the Senju clan's territory. Yes. Senju Hashirama finally received Uchiha Madara's approval. 7 o'clock. We'll wait for you at the South River Shrine. Saying that, he immediately used the body flicker technique and left the room. After sensing Senju Hashirama's chakra completely disappear, she finally dared to glance at Uchiha Madara. Now, she still didn't know what Uchiha Madara's situation was like. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes hidden by bangs, his elbows resting on the table, silent. It seemed Uchiha Madara's mood was very bad. Maybe she should slip away for now. Little Izumi, go back and prepare. Later, I'll come to pick you up. Uchiha Madara finally spoke. Let's go see that nearly dead white-haired kid. The more he spoke, the more gritted his teeth, wanting to see what this brat was all about. Yes, Izumi repeatedly agreed, secretly relieved to finally have an excuse to leave. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Izumi waited in her small courtyard for Uchiha Madara to finish dinner. For some reason, he was eating particularly slowly tonight, even slower than her. Could be intentional? Izumi looked up and down at Uchiha Madara, wondering if he was stalling for time, not wanting to meet Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama. Ni-san, it's already 7:15. Izumi reminded him again. Shouldn't we be preparing to set off? Uchiha Madara leisurely set down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and slowly stood up. Let's go. Use your flying thunder god technique. Izumi. All right. She placed her hand on Uchiha Madara's shoulder, sensing the mark left at the South River Shrine before. After the landing point was sensed, in an instant, the scene changed. The bell in front of the South River Shrine swayed with the wind, bringing back the thoughts of the two who had gotten lost in their own minds. It seems this white-haired kid taught it pretty well. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Learning the flying thunder god technique wasn't a bad thing after all. At least if they encountered danger, they could return to his side through the flying thunder god technique. It could count as their medical fee for treating the white-haired kid. Madara, you guys are here. Seeing Uchiha, Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up, and he immediately walked to Uchiha Madara's side, continuing, Tobarama is sitting inside. Please let little Izumi take a look. Madara, you can spar with me outside. Although Uchiha Madara also wanted to spar with Senju Hashirama, He wanted to stay by Izumi's side more. Little Izumi was so innocent. What if that brat Senju Tobarama tricked her? Moreover, this meeting wasn't without its traps. What if he wanted to spar with Senju Hashirama because of his own reasons and put Izumi in danger? Chapter 161. Warring States Period 19. Who's the young couple? Forget it. Uchiha Madara refused Senju Hashirama's request. Let's stay by little Izumi's side. Oh dear, oh dear. Senju Hashirama insisted on putting his arm around Uchiha Madara's shoulder and walking outside. Madara, can you give the young couple some time? Young couple? Uchiha Madara immediately exploded. Senju Hashirama, who is the young couple? That white-haired kid of yours isn't worthy to be our son-in-law. He even started to consider whether he should really marry Izumi. Only by keeping her by his side would she be the safest. No, no, no. Senju Hashirama immediately tried to smooth things over with Uchiha Madara. Just give our white-haired kid a little time, okay? Madara, he even began to shake Uchiha Madara's sleeve left and right. Uchiha Madara fell silent, turning his head. Was this brat really the young leader of the Senju clan? With his personality, wouldn't he be eaten alive by the Senju clan? Vot anavisvitia? Fine. For half a day, Uchiha Madara could only muster a word as he was forcibly taken by Senju Hashirama to the outside of the Nana shrine. Under the pretext of standing guard for the two of them, it was actually a long-awaited physical confrontation between the two. On the other side, Jiming had just stepped out of her home and was suddenly hit by the cold weather that she was not quite used to. She stopped her shivering body, took a deep breath, and walked into the Nana shrine. The white-haired figure was particularly recognizable. Senju Tobarama was sitting on a mat with his eyes closed, seemingly in prayer. Jiming approached and sat on a nearby mat, adjusting the hem of her skirt, just as she was about to call out to Senju Tobarama. Unexpectedly, his cold voice interrupted her impending words, and his dark crimson eyes suddenly focused on her. You've come, Miss Uchiha. Miss Uchiha? Jiming was taken aback by this strange address. Tobarama had never called her Miss before. What was he trying to do? Could it be that this Senju Tobarama was fake? Instinctively, Jiming shrank back, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape outside. Anyone who could disguise themselves as Senju Tobarama and was brought here by Senju Hashirama must be someone formidable. Yet, the chakra she sensed was indeed that of Senju Tobarama. Did I scare you? Tobarama asked, noticing Jiming's cautious demeanor. His voice softened a bit. It's a bit cold today. Why are you dressed so lightly? I should have asked the Nijiya to take me to the Uchiha clan's territory instead. You shouldn't have had to make this trip. That's all right, that's all right. Jiming thought to herself that this was indeed the real Senju Tobarama. What injury could he have? The most important task was to ensure he was healed. Ah, Tobarama's gaze began to shift away. Actually, I'm not sick. I just wanted to see you. The interactions between our clans have become closer in this time of peace, but I rarely get to see you. During our missions, I have not seen your figure, and you have not visited Nana's shrine. So I asked the Nijiya to help me stage this little act. You. Tobarama observed Jiming's expression, which showed no change. She wasn't angry, was she? But what he saw was one-sided. This was something a Nijiya often told him. Therefore, facing Jiming, the girl in front of him, he rarely felt the urge to clarify things. Are you angry? He asked cautiously, watching her with careful eyes. After all, the Senju clan's plan to see the Uchiha clan's miss was indeed quite a terrible one. They were using their own bodies as bait to lure her, the kind-hearted angel. Wouldn't that make her angry? Tobarama pondered. Ah. Jiming was a bit surprised by the question. Why did Tobarama want to see her so badly? Their relationship was that of an unbetrothed couple, a transient master-disciple relationship, and rivals. Why would he want to see her? Tobarama, being such a rational person, how could he resort to such a clumsy scheme to meet an enemy clan's miss? I'm not angry. Jiming couldn't make sense of it. But she also didn't intend to dwell on it. Since Tobarama wasn't sick, that was just wonderful. She actually reacted slowly to everything, learning things at a slow pace. Not only in her previous life, but also here, it took her much longer to understand concepts that others grasped in a single class. Applying that knowledge often required even more time. The same was true in the world of Naruto. Although she spent an entire afternoon learning the Flying Thunder God technique and could barely teleport short distances, after returning to her clan, she still had to spend more time studying before she could use it during the day of the great battle between the two clans. However, she didn't dislike this slow reaction. After all, sometimes, not understanding anything was better than understanding everything. So, since she couldn't figure out Tobarama's thoughts, she simply gave up. Moreover, Tobarama wouldn't pose any danger to her, at least for now. This year's snow is falling particularly early, Tobarama remarked. Shall we go to the New Year festival together? Now that there was no war between the two clans, it should be alright. The more he spoke, the more Tobirama felt like a fool. How could he be so flustered at such a moment? What kind of suggestion was that? I need to go back and ask Nissen. Jiming dared not agree. If she sneaked out with the people of the Senju clan behind Uchiha Madara's back, she would definitely end up with broken legs. She didn't want that. The last time she secretly met with Tobirama, she had to behave for several days. This time, no matter what, she wouldn't do that again. With a dangerous cat like Uchiha Madara, she had to be extra careful to survive in this warring state. If they could go out together, like today, with 4 people, it should be allowed, Jiming thought. If Hashirama could persuade Nissen to go together, that should work. I wonder if Izuna will be back by then. If he is, we can all play together as 5. Uchiha Izuna? Tobirama clicked his tongue, his gaze lowered. To be honest, he didn't particularly like Uchiha Izuna. If he had to choose a man from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara would probably be better than Uchiha Izuna. Uchiha Izuna was too enigmatic, a person of his own kind. As the saying goes, similar things repel each other. If Uchiha Izuna were involved, going out wouldn't be simple at all. Seeing Tobirama frowning seriously, Jiming couldn't help but laugh. Tobirama, you're too serious. At this rate, you won't be able to find a wife. Initially, Tobirama felt a bit embarrassed by her cute giggle, thinking that he should be angry with her for saying that to his brother. But then, when she added, you won't be able to find a wife, he immediately realized that little Ji didn't like serious men. If he kept frowning, little Ji wouldn't want to marry him. To be honest, Tobirama didn't know where his confidence came from. He believed that little Ji would definitely be his wife, that she would surely become the second lady of the Senju clan. All right, Tobirama simply responded with a single word. This left Jiming confused. She was already thinking of escaping. Tobirama was nowhere near as interesting as his older brother, Hashirama, just a block of ice. Typically, aside from teaching ninjutsu and sparring, they had no other topics to discuss. Mainly, Tobirama was just too dull. Jiming herself was quite reserved. In high school, she was fortunate enough to be recognized as a cold, aloof, academic achiever. Aside from consulting on questions, there was hardly any communication. Jiming knew that it wasn't that they didn't want to chat with her. It was just that she was trapped in her own corner, and others were unwilling to come in, just as she was reluctant to go out. So, it wasn't until university that she turned the tide, started live streaming, and began chatting with many people every day. In her empty thoughts, she wondered if Tobirama was like that too. The Warring States era was a war of sound, while her high school life was a war of silence. If one relaxed, they would die on the road. Tobirama was the second in command of the Senju clan, but because his brother Hashirama was too idealistic, Tobirama had to play the role of the rational one, compensating for Hashirama's shortcomings. Suddenly, Jiming didn't want to escape anymore. She tried to find some topics to chat with Tobirama about, even if the topics felt a bit stiff. Brother Tobirama, how was work today? Work? Chisholm didn't expect herself to be so stiff, asking about work right off the bat. Oh dear, she really is a chatting genius. It's okay, Senju Tobirama casually replied. He certainly wouldn't tell the girl in front of him that he had skipped his afternoon break and hadn't even gone to the lab. Quickly handling all those trivial matters just to meet Chisholm at 7. He finally finished everything just a moment before 7. However, the clan had been quite peaceful lately. The clan studies, medical department, and security department were all functioning well. Many things could be delegated to others. Did the Senju clan really set up these infrastructures so quickly? Chisholm couldn't help but admire Tobirama's foresight. During wartime, most people only thought about how to achieve victory faster, while these infrastructures were often considered only after the war. It seemed that the Uchiha clan also needed to step up their construction efforts. Just in terms of medical ninjas, they couldn't compete with the Senju clan. Medical ninjas needed positive chakra, while most Uchiha clan members had extreme negative chakra. Having even one medical ninja among their peers was already quite good. In contrast, the Senju clan had many excellent medical ninjas among their peers. Is brother Hashirama still not managing things much? Chisholm smiled. It seemed she had touched a nerve with Tobirama. His expression darkened almost immediately, but due to her previous comment, he forced himself to control his emotions and tried to maintain a calm appearance. I've been managing a lot recently, but you know his personality, he's too benevolent. Someone has to take on the bad guy role. The two chatted easily about a lot of topics, from Hashirama to clan studies, then to medicine, and then to ninjutsu. Finally, Uchiha Madara could no longer sit still. He put away his fan and, seeing that Senju Hashirama was trying to get closer, shot him a fierce glare that sent him packing. Hashirama could only silently pray. Tobirama, good luck. I can only help you this much. I'm off, little Chisholm. Uchiha Madara swaggered into the Nanga shrine, glancing at the two sitting on the mat chatting. then at Tobarama's unchanged face, gritting his teeth as he shot another glare at Hashirama, who followed him in. If you lie to me again, just wait and see if I don't catch that white-hair brat and lock him up. Chisum stuck her tongue out at Tobarama, feeling a bit embarrassed, and whispered, Nisan is like this, but he won't really do it, so don't take it seriously. Watching the two heads getting closer, Uchiha Madara felt like he was about to explode. He roared Uchiha Chisum. The shout startled Chisum so much that she almost fell backward, but fortunately, Tobarama quickly caught her waist. Wait! Chisum hurriedly pushed away Tobarama's hand and dashed to Uchiha Madara's side. This Madara was definitely furious. If she didn't smooth things over, she would be the one to suffer later. Nisan Chisum smiled brightly at Uchiha Madara, but in Madara's eyes, she mostly looked like she was trying to curry favor, taking advantage of the fact that he couldn't do anything to her, repeatedly challenging his bottom line. He was also getting angry, or perhaps he really wanted to defend his brother's dignity or something. Uchiha Madara didn't want to sort out this inexplicable emotion, this inexplicable possessiveness. Seeing that white-haired brat's hands on Chisum's waist made him really want to explode. If it weren't for Hashirama being here, and if he weren't the young clan leader of the Uchiha, Tobarama would have been dead countless times over in his hands. Uchiha Madara took Chisum and headed towards the Uchiha clan. During wartime, there wouldn't be many people out on the streets at night, and with the first snowfall just passed, the weather was cold, so fewer people would venture out. The two walked onto a bridge. The bridge connected both sides of the Nanga River. At first, Uchiha Madara opposed its construction, but more and more clan members petitioned for it, saying it would make travel more convenient. After all, during the ceasefire, there was still quite a bit of trade and work between the two sides. Many clan members who couldn't walk on water had to climb a mountain upstream to get across the river. Such inefficient travel was not only exhausting, but also dangerous. The Senju clan was the first to propose the bridge project, sending a proposal to Uchiha Madara, and after a month of persuasion, he finally relented. Chisum tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve, wanting him to stop. Nisan, look, the exchanges between the two sides are becoming more frequent, and social life is becoming more peaceful. Don't you want to maintain this peace? Chisum leaned against the bridge, looking at the moon in the sky. Tonight was a waxing crescent moon. There were probably still 2 months until the New Year festival. Perhaps what Tobarama said would still take another year. Chapter 163, Warring States Era, 21. New Year Festival. To be honest, Uchiha Madara, looking at the flowing water of the river, couldn't help but agree with Chisum's thoughts. In the past, during the time of conflict, the Nanga River was like a river of blood. The strong smell of blood was unbearable. But because of the temporary ceasefire over the last 6 months, coupled with the autumn harvest, this time was a tacit ceasefire between the two clans. After all, horses can't run without grass. Without a harvest, they wouldn't survive the next year. He understood what Chisum meant, but isn't that right? Uchiha Madara leaned against the railing, tilting his head to look at the girl. She was leaning over the railing, and his gaze unconsciously moved to her waist, where she wore a black belt with the Uchiha clan's family crest, accentuating her slim figure. She had always been this thin since childhood. Nisan, can we go to the shrine together with Brother Hashirama during the New Year festival? The night breeze was a bit chilly, and she shivered slightly, which appeared particularly charming in Madara's eyes. He shifted his gaze away from her waist and lowered his eyes. Uchiha Madara's rationality told him to refuse her. Any dealings with the Senju clan should be rejected, but another voice deep within him urged him to agree. He helplessly sighed, let's head back, little Chisum. It's getting late. 7 years before Konoha, during the New Year festival. Uchiha Izuna returned to the clan the day before the New Year festival and almost drank through the night with Uchiha Madara. Fortunately, Chisum claimed she needed to wake up early the next morning, so they finally stopped. After going through the morning routine in a daze, it was finally evening. People near the Nanga River were setting off lanterns and fireworks. The group decided to go out together to release lanterns and watch fireworks. However, Chisum didn't understand how much persuasion Senju Hashirama had to do to convince Uchiha Madara. Anyway, it was truly her wish that the 5 of them could play together. With Uchiha Yum's help, Chisum took off the complicated black patterned clothing, feeling much lighter, but today was a special day. As the only female member of the Uchiha clan leader's household, she had to maintain some prestige. Just as the sky began to darken, she changed into the usual colorless clothing she often wore, all white, with the Uchiha clan's family crest printed on the back. She looked at Uchiha Yum and couldn't help but ask, are we wearing white today? Don't we usually wear black or blue? Uchiha Yum coldly replied, Lord Madara said you wear too many dark-colored clothes. On the first day of the new year, you could try brighter colors. But the only bright color in your wardrobe is this white outfit. Uchiha Yum led her forward, and she stepped out slowly. The first person she saw at the door was Uchiha Izuna, who looked almost identical to her. Uchiha Izuna smiled at his exceptionally beautiful younger sister and said, "Come on, Chi." As he spoke, he took her hand as if to gently guide her along. Perhaps he was worried she might trip. Chi felt a warmth in her heart. Izuna and Aiken was still as considerate as ever. As they walked further, they encountered a man dressed in a white kimono. He had long black hair and smiled slightly as he greeted her. Chi, Brother Hashirama. Chi responded. When Senju Hashirama saw the girl dressed entirely in white, his eyes brightened considerably. He immediately turned to look at Uchiha Madara, who was standing behind him, wearing a proud expression. Akaki, that outfit looks especially good on you today. Thank you, Brother Hashirama. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned to Senju Tobarama, who was standing behind Hashirama, and also bowed respectfully, Brother Tobarama. Finally, she came to stand next to Uchiha Madara, took his hand, playfully squeezed it, and looked up into his eyes, simply smiling obediently. Uchiha Madara was completely struck in his heart, but he couldn't say it out loud, maintaining a calm facade. He cleared his throat and said, "Let's go." Senju Tobarama looked at the tightly clasped hands. The girl's fair skin was entirely covered by the boy's hand, making it quite a sight. Suddenly, he felt a weight on his shoulder and turned to see his older brother beside him. Usually like a child, his older brother was unexpectedly composed today. Speaking in a low voice, "Tobarama, you know that your engagement with her is no longer valid. Mind your gaze." Senju Tobarama quietly acknowledged this. His brother Anija had already run ahead, chatting with his close friend Uchiha Madara, gesturing like a child. Sometimes, having the same personality as Anija was quite nice. At least he could stand in front of her and chat about trivial matters without seeming out of place. Chapter 164. The Warring States Period 22. Should I give up? Senju Tobarama thought it was rare not to be like a big ice block as before. Chi would naturally prefer someone talkative like Anija, someone who could make her happy. He wanted to change a bit. So, for the first time, he mustered the courage to walk over to Uchiha Izuna and attempted to join the conversation among the four. Uchiha Izuna was quite displeased with his approach. The two exchanged glaring looks all the way to the vicinity of Managawa without saying a word. Not to mention speaking to Chi, Senju Tobarama felt a bit defeated. As the second in command of the Senju clan, he had never thought anything was particularly difficult. But it was only this girl who left him at a loss for what to do. The engagement was annulled, and she was still surrounded by two older brothers. He had no way to break through. Should I give up? Senju Tobarama pondered, lifting his gaze to the sky, where fireworks blossomed into beautiful flowers, then vanished in an instant. The sky turned dark again. Suddenly, Senju Tobarama smiled. His love was like this night, unchanging, whether it was the flickering fireworks or the shining Milky Way. He looked over at the girl beside him, who was smiling brightly as she talked to his Anija. That was nice too. She had been here for so long, and it was rare to have such a peaceful moment. In this rare time of peace, it was hard to say when war would suddenly break out, causing casualties. This life was already good enough. But what about after the New Year festival? She glanced at her brother, whose gaze was fixed on the sky. She couldn't tell what he was really thinking. Peace was so difficult. Countless clansmen had died on this dark path. They were just lucky enough not to become stepping stones on the road to peace. But after more than 40 years of war, were they not also yearning for an opportunity for peace? Never mind. It was rare for so many people to come out and have fun. She shouldn't continue to think about these things. Chi, would you like to release lanterns together? Senju Hashirama asked, suddenly producing 5 lanterns from somewhere, his eyes curving with a smile. Sure. Chi happily followed behind Senju Hashirama, picking a lantern shaped like a cat from the middle and holding it in her hand. Uchiha Madara had initially rejected such a boring activity. Accompanying them out was already a significant compromise, and he certainly didn't want to partake in the silly act of releasing lanterns. He silently leaned against a large tree, watching Chi and Senju Hashirama drift further away. It was rare that Chi was wearing white today. It matched Hashirama's outfit well. Those who didn't know might think they were a family. Halfway through, Chi noticed that Uchiha Madara hadn't followed and quickly tugged at Senju Hashirama to go back to find him. Leaving Uchiha Madara alone would only lead to her trouble later. She found Uchiha Madara leaning against a tree with his arms crossed. She released Senju Hashirama's sleeve and cautiously walked up to Uchiha Madara. After all, she wasn't quite sure about Uchiha Madara's mental state at the moment. She tried to soften her voice, letting it drop like a clear spring onto Uchiha Madara's heart. He slowly opened his eyes, meeting the slightly smiling face of the girl. She was really very fair. Ever since she got sick, she had become even paler, especially in that white kimono. It made her look even more beautiful. Have you released the lanterns? Uchiha Madara asked. I want to release them with you. As Chi spoke, she wrapped her arm around his waist and forcibly pulled him up from the tree. Come on, let's go together. She dragged Uchiha Madara toward the middle of Managawa, where there were boats available for rent. Night boating on Managawa was something they hadn't done before. Hello, how many people can this boat hold? Senju Hashirama, a renowned social expert, immediately stepped forward to inquire about the boats. 2 at best. 5, then we'll need 3 boats. Senju Hashirama raised 3 fingers at the owner. Please give us 3 boats. After speaking, he naturally looked at Senju Tobarama, as his own pocket was empty after buying the lanterns. He could only look to the steward. Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama shot a glance at his brother, thinking that if he had no money, he shouldn't act like a big shot. In the end, it would still be him paying. However, he still opened his small wallet and paid for the 3 boats. Undoubtedly, the 2 brothers sat in one boat. Uchiha Madara and Chi shared another boat, while Uchiha Izuna took one for himself. The current in the middle of the river was relatively calm, and the small boat floated gently with the water. Chi held the little cat lantern, using Uchiha Madara's fire release to light up the cat's body. She looked at the glowing little cat and couldn't help but smile. Chi pulled up her right sleeve with her left hand and placed the little cat into the water. The cat began to drift away with the current. She held onto its tail, adjusting its position. Nissan, you should place your lantern down too. Chi urged him as he still held onto the cherry blossom lantern. Uchiha Madara complied with her wish, saying nothing as he wrapped an arm around her waist to steady her while using his other hand to support the edge of the boat, casually tossing the lit lantern into the water. The lantern flipped. Chi glared angrily at Uchiha Madara, who only smiled and raised his hand that was supporting the edge of the boat. His right hand was wearing a black glove, which couldn't get wet. Fine. Chi temporarily forgave Uchiha Madara's actions. Once the boat drifted a bit further, she gently nudged the little cherry blossom. This time, the little cherry blossom floated downstream alongside the little cat. A New Year gift for you. Uchiha Madara suddenly produced 2 cherry blossoms from somewhere, made of finely crafted silver. While I didn't expect Uchiha Madara would take the initiative to prepare New Year gifts, which is something I never thought of. However, it might also be their first peaceful New Year festival. Such exquisite carvings must have taken a lot of effort, right? I couldn't help but touch the bracelet on my left hand. Thank you. Big brother, can you help me put it on? I was so happy. This was my first New Year gift. Not needing to lower my head, Uchiha Madara took the larger cherry blossom and intended to pin in my hair on the right side, gently supporting my head. My soft hair fell between his fingers as he found a suitable position to secure the larger blossom, then pinning the smaller one above it. He lowered his gaze, looking at my black little braid in front of me. Following the braid down, I noticed my waistline. I wondered if Uchiha Mume chose the white to make it look more elegant, as the waist sash was surprisingly the same green as Senju Hashirama's. It symbolizes the color of rebirth, with a white belt securing the middle of the sash. Black and white, it seemed quite fitting, right? Uchiha Madara thought as he shifted his gaze back to my face. I was always smiling, even when I first met him and timidly looked at him. I was still smiling. Uchiha Madara undoubtedly liked my smile. If only she smiled just for him. But the moon does not shine for one person alone, and I couldn't possibly smile just for him. Is it on? I asked, seeing Uchiha Madara stop moving, thinking it was properly pinned. I raised my hand to touch his pinned area. Uchiha Madara was quite skilled at this. Thank you, big brother, I really like it. Compliment this Madara cat more, and there will be no shortage of gifts in the future. Chapter 165. The Warring States Period 23. Senju Hashirama's inner voice after finishing the Lantern Festival. Senju Hashirama insisted on going to the izakaya for drinks. As soon as drinking was mentioned, I perked up. In my past life, I loved the feeling of being slightly tipsy. Occasionally having a little drink could double my efficiency. But since coming here, I couldn't even go out of the clan's gates, let alone go to an izakaya. However, the other 3 men besides Senju Hashirama showed less enthusiasm at the mention of alcohol, especially Senju Tobarama, who rarely had a less icy expression today, suddenly turned cold when he heard his brother trying to lure a blossoming young girl to the izakaya. His crimson eyes fixed intently on Senju Hashirama. There was even verbal pressure. Brother, not only was Senju Tobarama pressuring him, but the Uchiha brothers also looked at Senju Hashirama with deep concern, especially the scarlet Sharingan hidden in the shadows, which was particularly noticeable. Under the pressure of the three men, Senju Hashirama couldn't take it anymore. Although he was in the wrong first, he held my arm, ignoring the three gazes, thinking that having someone drink with him was better than nothing. Thus, hand in hand, we went to the izakaya near the Senju clanland. This izakaya was open year-round, and from watching Senju Hashirama chat with the owner, it was clear he often came here to drink. There were probably only 2 or 3 types of alcohol, and considering I had never drunk before, he chose a low-alcohol fruit wine and his favorite sake. Since we were seated face-to-face, the Senju brothers and the Uchiha family sat on opposite sides. Maybe because I was a girl, I was pushed to the innermost spot on the bench, with Uchiha Madara sitting next to me and Senju Tobarama across from me. 2 intense gazes were constantly fixed on me, likely with a look of disappointment. Was it really necessary? It was just a little drink. Why were these 2 reacting so strongly? So strange. The drinks were served under Senju Hashirama's voice, and in front of me was a glass of yellow-orange wine. I gently waved my hand to fan the scent. It had a faint orange fruity aroma, which smelled quite nice. I lifted it to take a sip. The taste was refreshing, slightly astringent at first, with the sweet orange flavor balancing the bitterness. Once I tasted something good, I couldn't help but sway my head. I really liked this orange wine, and just as I was about to take a second sip, my glass was snatched away by a pair of gloved hands. When I shifted my gaze, I found that the man had already downed it in one go. That was my drink. I had just taken my first sip. I glared angrily at Uchiha Madara, and in a fit of rage, I grabbed the drink in front of him and downed it in one go. The spiciness stung my throat, and I could clearly feel my ears getting hot. Oh no! It seemed this body wasn't very suited for drinking. Uchiha chiming, Uchiha Madara exclaimed, noticing that I had finished all of his drink. He couldn't help but get angry. My movements seemed to slow down, and with my eyes half closed, I stared at him, unable to say anything for a while. Even tilting my head, Uchiha Madara, who allowed you to drink my wine? Even if I was cute. He had to uphold his brotherly authority and properly teach this girl who stole his drink a lesson. After being scolded, I felt wronged, the sourness welling up in my heart. But it was clearly Uchiha Madara who drank my wine first. I had only taken one sip, and he had taken it all away. How could I not feel wronged? I was just reciprocating. What was wrong with drinking his wine? I crossed my arms in anger, coldly huffing and turning my face away, deciding not to pay attention to Uchiha Madara anymore. He was so annoying. This bad person. It was bad enough that he hid me and wouldn't let me go out. Now that we were out, he wouldn't let me do this or that. He wouldn't even let me have a small fruit wine. Did he know how I'd lived these years without alcohol? Too much. The more I thought about it, the more wronged I felt. I even thought about Uchiha Taijima in the clan land. All the fatherly love for my 2 lives was reflected in Taijima, but his body was already riddled with scars from the war. A general standing on the battlefield, his wounds undoubtedly testified to his achievements. But they were also the death knell that accelerated his demise. Thinking about Taijima's death made me once again become a child without a father. Little chiming? Uchiha Madara looked at my dark eyes, filled with tears, like wild grapes glistening with dew. Plop! He heard it very clearly, the tears sliding down my cheeks onto the table, and he panicked. No way. He should have been gentler. It was definitely because he had called my name so loudly just now. A slightly tipsy Senju Hashirama saw this scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Teasing his old friend, ha ha ha, Madara, after all these years, you're still like this. Uchiha Madara knew that Senju Hashirama was referring to that time when I had secretly followed him out. His head throbbed, but he still managed to retort, gritting his teeth. If you don't speak, no one will take you for a mute. In response, he was met with a burst of hearty laughter. My tears left both Uchiha brothers at a loss. Senju Tobarama was worried, but he couldn't show it too obviously, just silently echoing Uchiha Madara's words. It was rare for him and Uchiha Madara to be on the same side. Senju Hashirama gradually shouted a few more words, continuing to pour drinks while leaning half his body against Senju Tobarama's shoulder. Recently, matters within the clan have become complicated, and warmongers are constantly stirring up emotions. Ever since that battle, my father's health has not been great, and both he and Tobarama have been quite busy and a bit frustrated. Finally, today, we managed to find a rare moment of free time. They say drinking can alleviate sorrow, but who knew it would only deepen it? Senju Hashirama was among the first to notice Uchiha Madara's feelings for his younger sister and Tobarama's feelings for little Chizuru. This is also one of the sources of his worry. Perhaps Izuna feels the same way. But after all, with someone as wonderful as Chizuru, it would be false not to have feelings. However, whether it's Madara, Izuna, or even his own brother, none of them would be a suitable match for Chizuru. Although Senju Hashirama is carefree most of the time, he can still distinguish what needs to be clear. What should he do? Should the Uchiha clan intermarry and have Chizuru marry Madara or Izuna? Or should he use this so-called peace treaty as a marriage contract and send Chizuru to the Senju clan to marry Tobirama? He squinted his eyes, watching his old friend's excessive actions towards his sister. He saw Madara using strong-handed methods to embrace the tearful Chizuru. One must ask, what kind of brother would be so intimate with his sister? But he also understands Madara's obsession. If Chizuru escapes his control, he might go mad again. Sigh. Senju Hashirama took another sip. What kind of people are they? Hurry up and destroy it all. The optimistic Senju Hashirama actually had such thoughts. And he couldn't help but take another drink, letting himself sink into the alcohol for now. Chapter 166. Warring States Period 24. Lord Madara, may you be blessed after half a round of drinks. Senju Hashirama had his whole face pressed against the table, his eyes blurry from drunkenness, still mumbling for another drink. Senju Tobirama couldn't help but rub his forehead, patting his brother's shoulder, and apologetically said, I'll head out first, sorry. Soon after, Senju Tobirama and Senju Hashirama disappeared from the izakaya, leaving behind Uchiha Izuna with a long wail. Come on, you two brothers, you haven't paid your bill yet. He looked at the scattered bottles on the table, the veins on his forehead popping out, realizing that this flying thunder god technique was actually used to skip out on the bill. Uchiha Izuna then glanced at the already drowsy girl leaning against Uchiha Madara. He couldn't possibly let one of them pay, could he? With no other choice, he pinched his frugal little wallet and called for the bill. This meal had cost him nearly half of his savings. He couldn't help but curse Senju Hashirama again, that drunkard. He would eventually have to find a day to get him drunk and raid the Senju clan's place, making him drink without paying. Right, Madara. After cursing, Uchiha Izuna realized he still had some documents regarding the Senju clan that he hadn't finished reviewing, and seeing that Uchiha Madara and Chizuru wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Moreover, perhaps the drink Chizuru had was the right choice? I'll head back first. I still have a document to finish. It's New Year's today. Let's not be busy. Uchiha Madara frowned, knowing his brother Izuna had just come back from the nobles, barely relaxed for a day, and was already busy helping him with family matters, without any time to rest. He was truly worried that Izuna would wear himself out. Oh, Madara. Uchiha Izuna heard Madara's concern and laughed it off. You know me. I will definitely finish today's work today. Besides, it's just one document. Once I finish it, I'll go rest. Saying this, Izuna intended to leave, but then turned back and roughly ruffled Chizuru's long hair. Madara, we both bought those little cherry blossoms together, but you secretly gave them all to Chizuru. Oomph. He left with a huff, quickly exiting the izakaya. Uchiha Madara saw that Izuna's advice was falling on deaf ears and let him be. Izuna taking care of himself was better than him doing it, and better than this little drunkard beside him. Among the three of them, Izuna was probably the least worrisome. Sis accompanied by a delicate, sticky voice. The girl hugged his waist, bringing a tingling sensation that slowly seeped through his kimono into his body, igniting more indescribable reactions within his blood. What kind of feeling was this? It felt like the intense and exciting feeling he had during battles with Hashirama. Uchiha Madara's brows furrowed tighter, his hands resting on the table gradually stiffening, and his Adam's apple rolled heavily. Chizuru. Uchiha Madara ultimately couldn't hold back his anger and spoke, his voice hoarse as he looked down at the girl's small face pressed against his chest, her soft breath radiating warmth that further confused Uchiha Madara about what to do. He thought he could never let her drink again. He gently patted Chizuru's cheek, recalling how he had scared her to tears earlier, and deliberately softened his voice. Chizuru, wake up, we're going home. The girl frowned at his movements, mumbling several times in dissatisfaction while changing her way of hugging him. It was at this moment that the owner appeared, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, we are about to close. All right. Uchiha Madara had initially thought to let the girl sleep a bit longer in his embrace, but since the owner had arrived at closing time, he couldn't stay any longer. Moreover, this was still near the Senju clan. The two of them, being from the Uchiha clan, wandering around at midnight near the Senju clan, could potentially attract some extremists. While he had nothing to worry about, carrying this little fool with him was another matter. Uchiha Madara sighed, reminding himself to act discreetly. Sorry, we'll leave now. Uchiha Madara wrapped his arms around Chizuru's waist, finding a more comfortable position, and carried the girl out of the izakaya like a princess. There were hardly any people left on the street. Uchiha Madara walked silently along the road, nearing a place called the Peace Bridge when the girl in his arms suddenly woke up. She opened her eyes, her black, grape-like eyes fixed on Uchiha Madara, as if trying to see through him. Uchiha Madara swallowed hard, just as he was about to speak. The girl's voice interrupted him first. Uchiha Madara? My charming ancestor? This time, it was Uchiha Madara who was stunned. What ancestor? And why was she only calling his name? Is this a nightmare? The thought flashed through Uchiha Madara's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Who talks such nonsense in a nightmare? Chizuru's memory was a bit disordered. She still thought she was dreaming, which made her speech and actions slightly exaggerated. She slipped out of Uchiha Madara's embrace and, under the weak moonlight, stared intently at him. His sharp features and heavy atoms apple-rolled several times. And as her gaze traveled upward, she saw him at this age, still in his youthful phase, yet with a serious face that bore a hint of maturity. He frowned and pursed his lips. She didn't know what was troubling him. The more Chizuru looked, the more she felt that this version of Madara wasn't attractive. She raised her hand, about to touch his lower lip, but suddenly withdrew. She hadn't forgotten what kind of person Uchiha Madara was. He was still in his prime, and what if her reckless actions got her sent away? No. Chizuru shook her head, trying to make herself a bit more alert. Since it was her dream, she would take charge. Her fingertips brushed against Uchiha Madara's lips as she murmured, Lord Madara, you should smile more. Why are you frowning? But despite your damn face, you still look good, even when frowning. But I still hope you could be a bit happier. Lord Madara? Damn face. Uchiha Madara could hardly control his facial expression, but then suddenly he smiled. This little one was quite adorable. Usually, she always had a serious little face. But now she was showing some emotions and throwing a little tantrum, which made her even cuter. Uchiha Madara only smiled lightly. Jiming was momentarily stunned and almost jumped up, hurriedly lowering her head to cover it, unable to stop thinking in her heart. Read more books, read more newspapers, and look less at the handsome Uchiha. This saying is indeed a wise saying. Chapter 167, Warring States Period 25. Dream your home now, little fool. Uchiha Madara felt quite good after her little antics, and by chance, discovered a different side of little G, although that nickname was a bit playful. Well, Lord Madara, what Ban? It's better to call him Nissan. From now on, he must work hard to revive the family tradition. One by one, they don't listen to their big brother, who is a little fool. Jiming only felt dizzy, looking at Uchiha Madara in front of her, seeing several overlapping images of him. Hey, why are there 3, 4, 5, 6 Lord Madaras? How strange. Again, it's Lord Madara. Indeed, the family tradition needs to be revived. All right, you're drunk, Uchiha Madara said as he picked her up in a princess carry and used a body flicker technique to return to the clan grounds. The girl had already fallen asleep in his arms again. When Uchiha Dream caught up, Uchiha Madara shook his head. Dream stopped in her tracks and went back to her room to sleep. Uchiha Madara took Jiming back to her room, simply made the bed, and made her sleep more comfortably. He still lay down beside Jiming, as usual, covered her with a blanket, blew out the candle, and only then began to cultivate his sleepiness. After a while, he heard rustling sound from beside him. Uchiha Madara thought Jiming was uncomfortable while sleeping and was about to turn over to check the situation. Then he felt the girl's hot breath with a hint of alcohol near his ear. The girl was close to his body, her hands wrapped around his waist, and something soft was on his neck. When Madara realized what was happening, the girl became even more aggressive. Uchiha Madara grabbed her wrist with his hand and flipped over, pinning her beneath him. The girl seemed a bit dazed from being flipped, her small face scrunched up as if she was resisting his grip. She blinked her eyes. Lord Madara, one should be a bit gentler with girls. Do you know what you're doing? Afraid she might avoid the topic or be confused by alcohol, he forced Jiming to tightly look into his eyes. What if I kiss you? Jiming didn't care. This was her dream. Not jumping up to bite him was already pretty good. She just kissed him, and it was on the neck. Do you know who I am? Uchiha Madara asked again, gradually leaning closer to her, his deep voice carrying a dangerous meaning. I know, Uchiha Madara. Jiming certainly knew. He was one of the husbands she recognized. Who hasn't had a dream of Uchiha Madara? After all, she had. He held that position and leaned down to kiss the girl, not giving her any chance to resist, gradually deepening, more and more fervent. For a moment, it seemed like the wind outside had stopped. Uchiha Madara, who usually had heightened senses, seemed to have lost all 5 senses, feeling nothing but the soft touch on his lips. The girl let out a soft moan, different from her usual sounds, particularly delicate. The charcoal on the stove made a light popping sound, and the girl's gentle call undoubtedly excited Uchiha Madara even more. Snow began to fall outside, sweeping over the plum blossoms in the courtyard, and the sounds in the room became much quieter. Only the sound of snow remained. This year is truly a good year. Auspicious snow heralds a bountiful year. It's time to bring that matter up, at least before Father passes away. Perhaps Father would be happy to know. The next day, Sunlight streamed through the window into the room. Jiming squinted her eyes, unable to adapt to the bright light for a moment. It was just the second day of the new year. She might as well go back to sleep. She turned over but found the hard sensation of a hand. Oh no, Jiming opened her eyes, and the handsome face of the man in front of her magnified infinitely. Hey, how did she end up sleeping with Uchiha Madara? Wait, Uchiha hasn't put on clothes, and she was sleeping in Uchiha Madara's arms. Damn it, what if Uchiha Madara wakes up and gives her a kaleidoscope Sharingan? What would she do? And what s this body situation? It felt like she had just fought with someone. As soon as Jiming thought of this, let alone going back to sleep, she didn't even dare to stay in this room for another second. She hurriedly got up, quietly dressed, and used a flying thunder god technique to leave the place. Jiming went to Uchiha Taijima's courtyard to seek refuge. As soon as she entered the yard, she saw Izumi Na accompanying Taijima at the moon viewing platform, drinking tea. Maybe she should ask Izumi Na. After all, Izumi Na was also a witness yesterday. Father, brother Izumi Na. Jiming walked a few steps to Uchiha, Izumi Na's side. Izumi Na poured her a cup of water, and she took it, holding the cup in her hand. The scorching heat made her hands feel warm. Brother Izumi Na. Jiming tilted her head and looked at the boy beside her. Did I get drunk yesterday? After she left her own courtyard, she thought carefully about what happened last night. She only remembered going to the izakaya hand in hand with Senju Hashirama, and after taking the first sip of orange fruit wine, it was snatched away by Uchiha Madara. Later, it seemed she was a bit unconvinced and snatched the drink away from Uchiha Madara, drinking it all down. Would she have gotten drunk at that moment? Yes. Uchiha Izumi Na handed her a piece of cake, saying, Little Ji, you were definitely drunk yesterday. By the time I left, you were already out cold. Hey, Jiming was surprised by Izumi Na's words just as she was about to put the cake in her mouth. So, did I come back with Nissan? Right. Dream saw Brother Band bring you back to the room last night. She then went to rest assured. So it seems that whatever happened between her and Uchiha Madara last night, only Uchiha Madara knew about it. She definitely couldn't ask him directly. Even if they were siblings, she couldn't wake up in her brother's arms. This was too. Jiming was so scared she avoided Uchiha Madara for several days. Whenever Uchiha Madara was around, she would find an excuse to leave. For example, helping clan members with follow-up examinations was a great excuse. In any case, she didn't want to face Uchiha Madara for the time being. Moreover, by using her own abilities to help Uchiha Madara establish his reputation within the clan, it could be considered helping him in a way. However, it had been snowing for the past few days, making it inconvenient for her to go out. There were a few households living in the mountains, and she had to climb a mountain to help them. It would be great if their Uchiha clan could establish a clan doctor. Chapter 168, Warring States Period 26, Death. Establishing a clan doctor still needed to be reported to the young clan leader. But she didn't want to see this young clan leader recently. After all, it all stemmed from that previous incident, which was senseless. Just thinking of Uchiha Madara made her recall how she woke up in Uchiha Madara's embrace. She couldn't forget it. Jiming climbed 2 more mountain peaks, checked on the clan members living on the mountains, and resolved any issues they had. After spending more than 2 days with Uchiha Dream, she had no choice but to go down the mountain. The young clan leader's crow flew up the mountain. She glanced at the secret letter and for a moment thought it was a joke. But she knew the body of Taijima best. She couldn't hold on through this spring. She thought she had already prepared herself, thought she was ready for Taijima's death. But when that day truly came, she felt timid. The letter read, Father is in critical condition, thinking of you. Return quickly. Uchiha Madara. She held onto her dream's hand, performed a flying thunder god technique, and returned to the foot of the mountain. The clan leader's courtyard was only a few miles away from her courtyard, but it felt so long and heavy. A friend who studied medicine in her past life told her that the last sense to fade after death is hearing. She still remembered, in the dim corridor of high school, not hearing any sounds, not even the sound of her own breathing. She thought her breath was about to stop. The aunt on the other end of the phone told her that her grandmother wanted to hear her say something one last time. But how could her usually healthy grandmother suddenly be in critical condition? No one was kinder or more hardworking than her. No one treated her better. But why did heaven have to take away all her love? She wanted to cry but couldn't make a sound. Only dry tears flowed. Listening to her grandmother's aged voice, close to a prophecy, struggling to say little, want fly. And then there was no more sound. She lost her voice too. She did not attend the funeral because the closed school did not allow leave. Because she had no money, no time. She wanted to fly, to fulfill her grandmother's last wish, to fly away, fly out of the mountains. And this time, another beloved person was leaving her. She didn't understand. Why does heaven always take her love bit by bit? When she walked into the clan leader's room, Uchiha Taijima lay on the white bedding. His almost sunken eyes looked at her with affection and pain, holding on to look at her. He fell into a coma. The elder said, after meeting the ones he wanted to see, "Let's talk," the clan leader can hear. She almost collapsed to her knees in front of Taijima. "Father." She couldn't say anything. Just like when her grandmother passed away, she could only be mute. Even the words he usually loved to hear, she couldn't say. Instead, it was Uchiha, usually silent, who knelt by Taijima's bed, speaking intermittently. "Father, I will take good care of Izuna and little Chi. Father, I will build the clan well," as he said. "Father." She just listened until the room fell silent again. The elder sighed, issued the death decree, and prepared for the funeral. No funeral. Uchiha Madara interrupted. "Recently, the Hawks in the clan have been causing trouble. If they find out father has passed away, they will definitely use this to incite war." Uchiha Izuna also agreed. Father's death is a big deal for the Uchiha clan, and besides, Uchiha Madara is currently negotiating with the Senju clan, although we don't know what the outcome will be. Once this news gets out, the Senju clan will definitely seek to strip our clan of power. No matter what, we don't want to release this news. So, let us respect the decision of the young clan leader. The elder had nothing more to say. "Then let me perform the last rites for the clan leader." The sound of the prayer beads turning, the low and solemn chanting. She knelt in place, unmoving, just listening like a puppet. The simple funeral ended, but she remained still. The three of them chatted under the candlelight about how to arrange for her father, how to gradually lay out the public narrative to inform the clansmen about her father's death. But she couldn't hear their voices, only in the crackling sound of the burning charcoal. She recalled the first winter she came to the Uchiha clan. That was 17 years before the founding of Konoha, and she was just 6 years old. In her past life, she had never seen snow, never used charcoal, only survived with her strong body and patched cotton clothes. The winter in the southern mountains was very cold, a damp cold that felt like the wind had invaded her bones. No matter how many layers she wore, she couldn't feel a bit of warmth. But after crossing over to this place, it snowed in winter. That was the first time she saw snow. She rolled into the snow like a little deer, tumbling around and around, turning into a big snowball. It was at that moment Taijima appeared before her. This father was not as stern as usual, nor did he have the authority of a clan leader, and he was different from the Taijima she saw in the anime. Instead, he was like the father she had imagined, half squatting down, smiling, his eyes squinting, gently saying, "Is it little Chi's first time seeing snow?" She nodded, turned her body, and got up in the snow. "Father." She was still a bit timid. On one hand, she had never felt her father's affection, only her grandmother's. But grandmother and father were fundamentally different. She looked into the unfamiliar yet loving gaze before her, only remembering to evade. "Father finished work early today. How about we build a snowman together?" Taijima continued. He knew this child still had some fear of him, but she was his child, and she was a girl. So he couldn't treat her the same way he did with Madara and Izuna. He specially consulted several families in the clan with daughters and secretly observed for a long time. Most importantly, he had to listen to his daughter. Whatever she wanted, he had to try to satisfy her. Secondly, he had to treat his daughter gently. His old friends softened their voices when talking to their daughters. Taijima combined both approaches to treat his own daughter, but he always felt that his little girl was still very afraid of him. However, Taijima also understood. After all, it was the first year, little Chi's first year in their family. "Is that okay?" Taijima saw little Chi's timid eyes looking at him, just a glance. Her voice very soft. Fortunately, he was a ninja, and his senses were sharper than ordinary people. "Of course, you can. Whatever little Chi wants to do with father is fine. When little Chi is a bit older, father can also teach her some basic ninjutsu, as long as little Chi is willing." Taijima added. This was something an old friend told him, to respect the girl's wishes and not force her to do anything. He would certainly abide by that. In fact, he would do even better. Chapter 169, Warring States Era 27, Sakura T. Then, little Chi looked at the tall Taijima, rolled up his sleeves, and formed the snowball into a round shape. She also tried to make it into little clumps. Actually, she wanted to build a cat. After shaping 2 cat ears, Taijima immediately understood little Chi's idea and also shaped a cattail. After everything was put together, it turned into a white cat. Wow, little Chi couldn't help but exclaim. So white, so beautiful. Father, father, such a beautiful cat. Little Chi smiled, almost making Taijima cry. So cute. His little Chi, a delicate little dumpling, he wished he could summon all the cats in the world. Does little Chi like cats? I like them. Little Chi liked cats, but she couldn't afford to keep them in her past life. nor had she ever tried, because she didn't have a spare money. Taijima thought for a moment, bit his finger, and drew on his right palm. Chunin Technique. A completely white cat appeared. A cat with a large pearl hanging from its chest and dreamy blue eyes, the color of the blue sky, looked proudly at Uchiha Taijima. Taijima, what do you need from me? Let me introduce you. This is my daughter, Taijima said with a smile. Xiaoji said she really likes cats. I wonder if Nai can find her a young cat to serve as a summoning beast to accompany her as she grows up. Nai's cat eyes narrowed as she looked at the little girl, whose face was flushed red and ears were also pink. But those clear and bright eyes were something she had never seen in the Uchiha clan. Most of the Uchiha clan had dull eyes, compounded by their dark pupils. Only this girl, a very special little girl. All right, I will arrange it, Nai nodded. Next time you summon me, I will bring the cat. Thank you, Nai. Taijima continued to smile, pulling out a catnip from his combat uniform sleeve. This is for you. Nai took it with her pink-white paw and then disappeared before them. Xiaoji couldn't help but show a joyful expression and looked at Taijima. Thank you, father. Let's go inside. Taijima held the little girl's unusually cold hands and looked at her, wearing a summer kimono in winter. His heart ached, and he hurriedly took the child inside. Call over a slightly older girl, Taijima said to his confidant. She needs to take care of Xiaoji's daily life in the future and be Xiaoji's confidant. The confidant eventually brought Uchiha Dream. Uchiha Dream had no real shortcomings, except that she lacked emotions. However, she would do whatever she was instructed. Taijima had a good impression of her, so he agreed to let her stay in the courtyard. The charcoal fire gradually warmed Xiaoji's body. It was her first time experiencing such warmth in winter. The same went for sleeping at night, with the charcoal fire crackling all night and thick blankets covering her, making her forget the cold winter. This was the first warmth Taijima brought her. For the first time, she knew that this was what a father was. In every winter that followed, she would be able to get through winter warmly. Xiaoji, starting tomorrow, Izuna and I will be busy. Uchiha Madara's voice pulled her back to reality, distracting her from the charcoal fire. The recent negotiations with the Senju clan were still at a standstill. It was best for you not to meet with the Senju clan recently. I will consider the matter of the clan doctor. Yes, Izuna and I will choose a good location, but it might take some time to build, Izuna echoed. The two brothers showed no signs of sorrow over their father's death, continuing to discuss clan affairs just as they always did, speaking gently to her. It was as if no one had spoken harshly to her since Taijima brought her home. This was Taijima's request. Madara initially didn't know how to restrain himself and was scolded by Taijima several times before he changed. She didn't blame her two brothers. With so many clan affairs, she never managed anything and could only leave it to her two brothers. They had no time for sadness. Even their father's funeral had to be filled with calculations. Xiaoji felt somewhat disgusted by this world of endless wars, this world of suspicion. In recent days, Madara arranged a task for Xiaoji. Seeing her silent, Izuna continued. We selected a group of clan members who are likely to become medical ninjas. Originally, we wanted the elder to be responsible for training them, but the elder is old and may not have the strength to do so. So, Madara thought you could continue learning medical skills with the elder while also teaching the clan members. Okay, the clan doctor was established 2 months after Taijima's death. Xiaoji didn't go to see it, but secretly nestled in the elder's courtyard, listening to the elders chanting. The elder had a fixed time for chanting every day. This was a period that belonged solely to the elder, and no one was allowed to disturb him. However, Xiaoji secretly sat outside the door, listening to the elders chanting, as if it could calm her heart. Time had arrived at the season of blooming cherry blossoms. She listened to the chanting, watching the falling cherry blossoms, and in a daze, it seemed she saw Taijima standing under the cherry blossom tree, smiling at her. The cherry blossom sweets and cherry blossom tea were made by Taijima himself. The cherry blossom tea was made last year by Taijima using green tea and dried cherry blossom leaves, while the cherry blossom sweets were actually pastries filled with red bean paste, very sweet. They balanced the bitterness of the cherry blossom tea with a hint of saltiness. Since she moved into the Uchiha house, every year she had cherry blossom sweets and cherry blossom tea made by Taijima. But this year's cherry blossom season had none. Xiaoji, Uchiha Madara walked through the corridor, holding a wooden tray, taking several steps to reach her side. He walked lightly to avoid disturbing the elders chanting, making almost no sound. At first, Xiaoji didn't know what he was carrying on the tray. But as he got closer, she saw the familiar pink shape of the cherry blossom sweets, along with a teapot and 3 cups. I had Dream make these. Uchiha Madara sat down beside Xiaoji, placing the wooden tray in the middle. You know dream skills, give a try. Xiaoji was momentarily speechless. She pinched a piece of cherry blossom sweet and put it in her mouth. The rich red bean paste made her teeth ache a bit, but Taijima's was always just right. Picking up the cherry blossom tea, she took a sip and it was a bit bland. It wasn't made by Taijima. The cherry blossom sweets and cherry blossom tea weren't made by Taijima, and there would never be any made by Taijima again. 2 lines of tears fell she didn't know when, feeling her eyes burn, her hands tightly gripping the unfinished sweet, suppressing her cries, her throat felt sore. And her chest felt as if it were tightly gripped by an unknown hand, making it hard to breathe. The chanting grew louder, drowning out her sobs, drowning out her sadness, until the chanting ended. She looked at Uchiha Madara, who was also staring blankly at the cherry blossoms scattered on the ground while holding a piece of sweet. "Brother, we no longer have a father," she said. I already knew," Uchiha Madara replied. "I miss father so much." "I miss him too," Uchiha Madara responded again. Chapter 170, The Warring States Period, 28, The Death of Izuna. The elder finished chanting and walked over with a cane, trembling, and sat down beside them. "It's March. We can prepare the cherry blossom tea now," the elder said while pouring himself a cup of cherry blossom tea. "This cherry blossom tea is still best made by Lord Taijima. But Lord Madara, I don't know if there will be time to prepare this year's cherry blossom tea." "What do you mean?" Xiaoji looked at Uchiha Madara, realizing it was a temporary peacetime. How could there be no time? Are the wars between the 2 clans about to reignite? "There's still time," Madara smiled. "The scouts reported that Senju Hashirama has also passed away. Hashirama has become the leader of the Senju clan. He still believed in Hashirama, trusting that his confidant would not suddenly betray him. Hashirama is dead." Xiaoji murmured, realizing that everyone from Taijima's generation had passed away. Even his eternal rival, Senju Hashirama, was gone. Taijima would not be too lonely on the other side of the Pure Land. As summer passed and winter came, in the blink of an eye, Uchiha Taijima had been dead for 7 years. 1 year before the founding of Konoha. Every day, when Xiaoji woke up from her bed, she felt as if she had survived another day after a catastrophe. She deeply understood that Izuna's death was drawing closer. So close that she felt anxious at the thought of not seeing Izuna for a day. In these 7 years, there had been no shortage of skirmishes with the Senju clan, and both sides had suffered considerable losses. She thought that under her influence, Madara might not be a steadfast hawk, at least not one to actively provoke war. At first, she didn't understand, and, coupled with the previous night, when no one came to tell her what had happened between her and Madara, their relationship grew increasingly distant. In the 2nd year after Taijima's death, which was also 6 years before the founding of Konoha, she moved out of the small courtyard of the branch family leader and into a small courtyard near the clan doctor. Later she heard from Dream that Madara also left the small courtyard and moved into Taijima's small courtyard. In the end, the small courtyard where the 3 siblings lived was left with only Izuna. Later, while working with the clan doctor, she would occasionally zone out, thinking about the historical books she had read. Undoubtedly, history could provide clear insights, and she always wanted to find a solution within it. She thought of the leaders promoted during World War II, where the sun never set in the British Empire, contrasting them with previous leaders who sacrificed the interests of small nations for peace. The new leaders were from the Navy, hawkish, advocating for war, and defending national sovereignty. Perhaps Madara thought the same way. He didn't actually want to fight, but the current situation left him no choice. For years before the founding of Konoha, Izuna moved back to the branch family leader's small courtyard, and on the day she moved back, Madara also returned. They ended the Cold War with this awkward mindset. Today, Izuna is already 22, and Madara is 24. No doubt about it. This year is significant as Izuna is severely injured. However, the recent conflicts with the Senju clan have been particularly frequent, and Izuna and Madara are always out early and returning late, sometimes not even coming back at night, needing to lay ambushes. Both clans are holding their breath, waiting to see who can last until the end of the war and become the leader of this region. Dream. Izuna didn't lie in bed for long. After waking up a bit, she called Dream, who had been waiting outside the door, and Dream, as usual, said little. After silently helping her put on her kimono, she went to the kitchen to bring today as breakfast. The breakfast was just a single serving. Izuna asked Dream if her brother and the others hadn't returned yet. Yes. Uchiha Dream said that Lord Madara and Lord Izuna sent a message last night saying they would lay an ambush against the Senju clan and would return by noon if all went well. Got it. Izuna has become accustomed to this. These days have become routine for her. Madara and Izuna do not allow her to go to the front lines. so she can only guard the medical and food lifelines in the strategic rear. If she has time, she can also help Madara with clan affairs. Just like yesterday, just like every other day. After breakfast, Izuna and Dream went to clock in at the clan Dr. S office. Recently, there have been many injured, and she actually has no time to rest. Fortunately, she has trained a group of medical ninjas. Otherwise, even if she were the reincarnation of Huata, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Lady Izuna, a patient has arrived. It was an anxious voice. Izuna put down the pen in her hand and hurried to the injured person being carried in from outside. She followed along, checking the patient's pulse. Fortunately, they were still alive. That means there's a chance to save them. Carry them here. Izuna directed Dream, go get a blood bag and prepare for a transfusion. The injured person was placed on a wooden bed. Izuna used her medical ninjutsu to check the basic condition of the patient, and her expression suddenly changed. This fatal injury, wait, come here for a moment. Izuna called to the boy who was about to leave. You came from the battlefield. Can you tell me who inflicted this injury on this clan member? The boy stammered for a long time, but couldn't get to the point. However, she should not have misjudged. This was a wound from the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique that severely injured Izuna. Dream, you take charge and find a medical jonin to treat his wounds. Izuna hurriedly took off her white medical uniform, walked outside, and concentrated her chakra. In the blink of an eye, she pinpointed Madara's landing spot. Little Izuna? Uchiha Madara didn't expect Izuna to appear on the battlefield. His Sharingan was rotating as he dealt with Senju Hashirama's attacks, while distractedly wanting to ask Izuna what was going on. Why are you here? Where is brother Izuna? Izuna didn't have time to explain anything to Madara. The pain in her heart made her think that their bond was connected, but after scanning around, she couldn't find Izuna. Izuna is fine. Madara blocked a shuriken thrown by Senju with a fan. Is something happening in the clan? This was the only reason Madara could think of for Izuna to appear here. Izuna didn't pay much attention to Uchiha Madara's question. Her eyes kept scanning the surroundings, her perception heightened, and after searching for a long time, she finally found Hashirama's conspicuous white hair. Just as she was about to teleport with the Flying Thunder God, she saw Senju Tobarama suddenly emerge from the smoke, and Izuna thought, oh no. She widened her eyes, and with almost instinctive reflexes, she flew to Izuna's side and pushed him out with all her might. The knife stabbed straight into her chest, and she let out a muffled groan as blood flowed down the corner of her mouth. Reverse time. As the windmill turned, everything around her froze. She could only hear her own voice and feel herself. Chapter 171, Warring States Period 29. White Camellia, she returned to the moment she had flown behind Madara. 1 minute. This was the time of Izuna's death. This time, Izuna knew where Izuna was, confirmed the landing point, and formed a Flying Thunder God technique, standing in front of Izuna. Before Izuna could say anything, she hurriedly pushed him away, while she only managed to sidestep to avoid the vital area. The reversal of time does not mean that her pain would also reverse. All she heard was a thud. Izuna fell to the ground, the bright red staining the white chi-pao with camellias. Little Izuna, little Izuna, little Izuna. She could no longer hear, only feeling someone holding her in their arms. Yet, she felt somewhat pleased. At least Izuna wouldn't be severely injured by Tobarama's Flying Thunder God technique. But if she got injured because of her, what would Madara and Izuna do next, continuing to wage a more intense war against the Senju clan? Izuna struggled to maintain her consciousness, her eyes nearly unable to open, her hand raised, and she didn't know who held her hand, so strong and warm. She thought it must be Hashirama. Brother, no. More, war, she said, her words broken. She also heard Izuna shouting, Tobarama, hurry up and use your proud Flying Thunder God technique to take little Izuna to your Senju clan for treatment. Brother Hashirama, brother, let us join forces to establish a peaceful village. Unfortunately, Izuna didn't have time to hear the answer before she fainted. In fact, she estimated that she shouldn't die. It was probably due to excessive blood loss, coupled with her poor health and the side effects of Sharingan. So when she would wake up was uncertain. Senju Hashirama half squatted beside the girl, and the next second, the girl was taken away by Tobarama and Izuna. Only a pool of bright blood was left on the ground. Madara. Hashirama called out Uchiha Madara. He didn't know how to comfort his old friend. He had seen Madara's feelings for little Izuna, but pretended not to know anything. When little Izuna wakes up, let us give her a peaceful, stable, and lively village. Hashirama said again. After a while, Madara finally came to his senses. His face had already turned pale, and even the hand holding the fan was trembling. He witnessed Jiming die twice with his own eyes. The first time was too quick. He didn't even have time to rush over. Then, he saw the ability of his kaleidoscope Sharingan. Time reversed, but her movements were significantly slower. If it were the previous Jiming, she would definitely have been able to kick away Izuna and escape herself. Instead, she was stabbed again by that white-haired kid. He didn't know what to feel. He only felt a dryness in his heart, unable to recover for a long time. He wanted to run over and catch her. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outpace Senju. That killer had killed someone and still wanted to hold his little Ji in his arms. His heart turned from dryness to burning anger. Obito wished he could just slap off Tobarama's head, even if Hashirama would come to settle the score with him later. He couldn't care less. Just then a pale, bloodless hand shakily raised up, like a white camellia struggling for survival in the wind. He held the white camellia, and she opened her mouth, intermittently hearing some sounds. Brother Hashirama, Nisan, you two should work together to establish a peaceful village. He wanted desperately to agree with her, to let the heavens hear his urgency and keep her a little longer. Several times he tried to speak, but Obito found he couldn't make a sound at all, just opening his mouth wide and making exaggerated lip movements. But Obito forgot that Jiming couldn't read lips. Obito, Hashirama, seeing his old friend's dazed look, was so scared that he quickly patted him on the shoulder. His friend, as Crimson Sharingan, stared blankly at him, as if asking what was wrong. This frightened Hashirama. If the vital parts weren't harmed, and with Tobarama's new research, little Ji wouldn't die. Obito, little Ji wouldn't die. Hashirama emphasized to Obito, she won't die. Tobarama and I will use everything from the Senju clan to save little Ji. Obito didn't know how he got home. He thought he should go to the Senju clan's territory to see how his little Ji was doing, but he hesitated. Walking and walking, he ended up at his own home. Dream was just about to return from the clan doctor to the small courtyard to prepare dinner when she ran into the disheveled Uchiha Obito. Lord Obito, where are the lady and Lord Izuna? Dream asked as a routine. Obito didn't speak, returning to his room on his own, lying on GS bedding, unable to help but recall how she had slept here yesterday. Meanwhile, Senju Tobarama brought Jiming to his secret laboratory, which was approved for him to build after the rise of a ninja. He was conducting some very confidential research inside. Senju Tobarama, whereas the doctor, Izuna, brought to this inexplicable place, was further agitated by the sight of a bunch of crawling bugs in the nearby container. However, Izuna thought he was somewhat relieved. A survival relief. If it weren't for little Ji, he would be the one dead. This was the dark side of human nature. Izuna understood this flaw in himself very well. Each time he felt this relief, he sank in endless self-blame. At that moment, he watched Tobarama lay Jiming on a flat surface, not knowing what he was planning to do. In fact, he had countless opportunities to snatch Ji from Tobarama and take her back to his clan for treatment, but he didn't do it. And he couldn't explain to himself why he didn't. Uchiha Izuna, you wait in the compartment. The doctor will be here soon. When Tobarama said this, he just wanted to reduce some unnecessary arguments. Otherwise, when the doctor arrived and saw two Uchiha, they would definitely be hesitant. It wouldn't be conducive to treatment. Although he had a bit of medical ninjutsu, it was only limited to research, not saving lives. Izuna hid in the small compartment, a dark and closed little room without even a candle, leaning against the wall and listening to the sounds outside. Lord Tobarama, the doctor is here. He respectfully looked at Senju Tobarama. Upon seeing that it was a girl, his shock was evident on his face, but he didn't dare to ask. Just lowered his head and waited for instructions. Check her wounds, Tobarama commanded. Fortunately, a female doctor came. She carefully cut open Jiming's kimono and found the penetrating wound. This knife wound should have been inflicted by Tobarama, right? She continued to use chakra to check and discovered that there was not just one wound but also a fatal injury. Life was hanging by a thread. This was her first thought. I know she might have one fatal wound and one penetrating wound. Tobarama continued, putting on a white coat. I need to transplant the cells of the Senju clan. Lord Tobarama, the female doctor exclaimed. How can this body withstand cell transplantation? Normal ninja transplants might not be able to endure it, let alone a body on the brink of death. I'm not crazy, and this time it won't fail. It will only succeed. Just this once. I cannot fail. Chapter 172. Warring States Period 30. Tobarama had never done anything without consideration in his life. But now his mind was exceptionally clear. This was the optimal solution he calmly analyzed. After being struck by his two flying thunder god slashes, there was no other way left. The healing ability that the Senju clan prided themselves on had piqued Tobarama's great interest. Long ago, he secretly drew blood from Hashirama for cultivation, and after several generations, it seemed to yield good results. Similarly, he had secretly stolen 2 vials of Uchiha blood during battles and cultivated their cells. Strangely, these 2 types of cells could blend well together, as if they were meant to be one. Thus, Tobirama could firmly conclude this. The surgery began immediately. The cell implantation surgery was delicate and troublesome, and any mistake could lead to Jiming's death. Tobirama tightened his nerves and focused for 2 hours. After the female doctor set down her tools, she sighed in relief. It's finally over, Lord Tobirama. You should go rest now. I'll take care of the rest. Upholding the identity of a healer, the female doctor appropriately said to Senju Tobirama. No need to trouble yourself. Tobirama refused her. You can go back. Just leave the rest to me. If Anija returns, call him here. The female doctor wanted to say something else, but seeing Tobirama's gloomy expression, she didn't dare to say anything more. Perhaps this girl lying on the bed was truly someone very important to Tobirama. After the female doctor left, Izuna walked out from the small room. The girl remained motionless. He asked Tobirama, how is she? Tobirama didn't know how to explain to Izuna what the current situation was. He couldn't gauge it either and needed to observe for a few more days. For the next few days, she will stay in my courtyard. There usually won't be anyone else around, and she can stay by my side so I can observe her condition closely. Are you crazy, Senju Tobirama? Izuna scolded. A lone man and a woman in one room, and they're even from opposing clans. Letting little Ji stay here for even a second, I cannot agree. Not to mention what this Tobirama kid would do to little Ji. If the Senju clan found out about this, little Ji would be skinned alive. You Senju clan have such great love. The Uchiha clan-s lady stays here with you, and if she is not eaten down to the bones, little Ji won't even get back to the other side of the river. You're the one who is crazy, Uchiha Izuna. Feijian's mood was already bad, and it was even worse that he could so easily speculate about his thoughts. After all these years, doesn't he know what kind of person he is? How could he say such things? If Shuji were not in my care, and something happened to her, what would you do? Feijian still suppressed the urge to curse, pinching the bridge of his nose as he tried to explain the key point to Izuna. This surgery is something we are doing, and only I can save Shuji. If you want to save her, she can only stay in my courtyard. If you're worried, you can stay in my courtyard too. This was Feijian's final concession. Well, Izuna, knowing he was in the wrong, replied in a muffled voice. Then I will go back and explain the situation to Brother Madara, and I will come over shortly. Don't think about doing anything to Shuji. All right, Lord Izuna, please hurry. Feijian was too tired to argue with him further, both physically and mentally. Seeing Izuna finally leave, Feijian's legs went completely soft. He leaned against the edge of the bed to avoid collapsing to the floor. With his head down, he faced the lifeless expression of the girl. He kept recalling how she had rushed towards his blade without hesitation, as if it had all been calculated, as if she knew he would stab Izuna. Why? Feijian didn't understand why she had chosen to impale herself on his blade twice, especially the second time, when there was still so much time. Couldn't she avoid it? Why? The person he least wanted to hurt was her. Now, the girl had nearly died under his blade. Fate was truly cruel. Feijian sat despondently on the floor, angrily pounding the ground, each recollection stabbing his heart anew. He sought nothing more than for the girl lying in bed to wake up, to open her eyes and call him brother once more. In the 61st year of Konoha, Shuji woke up in her own bed, pressing her hand to her chest, feeling a faint pain. No wonder she had been experiencing heart pain before. Countless memories rushed into her mind, and she couldn't bear it, clutching her head to alleviate the pain of information overload. But that scene, when the blade pierced her heart, made her heart ache once again. That brat, Senju Tobirama, had been so ruthless back then. Didn't he care about his own life? But what about the events that followed? Did Tobirama's surgery succeed? Did Izuna survive until Konoha was built? Why couldn't she continue to see those memories? Dealer, please calm down, please calm down. Dealer, Shuji baby, just from one short night's time, you've seen nearly 10 years worth of memories. That's already a huge intensity. Dealer, and every time a memory is triggered, you will share the pain, just like now. Don't you feel a pain in your chest? Shuji, why is that? Shuji, have I lived from the Warring States period to now? This was something that puzzled Shuji. Can a person really live that long? Or is it that this girl's appearance, even if she had crossed over, shouldn't have such a bug? Dealer, no. Dealer, this is your 7th reincarnation in the Naruto world. Dealer, the time you were killed by Tobirama was your 4th. Shuji, what? I've already been in this world for 7 cycles? Why don't I have memories from the previous cycles? The dealer's brief statement stirred up a huge wave in her heart. Dealer, you lost your memories starting from the 4th cycle. Dealer, but the ninjutsu you've learned is retained in your body. Retained memories? Shuji recalled how quickly she had learned water release and fire release, as well as medical ninjutsu. It turned out she had already learned them before. Plus, her eyes, before the Sharingan had even opened, she had entered Gaara and Shikaku's couple space. At that time, she had found it strange. Now it all made sense. She attempted to gather chakra in her left eye. The 3-tomo gradually transformed into a pinwheel. Covering her right eye, she chanted, Time Fracture. Chapter 173. What if they take my eyes? Shuji looked at the clock on the bedside. It had gone back a minute, just as the dealer had said. No way. Now that she had activated the Sharingan, this was something Shuji should panic about. Izuna and Madara were already dead, and so was Taijima. Where'd she find eyes to transplant? If she overused her eyes, she would end up like Uchiha Itachi, eventually succumbing to illness. Dealer, can't you summon one of them? Just summon a person and take their eyeballs. The dealer suggested kindly. Shuji firmly rejected this idea. Don't play like that. What if they take my eyes? Dealer, oh. Shuji baby, there's really no need to worry so much. What's done is done, and you can't change it now. Dealer, moreover, this is the path you chose. You actively wanted to take the blade for Izuna. Shuji, of course I know. Shuji replied angrily. Dealer, if you could do it all over again, would you still take the blade for Izuna? Shuji, of course, no matter how many times I start over, I would still do it. Dealer, why? Shuji, there's no reason. You chose me, didn't you? You hope I can make some changes, right? Shuji, then I must be that bug. If I do nothing, why am I here? The dealer didn't continue. He asked Shuji this question every cycle, and every time, the answer was the same. So that's why they chose this child. After organizing her thoughts, Shuji got out of bed and went to the wardrobe to pick out a black kimono. She couldn't quite explain why. She just wanted to wear it. Only the family crest of the Senju clan was engraved on the shoulder. Maybe later she would have a few kimonos with the Uchiha clan crest custom-made. After all, she was still a member of the Uchiha clan. But that was a matter for later. After leaving the courtyard, she went to the main hall to eat. There were already 2 people sitting at the table. Senju Tobirama in the main seat and Sasuke sitting beside him. Sasuke didn't seem to have any intention of causing trouble, quietly eating from his bowl. Tobirama was the same. Just a glance, their eyes inadvertently met, and Shuji's heart skipped a beat. Images of him stabbing her heart in a fit of rage flashed through her mind. Damn, it hurt again. Shuji, why are you standing there? Tobirama looked at the girl, inexplicably feeling a bit anxious, but it quickly eased. There was nothing that could make her anxious now. And he gently called her over to eat together. Come over for breakfast. We could take a look at Sasuke's training later. Okay. Sasuke, who was called out, puffed his cheeks, not daring to look at Tobirama, only casting a pitiful glance at Shuji. When Shuji saw Sasuke's face, she momentarily thought she saw Izuna and stared blankly for a long time before gradually returning to her senses, secretly reminding herself, this is Sasuke. Izuna is already dead. After a simple breakfast, the 3 of them went to the Senju clan's training ground. Shuji didn't intend to move. She used wood release to create a sofa, a new ninjutsu she had learned from Tenzo. She sat on the sofa, propping her elbows on the edge and resting her head, watching the 2 in front of her. During this time of blanking out her mind, she again thought about the events of the Warring States period. Her wood release technique is likely due to the transplantation from the Senju clan. She wondered if, like the Senju clan, she could heal quickly even if she got injured. Chiming had always been a practical person, so she immediately pressed down the sealing technique on her left hand, gripped the foaming knife, gritted her teeth, and made a cut on her left hand. A blood mark appeared on her fair arm, and she watched as the blood slid down her arm, gradually dripping onto the grass and staining it a deep red. Amazingly, within just half a minute, the wound was actually healing on its own, and the blood had already coagulated. How miraculous! Chiming couldn't help but widen her eyes. Was this the healing ability of the Senju clan? Little Chiming? Just as she came back to her senses, she saw Tobirama looking at her anxiously. She still felt the aftereffects of the 2 cuts Tobirama had inflicted on her, so she timidly avoided his gaze, stood up, and casually asked, What's wrong, Lord Tsukuyumi? It's nothing. Tobirama looked deeply at Chiming's arm, then raised his head again. Her avoidance was particularly severe, reminiscent of her resistance after waking up last time. Fear. Could it be that she remembered something? Tobirama decided he would have a detailed talk with Chiming in her small courtyard tonight. Their training continued, as usual, and Chiming maintained her original posture, slightly squinting her left eye while turning the pinwheel of her right eye. She aimed at a little cat that had jumped out not far away. The cat entered her space, and it could comfortably lick itself inside. Could it be that her right eye's ability was not Kamui, but another space-time ninjutsu? She tentatively concluded that she could send both living creatures like the little cat and inanimate objects like candles into her space, and that the space rotated with the current time. She thought carefully. This space-time ninjutsu didn't seem to have much use. Maybe she should consult Uchiha Obito another day. After making up her mind, Chiming stopped overthinking and even took out eye drops from her scroll, dropping 2 drops in her eyes. Protecting her eyes should start now. This should be engraved in the minds of every Uchiha. After watching for a while, Tobirama received a secret message from Minato, instructed a few words, and then left the Senju clan grounds, leaving behind 2 children staring at each other in silence. Neither said anything. First, Chiming didn't know what to say to this person who looked so much like Izuna, at least for now. Second, she felt that if she said one more word, Sasuke would drag her to practice. Today was a rest day. She didn't want to move. Sasuke practiced alone for a while. Feeling unbearably hot, he ran to Chiming's sofa to cool off. He always felt that Chiming's gaze towards him today was strange, as if she was looking through him at someone else. Whenever their eyes met, she would always turn away, first, not even giving him a smile. Sasuke felt a bit wronged. Chiming had never treated him like this before. Hey! The wind rustled, blowing scattered leaves, one of which landed in Chiming's hair. Sasuke wanted to help her take it off, or at least remind her to do so. When he saw Chiming lift her gaze to him, it lingered for just a second before hurriedly looking away. Exactly like this morning, Sasuke angrily approached her, feeling frustrated but not daring to act too big. After taking the troublesome leaf off her head, he said, "I just wanted to say, you have a leaf on your head." After saying that, he thought he looked cool as he left. Chapter 174. Re-encounter with the cat. After Sasuke left, Chiming finally breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why, but ever since she gained Izuna's memories, her feelings for Sasuke had become quite strange. She couldn't explain why. Izuna undoubtedly treated her very well. She was pampered while growing up in the Uchiha clan, but despite living through so many cycles, she never changed the outcome for the Uchiha clan. This led to Sasuke's parents being dead, turning against his brother, and carrying the burden of family revenge throughout his life. If she had made a little more effort back then, would Sasuke have had a perfect childhood? The dealer heard the pain in her heart. It knew everything about everyone, but could say nothing. Only it knew how much effort Chiming had made to protect the Uchiha clan. Yet the outcome was not as they had wished. Dealer, it's okay, Chiming. The past is unchangeable, so we should focus on the present. The dealer's voice suddenly echoed in Chiming's mind, and she suddenly laughed. People really seem to regress as they live. She had long been familiar with this principle. Yet now, at such a young age, she had forgotten. Those lost in the memories of the past cannot achieve great things. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan had already been written. What she needed to do now was to protect the residents of Konoha from harm during the Chunin exams a month later, minimizing casualties, especially the 3rd Hokage and Minato. If possible, she hoped Sasuke could stay by their side and continue learning ninjutsu. Both she and Tobirama were incredibly powerful. Taking on Uchiha Itachi would be more than enough. Dealer, yes, our Chiming is the best. Chiming, can you not interrupt me at this time? Chiming said somewhat angrily to the dealer. Dealer, yes. Recently, Chiming received a new mission from the mission center, with Hyuga Sugima as the team leader, along with her, Sasuke, and Sarutobi Hiroki. A team configuration of 1 Jonin, 2 Chunin, and 1 Jinin, which could be considered a standard configuration for missions in Konoha. However, Chiming didn't understand why the person, who clearly was preparing for the Chunin exams, was still sent out on a mission. What if they couldn't make it back? Wouldn't they be playing around? The agreed time was 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Sarutobi Hiroki was the first to arrive after Chiming. He greeted her leisurely. Long time no see, Chiming. Brother Hiroki. Chiming replied dully, her eyes half closed. Soon after, Sasuke and Hyuga Sugima also arrived. As the team leader, Hyuga Sugima simply assigned their tasks and the formation for moving forward. As the healer and sensing ninja, Chiming was clearly assigned the task of sensing enemies. Chiming-chan, you are responsible for sensing enemies. Hiroki-kun will go first, Sasuke-kun will go third, and I will bring up the rear. This mission was to patrol the border for any abnormalities. Please remain vigilant. Saying this, Hyuga Sugima took out a map, marking several red circles on it. To ensure that Sasuke could return in time for the Chunin exams, the worst-case scenario would be for Chiming to use the Flying Thunder God technique to return. These towns were the places we needed to investigate. The scroll contained relevant tasks. Chiming suddenly felt puzzled about why Minato would send her out. Logically, it would be safest to keep her and Sasuke in the Senju clan at this time. Orochimaru was most eager for Sasuke, and recklessly putting the prey out, there was to place the battlefield at the border, right? Let us go, Chiming. Chiming's lazy demeanor suddenly stiffened as she put on her newly bought mask and stared ahead. As the sun began to set, the four found a small town to sit down. As the team leader, Hyuga Sugima boldly booked a suite, even feeling a bit shy as he said, "Let us stay here for now and rest. We can go out in the evening to gather some information." "Thank you, Captain." The three of them spoke in unison. The only advantage of this suite was that there was a small private room, which undoubtedly belonged to Jimin. She quickly tidied up her luggage and prepared to go out. Although she said she was going to gather intelligence, she was certainly looking forward to it. She just didn't know what interesting people and events she might encounter this time. She still remembered the last time she stayed in Kyoto for 2 days and ran into Itachi, Uchiha, and Orochimaru, which almost scared her to death. However, this time, in such a small town, she probably wouldn't run into anyone, right? "Jimin, are you going out?" Hinata Sugima asked. "I'm just going out for a stroll and to find something to eat," Jimin casually replied. "You should go with Sasuke." Although Jimin felt a bit confused. Since Hinata Sugima said so, she beckoned Sasuke to hurry up and follow her. The street was quite lively, and the villagers were simple and warm-hearted. The two of them had just stepped out for a while, and, after browsing the snack street, they were presented with many treats from various vendors. All thanks to Sasuke's pretty little face. This was quite a shock to Jimin. No, it's not necessary. As Jimin refused a skewer of candied hawthorn, she no longer wanted to continue browsing and pulled Sasuke into a clothing store. The shopkeeper was a middle-aged woman who brightened up upon seeing her and Sasuke. Jimin subconsciously pulled Sasuke behind her and said to the shopkeeper, "Hello, may I take a look at the seasonal clothes?" Suddenly, a cat's meow came from deep within the shop, and a white cat pounced on her lap like a flash. Jimin hurriedly caught the little cat, unsure whether to hold it or not. It seems that little one likes you, miss," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "Likes me?" Jimin glanced down at the little cat in her arms. Its white fur shimmered with a translucent sheen, feeling especially soft to the touch, and its blue eyes were particularly enchanting. Could it be? Was it the little cat Taijima sent her? The little cat rubbed against her neck, looking very comfortable. "Little Jimin, it's me." The talking cat startled Jimin, and only in the next moment did she realize this was a ninja cat. It seemed this place was a stronghold of the Uchiha clan. She turned to glare at Sasuke, who must have known about this, but didn't tell her. "Little Sasuke, long time no see." The shopkeeper greeted Sasuke, then looked at Jimin. "You must be Lady Jimin, right?" Lady Camellia recognized you at a glance. "Camellia?" Jimin tugged at the cat in her arms. So her cat was named Camellia? Meow. Chapter 175. Lady Camellia rubbed against the girl in her arms, clearly sensing that the girl had become much younger, but was still very beautiful, with a lovely scent. Undoubtedly, this was little Jimin. She was her master. After waiting for nearly 30 years, Camellia finally met her master at the Uchiha clan stronghold. "Little Jimin, you finally came to pick me up." Such words truly left Jimin speechless. She gently stroked Camellia's fur, and her memories were gradually being reconstructed. She gazed into those blue eyes, as if they were trying to see through her. "It's good that we met," the shopkeeper said cheerfully, also reaching out to stroke Camellia's head, and said to Jimin, "Since Lady Jimin is here, then Lady Camellia will be entrusted to you." "Entrusted to me?" Jimin's eyes widened. Although this little cat was indeed the one Taijima gave her and was also her spirit beast, her memories of the Warring States period were not fully restored yet. To her, Camellia was just a strange little cat. She had no idea how to take care of Talking Cat. Seeing her hesitation, Camellia jumped out of her arms and stealthily retreated into the room. The shopkeeper seemed to understand Camellia's intention and said, "But please remember, Lady Jimin, you need to recall Lady Camellia before she comes back." She turned to chat with Sasuke. Jimin casually found a stool to sit on and began to rummage through her mind for memories about this cat. However, no matter how she searched, there was only a fragment of memory about Taijima saying he would give her a cat. As for what the cat looked like and why it was named Camellia, she had no idea. "Jimin, dealer, why don't I have any memories about Camellia?" Dealer responds quite matter-of-factly, "Didn't you forget? I told you before that your memories can only be triggered by meeting specific people." Dealer, this is your first time meeting Camellia, so to activate her memory, you need to open the memory gate again after meeting her. Jimin, then why do I have memories of Uchiha Madara? I haven't seen him, have I? If that's the case, then during the Warring States period, since she had only seen Senju Tobirama, her memories should be related to him. Dealer, you fool. Didn't you realize that every memory segment you entered was related to Senju Tobarama? Dealer, so Uchihamadara is just a side note. Jimin, now that you mention it, it does seem that way. No wonder some memories about the Warring States period were hazy. Memories unrelated to Senju Tobarama almost vanished in an instant, so it was normal not to remember Camellia. Sigh, these memories, to regain them, still seem like a long and arduous journey. Let's go, Jimin. After emptying her thoughts for a while, Sasuke suddenly appeared in front of her, gently pushing her shoulder. She almost jumped up, her eyes wide as she looked at Sasuke. Sasuke's heart felt as if it had been struck. He had never seen any Uchiha's eyes more beautiful than his, nor had he seen any Uchiha more beautiful than himself. Those clear eyes were fixed on him, and he felt his throat tighten, unable to utter a single word, only able to gaze into those eyes. Sasuke? Huh? Sasuke took a long time to shift his gaze away from Jimin's eyes, and the moment he came back to his senses, he almost immediately looked away, his fingers pressing against his cheek, muttering, "It's nothing, let's get ready to go back. I've collected most of the information in town. Then let's go." Jimin looked at Sasuke in confusion. Why was his face so red? Could he be running a fever? Getting sick during this mission would not be good news. Thinking of this, Jimin, like her grandmother once did, pressed her forehead against Sasuke's, feeling the warmth of the boy's skin transferring through the layer of flesh. So hot. Is he really running a fever? To be more accurate, she grabbed his arm to check his pulse. His pulse was normal. But why did she feel the warmth on his forehead getting hotter? Before she could say anything, the boy suddenly pushed her away and ran out, almost tripping over himself. How strange. Jimin followed Sasuke with a puzzled expression, carefully closing the shop's door before heading towards the inn. However, the weather outside was already dusk, and the streets were becoming increasingly sparse, with even the breath of life seemingly absent. Jimin grew cautious, using her chakra to sense any malice. Such a contrast must indicate that something was about to happen. Like a trapped beast hiding behind the windows of every household, Jimin walked forward carefully and cautiously, unsure of what Sasuke was up to. Could he have already become a sitting duck for some household? No way, no way. Jimin immediately denied her thoughts, but she was still afraid. Although Captain Hinata told them not to reveal their identities as ninjas at such a critical moment, she had no choice but to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. In the blink of an eye, she landed next to Sasuke. Seeing her arrive through the Flying Thunder God technique, Sasuke immediately became alert. However, the warmth on his face wouldn't go away, and smelling the camellia fragrance that the girl had unknowingly picked up, he felt his ears heat up. What's wrong? Did something happen? Sasuke asked, chiming. It's nothing. I just feel that this village is a bit strange. Chiming couldn't quite explain why, but the inexplicable malice made her uncomfortable. Right now, she just wanted to return to the inn and reunite with everyone. Let's use the Flying Thunder God technique to go back to the inn. After we return, you can tell me about the information you've gathered. As soon as she finished speaking, the two landed in the inn's room. Hinata Sugima and Sarutobi Hiroki were sitting there waiting for their return. Chiming adjusted her skirt and sat down next to them. Captain Hiroki, I found something strange in the village. Before she could finish her sentence, she sensed that these two were not who they appeared to be. Is it a transformation technique? Chiming pulled Sasuke back 3 steps and asked warily, who are you really? He come. The two lunged at them like mutants. Let me eat you. Chiming sidestepped the attack and quickly pinned one of their wrists, instantly subduing him. She looked calmly at the person, her crimson eyes exuding an air of inviolability, causing him to lose his subjective consciousness and stand still. With her right hand gathering lightning cutter, she unhesitatingly released a powerful electric attack at the man who was about to charge at her, swiftly knocking him to the ground. The current buzzed through the air, emitting a blue glow. After subduing both men, she ordered Sasuke to bring a chair over. Chapter 176. First, show me your strength with 35 million. Although Sasuke didn't know what Chiming was planning to do, he obediently brought a chair over. Chiming tied the two back to back, put on the newly bought cat mask, and glanced at Sasuke, signaling him to wait in the room. After taking some inhumane measures for interrogation, Chiming simply did a good deed and tossed the two at the entrance of the clinic. Whether they lived or died was up to their luck. After finishing these tasks, Chiming and Sasuke traversed the village in search of the legendary exchange shop. Hinata Sugima and Sarutobi Hiroki were both bounties. This was something she hadn't anticipated. When she thought of the exchange shop, she couldn't help but think of the man associated with money. Kakuzu. Could it be that this was also Kakuzu's doing? Never mind. Whether it's a mule or a horse, she still had to take it out for a walk. Moreover, the strangeness of this village made her feel uncomfortable. Based on the information she gathered, Chiming found an entrance to a basement under the banyan tree in the northwest outskirts of the city. Sasuke, if anything happens later, remember to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. As Chiming spoke, she activated her Sharingan. These two were very strong, and she mustn't let the man with the big sword draw blood. Understood. Sasuke naturally trusted Chiming and lightened his footsteps to follow her. Closer. Chiming raised her hand, and the two immediately hid around the corner. Heavy footsteps echoed in the dim space, accompanied by the man's gloomy voice. Next time, I won't wait for your so-called ritual. I almost let my 10 million escape. What did you say? A younger voice retorted discontentedly. Hurry up. The man flipped through the book in his hand. Senju Chiming, 30 million, that's a decent price. Although he had a heart for beauty, no one would turn down money. The Uchiha boy beside her was someone Orochimaru wanted. It was just right to capture him and make a deal with Orochimaru, killing two birds with one stone. We can't take a rest today. We just dealt with two troublesome people. The younger man complained. And I'll accompany you to deliver the people to the exchange shop. Shut up. Before the younger man could finish his complaint, the slightly older man immediately interrupted him. If you keep talking, I'll kill you. Hey, Haiden. Kakuzu, you don't need to make a move. Have we been discovered? Chiming and Sasuke exchanged glances, quickly dispersing, revealing only a pair of obsidian-like eyes. She stood in the middle of the road, her finger half raised, pointing at Haiden. Let me ask you a question. Chiming said slowly. Although she wasn't confident about defeating these two, it didn't matter. She had to put on a show. Oh, you're that little girl. Haiden suddenly became interested. Licking his lips, I wonder what kind of face is behind that white mask. Is it beautiful like a celestial being? Or does it have some flaws? But it doesn't seem matter. No matter what kind of beauty it is, it should join his cult. Otherwise, it would die under his knife. Go ahead. I'm in a good mood. I'll begrudgingly answer you one question. Haiden rarely showed interest. Are Hinata Sugima and Sarutobi Hiroki still alive? Haiden looked a bit confused. Turning to Kakuzu, did we just kill those two? No. Did you hear that? Little sister. Haiden picked up his knife again, grinning. But it's okay. We're both quite interested in you. Then they seem to be alive. Chiming breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they were still alive. In that case, she had no reason to stay here. Neither was an easy character to deal with. One couldn't be killed, and the other had 5 lives. It was better to avoid trouble. Thank you for your answers, brothers. I'll take my leave now. After Chiming finished speaking, she prepared to use the Flying Thunder God to escape. But before she could choose her landing point, Haiden swung his big knife at her. Chiming sidestepped, conjuring the Phoenix Cry blade from her left-hand sealing technique to block Haiden's second strike. Yo, little sister, not bad at all. Haiden was just teasing. The number of people who could take one of my strikes was quite few. Haiden, how about we discuss a collaboration? Chiming retreated repeatedly, her eyes sharpening. Haiden didn't retreat. Instead, he jumped forward, transforming into a gray shadow, suddenly charging towards Chiming below. What collaboration? Unless you're talking about joining the cult. I don't want to hear anything else. Haiden thought, wanting more than anything to break that white mask with his knife. He was addicted to this chase, especially with a mysterious woman who was young yet powerful. In reality, Chiming was standing next to Kakuzu. This collaboration was still best discussed with this old man who had lived for over 90 years. At least he was better than that foolish boy swinging a scythe and killing illusions. Miss your eyes. Kakuzu immediately understood. He had the fortune to witness the interaction between Uchiha Itachi and Kisame, and he suspected that this little girl was also a survivor of the Uchiha clan. Your eyes are beautiful. Eyes like obsidian, different from Uchiha Itachi's red eyes. Did you use some transformation technique? Thank you for the compliment. I think my eyes are beautiful too. Chiming's eyes brightened. Receiving praise from a straightforward man was undoubtedly a compliment to her Uchiha clan's beauty. To be honest, she felt quite pleased. I would like to discuss a collaboration with you. Chiming said to Kakuzu, I've heard that you are a well-known bounty hunter. You must be quite capable. I wonder if I could buy a few lives from you? Oh, Kakuzu became interested. No one really dares to do business with him like this. Buying lives from him, if the price is high enough, it's not impossible. Who do you want to buy? How many people are in your life and death ledger? Jiming pointed to the small notebook in his hand. I'll buy them all. You can calculate how much it costs. To ensure you don't just take the money and run, how about paying in installments? Are you sure? Kakuzu laughed heartily, miss. The people in my hands are not something you can afford. You calculate first. Money is a small matter. She had encountered a very wealthy girl recently, which she found quite interesting. It wouldn't hurt to make a friend and perhaps get her to invest some money. Bruce, with the funds from the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, if all else fails, she could exchange some gold coins for ninja coins. That should be enough. First, Take out 35 million in cash for me to see your capability. 35 million? Jiming almost broke her facade, forcing herself to calmly pull out a scroll, gathering chakra to transform it into a box. This is all the small savings she had worked hard for over the years. It was all being handed over. Chapter 177. Bon Kakazu opened the box, quickly counting a stack of money he pulled out. A stack contained 10,000 ninja coins. But he still wasn't reassured and counted all the ninja coins before closing the box. The price is right. He carefully examined the girl in front of him, slender in figure. Looking up from below, her neck exposed with snow-white skin, one could guess how graceful she was beneath her kimono. Then he looked at her face. Besides a cat mask, there were her obsidian-like eyes, bright and clear. Kakuzu was momentarily captivated, but having lived for 90 years and surviving by killing, he had seen far too many people. And just like everyone else he had seen, this girl would eventually be killed by him or someone else. Uncle Kakuzu. About this deal, Jiming thought to pull their relationship closer, so she took the liberty to call the man in front of her uncle. But calling him uncle was still a compliment. After all, he was a 90-year-old old man. The man was clearly taken aback by her address. The eyes hidden behind his glasses revealed a glimmer. Then he laughed softly, not loudly. The laughter released from his mouth. He looked at the girl and made a promise. All right, I'll set the payment schedule. I need to kill 2 people each month to meet the organization's goals. So the minimum for 2 people starts at 20 million ninja coins. Let us compromise. Uncle will give you a discount. He even referred to himself as uncle. Jiming swallowed hard, fearing this newly acquainted uncle might make exorbitant demands, making her unsure whether to liquidate her assets or find a way to earn some money. Every month, we meet in the northern village of the Land of Rivers. Bring your 35 million. 35 million? Jiming almost broke her composure again. Her family had always been honest and upright. Where would she find 35 million for him? Not to mention how Tobarama and Tsunade would react. Even selling her family's land wouldn't yield that much money, right? What exactly was the Akatsuki organization doing with such shady transactions that required so much money? All right. In the end, Jiming still gritted her teeth and agreed. It's just money, she comforted herself. Anything that can be bought with money isn't a troublesome matter. Money, if there's none, one can just earn it. After all, she was so talented now. Plus, with her beauty, becoming a courtesan should also attract many young men vying for her attention. Unexpectedly easy to talk to, Kakuzu was shocked again. If she negotiated a bit, he might even reluctantly agree. After all, 35 million was not an easy amount. Don't run away. Haiden shouted, leaving Kakuzu speechless. He just wanted to kill Haiden right now. No joke. Being caught in a jinjutsu was one thing. He even felt like he was under a jinjutsu himself. What kind of fool? Uncle, don't be anxious. Jiming, with her keen eyesight, immediately said in a flattering manner, I will release Haiden from the jinjutsu now. To be honest, whether he was released or not made no difference to Kakuzu. However, since the girl said so, he reluctantly spared Haiden's life, letting him live a few more days. Jiming simply pointed at Haiden again, and Haiden immediately stopped in his tracks. Wait, where's my beauty? Didn't she say she would join my religion? Didn't she say she would stay with me until old age? Didn't she say she would let me drink her blood? Where is she? My beauty? As he looked around, the beauty was standing next to Kakuzu, and they seemed to be having a close conversation. He immediately got furious. What was this 90-year-old old man planning to do with that lovely little beauty? Haiden swung his large blade at Kakuzu at high speed. Jiming only reacted after a moment, preparing to use the Flying Thunder God technique to avoid damage. Who knew? Her feet suddenly left the ground, and strong hands appeared around her waist. She was lifted by Kakuzu, like a child. Although at her age, she indeed was a child compared to Kakuzu. All right, you can go now. Kakuzu placed her down in a safe spot, half squatting to continue speaking to her. The 2 people you asked about Haiden should be running towards the border now. You can roughly head toward the Land of Rice. The Land of Rice? Jiming hadn't had time to ask further when Kakuzu had already vanished. She recalled the 2 people she saw at the enacting as Hyuga Sakuma and Sarutobi Hiroki. There seemed to be a bite mark on their necks. Could it be the work of Orochimaru? But these 2 brothers, aside from their white eyes, didn't seem to have much worth capturing for research. Jiming, puzzled, decided to investigate Orochimaru's lair. She immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique and landed beside Sasuke. Sasuke was currently in the medical clinic, staring at the bite mark on his neck in a daze, unconsciously touching his neck. He was craving power. His peer, Jiming, had already become the captain of the Umbu. Not only that, she could cast long-lasting jinjutsu without revealing her eyes. Such strong power, what about him? What was he? What was he? With such a slow training speed, when would he be able to kill that person? Hey, Sasuke. Seeing Sasuke lost in thought about his issues with Itachi Uchiha again, Jiming, though reluctant to interrupt his contemplation, knew time was of the essence. Moreover, every time he finished thinking about Itachi, he would briefly fall ill. Clearly, there was no time to be unwell now. I found the locations of the captain and Hiroki. Only then did Sasuke come back to his senses, turning to look at the girl in front of him. Her face was completely hidden beneath the mask. Her tone was so cold. He stared at her for a while, unable to say a word. It's over. The cat is acting up again. Jiming suppressed her desire to retort, taking a couple of steps forward, slightly raising her head to look at the awkward boy, placing her hand on his head, smoothing his hair, and coaxed. Let us go. Our young master Sasuke. Young master. This term was somewhat appealing to Sasuke, and his expression softened considerably. The girl gently stroked his head, which made him feel even better. Then, for now, he would temporarily forgive her. After all, she had already done this. He couldn't just give her a way out and not take it. Right? But on the surface, Sasuke still coldly snorted with a hint of arrogance. He reached out his hand towards Jiming, saying nothing, just waiting for the girl in front of him to make her choice. The girl almost smiled helplessly, took his hand, and hurriedly led him along the road. They kept running under the moonlight, with Sasuke deep in thought. Chapter 178. The Bowtie Man. As they reached midnight, the two were about to exit the Fire Country's border. Jiming thought it would be best to rest for a few hours and set off again at dawn. Although it wasn't difficult for ninjas to go without sleep for several days, Jiming was still a little worried about Sasuke. She was used to the rhythm of the Umbu work, but Sasuke was not. The missions that Team 7 undertook before the Chunin exams were not too challenging except for the trip to the Land of Waves. Once they entered Orochimaru's territory, this simple reconnaissance mission could escalate to an S rank at any moment. She found a relatively decent spot, raised her hand towards the back, and landed in the middle of the forest. She pulled out 2 fire starters and lit a campfire. The forest was still cool at night, and without proper warmth, it could lead to catching a cold. Sasuke, let us rest for a bit, Jiming said, while taking out 2 thin blankets from the living scroll, tossing one to Sasuke and covering herself with the other. We'll set off again tomorrow morning. Okay. Sasuke had always been obedient to Jiming, not for any particular reason, but because Jiming also trusted him greatly. So he chose to trust her as well. Moreover, Jiming was considered his super senior, and in this special mission situation, listening to the elders was always the right choice. Thinking this, he closed his eyes and began to pretend to sleep. As for whether he actually fell asleep, he himself did not know. As dawn broke, Jiming woke Sasuke up. While waiting for him, she tidied up the fire starters and folded the blankets back into the scroll. Next, she checked the ninja tools she carried and reinforced the sealing technique once more. She looked at Sasuke and said, let us go. I've already sent a message to Lord Hokage. They should dispatch a team to meet us. So our mission is to investigate the whereabouts of the captain and Hiroki and II. Be careful and ensure your own safety. If anything goes wrong, use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. Do you understand? Jiming reminded Sasuke again. He nodded solemnly yes. The two quietly infiltrated the land of rice along the border of the Fire Country. Jiming constantly sensed the chakra of Hyugasuma and Sarutobi Hiroki, but it seemed like their chakras had been forcibly altered, making it impossible to detect them. This was quite strange. The land of rice was a small country, and after half a day's travel, they reached the capital. Jiming decided to gather some information here and, along with Sasuke, rented a hotel first. After changing out of their ninja clothing, Sasuke put on the casual wear of the Uchiha clan, and after thinking for a while, Jiming wore the new kimono she had made for the Uchiha clan. The two walked onto the street under the midday heat. Although the country was not prosperous, the streets were bustling with people. However, Jiming noticed more than one person wearing a large bow tie. Wasn't this a classic look for Orochimaru's underlings? Could it be that Orochimaru also had a base here? Jiming carefully recalled the previous events, but all she remembered was that Naruto, Jiraiya, and Sakura infiltrated the land of rice, heading towards the Sound Ninja village to look for Sasuke. Could this base even be planted in the capital? Did Orochimaru have some connections with the daimyo of the land of rice? Perplexed, Jiming finally decided to capture one of the bowtie-wearing individuals for questioning. After all, their Umbu had no special skills, but they were adept at interrogation and silencing. Sasuke, let us go. Jiming stood up from the tea house, leading Sasuke to closely follow the bowtie man who had just exited. Let us temporarily call him the bowtie man. The bowtie man walked unsteadily, possibly due to having mixed some alcohol with his lunch. He twisted and turned into an alley, and suddenly a group of children rushed out, bumping into the bowtie man. To everyone's surprise, the man's tattoos instantly spread across his entire face, scaring the children to tears. This was definitely Orochimaru's man. Jiming pulled Sasuke to observe carefully from around the corner. If he could spare a few children's lives, she might reluctantly let this guy live. But if he couldn't control himself and attack the children, where did these kids come from? Can't you watch where you're going? The bowtie man, inebriated, shouted loudly, "If you cry, I'll kill you." Saying that, he raised his hand, looking like he was about to strike. At that moment, Jiming flew in front of the bowtie man, whose black pupils reflected a pair of jade hands just inches away from him. This must be a beauty. Just as he thought to retract his hand, he realized he couldn't react in time. As he watched his hand about to slap the beautiful face, he secretly regretted it. A beauty is a beauty, but the timing was wrong. However, he could still cherish her well. Unexpectedly, Jiming merely curled her lips, standing still, quietly watching the fist that was so close, and it swung through empty air. Good. He is already trapped in a jinjutsu. Jiming looked at the flush man, whose body reeked of smoke and alcohol. She didn't even want to step closer. Just standing in the same space made her feel nauseous. Indeed, the smell of smoke and alcohol mixed together was the worst. "Where's Orochimaru?" Jiming asked straightforwardly. The bowtie man took a long time to react. After a moment, he screamed while clutching the bite mark on his neck. Controlled by the Sharingan's Jinjutsu, he wanted to tell the girl in front of him. But that mark, he couldn't say anything. The moment he thought about it, his whole body felt like thousands of ants were crawling over him, itching and painful. Seeing the man's strange behavior, almost like a stress response, tattoos instantly spread across his body, even changing his original appearance. Jiming was momentarily stunned by this transformation. What was this? Stage 2. The stage of Sasuke's big chicken wing? Would it be strong? She became alert as the man, in a disordered manner, instinctively lunged at her. Jiming dodged the man's hand and swiftly grabbed his wrist, pressing down hard and dislocating it. The sound of his cries filled the air as she drew the Phoenix Cry blade hidden in her wrist, swiftly plunging it into the man's heart. He collapsed in a pool of blood. The children's cries grew louder. For some reason, Jiming stared at the corpse in a daze, and the sound of crying truly annoyed her. Chapter 179, Izuna, but she still patiently comforted the few children in front of her. "You should come out alone in the future. It's very dangerous." Saying that, she produced a few candies from her pocket and handed them to the children. They immediately beamed with joy and took the candies from her hand. Children's emotions come quickly and go just as fast. After sensing there was no danger, they returned to their lively and cheerful selves, starting to chat with the older sister who had supposedly helped them. "Sister, we are so lucky to have you. Otherwise, we would definitely have met a terrible fate." "Why do you say that?" Jiming asked gently. "Do they often kill innocent people?" The children fell silent in an instant. They didn't dare to speak, but the fragrant, sticky smell in their mouths urged them to say something about it. They had already killed many people. Jimin's innocent thoughts solidified. Such indiscriminate killing of innocents was no different from everyday life. Did they have many people? When did this start? She asked a few more questions. The children began to chatter like beans spilling from a bag, several of them speaking at once, saying there were so many. They saw many people around them become like that. "We are so scared, but we have no way to do anything." They couldn't remember exactly when it happened. Each child spoke a sentence, and Jimin frowned tighter and tighter. It seemed that this land of rice, they really deserved to stay a bit longer. Orochimaru couldn't move, and the land of rice couldn't act under her name. But she could find someone else to help. "Let's leave it to my sister." Jimin made a promise to a few children, coaxing them to hurry home and find an adult. Sasuke witnessed the entire process and cautiously noticed the changes in the bowtie man's body, especially the chakra pulsating around his neck, as if responding to the man's suddenly activated chakra. Is it the pervert? But this man's abilities were nothing but easy matters for the girl in front of him. Should he really choose that perverted man? Wouldn't it be better to train alongside Lord Suki in Jimin? When he saw Jimin approach, Sasuke buried these thoughts deep down. These were the thoughts he should not have right now. Did you gain anything? Seeing Jimin's serious expression, Sasuke was the first to ask. Nothing came out. Jimin sighed. He must have set up a jutsu, so when I interrogated him with my Sharingan, he just reacted physically. And then he died. It sounded simple, although that man died quite simply under Jimin's hands. Should we continue investigating? Sasuke asked again, but if that was the result, continuing to ask would be meaningless. Moreover, The internal affairs of his country were not something they could interfere with. Jimin bit her finger, her brows furrowing slightly. Wait, I have a method. Although she didn't have Kakashi's big dog army, she should have a cat army. She bit her right hand, drawing blood and marking her left hand, then gently slapped it on the ground, forming a huge summoning formation. Summoning technique. Boom. What appeared was a completely white snow-colored cat, especially its pair of bright blue eyes, making it hard to look away. Little Jimin. Camellia was very happy. This was the first time little Jimin had summoned it in many years. Did little Jimin remember her? Camellia. Jimin didn't know what was going on, but seeing the little cat, she blurted it out. This surprised and delighted Camellia. The next second it pounced into Jimin's arms. But didn't succeed, because a man had seized its neck of fate. It glared angrily at the man, stared for a moment, and called out, Izuna? Who is Izuna? Sasuke's answer made Camelia's thoughts dim considerably. It turned out to just be a child who looked like Izuna. Camellia, I need you to help me with something. Jimin looked at the little cat being handled like this, feeling a bit reluctant, and took the little cat from Sasuke's hands, finding a comfortable position to hold it in her arms. What kind of help? Let this great Camellia listen carefully and then consider whether to help you. This little cat is still so proud. Jimin couldn't help but rub its little belly. Here's the thing. I'm looking for 2 people, and I don't know if our great and powerful Camellia can use her connections to help me find them. These words were very effective for Camellia. Its tail swayed and swayed, almost reaching the sky, but it still maintained its usual proud demeanor. For now, tell me who they are, and this great Camellia will reluctantly help you look. One is from the Hyuga clan, has a pair of Byakugan, is about 20 years old, with long black hair. The other is Sarutobi Kanaru, 15 years old, with short black hair. Jimin wanted to say that she couldn't describe the 2 people too particularly, and after a long pause, she finally managed to say a sentence. A child from the Hyuga family, and one from the Sarutobi family? Camellia suddenly became interested. However, it wasn't because of the Uchiha clan's repeated battles with these 2 clans, or that in the future, when the Uchiha clan was nearly wiped out, these 2 clans hardly made any noise. It was still curious what kind of outstanding individuals the descendants of these 2 clans would be. They actually matched with her little Jimin to form a team. Camellia let out in a whoa, and countless footsteps rushed in from all directions, startling Jimin and Sasuke. The 2 exchanged glances. Sasuke, so many people are coming? Jimin, I don't know. But was he any malicious chakra? So Jimin felt a bit relieved. Perhaps it was the helpers that the cat lady had called. In no time, a crowd of cats surrounded them, of all different breeds, making Jimin's eyes light up with excitement. Wow, so many cats. What a cat paradise. If she could die here in her past life, she would have been satisfied. Listen, look for 2 people. One named Hyugasuma has Byakugan, with long black hair, 20 years old. The other is Sarutobi Kanaharu, 15 years old, with short black hair. After hearing this, the cats immediately dispersed, really like a well-trained army. Such discipline, Jimin couldn't help but marvel. I should have results by evening. Camellia raised her swan-like neck, looking for compliments, which made Jimin chuckle. She was always professional, unless she couldn't help it. Great Camellia is amazing. Jimin genuinely praised. Of course. Well, the tail is about to reach the sky. But little Jimin, have you seen Tobirama recently? Camellia's expression instantly became serious. Speaking of which, Tobirama died before its eyes. Yet now it could still sense Tobirama's chakra, which was truly strange. Tobirama? Chapter 180. You really like that kid Senju Tobirama. Sasuke listened to this name. It couldn't be Senju Tobirama, right? Senju Tobirama was the 2nd Hokage. How could Jimin, who was about his age, know the 2nd Hokage? But that Lord Tsuki. Sasuke recalled the 2nd Hokage's face and Lord Tsuki's appearance. While they weren't exactly the same, they were 7 or 8 parts alike. He continued listening. If Lord Tsuki really is the 2nd Hokage, he couldn't help but touch his neck again. Shouldn't that person really be his best choice? Jimin suddenly became speechless. She couldn't just tell Camellia that she summoned Senju Tobirama, right? Moreover, there was still Sasuke here. Tobirama's identity was a secret, and besides a few people, almost no one knew his identity. They only knew that there was a Lord Tsuki in Konoha. I actually learned the Edo Tensei. Jimin chose a more roundabout way to tell Camellia. Since Sasuke didn't know what Edo Tensei was, and she had also improved it a bit, Camellia had an expression of I already knew, little Jimin. You really like that kid Tobirama. As soon as this was said, Jimin's face changed 3 times, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, don't misunderstand, Camellia. Sasuke was even more so. He looked resentfully at the girl in front of him. Why does everyone like her? Even casually knowing a guy could be her rumored boyfriend. It really made him furious. Then why don't you summon the others as well? Shan-cha snorted coldly, not liking that white-haired kid at all. Not even half, as much as her brother Izuna. This Senju white-haired kid was not only ruthless in using her, this cute little cat, but even deceived her. It was simply too much. She hadn't even redeemed that catnip for decades. Jiming was momentarily speechless. Although she could summon all four of them, at that time, she didn't think through it all, and only Tobirama seemed like the best choice. You have no idea how sad Madara and brother Izuna were when you died. Shan-cha continued her complaints, but that white-haired kid and his brother were still out there on official business. They didn't even have time to attend your funeral. Jiming, it would be better to just cover this little cat's mouth. Now wasn't the time to consider who didn't attend her funeral when she died. She feared that if Shan-cha kept going, given Sasuke's clever nature, he would have figured out the trick long ago. The fewer people who knew about Senju Tobirama's identity, the better. All right, Shan-cha, should we go eat some taiyaki together? Jiming attempted to distract the little cat with food. Then I guess I'll reluctantly eat. Sanja hope fat. Clearly very happy, Jiming sighed in relief. As expected, no little cat could resist the temptation of fish. The three of them, one person and one cat, arrived at the dessert shop, where a gloomy-faced boy and a girl with an awkward smile, along with a talking cat, made the shop owner a bit scared. However, a fool would not refuse money. Moreover, his shop paid protection fees every month. He was sure they wouldn't dare to act strangely. Welcome, you two, the shop owner greeted enthusiastically. What would you like to eat? Before Jiming could speak, Shan-cha, held in her arms, said, I want to eat taiyaki, 3 of them, red bean flavor. Seeing the shop owner's shocked expression, Jiming hurriedly explained. This is a ninja cat. It can talk. Make it 5 taiyaki, and please bring a pot of tea. After placing the order, Jiming held Shan-cha in one arm and grabbed Sasuke's wrist with the other, finding a spot to sit down. Finally, they settled down for a moment. Watching Sasuke bite into the taiyaki's fishtail, Shan-cha unexpectedly bit into the cat's tail as well. Could it be that members of the Uchiha clan were actually cats? Jiming couldn't help but ponder this possibility and absent-mindedly bit into the fishtail of her taiyaki. After a brief rest, Jiming intended to lean back in her chair for a simple break when she suddenly sensed Itachi's chakra. Her first instinct was to grab Sasuke's hand, not forgetting to hold the now full and sleeping little cat. And she performed the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the dessert shop. They flew into their hotel room. Sasuke looked at Jiming in confusion and asked what happened. If it weren't for encountering someone they shouldn't have, why would Jiming leave in such a hurry? I sensed the chakra of those 2 people we met yesterday. Seeming casualilit. I managed to trick them yesterday, so we can't let them find out where we are. Those 2? Sasuke agreed, thinking it was a good choice to avoid them. Not to mention the skill of that knife-wielding man. The man carrying the money box exuded a murderous aura that was not simple at all. Just like that, Sasuke automatically concluded that they had encountered Kakuzu and Haiden, not noticing any issues. However, the dessert shop was in disarray. The owner had wanted to see if the 2 liked the taiyaki. But when he went to check, the taiyaki was gone, and the people had vanished without a trace. He was furious. How dare they try to eat his food without paying on his turf? They must be crazy. Come here, the owner shouted angrily. Find those 2 kids for me, even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Sir, before the patrons could disperse, 2 people blocked the entrance. They wore black cloaks with red clouds and conical hats. One revealed red eyes, while the other had a large sword wrapped in bandages on his back. The aura they exuded scared the owner into a cold sweat. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, his voice trembled as he said, Gentlemen, what can I do for you? I paid for that lady's bill, one of them said. You don't need to trouble yourself looking for them. This outcome is good for both of us. The owner wanted to say something else or perhaps gain some profit from the situation, but once he met that pair of crimson eyes, he forgot how to speak. After a long while, he finally reacted, welcoming the 2 guests. Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? After sitting down, Kisame looked at Itachi and said, Mr. Itachi, did you feel that? It's her in this city, right? Itachi didn't immediately respond to Kisame, but looked at the shop owner. We'll have 2 skewers of dango and 2 taiyaki, along with a pot of tea. We'll settle this bill together with that lady's later. After he finished speaking, the owner quickly took the menu and left. He was genuinely afraid of these 2. They were not like those 2 kids earlier, but were real people with blood on their hands. If something went wrong, he might not just lose his shop, his life could be in danger too. Chapter 181. You might as well ask Senju Tobirama to study this matter. After the owner left, Itachi finally had the time to respond to Kisame's words. Yes, it should be her. and my foolish little brother. Your brother? Kisame was intrigued. He had heard that Itachi single-handedly wiped out his clan and even left behind a lone younger brother. This was the first time he heard Itachi mention his brother. Usually, their conversations were just simple small talk, and occasionally, if Itachi was in the mood, he would mention that person, but it was limited to those moments. It's not worth mentioning, Itachi smiled slightly. Last time I let him escape, next time it won't be so easy. With such a nonchalant attitude, Kisame couldn't help but respect Itachi a little more. But, Mr. Itachi, shouldn't we go meet your brother and Jiming? The chances of running into them are quite small. Kisame continued. Let's eat something first. Itachi naturally thought the same, but going over so abruptly now wasn't a wise choice. He could wait for the girl to come find him. If he hadn't misread the situation at noon, they would still have a chance to see the girl today. When they meet, should he take advantage of his condition to say a few more words and have the girl help him with a diagnosis? After all, he had plenty of money, or perhaps he could test the level of that foolish little brother, which would also gauge the girl's abilities. Soon, Itachi dismissed this idea. He had already tried this tactic at the Nana Shrine. If he used it again, the girl would surely find it annoying. Itachi didn't want to be someone the girl disliked. Mr. Itachi, you really do enjoy these sweet things. Kisame forced himself to eat one taiyaki, but couldn't eat more. I still prefer real white rice. Speaking of rice, Kisame thought white rice was the best food in the world. If Jiming treated him to white rice, it would be 1,000,000 times better. Mr. Itachi's fondness for such sweet things is truly perplexing, thought Kisame as he took a sip of his tea, patiently waiting for Uchiha Itachi to finish. In the evening, the cat team arrived at Jiming's inn, and with so many cats around, Sasuke and Jiming could hardly find a place to sit. They could only hold several cats each, barely managing to sit in the center of the cats. Shanja seemed like a boss in front of them, exuding an air of authority. All right, each little cat will be rewarded with a taiyaki, and those who gather key information can get an extra one. Jiming was speechless at this calculation. With so many cats, how could she afford that many taiyaki? Another day of crying over her wallet. However, these cats were truly well-trained and disciplined. They were not noisy at all, taking turns to speak. Summing up, the information collected by the cat team was that Sarutobi Hiraku and Hyuga Sujimura were taken away from the land of rice yesterday afternoon. The two were carried on someone's back and had lost consciousness. They were headed towards a place about 30 kilometers north, which was Orochimaru's old lair. Orochimaru? Shanja repeated the name. He was one of Monkey's disciples, right? How did he establish his own faction? However, when he was following Tobirama, she felt that this disciple of Monkey wasn't a good person, especially since he secretly hid Tobirama's research specimens. Shanja had no good feelings towards this kid. Although he had high talent, the things he researched, well, he should be the current leader of the Sound Ninja Village, right? Jiming was no longer surprised that Shanja knew Orochimaru. After all, it wasn't unusual for a cat that survived from the Warring States period to know anyone. Sigh. She couldn't help but wonder if she had the ability to fight Orochimaru now. Jiming sighed. During the Chunin Exam preliminaries, although they had clashed several times, those were all minor skirmishes. She hadn't even summoned a giant snake or used the impure world reincarnation technique. It would be best not to fight. What if she needed to collaborate with Uncle Snake in the future to study how the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could avoid blindness? That issue would be better left to Senju Tobirama to study. Shanja seemed to see right through her thoughts and rebutted. As for Senju Tobirama, regardless of what kind of person he is, at least in terms of research, that kid Orochimaru is still hundreds of years away from surpassing him. Why could this cat understand what she was thinking? Jiming felt frustrated and tossed Shanja into Sasuke's arms, standing up and telling the person in the pile of cats, I'm going out to buy taiyaki, you all wait here for me. Halfway out, she suddenly remembered that she forgot to count how many cats there were and how many had provided useful information. How many did she need to buy? Of course, she couldn't go back to the original shop again. She chose another dessert shop. Boss, I want all your taiyaki. The boss immediately beamed with joy. Finishing the sale meant he could leave work early. Who would want to leave early? He quickly packed the taiyaki and handed it to Jiming. After thinking for a moment, she decided to use a sealing scroll to store them. A simple sealing technique allowed her to fit all the taiyaki into the scroll. Just as she was about to head back, she sensed Uchiha Itachi's chakra. Why not? Moments later, Jiming appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi. The man wore a straw hat, and due to the wind, the bells on his hat jingled. He smiled casually, and sure enough, she had appeared before them. Uchiha Itachi. Although his attitude wasn't very good, Uchiha Itachi understood. After all, her family might have died on that night of the massacre, and it was he who had caused her to lose her family. Such a hostile attitude was naturally understandable. Jiming then looked at the man beside Uchiha Itachi and blurted out, "Mr. Kisame?" "It's me, Miss Jiming," Kisame replied, removing his straw hat to reveal his fish-like eyes and pale skin. He didn't expect to see Miss Jiming here. "I wonder what brings you here." Kisame glanced around. The two guards he had seen in the land of water were surprisingly not by her side. How had she come to such a dangerous place alone? Chapter 182. Don't get caught in the rain in the future. Executing a mission. Jiming didn't say much. The three of them were not on the same side, and saying too much would only be disadvantageous for her. Although she knew Kisame wouldn't hurt her, he might still harm others. "And you, Mr. Kisame? We are capturing a traitor." Kisame didn't want to hide anything from the girl in front of him. If possible, he hoped she would invite them both out for dinner, even though he had just eaten a taiyaki. "Orochimaru, right?" Jiming guessed. "How did you know?" Kisame was surprised. Could it be that their organization's confidentiality work was this poor? "I encountered Orochimaru not long ago. It seems he has established his own faction." Jiming briefly explained the situation, her eyes unable to stop glancing at the silent Uchiha Itachi. To be honest, if it were Kakuzu and Haiden as a duo, she could deceive them more easily. But Uchiha Itachi, what to do? "Got it." Jiming turned the topic to Uchiha Itachi. "Brother Itachi, how have you been lately?" That word brother almost made Uchiha Itachi lose his composure. Were they that close? How could she casually call him brother? Ahem. Uchiha Itachi instinctively coughed, and there wasn't much difference from before. "Let me take a look." Jiming truly acted like a doctor. Taking Uchiha Itachi's right hand, her other hand hovering over his wrist, seriously checking his pulse. Let her, a half-baked doctor, see what was going on. Liver qi stagnation, spleen qi dysfunction, heart and spirit disturbance, imbalance of yin-yang and qi blood in the organs. Wait, this condition seemed similar to the depression she had studied out of boredom before. Uchiha Itachi couldn't be depressed, could he? But it made sense. A close friend died in front of him, his parents died by his hand. And even his beloved younger brother had to resent him. Plus, Uchiha Itachi was a person prone to worry, so it wasn't surprising for him to develop this illness. However, beside depression, there was. Jiming always felt there was something else, but she couldn't clearly judge through pulse-taking, so she wanted to use medical ninjutsu to check. However, Uchiha Itachi was over 10 centimeters taller than her, and even on tiptoes, she couldn't reach his head. Just as she was troubled about whether to speak up, Uchiha Itachi unexpectedly lowered his head, saying nothing, just quietly bowing his head. At this height, it was just right for Jiming. She couldn't help but feel warm. Uchiha Itachi was still thinking too much for others. She gathered chakra in her hand to check the veins in his brain, as well as the cerebellum. Could it be that the overuse of a Sharingan had compressed the nerves in his cerebellum? All right. Jiming had a rough conclusion, withdrew her hand, and revealed a big smile that was particularly dazzling under the setting sun. He was momentarily stunned, his black eyes fixed on Jiming, unable to pull away for a long time. "Itachi, this eye drop is for you." Gio rummaged through the secret medicine Tsunade had given her before. Although there were only 3 bottles, she hadn't had the chance to give the one meant for Obito, so she decided to give it to the man in front of her first. She would give Obito the first new one that Tsunade develops in the future. "You should use it sparingly, roughly once when you wake up and once before going to sleep." She briefly explained how to use it, then took out paper and pen from her ninja pouch and wrote out a prescription, which was mainly for promoting liver and spleen function. At least if the liver and spleen were functioning well, life would be a bit more comfortable. She couldn't help but think about Uchiha Itachi's strange habit of loving to stand in the rain, which she didn't know where it came from. His health was already poor, and if he continued to recklessly stand in the rain, his lifespan, which could have lasted another 5 years, would be cut down to 3. "These are 2 wooden umbrellas I made." After handing the prescription to Uchiha Itachi like a treasure, Gio took out a scroll from her ninja pouch, performed a simple hand sign, and 2 intact umbrellas appeared in front of them. "Remember to use these when it rains." Gio was afraid that Uchiha Itachi wouldn't listen to her, so she directly handed it to Kisame. "Mr. Kisame, please remember to hold an umbrella with Itachi when it rains." "Oh, okay." Kisame was confused as he received it. He hadn't expected that Gio and Itachi were this close. So what did his friendship with them mean? "Speak, what do you want in exchange?" Uchiha Itachi maintained a suspicious attitude as he observed Gio's actions. At first, when he saw her wanting to take his pulse, he was willing to let her. When she said she wanted to check his body, he was naturally willing too. But now, after writing a prescription, giving him eye drops, and reminding him to take his medicine and use the umbrella, what did all this mean? Their relationship hadn't reached such a level of intimacy. Perhaps it was just like last time, After checking his condition, she would collect some money, or perhaps she wanted to keep him away from that stupid Adudu. But before she could state her conditions, Uchiha Itachi felt anxious. He didn't want to acknowledge that unclear feeling, nor should he. It would be better to treat it as a transaction. Then everything would make sense. There was indeed something he needed. When Gio said this, Itachi felt a pang in his heart. He didn't know if he was happy because it was a transaction, or this city hides many local tyrants under Orochimaru. Gio summarized simply and clearly. They kill innocents wantonly, even children. I originally wanted to capture them all and kill them. But I can't go out myself. If Mr. Kisame and Brother Itachi could help me with this, I would definitely reward you both with a task commission. Kisame still hadn't come to his senses. He felt that this girl was changing her thoughts too quickly, going from giving umbrellas to hiring them to kill. Such a leap. How interesting. Uchiha Itachi had no hesitation and replied, "No problem. Leave it to me and Kisame." Kisame? He hadn't even said anything yet. How did it suddenly turn into them taking care of it from Itachi's mouth? But looking at the girl's earnest eyes, Kisame couldn't find any words to refuse. So he followed Itachi's words. "Leave it to us. It's just dealing with a few lowlifes. Easy as pie." Chapter 183. Can I stay? After receiving the agreement from the two, Gio couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This matter had found a resolution. The ruler curries favor with the powerful, and she had no choice but to bring them a brief peace for now. When they grow up, she would carry out reforms. She would give the commission next time they meet. Gio didn't want to run away without paying. It's just that she had just spent who knows how many on Taiyaki and had recently paid a large sum to Kakuzu. Life was indeed a bit tight. All right, with the opportunity for another meeting, the two were naturally willing. The time was about right. If she didn't return soon, the cats at home would definitely start causing trouble. I'm leaving first. Someone is waiting for me. Before leaving, Gio still felt a bit worried about Itachi. Perhaps he didn't have anyone to confide in? With the Akatsuki organization's complex power dynamics, there surely weren't many people he could talk to. His dearest friends had long been buried in the Nange River. Who could he talk to? Brother Itachi, if you have anything to say. Gio walked to Uchiha Itachi's side, tiptoed, and whispered in his ear, "You can come find me. I'm happy to be that listener." The girl's warm breath brushed against Uchiha Itachi's ear, almost burning his skin. It seemed she noticed his embarrassment, and a gust of wind blew past, cooling his skin. The girl who had whispered to him was already gone. "Itachi." Kisame called Itachi back to reality. "Let us go deal with those local tyrants. Who knows? This move might force Orochimaru out of his lair. Let us go." "But Itachi, you don't need to make a move. Leave it to me." Kisame took all the work upon himself, and since Gio had asked him to take good care of Uchiha Itachi's health, he could easily handle such trivial matters. Coincidentally, Uchiha Itachi could rest more. After Gio returned to the inn with the taiyaki, Camellia divided the taiyaki, and after the cat squad finished eating, they contentedly returned to their respective homes to find their owners. Meanwhile, Camellia remained in their room. "Camellia, do you have such a long summoning time?" Gio was a bit confused. For those like Sansan, their summoning time was limited, and being able to stay for half a day was already good. But Camellia had almost stayed for a whole day. Was it just a ninja cat like this? "I've lived in this world since I was born. And not long after, Granny Yukino brought me to your side," Camellia explained. It should have been angry about this. That little Gio didn't even remember this. But it didn't know why. It just forgave her and began to explain its basic information. "So I don't need to return to the ninja cat village. It's not much different from being a house cat. I just have some fighting abilities. Can it be like that?" Gio had never really understood the ecological relationships in Naruto. Since Camellia said so, it should be the case. Then let us take it easy today. We'll set off at dawn tomorrow. Gio found a place to lay down her blanket and went to sleep. Camellia also wanted to burrow into her blanket. Seeing how cute and beautiful she was, Gio indulged Camellia, and soon they both fell asleep. But by midnight, Gio wasn't sleeping deeply. She could wake up at the slightest noise. "Mom," she heard Sasuke's heart-wrenching scream, which immediately woke Gio and the cat in her arms. The two looked at each other. Gio resignedly stood up and walked to Sasuke's side, half kneeling beside him. She saw the boy furrowing his brows tightly, his face pale. She gently stroked Sasuke's back and softly said, "Sleep, Sasuke." Moonlight spilled into the room, and she couldn't help but gaze at that patch of moonlight. It seemed like the night of the massacre was just like this weather. This kind of moonlight shone on Uchiha Sasuke, who stood under the moonlight, watching his parents fall in a pool of blood, watching his brother holding a bloodstained knife. Since the Watergate is still alive, why haven't the massacre from that year changed? Zyming couldn't understand. Watergate's political maneuvering was much more forceful than Sarutobi Hiruzen's, so logically, a coup shouldn't have happened. Dealer, because you weren't there. The system, which hadn't shown itself for decades, suddenly appeared. Zyming, what does this mean? She didn't understand. Did it need her presence to create this variable? Dealer, that's right. Zyming, so, I am that variable. As long as I'm here, I can change the original plot? Zyming, but didn't you say that Sasuke getting bitten is a fixed event? I clearly tried to stop it, so why was I still forcibly controlled? Zyming, and didn't I also block the knife for Izuna? That should have changed Izuna's fate of death, right? Dealer, silly girl, Izuna still died in the end. That means you didn't change anything. It just delayed the time of death a little. Dealer, and as a punishment, your lifespan has been shortened by half. Dealer, as for Sasuke getting bitten, it's something he must experience. It's his predetermined fate. Unless Sasuke can break his own fate, we cannot stop it. Dealer, similarly, the fate of the Uchiha clan's massacre can either be changed by themselves or by Watergate. But all this requires you to be present. Zyming. So this is the meaning of the card system? To let her change the characters through strategy, then stimulate new abilities in them, allowing them to become stronger and change their own fate. This is the right path of gameplay in this game. Wait, Zyming looked at Sasuke, who was gradually relaxing and falling asleep. Could the final battle between Itachi and Sasuke also be changed under such conditions? As long as she changes their thoughts, changes Sasuke's feelings towards Itachi. Anyway, Itachi's final outcome is just death. Being killed by his brother or dying naturally both meet the requirement of death. But can Sasuke really let go of the grudge of the massacre? She wasn't sure. A sigh came from the darkness. Zyming stood up to leave, but Sasuke grabbed her sleeve, opened his eyes, looking at her with a sleepy and pitiful gaze. Can you not go? She felt a surge of pity. Sleep, I won't leave. She heard herself say that. Sasuke still wasn't at ease and insisted on holding her hand before he was willing to close his eyes. Shanja also yawned and simply pulled 2 blankets over to Sasuke's side and quickly laid them out. Sleep. After the cat said this, it lay down between the two and fell asleep first. Chapter 184. A dragonfly touches the water. The situation was like this. Zyming couldn't resist her drowsiness anymore and curled up in the blanket to sleep. The hands they held rested above the cat, and after hearing the steady breathing, Sasuke opened his eyes, his gaze clear. He gazed at the girl's serene, sleeping face in the moonlight, her fair skin tinged with a hint of pink, her lips slightly parted, revealing a glimpse of teeth. Her long eyelashes gently trembled, casting a light shadow under her eyelids due to the moonlight. Her black hair, tinged with a hint of blue, lay on the pillow, exuding a faint fragrance. Sasuke carefully identified what that scent was. He leaned in closer to smell it, reminiscent of the camellia tea from the Senju clan he had a few days ago, not knowing if it was the late-night haze affecting his mind. Sasuke suddenly felt a stirring in his heart, half propping himself up, leaning towards a girl. A dragonfly touches the water with a kiss. No one knew but him. He lay back down on his own bed, forcing himself to close his eyes, listening to the powerful heartbeat in his chest, silently hoping that the girl wouldn't wake up, and that she wouldn't hear any of his movements. The next day, Zyming woke up on time, just as the clock struck 5. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Sasuke's handsome face. Well, seeing a handsome guy first thing in the morning felt quite wonderful. She carefully pulled her hand out, went to wash up quickly, and changed in her ninja outfit. Then she returned to the room to wake up Sasuke, who was still fast asleep, and Shanja, who had somehow rolled into Sasuke's arms. One person and one cat looked at her with resentment. Amazingly, their expressions were exactly the same. It seemed that all Uchiha were giant cats, ready to set off. Shanja, are you going to run by yourself? Zyming suddenly thought that a precious cat like Shanja probably wouldn't run by itself. This Shanja is a ninja cat. As if reading her mind, Shanja retorted indignantly. Of course, I can run by myself. But after completing the mission, Xiaoji has to accompany me to the hot springs. Shanja looked at the boy beside her and blurted out, Izuna should go too. Who is Izuna? Where is Izuna? You little kitty must be dazed from sleep. Zyming quickly stopped Shanja from continuing. This is Sasuke, not Izuna. The little cat drooped its tail and said sullenly, oh, then Sasuke can go too. You two have 5 minutes. Departing in 5 minutes. Not sure if it was because of the fierce morning, but aside from her, the other two seemed a bit listless. Until they reached the border of the land of rice, Zyming raised her hand, signaling them to pause for a moment. She rested her hand on a tree, focusing on sensing the chakra around her. Her perception ability was quite excellent, second only to specialized sensing ninjas, plus the bug given to her by the dealer. 3 kilometers ahead, slightly to the right underground. Shanja's blue cat-like eyes narrowed, quickly making a judgment. Such a quick judgment made Ximing feel somewhat frustrated. Shanja, how did you find that? Ximing, adhering to the principle of asking when she didn't understand, quietly asked the little cat. Cats have a much sharper sense of smell than you humans, and besides, this Shanja is one of the top ninja cats. Naturally better than you. Shanja explained. Moreover, the things cats can perceive are different from what you humans can sense. Ximing, she didn't know what this little cat was being proud of. After confirming the direction, it was time to execute the infiltration plan. Cats generally walk in a way that is inaudible to ordinary people, and even chakra might not be sensed, so Ximing decided to send Shanja ahead to scout. Once it located the 2 people's whereabouts, she and Sasuke could use the Flying Thunder God technique to enter. This way, they could almost resolve the matter quietly without alarming anyone. Although your plan is good, but I, the cat, am getting old. Shanja waved her white paw, saying she couldn't accompany her in this anymore. If it's a simple sensing task, this cat can still manage. Ximing looked at the little cat in front of her. Although it spoke lightly about age, she could sense its physical ability was gradually depleting. Human cats live only a short 10 years. But Shanja had lived for 40 years just waiting for her. Ximing was momentarily speechless, but her expression didn't reveal anything, and she didn't blame the little cat. Then you and Sasuke wait here for a moment. Ximing couldn't help but rub Shanja's head. Its fur was smooth and shiny, feeling just like a real-life cat toy. Especially those eyes, as blue as sapphires, staring straight at her. But Sasuke was unwilling. In such a dangerous place, how could he let Ximing infiltrate alone? He insisted on going with her. I will go with you. It's too dangerous here. Sasuke felt that he was making a coherent argument. But before the girl could finish listening, she had already disappeared without a trace. Therefore, the girl didn't hear what he had just said. Sasuke felt a bit unhappy. Little Sasuke. The camellia cat's pupils focused, and with just 2 eyes, it could clearly see the boy's feelings for little G. Little G was foolish, but the camellia was not foolish. In the past, Obito and his brother, who thought they were hiding things deeply, could not escape its eyes, let alone a boy who was only 14 years old. It was just that those eyes were almost growing onto someone else's body. The camellia couldn't help but shake its head. Little G's mind seemed to be closed off, being a beat slow when it came to matters of the heart. What's wrong? Lord Camellia? Sasuke asked, looking at the camellia. Nothing, just look behind me. The Sharingan has a wider field of vision. The camellia naturally wouldn't say anything like don't like her to little G's secret admirer. After living for so many years, it really wanted to see who would eventually be by little G's side. At that time, it should be able to leave the human world with peace of mind. The camellia couldn't help but feel a pang of bitterness in its heart. Okay. Sasuke felt a bit clouded, but it was normal for a cat's thoughts to differ from human thoughts. He just wondered how things were going on little G's side after such a long time. Chapter 185. Please enter the trap. Things were going relatively smoothly on Ji Ming's side. At least, there weren't any major issues during the infiltration. She walked along the corridor illuminated by firelight, gradually sensing Hyuga Sanjin's chakra. And Orochimaru. Ji Ming frowned. She was confident she could evade others. But Orochimaru was one of the legendary Sannin, on the same level as her master. Coupled with their previous encounters and that snake's thirst for the Uchiha clan's bloodline, she had a feeling that this mission might be fraught with danger. Forget it. First, she needed to rescue the person. She could roughly guess Orochimaru's intentions in abducting these 2. Sarutobi Konoha, the grandson of Sarutobi Hiruzen, might want to vent his frustrations on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Or perhaps Hyuga Sanjin, a relatively outstanding talent among the Hyuga clan. Even though he was from the branch family, his abilities were still remarkable. As a choice of body, Hyuga Sanjin's outstanding appearance and capabilities made him a prime candidate for Orochimaru. However, didn't Orochimaru's reincarnation only begin after Sasuke's battle to reclaim his power? Why was he in such a hurry to switch bodies with only half a month to go? As Ji Ming pondered, she moved forward for several dozen meters and finally reached a room at the end of a fork in the path, where Hyuga Sanjin's chakra was becoming increasingly intense. It should be in here. Ji Ming double-checked the Flying Thunder God technique hidden on Hyuga Sanjin's body and quietly flew inside. The room was very dark. If it weren't for the faint sound of breathing, she would have thought she had walked out of the room. Thanks to her Sharingan, she saw Hyuga Sanjin tied to a chair, his eyes tightly shut and his breath weak. Her expression grew serious as she hurriedly approached to conduct a preliminary medical examination. especially the meridians in those eyes. She didn't know if it was intentional or a protective response from the Byakugan, but the meridians were all in disarray. It was estimated that Hyuga Sanjin couldn't see anything at the moment. Captain? Captain? Jiming tried to wake Hyuga Sanjin, but there was no response. She called out a few more times, still no reaction. She guessed that the pressure on his visual nerves was temporarily preventing him from waking up. She sighed. This was troublesome. If she wanted Hyuga Sanjin to survive, she had to send him back to Tsunade for treatment immediately. Perhaps there was still a glimmer of hope. The fastest way. The Flying Thunder God technique. After confirming Tsunade's landing point, she prepared to take Hyuga Sanjin and fly to Konoha. But Jiming blinked. The dark room was still before her. A barrier? But she clearly remembered that the Flying Thunder God technique wouldn't be affected by barriers. Why couldn't she fly out? Suddenly, a burst of sinister laughter came from outside the door. The voice sounded a bit like Kabuto, who said, Lord Orochimaru, little Jiming has willingly walked into your trap. Hey. Orochimaru laughed as well. He'd spent a long time researching this barrier that even the Flying Thunder God technique couldn't escape. Those outside couldn't sense this place at all. Naturally, those inside couldn't escape. Please enter the trap. Catch the turtle in the jar. Wait, Jiming thought carefully. This definitely wasn't a simple ninjutsu barrier. If it were a ninjutsu barrier, given her mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, it would be impossible for her not to escape. What on earth was it? Jiming irritably scratched her hair. Orochimaru, this old schemer, was just like a snake, always waiting for the right moment, hiding in the shadows, and suddenly jumping out to catch her off guard. But she thought to herself, hadn't she treated Orochimaru quite well? She hadn't hit or scolded him, treating him with respect. Why was he repaying kindness with malice? Just as she was cursing inwardly, the two people outside finally came in. Jiming closed her eyes, opened them again, and, as the windmill spun, she sent Hyuga Sanjin, along with the chair, into her alternate space. With one more person, it would be harder for her to fight later if it came to that. Little Jiming. Orochimaru walked in with a smile. Not expecting to see you here. It seems we really have a fate together. Jiming clicked her tongue inwardly. What kind of nonsense fate was that? It was clearly Orochimaru's meticulous planning. Haha, is that so? It's been a few days. How's your health been, Orochimaru-senpai? Jiming maintained a stiff smile. Peering through the cracks of her eyes to scrutinize Orochimaru's appearance, it was still that same face. Sarutobi Konohara hasn't encountered any issues, has he? Recently, Lord Orochimaru's health hasn't been great. Kabuto suddenly interjected. Aren't we waiting for some delicious food to come in? Oh, Jiming raised an eyebrow. Are you two seniors referring to me as the food? However, do you really expect you two ants to subdue me? Jiming said mockingly, without a hint of fear in her eyes. Fortunately, she had recently learned some show-off techniques from Uchiha Madara. Otherwise, she would definitely be at a disadvantage in this battle. Unexpectedly, just as she finished showing off, Kabuto rushed at her. I could cry. He had to wait for her to finish showing off before starting to fight. Kabuto was skilled in close combat, wielding a chakra knife with incredible skill. Fortunately, Jiming had undergone 4 years of physical training under Obito, allowing her to barely hold her own against Kabuto. Seeing Kabuto about to stab her in a critical moment, Jiming nimbly jumped to avoid his strike, then flipped forward, supporting herself on Kabuto's shoulder, and threw a special kunai toward Orochimaru. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the king. Orochimaru merely smiled sinisterly, and the chakra he emitted directly knocked the kunai to the ground. He opened his mouth wide, then spat out the Kusanagi sword, the hilt adorned with a red petal. In the moment of gazing at the flower, Orochimaru's figure became ghostly, suddenly leaping into the air and swiftly stabbing toward Jiming. The sword light flickered like cold stars, as if the sword was a dragon. Jiming drew her phoenix cry, sword to block, their figures intertwined, and the blade and sword entangled. Just a hair's breadth away, the Kusanagi sword was about to stab her heart. She took a half-step back. Orochimaru was indeed one of the Sannin, with unparalleled swordsmanship and body technique. His movements were as deadly as a snake's breath. If it weren't for her eyes enhancing her abilities, she would have likely become a turtle in Orochimaru's jar long ago. Seizing this opportunity, Orochimaru's hands transformed into countless snake arms, attacking the enemy like a bloody storm. Jiming couldn't dodge in time and instinctively wanted to use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. She landed behind Yakushi Kabuto. In the blink of an eye, she gathered lightning in her hands and charged towards Yakushi Kabuto's chest before he could react. To her surprise, The Yakushi Kabuto in front of her transformed into a mud clone, gripping her wrist tightly. She tried to pull away, but it felt like her wrist was infused with concrete. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free. Surrendering seemed inevitable. Yakushi Kabuto separated from the mud, adjusted his glasses, and raised a chakra blade, pointing it directly at the girl's pale neck. "Why don't you take a look at what's on you?" Jiming smiled, fully aware that these two old schemers had extensive combat experience and were quite adept at deceit. How could she rush in without any preparation? Chapter 186. The moment you entered, Yakushi Kabuto, restrained by the arms of his mud clone, widened his eyes in surprise. "When did you cast this illusion?" "From the moment you entered." This technique she learned from Uchiha Itachi. Keeping her Sharingan activated for long periods did drain her chakra, but in case of an emergency, it could save her life. But your eyes? Yakushi Kabuto knew that the girl before him belonged to the Uchiha clan, yet her eyes were still pitch black. No, they were pitch black from the very beginning. When exactly did she use the Sharingan illusion? Or is this not a Sharingan illusion at all? Yakushi Kabuto's consciousness began to clear. He glanced at Orochimaru, who stood motionless beside him, at the girl still in position. It was indeed an illusion. "Lord Orochimaru, it was my carelessness," Yakushi Kabuto apologized. Orochimaru didn't mind. He had roughly tested Jiming's level and found her stronger than Yakushi Kabuto. If she went all out, she could probably give him a fight. How could he not be tempted by such a delicious person? "It's nothing," Orochimaru reassured him. "Just watch. Leave it to me. You're not her match." Yakushi Kabuto's heart sank at those light words. This girl, merely 14 years old, was already stronger than him? He cursed silently. Damn it. All the geniuses should just die. Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes sparkling as if he had found something tasty. Holding the Kusanagi sword, the blade glimmered. Jiming coldly stared at her opponent, feeling a wave of nausea rising in her stomach. Damn it. When will Uncle Snake's snake-breathing, snake-summoning ninjutsu be exterminated? In an instant, the Phoenix Cry blade clashed with the Kusanagi sword, sparks flying. Orochimaru unleashed his unique snake-style swordsmanship, the blade moving like a spirit snake towards Jiming. Jiming skillfully dodged the attack, stepping back several paces before quickly forming seals. Ninjutsu, Shuriken Shadow, clone technique. A shuriken transformed into countless clones, rushing towards Orochimaru. As Orochimaru used his sword to block, Jiming immediately formed seals again, combining the shuriken with fire release ninjutsu to create numerous sparks. Fire release, peony blossom red. Just as the shuriken hit the ground, Jiming chose the flying thunder god position, condensing lightning in her hand during the transit, making a sure hit. Orochimaru grunted, turning into a pile of mud. The real Orochimaru stood up from behind the mud, feeling his adrenaline surge. This girl was simply his dream companion. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, jinjutsu. She excelled in all. He thought about finishing this quickly. He had no time to waste against Jiming. If the Leaf Village or Uchiha Itachi came looking for him, he would be in serious trouble. He bit his right hand and made a cut in his left palm, summoning technique. A massive python filled the entire room. Then, a phoenix's cry echoed. He focused his gaze as a colorful phoenix flapped its wings, its size rivaling that of the great serpent. "Hey, little G, who is it this time?" Sanson yawned, just awakened from a nap and summoned here. Deep down, it felt a bit displeased. But it had been decades since little G last summoned it. Was she in danger? Sanson scanned the area, noting that the giant snake was indeed a bit troublesome. And the two people standing on it were not easy to deal with either. Just right, having just woken up, it was a bit hungry. "Killing a giant snake for afternoon tea sounds good," Sanson said. "Then it's up to you." After a series of ninjutsu, Jiming was indeed a bit tired and needed some time to recover her stamina. Even with years of training, her body remained naturally weak. Just breathing fire left her gasping for air. This combination of fire and flying thunder god nearly cost her life. "Leave it to me." Sanson resolutely took off, charging toward the sky, but it soon realized that this wall was not just an ordinary wall. Even its phoenix head, which could slice through iron, couldn't break it. No, it refused to believe such building materials existed. That only left one possibility. This was not a simple dwelling, but a space of its own. Space-time ninjutsu. "Isn't that little G's specialty?" Sanson asked. "Can't you use your Sharingan to enter the space and transfer out? Try to tear open a rift. I'll handle the rest." I'm a bit tired." Jiming hesitated to admit, but indeed felt a bit exhausted. Moreover, this wasn't her space. Tearing open a rift would consume a lot of chakra. She might not even have time to tear it before she died here. "Sanson, forget it. I know what you're like. Hold on tight. I'm starting." The summoning time was limited, and since it hadn't eaten enough to replenish its energy, it couldn't use much. Scorching Sky Featherblade. Sanson's wings transformed into blue blades, emitting sharp feather blades that flew towards the Great Serpent. The Great Serpent coiled around a pillar to evade, cursing Orochimaru for summoning it against a phoenix, practically wishing for its own death. Great Serpent, defeat it, and you'll get 1,000 sacrifices. Orochimaru offered a higher price than ever, but the Great Serpent had no interest. It had no chance against the phoenix. That bird could fly, and it couldn't reach it. Moreover, that bird could breathe fire. A stronger flame could turn it into a snakeskin wallet. The Elder Snake, the Great Serpent, considered going on strike. Meanwhile, Sanson saw the Great Serpent's agile movements and continued with a wide-range, flaming dance. Flames surrounded Sanson as it flew into the air, spinning and releasing scorching flames that filled the entire room. Jiming, seeing this, held her breath, her index fingers touching, fire release, grand fire annihilation. She shot down a fireball like a meteor, which rapidly spread into a sea of fire upon hitting the ground. Just as they thought they would turn the Great Serpent into ash, green miasma surged up from underground, and the toxic gas engulfed the flames. Jiming immediately held her breath. Although she didn't know if this body was immune to poison, a single breath could spell her doom. Little G, Sanson screamed. Chapter 187. Whose body do you want to possess? The phoenix let out a hoarse cry, forming a small barrier to block the incoming poison. Jiming was already kneeling on Sanson's back, her face turning pale, unable to hide her pain. What should we do? What should we do? In the face of the 3-3-1 situation, I don't know what to do. This barrier can last a maximum of 15 minutes, and in a state of unconsciousness. The longest it can maintain is half an hour. If little G doesn't wake up during this time, she will inevitably be swallowed by Orochimaru. This cannot happen. This cannot happen. Sasuke and Yamcha have been waiting for a quarter of an hour, but Jiming still hasn't sent any signals, and they can barely sense Jiming's chakra. Yamcha can't help but feel anxious. Little Sasuke, when will the Konoha team arrive? If they force their way in with Sasuke, it will only add trouble for them. The best option now is to wait for the Konoha rescue team to arrive before proceeding with the next task. They should be here soon. Sasuke replied, they've been in there for so long, and he has no idea what Jiming's situation is. He paced back and forth, several times wanting to jump down from the branch and run inside quickly. At least if they were together fighting side by side, he would know what her situation was instead of feeling completely helpless here. Just wait 10 more minutes. Sasuke thought, if she doesn't come out by then, he will definitely fly in. Just as Yamcha was concentrating on sensing, the boy who had been standing at the treetop had vanished. It looked down, and sure enough, the boy was whizzing through the forest like the wind, heading towards the house where little G had just entered. Yamcha sighed. Should follow? But Tobirama was already on the way. Why couldn't little Sasuke wait for Tobirama to arrive first? Although Senju Tobirama was from the Senju clan, his skills were beyond question. If he were here, Yamcha would be completely at ease with the rescue plan. Yamcha? Just as Yamcha was worrying about what to do, a familiar voice came from behind it. Without turning around, it knew that the person was Senju Tobirama. It could hardly control its body and leaped into Tobirama's arms, briefly explaining the current situation. Tobirama, little G has been inside for a quarter of an hour, and we can't even sense her chakra anymore. Sasuke just ran in too, but I can't go in because I have to wait for you. Otherwise, if you come here without knowing anything, it will only hinder the rescue of little G. Tobirama also tried to sense, and indeed it seemed that little G's chakra was intentionally hidden. He couldn't sense anything, not even the Flying Thunder God technique. He first adjusted Yamcha into a position to hold it securely, then called over the other three. This temporary team was still the previous trio of Inoshikacho. This trip might be due to the barrier isolating their sensing abilities. Tobirama analyzed, in a moment, the three of you will follow behind me, mainly to protect Sasuke and utilize the techniques of the Yamashiro clan to find Hinata Suma and Hiroki. Little G will be left to me. Yes. The four quickly dispersed, and Tobirama was still worried about holding Yamcha, so he placed it on his shoulder, allowing it to stand while he spoke and ran, stabilizing it. Tobirama thought he should remain calm. It was just a simple task to assist, just a simple task that went missing. These were all minor issues. He should stay calm, maintaining his most proud composure. Calm, calm, calm. Tobirama continually reminded himself, but the inability to sense chakra and the undetectable Flying Thunder God technique made him anxious. The only place the Flying Thunder God technique couldn't reach was within someone else's space, or perhaps in the belly of a summoning beast. He had previously seen the space-time ninjutsu of the second Mizukage, which was indeed a troublesome technique. Unless you found the main body, there was no way out. Tobirama, you're too tense. Yamacha reminded him, little G will definitely be fine. However, as Yamacha said this, it internally believed that something must have happened to little G. Without the aid of sensing abilities, Tobirama could only check each door one by one. But in the snake cave, countless useless doors led to nothing but a bed. Another long corridor. Tobirama had lost track of how many doors he had opened and had no idea how many mutant blood he had collected on his blade. He continued to fight his way down, reaching another fork. Yamacha. Tobirama leaned against the wall and stopped. Why did he keep wandering through the corridor? Was he under a Jinjutsu? Are we trapped in a Jinjutsu? He asked. As a cat of the Uchiha clan, Yamacha understood Jinjutsu much better than he did. And there was no time to continue being upset with Yamacha now. I suspect it might be a different space, not a Jinjutsu, Yamacha said. We should be inside someone's stomach. A summoning beast? Tobirama pondered. Like the large clam of the Ghost Lantern Moon that created the illusion of a winding corridor, Tobirama thought. To exit this winding corridor, they had to find where the true body was located. Your idea might also be correct. Yamacha agreed. But now that they are all inside, who can find that so-called true body? Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had entered earlier, kept moving forward according to his instincts. The continuously repeating corridor annoyed him greatly, so he activated his Sharingan, searching for chakra as he walked. He arrived at another corridor and looked up at the wall above. There were no signs. This must be the way. Sasuke quickened his pace and reached the end of the corridor. Before he could get close, the wooden door flew 3 meters away. He hurriedly hid in the shadows to see what was happening, only to see a tall man emerge. Even standing so far away, Sasuke felt a chill down his spine. What kind of person was this with such powerful chakra? The man had long, thick black hair cascading down, and a deep black gaze held a hint of cold light. He wore a black robe, and the Uchiha emblem on his chest was faintly visible. Is this a member of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke was almost stunned. Weren't there only 4 Uchiha clan members alive now? Uchiha Itachi? Before he could confirm further, the man wielded a fan, the chain of the fan ensnaring Orochimaru's neck and pinning him against the wall. With a fierce gaze, he demanded, tell me, whose body do you want to take? Chapter 188. The Mysterious Man, this is not Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke observed Jiming's trail secretly. For now, this man had temporarily stopped the enemy. He might as well take this opportunity to sneak in and rescue Jiming. He tried the Flying Thunder God technique again and found he could sense Jiming's Flying Thunder God technique now. Just wait a little longer. He watched as the man swiftly dodged Orochimaru's attacks, the fan in his hand easily striking the snake-like man. With one hit, the fan flew behind Orochimaru, and the man's other hand tightened the chain, binding Orochimaru into a snake again. In an instant, the snake within the chain turned into a stiff shell, causing the man to smile slightly. The substitution technique? Quite well utilized. The man stood quietly in place, having no intention of taking the initiative to strike. After all, this slippery snake could not escape. Orochimaru had performed the shedding technique nearly 3 times, his chakra almost depleted. He glanced at Jiming still within the barrier, his golden snake eyes continuously flickering, and he couldn't help but lick his tongue. He was becoming more and more interested in this little thing. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto had already been knocked down by the man. His skills were nothing more than an ant to that man. He hadn't expected Lord Orochimaru to. We can't stay here any longer. Lord Orochimaru, let's retreat for now, Kabuto urged. Where there is life, there is hope. The pharmacist thought, especially since the man's appearance was too strange. Perhaps it was also a kind of spiritual technique. Next time, this man might not appear before them again. In an instant, the two vanished from the room. The man raised an eyebrow, put away his folding fan, and walked to the barrier wrapped in holy light. He said, the person has left. Let me take one last look at her. The little one was also nearing its limit. It released the barrier, watching the small child smoothly fall into the man's arms. Then it returned to Danshu Mountain with peace of mind. The man placed Jiming on the bed, affectionately stroked the girl's face, feeling such a vivid sensation, such a lively girl. She had truly come back to life once again. Unfortunately, the man sighed, withdrew his hand. It was almost time for him to leave. That Uchiha kid outside, he called out. There was no doubt he was referring to Sasuke. Sasuke almost immediately reacted. Perhaps out of trust for his clansmen, he strode over. Take care of her. The man looked at his face. A moment of surprise flashed by, almost calling out Izuna. But Izuna had long been dead, dying in his arms. How could the boy before him possibly be Izuna? What about you? Sasuke asked. Yeah, what about him? The man didn't know either. Perhaps this summoning was just a coincidence. His fate was still in the earth, and being able to see the little one again might be the meaning behind the technique he had left on her. I'm leaving. The man couldn't help but ruffle Sasuke's hair. Your teammates will arrive soon. This inexplicable, yet brotherly gesture left Sasuke stunned for a long while. By the time he regained his senses, the man had already vanished. He looked at the girl who was still sleeping and quickly checked her vital signs. The weak pulse indicated she was still alive. That was enough. As long as they brought the girl back to Konoha, she would have a chance to be saved. Little Sasuke. First came the voice of Yamabuki, and Sasuke's legs felt weak upon seeing a familiar face. He collapsed to the ground. Little Sasuke? Sasuke wanted to respond, but found his eyelids growing heavier. He intended to push himself up, but unexpectedly lost consciousness. Tobirama. Yamabuki was puzzled. What happened to the two of them? While they were chatting, Tobirama had already surveyed the surrounding battle remnants, spotting several pieces of snake skin on the ground, and he couldn't help but think of Madara. It must be the miasma of the snakes, Tobirama initially judged. They were born in a peaceful era, so their resistance to poison wasn't that strong, especially against the miasma of Madara. They had to leave quickly. Tobirama immediately picked up one child in each arm and ran swiftly. Halfway through, a voice finally reached Tobirama's mind, saying, "We have found Tsurutobi Hiroki, but Hyugasuma has not yet been located. We have taken Hiroki outside. Then it seems Jiming found Hyugasuma in this room. But I didn't see Hyugasuma's trace just now. Did she move ahead of time?" Tobirama. Yamabuki exclaimed, "I can barely feel Jiming's breath. It's very weak." Tobirama didn't continue analyzing, but hurried forward. This time, he exited the 9-curve corridor without any effort. As soon as he landed outside in the open space, he immediately sensed Tsunade's flying thunder god technique, and, after confirming, he flew away, leaving behind Yamabuki, a little cat, looking somewhat confused. "Hey, that Tobirama kid always forgets me whenever he flies. I'll definitely bite him when I get back. Isn't this Lady Tsukuyumi's little cat?" The voice of Sa came over, holding Yamabuki in his arms. Did Lady Tsukuyumi go back first? Yamabuki was still angry, showing no good expression. Especially upon hearing others refer to it as Tobirama's cat, it angrily swung its claws at Sa. Fortunately, Sa was agile and wore a mask, avoiding being scratched. "Let me clarify again, I am Jiming's cat." Yamabuki emphasized, "Not that Tobirama kid's cat." Tobirama returned to Konoha using the flying thunder god technique. Sa asked, "Are you an idiot?" "Of course, it's my little one who found it, which is why she got trapped by the enemy." Yamabuki crossed its arms, not wanting to deal with these foolish humans. "Then let's hurry back." The Inuzuka team set off, carrying a cat and a half-conscious Tsurutobi Hiroki. Tsunade had rarely taken a day off today. Just as she sat down at the gambling table, a loud noise broke her mood. She was about to stand up and demand to know who dared to disturb the interest of the hospital director. From now on, Konoha Hospital will not accept this patient. Little Tsunade. As soon as Tsunade saw the white-haired figure, she instantly recognized who it was. It's great-grandpa, then it's nothing serious. Wait. The two little ones in his arms looked so much like her little one. Chapter 189, she coughed blood. Hurry up, hurry up. Little Tsunade, what are you dawdling for?" Tobirama urged as he saw Tsunade frozen in place, still watching the gambling table. One day, he would have to dismantle all the casinos in Konoha. Although Tsunade didn't understand what was happening, she stood next to Tobirama. He directly tossed one of the little ones into her arms and used the flying thunder god technique to fly to Konoha Hospital. On their way to the operating room, Tobirama succinctly introduced the situation. Both Jiming and Sasuke had been affected by the snake's miasma, but Jiming's breathing was very weak, and it was unclear whether there were other effects. Upon hearing that Jiming was injured, Tsunade lost her earlier playful demeanor and quickly assigned tasks. "Shizen, you take care of Sasuke. Sakura, great-grandpa, you two come with me." The previously calm hospital suddenly became chaotic. Jiming didn't know how long she had been asleep. The moment she opened her eyes, she felt the light piercing her eyes painfully. How long had it been since she last saw the light? She struggled to raise her right hand to shield her eyes from the sun. Before she could fully lift it, the ward door was suddenly flung open, and a head of red hair fell onto her. "Little Ji, you finally woke up." Jiming coughed heavily, but being pressed like this made it hard for her to breathe. "Annie," she weakly protested. "What happened? Do you want some water? Or are you hungry?" Kushina immediately got off Jiming, her eyes still brimming with tears. Compared to that, Jiming wanted to say, "Could you please close the curtains? It's too bright." She could only squint as she spoke to her. When Kushina sat back down, She already had a cup of water in her hand. Drink some water first. Kushina helped her sit up while bringing the cup to her lips. After taking a small sip of water to moisten her throat, Jiming felt as if she had finally come back to life. Auntie, how long did I sleep? Kushina was about to cry again. 7 days. You have never slept this long before. Jiming couldn't stand seeing others' tears. She hurriedly searched for tissues, but due to her sudden movements, strained her wound and winced. It's okay. Auntie, I'm awake now. Jiming could only comfort her with words. Jiming wanted to say something else, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes. She covered her eyes, and the scenes of the battle replayed in her mind. Hinata Suma is still in her eyes. Jiming thought to herself that this was bad. It had been 7 days. Would Hinata Suma starve in her space? Auntie, call Master here. She spoke slowly, making Kushina think she was unwell again. And without wasting a moment, she rushed to the dean's office to fetch Tsunade. In less than 2 minutes, the two women sat breathlessly in front of her. Tsunade carefully examined Jiming's body. The miasma had been mostly expelled, and the wounds had healed significantly. Just a few more days of rest, and she could be discharged. There's nothing serious, Tsunade said. I still have some matters to attend to at the hospital. I'll come back to check on you later. Wait. Jiming struggled and almost jumped down to grab Tsunade. It's not me, it's my eyes. Captain Hinata is still in my eyes. The two women looked shocked. How could someone be in someone else's eyes? Jiming had no time to explain further. She activated her kaleidoscope Sharingan, gathering chakra in her eyes, and a large Hinata Suma, along with the chair, came out. However, using the kaleidoscope in her weakened state, she couldn't avoid coughing a bit, covering her mouth as her palm filled with a sweet, metallic taste. Jiming was frightened and quickly checked her hand. There was a pool of bright red blood. She spat blood? Oh no, Jiming almost screamed. Her vision darkened, and she fainted again. Tsunade-sama, Tsunade-sama. Kushina wanted to check what was happening, but the child lying in bed had blood in her left palm. Her eyes tightly closed, seemingly unconscious. She hurriedly called Tsunade over. Tsunade looked back and forth, flicked her twin ponytails, and shouted at the door, "Medical ninjas, come here immediately." Her roar shook the floor. Busy footsteps were heard below, and in less than 2 minutes, everyone gathered outside the ward. Shizun-rin, you two take care of the Hinata clan members first. I just did a rough check. It seems to be due to the main family seal. His eye meridians are in chaos. Tsunade said while half kneeling on the bed to check Jiming's vital signs. Bring the head of the Hinata clan and the elders here. You maintain his vital signs first, and wait for me to come back before proceeding. Understood. The two replied in unison. The male nurse quickly placed Hinata Suma on a stretcher and moved him to the first operating room. Is everything okay? Kushina asked worriedly. Kushina, go bring Minato here. Tsunade instructed again, but she didn't want to get involved in the matters of the various clans. However, Hinata Suma was an outstanding talent among the Hinata clan, and whether to save him or not, and whether to do it her way or the Hinata clan's way, these were matters that needed to be considered by politicians. Okay, the room was left with Tsunade and the other two medical ninjas. Tsunade glanced at them. You two go prepare the second operating room. Get ready to operate on little Jiming. After the two upper ninjas left, Tsunade gently stroked the sleeping Jiming. But she didn't know what her little princess had gone through to have activated the kaleidoscope at the age of 14. She felt like such a failure. She had promised her second granduncle to take good care of her, but ended up sending little Jiming to the Umbu amidst the high-level maneuvering. Tsunade sighed deeply, bit her index finger, and drew a seal on her left palm, summoning Jutsu. A small slug appeared at Tsunade's feet. Tsunade-sama. The slug's voice was as clear as ever. Looking around with its eyes, it soon spotted the ashen Jiming lying on the bed. What happened to little Jiming? Slug, I want to do that for little Jiming. Tsunade seemed to have made up her mind. Please cooperate with me. I can't bear to see her hurt like this anymore. I should have just let her be an ordinary ninja instead of sending her to the Umbu. Tsunade was still deeply remorseful, and the slug could only watch in silence, unable to find the right words to comfort her. However, the matter of entering the Umbu was already set in stone. Chapter 190. The Slug Seal, Tsunade-sama. Little Jiming is from the Senju clan, and it's impossible for her to be an ordinary person, the slug said. But it's okay, Tsunade-sama. After we use that technique, part of my body will remain in little Jiming's body, and I will protect her on your behalf. The gentle words managed to lift Tsunade's spirits slightly. Tsunade-sama, the operating room is ready. Someone outside had already sent the message. Tsunade carefully picked up Jiming. The girl's body felt so small and delicate in her arms, her bones protruding painfully. She must not have been eating well while on missions. She felt even guiltier. Minato, after hearing Kushina finish speaking, immediately held her and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to the hospital entrance. Just in time, the Hinata clan members were walking over. Minato set Kushina down and walked toward them. He needed to discuss Hinata Suma's survival issue seriously with these Hinata clan members. Hokage-sama, the Hinata clan members said in unison. Minato replied with regret, I already heard about Suma from Tsunade-sama. Is Suma's I due to that seal? Hinata Hizashi remained silent for a moment before answering honestly. Yes, it's a secret technique our clan uses to protect the Byakugan. If someone tries to attack, it will immediately react with a transformation. Is there any way to break it? Minato asked again. Undoubtedly. The Hinata clan's actions were not only to protect the Byakugan, but also to safeguard Konoha's combat strength. The two great eyes of Konoha, the Sharingan and Byakugan, falling into enemy hands would not be good for them. At this moment, the one speaking was the clan's elder, leaning on a cane, still in decent health, but fearing that Suma's eyes might no longer be usable. No, Hizashi disagreed. Suma, as one of our clan's outstanding youths, should still be able to do more for Konoha. How can he be rendered incapable of using the Byakugan because of this clan's secret technique? What use is a Hinata clan member without the Byakugan? It's unavoidable. The elder sighed. I don't want it to be this way for Suma, but he was among the first to use this secret technique, and it hasn't been refined, making it difficult to find a way to break it. What about Tsunade-sama? Hizashi continued to ask. Tsunade-sama can definitely save Suma, right? Everyone, please calm down. Minato interrupted the meaningless argument. Since Tsunade was able to call him here, she might have a way. However, this method may not be easy for the Hinata clan to accept. That's why he needed to step in. Let us go see what Tsunade-sama has to say. The five of them hurried to the front of the first operating room, where Shizun was guarding outside, seemingly waiting for their arrival intentionally. Ladies and gentlemen, Shizun stepped forward to explain Suma's condition. Suma is currently in a coma, and Rin is maintaining his vital signs inside. Right now, the visual nerve chaos is compressing the brain nerves, causing him to remain unconscious. If he doesn't wake up in another 7 days, our hospital will announce him as brain dead. The expressions of the crowd varied. Indeed, the Hyuga clan did not want to lose such a Jonin. Perhaps in a few years, he could become an elite Jonin and enter the management level, which is crucial for their clan. Of course, it was not impossible to save him. After observing their expressions and confirming that they still wanted to save him, Shizun continued. Lady Tsunade hopes you can teach us this secret technique for our research. The expressions of the three changed immediately. Handing over a clan secret technique? What kind of joke is this? This choice is up to you. Shizun had no intention of pushing further. After giving a few more instructions, she returned to the operating room. Whether this person could live depended on whether the Hyuga family wanted to save him. Meanwhile, Tsunade had already completed the sealing and looked at the slug again. Slug, do you think what I did is right? Lady Tsunade, this sealing technique has no side effects. For little Chiyo, it will only be beneficial, the slug comforted. As long as little Chiyo hasn't activated the Byakugan, summoning the slug is almost impossible. But with this slug seal, I could be by little Chiyo's side at any time. Furthermore, in any critical situation, it can directly use reverse summoning to bring little Chiyo to the wet bone forest. Then, slug, I will leave little Chiyo in your care. Tsunade touched the extra slug seal on her arm, which resonated with the one on her arm. As long as little Chiyo was alive, the slug seal on her arm would not disappear. After waiting for a while, Tsunade left operating room number 2 and headed to room number 1. By the time she arrived, the Hyuga side had already decided to hand over the secret technique. This was within her expectations. The system of branch and main families in Konoha should have been abolished long ago. As long as this system remained, the Hyuga clan would always have a contradiction. Tsunade and her team only needed to exploit this contradiction to achieve their goals. For example, this Hyuga Hizashi, handing over the secret technique, was not also for his son Hyuga Niji. Niji's talent in the clan was outstanding. Even Tsunade had heard of him. However, due to being a caged bird, Niji's Byakugan had a blind spot, which greatly reduced his combat power and would lower Niji's potential. Tsunade didn't want to concern herself with so much. She had been taught by her second grandfather since she was young and had considerable political skills. But her ambitions lay elsewhere. Shiz and Rin, let's go study the Hyuga clan's secret technique properly. This research lasted a week, and Chiyo woke up to hear this news. Although she participated, her frail body really could not handle it. She had no choice but to lie on her hospital bed obediently, which was the greatest help to everyone. Counting the days, the date for the Chunin exams was approaching. She wanted to know how her friends were preparing, but none of them came to visit her. Chiyo felt a bit sad. She looked at Kakashi, who was peeling an orange for her, and asked, Kakashi, what are they doing? I'm sick like this. Why don't they come to see me? Kakashi finished peeling the last orange segment, separated the orange into pieces, and placed them on a plate. Eat an orange. He took a fork, pierced a piece, and held it in front of Chiyo's mouth. Chiyo opened her mouth to cooperate, chewing while mumbling, Why doesn't teacher Minato come to see me? What if Orochimaru really comes in? You little brat, don't worry unnecessarily, Kakashi said, piercing another piece and bringing it to her mouth. Teacher Minato will handle everything, so don't worry. But, Chiyo sighed. How could she not worry? When Orochimaru attacked her, he didn't use the Edo Tensei technique. Aside from Tobirama, he had 3 more coffins, the first Hokage and the 4th Kazekage. These are no simple characters. There could very well be casualties. Chapter 191, Chunin Exams, 21. Neji versus Naruto to better cover for everyone, and to see if Gaara would still transform in his tailed beast-like in the original plot. Chiyo eventually convinced Kakashi to take her to the Chunin Exam venue. By the time they arrived at the venue, it was already crowded, not just with people from their own country, but also with high-ranking officials from other countries watching. They found the 3 members of Team 7 and approached them. The first to greet her was Sasuke. She looked at Sasuke's face. He seemed to be in good spirits, indicating that the snake's miasma had no longer affected him. Are you confident, Sasuke? Chiyo asked. Sasuke just chuckled. Of course, I'll win against Gaara beautifully, just like you. Chiyo smiled. It seemed this kid considered himself a role model. But she had only defeated a 7-year-old Gaara who was not proficient in using sand. Now that he was 14, he would be much harder to deal with. But be careful of his sand, Chiyo reminded. Gaara definitely knows the changes in his sand, but Sasuke, who has hardly seen Gaara's jutsu, probably doesn't know. If you get caught by his sand, you might not be able to move. Sasuke felt a softening in his heart, competing silently. He must defeat Gaara decisively. Haruno, Naruto. Chiyo also greeted the other 2. Sakura was very happy to see her, her dark green eyes sparkling as she leaped into Chiyo's arms. Chiyo was unprepared and stumbled back a few steps, fortunately supported by Kakashi behind her. Otherwise, they would have tumbled like dogs. I haven't seen you for a long time. Sakura kept rubbing against her, but the scent had changed. Sakura stepped back, looking at Chiyo suspiciously. Did you get a dog behind my back? Chiyo was confused. What dog? I only have 1 cat. Then why do you smell like Camellia? Sakura said indignantly. That's my ninja cat. It's a very cute little cat, named Camellia. Chiyo found it adorable that Sakura was even jealous of a little kitten. She pinched Sakura's cheek after the Chunin exams. Come play at the clan grounds, and I'll take you to meet her. She's a super beautiful cat, and her personality is great too. Far away in the Senju clan grounds, Camellia yawned, not knowing if it was because Chiyo had started missing her. Great. Sakura's gloomy expression disappeared instantly, her face lighting up with joy. She also loved little cats, and if it was Chiyo's cat, she would love it even more. Isn't the first match Naruto versus Neji? Chiyo listened to Minato's brief speech, while the yellow-haired boy beside her was eager to try, thinking, just wait and see how I beat that Neji. I hope you don't get beaten into a pulp by Neji later. Sasuke teased lightly. Don't forget, Neji knows how to hit pressure points. Be careful. Although it was a tease, it was still a kind reminder to Naruto. Chiyo couldn't help but feel that this was what they called the friendship between Naruto and Sasuke. Others could not envy it. Next, the first match began. Minato announced, please Hyuga Neji and Uzumaki Naruto come to the center of the arena. Naruto directly leaned against the railing and jumped down. His landing posture was quite cool. Chiyo watched Naruto with an anti-smile, and after a while, she remembered that her duty was to be Minato's guard, so she apologized to the 2. I'll go to teacher Minato now. She followed closely behind the 3rd generation, thinking that if anything happened, she could use the Flying Thunder God technique to take her out. As long as this barrier wasn't like the last time in the Snake Cave, it would be fine. Thinking of this made Jiming feel angry. Which family builds their good person base inside a snake's belly? No matter how she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. If it weren't for Sokka coming to see her later and telling her about it, she would still be in the dark. However, she hadn't seen Tobirama much since she had been in the hospital for a long time. Lord Minato. Jiming flew to Minato's side, looking very obediently at him. Now that she was here, he wouldn't send her back to the hospital, right? Jiming, how did you get out? Minato looked at her in surprise. I'm a guard. Jiming struggled to come up with a reason for a long time and had to resort to a cute act, raising her voice to sound cuter. So I definitely had to come protect Lord Minato. You really are something. You can't even protect yourself. She was taken aback. After all, it was that bad guy who wanted to expose her words. How could she not protect herself? And the last incident was clearly an accident. She had no idea that Orochimaru built the snake cave inside a snake's belly. She glared angrily at the man who spoke, seeing the man with the cat mask looking at her with resentment. Especially the head of white hair, it was impossible to ignore. Oh, so it's Tobirama's Senju, then it's fine. All right. Do you two have any sense of being guards? Minato looked at the two of them who were about to argue and quickly stopped them. Stand straight. The competition is about to start. Don't affect my watching Naruto. This meant that they wouldn't be chased away. Jiming playfully stuck out her tongue at Tobirama Senju and put the mask she had on her waist over her face. Standing behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, hidden behind the mask, she felt braver to look at the man in the Kazekage robe. The smell of snakes couldn't be hidden at all. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen had not been claimed by Orochimaru. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hiruzen would have to fight Orochimaru while looking at his grandson's face. All right, the competition begins. With a command, everyone's eyes were focused on the arena. Jiming also focused her thoughts and looked down. After all, Orochimaru was still in front of them, so he wouldn't cause any trouble. Chapter 192, Chunin Exam, 22, Just Because I'm a Genius. Neji flipped backward twice, dodging Naruto's sweeping kick. And in an instant, he rotated his body and kicked down at Naruto from above. Shaoli, who was watching the match on stage, couldn't help but be surprised. Was this the move he used when he fought Gaara that day? This kid Neji was able to apply what he learned in just a month. What kind of monster is this? Shaoli thought angrily. After the Chunin exam ended, he would do 1,000 push-ups. If he couldn't do that, he would do 1,000 jump ropes. Naruto and Neji exchanged several blows. Even when finding the dead angle, Neji still blocked them one by one. It seemed Neji's eyes were comparable to Sasuke's. Sasuke had a chance to win, let alone Neji. Naruto adjusted his stance again and, taking advantage of Neji's punching momentum, suddenly jumped up and kicked him. Neji coldly smiled, grabbing Naruto's foot and spinning around in circles before pulling him toward himself and poking him in the heart with his index and middle fingers. Naruto fell to the ground, groaning. He felt the flow of chakra in his body. The place he was just hit seemed blocked. Is this what Sasuke meant by being careful of his acupuncture points? Naruto came up with a plan. His dad once said that his shadow clone technique was his advantage. As long as he could use the shadow clone technique to trick out useful information, that would be enough. He formed hand seals, shadow clone technique. 10 Narutos appeared in front of Neji. Neji couldn't help but mock shadow clone technique. What is the use of having more numbers? He even felt a bit of pity for the person in front of him. They were actually from the same generation. Hyuga Neji would not lose. At least he had no reason to lose this time. After countless days and nights of hard training, he didn't have the lazy sleep of his peers. No rest days, just day after day of practice. He wanted to prove that his father was right. That his father's son was the most outstanding ninja of the Hyuga clan. A group of Narutos rushed up, and Neji took a stance, pointing with his hands. One clone fell to the ground, and as his fingers flickered, a sharp sword flew from his fingertips. Immediately after, he jumped up and threw shurikens. 9 shurikens hit Naruto without exception. With a series of bangs, the Narutos gradually disappeared. He passed through the mist, his fingers gathering chakra. His expression was emotionless. Veins crawling around his eyes this time. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't escape. Naruto's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw on his chest. As if he couldn't believe Neji's precision. A drop of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth as he fell to the ground. In the end, he still turned into smoke. Now, it was Neji's turn to be stunned. Was this also a clone? He quickly adjusted his angle, only to be kicked by Naruto, who came from the sky. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, dodging to the right, and a huge chakra surged, returning heaven. Naruto was knocked far away. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up. His speed and precision were fast, his basic skills were good, and his defensive abilities were so powerful. Naruto looked at Neji. It seemed he also trained day and night like him and Sasuke. Such a person shouldn't be called a genius. Neji, I don't think you're a genius. Naruto suddenly spoke. One cannot simply cover Neji's efforts behind the word genius. Just like him, one cannot simply replace their own efforts with being the son of the 4th Hokage. People always think that geniuses should win, and the children of geniuses should also be geniuses. But these words are too general, too much like a mountain. No one knows what efforts the person behind the genius has made every day. Neji couldn't be bothered to respond to him. Is he a genius? Yes. But he works harder and desires the victory in this competition more than an ordinary genius. Niji pushed his hands forward, left palm in front, right palm behind his head, shifting his entire center of gravity forward. Gentle fist, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. He appeared before Naruto again, quickly and precisely striking, as the layers stacked up again and again. Naruto had no chance to fight back and could only silently endure. 64 palms. Naruto flew far away again. His body was already covered in blood. He instinctively wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up before the examiner declared the end of the exam. Niji had reasons he couldn't lose. He had his own. He was the son of the 4th Hokage, the Yellow Flash. How could he lose the competition? Naruto wouldn't allow himself to lose face for his dad here. But he couldn't mobilize any chakra in his body. Every part felt blocked. He thought of the stinky fox in his body, standing in the middle, gathering chakra. Give me a little energy. Just a little, and I can break through this obstacle. Red chakra flames continuously emanated around Naruto, almost causing Minato and Jiming on the stage to lose their footing. Jiming opened his Sharingan. Without a doubt, Naruto's chakra, due to the leakage of the Nine-Tails chakra, broke through all the points Niji had sealed. In the blink of an eye, Naruto vanished from his original spot. Such a fast body flicker technique, perhaps only she could be considered the ceiling among their peers. Niji's eyes widened. He had clearly sealed his chakra pathways. So why was there still chakra? And it was even red chakra? Could it be? Niji was taken aback. Was it that demon fox? When he heard his father say that Lord Minato quelled the Nine-Tails incident, was that Jinchuriki Naruto? Such powerful strength. When he focused again, Naruto was already behind him, holding a shuriken and throwing it at him. Niji turned once more, blocking the shuriken. He grabbed a few, pulled out shurikens from his pouch, and pinched them between his fingers, throwing them at Naruto, who was charging at him. But Naruto vanished like a ghost again, and Niji couldn't help but be surprised. Did the Nine-Tails chakra even enhance Naruto's speed? You must be very confident in your close combat, right? Naruto said with a smile. Coincidentally, I'm also very confident. He charged forward with a kunai, without any concealment, and Niji had no choice but to bring out his kunai to counter. The heavenly spin collided with the crimson chakra, creating a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, 2 craters were visible, and Niji crawled out from one of them. He was close to his limit. Naruto should. He walked over and looked at Naruto, who was lying peacefully and silently at the bottom of the crater, and regretfully said, "What a pity. I am a genius, but you are not." Suddenly, from beneath his feet, Niji was caught off guard by a rising punch and was sent flying several miles away. Chapter 193. Chunin Exam, 23. You should soar in the blue sky like a bird. He grabbed a few, pulled out shurikens from his pouch, and pinched them between his fingers, throwing them at Naruto, who was charging at him. But Naruto vanished like a ghost again, and Niji couldn't help but be surprised. Did the Nine-Tails chakra even enhance Naruto's speed? You must be very confident in your close combat, right? Naruto said with a smile. Coincidentally, I'm also very confident. He charged forward with a kunai, without any concealment, and Niji had no choice but to bring out his kunai to counter. The heavenly spin collided with the crimson chakra, creating a thick cloud of smoke. When the smoke cleared, 2 craters were visible, and Niji crawled out from one of them. He was close to his limit. Naruto should. He walked over and looked at Naruto, who was lying peacefully and silently at the bottom of the crater, and regretfully said, "What a pity. I am a genius, but you are not." Suddenly, from beneath his feet, Niji was caught off guard by a rising punch and was sent flying several miles away. Naruto, panting heavily, walked up to him, staring at him. Using the shadow clone technique in such an urgent situation was my oversight. "Hey," I said, "Niji, why not stop binding yourself with the identity of a genius?" Naruto's words were off topic. The shadow clone technique was certainly not his strong ninjutsu. At least during his time at the Ninja Academy, he had failed several times. It was only after his continuous practice that he gradually improved his shadow clone technique. The Hyuga clan needs geniuses, but it doesn't have to be Niji Hyuga. Niji's chest shook, and his eyes were filled with confusion. Perhaps he had long gotten used to the title of genius, having been called a genius since childhood, and Naruto was the first to tell him these things. He said, "Don't let this identity bind you." He said, "The Hyuga clan doesn't need Niji Hyuga to be the genius." He said. Niji looked at the high-flying white dove behind Naruto, following it. He thought, perhaps I can really try what Naruto said. I wonder if my father will be disappointed because of my performance today. Will the clan head blame my father for my heavenly spin and 8 trigrams, 64 palms? These were things Niji would have considered in the past, but today he didn't want to care about why. He just wanted to lie peacefully in his hospital bed. "Niji," Naruto called out again to Niji, who was being carried away on a stretcher, gazing deeply at him. and firmly said, "But you really are a genius, just not a genius of the Hyuga clan. Just Niji's own genius. This genius is due to your hard work, not because of the Hyuga clan's identity." As he spoke, he became increasingly incoherent, but eventually he said succinctly, "Niji, I hope you can choose to find yourself more." Naruto, thinking he sounded too strange, couldn't help but blush on one side of his face. Fearing Niji would misunderstand, he hurriedly waved his hand. "I don't mean to preach. I just think you're trapped in a cage. That shouldn't be. You should soar in the blue sky like a bird." He saw Niji suddenly smile and say, "Yeah, I will." The medical staff took Niji away, and Naruto returned to the stands, smiling at Sasuke. "Sasuke, I won against Niji. You can't even beat Gaara, right? Winning without showing off is like not winning at all." Naruto was greatly influenced by Sasuke. He felt he had to show off no matter what. "Humph," Sasuke sneered. "Just watch how I win." Just then, Noera Hyuga called out to the stands, "Next match. Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara, please come to the center." Cheers erupted in the stands as a daimyo from the land of fire praised the daimyo from the land of wind. "This Uchiha Sasuke is the best among this year's newcomers." "Humph, Gaara is also the best in our village." The wind daimyo retorted unwillingly. "The Uchiha clan will definitely win. Gaara will win." On the other side of the stands, Hyuga Hayashi was holding Hinata and Hanabi's hands. After pondering for a moment, he still took the two children to see Niji. Niji's brilliance was too dazzling. It wasn't just Niji. In recent days, Hyuga Suma had been the same. With the branch family being so strong, is that good for the main family? Hyuga Hayashi had to reconsider this question. Before they got close, he heard his brother's voice. "Niji, you." Hyuga Hizashi initially wanted to comfort his son, saying that reaching this point was already impressive, but the words got stuck in his throat, and he didn't know how to say them. He usually put a lot of pressure on Niji. He hoped Niji would succeed, hoped Niji would be the bird soaring in the blue sky. So he was undoubtedly strict with Niji during training. "Father, I lost." Niji calmly stated this fact. The two fell silent. The screams from outside echoed, and he felt increasingly calm. The halo of genius restricted too many of his possibilities. Already trapped in a cage as a member of the main family, and being labeled a genius since childhood. He couldn't fly at all. "Am I allowed to lose?" Niji asked again. "Of course you can." Hyuga Hizashi's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but think of how lively and adorable Niji used to be. In winter, he would roll snowballs. In summer, he would play in the river with friends. In autumn, he would go up the mountain to pick fruits with friends. When did such a vibrant Niji disappear? It must have been that day. The day he was trapped in a cage, the day he lay in pain while being cursed by his brother. Niji had changed. He became taciturn and no longer clung to the joys of childhood. He began to take every training session seriously, even practicing on his own after the official training. It is naturally a good thing for a child to be ambitious, and Hayashi was happy to pass on his lifelong knowledge to his child. However, he did not like this version of Niji. He preferred the lively and cheerful Niji. So when Niji asked him if he could lose, Hayashi felt he was failing as a father. Yes, of course you can," Hayashi said firmly. "Our Niji can certainly lose." Niji replied quietly. Chapter 194. The Chunin Exam, 24. Niji Hyuga's inner voice then, "Dad, I don't want to be a genius anymore. Is that okay?" He asked again. "It's okay." Hayashi couldn't help but hug his child. Perhaps all his resentment towards the main family was projected onto Niji, leading him to become this way. But he never thought that the identity of a genius would bind his child and turn him into a taciturn boy. "Our Niji just needs to be happy," Hayashi emphasized again. "Happy?" Niji also hugged Hayashi back, but he had long forgotten what happiness felt like. For more than 10 years, he had done nothing but train, and train. It was all about training. In pursuit of the title of genius, he had exhausted himself, forgetting his own happiness just to not let down the reputation of the Hyuga clan. Even before the match began, countless spectators focused their attention on him, simply because he was a genius from the Hyuga family. He had also heard that many people had bet on him to win. He thought that if his father were to bet, he would likely bet on him to win too. After all, he was a genius and wouldn't he lose to someone at the bottom, even if that person was the son of the Hokage. However, Niji had already realized Naruto's abilities. He was not the underdog as everyone saw him, but someone who trained steadily. Sometimes when he practiced late with Lee, he would see Sasuke and Naruto training together in the schoolyard. With such effort, how could they be called underdogs? Although they had met a few times, they had never greeted each other and quietly went their own ways. When the final match of the Chunin Exam came and Naruto faced him, Niji felt a bit flustered. Perhaps it was because they had both seen each other as efforts, and one was a genius while the other was an underdog. Such a stark contrast brought much entertainment to the spectators. But could he really win against Naruto? Could he truly defend the glory of the Hyuga clan's genius again? He felt uncertain, looking at his father's hopeful expression as he escorted him to the arena. He felt suffocated by the weight of expectation. When he finally lost to Naruto and heard what Naruto said, Neji suddenly felt a sense of relief. He no longer felt that he, Neji Hyuga, was a genius. The two father and son chatted for a while. Meanwhile, standing at the door, Hayashi Hyuga remained still, pondering whether the separation between the main and branch families was right. His brother, Hayashi, was only a minute younger than him but bore the mark of the branch family. Yet his brother's child, who clearly had great talent, could not inherit the family legacy or learn the main family's secret techniques. Was this really okay? Was it truly beneficial for the development of the Hyuga clan? Hayashi couldn't help but think if only Neji could stay by his side and be taught. Or if only Neji were his child, Neji's achievements would not be limited to this. Dad, shouldn't we go in and see Neji, brother? Hinata cautiously tugged at her father's sleeve, worried about Neji, but since her father didn't move, she didn't dare to act. Let us go in. Hayashi temporarily buried this thought in his heart and took the two children inside. Hanabi really liked Neji, and after running a few steps, she reached Neji's side. Her eyes turning into puppy dog eyes, looking at Neji with a pitiful expression. Neji, brother, are you hurt? Neji freed one hand to rub Hanabi's little head, gently replying, It's okay, Miss Hanabi, I'm not hurt. This casual way of addressing her was still hard for him to change. Neji encouraged himself and said again to Hanabi, It's okay, little sister, brother is fine. After saying this simple phrase, he took several deep breaths. That's good. Hanabi was still sobbing. Hinata walked up and asked with concern, Neji, brother, are you today? Awesome. Seeing the two children from both families being so affectionate, Hayashi couldn't help but feel relieved. He and Hayashi were twins, and if their children grew distant because of the division between the main and branch families, it was something he did not wish to see. Fortunately, the two children still seemed to be close. The cheers from the arena were already lively, and Hayashi couldn't help but sigh about the children from the Uchiha clan and the son of the Kazekage. In this battle, it was hard to tell who would win or lose. Hayashi also sighed, yes, the younger generation has hope. In reality, the two were fairly evenly matched. A few specially made shurikens were the first to launch at Gaara, but the effect was average as Gaara blocked them all with sand. However, the good news was that the shurikens landed in a decent position. Through the information in Shikamaru's hands, he knew that Gaara's defense had several layers, and if he couldn't break through it, he wouldn't be able to hurt him. Moreover, the sand had a binding function as well. He was indeed a tricky opponent. Sasuke sighed, but as the pride of the Uchiha clan, having been specially trained by Lord Orochimaru for half a month, he was not to be underestimated. Seeing Gaara's sand retaliate through the sand clone, Sasuke pulled out several kunai from his ninja pouch to defend himself. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by the shurikens, Gaara charged at Sasuke with sand. The speed of the sand was much faster than during the last Chunin exam, and while the boy in front of him was also from the Uchiha clan, his strength was certainly not on par with Shikamaru's. As expected, Sasuke's legs were wrapped in sand, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. How could the sand be so fast? How did Shikamaru manage to defeat him? He scanned the kunai on the ground, still looking for the better landing spot. In the blink of an eye, he flew to Gaara's side, and before the sand could catch up, he concentrated chakra in his hand and struck heavily at Gaara's face. Flying Thunder God Slash. The short knife pierced Gaara, gradually turning him into sand, which surged towards him. Sasuke decisively bit his finger, leaped into the air, and summoned Kyuubi. He took advantage of Kyuubi's temporary escape from Gaara's pursuit. But where was Gaara? Sasuke activated his double Tomo Sharingan, searching for chakra beneath the sand. Wait, when did that giant sandball appear? Sasuke recalled the scene from just moments ago. Could it be that while he was flying up to dodge the sand, Gaara summoned such a large sandball to protect himself? Gaara hid inside the sandball. Activating his third eye, he was reluctant to cooperate with his father's actions, but the power within him was constantly clamoring, and he gradually began to stir. Could it be that his mother wanted him to cooperate with his father too? Gaara thought. But if he did that, many people would surely get hurt. And besides, Chiyo and the others would definitely hate him. He didn't want that. He just wanted to have a good match in the Chunin exams. Gaara pressed his head, his nerves twisting painfully, his consciousness gradually becoming blurry, and his hand moved uncontrollably. Shin, Z, Ko, Kin. Sasuke still didn't know what was happening inside, But he wouldn't be able to win this match without breaking this so-called sandball and pulling the person inside out. He thought for a moment. His most lethal jutsu right now should be Chidori. He concentrated his chakra, directing Kyuubi to fly toward Gaara's sandball, and with a super fast impact, he used all his strength to smash Chidori into the sandball. It struck Gaara's chest directly. Warm liquid flowed onto Sasuke's hand. He tried to pull his hand out, but was tightly bound by the sand. He gathered chakra again and zapped it once more. With a strenuous tug, he managed to pull his hand out, but an unknown claw was still gripping his fist. He quickly used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport back to Kyuubi, maintaining his distance from the sand. What kind of monster is this? He tried to peek through a small hole to see what was inside, only to see waves of sand-like yellow and a golden cross-eyed pupil glaring at him. The whole thing seemed to be bound by an invisible force, unable to move an inch. Deep wrinkles covered his forehead, and fine beads of sweat seeped from his brow. Although his consciousness told him to break free, he couldn't. He could only stand still. Chiyo had long noticed something was wrong. She glanced at Minato, who nodded. In the blink of an eye, Chiyo flew to Sasuke's side, shielding him. The sandball shattered, turning into sand, and Gaara emerged, gasping for air while holding his right chest. He couldn't help but thank that Chidori. At least it had jolted his consciousness awake. The being inside him wouldn't take advantage of his moment of distraction. "Are you okay, Sasuke?" Chiyo asked. "Iem Mifine. What on earth is going on?" Sasuke's forehead was still sweating, but thankfully Chiyo had come over, and he felt considerably relieved. "Sorry, Sasuke. The Chunin Exam is over," Kakashi said, immediately returning to the Hokage's side, only to find the Hokage already surrounded by smoke bombs, unable to see anything, and could only stand outside to observe the situation. Chiyo had no time to explain further to Sasuke, patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, go to Kakashi and I. He'll arrange your tasks." This was no longer a simple Chunin exam, but a test to see if you could become a Chunin. After saying that, Chiyo walked in front of Gaara, gripping his neck from behind. Facing Temari and Kankuro, she coldly warned, "If you come any closer, he will die." The Sharingan, like a windmill, revealed itself, and both Temari and Kankuro felt a chill down their spines, unable to help but sigh internally after so many years. Her eye power has improved so quickly. They certainly believed Chiyo could kill Gaara in one strike, but helplessness was the only explanation they had. Maki also flew down, staring at Chiyo and at Gaara, whom she was gripping by the neck. "What are you standing there for?" Maki commanded, "Go save Gaara." "Huh?" Chiyo just wanted to laugh. Minato and Sarutobi were both alive. She didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking, insisting on attacking Konoha. Wasn't he that digging his own grave? "Gaara, I'll have to inconvenience you for a bit." As the windmill turned, Gaara disappeared from sight. Chiyo once again locked onto Temari, thinking that Gaara was still injured, and if she was left alone inside, what would happen if she directly died? She simply tossed both Temari and Kankuro inside as well. In the end, only Maki and her remained in the arena. "Do we still have to fight, Maki-sensei?" Chiyo asked pleasantly, "But let me remind you, why not go check if the wind shadow is still Raza?" Maki's expression changed. He also felt something was off. The fourth wind shadow was not a warlike person, especially with the yellow flash and Sarutobi still in Konoha. According to the fourth wind shadow's habits, he would definitely avoid battle. "Don't let yourself be used as a pawn by Orochimaru," Chiyo reiterated, spreading her hands. "Besides, do you really think you can win this war?" Seeing Maki's shocked expression, it seemed he wasn't very eager to fight anymore. Chiyo didn't linger. The key was the battle over at Minato and Sarutobi. Although Tobirama and Obito were there, she was still afraid. If that Edo Tensei summoned more than just the few people he had in mind, it would be disastrous. When she flew back to the rooftop again, she looked at the captain of another Umbu squad nearby and asked, "What is the situation now? Are the two Hokages inside?" "Yes, it seems the enemy has set up a barrier," the captain replied. "Lord Suki and Obito are also inside." "What are you planning to do?" What can I do?" Chiyo thought. Of course, she had to fly in and beat that slippery snake to the ground. Damn it. Last time she almost got poisoned to death inside that snake's belly. Thankfully, Tobirama came quickly and saved her life. "You can leave a small team here. The rest go protect the daimyo and direct the evacuation of civilians." Chiyo simply instructed, sending someone to notify Tsunade about what was happening and asking her to be careful. Chapter 196. Chunin Exam, 26. What? Orochimaru summoned Uchiha Izuna. The Umbu had already dispersed. Chiyo focused her gaze on the four purple flames formation, observing the standoff between the two sides. Sure enough, she had to fly in first. At least if something happened, she could make corresponding preparations immediately. She called out to the Umbu, standing guard. You three should go take care of the daimyo. Leave this to me. But the Umbu felt a bit awkward. As someone tasked with protecting the Hokage, how could he abandon his post? Although he wouldn't be of much help here. Go. You can't be of any help here. Chio continued. It's better to mobilize more forces to protect non-combatants during the retreat. Yes. Finally, she had managed to send the necessary people away. This time, she was determined to take down that slippery snake. When the others saw Chio fly in, they were surprised. Especially a certain white-haired man in a mask. Even though they couldn't see the expression beneath the mask, they could feel the low pressure emanating from him. What are you doing in here? Tobirama stepped forward, wanted to pull Chiming out. They still didn't know what kind of trump card Orochimaru was hiding. What if she got hurt after coming in? She'd just been lying down for 7 days and still couldn't behave. Wasn't she supposed to be on standby outside? Is that right? Chiming recalled Tobirama's earlier arrangement, and it seemed he indeed said that. But how could she? Chiming looked sincerely at Tobirama. I'm just worried about you all. Besides, I'm also Master Minato's bodyguard. I can help. Tobirama still looked disapproving, wishing he could send her away with Flying Thunder God right then and there, preferably to Tsunade's side. This little Chiming was becoming increasingly disrespectful to him. She insisted on going east when he said west. Only Tsunade could manage her. Tobirama couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated about this. Oh dear, little Chiming is here too? Orochimaru said with a mocking tone as he saw the crowd gathering. This slippery snake. Still so disgusting. They had only fought a couple of times and had no other relationship. Of course I have to come. If I don't, how will I turn you into a snakeskin wallet? Chiming retorted angrily, wanting to take down this person who wanted to kill his master. Ha ha! Orochimaru couldn't stop laughing. His loud laughter made Chiming grit her teeth in irritation, her eyes wide open. The thing he feared most was Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyami. Although she didn't have Tsukuyami, she was still quite excellent in Jinjutsu with her Sharingan. In just a moment, Orochimaru felt a cold sweat running down his back as he was pulled into an unfamiliar space, bound to a cross, with boiling magma beneath him and a blood-red moon above. Jinjutsu? Sure enough, Chiming appeared before him, holding a long knife, and said sinisterly, Senior, are you afraid of pain? Do you like our Uchiha clan's Sharingan? As she spoke, she stabbed the knife into Orochimaru's chest. Do you like it? This is the Sharingan you like. Next, I will stab you here for 3 days and 3 nights. So please hold on, Senior. Orochimaru chuckled, realizing the power of the Sharingan. If he could possess it. The pain at this moment was nothing. He even felt a bit of pleasure. When he returned to reality, it was merely an instant. Since they wanted to play, he would make this game more interesting. He wanted to see if so many people could defeat those two. Orochimaru clasped his hands together. A gust of wind rising beneath him, Edo Tensei. Chiming looked at the gradually rising coffin and thought to herself, this is bad. How could there be a coffin resembling the second Mizukage right next to Tobirama? Could be the second Mizukage, Yagura? That would be a troublesome ninja. She had to stop the third ninja from coming out. Just as she thought of flying over, a yellow flash had already reached Orochimaru, and a blue Rasengan struck Orochimaru's chest. Blood trickled from the corner of Orochimaru's mouth as he mockingly said, no wonder he stole the 4th Hokage from me. He's indeed fast. But what could be done? The third coffin was already out. As Orochimaru's voice fell, the coffin's lid also dropped. Chiming looked at the figures before her. First Hokage Hashirama Senju, second Mizukage Yagura, and another one. Uchiha Izuna. This slippery snake dared to dig up the Uchiha's grave. He truly had no regard for his life. If it were one-on-one, Uchiha Izuna could be dealt with by Tobirama, and Yagura, being a strong sensing ninja, should be handled by her, with Sarutobi Hiruzen following her. As long as Hiruzen kept his distance from that slippery snake, avoiding the root cause. The slippery snake could be dealt with by Minato, who was skilled in sealing techniques. And what about Hashirama? Chiming sighed as she looked at Uchiha Obito, who was astonished, glancing back and forth between her and Izuna. Wow, Chiming, how can Orochimaru summon you? Uchiha Obito said in disbelief. Obito, that's Uchiha Izuna, Chiming explained kindly, seeing his dumbfounded expression. And that man wearing the Konoha headband is first Hokage Hashirama Senju. The man with the little mustache is second Mizukage Yagura. Wow, they're all masters. Uchiha Obito marveled, realizing that this was at least an elite-level battle. And Chiming might as well stay back and observe how things went. Just as Obito was lost in thought, the two people standing opposite recognized Chiming, especially the man who looked remarkably like Chiming. His voice carried an indescribable feeling as he called out, little Chiming, making this corpse seem even more real. Izuna, brother. Chiming looked sadly at Izuna. tears shimmering in her dark eyes. I really don't want to fight you. Tobirama, Salme. Izuna's eyes remained fixed, sensing that this body was about to be out of his control. Hashirama, standing beside him, was also astonished, seeing his student and brother with wide eyes, pulling the masked man to ask questions like why Tobirama was suddenly alive, and what progress Tobirama and Chiming had made. These were scenes Hashirama hadn't seen before he died. Tobirama, monkey. Hashirama flipped over and took 2 steps back. Stop me and Izuna. I'm sorry to trouble you even after death. Chapter 197. The Chunin Exam, 27. That man has appeared. Alright everyone, the nostalgic chat ends here. Orochimaru released 3 controlled symbols on the 3 puppets. The next moment, Hashirama stepped onto the coffin lid and charged directly over. His target was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen was still immersed in the sadness of meeting the first Hokage and hadn't reacted in time when Hashirama kicked him several meters away. Luckily, Chiming was quick and flew behind Hiruzen, supporting him to prevent him from being knocked into the barrier. Alright, monkey. Tobirama was indeed the epitome of rationality. Even when the enemy was his brother, he could still maintain his basic composure. Minato, little Chiming, focus on your sealing techniques and be ready to seal at any time. The Edo Tensei is a technique I created, so naturally, I have my own countermeasures. Tobirama's crimson eyes stared intently at Orochimaru, filled with disdain. It's nothing but a shoddy version of Edo Tensei. Orochimaru, if you were still in Konoha, I might have guided you. But since you chose to be an enemy of Konoha, don't blame me. Tobirama immediately chased after Hashirama, but to be honest, he wasn't very confident in dealing with him. But apart from him, it was only him. Tobirama had always been a responsible person, even if it was a matter concerning Konoha. He had to strike down the threat. Seeing Tobirama start to act, Chiming immediately began sharing information. The second Mizuki Jigura summon is a giant clam, and the other one is a steam explosion user, commonly known as the Ball Man. The giant clam is an illusion. The second Mizuki is also an illusion. So we must find the giant clam and blow it up to find the true body. Yagura chuckled. It seems there are still legends about this lord in the world. He then focused on Chiming. Little sister, your information is quite rich. Chiming ignored him and continued analyzing. So to deal with the second Mizuki, we need strong sensing abilities. My suggestion is for me and Grandpa Hizashi to deal with the Mizuki together, so that my perception abilities can complement Grandpa Hizashi's experience. Minato nodded, dodging attacks while signaling to Chihiro to continue. It seems Chihiro is well prepared, so please go on. Brother Izuna is a strong member of the Uchiha clan, and this strong person still needs teacher Minato to handle him. As for Orochimaru, leave him to Tobi. Just to let you in on a secret, Orochimaru is most afraid of the Sharingan. Chihiro knows all too well about the slippery snake's preferences. He becomes immobile when he sees the Sharingan. After a simple task arrangement, everyone took their positions. Chihiro was the first to launch an attack on Hozuki Mangetsu, quickly and efficiently unleashing a Chidori aimed straight at his heart. Just as Chihiro was forming the sealing technique, Hozuki Mangetsu had already vanished from their sight and appeared in front of Sarutobi Hizashi. Oh dear, I remember. You seem to be that little sidekick of the second Hokage, right? I didn't expect you to be this old. How many years has it been? He sighed as he spoke. Sarutobi Hizashi engaged him in combat, and a bunch of bubbles flew over. Chihiro thought it was bad, but Sarutobi Hizashi was a true master of ninjutsu. He didn't even move, calmly standing in place, using Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A head of an Earth Dragon appeared from the eaves, which spat mud bullets to neutralize the bubbles one by one. Taking advantage of this moment, Chihiro focused on sensing the presence of the giant clam. Her perception ability allows her to sense the chakra of familiar people or to detect malice to find targets. But this giant clam, it should also have chakra, Chihiro thought whimsically. After all, if it didn't have chakra, it couldn't perform ninjutsu. They fought fiercely, and on Tobirama's side, things weren't looking good either, being beaten back by Hashirama. He couldn't help but self-deprecate. Sure enough, Anija was the one truly called the god of shinobi. As a mere mortal, how could he compare to him? Tobirama took 2 steps back, thinking he might as well try that technique again. As Hashirama approached once more, he quickly placed an explosive tag on Hashirama's leg and swiftly attached another one. Although he was kicked a good distance away, Tobirama managed to get back on his feet, waiting for Hashirama to charge at him again. Minato, prepare for the seal. Just then, Hashirama flew over, throwing a punch aimed at his face. Tobirama sidestepped to avoid it, letting out a light huff as a loud explosion sounded from Hashirama's leg. Tobirama then placed an explosive tag on Hashirama's body, binding him with a water-made whip, continuously summoning tags and causing explosions with concentrated detonations. Even Anija's sage body from when he was alive might not withstand this attack. The sound of explosions echoed continuously, and Tobirama and Minato quickly switched places using the Flying Thunder God technique. Minato formed a supersized sealing net, the 8-trigram seal. Before the sealing net even fell, Hashirama had already been resurrected by Orochimaru. Orochimaru understood very well that the key to winning this battle was how to control Senju Hashirama and use his abilities to defeat them one by one. Why not let him show that Unknown would release secret technique? Under Orochimaru's control, Hashirama clasped his hands together and emotionlessly chanted, "Would release secret technique. Birth of the Forest Sea." Vines instantly grew from the tiles, becoming larger and more numerous, until the entire barrier was filled. Chihiro and the others had to quickly dodge to avoid being entangled by the vines. However, the vines spread so quickly that Chihiro couldn't escape in time and ended up being bound to a tree. She wanted to use the Flying Thunder God to escape again. But, Chihiro found it a bit funny. She seemed to be running low on chakra. Right now, on one hand, she had the sealing technique of the 100 heroes that couldn't use chakra, and, on the other, the chakra needed to maintain her vital signs, leaving her with only a little chakra to use. Using 2 Raikiri would be about it. How about summoning that person? Chihiro thought. The only man who could stand against Senju Hashirama was probably that person now. Little Chihiro. Tobirama saw Chihiro bound and formed a seal in midair. Water release. Water severing wave. He rapidly expelled a high-pressure straight water column to continuously cut the wooden roots, preparing to fly over to catch Chihiro as she fell from the tree. But unexpectedly, little Chihiro was caught in the arms of a man. Seeing it was Senju Tobirama, she couldn't help but sneer, "White-hair brat of the Senju clan. Is this how you protect little Chihiro?" There was a hint of questioning in her words. "Last time you were late, that could be forgiven, but this time, so close. Can't your proud Flying Thunder God technique keep up?" Chapter 198. Chunin Exams 28. Long-lost brother, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama didn't expect that Uchiha Madara had also been summoned here. With Uchiha Madara and Anija, this Leaf Village is likely to be doomed. No, Tobirama recalled the flaw of this technique. As long as the user actively releases it, it could be resolved easily. But how could Orochimaru possibly release it voluntarily? Senju Tobirama. Keep an eye on how these little minions fight. Uchiha Madara carefully held Chihiro's hand, and a massive chakra materialized into a towering blue war god, finally donning the armor of the Tengu of Darkness, whose good guys start to fight with a complete Susanoo right from the get-go. Chihiro looked at Uchiha Madara in panic. "Brother, are we overdoing it a bit?" Hearing the girl's clear voice call him brother again, Uchiha Madara felt a moment of daze. How many years had it been? How many days and nights did he have to wait for this call? Steady now, little Chihiro. Uchiha Madara snapped back to reality, his gaze fixed on the man who was exchanging blows with the Uchiha kid. He should have killed that slippery snake last time to eliminate future troubles. He didn't know when he had changed from a decisive killer to a person with edges and corners, with a hint of kindness. Perhaps it was because of his father's death, Uchiha Madara thought. Tobirama was a bit confused by Uchiha Madara's words. Could it be that Uchiha Madara wasn't summoned by Orochimaru through the impure world reincarnation technique? And why was he always subtly insulting him? What could he do against Anija? Not being at a disadvantage was already good enough. Not everyone is Uchiha Madara. Just as he was seething, the weight in his heart lifted. It was as if someone greater than him had come to take control of the situation, allowing him to relax a bit. He never expected that one day Uchiha Madara would be such a reliable man in his eyes. Uchiha Madara naturally didn't expect that the mere younger brother of Hashirama, just a teacher to little Chihiro, someone they had all walked through the Warring States period with, would not hesitate to show his strength. He manipulated Susanoo to draw the first great sword, and in the blink of an eye, the massive blue war god flew in front of Orochimaru. As the saying goes, to catch the thief, you must catch the king first. As long as this slippery snake is controlled, the remaining puppets wouldn't pose much of a threat. The great sword plunged straight into Orochimaru's chest, directly targeting his heart. Orochimaru let out a muffled groan, opening his mouth wide as another Orochimaru crawled out from within. He manipulated Uchiha Izuna and Senju Hashirama to act as his bodyguards. Even Uchiha Madara would find it hard to confront his friends and his brother. Brother. This slippery snake can't be killed. Jiming tugged at Uchiha Madara's sleeve and said, "The Edo Tensei technique must be undone by the caster." Izuna? Before Uchiha Madara could finish listening to Jiming, he noticed his beloved younger brother standing in front of Orochimaru, holding a knife with both hands, looking at him lifelessly. Even if it was a puppet, Madara couldn't bring himself to strike. And Isan, seeing Izuna about to attack, Jiming quickly shook Madara's arms that were crossed over his chest, trying to wake him up. That's not Brother Izuna. It's a sacrifice summoned by that slippery snake. That slippery snake even dug up our family's ancestral grave. She continued to persuade, getting more and more agitated, wondering if Orochimaru had even dug up her ancestral grave. Got it. Uchiha Madara smiled helplessly. Your personality has become quite lively. The little Jiming from before wouldn't have been this animated and sensible like a young lady. Now she seemed more like the cute little Jiming from that drunken night. Uchiha Madara fully unleashed his aura, fighting against two opponents. Facing Hashirama's frontal attack, while guarding against Izuna's sneak attack from behind. Halfway through the fight, to be honest, Jiming was a bit tired. Not to mention, Uchiha Madara's driving skills were indeed impressive, steady as a rock. Not even a strand of hair could be moved. Senju Tobirama saw the few people standing around doing nothing and thought to himself that every time he and Hashirama showed up, Tobirama couldn't help but get distracted. Hashirama was his brother, but Uchiha Madara was not. How could he be so relaxed? Moreover, he was already struggling to deal with two people alone. If Senju Tobirama didn't come up with something to figure out how to break this technique, it would be too late. Your own technique. I'll give you 5 minutes to break it yourself. Uchiha Madara decisively issued a death order. He wasn't at his peak ability. Susanoo could only last for 5 minutes at most, but Hashirama and Izuna were different. They were Edo Tensei bodies and had no so-called human stamina limitations. Who knows? Konoha might really end up being flattened. Senju Tobirama thought about it. He recalled how to break the Edo Tensei seal, but Orochimaru would be difficult to cooperate with. Plus, that Hozuki Mangetsu's water bubbles were popping loudly. Fortunately, Minato and the monkey were agile enough and experienced, so they could hold their own in a 2-on-1. The key was Orochimaru. He glanced at Uchiha Obito, who was standing nearby, and panting his crimson eyes. He should be able to help somehow. Without a doubt, aside from the Uchiha clan members, Tobirama was one of the few people who understood the Sharingan thoroughly. From what he knew, he had seen several cases of the Sharingan controlling others' wills. Obito, come here. Tobirama called him over, and when he walked up to him, he asked, can you control Orochimaru? Control? Obito touched the remaining Sharingan he had, pondering that it was a forbidden technique he might not be able to use. I'm not particularly skilled in Jinjutsu, Obito said regretfully. In terms of Jinjutsu, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi are top-notch. Little Jiming can also be counted as one. Little Ji? Tobirama held back a breath. He didn't want to go looking for Uchiha Madara again. He wanted to tell Madara that he and Obito could resolve this crisis together. Then you try it first. Tobirama said, this is the Edo Tensei seal. After a brief conspiracy, Tobirama and Obito split up to act. One would distract Orochimaru, while the other would wait for an opportunity to strike. Once Tobirama completely controlled Orochimaru, Obito would use the Sharingan to manipulate Orochimaru to break the technique. In terms of Taijutsu, Orochimaru was no match for Tobirama. And with Orochimaru using the substitution technique, his abilities were greatly reduced. He could only retreat while plotting his escape route. In terms of ninjutsu, Orochimaru was not even qualified to sit at the same table as Tobirama. Therefore, Orochimaru was continuously pushed back by Tobirama until he was pinned against a tree. The ropes were made of his water-release chakra, and unless he personally untied them, even the King of Heaven couldn't break those ropes. Chapter 199, Chunin Exam, 29, Who's Afraid of You? Obito, come. Seeing that the timing was right, Obito ran out from behind. His right eye's Mangeki Sharingan turning into a 3-tomo Sharingan, staring fixedly at Orochimaru. Orochimaru's eyes gradually transformed into 3-tomo as well. Following Tobirama's instructions, he manipulated Orochimaru to do one thing after another. Edo Tensei. Release. After a long time without a response, Tobirama couldn't help but ask, did it succeed? Obito shook his head honestly, failed. This is just snake skin. Snake skin? Tobirama looked at the person bound in front of him, gradually turning into snake skin, and he was about to explode with anger. Orochimaru, huh? Senju Tobirama remembers you. However, Lord Mangetsu seemed to have disappeared. As soon as Obito finished speaking, the barrier enveloping them vanished, and everyone gathered around. It seemed Orochimaru had fled in disgrace, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, with a hint of regret in his voice. I think so too. Monkey, look at what kind of disciple you taught. After just experiencing a setback with Orochimaru, Tobarama was now filled with rage and confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, who knew Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't show any change in expression. In fact, Tobarama could even see a hint of sadness in his eyes. He vaguely remembered that Orochimaru was Hiruzen's favorite disciple. After all, different paths do not conspire. Tobarama gradually calmed down. He had once had 13 disciples, and among them, his favorites were Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. He couldn't stand seeing Hiruzen like this. Don't think about him anymore. Our little Kage is so cute. She can even occasionally drink with you and chat by the people lake. Yes, Lord Mangetsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen still couldn't muster any spirit. Only the wind lifted the brim of his third Hokage hat. Obito, come with me. Let's see what the situation in the village is like now. Minato sensed something was off and quickly took Obito away. Although they had arranged a plan beforehand, Minato was still somewhat uneasy. If anything went wrong, he could direct things on site. As the two left, Ji Ming watched Minato leave without hesitation, her heart breaking. Teacher Minato, did you forget a certain kawaii disciple? Now she stood there, wondering what else she could do besides silently digging a hole to hide in. On one side, there was a quarrel between the teacher and student, and on the other, the gloomy Uchiha Madara. Should she say something? Or would it be better to use the flying thunder god to escape, letting those three handle the rest? Wait, Uchiha Madara, why are you still not disappearing? Tobarama finished firing off his remarks and then looked at the tall man still standing behind little Ji Ming. The Edo Tensei technique had already been undone. Afraid of me? Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. He used to enjoy teasing this young member of the Senju clan. It was quite interesting, although he didn't know why he hadn't disappeared yet. That didn't stop him from teasing Senju Tobarama. What are you afraid of? Tobarama retorted loudly. Who's afraid of you? Oh, so you're not afraid of me? Just as the two were about to argue, Ji Ming, the only informed person in Summoner, decided to step in, weakly raising a hand. It was like a child raising their hand to answer a question in class. Both of their gazes turned to her, their fierce aura still not retracted, which frightened Ji Ming to retreat and hide behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Only Grandpa Sarutobi Hizashi can save her now. Sarutobi Hizashi instinctively shielded the person behind him, looking at the two adults with a wise expression. You scared little Chiming. He continued, you should be gentler with girls. You've lived several lifetimes. And you still need me to teach you this? Another dismissive remark. Chiming couldn't help but give Sarutobi Hizashi a thumbs up in her heart. He truly is Grandpa Hizashi. Yeah, Uchiha Madara, I'm talking about you. Senju Tobarama didn't forget to jab at Uchiha Madara at this moment. One wonders who could have made the usually calm and composed Senju Tobarama lose his cool. Little Chiming, what do you want to say? Uchiha Madara, tired of the childish behavior, awkwardly changed his expression and asked gently. The thing is, my brother was summoned by me, Chiming said weakly. So Brother Tobarama, he won't disappear. He'll live here, just like you. What? Senju Tobarama was about to go crazy. Of all people to summon, why Uchiha Madara? This could lead to a pile of troublesome issues later on. So, this brother, little Chiming, is Uchiha Madara your brother? This time it was Sarutobi Hizashi who was shocked. Although he had guessed that she might be a descendant of Izuna, he never thought she was a sister. But Sarutobi Hizashi had a strong capacity to accept things. After all, the Senju Tobarama he had presided over the funeral of was now alive before him. Summoning Uchiha Madara again shouldn't be too difficult. Chiming shyly scratched the back of her head. I am the twin sister of Izuna. I didn't tell Grandpa, because I only recently regained my memory. But this... Lord Madara. Sarutobi Hizashi couldn't help but feel a headache. Suddenly having such a conspicuous addition to the village wasn't a good thing. How should they accommodate her? Of course, I will return to live in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara said as a matter of course. This statement left the three in silence. Eventually, it was Chiming who weakly said, Brother, the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. There are only me, Sasuke, Obito, Itachi, and, counting you, that's 5 people left. What? Uchiha Madara immediately became furious. He glared coldly at Senju Tobarama, almost instantly concluding that this must be the doing of that little brat, Senju Tobarama. That brat has been hostile to the Uchiha since the founding of Konoha, treating them as enemies everywhere. After he and Izuna died, it would fit his style to exterminate the Uchiha clan. Senju Tobarama, did you do this? I'm dead, what can I do? Senju Tobarama replied, speechless. And Madara, I want to emphasize that although I don't like your Uchiha clan, I don't want you exterminated. This matter is... Sarutobi Hizashi sighed. I suppose I have been too indulgent with Danzo. Danzo? Where does that little brat come from? Chapter 200. The courtyard I used to live in. Hearing the term little brat, Chiming couldn't help but chuckle. Danzo has always relied on his age, running around in the umbu without bathing. If it weren't for Minato being strong enough, he and Tobirama might have been subjected to Danzo's schemes a couple of times. Although opinions about Danzo online are mixed, Chiming only feels hatred towards him. His Sharingan was simply a nightmare from her childhood. Those with trypophobia can't bear to look at that hand. She had to take 2 of them back, otherwise, if she used her Manjiki Sharingan too much and went blind, she would still have a replacement. Danzo, huh? Tobirama pondered. Is it because I passed the position of the third to you that he has harbored resentment all these years? But Danzo is too extreme and cowardly, unable to handle things. Senju Tobirama, your disciple? Uchiha Madara quickly caught on to the main point. Where is he? I want to ask what exactly the Uchiha clan did to offend him. And you, Sarutobi Hizashi, I want you to tell me how you treated the Uchiha clan during your tenure. Uchiha Madara turned his gaze back to Sarutobi Hizashi, who trembled in fear. The pressure from him was overwhelming. Even someone of his caliber felt inferior in front of him. Madara, don't bully my disciple. Senju Tobirama spoke up, seeing Uchiha Madara about to flex his power. And Monkey, don't be afraid of him. If anything happens, just come find me. Senju Tobirama continued. Let us see what he can do to you. Sarutobi Hizashi felt helpless. He couldn't afford to provoke Lord Tobirama due to respect for his teacher. Nor could he take on Lord Madara because he couldn't win. To ensure Sarutobi Hizashi's safety, Chiming bravely stood in front of him, treating it as repayment for the earlier act of protection. You too. Why don't you find a place to sit and talk? Chiming's voice trembled, to be honest. She was scared. Although she had seen how close she used to be with both of them, now was different. The 2 in front of her could easily crush her with a flick of their hand. Preserving her life was the most important thing. Little Chiming, where do you live? Uchiha Madara thought this was a good idea. He definitely wanted to live with little Chiming. This time, it was Chiming who fell silent. Could she directly say she lived in the Senju clan? If she did, Uchiha Madara's expression would surely darken again. But before she could say anything, Senju Tobirama spoke for her. She lives in the Senju clan. He leaned closer to Uchiha Madara and whispered, it's the courtyard I used to live in. This is bad. Chiming thought. She had seen Uchiha Madara kill without blinking, and Tobirama was leaving her no room for survival. However, this time, Uchiha Madara instead smiled slightly. All right, then let's live in your courtyard. After all, I'll be living in the same courtyard as little Chiming and as an outsider. You want to be able to come in. Tobirama was instantly choked up, glaring angrily at Uchiha Madara. As expected, Uchiha Madara was innately evil. He had previously tempted his foolish older brother and was now tempting obedient little Chiming. All right, lead the way, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara felt quite pleased, walking to Chiming's side and naturally taking her hand, waving it at Senju Tobirama. This infuriated Tobirama. Uchiha Madara could go wherever he wanted, but the Senju clan did not welcome him. Chiming was startled by the sudden grip. The man's gloved hand rubbed against her fingertips, dripping with sweat. She was a bit worried about what would happen if her sweaty hands made his gloves wet. She wanted to pull away, but Uchiha Madara was always strong. Even with Chiming, he was as forceful as ever, holding her tightly. When he sensed her resistance, he gripped her even tighter. The 4 of them walked along, and Uchiha Madara noticed there wasn't a single person on the road, finding it a bit strange. Why is there no one around? Right now, the Sand Village and Sound Village are jointly invading Konoha, Sarutobi Hizashi explained. But Orochimaru has already fled, and it will take some time to stabilize the chaos. The elderly, children, and women have been sent to safe places. They will come out once the battlefield is cleared. The Land of Wind? Uchiha Madara didn't expect that after he and Hashirama died, even the Land of Wind would dare to bully them. He couldn't help but glance contemptuously at Senju Tobirama. This kid really couldn't do without him and Hashirama. What are you looking at? Senju Tobirama hated the disdainful gaze of Uchiha Madara the most. It was really infuriating. Just thinking about how he used to be stared at like that during their collaboration made him feel miserable. Why did CHJ summon Uchiha Madara? He wouldn't mind if it were Azuna, but it had to be the troublesome Uchiha Madara. No, just look at the fool. Uchiha Madara said lightly. Let's hurry up and also call that Danzo over. The Shimura clan really had some nerve. Before they had even walked halfway, CHJ was suddenly blocked by a small pink pig that rushed out, and she quickly grabbed Uchiha Madara's hand, forcefully letting go of it, squatting down to pick up the piglet. A note was tied to its belly, and CHJ quickly opened it to read. The content was simply a request to come to the hospital quickly, as there was a shortage of manpower. 3 adults, I need to go to the hospital. CHJ said apologetically. The hospital is short-staffed, and my master called me over to help. Please excuse me. As soon as she finished speaking, before anyone could respond, CHJR immediately used the flying thunder god technique to fly away with the piglet. The moment she arrived at the hospital, she was relieved to finally escape the hellish scene she had just left. It was really nerve-wracking. If she had stayed a few more minutes, she felt she might have lost her life. However, the situation at the hospital wasn't much better. As soon as she walked in, the overwhelming smell of blood almost made her vomit, and the sounds of crying and screaming filled the entire Konoha hospital. Suddenly, someone grabbed her ankle, and she turned her head in fright, her eyes widening as she looked at the person. It was an injured ninja. Her leg was severely damaged, and the bandages wrapped around it were stained with blood. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at CHJR, as if she were a deity, pleading, "Save me." The word "save me" almost made CHJR collapse to the ground, as if an invisible rope was tightly constricting her heart, making it hard for her to breathe. Even her legs, as she tried to take a step, were overwhelmed by the sharp pain from her nerves. It was truly unbearable. "I'll help you." But she still forced herself to endure the pain and smiled at the patient. This was one of the lessons Tsunade had taught her. Even in the face of chaos, a healer must provide a sense of calm to the patient. She quickly used medical ninjutsu to check and found a large snake bite mark on the right thigh, which should have been caused by Orochimaru's snake. This meant the ninja had been poisoned. "It's okay." Seeing the female ninja's terrified expression, CHJR gently reassured her. "It's okay. I'll help you stop the bleeding. And first, we'll arrange for you to go to a hospital room. After that, I'll find the antidote for you. Your leg is numb because of the snake venom." The female ninja let out a long sigh of relief, her earlier tension dissipating, and she cooperated with the work as the bleeding was quickly stopped. To prevent forgetting later, CHJR grabbed a small cart and tied a red rope to the female ninja's right hand, making it easier to identify her later. "Get a wheelchair," CHJR instructed. "Take this patient to the hospital room and help her bandage her wound. Come back later to get the antidote from me." The medical staff acted quickly. CHJR couldn't slow down either. She immediately threw herself into treating the next injured person. Gradually, the number of injured people decreased. The smell of blood in the hall was gradually overpowered by the scent of disinfectant. After CHJR and Sakura had sent off the last patient, they both let out a sigh of relief. Rin had just come out of the office carrying 3 cups of drinks, one for Sakura, one for CHJR. The 3 of them sat quietly in the hospital corridor, looking at the sky. "By the way, has the snake's poison been researched yet?" CHJR asked. Most of the ninjas sent over had been bitten by those snakes, and whether they could survive depended on whether they could develop an antidote. "Lady Tsunade and Senior Shizen are working on it," Sakura replied. She had been sent over by Kakashi midway and had been busy all day without eating. She was almost starving. "I just hope there won't be any more patients tonight." Rin nodded, looking at the 2 kids whose faces were growing paler, unable to help but chuckle. She took out 2 pieces of candy from her pocket and said, "Have some candy to replenish your energy, otherwise, you'll have no strength to go home later." Sakura and CHJR gratefully accepted the candy, quickly unwrapped it, and put it in their mouths. The sweet taste melted in their mouths, making them feel alive again. Not long after, CHJR and Sakura walked home hand in hand. But she always felt like she had forgotten something. The Sand siblings, who had been forgotten by CHJR, were waiting in CHJR's alternate space. Gaara leaned against his gourd, eyes closed, the pain in his chest no longer unbearable, but he couldn't afford to fall asleep. What if the thing inside him took advantage of the opportunity? Shikaku had been restless lately, causing quite a ruckus. Today was even worse. Gaara didn't know what had triggered Shikaku, so he forced himself to stay awake. He had to ensure the safety of Kankuro and Temari. However, the sudden unrest today was indeed strange, and he hadn't had a headache like this in a long time. Did someone tamper with something? Gaara slowly opened his eyes and looked at Kankuro and Temari, asking emotionlessly, "Do you know what's going on today?" Kankuro didn't dare to speak. He was a bit afraid of this unpredictable younger brother. Not just Kankuro, but Temari was also a little scared, but she was Gaara's sister, and she had promised their mother to take good care of him. "I know," Temari said, feeling sorry for Gaara. She couldn't remember whether Gaara was aware of the situation, but having to take those drugs to lure out the monster inside him was too much. However, the one forcing them to take the medicine was their father. They had no choice. It was as if their father had gone mad. Just a few years after signing a friendly alliance agreement, he wanted to tear it up. From Temari's perspective, tearing up the treaty with Konoha was not a good thing for their country. She had talked to their father about it, but it was useless. He just wanted her to obey. Temari felt helpless and could only go along with it. "Gaara, I'm sorry. Temari was truly apologetic about this. She couldn't even protect her younger brother, and she felt so useless. So it was father who wanted me to take the medicine? Gaara continued to ask. His brother and sister fell silent. Gaara probably guessed the answer. Forget it. This wasn't the first time their father had done this, and Kankuro and Temari couldn't resist him. It's okay, Gaara comforted himself. It's okay, it's okay. He hugged his legs and buried his face in them. Who would have thought he would actually fall asleep and have a dream? A scene that could only be a dream for him. This dream was both father and mother were alive, and after finishing work, father would teach the three of them ninjutsu, always smiling. As long as they practiced until dark, father would hold his hand and take him home. When they opened the door, a delicious aroma of food would waft out, a dinner carefully prepared by their mother. They would happily finish their dinner without any arguments or harsh words. Until it was bedtime, father and mother would still read bedtime stories with him. Such a beautiful dream. Gaara is unwilling to wake up. He is sleeping deeper and deeper. This gives Shikaku an opportunity. Shikaku could have come out and caused a ruckus while Gaara is sound asleep, at least eating the two people guarding him, but when Shikaku saw Gaara's dream, it merely perked up its ears and said to itself, Lord Shikaku is sleepy, let's take a nap first. In a daze, Gaara is awakened by a child's voice. He opens his sleepy eyes, scans the surroundings, and realizes he is no longer in the other space, but in the child's room. He has been here once. So he remembers. It's good that you're okay. The child breathes a sigh of relief. Otherwise, she would really become a sinner. Not only the child, but Temari and Kankuro are also looking at him with concern. With Gaara sleeping so soundly, the monster inside him would definitely come out to cause trouble. They just didn't know why it didn't come out today, and they were worried that Gaara might have slept to death. But fortunately, it was just their imagination. Let me show you the wound on your chest. The child remembered that Gaara's chest was still injured from Sasuke's Chidori, and if she didn't let him see it, who knows, the wound might have healed. Shall I cut open your clothes? The girl's movements were gentle, and her voice soft, making Gaara feel like a summer breeze was brushing against his heart, tickling him. However, seeing his skin gradually exposed before the girl's eyes, he couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Even his ears turned quite red. Little Chi, what are you doing? Chapter 202. The truth of the annihilation of the clan from Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth after returning to the Senju clan land. Uchiha Obito looked at the intact Senju clan land, almost identical to what he saw before he died. Hearing that the white-haired Senju introduced that 2 courtyards were added, one for the white-haired and the other for Tsunade. Speaking of Tsunade, Obito really felt that Hashirama wouldn't take care of children, and Mito was too gentle and indulgent towards the two, leading Tsunade to learn bad habits like gambling and drinking early on. She even secretly came to the Uchiha clan to ask him for pocket money. But why is his Uchiha clan gone? Obito cast a cold glance at Senju Tobarama, who was serving tea, his eyes sharp and deep. Senju Tobarama, let's hear your excuses. He organized his emotions. He really didn't understand what crime the Uchiha clan had committed to deserve annihilation. If it weren't for his little Chi's luck, would he never be able to see her again? I'm considering whether to wipe out the Shimura clan, Obito said seriously, and Senju Tobarama immediately became vigilant. Without a reasonable explanation, the Shimura clan might really cease to exist by tomorrow. However, while Sarutobi Hiruzen did not agree with his colleague's actions, it hadn't reached the level of annihilation, so he thought of saying a few words for his colleague, that Danzo's actions were mostly for the good of the village. I'm talking to your teacher. What are you, a little kid, butting in? Obito clicked his tongue, as if scolding a child, showing no dissatisfaction. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately fell silent, silently lifting his old pipe, taking a puff. The crimson flames danced in the pipe, wafting white smoke that blurred his indifferent gaze. Danzo, I can only cover for you up to this point. From now on, let's part ways. I haven't done anything. Senju Tobarama felt a bit wronged by being scolded by Obito. What would he do? He just placed the Uchiha clan in the most suitable position for them. Making good use of resources, isn't that what a leader should do? I just established a security department and let the Uchiha clan manage it. Senju Tobarama looked at Obito, retorting, isn't the Uchiha clan the most suitable for the security department? Or do you think there's a second option? The Uchiha clan is a clan of love and hate, with clear black and white boundaries, and because of their bloodline, they are often proud and not easily deceived. This is indeed not a problem. No one is more suitable than the Uchiha clan for the security department. Obito raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. When I was in office, the arrangements I made were fine. After the Second Shinobi World War, I stopped managing things, but I had a subordinate, Uchiha Kagami. Senju Tobarama continued. He still holds an important position in Konoha's higher-ups, so there weren't any issues with the Uchiha clan at that time. That shouldn't be a problem from your generation. Obito said slowly, taking a sip of tea before looking at the man who had been silently smoking, saying, "Little kid, it's your turn to speak." Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily stunned by this address. He was almost half a foot in the grave, yet someone still called him a little kid. I've really seen it all. Perhaps it was that Nine-Tails incident that caused the Uchiha clan to gradually drift away from the village, creating a rift. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't dare to be careless, sighed, and said slowly, "Who wouldn't guard against the Uchiha clan? The Senju clan is nearly declining. Only Tsunade remains from the first Hokage's line." Meanwhile, two dazzling geniuses appeared in the Uchiha clan at the same time, making people wary. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen not be cautious? It had only been a year since Minato took office when the Nine-Tails incident occurred, resulting in countless casualties, and almost the fourth Hokage's family perished that day. But fortunately, they all woke up in the end. The Nine-Tails? Obito was puzzled. Wasn't that his little pet? How could it cause trouble and kill people? What does it have to do with the Uchiha clan? To be honest, the Nine-Tails was controlled by the Sharingan, so we couldn't be careless. Suspecting that it was the Uchiha clan's doing, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, to avoid such a situation from happening again. We high-level officials discussed relocating the Uchiha clan outside the village to temporarily avoid the storm. Huh. Obito snorted coldly. What a joke when he was playing politics. Sarutobi Hiruzen was probably still playing in the mud somewhere. The meaning of this statement couldn't be clearer. Later, the village's resentment towards the Uchiha clan grew, and the Uchiha clan became independent from the village, able to hold their own clan meetings, producing many geniuses. After the Nine-Tails incident, the ninja losses in the village were severe. I discussed with the higher-ups and sent a child from the Uchiha clan to act as a bridge, hoping for the possibility of dialogue. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, but halfway through, Shursui committed suicide, and before we could clarify the reasons, Minato and I were still planning to negotiate with the Uchiha clan. Unfortunately, there was no time. Minato was out on a diplomatic mission, wanting to return to resolve the Uchiha clan's issues. It was still that child who bore the brunt, leading Roots people to kill the entire clan, leaving only Uchiha Sasuke. After saying this, Senju Tobirama also fell silent. He had known when he established the security department that it might create a rift between the Uchiha and the village. So he had kept Uchiha Kagami in the higher-ups. It was a way to smoothly get through before his death. Uchiha Shursui. I remember you mentioned he was Kagami's descendant? Senju Tobirama asked, as he too had devoted himself to Konoha and the Uchiha clan like his predecessors. How about this? Tomorrow I will go and kill Danzo. Obito naturally would repay any grievances. He wouldn't kill their clan, but Danzo, he must not escape. What do you both think about this matter? His opening statement made Sarutobi Hiruzen nearly forget to exhale the smoke he just inhaled, almost choking himself. Although Danzo had indeed done many wrong things, there are still more solutions to this kind of issue. Is it really appropriate to be so easily resolved? Wait a minute, Uchiha Obito, don't get too excited. Konoha's Senju Tobirama certainly did not wish to see blood. He forcibly held down Uchiha Madara, physically preventing him from acting impulsively. Who would have thought that Uchiha Madara looked at him as if he were a fool, as if to say, "What good is it to stop me like this? There must be another way to handle this. Let me think. I'll give you two choices. Either I kill Shimura Danzo, or I kill everyone involved. But if you think I will let this go peacefully, that's impossible." Uchiha Madara made his stance clear. He and Izuna, with great effort, built the Uchiha clan. And just because of the Nine-Tails and the villagers' excessive vigilance, his hard work was destroyed. If he didn't take revenge, did they really think Uchiha Madara was a paper tiger? What if I say that person was also involved? Would you still want to kill everyone involved? Chapter 203. Let your loved ones accompany me to the grave. Shimura Danzo walked in with a cane. After finally waiting for the rebellion above to be quelled, he had just emerged when he received a request from Sarutobi Hiruzen's confidant to immediately go to the Senju clan's territory. He hurried over, but overheard their conversation at the door. He couldn't help but snort, as long as he revealed that Uchiha Madara, would be at his service. Moreover, he had dug through historical records. The little girl Tsunade took from him back then was Uchiha Madara's sister. If his sister was involved in that massacre, he didn't believe Uchiha Madara could kill everyone. Then I'll just kill you. Uchiha Madara could not tolerate threats in his life. He originally found it boring. But who would have thought something interesting would come up? He revealed his crimson single eye, looking at the man, threatening him with great interest. Shimura Danzo was not angry. He smiled deeply and said, "Go ahead, kill me. If you kill her, she'll die too." Let your loved ones accompany me to the grave. That sounds pretty good. Danzo, what have you done to Izumi? Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up angrily. Didn't I tell you not to touch her? The two men, who had been silent, immediately became alert upon hearing that name, especially Uchiha Madara, who had already grabbed the fan beside him, ready to rise. Killing Shimura Danzo would only take 5 minutes. But what if it was really as he said? If he finally got to see the lively little Izumi, he might never see her again. As Tobirama, the teacher of Danzo, arrived before him, he sternly asked, Danzo, what have you done to Izumi? Shimura Danzo just laughed, standing there, laughing crazily, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but ponder, is it worth it? Is this eye worth using? If he took Uchiha Madara under his wing, there would be no Senju Hashirama left in the world, and no one could rival Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan indeed acted on my orders. I was just following your philosophy, teacher. As long as there is a threat to the village, I will take precautions. Danzo looked at his still youthful teacher. As if he were a student complaining to his teacher, I eliminated potential future troubles in advance. Doesn't that make the village safer? Stubborn and unyielding. Tobirama was infuriated to hear him spreading his philosophy. Did he really teach him to massacre other clans and leave a hostage as leverage? What a brilliant move. When did I teach you to kill an entire clan? Men, women, and children, all slaughtered. How can you even claim I taught you this? This is exactly why I chose the monkey over you back then. I always thought you could think clearly, yet you remained so stubborn. Tobirama's barrage of words struck at Danzo's sore spot. He couldn't help but compare himself to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen was decisive and made the right choices. Isn't that a better leader than him? Danzo clenched his cane, veins bulging, and replied indifferently, no matter how you say it, teacher, the result is already set in stone. Whether to kill or not depends on your whim. Uchiha Madara let out a cold laugh. You better be able to bear the consequences of that statement. Senju Tobirama, handle your wayward disciple. I want an answer by tomorrow. After saying that, Uchiha Madara lost interest in their teacher-student dialogue and quickly left Tobirama's courtyard. He walked along the path, following the memories of his past life, heading towards the courtyard where Tobirama lived. Tobirama preferred tranquility, so the courtyard was quite secluded. But the camellias along the way bloomed beautifully, making Uchiha Madara wonder if anyone had brewed tea for little Izumi this year. It had always been her habit. Would she find it uncomfortable living alone in the Senju clan for so long? Reflecting on the past, Uchiha Madara arrived at the courtyard door. He pushed the door open, originally intending to catch up with little Izumi, but unexpectedly saw a girl kneeling beside a red-haired boy, half bent over, holding something in her hand, her face almost touching the boy's. What were they doing? Izumi, what are you doing? Uchiha Madara leaned against the doorframe, coldly saying. This sudden cold voice startled Izumi, almost causing her to stab Gaara with the scissors she was holding, adding a new wound. Fortunately, she breathed a sigh of relief and carefully used healing techniques to tend to his injuries. Seeing that Izumi ignored him, Uchiha Madara's expression darkened. He felt that he had nothing to say and walked into the room. Izumi didn't like being disturbed while treating her patients. Otherwise, she would get angry. After treating Gaara's injuries, she settled the three of them in the guest room and called the servants to bring some food from the kitchen. Once she had everything arranged, she relaxed and trudged back to her room. The bed had already been made. Izumi didn't think much of it and just wanted to lie down and sleep immediately. Today had been an extreme burden, both physically and mentally. She drowsily thought about it and casually took off her bloodstained ninja outfit, draping it over a chair. She sat on the bed and also removed her undergarments, feeling suffocated by the sweat that had accumulated. But she didn't want to take a shower. She thought, I might as well just sleep like this tonight. After all, no one would come into her room. She lifted the blanket, which was warm and cozy, and couldn't help but think that the new servant was very thoughtful, even warming her bedding with a hot water bottle. Searching for this source of warmth, she fell asleep. Not even half a minute later, steady breathing sounds began to fill the room. Uchiha Madara was not in deep sleep from the moment Izumi lay down. His consciousness had already awakened, but he didn't want to open his eyes. He intended to doze for a bit longer before getting up to talk to Izumi. Who would have thought that before he could fully wake up, a small cat rolled into his arms. The little cat faced him, and because it was too dark under the blanket, Uchiha Madara couldn't see much, only observing her face through the moonlight. His little Izumi looked 14, her features still not fully developed, retaining a hint of childhood innocence. He raised his hand, wanting to touch the girl's face. But then he recalled what had happened before. He hesitated. Almost like fleeing, he left the bed, exited that courtyard, and returned to Senju Tobirama's as courtyard. Chapter 204. We are sleeping in the same bed. Senju Tobirama was still restless over his disciples' matters and couldn't sleep. He went to the kitchen and took some grape wine he had brewed with Izumi years ago, then returned to the courtyard. Seeing the person in the room, he wasn't too surprised. Holding the jar of wine, he asked, "Do you want some? It's brewed by me and her." Seeing him unmoving, Tobirama added a sentence. The person sitting on the moon viewing platform finally reacted, turning his head to look at him. Tobirama was momentarily stunned. This was Uchiha Madara he had never seen before. If he had to describe him, it would be proud. This person embodied most of the strengths and weaknesses of the Uchiha clan, such as pride, beauty, and strength, as well as brutality, being a ruthless killer, and being intolerant of any slight, not to mention being overly affectionate. But the current Madara's dark eyes were calm, distant, and fragile, as if he didn't belong here. "Hey, Uchiha Madara." Tobirama was frightened, putting the wine down on the table, going over to grab Madara by the collar, and lifting him up, feeling increasingly irritated inside. "What are you pretending to be here for? You insisted on ruining my wedding with Konoha back then, and now you're here acting like this." With that, Tobirama lost his strength and casually threw Madara down to the ground, taking a cup to drink. The wine was still not ready, dry and a flavor of wine overpowering the grape taste. It was a very poor wine. Not even the wine was at the right time. Tobirama couldn't help but wonder if it was appropriate for him to be here for so long. "She is afraid of me," Madara said in a muffled voice. "I don't dare to ask what Danzo did to her." Madara directly picked up the wine jar and started drinking. Both he and Tobirama were not fond of drinking, but today they both seemed to be in the mood, as if they were competing, drinking jar after jar until finally. All the wine jars rolled around the moon viewing platform. Uchiha Madara lay on the wooden floor, gazing at the gradually disappearing moon. "Tobirama Senju, if only I let Konoha marry you back then, you would definitely take good care of her." "Stop talking nonsense," Tobirama replied, not even wanting to look at Madara. "You can't. You know your own nature. You've already acted as the host. Why regret it here?" He understood the possessiveness ingrained in the Uchiha clan all too well, having suffered greatly from it. "You might as well stand by her side openly." Tobirama continued. "Since Konoha chose to summon you, she must have forgotten about that matter. Forget it. Let's not talk about my relationship with her for now." Uchiha Madara was already quite drunk, wanting to go home to sleep, but as soon as he stood up, he swayed and remembered that he seemed to have no home anymore. His clan members had all been killed. He had become a remnant of the old era. Not knowing anyone else except Tobirama and Konoha, Madara suddenly lost his sense of direction, just standing there blankly. The desire to go home kept clamoring, and he staggered out of the courtyard. Tobirama couldn't be bothered with him. After all, in the Senju clan's courtyards, he could sleep anywhere. He was also quite drunk and soon fell asleep, thinking about tomorrow's work. With the first light of dawn, Madara found himself in that familiar courtyard again. He had been here countless times, and even while drunk, he could still find this courtyard without any deviation, lying down on her bed, holding the girl in his arms. Sometimes Uchiha Madara thought, if only they were not both Uchiha, if only he were not her brother. Konoha had a very absurd dream. She dreamt that she was wearing a white wedding kimono, holding the hand of someone she didn't know, going to a place where a man in a wedding outfit stood at the end. She couldn't see his face, and amidst the thunderous applause, she was led to the man's side, extending her right hand. The man extended his left hand, and just as their hands were about to touch, a long-haired man suddenly rushed out, using a folding fan to block the distance between them, cutting the red thread that bound them. He was taken away, forcefully taken away, and as she was held, she looked back, seeing many people chasing after them, but no one could catch up. She was taken to a room and thrown onto the bed. Under the light of the red candles, Konoha saw clearly the man pressing down on her. "Uchiha Madara." Konoha woke up startled. She stared blankly at the ceiling, wondering why she had such a strange dream. Uchiha Madara was actually pressing down on her. Was it because she summoned Uchiha Madara yesterday? Wait, why did Konoha feel a hard body pressing against her? Once her senses returned, she smelled a strong odor of alcohol, and as she looked up, she was almost scared enough to scream, but she covered her mouth. The man from her dream had appeared. Oh my God! She hurriedly flew away, glancing at the mirror in the changing room. Her almost naked body was gradually developing at the age of 14. Although she often went on missions, Koharu's body remained as white as snow, and the few scars on her waist added a lot of ninja marks. She rubbed her scars, wrapped herself in a bath towel, and grabbed a set of ninja clothes to run to the bathroom. When Koharu quickly rinsed off and came out, she found the person in the room was already awake. The first thing that caught her was his long hair, looking a bit messy as it spilled over his back. Looking down, she saw his almost expressionless eyes, sitting dazedly on the floor with his hand resting on his upright right leg. Lord Madara? Koharu called out. He must have been too happy to meet Tobirama last night, which is why he drank so much. He probably couldn't find his own courtyard now. Koharu found him a reason, even though it sounded quite absurd. Koharu. Madara saw her and almost instantly stood up, taking a few steps to wrap her in his arms, his hoarse voice entering her ears. Where have you been? I couldn't see you. Brother thought he lost you. The weight of the man pressed entirely on Koharu, and she was almost unable to bear it. But hearing his words made her unable to push him away. Perhaps it was because she had died so suddenly back then that this powerful man in the ninja world felt so insecure, like a little kitten. She patted Uchiha Madara's shoulder. It's okay, I will always be here. After a while of hugging, Uchiha Madara gradually sobered up, releasing her and pulling her to sit on the cushion. Koharu. As soon as he opened his mouth, Uchiha Madara realized that this was no longer the Uchiha territory, but the Senju territory. He had died once, but fortunately, he came back to life again. What exactly did Danzo do to you? This was the key issue. Shimura Danzo would eventually die at his hands. It was just a matter of when. How dare he treat his clansmen like this? How dare he treat his Koharu like this? Chapter 205. Should I go kill Danzo? Danzo? Koharu didn't understand why the topic suddenly jumped to Danzo. She pondered but couldn't think of what Danzo could have done to her. I have nothing to do with him, Koharu said. But there are a few of our things at Danzo's place. What do you mean? Uchiha Madara frowned. This guy not only slaughtered the Uchiha clan, but also took the Uchiha clan's belongings for himself. The Mangeki Sharingan of Shursui was in his eyes. I must get it back, Koharu said seriously. And he learned our clan's secret technique, Izanaji. Brother will retrieve it. For the justice of the Uchiha clan. After chatting for a while, it was almost time for Koharu to go to work. She instructed Uchiha Madara not to run around, to wait for her at home, or else go to Tobirama's courtyard. Madara nodded seriously, lay down on the bed, and covered himself with a small blanket, not treating himself as an outsider at all. Koharu was speechless. Whose courtyard was this anyway? And why did this person feel so at home here, without any sense of guilt? She didn't have much time to manage things, and quickly brought Gaara and his two siblings to the main hall for breakfast. After a simple breakfast, Chiming escorted the three of them to the entrance of Konoha. She stood at the gate, watching the three of them, unsure when they would meet again. Gaara, if you need anything, you can send me a message. After thinking for a long time, Chiming didn't know what else to say, repeating the same words as every previous farewell. As long as you find me, no matter where I am, I will come. Gaara looked at her as well. He had realized last night that he wanted to become the Kazekage of the Sand Village. As long as he was in power, he wouldn't be at the mercy of others. We are leaving. There wasn't much time for idle chatter. The Sand Village was in chaos right now, and Chiming shouldn't stay longer, so she watched the two leave. It was only when she could no longer see their figures that she used the flying thunder god technique to arrive in front of the Hokage building. She had secretly left a flying thunder god seal there for convenience, saving a lot of commuting time. Chiming arrived at Minato's office and, as usual, knocked twice on the door. After hearing an enter from inside, she pushed the door open. Besides her, Tobirama, Obito, Kakashi, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade were already present. She, as the youngest, was actually the last to arrive and didn't know what to say, so she first apologized. I'm sorry, everyone. I took a bit longer because I was seeing off three companions. It's fine. Chiming, you were also tired yesterday. Tsunade spoke first, bringing the little princess to her side. The plan for Orochimaru's invasion of Konoha had already ended. Once Minato saw that everyone was present, he began to discuss the day's business. No one died, and all the injured had been sent to the hospital for treatment. This was the result of everyone's efforts together. The village was well protected. I plan to raise Orochimaru's wanted level to S rank and distribute it to various task teams. Minato glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose expression didn't change, and continued. Next is about Shimura Danzo. Kakashi, Obito, Chiming, you three can step out first. Before Minato spoke, Tobirama wanted to dismiss them. These matters shouldn't be heard too much by young kids, especially these two Uchiha children. Where are you going? Tsunade wouldn't allow anyone to leave. She remembered clearly what Danzo had done to Chiming. That old thief's judgments were something Chiming had the right to hear, so the three of them should stay and listen. What if you become the higher-ups one day? Second Grandpa, these things need to be learned. All right, Tobirama had nothing more to say. These three were outstanding individuals from the same generation. It wasn't impossible for them to become higher-ups in the future, and children should start learning from a young age. They couldn't end up like Danzo, being trained incorrectly. Lord Suki, you speak. Minato passed the speaking rights to Tobirama. He really didn't want to say too much. The matters of the previous generation weren't his concern. Regarding the Uchiha clan, Minato had many grievances. He wanted to clarify the truth, but was stopped by the third Hokage. Now that trouble had arisen, he was too lazy to care. In light of Shimura Danzo's matters, I discussed a lot with the monkey last night, and also talked with Danzo. There is no room for reconciliation. Next, I will assign the task to the assassination unit to eliminate him. Tobirama's tone was calm, but sharp. As for the issue of Root's takeover, let me handle it for now. Tobirama continued to arrange the next steps. I will review the personnel. If they want to go home, they can return and be ninjas. And if they want to continue behind the scenes, they will be incorporated into the Umbu. Give them a chance to redeem themselves. The task of investigating the snake den will be assigned to them. After saying all this, Tobirama felt tired. He wanted to retire and wash his hands of it all. Why had he lived this long only to come to this point, to eliminate a rebellious disciple? Chiming spoke softly and urgently. Can I take care of Danzo? As soon as she said this, the atmosphere in the room changed. Especially Tobirama. His eyes were deep, and his voice was low. Just you? If you arrange for others to go with me, that's fine. But I must go. Only Tsunade would dare to pluck fur from a tiger. She thought Chiming could handle it. Let those 3 young people go. I also think they should gain some experience. Hiruzen Sarutobi chimed in. Since they all said so, Tobirama couldn't say anything more. If they wanted to go, then let them. After all, Uchiha Obito would definitely go. With Obito around, there wouldn't be any problems. Next matter. Tobirama hurriedly moved the meeting along to the placement of Uchiha Obito. Lord Suki, place him under my subordinates. Chiming spoke weakly again. Mainly, Obito didn't listen to others. And she was at least his sister. Besides, she might not always stay in Konoha. The bodies of Izuna and Hashirama, the true mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, all needed her to find the answers. She couldn't be limited to Konoha. At that time, she would walk boldly across the ninja world with her bodyguard Obito. Tobirama had no objections to this. He had originally planned to assign Obito to his subordinates, but given Obito's personality, he would definitely cause a commotion. It was better to let Chiming manage him. He wouldn't dare make a fuss under her watch. Others had no objections either, and after Minato gave a few more instructions, the meeting was adjourned. Chapter 206. The Heavenly God Chiming, worried about the adult at home, was the first to take her leave, and in the blink of an eye, she flew into the room. The man was still asleep, and she didn't want to disturb him. So she picked up the unfinished mission report from a few days ago and sat at her desk to write slowly. As she was writing, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind her, blocking her view. Chiming, already having trouble seeing, especially after the fatigue from using the Sharingan yesterday, couldn't see clearly, which directly delayed her work. Get away! Don't disturb my work. Chiming turned and pushed Uchiha Obito, who cooperatively fell back onto the soft cushion, still a bit groggy, covering his eyes with his right hand and falling asleep again. Just as Chiming turned back to look at him, she found he had already fallen asleep, and couldn't help but feel speechless. Had he slept all day and was still sleeping? Was he a pig? Chiming shook her head and continued her work. It wasn't until dusk that she finished the last work report, and Uchiha Obito woke up. He sat across from her, propping his elbows on the table, resting his chin on his hand and intently watching her. He even pointed at her mission report, saying that some parts weren't rigorous enough and others were too detailed. Listening to Uchiha Obito critique her work, Chiming clenched her fists, holding back her anger as she looked at him. If he was so good at writing, he might as well help her. But the man showed no reaction at all, not even noticing her anger. After finishing one report, he moved on to the next. Suddenly, she heard the sound of her fist hitting the table. Uchiha Obito looked up, intrigued. Are you angry? So cute. Chiming didn't care what Uchiha Obito was thinking. She snatched the report from him, stacked it neatly from front to back, and placed it in a document bag. How long are you going to stay in my room? She looked sternly at Uchiha Obito. Even though we are siblings, we shouldn't be living in the same room. It's not good for us. Uchiha Obito didn't care about other people's thoughts. Why should he care what they did? Didn't we sleep like this before? Chiming was at a loss. She remembered that aside from that one drunken incident and yesterday's drunken incident, they hadn't slept together, had they? In the past, it was the past, and now is now. Jiming looked at him seriously again and said, You were summoned by me, so you have to listen to me. But in Uchiha Madara's eyes, there was more of acute innocence. Well, fine, I'll reluctantly listen to you, but a rabbit will bite if it gets anxious. So where do I stay? Madara asked. Jiming replied irritably. Turn left at the door, it's the last room. By the way, I have a mission in the next couple of days. If you have something to do, go find Tobarama. Remembering that killing Danzo would take several days. Jiming couldn't put her mind at ease about this conspicuous task, and still advised him, don't run around. Wait for me to come back before I assign you any tasks. What are you going to do? What mission requires the Uchiha clan's young lady to go personally? Uchiha Madara was quite displeased. He was already about to leave. But hearing her say this, he leaned against the doorframe. He looked at her. To kill someone. Jiming casually said those 4 words. And to take an eye, she added in her heart, that eye that controls fate cannot be held in Danzo's hands forever. Uchiha raised an eyebrow, but said nothing and turned to leave the room. He didn't know how to face little Ji anymore. In the past, she was afraid of the battlefield, but now she had become someone for whom killing was a daily task. What had their princess experienced during the years he was gone? Had she also gotten her hands stained with blood? Uchiha Madara felt a bit angry, though he didn't know why he was angry. For a moment, he wanted to go find Senju Tobarama to discuss it. Halfway there, he suddenly realized that Senju Tobarama had also died early. So how could he know what had happened to little Ji over the years? He returned to the room and sat down. Forget it. He might as well follow her to see. After settling Uchiha Madara, Jiming took the mission report and prepared to visit the Namake's household. On one hand, she could discuss the assassination of Danzo with her 2 brothers, and on the other hand, she could also see Sasuke and Naruto. The Chunin Exam had suddenly ended yesterday, and the 2 kids must have complaints, especially Sasuke. Was he still thinking about Orochimaru? On the way to the Namake's household, Jiming stopped at the market, bought a box of pastries and a box of cherry tomatoes, and then went to Ino's house to buy a bunch of fresh tulips. With a pile of things in her hands, Jiming was just about to fly home. However, she silently walked forward. No one in Konoha's alleys was more familiar with them than her, and she took a path through a nearly deserted alley, leading the little tail that was following her inside. Just right, she also wanted to see who was stalking her in the village. She sealed the things in her hands into a scroll. If a fight really broke out, she couldn't let the things she bought with her own money get destroyed. After organizing these, the so-called little tail, leaning on a cane, emerged. Jiming couldn't help but smile. The prey had come to her doorstep. It saved her the trouble of looking for it. Oh, it's Lord Danzo, Jiming said with a smile, hand behind her back. Danzo showed no change in expression, only saying, Jiming, do you remember who gave you this name? Jiming couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. It was Uchiha Taijima. Who else could have named her? I can't remember very clearly from when I was a child. Jiming chose to play dumb, knowing he must be hiding something. No problem. Then I'll let you recall. Danzo pulled away the white bandage from his right eye, revealing Uchiha Shursue's Sharingan. Jiming's expression changed, and, as if controlled, she half knelt down and respectfully said, Lord Danzo, please give your orders. Danzo looked at his handiwork with satisfaction, rearranged the bandage, and said slowly, Control Senju Tobarama and Uchiha Madara. This is your task. Yes, Lord Danzo. After Danzo left, Jiming lifted her head. It seemed Danzo had another conspiracy. She needed to report this to Minato quickly. However, before she reached the Namake's household, she overheard some rumors on the way. I heard this invasion plan was led by the 3rd Hokage's disciple, Orochimaru, said one villager. Another villager continued. Could it be that the 3rd Hokage is behind this? Otherwise, how could Orochimaru, this rogue ninja, openly enter our village? A villager's expression suddenly changed, and he quietly said to the 2 reckless people, How can you say such things about the 3rd Hokage? The Hokage has done so much for us. You haven't experienced it yourself? The 2 villagers being scolded muttered, Isn't this just hearsay? Jiming couldn't help but ponder when this kind of public opinion had spread. She walked over to one of the villagers who had spoken and placed a knife on the table, sitting down beside him. Propping her face on her hand and smiling at him, she asked, Where did you hear about this? The man was clearly taken aback. He had never seen such a beautiful girl and forgot what he should say, just staring at her blankly. Excuse me, sir, did you hear what I said? Jiming asked again. Not only was the girl's appearance stunning, but her voice was also exceptionally clear, ringing in his ears. He roughly understood. Did you say? Where did you hear about this? Can you repeat it? The man asked. Jiming, speechless, maintained her perfect smile and said again, Where did you hear about this? Could you please tell me? The man wouldn't refuse a beautiful person's request. He was naturally willing to answer. I heard it on the way here, but I'm not quite sure who said it. Has many people been spreading this? Jiming thanked the man with a smile and left the tea house. On the way, she also overheard villagers discussing this matter. Public opinion can be deadly, Jiming knew. Not to mention, Kakashi's father was driven to death by so-called rumors. She didn't want Sarutobi Hiruzen to encounter this either. After barely surviving the confrontation with Orochimaru, it was unreasonable for him not to live a long life. Finally, she arrived at the Namikaze household. Kushina was in the kitchen making dinner while Minato and Kakashi were sitting on the sofa reading, and Obito was also on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. "I'm back," Jimin called out into the room, and everyone looked up at her. The first to come over was Kushina, holding a ladle, looking her over as if trying to see through her. "I went to the hospital to see you yesterday. They said you had been discharged," Kushina said angrily. "You made me make a trip for nothing." Jimin awkwardly touched her nose. "It happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to tell you. Annie, it's my fault. It really was sudden, and there was no time to inform Kushina. This is a bouquet I specially brought for you." Saying this, Jimin pulled out a beautiful bunch of yellow tulips from behind her, the color of summer. Kushina completely didn't expect this. Her hand holding the ladle froze. "Is today some special day? Why did this kid suddenly think of giving me flowers? I passed by Ino's flower shop and saw this bunch of tulips blooming exceptionally beautifully, so I couldn't help but think of you." Jimin's sweet words flowed smoothly. Although it was also the truth, she still had to embellish it to cheer up her mother. "Kushina, I really like it." Kushina no longer knew what expression she had as she took the flowers and quickly went to find a beautiful vase to put them in. While arranging the flowers, she suddenly remembered the soup still simmering in the pot and couldn't help but shout, "Minato, my soup." Minato had already been waiting in the kitchen and had also heated up the pastries that Chiming had brought over. The cherry tomatoes were also washed. It was rare to sit at Minato's house and enjoy a complete meal. Chiming sat at the table, eating slowly, and after the two little ones left, she finally spoke up. "I heard some rumors about Grandpa Hiruzen when I came over just now. They say this invasion was caused by Grandpa Hiruzen colluding with Orochimaru behind the scenes, leading to such a disaster." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions varied. The first to speak was Minato. "I will have the Umbu investigate this. Such rumors could affect the reputation of the third Hokage. The third Hokage has done so much for our Konoha. He shouldn't end up with this kind of outcome." Kushina agreed. "Yes, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. We need to clear the third Hokage's name." Chiming nodded in agreement. "Absolutely. These rumors are definitely meant to take down Sarutobi Hiruzen. But I don't know what string needs to be pulled to break it. There's one more thing." Chiming continued. "Just now, Danzo came to see me. He used the Sharingan on me. It's Shursue's Kodoamatsukami. Shursue's Kodoamatsukami can invade the opponent's mind without them noticing and modify their will. The technique is extremely powerful, allowing the opponent to be controlled without their awareness. I don't know what he plans to do, so I temporarily yielded to him." Shursue's Kodoamatsukami? Obito stood up, having heard about Shursui Uchiha's death, but didn't know who his Sharingan had fallen into. He didn't expect it to be in Danzo's hands. "I searched for Shursue's Kodoamatsukami for a long time, and it turned out to be in Danzo's hands. Not only that, I suspect many Uchiha Sharingan are in Danzo's possession." Chiming said again, "Then let Chiming supervise Danzo for now." Chapter 208, Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pains. The winter in the land of iron was too cold. Chiming's growing pains came exceptionally late, the pain climbing up her bones, continuously stimulating her nerves until the pain became increasingly dull. Uchiha Sasuke was like a growing pain in Chiming's life. Since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, he had started wandering, drifting between countries, living a life akin to an ascetic. Chiming didn't understand why a hero who saved the ninja world had to come out to atone for his sins. It was absurd. She wanted to say something, but Sasuke left on his own. No one could stop him. Chiming could only follow behind him, occasionally exchanging a few words, supporting each other. And these days felt somewhat easy. Once they entered the constantly snowing land of iron, Chiming's growing pains intensified. The life of sleeping rough made her unable to sleep through the nights due to the pain. But Chiming didn't dare to tell him, fearing she would add to his troubles. Upon reaching the town, Uchiha Sasuke unusually booked a hotel, even asking the innkeeper to add more charcoal to the fire. The burning charcoal separated their beds. Chiming slept on the inner side while he slept by the window. Even the sound of breathing was significantly softer. Only the crackling of the fire could be heard. The pain in her bones returned, mixed with the biting cold of winter nights, and she silently shed tears. As usual, she covered her eyes with her arms. No one, except Chiming herself, knew she was crying. The sound of the charcoal fire softened a bit, and Chiming opened her eyes. In her hazy state, she found Uchiha Sasuke lying beside her, warm emerald chakra continuously flowing through her knees and her nerves, significantly alleviating her pain. "You." Before she could speak, she was interrupted by the warm voice of the boy. "Like the charcoal fire. You should have told me earlier. If you don't say anything, how would I know?" His words, tinged with some reproach, made her feel even more wronged. Tears fell in large drops as she thought for a moment and forced out a few words from her throat, because I didn't want you to worry, and I didn't want to burden your journey. I didn't want you to dislike me. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, lacking any confidence, and eventually turned into a sob. 18 years old. On the floor of the hotel, she looked into the eyes of the boy she liked. Tears streaming down silently. Chiming liked Uchiha Sasuke's eyes. They were black, like obsidian, and purple, like crystal-clear grapes. In the dark room, without lights, her vision was entirely captivated by those purple eyes. He seemed momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to the girl's words. I don't dislike you, he said. I like you. Chiming actually forgot about her tears. The droplets hung on her cheeks, rendering her speechless. He leaned in closer, his warm, soft lips kissing her cheek. The tears disappeared. But I like you, he said again. The pain pierced her heart, and tears flowed even more. Sasuke tenderly kissed away her tears. Where does it hurt? My knee. Sasuke's hand rested on her knee, a continuous source of warmth enveloping her, easing the pain in her knee considerably. The wind and snow had fallen all night. Sasuke's hand had gone numb, but seeing the girl with her eyes closed, he breathed a sigh of relief. Glad she had finally fallen asleep, he withdrew his hand, stood up, extinguished the fire, and laid back down on the bed. Chapter 209, Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pains too. Chiming woke up because she was hungry. She opened her eyes to see the boy's chest. The 18-year-old boy had developed quite well. Remembering Sasuke's confession from last night, Chiming couldn't help but feel shy and pulled the blanket over her face. Awake? Sasuke was already awake when Chiming tugged at the blanket, sleepily opening his eyes and gradually becoming clear-headed, seeing the girl covering her little face. Her ears were flushed red as she fidgeted in his embrace. Sasuke confined her, pulling away the white blanket covering Chiming's head. The girl looked like a startled little deer, her eyes sparkling like grapes with dew, crystal clear. He couldn't help but smile. His favorite was her eyes. Every time he saw her eyes, his heart seemed to come alive. Chiming looked up at Sasuke. Their eyes met. A chill swept over Chiming's body from who knows where, and she shivered, instinctively curling up in Sasuke's embrace. The warmth of the boy's body made her unable to resist being enamored. Does it hurt? Sasuke always thought her knee hurt again. He placed his hand on her knee, recalling the medical ninjutsu he had just learned in the 4th Great Ninja War, not expecting it to have this use. The warm energy surged into her body, warming Chiming's heart. I'm fine, Sasuke. Don't we need to get up and leave soon? She didn't know how many days they would stay in a land of iron, nor did she know Sasuke's ultimate goal. She just wanted to be by his side, quietly accompanying him like every other day and night. That was enough. Chiming was not satisfied with Konoha's judgment. She wanted to keep Sasuke, but she knew he was like the wind. The wind shouldn't be confined to one place. She couldn't hold on to him. Moreover, it was all stirred up by her. Let's sleep a bit more. Sasuke held her in his arms again. He slept much last night, and now the fatigue was setting in, making his voice hoarse. He was worried that the girl would overthink, so he suggested they stay here for 2 days and not rush to leave. Okay. Chiming obediently nodded, respecting Sasuke's choice. From that moonlit escape to the later brotherly conflict, and then to the 4th Great Ninja War, she never forced Sasuke to join. She simply gave him a choice. No matter what choice he made, Chiming would respect it. With such a Sasuke, he at least wouldn't have to live his life according to someone else's plans. That would be too much like a puppet. The two of them slept until the afternoon before waking up. Outside, the sky was hazy with fog. Sasuke got up first and went downstairs to get some hot food and a bucket of hot water before returning to the room. At this time, Chiming had also woken up. She was sitting by the window wrapped in a blanket, her head resting on the windowsill as she watched the falling snow. Snow, for her, it brought back too many memories. Sasuke walked over in a few strides, pulling half of the blanket over himself, and Chiming leaned against his shoulder. They chatted idly. Sasuke, there's something I'm not sure if you know. Chiming thought of the land of iron and winter, inevitably recalling Naruto and Raikage's incident. The scene of Naruto kneeling in the snow shattered her heart. The son of the 4th Hokage, a hero of the ninja world, kneeling before Raikage, humbly begging for his friend's life. This was something Sasuke should know. What is it? Sasuke turned to look at her. When you first joined Akatsuki, you injured Lord Killer Bee, which led to Raikage hunting you down. Chiming said casually, as if recounting an ordinary event. Naruto knelt in the snow, continuously begging Raikage to let you go. Hope Raikage will spare you. As Chiming spoke, she recalled how Killer Bee had beaten Naruto up because of Sasuke, and continued. Before that, Naruto had been used as a punching bag by Killer Bee's apprentice, ending up all bruised. Naruto, Sasuke murmured the name, feeling as if Naruto was always pulling him along in their friendship, never letting him go. Do you want to attend the wedding? How about we go back and participate in the wedding this time, and buy some interesting gifts as a wedding present? You mean? Jiming sat up from Sasuke's embrace. Are you really going back? Didn't you say you didn't want to? Just in time to prepare for our wedding. Sasuke smiled. Jiming's face turned red. Indeed, this guy didn't like playing dating games, only wedding games. Which guy proposes the day after confessing? Is this a proposal? Jiming pouted slightly, wanting Sasuke to accompany her in playing dating games, and she didn't want to agree. Why not? Even that purple Rinnegan widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't comprehend why she wouldn't agree. Jiming huffed. We aren't even together yet. How can we get married? That is too hasty. A normal progression should be flirting, confessing, dating, and then, once our parents and friends have met and we feel it's the right time, we can prepare for the wedding. Plus, look at Naruto and Sakura. The time we've been apart is about the same as their time together. I barely know you anymore. Jiming spoke passionately, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. He lowered his gaze in thought, as if genuinely considering her request. Sasuke realized that the time they had spent together was perhaps even less than the 3 years he spent in Orochimaru's lair. They always met hurriedly and parted quickly, briefly, passionately. Their encounters were solely his. Okay, Sasuke replied, perhaps they should get to know each other better first. Such a hasty marriage wouldn't be agreed upon by our family anyway. Then let us wait for a few days until the snow melts, and we could buy some things nearby to bring to Sakura and Naruto. Jiming said contentedly, curious about what it would be like for 18-year-old Sasuke to date. Okay. Chapter 210. Sasuke's Side Story. Growing Pains 3. Naruto and Sakura's wedding was grand, as it was the wedding of a hero, inviting nearly all the famous figures in the ninja world. Sasuke hadn't returned to Konoha in years. He had no house to stay in. Couldn't live in the Uchiha compound, and definitely couldn't stay at the Namake's household. He had to choose to stay with the Senju family. Tsunade and Jiraiya were still traveling and hadn't returned, and Tobirama was away as well, leaving only Shizen to guard the Senju house. Upon arriving home, the aunt from a few years ago had already been replaced. She took the large bags from Jiming, who asked her to help organize them, saying these were wedding gifts for Naruto and Sakura. All right, Mississippi. The new aunt was quick and organized the gifts in no time, then tidied up Jiming's courtyard. Before returning to her own courtyard, Jiming took Sasuke to find Uchiha Madara. She guessed that her brother was probably playing Hanafuda with Izuna and Hashirama, or perhaps sipping flower tea. Knocking on Madara's courtyard door, Madara thought it was the aunt and didn't pay much attention, resting his chin on his hand while watching Hashirama and Izuna argue over the Hanafuda, their faces flushed. Izuna indignantly exclaimed, "You evil Senju, Uchiha Izuna, will bring you to justice, so that you don't keep deceiving others every day." Hashirama wasn't a pushover either. He rolled up his sleeves and put his hands on his hips. You've been hanging out with Tobirama too much, calling everyone evil all day. I'm not evil. He grew more and more grieved, pouting for help from Madara. Just as Madara was about to speak, a clear female voice suddenly called him back to reality. Why is brother Hashirama cheating again? A girl in a familiar kimono, this time in white and green colors, entered, holding her skirt. Brother Madara, brother Izuna, brother Hashirama. I'm back. Jiming greeted the 3 brothers. Sasuke followed her in. The previously cheerful family suddenly changed their expressions, like a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. The evil little Uchiha. Why are you following her here? Hashirama took the initiative to speak first. Izuna immediately followed up. Sasuke, what are you doing here with little Ji? It was as if they were saying, do you even deserve to be here? Jiming frowned, looking at her 3 brothers, and couldn't help but ask, what are you doing? Sasuke is also part of the Uchiha clan, and besides, he's my boyfriend now. Once she said this, the 3 of them turned grim, and the whole room's atmosphere dropped. Izuna expressed his discontent. Why him? What makes Uchiha Sasuke worthy? If we're talking looks, I'm better looking than him by a bit. If we're talking about relationships with little Ji, I definitely win. Plus, in terms of strength, while he may be slightly inferior, he still can't compare to brother Madara. How could they trust such a young boy with little Ji? Even if he was from the Uchiha clan? Hashirama was defending his brother, and Tobirama had been virtuous for so long, being considerate and gentle, tall and handsome. How could he possibly compare to this young Uchiha brat? And Madara is the only one among the 3 who accepted things relatively quickly. After going through so much, he didn't want to insist on marrying Shizen anymore. His first half of life was too dominant, leaving Shizun with many indelible scars. So he thought it would be better to be a bit more casual in the second half. He respected Shizun's choices. As for Sasuke, he didn't know how to compliment his rival. But Madara pretended to be an elder, sitting in the main seat, pouring a cup of tea, and said, "Sit down, Sasuke." Since Madara had spoken, Shizen pulled Sasuke to his seat and pushed the tea in front of him. There was no doubt that Sasuke's etiquette was impeccable. After greeting everyone, when he served tea to the elders, he intentionally lowered the cup significantly. The second cup of tea was poured by Sasuke. Madara couldn't find anything to criticize, asking where they had been on their trip and why they had returned so early. He thought they would wander the world and never come back, and had long prepared for a life without seeing Shizen again. But unexpectedly, Sasuke actually brought her back. Say what you will, Sasuke was somewhat useful. The wedding invitation from Naruto and Sakura arrived, and Shizen and I missed our hometown, so we thought we would come back. Sasuke was a man of few words. But here, he was willing to say a bit more. He wanted to make up for some of the prejudices the elders had against him. He hoped the elders could sincerely advise him about his relationship with Shizen. Even if it didn't affect him, if the older brothers didn't bless them, she would probably be very sad, right? He didn't want to see her sad anymore, at least within his capabilities. Sasuke hoped Shizen could happily spend the rest of her life. Speaking of this wedding, I had thought that Naruto and Sakura had shown signs for a long time. Hashirama sighed. These days, Kushina and Minato had been very busy and hadn't come to our house for a long time. How could their son be getting married without being busy? Izuna looked at Hashirama as if he were foolish. You should gamble less. Otherwise, we won't even be able to afford to eat at the banquet. You think we don't know? He warned fiercely. Hashirama scratched his head, embarrassed. I was just having a little fun with gambling. Anyway, I prepare my share for me and Madara. Izuna didn't care about him. Anyway, it wasn't the Uchiha family's money he was gambling with. As for Senju's money, he could waste it however he wanted. He should prepare his own. Hashirama began to throw a tantrum again. When Madara spoke, Hashirama, the one throwing a tantrum, immediately quieted down. He could argue with Izuna, but he couldn't provoke Madara. Madara was extremely sad now. Hashirama had always known his feelings for his sister. In the past, he had forced him to suppress his feelings, insisting they were siblings. He hoped this time Hashirama could be freer, at least not bound by the so-called family or sibling ties. But this time, the main character was not Madara. It was another Uchiha boy. Uchiha Sasuke, what are your plans for the future? Madara continued to ask like a father. Plans? Sasuke hadn't thought far ahead. The ninja world still had many beautiful mountains and rivers, and he wanted to explore them with Shizen, experience many customs and traditions together. Sasuke honestly said, I want to take her to travel through the mountains and rivers. Of course, this depended on her willingness. If she didn't want to, he could settle down in Konoha, renovate the Uchiha clan's land, and bring the two elders in. A child with plans, respecting Shizen's wishes. Madara extremely didn't want to admit that this young man was also very outstanding. Chapter 211, Sasuke's Side Story. Growing pains for Madara asked a couple more questions but didn't want to continue. The more he asked, the more he realized that his so-called indifference was nonsense, so he prepared to let them go back. Perhaps because the weather in Konoha wasn't as cold as in the Land of Iron, Shizen's condition improved a lot today. The minor pain no longer affected her normal life. But as soon as it rained, when she heard the drizzle hitting the eaves outside, she thought about running over to close the propped-up windows. After taking just a few steps, the pain from her joints hit her from below, breaking through her nerves. Bang! Shizen suddenly fell to the ground without warning, her eyes wide open, helplessly looking at the four men gathering around her. She wanted to say, don't worry, it's just a late-onset growing pain. But Shizen was already in too much pain to speak, her eyes barely able to open. Uchiha Sasuke, how are you taking care of our little princess? Izuna, watching everything, felt pain in his heart and ultimately pointed out the culprit, Uchiha Sasuke. If it weren't for his insistence on leaving the village, Shizen wouldn't have gotten hurt. Shizen wanted to defend Sasuke, but couldn't say anything. The pain pressing on her nerves made her just want to sleep through it all. If she could just sleep, everything would be fine by tomorrow. The growing pains would gradually get better with time. In the middle of the night, Shizen was once again awakened by pain. What came into view was a familiar white ceiling, white sheets, and white curtains. They had brought her to the hospital. She had been given 2 injections, and the fluids were still dripping drop by drop. Sakura pushed the door open at this moment, her pink hair standing out under the nightlight. She walked in, pulled up a chair, and sat at the foot of the bed, her hands in her pockets, looking at her several times without saying anything. Shizen didn't know what to say either. The pain had made her forget words. She didn't understand why her growing pains had come so late and why they had lasted so long. It had been almost a month since they returned from the Land of Iron, yet she had been in real pain for a whole month. Shizen. Perhaps because they had been in a stalemate for too long, Sakura finally spoke, staring intently at her, unable to read the emotions in her eyes. Sakura, what's wrong with my illness? A brief conversation between doctor and patient allowed two long-lost friends to chat a bit and loosen up. As they talked, Sakura mentioned the wedding in 3 days. It was mainly Shizen who first asked about the wedding preparations. How is your wedding with Naruto coming along? Do you need me to help? Sakura looked shy. I tried on the wedding dress these past 2 days. It was an old master introduced by my teacher, and it fits perfectly. In the remaining 3 days, we are roughly preparing to distribute wedding candies in the village. Teacher Obito also said that the missions for these days would be temporarily halted and would continue after the wedding. Shizen nodded. The old lady's craftsmanship was indeed excellent. Most of her kimonos were custom-made at the old lady's place, and she had been a loyal customer for many years. You don't need to help. It's busy enough. Sakura continued, her tone becoming much gentler. Just focus on recovering these next few days, and it will be fine for you to attend on the wedding day. The two chatted a bit more, and then Sakura went to check the next room. 3 days later, Shizen was discharged from the hospital by her 3 family members and was bundled off to the old lady's house for makeup. The old lady had skillful hands. Her kimonos were good, and her makeup was also excellent. She looked at herself in the mirror, her face pale and clean. With just a touch of powder, such a simple makeup could maximize Shizen's beauty. After styling her hair and selecting 2 hairpins to pin in, she finally changed into a ceremonial kimono with a family crest, completing the set. Uchiha Madara and the 3 of them were waiting at the door. When the old lady pushed Jiming out, all 3 of them were stunned, their gazes fixed on her. They didn't say anything, and even their breathing seemed to become inaudible. Jiming nervously clutched her skirt, looking at the 3 men in front of her. She simply twirled around and asked softly, "Do I look good, brothers?" The first to come back to his senses was Hashirama, who praised, "You look amazing." He didn't have the so-called lover's filter that the Uchiha brothers had. From the moment he realized this shouldn't be a romantic feeling, Hashirama had nipped it in the bud, not even allowing it to sprout. "Looks good." The 2 brothers finally regained their senses, their gazes softening significantly. The 4 of them slowly walked to the wedding venue. The location was at Minato's house, bustling with guests coming and going. Jiming brought the 3 flamboyant men to the entrance, where Uchiha Obito, the 6th Hokage, was collecting red envelopes. Usually wearing the Hokage hat and sitting in the office, today he was here, signing in. Not only was Obito there, but also the Umbu Captain Kakashi was sitting beside him, smoothly handling the incoming guests. When Kakashi saw Jiming, he felt a sense of déjà vu. When was the last time they met? He couldn't quite remember, only that during those days, he had no sleep, a tense mind, and continuous fighting, where a slight misstep could mean death. After that battle, Kakashi returned home, took a shower, and slept for a whole day and night, erasing everything from his memory, including that memory which had gradually faded. During those days, he often went to the hospital because Sasuke was hospitalized, under the pretense of checking on his subordinates. He visited several times, but never saw her. Their next encounter was this one. She handed him the wrapped red envelope, and their only interaction was this red envelope, Naruto and Sakura's wedding red envelope. "Obito, how does it feel to be the 6th Hokage?" Jiming jokingly asked. Obito smiled. "Of course it's great," he said, adding, "With Kakashi here, it feels much easier." He knew Kakashi liked the girl in front of him, but Kakashi never fought for her, just remaining a quiet scarecrow. Those who were far away didn't know his goodness, and those who were close thought he was too proud and aloof. Like a scarecrow, he silently protected the fields of Konoha, guarding the love that would never sprout for Kakashi. "Let's go in." After Jiming saw her brothers put down their things, she bid farewell to the 2 and did not block the guests who came to congratulate. They found a place to sit near Tsunade, and unexpectedly, Jiraiya had also returned from his travels. "Lord Jiraiya, Sensei," Jiming greeted them obediently. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a white-haired man and greeted him as well, Brother Tobirama. Just as they sat down, Tsunade started talking about growth pains, saying, "Why did our baby only start developing at 18? She smiled, treating it as a normal physiological development process. She didn't want to talk too much with little G and guessed that this sudden growth pain was probably related to her time en route. But now that Danzo was dead, it was meaningless to pursue the matter any further. Tsunade preferred to view this growth pain as part of the child's growth process. After chatting for a while, Sasuke also arrived. He first greeted a few seniors before pulling out the chair next to Jiming and slowly sitting down. He didn't know when their hands intertwined, but Jiming looked down at their tightly clasped hands hidden under the table. When she raised her eyes again, he seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her. Those dreamy purple eyes were fixed on her. He rubbed her palm, which made her feel ticklish and want to pull away, but the boy's grip only tightened. Why was he so domineering, even holding her hand so tightly. Jiming avoided the boy's eyes, looking at the stage. Naruto had already kissed his beautiful bride, and the crowd below was lively, with cheers ringing out. She hadn't finished watching when, somehow, she found herself in this place. Looking at the surrounding shrine, and then at the boys standing in front of her, she felt a bit confused. What were they doing here? If they saw that we suddenly left, her brothers and sensei would definitely worry. Sasuke didn't speak, just rubbed his thumb against her lips, and when she was about to say something, he kissed her. All her words were blocked by that kiss. In fact, Sasuke had wanted to do this for a long time, but due to the strictness of Jiming's elders, he had kept to himself. He didn't know if it was influenced by Naruto and Sakura today, or if the girl was simply too beautiful, like a Yamato Nadeshiko from history. From the moment they held hands, he had been thinking about it and decided he wouldn't hold back anymore. The boy's kiss was too passionate, and she felt like a startled little cat, shrinking back from the kiss. His breathing became heavier, one hand encircling her waist while the other pressed against the back of her head, not allowing her any space to escape. Her lips were so soft, like melting cotton candy in his mouth, making him taste a hint of sweetness. She was starting to feel breathless, Jiming thought, pushing against Sasuke's chest, trying to make him let go. Finally, he released her. Looking at the girl in his arms, panting heavily, he couldn't help but smirk. I forgot to teach little Ji how to breathe. I don't want to play with you anymore. Jiming coldly huffed, turning her head away, deciding that today was the day to dislike Uchiha Sasuke. She didn't know how to explain this sudden departure when they returned. Don't worry, I told Lady Tsunade that you were in pain and that I'm taking you back. Sasuke quickly reassured her. He always remembered that during their wandering days. This was the time when they walked the slowest. After 1 or 2 times, he would intentionally slow his pace to accommodate her steps. I haven't even eaten yet. Jiming complained, feeling wrong since they had already paid but couldn't enjoy the meal. However, without the distraction of the kiss, the pain started to flare up again, and she nearly collapsed into Sasuke's embrace. Fortunately, Jiming was quick to hold on to him, and he brought her back to her courtyard. As usual, Sasuke used his medical ninjutsu to ease her pain. The two of them didn't say much, flipping through a couple of books on the bookshelf, each not disturbing the other. The end, Chapter 212 Kakashi's side story. If Kakashi became the 6th Hokage, the two of them got married. That day, Jiming chatted with friends for a long time. After finishing his socializing, the 6th Hokage returned and sat in the side hall, listening to the girl chatting with her friends. After an unknown amount of time, after sending off her friends, as she tidied up the things on the table, she was suddenly embraced by Kakashi. Why did you take so long tonight? Little Ji really made big brother wait. His chin rubbed against the top of the girl's head, his hand gently stroking her back, slowly moving down, his intentions clear. Jiming struggled slightly, her face turning red, but she didn't dare look into his eyes, finding a clumsy excuse. I haven't finished tidying up my things yet. But she couldn't break free, and besides, you're drunk. It was an undeniable fact, and he smiled as he kissed her neck, his breath hot and heavy with alcohol, making Jiming afraid it would burn her skin. The words he spoke were no different from the question she had asked. Can we do this here? The 6th Hokage rarely spoke so directly, often respecting the girl's opinions. Some of his requests, Jiming could agree to. But Jiming forgot that Kakashi was a man who was well-versed in intimate paradise. Sooner or later, he would reveal his true colors. But this was the moon viewing platform, the place where friends had just sat. Such directness made her dodge while blushing and refusing. No way. Kakashi chuckled softly. Thinking you'd be on top? Before the girl could reply, her skirt was already halfway off. Jiming still stopped him, meeting Kakashi's crescent moon-like smiling eyes, but really. Jiming pushed him away again, no. Forced to sit on Kakashi's lap, straightening her body, she could see the top of his head. He slightly raised his head. But I want to. Ah, his movements were not slow at all, completely unlike a drunk person. He started to speak again, warm breaths brushing her ear. It was hard to imagine how a person's voice could turn so hoarse. I miss you a lot while you were chatting with your friends. No, he corrected himself. I was thinking about you while I was eating. But Jiming spoke in fragments, like a low murmur. It was you who wanted to go out. Her accusatory voice was out of tune. I just call my friends over, slowly, and the work you want me to do. She was almost in tears. Kakashi raised his face, pressing her head down a bit. His breath entered her mouth, and she unconsciously climbed onto his shoulder, shedding her armor. Jiming trembled slightly in fear. Xiaoji, I reviewed the mission report submitted by Naruto again this morning. Do you know what he wrote? At this moment, the 6th Hokage was unusually talkative, annoyingly so, but she had no time to respond to his words, barely squeezing out a sound. I don't know. Tears were on the verge of falling. Kakashi sighed, clearly assigned an escort mission, but he wrote about traveling instead. What a kawaii disciple. Kawaii my ass. Jimin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who spoils Kakashi to have such a strange habit at this time? The wind outside gradually quieted down, and the room also became silent. After being taken care of, Jimin comfortably lay in the quilt. Not to mention, Kakashi's service awareness was really too good. Chapter 213. What hardship led him to kill his own parents? After arranging some post-war tasks for the kids, Minato finally finished the meal. After eating, Jimin walked to Minato's training ground, where two boys were sitting on the moon viewing platform, gazing at the sky. Occasionally, they chatted about the Chunin exams. At this time, as a part-time psychologist, Jimin should step in. Apart from the matter of Danzo's Sharingan, there was also another issue, Sasuke's departure, which ran through the entire Shippuden story. This time, she wanted to try hard to keep him by his friend's side and not let him be alone anymore. What are you talking about? Jimin sat beside Sasuke, smiling as she looked at them. Naruto pouted, looking unhappy. The Chunin exams just ended like this. I can't be promoted to Chunin now. That means I can't take on higher-level missions. You can't rush this matter. Jimin comforted them a bit, patting one of their heads. But she thought, what if they really got promoted to Chunin? Who would fight the boss in the Fourth Great Ninja War? As the saying goes, Jounin fight with pots and pans, while Genin destroy the world. Without these two Genin main forces, Kaguya might not be able to be defeated. She continued, this time was a special situation. It already evolved into a safeguarding war issue. The Chunin exams are held twice a year anyway. You can just participate next year. But Naruto wanted to catch up with Jimin quickly. You became a Chunin at 7 and joined the Umbu in the same year. Now you're the Umbu captain. If I don't work hard, my Hokage position will be taken away. Oh, so that's why? She thought he was sad for some other reason. It turned out it was because her rapid promotion affected Naruto's path. You don't need to worry about that. Jimin patted Naruto's shoulder as if she knew everything. The 7th Hokage will definitely be your position, as long as the plot doesn't change too much. Then why am I not the 5th Hokage? Naruto asked in confusion. Then he thought of his father. Could it be that my dad won't live to see me become Hokage? What if something happens to him in the future? Jimin couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's outrageous thought. No, Minato-sensei's next generation still has Kakashi's generation, and then it's ours. Perhaps the 5th Hokage will be Kakashi? Then why am I not the 6th? Naruto continued to ask. Hiroki's generation isn't bad either. Their talents and decision-making are excellent. Logically, they should be considered first, right? Jimin was almost out of ideas. Who knew this kid was so obsessed with the Hokage position? Not just obsessed with the Hokage, but also with which generation he would be. But who knows what will happen in the future? What about Sasuke? What does Sasuke want to do in the future? Seeing that Sasuke had been silent, Jimin, adhering to the principle of not neglecting any friend, sat between the two and asked Sasuke again. Sasuke showed no change in expression, not even stirring his emotions. His answer remained the same as usual. I want to kill Itachi Uchiha and avenge my family. I will help you, Sasuke, Naruto vowed, patting his chest. Your enemy is my enemy, too. Itachi Uchiha, right? I will kill him. You don't need to help. Sasuke coldly rejected him. This is my personal matter. It's a hatred I carry alone. You don't have to. No way. We are brothers. We are best friends. If I don't help you, who will? Naruto countered. The two debated for several rounds about whether to kill Itachi Uchiha together, and Naruto even suggested, let's duel, Sasuke. Whoever wins gets to decide. Jimin, with a cold face, tied the two with a water whip. Why fight? Didn't I say before that if I see you two fighting, there will be consequences? Do you remember? Her cold expression instantly made the two boys wilt, lowering their heads and saying nothing. And that so-called Itachi Uchiha of yours. Jimin lifted Sasuke's chin, making him look into her eyes. Sometimes revenge isn't your only choice. Your brother might also have his own hardships. Sasuke shouted, what hardship could make him kill our parents? Of course, it was Sasuke. But Jimin couldn't tell Sasuke the whole truth. It would affect the main plot. Even if she said it, the other party wouldn't hear it. Moreover, if she said it, a butterfly flapping its wings could cause a tremendous change in the ninja world. Such variables she didn't want to gamble on. After waiting for a long time, Jimin remained silent. Naruto was also stunned by Sasuke's shout. By the time the two reacted, Sasuke had already used the flying thunder god technique to leave. What to do, Jimin-chan? Naruto looked at Jimin helplessly. Should I go chase after Sasuke? At worst, it would just mean that he wouldn't be going to kill Itachi Uchiha with me. Jimin sensed Sasuke's flying thunder god technique. He was still in the village, so there was no problem. She ruffled Naruto's orange hair and said, don't worry, I'll go find him. Just wait for me at home. After saying this, she turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared in front of Naruto. Chapter 214. The infiltration of the sound for Sasuke was already feeling quite anxious. He rubbed the restless mark on his neck as he walked along the road. He didn't know where he was supposed to be going. He was just wandering aimlessly around the village. As he wandered, he found himself by the lake where he had learned the great fireball technique as a child. He sat by the lake, gazing at the shimmering surface, and to his surprise, it reflected images of his father, mother, and brother, even the four of them together. Was he seeing things? Sasuke rubbed his eyes, but when he looked again, nothing was there. Only the reflection of the moon remained on the lake, like an illusion. He couldn't help but feel angry and annoyed, throwing a stone at the water. As soon as he threw it, there was movement in the water. Sasuke, on high alert, pulled out the small knife he kept at his waist and activated his Sharingan. There were 4 people. Sure enough, the 4 of them emerged from the water and walked straight towards him. The seal on his neck was becoming increasingly restless, as if it had found its kind, burning him as if he were being scorched by fire. The first to speak was a girl with long, ordinary hair. Are you Uchiha Sasuke? Who are you? How did you infiltrate Konoha? Sasuke squinted through the moonlight and the street lamps to see the forehead protectors of the 3 people. They were sound ninja. Could it be that Orochimaru had sent them to find him? Hadn't Orochimaru already been defeated? Why were his subordinates still lurking in Konoha? Was there some other conspiracy? Lord Sasuke, we were sent by Lord Orochimaru to bring you back. The woman continued, addressing him as Lord Sasuke. Don't you want to kill Uchiha Itachi? Stuck under Kakashi's command, you might not even be able to take a single hair from Uchiha Itachi. You play house with the 4th Hokage's son every day, doing easy missions. Do you think you've improved your skills? At this moment, another man spoke. He looked somewhat strange, almost like he had 3 heads and 6 arms. He mocked. The 4th Hokage's son has both parents and a harmonious family. He was raised with all the 4th's resources. And what do you have, Uchiha Sasuke? You have nothing. The more he spoke, the more he found it amusing, and he even laughed heartily. Sasuke felt as if he were being stabbed through the heart, glaring fiercely at the man with 3 heads and 6 arms. In an instant, he moved behind him, his long knife aimed at the man's neck, and coldly said, "What I have is none of your business." Hee. The large man suddenly wrapped his arms around Sasuke's body from behind. Sasuke tried to struggle, but it felt as if his strength was fading away. This person could absorb others' chakra. Sasuke cursed inwardly and immediately formed a hand sign for the Flying Thunder God technique, escaping the man's grasp. As soon as he landed, the 3rd man came flying in, kicking him to the ground and stepping on his chest, taunting, "If you can't even beat us, how could you possibly take on Uchiha Itachi? You're so weak, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke let out a muffled grunt, wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a sound of a flute. It wasn't a beautiful sound, but his consciousness began to fade, and the moon became increasingly hazy. Just before he completely lost consciousness, he heard a familiar voice, one that had been hidden in his dreams for a long time. She said, "What are you doing to Sasuke?" Jimmy didn't expect that in just a few minutes, Orochimaru's lackeys had secretly infiltrated Konoha. If the villagers knew that Sound Ninja were still in Konoha, who knows what kind of chaos Sarutobi Hiruzen would face. But she couldn't let the 4 in front of her go. Killing them would reduce the temptation for Sasuke to leave. Dear Jimmy, you're not allowed to kill these 4 people. Dealer, these 4 are too intertwined with the growth lines of many people. If you kill them now, then this part of their growth process will be incomplete. Dealer, those involved in this matter may undergo different changes, and the events will also change. Dealer, such variables are not what you want to see, right? Although the dealer said this, Jimmy did indeed restrain herself quite a bit. She managed to beat them half to death, but before she could lock them up in an interrogation room, they escaped underground. Jimmy emotionlessly retrieved her foaming knife and then crouched down to check Sasuke's body. Aside from being under a Jinjutsu and suffering some superficial injuries, he had no other wounds. But how could she carry a person of his size, who was still unconscious, back? The Flying Thunder God technique was out of the question, and carrying him might not work either. What if? Jimmy thought of a brilliant tool for carrying people. She bit her index finger, drawing blood on her right palm. Summoning technique. At that moment, Sanson appeared. However, after Sanson emerged and saw that they were in a peaceful Konoha village, without any sense of danger, it couldn't help but feel confused. Isn't this safe? Why was I summoned? Jimmy, feeling guilty, pointed to the unconscious Uchiha Sasuke on the ground. He is under a sound Jinjutsu, and 1T wake up for a while, but I can't carry him back alone. We're the most powerful and beautiful summoning beasts, right? You'll help me, won't you? Jimmy blinked her eyes, looking pitifully at Sanson. Sanson was reluctant, but when it looked at Sasuke, it felt that he looked somewhat familiar, very much like the first boy who signed a contract with him. He must be his descendant, Sanson thought. Since he is his descendant, it should take care of him a bit. Sanson didn't know what method it used. but it managed to hoist Sasuke onto its back and leisurely flew in the air, keeping pace with Jimi. It didn't take long for her to bring him back to the Namikaze household, where with Minato's help, they sent Sasuke back to his own room. As they were about to part ways, Jimi thought for a moment and decided to voice her concerns. Minato-sensei, shouldn't we change the system of the barriers in Konoha? 4 Sound Ninja infiltrated tonight, and we didn't even know. Minato nodded. He had discussed this issue with Jiraiya today and had contacted Hayashi, preparing to change the system once the new one was ready. I'll have the Umbu strengthen patrols tomorrow. This period is indeed quite dangerous. However, he was more worried about Danzo. Danzo was an ambitious man, and they could not fathom his intentions. He was also a madman. If he were to provoke him, what would happen if he and little Jimi both perished? That absolutely cannot be allowed. If Minato's feelings for little Jimi had long since become familial, he was like a father to her, and Kushina was more like her mother. But now that the child had grown up and was exceptionally capable, while they were happy, they also worried for her. Each night, Kushina would have him sense Jimi's flying thunder god technique. If he could sense it, Kushina would be particularly happy and would mark the corresponding location on the ninja world map. If he couldn't sense it, Kushina would be extremely worried for Jimi's safety. A mother worries for her child from 1,000 miles away. Minato understood. But he couldn't keep Jimi in the village. Jihung had long been targeted by Danzo, but he had been engaged in secret missions within the Umbu and had not appeared in public, making it difficult for anyone to know his whereabouts. Naturally, Danzo was unaware of this. However, during the recently held escort mission in the village, just a day after the Chunin exams, Danzo came knocking. He was really anxious. It's fine, sensei. Jihung smiled and said, I'll be careful. Besides, if I encounter danger, I can just fly to your side. At that time, we can fight together, and they won't be our match. All right. Minato smiled at her playful demeanor, ruffling Jihung's hair as usual. Be careful on your way back. And remember to visit me and your Aunt Kushina more often. Chapter 215. Encounter on the bridge. After bidding farewell to Minato, Jihung didn't rush home and instead walked leisurely along the road. She reached the bridge near the Southie Shrine, which led directly to the Uchiha clan's territory on the other side. That empty Uchiha territory. Jihung had recovered some memories from the Warring States period and often wished to revisit the Uchiha clan. But just thinking about how the Uchiha clan, which Taijima and the others had worked so hard to build, was destroyed overnight made her heart ache. The lively Uchiha turned into a sea of corpses. Every time she thought of this, her hatred for Danzo grew a few degrees stronger. Sooner or later, she would cut off Danzo's dog head and place it in front of the Southie Shrine to honor the souls of the deceased Uchiha. Standing in the middle of the bridge, the people below had no idea what she was thinking, merely watching her in silence. Tobirama had been an observer for too long, always habitually watching little Jihung from a distance. In his eyes, little Jihung was a quiet girl. Although she appeared more lively on the surface, her heart was cold. Sometimes he wanted to ask her something, but he couldn't take that step. The concept of self-discipline was Tobirama's evaluation of himself. But this time, he wanted to say more, to ask more, to understand little Jihung a bit better. At least he didn't want to be just an observer, but a participant and listener. So this time, Tobirama walked from the bottom of the bridge to the top and stood next to Jihung. A cool breeze brushed against his face, making his cheeks itch. He turned to look and realized it was the girl's hair blowing against his face. He tried to catch the girl's hair, but before he could grasp it in his hand, the wind blew it away again. Just like the wind could bring the girl to his side, it could also take her away. Tobirama? Jihung pulled herself out of her memories and, upon seeing Tobirama, widened her eyes in surprise. When did you get here? How come I didn't notice you? Tobirama smiled and said, I saw you standing here, so I came up to take a look. He looked at her and continued, What are you thinking about? Why aren't you going home? Jihung sighed. I was thinking about how the Uchiha clan, which I worked so hard with my father and brothers to build, is now gone. This time, it was Tobirama's turn to be surprised. When did she regain her memories? How much did she remember? Did she remember everything? Did she recall what they had said before? Tobirama didn't dare to think further. He was still the timid person he had been decades ago. To her, his intelligence and bravery seemed to vanish. I haven't even seen the prosperous Uchiha clan. Jihung sighed again. There probably won't be any opportunity in the future either. Tobirama pondered what he should say, perhaps an apology. If he had been a little more lenient toward the Uchiha clan, would the outcome have been different? The Senju clan only had Tobirama and his master left. Jihung said regretfully, she was filled with sorrow. Nostalgia was her flaw, and it was something she never wanted to change. But whenever she regained part of her memory, she would always think of the two families in their prosperous state. How could the two major clans that laid the foundation for Konoha Just as they reached the fourth Hokage, almost fall into decline, Tobirama was not surprised by the decline of the Senju clan. He and his brother only had one child, who gave birth to Tsunade. It was normal for the clan to have only one line left. It's fine. The village's children are our children. Tobirama smiled and said, they are also the Uchiha clan's children. Jiheng smiled too, but the village had never truly regarded the Uchiha as their own. If it weren't for her carrying the Senju surname and receiving many privileges from that clan, along with her master's protection, she would have long been taken by that old thief Danzo to the root, turning into a killing machine devoid of emotions. Let's go home, little Jiheng. Tobirama noticed it was getting late and wanted to take Jiheng back to the Senju clan's territory. Just as he was about to grab her wrist, she skillfully dodged and hopped ahead of him. Come on, Lord Tobirama, we have work tomorrow. Tobirama withdrew his hand, watching the girl bounce ahead, feeling a pang of sadness. Was it because she had regained her memories? How could she be so carefree, bouncing along without him saying or doing anything? Lord Tobirama, what are you dawdling for? He saw the girl turn back, flashing a bright smile and waving at him. I'm coming. But seeing the girl's radiant smile, Tobirama instantly lost his temper and smiled as he followed her. This time, he would let things unfold naturally. No matter how much he tried to act, it would only annoy the girl. The two returned to the Senju clan territory together. Tobirama used the excuse of the nighttime dangers to personally escort Jiheng back to her little courtyard. Tobirama originally thought that it was so late that Uchiha Madara must be asleep, but he didn't expect that as soon as he stepped into the courtyard, Uchiha Madara was sitting there blankly, staring at him as if he were a police officer catching someone. You're back. Uchiha Madara glanced at the two who returned together and asked in a flat tone. A simple sentence of concern made Tobirama feel a hint of danger. He instinctively took 2 steps back, watching Uchiha Madara warily. If he were to attack in the next second, he would just use the flying thunder god to escape. In any case, Madara wouldn't harm little Jiheng, but he would definitely harm him. Protecting himself was one of Tobirama's ways to deal with Uchiha Madara, so he could better protect little Jiheng in the future. Leave, Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara was too lazy to bother with the child's antics. Feeling that Tobirama was gradually becoming more mature, but in front of him, he was still the same. Not as cute as little Jiheng. Little Jiheng, come to my room. Madara said that and turned to go back to his room. Then Lord Tobirama, you should head back first. See you tomorrow. Jiheng politely bid farewell to Tobirama before following Madara inside. To be honest, she felt a bit uneasy. What if Uchiha Madara wanted to do something to her? Then she would. As soon as she entered Madara's room, a burst of tea fragrance wafted over, similar to the scent of camellia. Could it be camellia flower tea? How long had it been since she had tea made from camellia flowers? From what Jiheng could barely remember, every summer, when there was no war, Taijima would take them to sun-dry the tea and would even bring out last year's tea to brew this year. The refreshing tea aroma, combined with the sweet yet not overly cloying pastries, was her favorite summer pastime. It would be even better if she could hold the adorable camellia in her arms. Such a wonderful thought made her a bit nostalgic. Little Ji, just as I thought of camellia, a snow-white cat pounced into Ji Ming's arms. Fortunately, she managed to hold on, or the little cat would have knocked her to the ground. Little Ji, why did it take you so long to come see me? I really missed you. Ji Ming hugged her, rubbing the little cat's head as she walked to the moon-viewing platform and sat down. Their moon-viewing platforms were connected, and just a few steps further was her room. The evening breeze was gentle, causing the bells hanging from the eaves to chime softly. Uchiha Madara had brewed a pot of tea for her and handed it to Ji Ming, then slowly said, while I was away, I suppose few people brewed camellia flower tea for you. Ji Ming picked up the tea and took a sip, finding it no different from decades ago. And she couldn't help but sigh contentedly. After work, it was indeed nice to have some tea to relax. Petting the little cat again, life didn't seem so bad. Camellia seemed to enjoy it, and Ji Ming affectionately stroked Camellia's fur. Brother Madara, did you call me here for something? She had intended to call him Nissen. But without her previous memories, it felt awkward, so she changed her address. As for what it was about, Madara wasn't sure how to communicate with the current little Ji. They had been apart for so long that it felt like they had grown distant. You don't need to worry about that Tuanzong matter. Just leave it to me. I will retrieve Shirsue's eyes and the eyes of the Uchiha clan. Madara said softly. Ji Ming quickly waved her hand. No, Brother Madara. Let me handle Tuanzong first. If you take action, you might die, and then how will I find out what he really intends to use me for? However, in Tuanzong's eyes, it was merely about the Hokage position. But now, with Minato in his prime, stepping down from the Hokage position was almost impossible. The only option left was assassination. Although the idea of assassinating Minato was abstract, she feared the worst. They needed to understand the opponent's moves better to plan accordingly. Madara was quite willing to hear her reasoning, but he also believed that Tuanzong had to die eventually, whether it was sooner or later. Whether from injury or by Jiming's hands, it made no difference to him. Tuanzong used Shirsui's Kodo Amatsukami to control me, forcing me to restrain Teacher Minato and Lord Tobarama, Jiming explained. I suspect he may have ulterior motives, but he can't be the only one behind this plan. I need to root out my colleagues. Madara was taken aback. He felt somewhat dazed. In the past, Little Ji didn't like playing politics or dealing with interpersonal relationships. But now it seemed she had made many friends, many teachers, and even engaged in politics. Undoubtedly, he could guess Tuanzang's thoughts. Ever since the massacre of the Uchiha clan, his only goal had been to gain power. However, the Uchiha clan in the village remained prosperous, with many talents emerging, while the Hyuga clan had settled around the village, avoiding these wars, and the Senju clan had even fewer outstanding talents aside from Tsunade. Among the three great clans, the Uchiha clan posed the greatest threat to them. How could Tuanzong not eliminate the Uchiha clan? Moreover, now that Tuanzong had been exposed, if he wanted to rewrite history, he needed to become the victor. Only the victors could write the history books. Then you should go ahead. Madara had nothing more to say. Whatever Little Ji wanted to do, he always supported her. As long as he wished, he would always protect her, and nothing would go wrong. Jiming took another sip of tea, gazing at the wind chimes swaying in the breeze. Shouldn't she start preparing to leave the village soon? Or wait until the day Sasuke leaves? By the way, Brother Madara, come with me to the Umbu tomorrow. Jiming suddenly recalled the task Minato had assigned this morning. Your task is just to protect me, to conceal his appearance. Jiming transformed several masks from her scroll and asked him to pick one. Camellia seemed very interested in the masks, jumping down from Jiming's arms and walking back and forth. Most were cat masks, but each one was different. If it were Madara, Camellia chose the simplest one. After all, Madara was too outstanding, and if he wore an extravagant mask, it would seem a bit too much. Jiming also thought that this unadorned cat mask looked better. She lifted the mask slightly and tried to fit it on his face. However, because of his hair, it couldn't sit properly, and she wondered if she should tuck his hair back a bit. She muttered to herself that his hair needed a trim. As she brushed aside the stray hair that covered his eyes and found some clips in her pocket to pin his hair behind his ears, she suddenly met the gaze of a very handsome man. The man looked at her, his eyes as bright as a candle flickering in the deep night, and he directly asked her, "Is this okay?" Jiming was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, causing the cat mask in her hand to drop. But Madara was quick and caught her, also managing to catch the cat mask. He directly put the cat mask on his face, hiding the sadness in his eyes. Little Ji still feared him like this. Jiming seemed to come back to her senses and felt a bit flustered, holding Camellia in her arms and explaining, "Brother Madara, you look good wearing it like that. If you have time in the future, I'll help you trim your hair." Trim my hair? Uchiha Madara ran his fingers through his hair, realizing it was indeed a bit long. Should he tie it up like Izuna? Well, let's talk about it later. Madara said with a hint of a smile, "How about you help me tie my hair up like Izuna?" Jiming thought for a moment. It didn't seem like a bad idea. But Madara's hair was the most crucial part, and he couldn't just tie it up. "It's okay, Brother Madara. In the future, I'll help you trim it shorter." She insisted on keeping Madara's signature style. Madara poured Jiming another cup of tea, and after finishing it, it was about time to sleep. However, the girl always had questions on her mind. "Brother Madara, can you teach me how to use the Sharingan when you have time? I always feel like I haven't fully unleashed its power." Madara pondered for a moment and decided to postpone that discussion. The ability to alter time would only hasten the end of Little Ji's life, and he didn't want that. He wanted to stretch out this time a little longer. Chapter 216. Embrace on a rainy night. Jiming suddenly wilted, looking at Uchiha Madara with a pitiful expression. Madara had seen that look on her face before. Whenever she showed it, he almost always surrendered. But this time, wearing a mask, no one could detect the deeper gloom beneath it. He softly coaxed her a couple of times, saying it was about time for bed and that she had work with the Umbu tomorrow. Using such a clumsy excuse, he urged her to leave the room and end the topic. Jiming wasn't oblivious. She understood and obediently said good night before leaving the room. Back in her own room, Jiming watched as Camellia the cat skillfully and naturally jumped on her bed, claiming a space for herself. She didn't say anything. After sleeping together for so many days, Jiming had gotten used to it. After a simple wash-up, she quickly covered herself with a small blanket and went to sleep. That night, She had slept for a while when she suddenly heard a faint sound, like a handful of crushed pearls being scattered into a jade plate, gradually building up over the years. Was it rain? The first rain of early autumn. In a daze, she remembered the celestial phenomena she observed tonight. The sky had changed. And this was what it referred to. Raindrops fell on the thin patches of the tall trees in the courtyard, accumulating heavily on the eaves, eventually forming a string of crystal-clear beads that kept falling down. The sound of the raindrops magnified in her ears, vaguely hinting at something. Jiming's small palms slowly oozed sweat as she furrowed her brows and turned over, reaching towards the edge of the bed. She initially thought no one was there, but she touched a man's somewhat rough hair. The sound of the rain grew more urgent, and Jiming almost sat up abruptly, curling into a ball. Bongia, Bongia. Is it you? The girl's voice had already taken on a crying tone. Even in the depths of the rainy night, Ban heard the girl's cries. However, he recalled the girl's previous determination to distance herself from him, and he didn't want to respond. He knew that since he was here, little Ji would likely be scared. If he called her a second time, he would agree to her request. Outside, the flashes of lightning and the booming thunder startled the heavens and earth, illuminating the room momentarily, and soon after, the rain fell even heavier. Jiming involuntarily curled up, burying her face between her legs, and began to sob quietly. She didn't understand the reason for her tears. She just felt increasingly frightened listening to the rain. Ban waited for a long time, but still didn't hear her call again. And he couldn't help but admit defeat in his heart. After all, he, as her older brother, had to accommodate her. He resignedly lit a cluster of candle flames, and the next moment, a figure pounced towards him. He staggered forward unexpectedly, but ultimately steadied himself. The girl's figure was graceful, carrying the scent of camellia flowers, softly enveloping his back, as if he were embracing countless camellia blooms in summer. Jiming tightly wrapped her arms around Ban's waist, her tear-streaked face pressed against his back. Ban naturally noticed the dampness on his back, and his heart ached as if pierced by a knife. The man turned around, holding the girl in his arms, and gently comforted her. It's okay, I'm here. Jiming's sobs gradually weakened, but her tears continued to flow. Ban found he couldn't pull his hands away for a moment, so he simply carried the girl back to bed and covered her with a blanket. At that moment, the camellia had already awakened, looking worriedly at Jiming and then at Ban. It had known since childhood that Jiming was afraid of thunderstorms. During such weather, she would tremble in a corner like a fragile doll, sobbing. At times like this, Ban Taijima or Izuna would appear by Jiming's side to accompany her through a stormy night. But it didn't know the reasons behind this, nor had it learned this from the three of them. Every time this kind of weather came, the camellia could only watch helplessly, hoping they would arrive soon. Fortunately this time, Ban and her were both by little Ji's side. The two lay on the bed. Ban carefully pulled her into his embrace, and seeing she made no resistance, she curled up like a lovable kitten in his arms, saying nothing. Ban understood the reason Jiming was afraid of thunder. One was due to a mistake they made. He gently patted Jiming's back, waiting until the girl in his arms gradually fell into a steady breathing rhythm, his thoughts drifting back to that rainy night. It was the reason Jiming feared thunderstorms. That was 15 years ago in Konoha. Ban could hardly remember the events of that year, except for this particular incident, which he remembered clearly. That day he, his father, and Izuna went out on a reconnaissance mission, thinking they would return on time that night, but unexpectedly encountered an ambush from the Senju clan and other ninja clans. Their relentless pressure forced the three of them to retreat step by step, just as someone aimed to take his life. Ban drew his long sword and delivered a heavy blow, severing the enemy's head, blood splattering across his face. He pulled out his sword, watching the continuous stream of blood flow to the ground, pooling into a pool of blood. His father and Izuna rushed over, and after confirming that all three were unharmed, they quickly ran home. As soon as they arrived home, thunder rumbled outside, and the rain began to fall. Taijima remarked how fortunate they were to return early. Otherwise, they would have been caught in the rain. He then looked at his two blood-stained sons and hurried them to wash up. Don't bring that blood smell to see your sister. Ban and Izuna thought the same, but as soon as they returned to their courtyard, Ban, perhaps due to his sensitive senses, heard the sound of a girl crying. He didn't even have time to wash the blood off his face and ran to Jiming's room like the wind. With a loud bang, the girl was clearly startled, and her cries ceased. Another thunderclap echoed, illuminating the room and revealing the fear in the girl's eyes. She retreated in terror until she was cornered against the wall, trembling and biting her lip, her face pale. Ban almost forgot that he still had blood on him. He hurriedly rushed over, but tripped and nearly slid to the ground. He carefully looked at little Ji, worriedly asking, "What's wrong, little Ji?" What happened? Tell me, Nissen. Jiming's eyes were filled with fear, especially when she saw the blood on his face. She nearly screamed, but only managed a few hoarse cries that broke Ban's heart. Seeing Izuna come over after washing up, Ban placed Jiming beside Izuna and went out alone. Dream was Jiming's companion, and besides Dream, there was the Camellia. Ban called them both over and asked them extensively. He learned that earlier that afternoon, a kid from a neighboring clan had caused trouble here. In an overly aggressive manner, Dream just wanted to stop that kid, but unexpectedly, the kid fell strangely and ended up bleeding from all 7 orifices, collapsing in front of Jiming. Jiming nearly screamed and hid behind Dream, her hand gripping her sleeve, trembling. Chapter 217. The Old Matters of Tobarama at night. For some reason, the sky seemed to be in a tantrum, occasionally thundering and raining, causing a ruckus. Jiming could only hold Dream's hand, unable to sleep for a long time. Later, Dream thought Jiming had fallen asleep and got up to sort out the sudden death of that kid. However, unexpectedly, such things happened. She felt a mix of emotions. Lord Ban, I didn't take good care of the lady. Please punish me. Ban felt bad too. From his perspective, the reason Jiming was scared was not just witnessing a person bleed from the 7 orifices. What she truly feared was probably being alone and unremembered on every thunderstorm night. She thought Dream would always be with her, but unexpectedly, Dream also left. She was scared, afraid of being caught back again, becoming a lonely person. All right, Dream. From now on, every rainy night, you must stay by Little G's side. Ban chose not to pursue Dream's involvement in the death, but focused on her absence during Jiming's time of need. Yes, Dream could only comply. By midnight, Ban had cleaned the blood off his body and went to Jiming's room, finding the 2 children snuggled tightly together, their little faces nearly touching. Ban couldn't help but smile, tiptoeing to their side. But as soon as he got close, Jiming's innocent and fearful eyes looked at her, and all he felt was heartache. He carefully leaned forward and comforted her gently. Don't be afraid, Nissen is here. Sleep well. Nissen will always be with you, no matter what thunder and lightning come. Nissen will help Little G deal with it. He comforted her clumsily for a long time before finally lulling Jiming to sleep. In the future, on every thunderstorm night, a special day, as long as Ban was free, he would come over. If Ban wasn't available, then Izuna and Taijima would come. No matter what he was doing, Ban just hoped to provide Little G with a sense of family security during her most fearful moments. Jiming was in a deep sleep, muddled and confused, when she was suddenly jolted awake by the cold. The room was dark, and she could hardly lift her eyelids. Feeling around for the warmth under the covers, she dozed off again. Ban, who had not yet fallen asleep, noticed that the girl's sleeping position was restless. Just as he was lost in thought, a cool breeze swept into his embrace, and then the chill dissipated as a branch of camellia climbed up his body. He couldn't help but sigh and pulled the covers tighter around him. Having not slept all night, Ban quietly got up from the bed just as dawn was approaching. After covering Ji with a blanket, he left the room silently. He first returned to his own room to change into a new set of clothes. He initially thought about wearing the red armor, but then reconsidered that was armor worn during wartime, and now was a time of peace. So there was no need to wear armor all the time. After some time searching, he ended up putting on the Uchiha clan leader's attire again. This was his usual outfit. Once dressed, he knelt in front of the mirror, picked up a wooden comb from the dresser, and simply tidied his hair. Grabbing a hair tie, he loosely tied his hair into a ponytail. While tying it, he recalled Jiming's words from last night about not liking his ponytail. Ban let his hair down, hung his mask at his waist, and pushed the door open to leave. This time, he intended to find Tobarama. If he guessed correctly, Tobarama should be the first person Jiming summoned, and it had likely been several years since they last met. He wanted to know what had happened during those years, especially to Jiming. When he arrived at Tobarama's courtyard, Tobarama had just finished washing up and was sitting in front of the tea stove, preparing to brew the first cup of tea. It was strange how Tobarama had developed a habit of drinking tea. He used to only drink plain water. However, on the day of their family's introduction, Tobarama had the first cup of tea brewed by Jiming. It was summer, and the camellias were in full bloom. So the tea served to guests at the Uchiha household was made from their own dried camellia flowers. The first sip, Tobarama found his mouth to be a bit astringent, but then a refreshing fragrance instantly filled his mouth. This taste was very much like the scent on Jiming. That day, he asked Jiming for camellia tea and continued to drink it. This habit has persisted until now. When Tobarama saw Ban arrive, he showed no change in expression, washing another teacup under the running water and placing it across from him. Tobarama had taken up tea brewing somewhat late, as he learned it specifically to please Jiming after their family's introduction. However, he He never had the chance to brew tea for Ming before his death. Finally, the aroma of the tea began to emerge, and Tobirama poured a cup for Ban, then poured himself one. The remaining tea continued to warm over the fire. "Your tea brewing skills are getting better," Ban commented after taking a sip, offering a few words of praise. When asking for something, one must show some attitude. Tobirama did not mind Ban's words, raising an eyebrow and asking, "So, what brings you here so early?" He did not believe Ban would come looking for him without a reason. If anyone understood Uchiha Ban, it was Senju Tobirama, not just as an enemy, but also as Ming's brother. Ban remained silent for a long time, only hearing the bubbling sound of the tea boiling, followed by the crisp sound of ceramic clinking together. At this moment, Ban finally spoke. "Can you tell me how Ming has been over the years?" The tea was still brewing, and Tobirama changed the water, uncertain of where to begin. Should he start with the war or with a resurrection? To be honest, Tobirama felt that Ming had changed somewhat since he was summoned. Her attitude towards them had become strange. She rarely called him brother and more often referred to him as sir, a term that kept her at a distance. Yet, she had also become more lively, complaining about difficult tasks during missions, sleeping from dusk till dawn on her days off, and crying when she was exhausted from training, but still getting back up to train again. This version of Ming was vastly different from the Ming of the Uchiha clan. The past Ming was always gentle and quiet, known for her eagerness to learn. No matter what she did, she excelled. Whether it was the water release technique he taught her or the flying thunder god technique, she would master them well by the next time they met. A perfect young lady without any faults. That was how she was once regarded. It was no surprise that she was the object of desire for marriage among the major clans, and the threshold of the Uchiha clan was nearly trampled. Interclan marriages were not uncommon, but Tobirama knew Ban could not allow that. Marrying within the clan would further purify their bloodline, something none of the major ninja clans wanted to see. Maintaining the balance among the major clans was the first challenge in establishing the village. Chapter 218. We came too late. Ban and Tobirama argued day after day until the village was on the brink of war again. In the end, it was Ming who stepped forward and chose Senju Tobirama. Tobirama understood that there were no real feelings involved, just a marriage between the two clans. Tobirama? Ban waited for a long time, but received no response. The tea was nearly boiling, and it seemed that he, like the night before, was lost in memories. Senju Tobirama? Ban called again. Tobirama gradually came back to himself, looking at the tea and adding another pot of water before finally speaking. "Actually, I arrived only a few years before you. As for Ming's experiences over the years, it's nothing more than joining the Umbu at the age of 7, executing dangerous missions in secret, enduring serious injuries, lying in the hospital for several days. After diligent work, she finally became the captain of her Umbu squad. However, her ocular abilities seemed to have awakened only recently. What Tobirama was more concerned about was Ming's Manjiki Sharingan abilities. He had done relevant research, and awakening it at the age of 14 was indeed too early for the previous Ming. Moreover, he wondered if this newly awakened eye was the same as the one from her previous life. "I hope you can guide her," Tobirama requested, an unusual plea from him. He looked at Ban, who without a doubt was a powerful ninja using the Manjiki Sharingan, having evolved to the eternal Manjiki Sharingan after Azuna's death, enhancing his ocular prowess. In this village, aside from him, no one else could teach Ming about the Sharingan. Just hearing that she joined the Umbu at 7 made Ban's heart ache. The previous Ming had been slowly learning ninjutsu under their guidance, while this new Ming had to confront the harsh realities of life and death at the age of 7. "Tobirama, we came too late," Ban said and left Tobirama's courtyard. After wandering around, he returned to Ming's courtyard, where she was already awake. She walked into the living room wearing a black long robe, just like his, the only difference being the family crest on her chest. His was Uchiha, while hers was Senju. "Banji." Ming looked up and saw Ban, feeling a bit awkward as she touched her nose, unable to forget how she had cried in his arms last night. It was strange. She had never been so emotional before, only experiencing nightmares more frequently. But this was the first time she had lost control. "Let us go to the main hall for breakfast," Ban said, not mentioning last night's events too much as he walked behind her. The Senju family crest was particularly prominent, and he stared at it blankly, taking a long time to accept that Ming was already a member of the Senju clan. Perhaps she had been for a long time. If it weren't for him insisting on crashing their wedding, would the outcome have been different? Ban dared not think further. He didn't understand why he was summoned by Xiao Ji and ended up becoming such a sentimental person. In the past, he never had these emotions. He was more indifferent, and any feelings he experienced were fleeting. Was it true that things would turn against themselves when pushed to the extreme? Ban chuckled. Well, in this life, he wanted to be more like his mother. There was no so-called family, no so-called village, and no more suppressing his emotions. Banji, we'll first register with the Umbu and then get our uniforms, Ji Ming said as they walked, explaining today's itinerary. Recently, most of the missions I've been responsible for are within the village, including monitoring Danzo, and we also have to investigate spies in the village. We also need to review enemy village ninjas. Okay, Ban responded. These tasks were not a big deal for him, except for the matter concerning Danzo. Ji Ming continued to share some details about the missions. The two gradually walked into the main hall, where breakfast had already been served and Tobirama was seated. It was rare for Shizen to have breakfast at home today. Shizen had already learned from Ji Ming about the existence of Uchiha Ban, and after meeting Senju Tobirama, she had accepted the situation quite well. She respectfully greeted the two, Lord Ban, Lord Tobirama. Then she turned to Ji Ming with a smile. Xiao Ji, good morning. What are we doing today? The swift change in her attitude left Ji Ming somewhat confused. She sat beside Shizen, having breakfast while complaining about her work over the past few days. She described it vividly, especially the part about fighting Orochimaru, making Shizen feel as if she was there. However, Shizen was more relieved that Ji Ming was okay. Come by the hospital when you have time today, Shizen said. Recently, Lady Tsunade has reviewed a lot of information about your eyes, so you should come in for another check. Right about these eyes. Ji Ming almost forgot about her soon-to-be blind Sharingan. Okay, I'll go after work. Ji Ming took Uchiha Ban to register with the Umbu and then to the uniform distribution area. She said to the staff at the window, Hello, could you please give me a set of work clothes for someone who is 179 meters tall? Ban was momentarily taken aback by the precise measurement. When did Xiao Ji secretly measure his height? Was it while he was sleeping? Ban couldn't help but visualize a scene. He was lying in bed resting, and Xiao Ji tiptoed to his bedside, took out a measuring tape, and carefully smoothed down his hair. Any slight movement would wake him up. She pulled the tape from head to toe, finally measuring his height while pressing it down his feet. The girl would surely rush out joyfully to share this with Azuna, and then go to Taijima's courtyard to continue sharing. The only condition was that she wouldn't tell him. Thinking of this, Ban couldn't help but smile. Fortunately, his mask covered his face, hiding everything except his black pupils. After Ji Ming got the work clothes, she led him to the Umbu changing room. We also need to get a tattoo. Although there were specialized tattoo artists for this mark, Ji Ming figured Uchiha Ban probably wouldn't want anyone else touching him. To avoid any disputes, she decided to do it herself. Banji, you change your clothes first, Ji Ming instructed as she prepared the necessary materials. To her surprise, the man had no intention of being modest and directly took off his outer robe in front of her. Ji Ming was so startled that she quickly covered her eyes, almost screaming, Banji, how can you just undress in front of me? She couldn't help but picture the outline of his abs flashing through her mind, and she swallowed hard. It's nothing. Weren't we always like this before? Ban's nonchalant attitude made Ji Ming feel a bit awkward. Although she was indeed close with Ban and Azuna in the past, her memories were not fully restored, and she had almost no intimate memories of the three of them. However, she had searched for someone on a stormy night yesterday. What do you call that? A feeling of strange familiarity. All done. During the brief moment Ji Ming was lost in thought, Ban had already changed into a black tight-fitting outfit and a gray vest. What do we do next? You sit on the stool first. Ji Ming repeatedly ground the vermilion in the porcelain dish, then half-squatted next to Ban's right side. As the brush touched his right arm, Ban involuntarily flinched. The unfamiliar sensation made him a little uncomfortable. Ji Ming thought she might have pressed too hard and hurriedly said, Am I too heavy? I'll be gentler. Ban remained silent, and the sensation of the brush became more pronounced. Her hand was steady and quick, and soon she had finished one arm. Next, the girl moved to his left side. Whenever Ban looked down, he could see Ji Ming's deep black eyes focused on his arm, her fingertips resting lightly on his arm. Not applying any force, just to steady it. Ji Ming didn't intend to have too much contact with Ban, but for some reason, her hand trembled easily, and several times she couldn't find the right position to draw, so she had to use her other hand to hold Ban's arm. The contours of the man's arm were particularly defined. When she pressed lightly, the muscles tensed up. Is he that sensitive? Ji Ming thought nervously, quickening her coloring speed and finishing the second mark. All done. Ji Ming wanted to stand up again, but unexpectedly, one leg went numb. And instinctively seeking a point of support, she fell right into Ban's arms. Ban opened his arms, gently wrapping her in his embrace, not daring to breathe too heavily. The distance between them felt just like that insufficient embrace. After enduring the numbness in her leg, Ming stood up from his arms and adjusted her skirt, her expression calm as if nothing had happened. In reality, Ming's heart was screaming. This was the first time she had fallen into Uchiha Ban's arms while she was sober. When she fell into his embrace, Ming's heart raced, fearing Ban would throw her out the next moment. Thankfully, she could only pretend to be nonchalant, straightening her skirt as if she needed to smooth out every wrinkle. Ban watched Ming, feeling an endless sense of confusion rising within him. He had always felt that Ming was different from the Uchiha clan, possessing an indescribable beauty that was almost ethereal and insubstantial, like the oxygen slowly dissipating as fireworks ascend into the sky, or like a fleeting old dream that could never be grasped. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and Ming turned her head, looking into his eyes with a hint of hesitation before asking, "Banji, why don't you give yourself a code name?" The person knocking on the door entered, and the light from outside quietly fell on her pale, delicate face. After chatting warmly for a while, Ming introduced the person behind her to SH. "This is our team's new member." SH nodded and greeted the masked man. "Hello, I'm SH." Ban contemplated for a long time before replying, "Hello, my name is He. Lord He." SH silently noted the name. This man was not some mere guinea pig. The killing intent he exuded was even more terrifying than that of the girl beside him, and he naturally regarded him as a man similar to Lord Kaguya. He simply addressed him as Lord as well. "You are from the Nara clan, right?" Ban only glanced at the person's facial features and recognized that SH was from the Nara clan, a family that had close ties with Tobirama. He had seen them a few times, so he remembered. Yes, there were also Esma and the two of them in the team. SH didn't expect that the adult in front of him actually knew him, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone as he said, "Please take care of me in the future. SH, the reason I called you here is to arrange for you and Esma to interrogate the enemy ninja who left the survivor." Wakamatsu interrupted their conversation, saying that IBI from the interrogation department might not cooperate too well, so it would be troublesome for you to put in more effort on this side. If there are any updates, you can send them to the Senju clan for me. "Yes, Captain." After receiving the task, SH left. Only Ban and Wakamatsu remained in the room. The integration of the route was starting today, and Wakamatsu recalled the orders given to her by Danzo yesterday. To play her part convincingly, she decided to visit the route and bring this news to Danzo. "Let's go. We should head to the route first," Wakamatsu said as she led Ban to the nearest landing point to the route. She looked at the small underground palace that was not illuminated by sunlight and stood in place, saying to the two guards, "I have come at Lord Danzo's summons and need to report something to him." The two guards exchanged glances, and one of them went inside to report to Danzo. There was still one left, who stared closely at them. The guard felt uneasy. Wakamatsu's name was well known among Konoha's ninjas. She became a CH Nin at 7, entered the Umbu, and became a captain at 14. Only the former genius Uchiha Itachi could compare with her. The number of people she had killed was probably more than the number of people he had seen, and the man standing behind her, though masked, exuded an unmistakable killing intent. "Lord Danzo, can you come over quickly?" Just as he thought this, Danzo emerged leaning on his cane. Tacked more convincingly, Wakamatsu knelt halfway, lowered her head, and respectfully said, "Lord Danzo, Lord Suki is starting the integration of the route today. Is there anything you need me to do?" Her respectful demeanor made Ban feel a bit uncomfortable. Little Wakamatsu, who had never knelt before him or his father, why did Danzo deserve her kneeling before him? Forget about whatever Danzo's intentions were. It would be better to just kill him and resolve everything easily. Danzo showed no surprise at this execution, only responded affirmatively and continued dragging his teacher, telling him to come back in a few days. There was a peace conference going to the Wind Country in the next few days. Let Minato go. Wakamatsu found it strange but still respectfully nodded. "Yes, Lord Danzo." "Then, Lord Danzo, if there is nothing else, I will take my leave." Danzo waved his hand, dismissing her. He leaned on his cane, realizing that this matter could not be delayed any longer. While he still had leverage over the pieces, maximizing their use was what he should do now. After exiting the route, Wakamatsu first took Ban to the place where Tobirama was working. In any case, ensuring the testimonies matched was crucial. Tobirama was surprised to see the two of them and asked, "What happened? Is there something going on?" "Lord Suki, I have something to report to you." Wakamatsu was of course formal and businesslike, completely different from her demeanor at home. Here, she didn't need to wear a mask or kneel. She could stand or even lie down, so she was a bit more casual, just stating that the route would be integrated later. "What's the reason?" Tobirama paused his work and looked up at the girl. "To cooperate with my work, I have an undercover mission." "Cooperate with your work?" Tobarama chuckled lightly. Since she said so, he had no words of refusal and nodded. All right, then complete your work and write a report for me. I will continue to arrange other tasks. The investigation you sent your teams to at the border before the exam unexpectedly touched on one of Orochimaru's bases. Tobarama said, I plan to send several teams to hunt down Orochimaru. When it came to Orochimaru, Wakamatsu recalled being trapped inside a snake and shivered. However, there was no need to hunt down Orochimaru. Uncle Snake was impossible to kill. Lord Suki, I think it's unnecessary to take such actions. Just monitor Senior Orochimaru. Wakamatsu suggested, and it would be better to arrange more manpower on the way to the Wind Country for the conference. Although Minato-sensei is very strong, he could still be outnumbered or ambushed. This trip to the Wind Country is crucial. Besides discussing the treaty between the two countries, Mr. Kajuku's brain also needs to be protected. How do you know Minato is going to the Wind Country? Tobarama was even more surprised. As a guard directly under the Hokage, he had not received this news yet. Little Wakamatsu, as a subordinate, had already gotten news. Wakamatsu said with an inscrutable expression, well, I naturally have my channels. Grandpa Hiruzen also needs to arrange a guard team. Wakamatsu was more worried about Sarutobi Hiruzen. In just 2 days, the third Hokage had almost become the target of everyone's disdain, which was detrimental to Hiruzen's safety. Moreover, despite his hard work for most of his life, how could he end up with such an evaluation? Minato also told me about this. Tobarama pondered. He probably guessed that someone was pushing from behind and had an idea of who it was, but he felt that person wouldn't treat his comrades this way. I will send someone to investigate this matter. After discussing work, Tobarama naturally shifted the conversation to family matters, leaning back in his chair, hands clasped, looking at the girl in a relaxed manner. By the way, this morning Shizune asked you to go to the hospital for your eyes. What happened to your eyes? I think it might be due to overuse. I'll go see my master. Wakamatsu spoke honestly. What if Tobarama, this science fanatic, had a way to prevent her from going blind? Then go see Tsunade. Tobarama nodded, indicating he understood, and said, if there's nothing else, you and Ban can go get busy. The brief conversation ended like this. A few days passed in tranquility, and today was the day before Minato's departure to the Wind Country. Kushina had sent word early for them to come for dinner. Jiraiya had returned from his travels, and Tsunade was on rare leave. The whole family gathered at Minato's house. Wakamatsu continued her task of making tea, sitting by the tea table on the moon viewing platform, carefully heating the tea. On the left sat Minato, Kakashi, Obito, and Jiraiya. On the right were Sarutobi Hiruzen, Tobarama, and Ban. Ban sat a bit farther away, as he was not yet acquainted with these people, merely listening quietly. The men's conversation was mostly about work. Minato was worried, saying, this trip to the Wind Country will take at least a month. It's been a long time since I've left Konoha for so long, except during wartime. Wakamatsu listened and immediately understood his thoughts. You just don't want to leave Kushina, right? There have been plenty of previous visits, but they were short or included Kushina. But this time, the nature and danger were different. Minato didn't plan to take Kushina along, especially since she was pregnant with the tailed beast. It was safer for her to stay in Konoha. I'll go with Obito. Tobarama said, the village affairs will be watched over by Monkey and Little Wakamatsu. Little Wakamatsu, if you have any uncertainties, just ask Ban. This arrangement really has no problem. Kakashi will take the 3 little ones to continue the mission, and someone has to stay in the village. It is already the most reasonable arrangement to let Tobarama and Obito go together. All right, Lord Suki. Jiming obediently replied, adding some tea to their cups. When she reached Jiraiya's position, she produced a pot of wine and handed it to him, whispering, this is the grape wine that my master and I specially brewed for you 2 years ago. Jiraiya accepted it with a smile, took a sip, and the rich flavor filled his mouth. It was indeed good wine. However, he furrowed his brows as he thought of the news he had gathered during these months outside. Naruto, take the lead, he said. Minato asked in surprise, Jiraiya-sensei, are you going to personally take Naruto? He must be overjoyed to hear that. I've been paying close attention to the news that little Ji brought back from the Land of Water. Over the years, I've investigated a lot and found that an organization has been collecting tailed beasts, Jiraiya said. Minato, you're busy, and Lord Suki's and Naruto's attributes don't match well. Plus, the old man is too old. In rounding it up, it can only be me to take the lead. Besides, it's safer for Naruto to be apart from Kushina. Jiraiya analyzed it logically. The child of prophecy. Is it Naruto or Minato? Then I'll trouble you, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato naturally thanked Jiraiya. As a teacher, Jiraiya had taught him a lot, and now he would also teach his son. He was truly grateful. I will unravel the 8 trigram seal step by step, Jiraiya continued. Perhaps one day he will really need this power, and I want to teach him how to use it. Chapter 220. Longing declared out loud, what about bringing Sasuke along? This was said by Sarutobi Hiruzen when they initially paired Sasuke and Naruto together in class. Aside from the fact that the two kids were somewhat familiar with each other, there was another crucial reason: Sasuke's Sharingan. The Sharingan that can control tailed beasts. That kid Sasuke. Jiraiya took another sip of wine. Sasuke is lightning and fire, and I have nothing much to teach him. I actually think he can continue learning beside little Ji or Kakashi. They both have lightning attributes, which match Sasuke better. Jiming, sitting beside Jiraiya, smiled and rejected his suggestion. I probably won't have time to teach him anymore. I've taught him all I could. She had been training with Sasuke for several years, and Sasuke had learned most of her ninjutsu. Now, what Sasuke needed to do more was to refine the speed of his ninjutsu release and physical techniques. The most important thing was still to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan. Furthermore, she might not be able to stay in the village much longer. Coincidentally, this sentence was overheard by Sasuke. He had originally intended to see what they were talking about and ask if they needed fruits, but unexpectedly, he heard Jiming say this. Sasuke, hidden behind the door, couldn't he comprehend what Jiming's words meant for a moment? Did she no longer want to continue teaching him? Or would their meetings become less and less frequent? He continued listening. Now the speaker was Kakashi, but that kid Sasuke still had to take revenge on Itachi. I have advised him several times to let go of his hatred, but it has had no effect. Itachi once worked under my command. That kid is simply a genius, just like Jiming, having become a squad leader early on and awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. I fear if he continues to be so obsessed, he could really die. What Kakashi said was not just some exaggerated warning. He knew Sasuke was hiding behind the door. Usually, he was not very talkative, but he rarely spoke like this. He just wanted Sasuke to understand the difficulty of this path. That kid Itachi. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of smoke, his eyes full of sorrow. If I had been more resolute back then, maybe this child wouldn't have to bear so much. Third Hokage, this is not your problem. I was the ruler at that time. If I had negotiated earlier, perhaps Itachi wouldn't have had to make such a strong decision. Minato sighed as well. But at that time, his power had not yet tightened, and the words of the higher-ups always restrained him. He had only gone on an external mission, and when he returned, the Uchiha clan had been wiped out, leaving only Sasuke behind. Minato then took Sasuke in and raised it by his side. During those days, Kushina cried the hardest, almost collapsing from her tears. Minato was nearly worn out, having to handle the aftermath of the Uchiha clan while also taking care of 3 people at home. Fortunately, Rin always came to help them. But before Kushina fell ill, Minato was admitted to the hospital first due to overwork. He lay there for a day and a night, and Kushina stayed by his bedside for a day and a night. When he woke up, the first thing he saw was Kushina's crimson eyes, and Minato's heart ached. He reached out to hold Kushina's hand, his voice hoarse. Kushina, this time it's all my fault. But Sasuke and Naruto are still waiting for us to take care of you. Let us not cry anymore, okay? As Minato spoke, Kushina was already in tears. But after that day, Kushina recovered and gradually held the family together. Up until now, Minato had always kept this matter in his heart, like a thorn piercing his chest. However, as for the matter with Danzo, once it is clarified, it could clear Itachi's name, right? This was said by Jiming. She believed that although the Uchiha wanted to rebel back then, their intentions had not yet revealed themselves, and they also had the willingness to negotiate. Danzo had killed them without giving them any chance. Fortunately, at that time, other countries did not take advantage of the situation. Otherwise, the Fourth Great Ninja War would have started a decade earlier. I will, Minato said solemnly, not just for the reputation of the Uchiha clan, but also for the brothers Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. He did not want them to continue killing each other. I hope that after Sasuke learns the truth, he can let go of his hatred for Itachi, Kakashi said, and it seemed he was deliberately saying this to Sasuke. Sasuke, who was standing behind the door, silently left and returned to his room. He lay on the bed, looking at the family photo and the photo of Team 7 on the table, and he couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He touched the head that had been labeled, wondering if Itachi really had unspoken difficulties, as Minato said. But what kind of unspoken difficulties could lead him to kill his beloved parents and clan? Sasuke couldn't understand. He couldn't comprehend what the matter with Danzo was, nor did he know what the political struggle involved was. From his perspective, Itachi was the one who killed their parents. The grudge against his parents must be avenged. This meal lasted a long time, especially for Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who hadn't seen each other for a long time and drank jug after jug of wine. Even Tobirama drank a lot, his face flushed and half collapsed on the sofa. Minato and Kushina had already returned to their room to rest, as they needed to set off early the next morning, so they went to bed early. Naruto, Obito, and Kakashi also returned to their rooms to rest early. In the living room, only Madara and Jiming remained, both still clear-headed. Jiming looked at the drunken people and couldn't help but sigh, saying to Madara, "Brother Madara, please take care of them. I'll go to the kitchen to make a hangover soup." As for Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and the others, that was understandable. But she never thought Tobirama would drink so much. Jiming thought Tobirama was usually self-disciplined and wouldn't touch things like alcohol that would affect the next day's work. Who would have thought he drank 5 or 6 bottles today? Indeed, one sect cannot produce 2 kinds of people. She quietly watched the fire, while the wind outside had started to stir, causing the cherry blossom tree at the door to sway back and forth. Is it going to rain? Jiming couldn't help but think of what had happened last night. How could they be so intimate and natural, embracing each other? Weren't they siblings? Jiming, a voice in the darkness called her to a halt. Sasuke? Why was he still awake? Following the voice, Jiming walked into a narrow storage room, where she saw Sasuke standing there, seemingly lost in thought. Sasuke? Sasuke was clearly startled by her, his pupils dilating in the dark. He unintentionally murmured something that she heard. "What's wrong, Sasuke?" Jiming thought Sasuke might be troubled by something, so she stepped closer, almost getting in his face. Sasuke took 2 steps back, his foot hitting a wooden box, making a muffled sound. "It's nothing, nothing." Sasuke could only manage those 2 words. He didn't know what to say to the girl in front of him. The longing hidden in his mind was on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't want to tell her anything. "Why aren't you sleeping so late?" Jiming stepped back 2 paces, chatting with him as usual. "Can't sleep," Sasuke replied, looking down. Something was off tonight. Every time he lay down, images of his parents dying at Itachi's hands flashed through his mind. That ruthless Itachi didn't seem like the person they described with some unspeakable burden. Chapter 221. Memories of Uchiha Madara, but Naruto, lying in the neighboring bed, was already snoring loudly. Unable to stay in the room, Sasuke stepped outside, intending to sit at the moon viewing platform for a while. But Jiming and the others were still in the living room drinking. He had to find another quiet place to sit and ended up in this narrow, enclosed storage room, sitting on a box and peeking at a sliver of moonlight through the window. Who would have thought he would inadvertently call out to the person he missed? That person appeared before him, her big eyes filled with concern. "Is something wrong?" Jiming asked. "You can tell me." Seeing him silent and staring at the ground, Jiming could roughly guess the reason. She asked directly, "Is it about Itachi Uchiha? They say seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving." Jiming continued, "But what you saw when you were 6 years old wasn't really what Itachi wanted you to see, was it? You probably don't know much about Itachi or the process of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan evolution. Maybe Sasuke doesn't even know about Tsukuyomi. Do you want to know?" But Jiming respected Sasuke's wishes. If he didn't want to listen, there was no need to elaborate. Sasuke nodded and said, "Go ahead. The Sharingan comes in 1 tomo, 2 tomo, and 3 tomo. The more tomo, the stronger the ability. After 3 tomo, it becomes the Mangekyou Sharingan, like Itachi's eyes and mine. However, excessive use of the Mangekyou Sharingan can lead to blindness. To eliminate the side effects of the Mangekyou Sharingan, one must fuse it with another Mangekyou Sharingan of the same bloodline to become the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Moreover, each pair of Mangekyou Sharingan has different abilities. For example, Obito and Kakashi's ability is Kamui, which allows them to transport objects to another dimension. Itachi's Mangekyou Sharingan abilities are as follows. His left eye has Tsukuyomi, which can pull others' minds into a Genjutsu space, where all factors, including time, location, and quality, are determined by the user. His right eye is Amaterasu, known as the black flames that never extinguish, which can unleash a wide range of black flames to burn opponents. Jiming looked at Sasuke, who was completely taken aback by the overwhelming amount of information and couldn't help but sigh quietly, softening her voice. "Sasuke, is it possible that what you saw on the night of the massacre was just what Itachi wanted you to see?" "I don't know." Sasuke was stunned. He had never thought of it that way. Ever since that night, Itachi had been the person he was determined to kill in his lifetime. He had to abandon the feelings he had accumulated over the years and become a cold-blooded avenger. But now, someone was telling him that it was all an illusion. He didn't know how to respond or accept this news. "It's fine. Take your time to think about it," Jiming said, reaching out to pat Sasuke's head, comforting him gently. "This time I hope you can live for yourself, not be bound by revenge." These words pierced Sasuke's heart like a thorn, making him frown. Though touched by her words, he felt particularly troubled. This feeling of frustration had been haunting him for a long time, especially with the girl in front of him always saying things that made him waver. "Let me heat up some milk for you," Jiming said. seeing him looking down in silence, thinking he was deep in thought, wanting to give him a peaceful environment. She returned to the kitchen, took out milk from the fridge, poured it into Sasuke's cup, and put it in the microwave to heat. As she waited for 5 minutes, Jiming thought to deliver the milk to Sasuke before going back to deal with the drunkards. Uchiha Madara had waited a long time, but still hadn't seen Jiming return. He pushed the slumped Tobirama off him and got up to look for her in the kitchen. He found the lights on, but no one there. He panicked for a moment, but was relieved to sense that Jiming was still in the building. Madara circled the kitchen, looking around, and finally saw her shadow at the door of storage room. His hearing was much better than average, and, leaning against the wall, he listened to the conversation between the two children inside. "I'll heat up some milk for you." Madara silently left the place and returned to the living room, assuming that Jiming would be back after delivering the milk to the child. He sat quietly, watching Tobirama and falling into memories. Madara remembered that since Izuna died, the most he heard was Jiming telling him to let go of so-called hatred and to work together to build a harmonious Konoha. But how could he let go back then? Tobirama had stabbed Jiming in the chest, even with the ability of the Manjiki Sharingan to reverse time. The latent damage still lingered in Izuna's body. A single stab had killed the two people Madara loved the most. In the end, he was left alone in the Uchiha clan's land. Unable to protect his loved ones, Madara didn't understand what was the point of creating Konoha. He wanted to end the war, to create a peaceful environment. But he hoped that this peaceful environment could protect Izuna and Jiming. Yet, ironically, both Izuna and Jiming left before him, and the culprit was still alive. Just like Tobirama once said, the wolf had broken free from chains, left with nothing but a furious roar. But Madara couldn't bear to kill Tobirama. At least while Tobirama was there, he still had someone to talk to. Just like now, when Tobirama once again found his leg to lean on, Madara only scolded him lightly and, while scolding, picked up a blanket to cover Tobirama. Catching a cold this season was not a good thing. After a while, Jiming finally returned, carrying a pot of hangover tea, placing it on the coffee table. Each of the four poured a bowl, with Madara responsible for feeding the men, while she half knelt beside Tsunade, supporting her in her arms, softly calling, "Master, drink some hangover soup." All I could hear was Tsunade's sticky voice saying, "I want a drink." Alcohol. Jiming was speechless. There were several alcoholics in the house. It was one thing for Tsunade to drink, but why was Tobirama also getting drunk out of his mind? She ignored Tsunade's plea for alcohol, forcibly pried her mouth open, and poured the sobering soup into her mouth. Watching her Adam's apple move slightly, she knew she had successfully swallowed it and casually placed her onto the blanket. Next, she covered Tsunade with a blanket, considering it a job well done. Jiming let out a sigh of relief and walked over to help Uchiha Madara. After putting everyone back in their places, she covered them with small blankets. The two then quietly left the Namikaze residence. This time, it was rare for Jiming not to use the Flying Thunder God technique to fly home. Instead, she walked back slowly. Jiming had been out and about for the past few years, and this period during the Chunin exams was considered a short vacation for her. Aside from some simple tasks from the Umbu, she clocked out on time, living such a leisurely life that she had never experienced before. She also had enough time to observe the changes in the village. "What did you find out when you went to see that little girl from the Senju clan today?" Madara casually asked, guessing it might be the negative effects of the Manjiki Sharingan, but he also thought about the treatment Tobirama had given her in the past. How could it be such a burden? Moreover, if there really was a problem, it would make sense to ask him. That pair of eyes was still hidden in her space. "Just remind me to use eye drops," Jiming said bashfully, having forgotten to use them amidst all the busyness. "During the Chunin exams, I might have overused my eyes. Be careful. If your vision becomes blurry, remember to come find me," Madara replied, noting that he still had backup plans. If it really came to it, Shirsue's eyes wouldn't be a bad option either. As long as it was a pair of Manjiki, it should be manageable for little Ji. Chapter 222. She might as well be blind. Jiming mumbled a few words. "You Uchiha Madara don't know medical ninjutsu either. What use is it to look for you?" Who knew Madara could hear it all? His ears were like those of a keen listener. Even the faintest sound made by her was clear to him. He rebutted her. "I won't let your eyes go blind, even if I'm not a medical ninja." Jiming was taken aback for a moment, thinking about their relationship, her eyes widening in surprise. He wouldn't think of giving her his own eyes, would he? That simply wouldn't do. She might as well be blind. MHM. Jiming responded perfunctorily, deciding to skip the topic for now. If it really came down to it, would she accept or not? Seeing that Jiming had no desire to continue the conversation, Madara fell silent too. The two walked back to the Senju clan without speaking. Just before returning to their respective rooms, Madara called Jiming over. He sensed that she might be upset and thought he should appease her. Otherwise, She would go to bed with a belly full of anger and definitely wouldn't be able to sleep. Little G, Madara called out, and she turned to look at him, her eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Madara produced a piece of candy from somewhere and forcefully pried her hand open to put in. I won't exchange my eyes with you, so please don't be angry, okay? Jiming's heart softened. She wasn't actually angry, but the fact that Madara would apologize and even sensed her feelings made it hard for her to keep a straight face. She unwrapped the candy, put it in her mouth, and smiled. The candy is delicious. Thank you, Brother Madara. And I'm not angry. Madara stared at her intently, his bold and fervent gaze making Jiming a little flustered. She quickly said good night and dashed back to her room. As the night deepened, Konoha gradually entered autumn. Jiming's thin blanket had turned into a heavy comforter, and she lay with a camellia in her arms, staring at it in a moment of daze. It had been almost a month since she took over the camellia. Time flies so fast. Wait, was she forgetting something very important? Dealer, Jiming baby, Kakuzu's money is due in a week. With this reminder from the dealer, Jiming finally recalled Kakuzu. 35 million. Where is she going to find 35 million for Kakuzu? Jiming regretted boasting back then. She had even forgotten the traditional Chinese bargaining. Dealer, baby, you can exchange gold coins for ninja coins. Jiming, but I'd rather keep them to recover my past memories. Dealer, well, you can take this opportunity. Escaping the bill wouldn't be a bad thing either. While that was said, what if Kakuzu came to Konoha? Jiming sighed deeply, deciding to think about it a week later. Perhaps by then, she could take down Danzo and inherit his assets. A family's wealth should be able to exchange for many bounty orders. Little G, why aren't you asleep? Camellia poked her head out from under the covers, her sapphire-like eyes staring at her. Is there something on your mind? Camellia, do you know about my past? Jiming asked, finding an excuse. I've become a bit fuzzy about the previous events. It feels like I've been split apart, in your and Brother Madara's and Tobarama's eyes. I seem to be someone else, but in the eyes of others, I appear differently. But I also don't quite remember what I used to be like. These changes didn't affect her much, but she was just like in her previous life, searching for herself to become more complete. In any case, no matter what, she would embrace all. You might as well ask Madara directly about these questions, Camellia suggested. He might understand it better than I do. When I had consciousness, you had already turned into a girl similar to a gentle Yamanaka. You were gentle and patient towards people and matters. Camellia continued. You are one of the few medical geniuses in the clan, so you have a high reputation. Many people come to see you, but you treat each patient with dedication. If the former Little G was a gentle and patient lady, now you're more lively, you get angry, complain, and bicker with others. In short, you're more like a living person. And the former you was more like a god worshipped by the Uchiha, a god who cherished humanity. Listening to Camellia's analysis, Jiming felt similarly. Through the time tunnel, she could see that herself in the Warring States period indeed had a divine quality. Except for that day when she got drunk and acted towards Madara. What reason made her suppress herself? Jiming didn't continue asking and instead fell into a hazy sleep. Minato had been gone for several days, and the village remained relatively peaceful. The only lingering topic was the rumors about the third Hokage. Naruto had set off on a journey with Jiraiya. Sakura continued to learn medical ninjutsu under Tsunade, while Sasuke took on most of the missions. He was irritated, needing an endless amount of tasks to fill his life, and occasionally, Kakashi would take him along on missions. But Kakashi was also busy. The 7th Squad seemed to have become non-existent overnight. It was yet another cat-catching mission. Sasuke caught the cat in half the time allotted for the mission and returned it to the mission center. He wanted to take on another mission, but was informed by the 3rd Hokage, Sasuke-kun, you've completed all the tasks for these days. There are no other missions available for you right now. You should go back and rest. Chapter 223. Itachi Uchiha returns to the village. Sasuke was aimlessly walking on the streets of Konoha. Halfway through, he thought about finding Kakashi to ask about the upcoming training plans. To his surprise, when he reached Kakashi's door, he found it surrounded by several Jonin. Sasuke felt it was strange and pushed through the crowd, asking Kakashi, what's wrong? Before Kakashi could respond, another ninja pushed the door open. Sasuke recognized him as Ao from the Mist Village. Before he could even stand still, he asked, I heard Itachi Uchiha has returned? At this remark, the Jonin inside fell silent. When Ao saw Sasuke still standing there, he inwardly cursed, realizing he had misspoken. Where is Itachi Uchiha? That kid wouldn't dare come back to Konoha. Guy quickly interjected, I heard it through the grapevine. They could only hope that the boy in front of them would believe what they said. But Sasuke wasn't a fool. Kakashi was an elite Jonin in the village. Normally, no one could injure him like this. Could it be that Itachi really did come back? Who exactly was Itachi targeting if he didn't come for him, but instead attacked Kakashi? Sasuke couldn't help but recall the night he overheard a conversation about capturing the Nine Tails. Was it for Naruto? Was it for Naruto? Kakashi? Sasuke nearly shouted, but Kakashi lay on the bed without any response. The silence from everyone else confirmed his fears. He pushed past Ao and ran out. Once outside Kakashi's building, Sasuke told himself to calm down. He had to stay composed. Naruto had his flying thunder god technique, and wherever he was, Sasuke could teleport to his side. Itachi had long planned to return to the village. After a brief conversation with Kisame, Kisame said nothing and followed him back to Konoha. On the way, he heard many rumors about the third Hokage. Even some so-called truths about the Uchiha massacre were linked to the third. With such widespread rumors, Itachi thought the third's life and death were uncertain. It was time for him to go back and see. Upon arriving in Konoha, he went to his usual dessert shop and ordered 4 skewers of dango and hot tea. The dango was quite delicious. No wonder Mr. Itachi always mentioned it. Kisame, usually indifferent, finished a skewer of dango and, while drinking tea, sensed a familiar chakra approaching them. Kisame couldn't help but feel excited. The last mission they had been entrusted with went fairly well. If they talked about it, there was a good chance they would be treated to a meal. As Kisame was thinking, a girl lifted the curtain and walked in. She wore a dark robe with a white inner garment, a long dark skirt, white leg stockings, and black wooden clogs, with a string of shiny beads around her neck, looking graceful like a camellia flower. Beside her stood a masked man with shoulder-length black hair, dressed in a dark robe and black gloves, with a family crest embroidered on his chest. Kisame recognized this crest from the clothing Mr. Itachi often wore, and he was slightly surprised as he said to Itachi, "Mr. Itachi, this man's family crest is the same as the Uchiha clan." Itachi also looked up, revealing his red Sharingan, and assessed the situation. Right. That crest indeed belongs to the Uchiha clan. Itachi Uchiha? Kisame? The girl, Ji-Ming, looked surprised at the two of them, even though she had come specifically for them. But in life, how could one not show a bit of performance? "What are you two doing in Konoha?" she asked, her voice becoming softer as she pulled out a chair and sat across from them. They had already eaten 2 skewers of dango, and the hot tea had lost its warmth. Mr. Itachi said he missed home. "We happened to be on a mission around the Land of Fire and thought we would stop by." Kisame explained her presence. During this time, Ji-Ming ordered 2 skewers of dango, and since Obito likely didn't like sweets, she only ordered a cup of hot tea for him. Listening to Kisame's explanation, Ji-Ming found it reasonable. Stopping by home for a look wasn't a big deal. She looked up at the silent Itachi and casually asked, "Itachi, have you been feeling better lately?" Asking about his health seemed to have become a customary greeting between them. Itachi felt a bit melancholic. Their connection had started with sickness, hadn't it? I guess I'm feeling better," Itachi replied. He knew his body well enough. It was probably just a matter of emotional distress, compounded by the side effects of the Manjiki Sharingan. He wouldn't live for many more years. "Have you finished your medication?" Ji-Ming asked again, but his illness ultimately depended on himself. Whether he could recover was more about Itachi's own will. In Ji-Ming's view, Itachi seemed to have trapped himself in the Uchiha clan's land, unwilling to step out. He used these brief years of warmth to endure each day and night after the massacre. Soon, Itachi thought, he took the medicine she prescribed daily. Not out of hope for life, but because he couldn't waste her kindness. He still had half a bottle of eye drops left. "I'll check your pulse again." The usual consultation began. The girl's slender fingers pressed against his pulse, and in the noisy dessert shop, Itachi could clearly hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. He was a bit scared and wanted to retract his hand, fearing she might uncover his secret through his pulse. But he couldn't bear to pull away. The more nervous he got, the faster his heart raced. Finally, the girl withdrew her hand from his wrist, took out paper and pen from a scroll, leaned over the table, and began to write down a prescription. Moments later, Ji-Ming pushed the prescription to Itachi's table. "You need to get the medicine according to this prescription, boiled in warm water, 1 bowl in the morning and 1 at noon. The most important thing is, Itachi, you need to step out of the past." Ji-Ming said with piercing eyes, "You shouldn't confine yourself to the past." Kisame couldn't understand what they were talking about, so he obediently listened. As he listened, he unconsciously looked at the man sitting across from him. The man showed almost no expression, and the hot tea on the table gradually cooled down, changing from steaming hot state to one with hardly any steam. What most interested Kisame was the man's weapon, which stood by his side, one side connected to a fan and the other to a scythe, quite intriguing. He wondered what would happen if that fan touched his shark skin. While Kisame was lost in thought, Ming and Itachi had finished their simple conversation. Ming thought of Kakashi and asked, "When will you two leave? You both have names on the wanted list. It's not a good thing to be openly wandering around a ninja village. Besides, with my identity here, who knows, I might arrest you at any moment." Chapter 224. The third Hokage is assassinated. Besides, with my identity here, who knows, I might arrest you at any moment. She said it lightly, just hoping to quickly send these two big shots away and prevent Kakashi from suffering any more unnecessary disasters. Lying down for months was simply too exaggerated. Not only did it delay missions, but it also caused Kakashi secondary mental trauma. She hoped even more for a happy ending for Kakashi. Otherwise, being a lonely scarecrow was too lame. "We'll leave right after we finish eating." Itachi didn't give a specific time and picked up another skewer of dango to eat. Ming sat upright, and since Uchiha Itachi wasn't leaving, she wasn't going to either. Watching Itachi send off the departure from Konoha was the wisest choice. "By the way, does your organization have someone named Kakuzu?" Since there wasn't much to do, Ming chatted a bit, saying she owed him some money. But right now, she was tied up with tasks. She spoke with a sorrowful tone, her fingers brushing against her cheek, looking almost ready to cry. If she couldn't pay on time, someone as formidable as him would definitely come after her. How could a weak woman like her possibly stand against him? Seeing that the two had focused their attention on her, after so much buildup, she continued, "Could you please inform Senior Kakuzu for me? I will definitely pay him back." Ming earnestly reiterated. It was the first time the three had seen her like this. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but ponder who Kakuzu really was. He had never seen little Ji owe money to anyone before. From her appearance, it seemed she owed quite a bit. Could it be that the Uchiha clan's wealth had caused little Ji to live in straitened circumstances? Or had Tobirama already taken all the Uchiha clan's assets? Madara found it hard to understand and decided he had to find Tobirama to question him thoroughly today. No, he had to ask little Ji as well. Kisame also found it strange. As a descendant of the Senju clan, she shouldn't owe anyone money. And Kakuzu, that money-grubbing man, how did the two of them even know each other? He glanced at Uchiha Itachi, who was silently eating dango, internally attributing Ming's plight to himself. If the Uchiha clan hadn't been exterminated, perhaps the girl wouldn't have had to resort to borrowing money at high interest to survive. "We will deliver the message." Itachi agreed, finished the last bite of his dango, and prepared to get up, saying to Kisame, "Let's go." Finally, these two big figures were leaving. Ming quickly got up, following behind them, feeling most at ease only after seeing them out of the village. Of course, they couldn't go through the main gate. So the two of them stealthily made their way outside the village, and Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. She hadn't encountered Kakashi yet. Therefore, there was no possibility of Kakashi being spotted and poked for 3 days and nights. She had also resolved the temporary problem of Kakuzu. She thought she was so clever. Humming a little tune on her way home, Madara walked up beside her, his expression hidden behind his mask, and asked in a stiff voice, "How did you end up owing someone money? Is it because the mission pay is insufficient? Or is it because the Uchiha clan and Senju clan's assets aren't enough?" The more Madara spoke, the more confused he became. The wealth of the two clans had once accounted for nearly half of Konoha. How could it be insufficient? There must be some reason. Little Ji was so gentle, it was hard to tell if she had been deceived. As her brother, he had to find out who Kakuzu really was. No. Ming shook her head. "That's all family property. I can't use it. It's also not because Kakuzu threatened me." Ming guessed Madara would attribute the fault to deception or something similar, but it really wasn't. She simply explained, "Kakuzu is a bounty hunter. Some people who haven't committed any crimes shouldn't die. So I spent money to buy their lives." Upon hearing this reason, Madara couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed little Ji's style. She used to like treating people for free, and now it had evolved into spending money to buy others' lives. It truly was her unchanging character. "Tonight, I will go and discuss the Uchiha clan's assets with Tobirama." Madara decided not to ask further. Since it was something little Ji wanted to do, he had no reason not to support her. Money is dead, but people are alive. You should take what you need. The Uchiha clan is left with just a few of us. We can't leave it until we enter the coffin. Okay. Ming's eyes almost filled with tears. She felt immensely relieved. She didn't want to spend her gold coins to exchange for ninja coins, and if reliable brother Madara could solve it, that would be perfect. Speaking of which, Danzo's organization has started planning these days. Madara changed the subject. As they had been working in one place, their conversations had increased significantly. "I think we should send someone to keep an eye on it. I don't trust anyone else. I'll go keep an eye on it myself." Ming pondered for a moment. "I'll go keep an eye on it." "Brother Madara, aren't you supposed to meet Lord Tobirama tonight?" That matter isn't urgent. I'm not at ease with you going alone. Madara disagreed. They had been coming and going together these days, almost never apart, except for sleeping. How could he trust little G to keep an eye on that old fox? Tobarama's students were all quite clever. Not to mention this old thief hiding underground. It's fine. Jiming smiled. This isn't my first time on such a mission. I'm used to it. She had been out of the Umbu since she was 7. All the way to 14. What kind of scenes hadn't she seen? It was just Danzo. What trouble could he cause her? Her saying I'm used to it left Madara momentarily speechless. If only he could have come a bit earlier. Before they could act, Jiming and Madara were urgently summoned back. Smoke signals rose from the sky, and Jiming stood in the small courtyard, silently cursing. It was coming from a hospital direction. She grabbed Uchiha Madara's sleeve, and before long, the two flew to the top floor of the hospital. Besides the two of them, other Umbu personnel from different squads had gathered together. Tobarama stood in the center, solemnly saying, "The third Hokage has been attacked. He is currently in the operating room for emergency treatment. Our task is to fully search for the perpetrator, Shimura Danzo." Chapter 225. Danzo's confession. Jiming's heart sank as she looked at Tobarama and asked, "Is Lord Hiruzen seriously injured? But with the rebirth jutsu, he should be fine, right?" Jiming thought. She could never have imagined that the rebirth jutsu would be used at this moment. Danzo's actions had caused the entire situation to change. However, she just hoped they could survive. A knife stabbed into the heart. The director said the prognosis was grim. Tobarama sighed. This wasn't the time for sadness. Killing the former Hokage in front of the Umbu was a serious dereliction of duty. Focusing on sensory ninjas, a 4-man team was immediately formed to search for the perpetrator. Jiming, as the team leader, looked at her subordinates, Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, who were all assigned to follow Lord Yagura. "I will go check on Lord Hiruzen's condition with he." The three responded and dispersed. Madara looked at Jiming, who had a blank expression, walked up beside her, and held her hand, saying, "These unexpected events are beyond your control. Don't blame yourself. Danzo won't escape." His words of comfort were quite stiff, and Jiming had lost the will to continue responding. Instead, she walked to the surgical room on the 2nd floor. Sakura was standing at the door of the operating room waiting for her. When she saw her come over, she hurriedly approached, saying, "Master asked me to tell you that as long as she is here, Lord Hiruzen won't die, so don't worry. Go do what you need to do." There was no point in asking further, and Jiming nodded, holding Sakura's hand, earnestly saying, "I'm counting on you, Sakura. Don't worry. Believe in our master." Sakura smiled, her smile like cherry blossoms in March, always bringing a sense of reassurance. Jiming let go of her hand, glancing back 3 times as she walked away until she could no longer see Sakura. Then they used the flying thunder god to travel. There was no other reason. She had long known that Danzo had evil intentions, but she didn't expect him to openly attack the first Hokage in the village. So early in the morning, she had left the flying thunder god technique on Danzo, with the landing point being a cave outside Konoha. When they arrived, Shimon saw the back of a white-haired man. He was always sighing. Ever since he learned about Danzo's actions, Tobarama had been sighing continuously. How could it be like this? The 7 young children were all exceptional, whether in ideals, strength, planning, or their relationships with each other. How could they not make it to old age? Tobarama silently watched Danzo, covered in blood, and couldn't help but ask, "Why, Danzo? Sarutobi is your peer. You have supported each other all these years. How could you do this to him?" Tobarama's almost accusatory words pierced Danzo's heart like a thorn. His face twisted in rage, his voice hoarse. He retorted, "Why, Teacher Tobarama? The real culprit is you. What makes you think I'm inferior to Sarutobi? Why am I not the 3rd Hokage?" Tobarama sighed deeply, almost lifelessly, and replied, "Do you understand why now? If I had chosen you to be the 3rd Hokage back then, Sarutobi would never question me like this. You are strategic and a qualified politician, but Danzo, you have never been brave. You hide in the back while Sarutobi is always the first to step forward." The piercing words made Danzo's expression darken. He couldn't help but recall that day when the 8 of them were on a mission pursued by countless enemies. Tobarama had gathered them briefly, and he remembered his teacher saying they needed someone to act as bait, and Sarutobi stepped forward. He had hesitated. Going out this time, it was almost impossible to return alive. Danzo recognized himself. His cowardice was evident when Sarutobi raised his hand. But after Sarutobi finished speaking, Danzo couldn't help but wonder if he had spoken first. Would the position of Hokage have been his? Would he and Sarutobi have not reached this point? "Teacher, if I had raised my hand back then, would you have chosen me?" Danzo cast a hopeful glance at Tobarama for the last time. His teacher simply replied, "Yes." Tobarama said, This Hokage is either yours or Sarutobi's, but Sarutobi stood up first. Danzo understood to some extent at 70. If he could send a message to his 17-year-old self, he would say, be brave. Once you take that step, everything will follow. Kill me, teacher. Danzo had lost the will to live. After so many years, meeting his old companions in battle and dying at the hands of his teacher was a fitting end. Shimon, standing outside the cave, suddenly felt unsteady. This person wasn't in a hurry to kill. He had done so many despicable things over the years, and she still had to expose them, especially regarding the reputation of the Uchiha clan and Itachi's name. Moreover, that Sharingan. Wait, Lord Tobirama. Shimon called out to Tobirama, bringing Uchiha Madara inside. She didn't know why, but this time she felt a bit more confident. What he did was far more than this. He must be sent to the interrogation department for questioning. And she walked up to Danzo, binding him with a water whip so he couldn't move. Shimon roughly tore off Danzo's bandages, revealing a 3-tomo Sharingan. This belongs to the Uchiha clan. I will take it back. When Tobirama saw the Sharingan, he couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Danzo, you stole from the Uchiha clan's Sharingan? You truly deserve to die. I thought you were protecting the village, but it turns out you were doing it for yourself. Who taught you this? Tobirama's series of questions left Danzo dazed, unable to answer anything. Indeed, when he exterminated the Uchiha clan, he didn't think that much. That pair of Shursue's Kodoamatsukami, with him, would surely bring change to Konoha, as long as it was him. But he could never gather a pair, leaving only one. Using it once meant several years of closing his eyes. Thus, there was hardly any opportunity to accomplish anything. However, faced with his teacher's accusations, he could only listen in silence, wishing for death. After all, his life was coming to an end. Whatever history books wrote about him, it no longer mattered. Danzo reflected on his life, and the most memorable time was when the 7 of them trained together with their teacher. That time was so carefree. That was why he could only reminisce about that period. This I must be returned to the Uchiha. Shimon directly pinched Danzo's face, pressing down on his eye mercilessly. Just like he had ruthlessly killed the Uchiha clan, just like he had ruthlessly turned against Sarutobi. The pain of having his eye ripped away made Danzo scream, his hoarse voice echoing throughout the cave, causing waves of reverberations. It was a hoarse and piercing sound. Shimon placed Shursue's eye into a saline solution, then tore off the bandages on his hand again, revealing a Sharingan on his arm. Tobirama, seeing this scene, was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He turned his head away, unwilling to look at anything. Why? Why was there such a mistake? Why did Danzo harbor such hatred for the Uchiha clan? Was it due to his previous policies, or the fear that the Uchiha clan would threaten the Shimura clan status? Tobirama could never understand. He also didn't want to look anymore. His former student, he was unwilling to care about. Let be whatever it is. Hurry up, Tobirama shouted. Let's go back to check on Sarutobi. Shimon was too lazy to continue the conversation and directly started to remove the eyeballs, not leaving him a single Sharingan. After everything was done, Danzo had stopped screaming, his face more ashen than dead. He relied on old memories to endure the pain of having his flesh cut out. In an instant, Danzo came back to his senses, looking at Shimon, almost in disbelief, and asked, Aren't you under my Kodoamatsukami? Why? I was deliberately acting for you to see, Shimon kindly explained. Your Kodoamatsukami is nothing compared to Shursue's. For me, it's just a joke. Danzo laughed. Having schemed for half a lifetime, only to lose everything in the end to a member of the Uchiha clan. Lord Tobirama, resist him. Shimon snorted, unwilling to continue talking with Danzo, and walked over to Madara's side, placing her hand on him, ready to use the Flying Thunder God technique. They flew to the interrogation department. Tobirama tossed Danzo to Ibiki, leaving one sentence. Interrogate him well, report any findings directly to me. Ibiki, who always respected this minister of the Umbu, naturally agreed. Yes, Lord Tobirama. I will report any situations that arise. The matter of Danzo was temporarily set aside, but follow-up work still needed to continue. Now, the most important thing was the safety of the 3rd Hokage. Although Shimon wasn't overly worried because of the existence of the resurrection armor, she just didn't know when Sarutobi would wake up. Let's go check on Sarutobi. Tobirama called out to the 2 behind him. But what about the other Umbu? Shimon quickly followed, looking at Tobirama and asking, What about the other Umbu? Tobirama said as he walked, We've captured Danzo, but what about the others? Aren't they returning to the team? They have other missions. Their task isn't to hunt down Danzo. He continued, They're going after the Root members. Root? Have they already escaped? Ji Ming asked again. Not exactly. It's just strange that Root has vanished without a trace. I'm afraid they might be heading for Minato. Tobirama's concerns were not unfounded. Given Danzo's mindset, it wouldn't be surprising if he was up to something. The three arrived at the surgery room, and Tsunade was already pushing someone out. Sarutobi Hiruzen was covered with a white sheet, lying peacefully on it. The large pipe he loved to smoke was no longer in his hands. He lay there quietly. "How is it, Tsunade?" Tobarama hurriedly asked. "Is the monkey okay?" "Not so good." Tsunade lowered her head. Her usual high spirits dampened, but he still maintained basic life signs. "I'll look through medical books again. There has to be a way to save the old man." "Ah, what should we do?" As a teacher, shouldn't he be doing something for his students? Tobarama clenched his hands helplessly, watching the increasingly aged monkey. The child who used to sit beside him smoking was still vividly alive in his memory. How could he now be lying in bed without moving? "It's okay, Master." Jiming stepped forward and held Tsunade's hand, saying firmly, "Grandpa Hiruzen will definitely wake up." "He will." Tsunade's hand was exceptionally cold. Even Jiming, who usually had cold hands, felt it was freezing. How did she manage to hold the scalpel and finish this surgery? Jiming didn't dare to think further. She feared her genius medical ninja teacher would fall into a state where she couldn't hold a knife again. But what kind of doctor can't hold a knife? The ninja world shouldn't lose such a doctor who saves lives. Really? Tsunade's nearly shattered eyes finally pieced together the shadow of the little princess. Really? Will the old man really wake up? "Don't be afraid, Master." Jiming nodded heavily. "Trust me. I will bring Grandpa Hiruzen back." Sarutobi Hiruzen was pushed into the intensive care unit, where nurses stood guard. Jiming first checked Hiruzen's basic life signs and told the nurses, "If there are any problems, please notify me immediately." After a long day, she was exhausted. She flew home, but just as one wave settled, another arose. As soon as she arrived home, Kushina rushed over, speaking rapidly to Tobarama. "Lord Tobarama, Sasuke hasn't come home all day, but I checked the mission attendance list, and his name isn't there. Is something wrong with him? Has he been caught by bad people?" It was rare for Kushina to be so flustered. "If I lose Sasuke, how will I face Mikoto in the future?" As soon as Jiming entered, she heard Kushina's voice. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. At this time, what could Sasuke be doing? Could it be that Itachi has already encountered him? "Little Ji, you came back just in time." Kushina noticed Jiming and grabbed her hand as if seizing a lifeline. "Little Ji, have you seen Sasuke today? Where could that child have gone?" I was on a mission with the Yambu today." Jiming couldn't think of where Sasuke could have gone. Could he have been taken by Orochimaru? That shouldn't be the case. It wasn't time yet. "Lord Tobarama, can you sense Sasuke's chakra?" Jiming asked Tobarama. Tobarama focused, recalling that on his way back to the village, Might Guy was beside him, and they should arrive at the village gate soon. Jiming rummaged through the plot in her mind. Sasuke must have gone to find Naruto, and then got beaten by Itachi. But how did Sasuke know that Itachi would be here? Kakashi? Was there no way to avoid it? Chapter 227. Meeting Kakashi, Jiming always maintained her rationality. When she saw the hopeful gaze from Kushina, her first instinct was not to worry about Sasuke with her, but to think about where Sasuke might have gone. She watched the scene almost indifferently, and Madara couldn't help but recall the time when his father and Izuna passed away. Little Ji had always been the calmest one, except for that one time when Uchiha Taijima almost died in front of her. Madara didn't believe that Little Ji wasn't sad. She frequently visited the elder's room, ate together, recited scriptures, and even occasionally stayed in a side room of that courtyard. The scent of sandalwood filled the entire courtyard, which was quite unpleasant. Yet Little Ji had lived there for 3 years. Keeping vigil for 3 years could be considered a good story. She hardly ever cried or made a fuss. It was as if she had known about these deaths and events in advance. "Brother Madara, can you help me send Annie home?" Jiming's voice pulled Madara back from his memories. Her eyes were calm as water, and in moments like this, she became even calmer. "Okay." Jiming had other matters to attend to. After Madara and Kushina left, she said goodbye to Tobarama and headed to Kakashi's house. Kakashi's room wasn't far from the Senju household. It took about 10 minutes to arrive. She went upstairs, walked to the end of the corridor, and knocked on the door. Just as she thought, there was no response. Kakashi had fallen into a coma. The hospital was in chaos. Sasuke had gone missing, and the village was in disarray. No one paid attention to Kakashi, who had just been glared at by Itachi. Jiming sighed, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and appeared at Kakashi's bedside. He lay there, lifeless, with a white sheet covering the lower half of his face, his white hair neatly spread over the pillow. Such a quiet Kakashi was rare to see. Without a lamp, she relied on the moonlight coming in and placed one hand on his forehead. She had previously researched information about this genjutsu and asked Tsunade how to treat it. Gentle green chakra flowed into Kakashi's nerves, and in less than half a minute, Jiming heard Kakashi cough lightly, and then open his eyes. There was no way to avoid it. Jiming locked eyes with Kakashi's red eyes, which were particularly striking in the darkness. In his hazy state, Kakashi saw the girl before him, her figure backlit by the moonlight, most of her face shrouded in shadow. But her obsidian-like eyes shone even brighter. She stared at him with wide eyes, as if his awakening surprised her, resembling a cat that had been startled. He had always loved animals, but he had no way with cats. Jiming, why are you here? He heard his hoarse voice and couldn't help but feel alarmed. How long had he been asleep? He began to recall how he ended up lying here. Oh, Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi remembered Itachi, who had once worked under him, a genius just like the girl before him. But would she end up like Itachi? I heard you were injured by Itachi, so I came to see. Jiming withdrew her gaze, went to the kitchen to pour a glass of warm water, returned to the room, and placed it in front of him. Drink some water. The warm water eased his throat discomfort. Kakashi looked at Jiming again and asked, what time is it now? Around 2 in the morning. Jiming only remembered a rough outline. She didn't have her pocket watch with her. A wave of extreme fatigue from concentrating all day gradually washed over her. She once again placed her hand on Kakashi's forehead for a simple check. And it seemed there was no problem. He just needed a rest. Kakashi, did you run into Itachi Uchiha? Jiming pulled a chair and sat down beside his bed. It must have been Itachi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying here. Ah, so you really did run into Itachi Uchiha? Kakashi shielded his eyes, as the pressure on his visual nerves was still uncomfortable. He tried to block the light source and hide himself in the darkness. Brother, I wonder if it's possible your eyes have opened the Manjiki Sharingan too. Jiming thought that by now, Obito had already opened his Manjiki Sharingan. Since they had the same eyes, why hadn't Kakashi awakened his yet? How strange. If they both had the Manjiki Sharingan, he and Itachi might still have a fighting chance. If he had opened his eyes earlier with Kakashi's intellect, he would probably have found a suitable way to use them sooner. Kakashi's mind was nearly crashing. The pressure on his visual nerves made him want to sleep right away. But the girl in front of him had rarely come to his room and saved him from almost dying, so he wanted to say a little more to her. I'll ask Obito another day. After all, they're his eyes. Kakashi replied weakly. Let's see if I can awaken them. By the way, during the time you were in a coma, Grandpa Hiruzen was seriously injured by Danzo and taken to the hospital, and Danzo has also been sent to the torture department. Upon hearing this, Kakashi removed his arm from shielding his eyes and sat up in shock, exclaiming, What? Something happened to the third Hokage? What about the Umbu guards? I haven't had a chance to look at the report yet. Jiming was also curious about this matter. There had always been a guard team around the third Hokage, but now there was not a single member in sight. I'll go check the mission report tomorrow. Also, Sasuke went after Itachi. Jiming continued. Guy went after Sasuke. They should be returning to the village now. So, Kakashi, what was Itachi's purpose for coming here? This was the key question Jiming wanted to ask tonight. She knew that what she said might not be believed by everyone, but if Kakashi heard it directly and arranged for someone to investigate, it might be more credible. The target is... Kakashi recalled what had happened when he met Itachi, the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails inside Naruto and Kushina. Is the Tailed Beast collection finally beginning? Jiming sighed. When Teacher Minato returns, I'll write a report to submit. Ah. Kakashi responded. It looks like we have a lot to do next. I'm not worried about Naruto, but Kushina. This was what worried Kakashi the most. He was very concerned about Kushina. Minato couldn't always be by her side. After experiencing Orochimaru's plan to destroy Konoha, he felt that Konoha was not a safe haven. With a little negligence, Konoha could be destroyed. And as the host of the Nine Tails, Kushina would become a target. Aunt Kushina is very strong, isn't she? Jiming smiled at Kakashi. After all, she was also an elite jonin and the Hokage's wife. And Kakashi, you're already very tired. You don't need to overthink it. Jiming teased him with a playful smile. If you think too much, your brain might break. I'll take my leave. I'll come back to see you tomorrow. The girl flashed him a mischievous smile, and Kakashi stared blankly until she disappeared from the room. He finally came back to his senses, closed his eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. She is always like this. Always coming and going, never willing to stay a little longer. It's so unfair. Kakashi buried his emotions and fell asleep wearily. The next day, Jiming woke up very early. After changing into her work clothes, she walked to the dining hall, as usual. At this time, Tobirama was already sitting at the dining table. Good morning, Lord Tobirama. Jiming greeted Tobirama dully and sat down opposite him, receiving the millet porridge handed by the aunt and drinking it mechanically. I feel a bit nauseous from exhaustion. I didn't sleep well last night, and it's even worse. After a while, Uchimaru also arrived at the dining hall. Madara had been taken care of in his daily life before, so he showed no particular reaction to the breakfast handed by the aunt. After quietly finishing a bowl of porridge, he suddenly raised his gaze to Tobirama. His eyes seemed to scrutinize him, and Tobirama felt a shiver run down his spine as he met Madara's gaze. Wait, what does that scrutinizing look mean? Tobirama recalled what he had done to Madara and thought he hadn't really provoked him. What do you want, Uchiha Madara? Tobirama never liked to beat around the bush, especially with Madara. The more twists and turns, the more suspicion there was. They were not rivals now, so there was no need for unnecessary schemes. It was a waste of time. Where did you hide my money? Uchiha Madara asked. There were no adults in my family before, but now that I'm back, the money should be under my management. Huh? Tobirama was almost stunned. How did he know where the Uchiha clan's assets were? And why? Why was it that an Uchiha was asking him, a Senju, about this? Is there no one in the Uchiha family? After a long ramble, Tobirama realized that indeed, there was no one left in the Uchiha clan. The two Uchiha sitting in front of him were already among the rarest Uchiha left in the world. I'm asking you, where's my money? Uchiha Madara thought Tobirama hadn't heard clearly and repeated himself, his tone growing impatient. I don't know, Tobirama replied. If you want to investigate, I can go to the finance department today to check for you. However, Tobirama, who was always responsible, took the initiative to take on this task. After all, the Uchiha clan was already isolated, and as an old rival, he should offer more support. Tonight, Uchiha Madara set a firm deadline. Tobirama, whoever wants to manage the affairs of the Uchiha clan can do so. He, Senju Tobirama, didn't he want to manage it at all? By the way, Jiming, where did you go last night? Tobirama turned his gaze to Jiming. After Kushina and Madara left, Jiming also flew away. Tobirama thought she had gone back to the courtyard to sleep, but according to his perception, Jiming was not in the Senju clan. Where did she go? I want to meet someone. Jiming didn't elaborate. If she said too much, these two would start asking questions again, and she would be late for work. She didn't want to be late. There was too much to do today. Who? Sure enough, Tobirama continued to inquire. What kind of person would require her to meet so late? No one. Jiming avoided the question. I'm full. I'm leaving for the hospital first. Before Tobirama could say another word, Jiming had already flown away. At this moment, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile sympathetically at Tobirama. It seemed that in this renewed life, he and Tobirama had swapped roles. Tobirama seemed more like Jiming's older brother, wanting to manage many of her affairs, while he felt more like the former Tobirama, merely playing a companion role. He would only help if necessary. What are you laughing at, Uchiha Madara? Sure enough, Tobirama exploded again, glaring at him. No laughing. Tobirama, sometimes I feel like it's only natural for you to like Jiming. Uchiha Madara was still smiling, his voice devoid of the earlier irritation, soft like a whisper. From your position, not liking the young child was truly difficult. In less than half a month, Madara saw a different young child, not just as his little sister. In the past, the person he had seen the most like this was undoubtedly Senju Tobirama, but he did not regret that decision. Uchiha Madara looked at Tobirama, who seemed to have something to say, but hesitated. He continued, putting down his chopsticks and getting up, and I also left. Only Senju Tobirama remained in the restaurant. Tobirama felt somewhat melancholic. How could he describe this feeling? It was the same as before, walking along until he was left alone, and now it was the same, walking until he was once again alone. Perhaps, Tobirama thought, maybe he should detach himself from the past and feel more of this life. A completely different life in this lifetime. Jiming arrived at the hospital. The morning hospital was very quiet, with only a few medical staff moving slowly. She first went to the director's office, knocked 3 times on the door, but received no response. Surely, they hadn't gone on rounds already, Jiming thought. Pushing the door open and saw the scene, Tsunade was sprawled on the desk with a super thick medical book on the table, the window wide open, and the morning breeze flipping the pages. Jiming quieted her footsteps, walked to the windowsill, and slightly closed the window. She then took a blanket from the sofa and covered it over Tsunade. Tsunade murmured something, but Jiming couldn't catch it as she shifted into another sleeping position. Jiming silently left the office, coming in quietly and leaving quietly. The intensive care unit was on the 3rd floor, and Jiming walked up, heading to Sarutobi Hiruzen's room. To be honest, she wasn't sure when Hiruzen would wake up. She couldn't vouch for the effectiveness of a guardian angel either. Like countless other prayerful souls, she prayed for a miracle. Dealer, don't worry, Grandpa Hiruzen will wake up. Chapter 228. She's not a god, dealer. Don't worry, Grandpa Hiruzen will wake up. It was rare for the dealer to talk to her this early. She thought the dealer would be completely down in the morning. Dealer, it's just a matter of time. His bodily functions are recovering. Dealer, once he's fully recovered, You'll wake up. Jiming, is that true? Jiming still found it hard to believe. The idea of resurrection was truly absurd. Determining the fate of others' lives and deaths was something only gods could do. And she was not a god. Just an ordinary person who had entered this monstrous world with a system. Dealer, really. Dealer, and you're not ordinary. Those chosen by us have never been ordinary. Jiming, so how was I chosen? Dealer, that's not something I can disclose. I'll tell you later when you're close to death. The two exchanged banter as Jiming reached Hiruzen's room. She pushed the door open. The nurse from last night had already been replaced. The young girl looked at her warily. Jiming secretly complained. It was such a hassle. Then she took out her Umbu identification card and said, I'm Lord Hiruzen's bodyguard. The nurse picked up the ID card and saw that it was Senju Jiming, the girl who had risen to fame during the Chunin exams that year. She breathed a sigh of relief, believing Jiming's words. You can take a look for a bit. I'll go get some new nutrition solution. Jiming simply checked Hiruzen's body, as long as he maintained basic vital signs. That was enough. The next step was to wait. Wait for the so-called time to come. Doing things thoroughly. Jiming picked up the patient checkup sheet hanging on the rack and wrote down the results of the physical examination. After completing this, the sky grew brighter. When Jiming came out of Hiruzen's room, she ran into Sakura walking in the corridor. Sakura was surprised to see her there so early and stepped forward to grab Jiming's hand. Jiming, why are you at the hospital so early? Did something happen? Nothing much, Jiming replied with a smile, trying to reduce the fatigue on her face. I came to check on Grandpa Hiruzen. I just did a simple checkup. There's nothing major. His vital signs are stable. What about you, Sakura? Why are you here so early? The question was thrown back at Sakura, who touched her nose and said, Sasuke was brought to the hospital by Guy-sensei last night, so I came to check on him. Then let's go together. The two sisters linked arms and walked toward Sasuke's room. Undoubtedly, Sasuke had also been affected by Itachi's Tsukuyami, and there was no need to elaborate on the content. It was naturally the night of the massacre. Jiming couldn't help but sigh. Why do people who love each other have to torment each other so much? Let me do it. Jiming saw that Sakura was about to check Sasuke's body and quickly spoke up. I can do it. She still pressed one hand on Sasuke's forehead like she did with Kakashi, and when he opened his eyes, he had a shocked expression similar to Kakashi's. Jiming withdrew her gaze, patted Sakura, and said, Take good care of him. I'll head to Umbu. Hey! Sasuke's hoarse voice caught Jiming's attention, and she stiffened, not turning around. She only heard him say, Jiming, thank you. She didn't know what he was thanking her for. Jiming didn't turn back and replied, It's a doctor's duty to care for patients, isn't it? Sasuke didn't say anything more, but watched Jiming leave the room, feeling stifled under the covers. In a daze, his parents died before his eyes once again, and he still felt helpless, unable to do anything as before. He found it laughable that he almost gave up on avenging Itachi because of uncertain words. It was unreasonable. Even if Itachi was truly not in control, he still wanted Itachi to tell him the truth in person, not to hide in this comfortable village, influenced by others. Time was running out. Sasuke didn't know why this thought kept surfacing. Perhaps it was because his two teammates, whether Sakura or Naruto, trained every single day. Yet he was still on missions, unable to focus entirely on training. Perhaps it was time. Sasuke thought that it was time for that person to come find him. Sakura had no idea what had happened between the two of them, but even if she was a bit slow, she noticed something was off. Yet she also knew she shouldn't ask. All she could do was show concern for Sasuke's health. Sasuke, how are you feeling now? Sasuke looked up at the pink-haired girl, wearing a hospital white coat with an ID badge that read, Haruno Sakura, intern doctor. At just 14 years old, she had become an intern doctor at Konoha Hospital. Sasuke thought that Sakura was not far from her dream. The girl who once needed Naruto and him to protect her was now different. She could stand on her own. Aside from mission times, Sakura practically spent all her time at the hospital. No big issues, just a bit of a headache. Sasuke returned to the bed, feeling too fatigued. There was hardly anything in his stomach, but he had no appetite for food. The smell of disinfectant made him feel nauseous. I'll sleep a bit more. Sakura also guessed Sasuke's problem. Besides sleeping, there wasn't much else to do, so she thought she might as well take a nap for a while. It was still not even 7 o'clock. She could bring him something to eat later. Sorry to bother you, Sakura. Sakura stepped out and continued her rounds to the next ward. After leaving the hospital, Jimin stopped by the morning market to buy breakfast and arrived at Kakashi's door. She knocked, and after a moment, the man inside twisted the doorknob open. Jimin raised her hand. Hi, Kakashi and I. She greeted him in a neutral tone, and Kakashi returned the greeting. Good morning. What brings you here so early? Tofu is not home, so I brought you some food. Jimin pushed the door open and walked in, placing the breakfast she bought on the table. She glanced around the room and noticed there were still water stains on the floor. This guy actually managed to get up early enough to wash up. She remembered that in the original story, Kakashi had been bedridden for almost a month. How come he was already better after just one day this time? Could it really be that her treatment had an effect? Do you want to stay at my house for a few days? Jimin spoke again, almost shocking Kakashi into silence. His eyes wide open. Stay at your house. No, you see, you're not very mobile right now, and you're still a patient. You can either stay in the hospital, at my house, or even at Aunt Kushina's house. Jimin looked at him with confusion, wondering what he was thinking. I think you wouldn't want others to know you're injured. Anyway, it's just me and the adults at home. Recently, Sakurane and my master have been busy at the hospital, hardly coming back. Besides, my house has an aunt who can ensure you have meals every day. Though she said that the moment Kakashi thought about the two big statues at the Senju house, he honestly didn't want to go there. Besides, couldn't she just bring him food every day? Kakashi felt a bit wronged. In the past, he had taken good care of Jimin, making sure she was well fed, even while on missions in the wild. Now that he was sick, how could she be impatient after just bringing him breakfast this morning? Kakashi silently sat down at the table. He wasn't wearing his mask, and in Jimin's eyes, her gaze moved from his Sharingan to the mole on his chin. It seemed like the man noticed her gaze. His originally drooping eyes were now staring straight at her. The overhead incandescent light fell on his cheeks, and his long eyelashes fluttered as he looked at her, almost like a Samiyed. Jimin didn't know why that thought flashed through her mind. It was non-aggressive, all white, and had a gentle temperament. No, wait. Jimin quickly removed the image of a Samiyed from her mind. How could she compare Kakashi to a dog? What a sin. But that gaze, those wet eyes, and the hair hanging down really did resemble a wronged Samiyed. Jimin decided not to look at Kakashi anymore. But she couldn't help but feel sorry for the little dog. Was it because she suggested he stay at her house? It's fine. You don't have to go. Under the pressure of his gaze, Jimin had to change her words. Then you eat breakfast first. I'll come back at noon. She thought she wasn't very good at comforting dogs, but she might as well try. She recalled some methods she had seen in a short video about comforting dogs and tentatively placed her hand on Kakashi's head, gently rubbing it. What was this called? It should be called petting. The video said no dog could resist a head rub. Clearly, Kakashi enjoyed it, obediently letting her rub his head. Even his breathing became a bit hurried. But the more she rubbed, the hotter her palm became. Jimin didn't dare to look at Kakashi's expression. The moment her mind cleared, she immediately flew away. She flew straight to the entrance of the Umbu. That must have been a dream. Jimin patted her chest, but the intense beating of her heart told her it wasn't fake at all. She took a deep breath. Dealer, Jimin, Kakashi's affection level skyrocketed just now. It's almost about to break 100. Zima, huh? Jimin. So, Kakashi likes this kind of thing? Dealer. Well, based on my analysis, I think Kakashi really resembles a type that waits for you to come back without saying anything. As long as you turn back, he'll feel happy. Jimin. Wait a minute, dealer. Why does this sound like a partner analysis? Jimin. We're just a pure brother-sister relationship. Dealer. Speechless, I'm starting to wonder if our company has cut off your love line. Jimin. Love? What is that? I don't need love. I just need to focus on my career. The dealer couldn't help but sigh for the male guest for a few seconds. What could they do? This child was just missing a love line. Even at this level, she still hadn't realized it. What a hopeless situation. Should they go ask the maintenance staff about what was going on? What are you doing standing here, little Jimin? After finishing breakfast, Uchiha Obito walked to the Umbu, intending to stand at the door for a bit before going in, but unexpectedly, he was greeted by a falling little Jimin. Her face was still so red. What had you been doing so early? Suddenly hearing a voice, Jimin's heart jumped, and she instinctively looked at the man in front of her. Once she recognized who it was, she couldn't help but feel a bit tense. The man leaned closer to her. The scent of camellia was mostly covered by the smell of disinfectant in the morning market. She had lied to them. She had deceived him and tofu. He immediately became alert. Where did you go? Obito asked simply, as if it were a casual greeting like during dinner. Why did it feel like she had been caught? Jimin was at a loss for words, staring at Uchiha Obito, unable to say a thing for a long time. He moved even closer. Jimin could smell the camellia scent on him, and she couldn't help but wonder if he had hugged the camellia before leaving this morning, as the smell was so strong. Don't want to say. Rarely. His voice carried a hint of grievance. Jimin was surprised and looked up, only to find his face was so close. He wasn't wearing a mask, and his hair covered most of his face. Only one eye was visible, and Jimin was stunned. Time seemed to freeze between them. She forgot to speak, and he was waiting for her to say something. In the end, it was Jimin who caved first, turning her gaze away and taking 2 steps back. I went to the hospital. Jimin chose the important parts to mention, mentioning Sasuke and Grandpa Hisashi. As for Kakashi, she cleared her throat, deciding not to mention it. Let's go in. Obito looked at Jimin suspiciously. She was hiding something from him. The smell of disinfectant indeed indicated the hospital. But she had gone out after eating breakfast. Why did she need to go to the morning market again? Was she not full? Obito didn't he think so? The people at the morning market were those Jimin didn't he want him to know about. Obito felt a bit down, as she was unwilling to share anything with him. Let us go, Obito. Obito lowered his mask, hiding his emotions behind it, and followed the girl into the umbu. They had to go to Tofu's office today to check the task report submitted yesterday. After knocking 3 times, they heard Tofu's voice before Jimin pushed the door open and entered. It's rare to see Izumi and Obito together, and Tobirama couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Looking at them, what do you need me for so early in the morning? Chapter 229. Tobirama's fury. I've already sent someone to handle your property issue. It won't be resolved that quickly. Obito was left speechless. How much did he love money that he couldn't even wait a single day? Lord Izumi, I'm here to look at yesterday's mission report. Izumi chimed in. The important matters come first. We can discuss the money later. Where is it? I just looked at it. Tobirama pointed to a stack of documents nearby. Obito, come over and take a look too. Oof. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but think about teasing Tobirama. What's wrong, white hair kid? Do you need your big brother to help you out? Tobirama immediately exploded with anger. Almost slamming his hands on the table. Clenching his fists and gritting his teeth, he said, Uchiha Obito, you can either look or get out. Look at your attitude. Obito raised an eyebrow. If your attitude had been better back then, maybe I would have come back to help you manage Konoha. Izumi was startled by Tobirama's sudden outburst. His white hair seemed to stand on end, and his sharp eyes widened as if he could pierce through the man in front of him. She stepped back 3 paces, frightened. Scare me to death. However, Uchiha Obito remained unfazed, calmly sitting on the chair at Tobirama's desk. He picked up the mission report Tobirama mentioned and lightly tapped it with his finger. Izumi, come here and take a look, he said, pulling out a chair beside him and gesturing for her to sit down. Izumi checked the atmosphere around Tobirama to ensure the anger wouldn't spread to her before daring to sit next to Uchiha Obito. The so-called mission report was just a few brief sentences, yielding no effective information. It was less useful than her own pre-prepared script. She flipped through it and set the report aside. According to the information I gathered yesterday, first, Uchiha Itachi's target might be the tailed beasts. However, we don't yet know the organization behind Uchiha Itachi. Izumi continued. Second, there might be a traitor in the umbu. Grandpa Hiruzen's guard team seems to have vanished without a trace in this village. Third, Danzo's plans mostly revolve around the Hokage position. Since he could kill Grandpa Hiruzen, he must have arranged for someone to kidnap Teacher Minato. Fourth, Orochimaru might be at the reincarnation stage. This is a pattern I've been monitoring. It occurs every 2.5 years, and it's just about time. His target is undoubtedly Uchiha Sasuke. Tobirama and Obito always believe in the girl's words 100%. They didn't think she would lie, but she might conceal information. Tail beasts? Tobirama twirled the pen in his hand, a sign of his thinking process. The Nine Tails is currently with that kid Naruto and Kushina. Do you have any information about that organization? Tobirama asked. Izumi spoke without a hint of guilt, shaking her head. Not yet, but I have a decent relationship with someone from their organization. I can infiltrate and take a look. Who? Both Obito and Tobirama immediately became alert, wondering where this newcomer came from. Kisame, Izumi answered immediately. Lord Izumi, you met him too, right? He asked that man from the land of water. I saw him come with Itachi yesterday. Oh, that kid who uses water techniques pretty well. Tobirama superficially praised Kisame, but inwardly he thought otherwise. After a long time, Izumi once again heard Tobirama's inner voice. Tobirama, but this kid is nowhere near as good as his water techniques. Izumi felt a dark cloud over her head. Yes, the Mizuki from the land of water should be someone like you, who has a contract with the sea. We'll discuss this when Minato returns. Tobirama naturally didn't want Izumi to leave Konoha. The outside world was dangerous, and even if she was strong, there could be times when she was cornered. But at that moment, could he, Tobirama Senju, and Uchiha Obito, or any other unknown man, really rush to her side to protect her? Tobirama didn't dare to gamble. This rare era of peace and the fact that both Izumi and Obito were alive. Izumi heard this thought and pondered for a moment before sincerely replying. It's fine. Lord Izumi, have you forgotten? If I encounter danger, no matter where I am, I can summon both of you. Tobarama, caught off guard, cleared his throat and rearranged his expression, taking on a leader-esque demeanor. Let us wait for Minato to return to discuss this matter. Next question. Is there a traitor in the Umbu? It was rare that Tobarama's thoughts aligned completely with Izumi's. I've already started looking into this. As for Minato, I've sent 4 teams to assist. There shouldn't be any issues. But this matter concerning Sasuke, this was the most troublesome issue for Tobarama. He wasn't his child, yet he was a quarter of his pupil. But this kid had too much obsession with Itachi. What should he do? Simply let Uchiha Obito handle it himself. After all, it was his child, so why should he rush to plan? Obito, your child, you take responsibility for him. Tobarama shifted the burden to Obito, feeling instantly relieved. Now, all he had to do was wait for the show to begin. Chapter 230. What can I do? Without a doubt, what Tobarama was thinking was once again heard by Izumi. Why did her mind-reading ability suddenly come back? Izumi was a bit confused and sought help from the dealer. Dealer, here's the thing. Even if there's a card from Tobarama, the card also has a sliding affection value. From my speculation, if the affection value is below 80, the mind-reading function won't activate. Izumi, there's such an operation? Then why can't I read Obito's thoughts? Dealer, Obito's affection has always been maintained around 60, so you definitely can't read it. Izumi, so amazing he can control it. Dealer, looking at her as if she's an idiot, good things never come my way. Uchiha Obito snorted, I'm left to clean up the mess. Tobarama Senju, your calculations are spot on. Then aren't you the head of the Uchiha clan? Tobarama continued, if you don't manage it, who will? The clan has been exterminated. What head do I have? Am I supposed to manage a bunch of dead people? Obito's abrupt words startled Izumi, causing her to pop out of the chat with the dealer. She turned her head to look at Obito. He had no expression, his face cold. So scary. What can I do? Tobarama also had his own perspective. He didn't destroy the clan, nor had he ever wanted to exterminate the Uchiha clan. How could Obito place the blame on him? I'm dead too. How can I stop Danzo? Forget it. Uchiha Obito was too lazy to continue discussing it. As for Sasuke, I won't care. Let him do whatever he wants. If that slippery snake comes in, then I'll just capture him. Slippery snake, it seems Obito really hates Orochimaru. Huh? Izumi tried her best to minimize her presence. During a quarrel between 2 big shots, anything she said would be wrong. All right, you 2 go to work. Tobarama took on a dismissive posture. What are you hanging around here for? Izumi initially just intended to take a look at the mission report for information and was ready to leave after reading it. Then we'll leave first. Izumi didn't linger, obediently taking her leave. Ban has nothing to stay for. There's nothing to be with this white-haired kid. Seeing him makes Ban feel annoyed. Why wasn't it Hashirama who came to this world first? Kinda missing Hashirama. Also missing Izuna. However, I will pay a visit to that slippery snake. After thinking for a while, Ban turned back and said to Tobarama, don't mind me. I want to bring Izuna's body back. I can't tolerate using Izuna as a weapon. Tobarama felt embarrassed and thought, if you want to do it, just do it. Why do you need to tell me? As if I would care. Still, he felt he could manage him. Go, if you want to go, then go. But Tobarama still responded to Ban. Finally, these 2 big Buddhas were sent away, and the room suddenly became quiet. Tobarama couldn't help but feel a sense of loneliness, as if he was the one who was always left behind. It was like that in the past, and it seems to be the same now. Just when he was lost in thought, the office door suddenly opened again. It turned out that Chimei had returned, holding the doorknob, her eyes sparkling as she said, Lord Suki, we didn't leave, we just went to work. See you tonight. Then, the girl closed the door again. Tobarama didn't know how to describe that feeling. It was a feeling of being cared for in a somewhat awkward and delicate way. To be honest, Tobarama felt very independent since childhood. Even though he was the second child, with an older brother and a younger brother, he was the one in the family who didn't need to be taken care of. At the same time, he was the one who was often overlooked. From a young age, he displayed talents, often taking on the role of an older brother, taking care of his younger brother, looking after Hashirama, studying alone, worrying for his father, and strategizing for his older brother. Few would notice him, and, at times, he wouldn't even see himself. Yet, the girl seemed to notice him every time, not just this time when she specially turned back to say, see you tonight. A phrase from Uchiha Ban flashed through Tobarama's mind. It's only natural that you would like little Chimei. With a girl like her, he had no reason not to like her. Delivering 3 meals a day to Kakashi became Chimei's daily routine. Not only that, but she also had to avoid Tobarama and Ban, which made her delivery tasks even more challenging. It was almost noon, and Chimei looked up from the surveillance monitor, rubbing her eyes. She had been staring at the monitor all morning, and her eyes were sore. When she looked up, it was already 12 o'clock. Time to deliver food to Kakashi. However, Ban had been keeping an eye on her movements for the past few days. The two of them had almost been in the surveillance room, watching the monitors, except for meal and sleep times. She stood up and, as usual, said to Ban, "I'm going to the hospital. My master is waiting for me to eat." She usually used this excuse, and Ban didn't say anything, just agreeing to let her go. To thank Ban, Chimei would always bring him his favorite tempura after eating. But this time, a hint of suspicion flashed across Ban's expression. "Today, Tsunade is on leave. What are you going to the hospital for?" "Oh, Chimei scratched her little face, and immediately he thought of the next target. "I'm going to find Sakura to eat together. I promised her yesterday." "Sakura?" Ban searched his memory. It seemed she was a pink-haired girl, Tsunade's apprentice. And they should be good friends. Ban naturally wouldn't control little Chimei to make friends, nor would he control her activities with friends. On the contrary, he encouraged her to make new friends, so he let her go this time. "Then go ahead, be careful on the way." With the permission granted, Chimei took off like a flash, giving Ban no chance to change his mind. When she arrived at the market, she found a restaurant, packed 2 servings of her usual meals, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Kakashi's house. Familiar with the route, she didn't even bother using the front door, directly flying inside. At that moment, Kakashi was lying on the sofa at home, idly flipping through intimate paradise in boredom. "Why hasn't Chimei come to deliver my food at this hour? Is something wrong?" Just as he was thinking this, a figure suddenly appeared in the room, holding 2 lunchboxes. She placed them on the table and called out, "Kakashi and I, come eat. Hurry up and finish, I need to get back. Or Lord, he will get angry." The girl approached, and Kakashi, barefoot on the carpet, walked over to Chimei, opened the lunchbox, and started eating slowly. His appetite had returned a little recently, but the girl still ate very little, stopping after finishing half of her portion. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Kakashi divided all the food into his own bowl. The satisfied girl, like a well-fed kitten, slumped on the stool, doing nothing. "Chimei." Kakashi called her name, and the girl snapped out of her daze, her previously vacant gaze slowly gaining focus on him. A soft sound came out, which Kakashi thought was a cat's muffled meow. "Lie down and rest for a while." Kakashi's heart was tickled by her voice, but he maintained his usual tone. "You've been working hard these past few days. There's no choice. Many in the Umbu have gone to find Lord Minato, and some are tracking down the source." Chimei sighed. Now the Umbu had only her, Ban, and Tobirama left in the village, aside from 2 teams protecting the 3rd Hokage and Kushina. Almost everyone else was out on missions. Tobirama was busy too. If he wasn't in the office, he was at the mission center, dealing with village matters and classified documents sent back from the Umbu. And she and Ban weren't much easier. They were responsible for interrogating Danzo, and also for the village's surveillance. Whenever there was something unusual, they had to act immediately. Fortunately, the village had been quite peaceful these past few days, with no external missions. She also didn't know how Lord Minato was doing. Chapter 231. No one has time to play house with you. Almost a week had passed, and except for encountering bad weather, Minato should be back at the Fire Country's border. However, neither she nor Tobirama could sense Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. The Umbu hadn't sent any updates for 2 days. "You should sleep." Kakashi continued to persuade her. "You're too tired." He almost picked her up, laid her down on the sofa, and covered her with a blanket, dimming the room's light. "No." Chimei sat up again. "I have to go back, or the Lord will definitely kill me." She had promised Uchiha Ban that she would return to the surveillance room to switch shifts at 2 o'clock. There was still an hour until 2. Kakashi pressed her back down. "I'll wake you up when it's almost time." The blanket blocked all sources of light, and in the darkness, her already exhausted body fell into a deep sleep. Kakashi picked up a book and quietly read on the carpet beneath the sofa. After a brief 40 minutes, Kakashi had checked the clock several times. When the clock finally pointed to 40, he turned to look at the sofa, gently tapping it. Trained Umbu members usually had shallow sleep, and Chimei jolted awake, alertly scanning her surroundings, exuding a killing intent. "It's time. You need to go to the Umbu." Kakashi stood up from the carpet and pointed at the clock. Chimei barely regained her senses, realizing she wasn't outside. She quickly used the restroom to wash her face, and in the next moment, she flew away, still the same as before. "I went to the market to buy a meal for Uchiha Obito and then flew back to the monitoring room." Obito was sitting in front of the computer, focused on the surveillance, not even turning his head, and asked, "You're back? Why did it take so long today?" "I chatted with Sakura for a while." Ji-Ming sat down beside him, feeling a bit guilty, but she wouldn't tell Obito that she had secretly taken a 40-minute nap at noon. "You keep an eye on things first." Obito didn't think much of it. Girls tend to chat longer. In the past, Little Ji loved to chat with the Senju clan as Tao Hua and Uzumaki Mito. Calm as water, another week passed. The task of delivering meals to Kakashi was highly confidential. Apart from the two parties involved, no one else knew, and now Kakashi was able to return to normal missions. News from Minato also returned to Konoha, stating that he had encountered an attack from the route and was delayed by a sandstorm. But he was now already within the borders of the Land of Fire. Regarding the interrogation news about Danzo, Ibis prepared a detailed report and submitted it to Tobirama. Tobirama selected some contents that would be effective for public opinion and published them on the village bulletin board. Although Danzo had done many things for Konoha, black is black, and white is white. Making mistakes is making mistakes. There is no reason to let others take the blame. The story of the Uchiha clan, shrouded in memories, finally had an official explanation. The traitors who had been wronged for many years were exonerated overnight, with all the blame being attributed to Danzo's suspicion and excessive precaution. Although everyone felt this reason was a bit forced, people are always curious about mysterious past events. Now that the truth had finally come to light, this answer became a remedy for their long-standing curiosity. They weren't really curious about who did it or who Danzo was. They just wanted some bizarre, yet officially certified stories to tell over meals. Uchiha Sasuke stood under the bulletin board and learned about this matter. The onlookers nearby seemed to recognize his identity and cast sympathetic glances at him. Sasuke felt a pang in his heart. Who wanted their sympathy? He silently pushed through the crowd, walking aimlessly. Sasuke didn't know where he should go. On the day the Uchiha clan reappeared before the world, where should he, as the last survivor of the Uchiha clan, head? Moreover, what was written in that report was different from what he had seen with his own eyes regarding Uchiha Itachi. Why? Why could Uchiha Itachi, the one who killed his parents, be exonerated? Sasuke angrily punched the wall, self-harming as he scratched his wound. Soon, his hand was a blur. His emotions gradually calmed down. The pain made him wake up a bit, reminding him of the day he went to find Naruto but was pinned against the wall and beaten by Uchiha Itachi. The punches really hurt, almost hitting flesh. If it weren't for Jiraiya's help, he would have died at Itachi's hands long ago. Strange images of the massacre flooded his mind. He leaned against the wall, gasping for breath. The spread of blood gripped his feet, choking his throat, leaving him unable to move or breathe. Sasuke even thought, why not just die like this? After all, Uchiha Itachi has been exonerated, and his so-called revenge plan seemed like a joke. Hey, Sasuke? Sasuke! A voice called out from somewhere. Sasuke felt someone was calling him. He wanted to respond, but he couldn't say anything. The words stuck in his throat, and he was almost out of breath. Hey, Uchiha Sasuke! Jiming didn't expect to see Uchiha Sasuke, who was self-harming in the corner while casually patrolling. She was startled and quickly ran over. After calling out twice with no response, Jiming punched Sasuke hard on the back. Sasuke almost lost his footing and was about to fall forward, but luckily, an arm caught him. Just as he was about to say thank you, the man blocked his words first. Obito said, Uchiha Sasuke, if you don't believe it, you can go find Uchiha Itachi to ask for clarification. Why self-harm here? Our Uchiha clan has always killed others. We've never seen someone kill themselves like you. He snorted disdainfully, steadying the boy. If it weren't for Izuna looking like him, and the fact that there weren't many surviving Uchiha children, he wouldn't care. What a hassle. If it were him, Uchiha Itachi would have been dealt with long ago. There was no need to wait until now. Over the 14 years, what had Uchiha Sasuke been doing? No one had the time to play house with him. Uchiha Itachi wouldn't wait forever. Obito continued all these years. What have you been doing? You keep saying you want to kill Uchiha Itachi, but can you even fight him now? You become such a waste, and still don't go train? It's too filthy. It's really too filthy. Jiming just wanted to step in and stop Obito, telling him to stop talking. Cursing wouldn't solve anything. Sasuke was like a wilted flower, being lifted by Obito. Without Obito, he would have probably fallen to the ground by now. Yeah, so what had he been doing all these years? He didn't even have the capital to confront Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 232. In life, one doesn't really need other suggestions. All right, Obito. Jiming was afraid Obito would continue to scold him, so she quickly interrupted Obito's rant, pulling Sasuke from his arms. Once Sasuke stood firm, she used medical ninjutsu to treat his wounds, saying while healing, Sasuke, don't listen to Obito's nonsense. He always talks like this. Maybe he has been too busy with work lately and is in a bad mood. Don't take it to heart. She glanced at Sasuke's expression, which was as pale as when they first arrived. Sasuke, do you still remember what I told you during the Chunin exams? Jiming took a deep breath as her wound gradually healed. She suddenly thought that perhaps Sasuke leaving was the right path for him. Sasuke's eyes sparkled a little as he looked at her and nodded. If you want to leave, you can always find me. Jiming patted his shoulder, perfectly landing on that mark. The mark seemed to sense his fluctuating emotions, causing his blood to heat up. The sealed power gathered on his small shoulder, a burning sensation. All of this told Sasuke that he had been bitten by Orochimaru, and this power was the strength he needed. But you can't leave anytime soon. Jiming calculated. There should still be half a month until Orochimaru's reincarnation. It's possible that the Sound Ninja have already come over if he goes too early. Sasuke would be like a turtle in a jar. Let us wait half a month. If you really want to leave, then wait half a month. I will help you unlock the seal. She smiled at Sasuke. She returned the choice to Sasuke. From the beginning, this was the strategy she had taken. No matter what Sasuke decided, she would respect and understand it. All right. Sasuke heard his voice nearly choking, looking up at Jiming with longing. Jiming, do you think I should leave? He also wanted to hear her opinion. Perhaps if she didn't let him leave, he would stay in Konoha. Who knew? Facing the wind, the girl's black-purple hair was blown messy, but she still wore a smile, her voice gentle as ever. Sasuke, in life, one doesn't really need other suggestions. You want to understand things you haven't experienced. This sentence remained hidden in Sasuke's heart, buried there for a lifetime. After bidding farewell to Sasuke, Izumi and Madara returned to the Uchiha clan's territory. The seal on the territory had been removed, and Tobirama had also sent someone to renovate it, making it somewhat presentable. However, it was still a bit difficult to live there. Upon visiting the clan's territory, they had to stop by the Nana Shrine. This was a shrine that was no longer managed. It used to be overseen by the Uchiha clan, but now that the Uchiha clan was gone, there was no one to take care of it. Nonetheless, the shrine still had incense offerings, and occasionally residents from the surrounding area would come to pay their respects. When they arrived, they happened to see an elderly woman coming out of the shrine with a basket of incense hanging from her right arm. Izumi guessed she had just finished offering incense, so she didn't say much and went inside, kneeling on the soft mat to bow 3 times. Madara, do you remember? Izumi couldn't help but recall her memories of the Nana shrine as they left. I was caught by you here while learning the flying thunder god technique from Lord Tobirama. She remarked on how dark his expression had been back then, darker than that night. Madara certainly remembered. He had known since the first time they met. He hadn't stopped her because he wanted Izumi to make more friends and had helped them keep it a secret from the clan, providing a lot of cover. Otherwise, if it was known that the daughter of the Uchiha clan leader and the son of the Senju clan leader were meeting, they would have been killed 1,000 times over. You were too late that day, Madara explained, justifying his dark expression. If he hadn't returned sooner, the clan members would certainly have grown suspicious. As children of the clan leaders, their words and actions were closely monitored. If anything happened to either of them, it would undoubtedly reflect poorly on their father. You know, many people wanted to bring down our father back then. Madara tried to convey the dangerous situation they were in with simple words. Even within the Uchiha clan, danger lurked everywhere. But didn't she go back with you? Izumi replied, feeling wronged, noting that she had followed him the moment he arrived. Meeting Tobirama was indeed her fault. But Madara, I survived, right? Izumi asked again. After blocking the knife for Izuna, I survived, right? But Madara seemed to hear nothing, offering no response, and continued walking in silence. What's going on? When faced with uncertainty, asked the dealer. Izumi, dealer, what's going on? Why can't Madara hear me? Dealer, Izumi, how could you forget so easily? Even the robot seemed to have a tone of disappointment, and Izumi marveled at how advanced technology was. When would Konoha enter the technological era? Dealer, the last time you entered the time-space door, you only reached the point where you blocked the knife for Izuna. You don't have the remaining memories. To discuss this with Madara and others, you need to have this memory. Dealer, do you understand? Izumi, I really think your company is ridiculous. Forgetting memories is one thing, but why only me? And I can't reminisce about the past with them. Izumi silently commented. Dealer, Izumi. The dealer started to say something, but then fell silent. As a robot, it shouldn't have such emotions. But this time it didn't know what was wrong and didn't want to continue. It was better for her to know less. Izumi, what's wrong? Why are you telling me not to speak? Dealer, it's nothing. Just wanted to ask what your plans are for the future and when you plan to draw the 3rd hex. Izumi, maybe in a few days. I'm quite tired recently. My brain is a bit overloaded. Their conversation abruptly ended as they arrived at the Senju household. Tobirama was unusually standing at the door waiting for their return, arms crossed, looking at them with a gloomy expression, his resentful gaze seeming to accuse them of going out alone. Madara completely ignored Tobirama, walking past him into the house. Izumi just laughed and greeted him before entering as well. In the end, Only Tobarama was left standing there, sulking. I can't stand those two. No. That Uchiha Madara. Chapter 233. The handsome Uchiha Madara. Actually, Izumi heard Tobarama's internal complaints and walked a few steps before turning back. Peeking at Tobarama, who was still cursing Madara, she cleared her throat. The man's ears seemed to have muscle memory as he turned his head, his gaze landing on the girl. So why does he like Izumi? Tobarama wondered. Perhaps it was because of the many times she had deliberately returned. No one took care of Tobarama's emotions except Izumi. We're going in, Lord Tobarama. Izumi waved at him, and seeing he was unwilling to move, she simply walked over and grabbed his wrist, forcibly pulling him inside. Dragging a man weighing over 70 kilograms, she quickly ran out of strength, and after a few steps, it turned into Tobarama pulling her along. Once they reached the dining room, Uchiha Madara was sitting in the main seat, seemingly in a daze, but he looked over when he heard the noise. He saw two similarly colored wrists intertwined, and he stared at their clasped hands with a darkened gaze, his eyes deep as a well. He clenched his fist, his voice cold as he said, "Let us eat." Izumi secretly stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit perplexed by Uchiha Madara's state. Afraid she might say something to anger him again, she deliberately sat next to Tobarama. When the aunt brought the food, her eyes were filled with delicious dishes. Eating in silence, it didn't tea-talk. However, Tobarama found it strange. They had done nothing, so why was Madara making such a face? It made him a bit unhappy too. "Madara, what are you doing?" Tobarama asked. Uchiha Madara looked up, coldly staring at him. "What could I be doing? But you? How old are you?" Acting like a child. His light-hearted words made Tobarama even more confused. Why was he mocking him while being angry himself? "Let us eat." All his words turned into this one sentence, and Tobarama focused on eating. Who cares about Uchiha Madara? After dinner, Izumi returned to her own courtyard. She had gradually gotten used to Madara living in her courtyard. Aside from her own room and study, she never ventured into the other rooms. She finished work early today and went to the study first. There were many ancient books in the study, and Izumi had read more than half of them. She planned to finish the rest during this rare break. Her focus was always good, and after finishing one book, she was about to look for the next one. Unbeknownst to her, there was another person sitting in the study. Uchiha Madara was propping his face up, staring at her with a gaze that seemed glued to her. His burning eyes made her feel uneasy, unsure whether he was daydreaming or looking through her at someone else. Izumi's alarm bells went off, no matter which it was. Being looked at with such intense eyes felt wrong. The man's legs were conveniently blocking the pathway between the coffee table and the sofa, and Izumi would have to pass through this aisle to get out. Maybe I should just fly out, Izumi thought. Wait a minute. Why should she hide from Uchiha Madara? She hadn't done anything wrong or provoked him, so why hide from him? Moreover, this was her courtyard, her study. She could walk however she wanted. After a moment of mental preparation, Izumi decided to step over Madara's legs to get past. She calmly took her first step, still 2 steps away from Madara. The second step, the man's gaze at her carried a hint of intrigue. Step 3. Chiming, with her quick legs, took a 4th step, just as she was feeling pleased with herself. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. Although the surprise did not come from her, she was the one bearing the consequences. Chiming almost fell onto Uchiha Madara's leg, and the man's hand pressed against her waist. She wanted to struggle to get up, but found no way to do so. She gave up and shot a glare at Uchiha Madara. "What are you doing, brother? What are you doing to your lovely sister?" The way she gritted her teeth when saying brother was quite delightful to Uchiha Madara. "You should call me brother instead of Madara. Say it again." He raised his hand and gently stroked Chiming's hair. "We weren't so distant before." Chiming secretly rolled her eyes, forcing a smile. "I don't quite remember the past. So why bring it up? Besides, I am called Senju Chiming now." Uchiha Madara chuckled softly. "No matter, you'll be Uchiha from now on." His words sounded strangely to Chiming's ears. She knew that in this place, marrying meant changing one's surname, but weren't they siblings? What if they had unhealthy children due to inbreeding? They could afford to raise them, but the children would suffer. Aren't we siblings? The question pierced Uchiha Madara's heart. He stiffened, and the words of Senju Hashirama advising him echoed in his mind. They were siblings, Uchiha Madara thought. But so what if they were siblings? The Uchiha clan had always practiced inbreeding. Now that the Uchiha clan had few members left, who dared to say anything about them? Uchiha Madara, lost in thought, felt a glimmer of hope. He didn't have to worry about the Uchiha clan's affairs anymore, nor did he need to consider what the village would say. He only needed to think. Only needed to think about the girl in front of him and whether he had those feelings for her. Uchiha Madara smiled as he ruffled her hair. Of course he did. So, Chiming stared blankly at the handsome man under the candlelight. Indeed, She had seen many handsome men, and they could be categorized into types: good-looking, ruggedly handsome, and beautiful. Uchiha Madara was objectively beautiful, purely ruggedly handsome. Especially with that smile, it was too unfair. Chiming couldn't help but praise him. This man really knew how to use his looks to enchant people. But still, she was not that shallow. She withdrew her gaze. I'm going back to my room to rest. I'll save the book for another day. Taking advantage of Madara's lack of attention, she performed the Flying Thunder God technique and flew back to her room. Chapter 234. The relationship with Uchiha Madara in the quiet of the night. Chiming lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, pondering what her relationship with Uchiha Madara really was. From the feeling of reliance on that stormy night to the tug-of-war in the study tonight, their relationship seemed to have long surpassed the normal feelings between siblings. But what exactly was it? Chiming felt as if she was missing a piece of this emotion. She didn't know how to define this relationship. If it were her feelings for Gaara, she would say they were friends. If it were her relationship with Tsunade, she would say they were teacher and student. If it were Kushina and Minato, she would say they were a couple. If it were Asuma and Kurenai, she would say they were lovers. In the past, Chiming would have more readily described her feelings with Madara as that of siblings. But it seemed not entirely so. Chiming sai Davidi. Forget it. She was good at stepping into a strange loop, and also good at letting herself go temporarily, as long as no one pressed her to define their relationship. She didn't need to think too much. Chiming hugged her camellia plush toy tighter, resting against the fluffy cat, feeling incredibly comfortable. Before long, she fell asleep. Minato finally returned to the village, and Chiming went to greet him. She looked at Minato, whose face was covered in stubble and looked extremely haggard, her eyes widening. Did Teacher Minato go out for survival training? Welcome back, Teacher Minato. Chiming quickly approached, linking her arm with his as she led him back into the village. Do you want to go home and take a shower first? Aunt Kushina has been waiting for you for a long time. Their intimacy felt very natural, and Uchiha Madara watched without any emotion, quietly following behind them. It was a completely different feeling compared to when she was with Senju Tobirama. If Chiming were holding on to Senju Tobirama, Uchiha Madara would have exploded again. Let's go home first. Minato relaxed a bit. The days of wandering were finally over. He almost didn't team make it back, and he secretly mocked himself, thankful for his luck and for the prior warning from the girl by his side, which helped him navigate the dangers. Obito, looking disheveled, walked beside his ancestor, feeling a strange low pressure. Should he say something? Obito thought, silently gazing at the sky. Let be. After all, his ancestor might not even recognize who he was, or even know he was from the Uchiha clan. Obito? Who knows, the ancestor spoke first. And Obito felt tired, but had to muster the energy to deal with the Ancient One. Lord Madara, long time no see. How have you been lately? Should be easier than you. The words pierced Obito's chest, and he barely managed to reply. That is true. This month has been really exhausting. So, ancestor, please don't bother me anymore. Let me rest quietly, Obito thought. Uchiha Madara seemed to have heard his thoughts and stopped talking to him. The four of them arrived at Minato's home, where Kushina had been waiting at the door. As soon as she saw Minato, she rushed over. And thankfully Minato's waist was all right, and he caught her steadily. Then came the reminiscing phase for the two, and the other three naturally understood and went off to do their own things. Obito had planned to sleep here for a few days, but seeing this scene, he decided to head to Kakashi's house instead. Meanwhile, Chiming and Madara returned to the Umbu, boredly watching surveillance footage. Should we find some fun? Chiming thought. She should go out and explore, engage in different storylines. After all, being in the village for this 3-year agreement was quite boring. It might be better to go undercover in various countries, gather some useful intelligence, and try to minimize tragic outcomes. Madara. Chiming suddenly looked seriously at Uchiha Madara. Should we find Izuna? It struck right at his heart. Aside from the matter of Danzo, Izuna had given him back his brother who now was under someone else's control. Uchiha Madara couldn't accept it. If he weren't waiting for Chiming, he would have rushed to Orochimaru's lair to wipe it out. The Uchiha clan always repaid grudges. Are we leaving now? Uchiha Madara asked. It didn't sound like a joke. He looked seriously at Chiming. Finding Izuna was very important to him, and at that moment, Chiming redefined the relationship between Madara and Izuna as inseparable family. That won't do. We still need to arrange some things. Chiming shook her head. They couldn't be so reckless. Leaving without a word would only cause trouble for others. One shouldn't be too self-centered, Chiming thought, and she said to Madara, let's discuss it with Lord Tobirama first, then we can go. Why should we ask Senju Tobirama about Uchiha clan matters? Uchiha Madara was puzzled. If they wanted to leave, they could just go. Besides, they weren't leaving forever. They were just going to bring Izuna home. He is our superior, Chi Ming reminded him. We are under his authority now. Eating and living are also under his control. If you don't talk to him, who will you talk to? Uchiha Madara. Uchiha fell silent. He pointed to the surveillance on the screen and said, "Isn't that kid Sasuke? What's he doing here?" This topic seems to have shifted too quickly, but since it concerned Sasuke, Jimmy also looked over. The two heads leaned together as they watched. This surveillance was originally a blind spot. It was only installed at her request this year. Moreover, he seemed to be waiting for someone. The two watched in silence for a while until 4 other people appeared in Sasuke's field of view. There was no mistaking it. Jimmy looked at the 4 little bosses with a pang of bitterness in her heart. Another farewell was approaching. "Madara, I'm going to find Sasuke." Jimmy couldn't sit still any longer. She patted Uchiha Madara on the shoulder, and as soon as she finished speaking, she flew away. She had left a flying thunder god technique at that location and stealthily approached those few people. It wasn't that she didn't want Sasuke to go to Orochimaru's lair, but the timing was too ambiguous. The appearance of these 4 people definitely meant that Orochimaru needed Sasuke's body and had sent these 4 capable subordinates to bring him back. Sasuke was fishing, and who would have thought he would actually catch these 4 people? They approached him on their own, and the one speaking was a 2-headed man. He said, "Come with us. Staying in this garbage village, you'll always be stuck in place and won't get stronger." Sasuke showed no change in expression and gestured for him to continue. The man continued, "What's the point of playing ninja games with him? Even we can't beat that guy." The man sneered, and seeing Sasuke still in this deadpan state, he couldn't help but throw a punch at him. Sasuke dodged the man's attack, activating his 3-tomo Sharingan. "In a fight here, you have no chance of winning." "Umph." The man charged at him again, landing a solid hit on Sasuke's arm, causing him to step back 2 paces. He didn't know if it was because he found someone similar, but his shoulder felt particularly hot, almost bursting. "Have you forgotten about Itachi Uchiha?" "Yes, Itachi Uchiha has been cleared of suspicion, but do you believe it?" The man mocked. "Naruto and Sakura on your team are not stronger than you. Or what about that girl who became a Chunin at the age of 7? Who is the same age as you? But what about you, Uchiha Sasuke? What have you been doing all these years?" Chapter 235. Help me unseal it. This was not the first time Sasuke had heard this question. Uchiha Itachi, the man standing next to Jimmy, and the one in front of him, who he didn't know where he came from, all asked him, "What have you been doing all these years?" He even wanted to shout back, "Haven't I been training hard all these years?" But he couldn't. He silently listened to the man's ridicule. The 4 people seemed to find it meaningless, cursed a couple more times, and then returned to the main topic. "We've been waiting for you outside the village. If you don't come out in the next few days, we'll take you away." With those threatening words, Sasuke still didn't give them any reaction. They then left under the cover of night. Should he go? Sasuke thought. He should go, but he wanted to wait a little longer, just a little longer. "Sasuke." Jimmy stepped out from the shadows, looking at the silent boy in front of her. His hair was almost long enough to reach his neck, and he had his head lowered, shadows falling over his face. She couldn't discern what emotion he was feeling. He probably wanted to leave, Jimmy thought. Among the 3 kids, only Sasuke was wandering aimlessly in the village. The former Team 7 was left with only Sasuke doing missions to maintain. In such an environment, he couldn't focus on training. There was no responsible teacher like Orochimaru to guide him. Thinking about it, there was no benefit for Sasuke to stay in the village. Aside from some nonsense about friendship and bonds, there was nothing else left. "Help me unseal it," Sasuke said. They looked at the moon, as if they had made up their minds. Sasuke raised his head to look at the girl in front of him. The moonlight fell on her face, bright and beautiful. Whether it was a full moon or a crescent moon, whether hiding in the shadows or standing in the spotlight, she always resembled the moon, visible from afar. Now, he was going to take the initiative to leave. "Help me unseal the seal." The implication was clear. He was leaving. Jimmy showed no significant emotional fluctuation, nor was she shocked or lecturing. She merely smiled lightly at Sasuke. "All right, when do you want to start?" She respected all his choices. Now, he stubbornly minimized the time for parting. Sasuke couldn't bear to look anymore, turning away first, secretly clenching his fists. "Let's go to the Uchiha clan grounds," he said again. The two could both use the flying thunder god technique, and in an instant, they could fly to the Uchiha clan grounds. Another cool breeze blew in, and Jimmy realized that autumn was deepening. The refreshing autumn wind brushed against the sparse leaves and the waning moon, guiding them along the path to the clan grounds. It was Sasuke's first time seeing the renovated clan grounds. The familiar long path led them through where there would be an aunt selling grains, someone selling candies, and someone selling fruits. The sounds of vendors seemed to rush into his ears. He closed his eyes, cherishing this final memory from the Uchiha clan. They hadn't gone far and chose a place where clan meetings used to be held. It was very secretive, known only to members of the Uchiha clan. "Take off your clothes," Jimmy gently commanded. Sasuke awkwardly tugged at his collar. Under the girl's gaze, he took off his top. And just as he was about to take off his pants, the girl chuckled. "I didn't ask you to take off your pants." Blushing fiercely, Sasuke felt his temperature rise sharply. He couldn't bear to think about how awful he must look right now. So he just shut his mouth, lowered his head, and said nothing, avoiding eye contact like an ostrich. "Then I'll start now." Jimmy lost her teasing mood. Indeed, she had learned sealing techniques well, but there weren't many practical applications, especially for sealing people, and now she had to unseal. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? Jimmy immediately formed a reverse seal of the four-symbol seal and pressed it onto Sasuke's right shoulder. For symbol seal, release. Sasuke let out a scream, his brows furrowing. This power was about to burst out. Sasuke gritted his teeth hard. No matter what, he couldn't show that kind of expression in front of Jimmy. She would definitely worry and be uneasy about him. He didn't want to leave her with that kind of impression in the end. But without the suppression of the sealing technique, he couldn't suppress it at all with just his own strength. The curse marks spread from his neck, almost covering his entire face, with each spot burning with pain. This power, is it really that strong? Sasuke was on the verge of losing his composure. Kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Suddenly, a fragrant scent enveloped him, and the warm embrace calmed his agitation somewhat. He heard the girl's gentle voice beside him. "Sasuke, take a deep breath, deep breath." The moon once again actively rushed towards him. Sasuke wished he could hug the girl one more time, but he dare not. His hands hung at his sides, never lifting. After calming Sasuke for a while, the curse marks on him gradually faded. Jimmy breathed a sigh of relief, secretly giving Sakura a thumbs up in her heart. At this moment, Sakura was indeed reliable. "Just directly come over. I didn't expect it would really be useful for Sasuke." "Thank you, Sakura. The cherry blossoms will last forever. Let's go home." When Sasuke is basically recovered, Jimmy looked at the time and realized it was getting late. She let go of Sasuke and stood aside, saying goodbye to the Uchiha. They might not come back often in the future. Chapter 236. Sasuke has left. Sasuke's departure was silent. However, this was only what Jimmy thought. In fact, the next morning, Kushina discovered it and hurriedly woke up Minato. Minato, Sasuke is missing again. Quickly sense where he is. I have a feeling that Sasuke is not in the village. Just then, there's a knock on the door downstairs. Before Minato could respond, Kushina went downstairs to open the door. The visitor was Sakura, a girl from the same class as Sasuke and Naruto. "What happened, Sakura?" At this moment, Kushina was still able to maintain the image of a good aunt, gently asking the girl about her purpose for coming. Little did she know, when the girl looked up, her face was full of sorrow. She had obviously been crying, as Kushina thought, otherwise her eyes wouldn't be so red. "What happened? Can you tell Auntie?" "Sasuke has left," Sakura said, sobbing as she recounted what she had seen. "Last night, I just finished my night shift, and on my way home, I saw Sasuke walking out of the village with his backpack. I thought he was on a mission." This was what she had thought at the time, but usually, missions that go out of the village require a four-man team, and Sasuke was alone. Sakura was suspicious and followed behind Sasuke. He walked slowly, as if he was saying goodbye. In just a few steps, she caught up to him. "Hey Sasuke, where are you going?" With just one glance, Sakura met his red Sharingan. Her pupils widened, and her body froze, unable to move. "I'm going to kill Itachi Uchiha." After hearing this, Sakura collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Her biological clock was always accurate. At 5 o'clock, before the sun had risen, Sakura sat up on the bench, searching around, but there was no sign of Sasuke. Sakura had no choice but to find Minato's house early in the morning. The only one who could help Team 7 find Sasuke, was the Hokage. After listening to Sakura's description, Kushina felt something was wrong. Minato came down at this time, looking serious, but still let Sakura in to sit and comforted her. "Don't worry, Sakura, I will send someone to track down Sasuke," he said, pouring Sakura a glass of warm water for her to hold. Perhaps hearing the noise, Naruto, who rarely woke up, came down with an unhappy face, mumbling, "Damn, what's that noise? Why is it so loud?" He was still wearing his pajamas with a frog pattern, holding a little green frog. His eyes opened and focused on Sakura. He couldn't help but scream and quickly ran back upstairs. Oh my god, how could it be Sakura? He came down looking so disheveled. Would Sakura dislike such a messy boy? Naruto quickly washed up and changed clothes, and when he appeared downstairs again, Minato was already gone. But he didn't pay much attention. After all, Dad was the Hokage, and it was normal for him to be busy and not at home. Sakura, what are you doing here? Naruto carefully sat next to Sakura and asked. With his keen eyes, he noticed the red marks under Sakura's eyelids. She had clearly been crying, and he immediately became angry, saying indignantly, Sakura, who bullied you? Was it that guy Sasuke? I said that kid, he disappears all the time, and no one knows what he's doing. Sasuke has left. Where did he go? Sakura, don't joke with me. Naruto laughed a couple of times, but seeing Sakura's expression and combining it with the fact that dad had left early, he realized this wasn't a joke. Suddenly, Naruto thought back to that day in the Forest of Death when Sasuke had been bitten by that annoying snake, saying something like Sasuke was his prey and needed strength. So he had to find him. He couldn't believe that Sasuke would go. It was something he had never considered. But, Naruto clenched his fists, not knowing who to ask. Why? Why did Sasuke leave? I won't allow it. We haven't settled our score yet. Why does Sasuke get to leave? He slammed the table, preparing to rush out to catch him. I'll go bring him back, and when the time comes, I'll make that brat Sasuke apologize to Sakura. Naruto. Kushina heard his impulsive words and couldn't help but scold him. I know how you feel about Sasuke, but right now, don't act recklessly. Wait for your dad's arrangements. He already knows about this. Sasuke is also our child. We must bring him back. At that moment, in the Hokage office, Minato sat with a serious face, looking at various mission lists, becoming even more serious. The Anbu had been sent out again after resting for a few days. They still needed to gather more intelligence to deal with the potential war that might happen next. The Jonin had also been sent out on missions, leaving only the combat-ready ninjas. This journey was dangerous. Jiming had reminded him that Orochimaru's reincarnation period was approaching, and Sasuke was likely deceived into Orochimaru's village. As Sasuke's superior and guardian, he was unwilling to let Sasuke delve deeper into the snake's den. But who else could he use? Minato suddenly thought of Nara Shikamaru, who had shown in the Chunin exams. Perhaps Nara Shikaku was just about to leave home for the Hokage building when he found out that the Hokage himself had come to his doorstep. Although the Flying Thunder God technique made it easy for the Hokage to travel back and forth, what could be so urgent that this man couldn't even wait for a few minutes of work? Shikaku. Minato couldn't wait for Shikamaru to come to work and went directly to Shikaku's house. Can Shikamaru be used? Without any preamble, this genius of Konoha was momentarily stunned. But the next moment he realized that the Hokage needed Shikamaru. Something must have happened. He just stated the facts. My kid, although he can't do 100%, he should be able to do 90%. As for whether to use this person, it depended on Minato. Bring Shikamaru over. Since it was Shikaku's guarantee, Minato had no reason not to trust him. He took the lead and flew back to the Hokage building, organizing the information he had and preparing to hand it over to Shikamaru. Shikaku didn't dare to delay, and with Shikamaru, they sped all the way. What usually took 20 or 30 minutes was compressed into 10 minutes by the father and son. Shikamaru, panting, leaned against the door, looking confused at Shikaku. Dad, what's going on so early in the morning? I don't know, but the Hokage needs you. We can't delay. Hurry up. Shikaku didn't know the details, but he had his own work today, so he could only drop his son off here and then went into the next room. Shikamaru caught his breath, knocked 3 times on the door, and after hearing a voice inside, he pushed the door open. Shikamaru, you came just in time. Minato had a serious expression, devoid of the usual gentleness he showed at home. Shikamaru immediately became serious as he heard Minato say, Sasuke left the village last night. Shikamaru was startled. Why? Why did Sasuke leave the village? He was deceived by Orochimaru. Orochimaru? Isn't that the dangerous guy invading Konoha? Shikamaru prides himself on being smart, but he just can't figure out how these two ended up getting involved with each other. Wait a second. Why did Sasuke get involved with this dangerous guy? That's not important. What's important is that I have a Chunin-level mission for you. Bring Sasuke back. Is it enough to just bring Sasuke back? Shikamaru thought that since Sasuke was also his friend, this mission should be his responsibility. After all, they used to go to see deer together. Convincing him to come back shouldn't be too difficult, right? Chapter 237. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 1. Minato handed the organized information to Shikamaru, who stepped forward to take it. As he looked it over, he listened to Minato speak. However, this may not be a simple task. This morning, I contacted our dark forces for surveillance and discovered that 4 sound ninja have infiltrated the village. Perhaps these 4 are the ones guiding Sasuke to Orochimaru. Shikamaru couldn't help but frown. Orochimaru's subordinates are not exactly good people. This matter is starting to get complicated. However, with such a significant task, Shikamaru continued, it should be led by a Jonin and form a 4-man team. Minato sighed, that's not possible. You must have heard from Kakashi that aside from the forces remaining in the village for defense, the other Jonin and Umbu have basically been dispatched to carry out missions. Right now, Konoha is in a critical stage, and we can't risk sending everyone out. I need you to gather the best genin you can think of and leave the village within 30 minutes. Shikamaru clenched the information tightly and walked out. Several capable individuals flashed through his mind. He should go find that guy first. Although Shikamaru was reluctant, if he didn't find that person, things would definitely get messy. And it would be even more troublesome later. When he arrived at Minato's house, Naruto was already waiting at the door. Shikamaru, I've been waiting for you. I didn't expect you two to be so in sync at this moment. You must already know the reason for this. So let's go find the next one. Who is the next one? Did you think of someone? They almost didn't stop running. Dingy's house was quite far from Minato's. And after running for about a third of the time, they arrived at Dingy's door. They knocked for a long time, but heard no response. The two exchanged glances, almost as if they were on the same wavelength, and pulled out a bag of barbecue-flavored chips from their backpacks. They quickly devoured the chips, leaving only the last piece. Just as Naruto was about to put it in his mouth, a gust of wind came, and the chip was snatched away. Sure enough, Dingy would not allow the last chip to fall into someone else's hands. This guy is here too. Shikamaru sighed. Well, having one more person is fine. They've worked together for a long time and grew up together, so there shouldn't be any major issues. Hurry up, Dingy, we need your help. He urged Dingy, who swiftly changed into a different outfit and joined them, successfully gathering 4 people to set off. And the next one, Shikamaru? Naruto asked again. Just the 4 of us isn't enough, right? Time is tight. We don't have time to waste. We'll see who we encounter on the way, Shikamaru said while running. The worst case scenario is that the 4 of us go together. But we've played together since childhood, so it should be fine. Kiba confidently added, right, Akamaru? Akamaru barked in agreement. Naruto couldn't help but sweat. This was a big problem. They weren't going on a mission together, but getting into trouble together. This situation was completely different from when they used to cause mischief. Fortunately, they were lucky. Halfway through, they spotted Lee and Niji who were out for a walk. After 2 months of recovery, Lee had finally ditched the crutches, but his legs were still not healed. After hearing Shikamaru's brief explanation, Niji said, I have no problem with that. But he was more worried about Lee. Niji turned to the young boy beside him, whose eyes were bright and showed no signs of anger or dissatisfaction, only smiling at them. This time I want to go with you. You must. You have to bring Sasuke back, he said, dragging his injured leg forward while avoiding their gazes, gritting his teeth. Yet at that moment, he got hurt again. He could only do 1,000 more leg kicks tonight as punishment for himself. The 5 of them and a dog gathered at the entrance of Konoha. No one expected that a girl in a black cloak was already standing at the entrance. This time she wasn't wearing a mask, but showed her true face. Shizun, why are you here too? Shikamaru asked in surprise. I heard from Minato-sensei, and since my work is light, I decided to help Lord Hiruzen as well, Shizun explained. Having one more person adds more strength. That is definitely a big help, Shikamaru thought. Without a doubt, Shizun was the most experienced person among them, and with her joining, the chances of success for this mission would increase. However, Shikamaru, you're the team leader this time. I'll follow your commands, Shizun said. As the elder spoke, the others naturally knew of Shikamaru's abilities and didn't say much. In any case, they should let the captain devise a strategy first. Niji was the least familiar with Shikamaru here, but since it was the Hokage's arrangement, he should trust him. Shikamaru had already thought about it on the way, but he didn't expect another key figure to appear. But this wouldn't be a problem for him at all. Based on the information I just gave you, the enemy has at least a 4-person or more protection team. As the pursuers, we have to bear more pressure from traps. My requirements are simple. Just follow my orders. If anyone disobeys, then all 6 of us will die. Shikamaru ignored their grim expressions and continued. To deal with possible situations, we will adopt a single-file formation. First, Kiba and Akamaru, who have strong sensory abilities and are familiar with the terrain of a land of fire. You two are familiar with Sasuke's scent and have wandered in the land of fire for a long time, so you must know the terrain better than us. Next is me. As the decision-maker, I can issue commands based on the sensory information from Kiba. The third is Naruto. I'm leaving it to you. Given your explosive power and physical fitness, you're probably the best here, so standing in the middle can effectively provide support to the front and back. The fourth is Dingy. I'm counting on you. You are the most destructive among us. After the first 3 ambush the enemy, you will deal a fatal blow. Lastly, Niji and Shizun. I'm counting on the 2 of you. Your vision and reconnaissance in the rear are especially important. With your 2 pairs of eyes to scout, along with Shizun's experience, I can confidently entrust our backs to you. Shikamaru then pulled out a scroll and brush, marking the areas each person needed to pay attention to. He emphasized the range of what we can observe with our eyes is limited, so please, Niji and Shizen, make good use of your eyes and sensory abilities. If there are no issues, I'll lay it all out before we leave. Shikamaru crossed his arms. Sasuke is a friend we've grown up with since childhood, even though I don't really like him. At this point, Shikamaru couldn't help but chuckle, but you haven't forgotten that promise, right? Except for Niji. The other three boys nodded. We must bring Sasuke back. We promised to go see the deer together for New Year's. And it won't be the same with one person missing. As he spoke, Shikamaru thought it would be quite boring without Sasuke's arrogance. Oh, Jiming nodded at this. Feeling emotional, Sasuke, this time you have good friends. This time, all your friends are coming to find you. Well, you do. She was curious about Sasuke's choice. Chapter 238. The plan to retrieve Sasuke, 2. Just as they were about to set off, Sakura arrived late. She had said countless times that she wanted to go too, but Aunt Kushina stopped her, citing the hospital as the reason. The hospital was still a disaster area. The patients from Orochimaru's last invasion had not yet recovered, and following that, there were several lives lost due to Danzo's chaos. Some medical ninjas were sent out on missions, leaving only the bare minimum staff to maintain the hospital's readiness. Sakura was one of those remaining. She couldn't leave the patients and could only run to the gate of Konoha, watching the 6 people gathering into a team, tears streaming down her face. Sakura hated herself for being useless at such times. Please, you must bring Sasuke back, she implored earnestly. Jiming thought this was bad and quickly interjected before the weighty words about a lifelong wish could be spoken. Don't worry, Sakura. I'm here. I will definitely bring Sasuke back. In reality, Jiming was just comforting the little girl, hoping there would be no shackles between them. That phrase, this is my lifelong request, was too heavy. Jiming just wanted Naruto and Sakura not to be hindered by such a burden. Yeah, Sakura, we're here for you, Naruto chimed in. We still have to go to Shikamaru's house to see the deer next spring festival. Sakura wiped her tears, her hopeful green eyes shining like the color of hope. Then I will wait here for your return. I will train hard in Konoha, and next time, when it's time for a mission, I will definitely be there. All right, it's time to go, Shikamaru said. Feeling it was necessary to stop their conversation to save time, we need to speed up. No problem. Naruto was in high spirits, and the group dashed off like the wind. Hey, Naruto, did you remember what I just said? Shikamaru was most afraid of not being able to rein in Naruto, who was running wild. He said a lot, fearing that the boy hadn't heard any of it. Who knew this kid would just smile and say, I heard everything. Don't worry, Shikamaru, I will unconditionally trust you. Just let me go west. And I'll go west. As soon as he finished speaking, all 4 responded, yeah, Captain Shikamaru. Shikamaru shook his head. Well, isn't the trust between them the most precious thing? They quickened their pace. Sasuke arrived at the agreed location, but what did these 4 people mean by this? Did they want him to die once, to really die? He couldn't help but become vigilant. What did it mean? The explanation came from the 2-headed man, Lord Sasuke. Your curse seal probably can't be perfectly controlled, right? And you're only curse seal 1, while we are curse seal 2. You need to take this Shin pill, and then you can gain the same power as us, but within a few minutes of awakening, you will die, and what happens after death? Sasuke broke into a cold sweat. He didn't come out to die. He still had to clarify things with Itachi Uchiha. He wanted to smell the fragrance of the camellia again. Don't worry, Lord Sasuke. That's why we are here. We will use a barrier to make you go from a true death state to a false death state. The 2-headed man continued, placing the pill in his palm. Can I trust you? This ninjutsu of yours? Of course, we are Orochimaru-sama guards, said another man with 6 arms. Sasuke focused, took a deep breath, and poured the pill into his hand, swallowing it all at once. In almost an instant, he widened his eyes, clutching his neck, nearly collapsing to the ground from the overwhelming power surging through him. Quickly, if you delay, Lord Sasuke will die, said the 2-headed man. As soon as the sealing was completed, Jiming sensed it. She recalled the plot, and they were likely about to encounter the silent team. The 2 Hokage guards had consumed a certain amount of chakra from the 4-person group, which was advantageous for their pursuit team. Shikamaru, I smell blood. Sure enough, Kiba, who was leading the charge, reported the news. The 4 people with Sasuke were entangled with 2 others. It seemed there had been a fight. Shikamaru's expression grew more serious. They had to be more cautious. We're probably not far from the enemy. The village had sent out mostly Jounin and Chunin for missions, if they fought with them. These few wouldn't be easy opponents either. Shikamaru continued, let us proceed carefully. Hey, wait. Kiba said urgently. There's an enemy presence ahead. Shikamaru's expression changed, and he raised his hand to stop everyone. Stop, everyone stop. The group stood side by side on a tree, and Jiming used her Sharingan to scan the area. There were explosive tags everywhere. She had encountered this barrier ninjutsu before, but with someone as experienced as Tobirama here, it posed no real threat. This is a barrier ninjutsu. Shikamaru, well read, said confidently. This small problem is nothing to me. It's a high-level ninjutsu designed to create a time difference. As long as someone enters, it will explode in the center. Then we have to take a detour. Naruto sighed. When we catch up to Sasuke, don't rush. What are you hurrying for? I said to follow my command. Shikamaru was speechless, giving a glance at Choji, who physically covered Naruto's mouth, rendering him speechless. Taking advantage of this time, Jiming scanned around. She remembered that the enemy also had a sensing ninja. Spiderweb. She pulled out a map from her bag, drawing circles around the corresponding sensing points as she walked. This little help Chunin count as changing the plot, right? Jiming thought. She hadn't even started doing anything yet. Naruto. Chapter 239. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 3. Naruto. Kiba called out sharply, and surprisingly, Naruto stopped. Who knew that Shikamaru had used the shadow imitation jutsu in a super extreme manner, pulling on Choji's scarf and letting out a sigh of relief. Shadow imitation jutsu. Success. That was a close call. Pay attention to the road. Kiba admonished Naruto. My eyes aren't that great, Naruto said bashfully, rubbing his nose. Thankfully, Shikamaru was quick-witted, and they managed to escape danger. The five of them crouched down to carefully examine this so-called trap, which turned out to be 2 wires together. They actually had the time to set such a sophisticated trap. Shikamaru speculated they must have been injured and were resting while moving. They're probably nearby, he said, glancing at Niji. Sorry to trouble you. No trouble at all, Jiming thought. Saving some chakra was still saving some. I observed it. It's about 10 kilometers east, but the enemy also has a sensing ninja. The areas I marked are the sensing points I discovered, one of which is similar to Shino's, using bugs for sensing. Let us try to avoid these areas. She didn't need to say much. Shikamaru should understand. We split into 2 small teams, Shikamaru said. Due to the perception that Kiba has sensed, we can't guarantee Sasuke's status, so let's temporarily classify him as an enemy. We'll form a simple 3-person team with me, Niji, and Kiba, while the other team consists of Naruto, Choji, and Jiraiya. Now there are 2 routes. Shikamaru pulled out a pen and drew 2 lines. Naruto, you 3 take this route, circle around to the back and wait for my orders, using Kiba's smoke bomb as a signal. We'll take this route to scout the enemy's strength, try to sneak past quietly using our eyes. Sound good? Shikamaru quickly laid out the task in 5 minutes. And the discipline of the group was fairly good. As long as he could hold back Naruto, the excited little dog, everything would go smoothly. Let us go. At his command, the 6 of them immediately scattered. Sneaking in quietly was nearly impossible. Jiraiya, at the front of the line, cautiously made her way forward, unsure of the spider's perception range, just making a rough judgment. It was hard to say whether they had already entered the enemy's perception range. As they drew closer, Jiraiya raised her hand to signal them to stop. The 4-man group was right in front of them. So, where's Sasuke? Why can't I see him? Naruto exclaimed. Looking around. Where's that big Sasuke? Why wasn't he with these 4? Sure. Jiraiya quickly covered Naruto's mouth, signaling him to be quiet. Ninja with strong perception abilities also had sharp hearing. If they were heard, all 3 of them would have to retreat. Sasuke is in that jar, Jiraiya whispered, her voice almost inaudible. Seeing the 2-headed man starting to move, she said, if a fight breaks out, I'll hold them off. You 2 focus on getting that jar. Listen to my commands. If I tell you to run, you run. Naruto and Choji nodded. With Shikamaru not around, they could only follow Jiraiya's lead. A spider climbed onto a leaf, enlarging in her field of vision. Jiraiya let out a soft huff. Scatter. The 2 boys beside her instantly vanished. Jiraiya got caught by a spider silk that clung to her ankle, forcibly yanked out, and slammed hard onto the ground. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. She would definitely deal with those old fools later. Not only her, but Shikamaru's 3-man team was also pulled out. The delayed smoke bomb obscured the vision of the 4-man group. Taking advantage of this time, Jiraiya quickly used her chakra knife to cut the spider silk, stepping back 2 paces to regroup with Shikamaru. Under the smoke bomb, hidden was the shadow. Shikamaru crouched down and said the classic line, shadow imitation technique. Success. The 4-man group was completely immobilized, and he smiled. Thank you so much, you really took the bait. Then, the 2-headed man said, It's a pity we have capable people on our side too. They're coming. Jiraiya lifted Shikamaru up, dodging the shuriken, and then landed steadily. Interestingly, the Sound Ninja group was also controlled into a held position. Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. This shadow imitation technique was indeed quite interesting. We don't have much time left. Shikamaru blushed deeply. He dared not look at Jiraiya anymore and focused on the 4 people in front of him. Quickly, let's grab Sasuke. Neji. As he spoke, Neji instantaneously moved behind the 4-man group, ready to grab the large jar and run back. But the spider silk entangled his arm, and just like before, he couldn't break free. It was followed by another yank, and the jar he was holding was pulled away, causing him to fall right in front of the 3 people again. It seemed the control time was over. Shikamaru raised his hands helplessly. Earth release, Earth prison. The big guy slammed down, and a massive stone barrier surrounded them, forming a sealed space. At this moment, Jiraiya was arguing with the dealer. Jiraiya, can't I make a move? I really think I should. Dealer, baby, if you make a move, your lifespan will be shortened. Do you want to die at 18? Dealer, just a little help is fine. This is a hurdle they must overcome. Dealer, if you do too much, it will break the original rules. Jiraiya sighed deeply. Fine, I'll follow the orders. Luckily, Choji and Naruto were outside. She didn't know if those 2 were nearby, waiting for an opportunity. This must be inside that big guy's barrier. Shikamaru clicked his tongue, thinking this matter was getting more troublesome. If they couldn't get out of here in time, Sasuke might have already left the Land of Fire, and pursuing him would require consulting the Hokage. What a hassle. Chapter 240. The plan to retrieve Sasuke for, it seems like just an ordinary earthen wall. Neji said as he felt the wall. It's hard to say, but it's within their technique. Shikamaru thought they could use a powerful explosive skill to break through. Kiba, use your Fong technique to check it out. Alright, Kiba was particularly excited, finally able to show his skills. He and Akamaru transformed into 2 Kiba forms, bouncing up and down against the small earthen wall. The wall began to change. At least a few holes have been poked through. This wall is likely to self-repair. Jiraiya said, not only that, but it's also absorbing our chakra. I'm the only one here with a strong point-blank explosive ability. Before she could finish, Shikamaru immediately interjected. Then we just need to find the weakest part of this wall. Neji, I'm counting on you. Shikamaru commanded again. Kiba, please attack the wall again. Jiraiya, get ready with your ninjutsu. After Kiba created a ruckus again, Neji observed the area that was recovering the slowest with his Byakugan and threw a kunai. Jiraiya immediately formed hand seals and dashed towards the marked point at high speed, creating a massive hole in the wall. Out of nowhere, a green meatball battle vehicle charged straight in, following a direct path. The wall began to collapse gradually. Choji, Naruto. Shikamaru looked at the 2, pleased. It seemed letting those 2 out was a smart decision. In his view, even Chidori might not break through the weakest part of that wall. But thankfully Choji added resistance from the outside. Choji, you're really great. Shikamaru praised again. At this moment, it was Naruto's turn to be unhappy. He mumbled. It was clearly me. It was clearly a decision I made with Choji. Why is it that you only praise him? Seeing Naruto about to throw a tantrum, Shikamaru hurriedly soothed him. Of course, Naruto is great too. After finally calming the little dog down, Jiraiya softly reminded, they only left him behind. The others must have run off with Sasuke. If we delay any longer, we might not catch up to Sasuke. You bunch of useless fools. How could you escape my jutsu? The fat guy boasted. Jiraiya initially thought no one would take such low-end taunts seriously, but unexpectedly, the 2 little dogs in the team ignited at the comment. What? I'll take care of you right now. Naruto shouted. Once we get out, this will be our territory. Let us go. Kiba, let's take him down. The 2 charged towards the fat guy like wild horses. Even though Neji tried to persuade them a couple of times, it was of no use. Jiming was stunned. How could it ignite so easily? She glanced at Shikamaru, who also had a frown on his face, probably thinking about tactics. She looked at Inuzuka, Kiba, and Naruto, who were pushed to the sides, and couldn't help but remind them, don't fall for that barrier ninjutsu again. Before the Earth release barrier, Earth prison could be cast, Choji immediately stood in front of everyone. Multiplication jutsu. Meet tank. Luckily, they managed to escape and had a brief moment to regroup for battle. This person wasn't an easy opponent. He seemed quite resilient. Even if it was 5 against 1, they couldn't possibly take him down immediately. Neji analyzed, if we do that, Sasuke might end up leaving the country, and we won't be able to catch up. That was indeed the case, Shikamaru thought. Their team had 7 members, while the enemy had 4. The worst-case scenario was a 1-on-1 match, but they could still consider a 2-on-1 outcome. As long as 2 of them could win, they could catch up for support. Neji, you act as the vice captain. Naruto, and I will find a way to hold him off while you guys go after Sasuke, Shikamaru said. Once we deal with this man, we'll follow right behind. Before he could finish, a strong tremor shook the ground, and the floor cracked open, causing the seven to jump up immediately. Seeing Shikamaru preparing to form hand seals, the fat guy continued to mock. Is it that shadow imitation technique again? This kind of showy move can't hurt me. Shikamaru sneered. I wonder who just fell for such a flashy move. But with the preventive shadow imitation technique, the fat guy still had a way to respond. He immediately smashed the ground and quietly hid. He disappeared. Be careful, Jiming warned. In fact, in the end, Choji would still stay behind. This outcome wouldn't change. As she spoke, she performed medical ninjutsu on Choji to restore a little health. Every bit counted. If they could buy some time, it would give the later appearances of Shizen more chances to rescue. Back there, back there. The scene was chaotic. Choji seemed to sense Jiming's thoughts and cooperated with her healing. Don't move. Jiming pressed down on Choji, using a shadow clone to catch Shikamaru, who was almost thrown into a tree, acting as a human cushion for a moment. Looks like the captain is useless, and so are the team members. That sounded so harsh. Jiming thought angrily. At the moment her wound healed, she could no longer hold back and flashed in front of the fat guy with a ghostly speed. Chidori. It struck right into his chest. Haven't I told you to be cautious with your words? Jiming zapped him again. Humph, are you just tickling me? The fat guy sneered, thanks a lot. Your chakra is wonderful. Jiming showed shock. A small-scale kisame, being drained of blood was normal. Let me do it. Choji shouted angrily, stepping forward and pulling out a small canvas bag from his waist, handing it to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, share these soldier pills with everyone. What about you? Jiming had just healed him, and now he was fine. Choji smiled at Shikamaru. You guys hurry and go. Not a chance. I'll kill all of you right here. Just words. Jiming released Chidori once more to ease Choji's pressure. The fat guy finally revealed a flaw, and taking advantage of the moment, Jiming grabbed the other kids and ran quickly. If they didn't run now, they really wouldn't catch up to Sasuke. Maintain the original formation. Even in such a moment, Shikamaru remained calm and instructed, especially you, Naruto, don't worry about Choji. He is very strong, even stronger than you and me. Don't worry too much about him. He'll catch up with us soon. Shikamaru's words were like a strong heart pill, temporarily soothing the several kids in front of him. I left a flying thunder god mark on Choji. Once we catch up to Sasuke, I'll fly back to support, Jiming said, as she could move back and forth through the forest, but they needed to complete this battle alone before she could return. Not just Choji, others were the same. This was a part of their growth journey, teaching them what it meant to survive against the odds, what battle meant, and what parting meant. Chapter 241. The plan to catch up to Sasuke, 5 closer. Kiba said in front. Let's do this, then this. Shikamaru briefly assigned tasks. Jiming listened. It wasn't flawless, but it seemed the fat guy still needed something added. Oh right. Jiming racked her brain for a long time and finally found the answer. Although this guy wasn't very civilized himself, he was very strict with the girl who played the flute. The enemy had a girl who could play the flute, and I guess the fat guy might react to her harsh words. So, Shikamaru, you need to pay attention to that when you play the big guy. Thanks. It's a relief you could observe that closely in such a short time. Shikamaru shot Jiming a grateful glance. Jiming thought for a moment and decided to briefly introduce their abilities. There's a man with many arms. His spider silk can't be cut by ordinary kunai, and he can use chakra blades like me or Niji's gentle fist. Shikamaru, the 3 of you should try to avoid him. The girl with the flute is probably like that sound ninja, attacking with sound, so be careful. The 2-headed man. Jiming pondered for a moment, but couldn't think of his standout features. After hesitating for a moment, she still shared some simple information. They are essentially 2 people. Be cautious. That is a huge help. Shikamaru silently thanked this savior-like arrival countless times. The girl in front of them not only could quickly grasp the enemy's abilities, but her medical ninjutsu and possibly her space-time ninjutsu were crucial for their team survival. No wonder she was recruited into the Umbu before she was even 7. For the first time, Shikamaru felt somewhat mediocre. At least compared to the girl in front of him, his intellect paled in comparison. Shikamaru, think of strategy quickly. Jiming interrupted Shikamaru's self-deprecation, pointing at Kiba and Niji, signaling them to stretch out their hands. In the meantime, I'll heal you. Luckily, the 2 of them weren't as rowdy as Naruto and obediently stood still, cooperating with her. If we end up in a one-on-one situation to chase Sasuke, then the man with 6 arms will be dealt with by Niji, the girl with the flute by me, and you, Kiba, will handle the 2-headed man. What about me? What about me? What about me, Shikamaru? Naruto leaned in, shaking his face in front of Shikamaru like a little dog that couldn't get attention. Maybe I shouldn't think that way. Jiming shook her head, letting go of Niji and Kiba's hands, then grabbing Naruto and Shikamaru's hands. Every bit of health helps. This was like moving blood bags. Perhaps this crucial little bit of health would give them more time to receive aid. Don't rush. Listen to my arrangement. Shikamaru pushed Naruto's face away and continued. Sasuke might wake up on his own. At that time, we need you to persuade him. After all, you two live together all day long. It won't help us to say anything. The rest will be up to you. And Jiming, let us make sure we have the Flying Thunder God technique ready on each of us. Use your perception abilities and your eyes. And please lend us a hand when we are in danger. As expected of the strongest brain in Konoha's son, he completed the most accurate personnel allocation in just a few minutes, even figuring out her destination. Jiming suddenly thought that in her free time, she might as well go to Shikamaru's house to play chess more often, as it might improve her chess skills a little. Then the outcome of this world might be different. Everyone got ready. After Jiming completed the Flying Thunder God technique, Shikamaru said softly, "Disperse." First, Shikamaru disguised himself as the fat guy to catch up with the three, and with his intelligence and slight reminder earlier, he might just be able to snatch Sasuke at this moment. Mayo, the girl playing the flute, looked at the still absent Juru, the fat guy, and couldn't help but complain, "This Jairu, is he addicted to playing? No, he's already here." Gamaru, the six-fingered boy, chuckled. "So slow, Jairu, what are you dragging your feet for?" Zuijin also complained. Shikamaru thought carefully about the fat guy's words. He mimicked slightly, "It's still those few useless ones, big useless ones with little useless ones, so troublesome." He said fiercely, "This fat pig. Don't think you can slack off." Mayo continued to output steadily. "Hurry up and carry the jar. This is your task, you jerk." Should he warn this girl about her words? Shikamaru thought about how he usually warned Ino and Sakura, imitating a couple of phrases. Can the girl pay a little attention to her words? Too rude. Let me carry the jar. He quickened his pace, flying to Gamaru's side, wanting to take the jar. Who knew Gamaru would step back even further? "I can't give you this jar, you imposter." In the past, Jiraiya wouldn't remind Mayo like this, and he would say so much. At most, he would just say, "Mayo, watch your words." Shikamaru helplessly shrugged. He couldn't do anything about such details. He originally thought he could hold on a bit longer. Maybe he could trick Sasuke over. It seems these people have been together for too long. They can see through each other at a glance. Shikamaru revealed his true form, pulling out a dagger from the small bag behind him, blocking Gamaru's attack. What a pity. I thought you useless ones wouldn't be able to tell. Shikamaru chuckled lightly. Gamara laughed too. Who are these little pests popping out? Let me take care of you this time. Chapter 242. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 6. Just as he was speaking, several identical figures rushed out behind him, making him frown. Shadow clone technique? While guessing, he spat out a bunch of spider webs, completely sticking the shadow clone to the web, rendering Naruto unable to move. Meanwhile, Niji, who was hiding further back, jumped out. In such a dead-angle position, unless they were those with ocular techniques, it would be impossible to hide so quickly. He cupped his palms together and struck heavily at the person hanging on the tree. However, he was easily dodged by the spider as it descended. With a swift motion, the spider shot webs to pin him to the tree, rendering him immobile. Niji struggled experimentally. As Jiming had said, these webs were indeed impossible to break free from. How about trying a gentle fist? While the webs were tightly sticking to his body, the good news was that chakra was flowing through the webs, which was an excellent opponent for gentle fist. He gradually concentrated chakra on his fingertips, focusing on every part that was stuck by the webs, and then unleashed his strength all at once. The webs were torn apart, and Niji regained his freedom. Just as expected, what Jiming said was all correct. Then this should be his opponent. Just as this kid was still having fun with Naruto's shadow clone technique, Niji signaled Shikamaru with a nod. This was their signal. If they felt they could fight, they would nod. The other three would immediately chase after. They didn't have much time to waste. After the last Naruto clone was dealt with, Gamaru frowned when he didn't hear the screams he wanted. Are all these hanging in the web just decoys? Where's the real body? He looked around and found only Niji standing on the tree trunk, shocked. You brat, how did you escape? As long as it was a substance based on chakra, facing the gentle fist that can destroy chakra, it was nothing to worry about. Niji kindly explained to him, your technique, I can handle alone. Really a small person with big words. It doesn't matter if my companions abandon me. I will let you become my nourishment, accompanied by spiders. Gamara laughed loudly, eager to try against the gentle fist user. As for the other three little soldiers, Mayo and Zwajin should be completely fine. Then I will reluctantly give you a lesson, kid. Meanwhile, Jiming, who had not appeared at Gamara's location, was sensing the landing point of Dingji's flying thunder god. After confirming, she flew over. She saw Dingji leaning against a tree, all the fat on his body burned away, leaving only a thin face. He was holding a Konoha forehead protector, and this tree was the one they had marked for Dingji earlier. She half squatted in front of Dingji, listening to his heartbeat. Thump, thump. The weak heartbeat indicated that Dingji was still alive, with several wounds on his body, likely due to the 3 pills. Jiming did some simple treatment. Now, the most crucial thing was to get him back to Tsunade. Such injuries couldn't be treated in the wild, she thought, immediately hugging Dingji, and after sensing Tsunade's landing point, she flew over. At that moment, Tsunade was in her office eating lunch delivered from home, preparing to take a sip of wine. However, before she could take her first sip, a loud noise came from the room. Upon seeing her lovely little apprentice, her veins twitched, but she held back her anger. Little Ji, how many times have I told you? This is a hospital, don't make such a big noise. Although it won't scare me, it will scare the patients. Master, hurry up and call someone, Dingji is seriously injured. Jiming didn't have time to joke with her here. Saving him was the most crucial thing now. Tsunade immediately put down her chopsticks. Bring him over here. She pressed the intercom for the director's office, immediately opening the operating room, asking medical ninjas to gather in the first operating room. The first operating room was Tsunade's exclusive operating room. No one else had the right to open it besides her. Once this operating room was opened, it represented that this patient was of great significance. Right now, my chakra is sustaining his vital signs. We need to get him on the machines quickly, Jiming said. Let me briefly explain the situation. I suspect Dingji ingested a secret medicine at home, the 3-color pill. He probably took the last one to kill the opponent. Even though I treated him a bit before the battle, it seems the result is still like this. I'm sorry, Master. Jiming originally thought Dingji wouldn't need to take the last pill, but still. It's okay. Just leave the rest to me. Tsunade placed the child on the stretcher, and they carried him to the operating room. She pulled another person, commanding, you immediately go deliver the message to the Akimichi family. Have the head of the Akimichi family bring the formula for this secret medicine. Go quickly. Little Ji, your task is not over yet. Hurry back. Tsunade didn't have time to continue reminiscing with Jiming. She pushed the person into the operating room. The red light in the operating room lit up. Jiming looked at the red light, momentarily lost in thought. She stood at the door for a while, praying that Tsunade would definitely save Dingji. They promised to go see the fawn together next year. Not a single person can be missing. Niji cannot be absent either. Even if Niji is said to be the easiest to deal with for Kitomaru aside from her, his Byakugan has blind spots, lacking a crucial degree. Just that one degree could put Niji in deadly danger. She needs to return quickly before that fatal blow arrives. Using the flying thunder god technique, she flew back to Niji's landing point. Little did she expect that the battle here had already become so intense, with countless shuriken and kunai flying in all directions towards Niji. She almost forgot that Kitomaru is particularly adept at hiding in concealed places and then looking for his opponent's weaknesses. Niji's weakness, that imperfect Byakugan with a missing degree, would surely be found by him soon. Another 8 trigrams, 64 palms. There are still 2 spots. She barely managed to determine those 2 unavoidable kunai with her Sharingan, and quickly threw 2 kunai to interrupt those 2 fatal strikes. Is this help too obvious? Jimin thought it might not be good, so she immediately found another hiding place to conceal her presence. Dealer, Jimin baby, you don't have to be so cautious. Jimin, if I'm not cautious, what if you all have your lifespans cut in half later? Jimin, besides, you said before that they have to defeat the enemy themselves. Jimin, I'm just secretly watching over his fatal wounds from the shadows. As long as he avoids the fatal injuries, I believe Niji's strength will be more than enough. Jimin thought. The genius boy of the Hyuga clan should show his strength now. Another round of intense attacks came, and Jimin seized the moment, locating the unavoidable kunai. Bang, bang, she was hit aside. This time, not only Niji but also Kitomaru was somewhat confused. Does this kid's eyes really have flaws? If there are no flaws, then why? Why were the first 3 attacks unavoidable while these 2 could be dodged? Or perhaps his blind spots have a range, Kitomaru thought, retreating 100 meters back. As long as he uses that one move, the one with a 100% success rate, he won't be able to dodge it. Chapter 243. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 7. Kitomaru retreated 100 meters, drew a bow, an arrow, with spider silk hanging from the bow, aiming at the blind spot of that person, shooting straight ahead. The speed was so fast and the power so great that Jimin barely had time to fly out. The arrow shot straight through Niji's body, creating a large crater in front of him. Kotomaru was sure that his eyes had a 360-degree view, yet there was precisely a blind spot. Although it was 15 centimeters off from the vital point, it was still normal for him to sense the arrow with his chakra and slightly deviate by 2 inches. But this arrow was meant to take his life. Niji barely got up from the ground again, looking at the hole in his shoulder, relieved that he had sensed it early. Such a powerful arrow could have indeed taken his life. This person is undoubtedly the strongest enemy he has encountered besides Hinata Hisashi, and the hardest to fight. In just a short time, he could identify the flaw in his Byakugan. What should he do? The gentle fist cannot get close to him, so he would always be at a disadvantage. No, it can't end like this. When the next arrow comes, he must hide quickly. Naruto and the others haven't gone far, and Jimin hasn't returned from Dingji's side yet. He speculated that Dingji might also be risking his life to duel with that person. He can't fall down yet. He must hold on. Niji staggered to hide behind a tree, leaning against the trunk when another arrow came, piercing through the tree and knocking off the forehead protector tied to his forehead. The arrow fell in front of him. Spider silk? As Niji rejoiced in surviving, he noticed the white spider silk. He couldn't help but sigh. If it were Naruto, what would you do? But this time, he wanted to be the dove soaring in the blue sky, guiding you to Sasuke. He would reluctantly be a genius of Team Shikamaru once again. The arrow was getting closer, just 0.01 seconds away from piercing his chest. He widened his eyes, looking at the girl in front of him, who surprisingly pinched such a powerful arrow between her 2 fingers. Niji, come on. Jimin tightly held onto the spider silk. As long as Niji delivered his gentle fist through this silk, Kotomaru would be in a life-or-death situation. Niji, holding on with great effort, gripped the spider silk, chakra gathering in his hand, then transmitting through the silk. In Kotomaru's eyes, a slight visual deviation made him think the enemy had already been pierced and died by his arrow, especially since the weight in his hand felt completely different. But the next second, he felt a pain in his organs, letting out a muffled groan, blood flowing to the corner of his mouth. When did this happen? What a joke, this kid is still alive. He quickly bit through the spider silk and fell down. It seems this kid really is not ordinary strong. He's a bit out of control. Soon, Left Near and Daio will scold him again, so he needs to resolve this quickly. Enough, Niji. Just as Niji was about to stagger towards Kotomaru to deliver a fatal blow, Jimin stopped him, helping him sit down against the tree. Leave the rest to me. Like Kotomaru, she drew an arrow and a bow from the sealing technique on her hand. This was a new toy that San had given her a few days ago, saying that both close and long-range combat should be balanced, and she shouldn't only focus on practicing the blade and forget about archery. It seems that it has come in handy now. Jimin knocked the arrow and drew the bow. Under these Sharingan, no matter where he hides, he would have nowhere to escape. Whoosh, the arrow flew out, passing through the low bushes, hitting the red heart. Is it 8? When Jimin returned to Niji's side, she heard him ask. Before he could answer, he added himself, "Oh, it turns out it's 9. How could I not know my own flaw? I was planning to risk my life for this, but thankfully you showed up." Niji let out a big sigh of relief, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. The tearing wounds on his body began to throb, and he belatedly realized that the earlier tension had made him forget the pain on his body. "You don't have to do this, Niji," Jimin said while helping him treat his wounds. "If it really comes to a life-for-life situation in the future, I hope you'll consider yourself a bit more. You have to live for yourself, not just for others. The system of the branch family in the Hyuga clan, you'll have to break it yourself." Niji knew that the girl in front of him was not speaking empty words. Although he was from the branch family, his talent far surpassed that of the main family members, and the head of the main family also intended to cultivate him, as long as he worked diligently. Following the head's training path, coupled with his hard work, one day he would likely surpass the head and inherit the family business. However, Niji did not regret this choice. It was one of the rare moments he could be himself. It had nothing to do with the main family or the branch family, only because it was him. "This is all my choice. It's really great to be able to help Naruto and the others." Niji smiled gently, as the dappled light fell on his face beneath the trees, making Jimin stare in a daze. She almost forgot that Niji was also a well-known handsome young man in a 100-mile radius. "But you still need to take care of your health." Jimin snapped back to reality, emphasizing again, "By the way, Niji, have you ever thought about practicing archery too? With our eyes that basically have no blind spots, archery might be a more suitable weapon for us. For example, in today's situation." However, this is just her suggestion. It would be best if Niji could listen. I also think that Gentle Fist cannot handle everything. After this battle, Niji saw many shortcomings in himself. His ability to only fight in close combat is too limiting. Indeed, the girl in front of him has exceptional skills in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and kenjutsu, and even with such excellence when he saw her again, he was surprised to see her shooting arrows with perfect accuracy. It's truly astonishing. If you need a bow, you can come to the Senju family to find me. Jiming was very happy. It's rare to have a boy who listens to advice. I made an extra bow a few years ago, and the poundage should suit you well. Thank you. The two stopped talking because Jiming had already picked Niji up, causing him to widen his eyes in shock. Ready to jump out of her arms the next second. With a serious and shocked expression, he said, "What are you doing? Put me down." "Oh no, don't move." Jiming couldn't let go. If she did, how could she use the Flying Thunder God technique? Delaying his treatment would be a crime. Thinking this, she hugged him tighter, not giving the boy a chance to break free. Chapter 244. The Plan to Retrieve Sasuke. 8. Niji had never experienced such treatment before, his face turning red. He wanted to break free, but couldn't, so he closed his eyes, pretending that everything was happening unconsciously. When his vision was deprived, the other senses became particularly vivid. The surrounding scent changed from the fresh aroma of trees to a strong smell of disinfectant. Had they arrived at the hospital? He could hear the girl talking to a doctor, saying, "Niji's injuries are serious, but fortunately, there are no penetrating wounds. I did emergency treatment. The rest is up to you, Sister Kurenai." Afterward, he was placed on a soft bed, having been released from the girl's embrace. He guessed that the girl was likely going back to continue her mission. The opponent he faced, Kintoki, had abilities that were no longer at the level of a mere Chunin. After transforming, he might possess Jonin-level abilities. Shikamaru's ninjutsu was mostly supportive, and Kiba, while having some offensive capabilities, was generally average. If it really was one-on-one combat, it could be deadly. "Niji, take good care of yourself," Jiming reminded him before leaving. "Make sure to come back together." Niji opened his eyes, looking at the girl, hope hidden in his bright, clear eyes. "I'll wait for you to come back. Don't worry, I'll bring everyone back." With that, she vanished from sight. Niji knew this was her Flying Thunder God technique, also known as the fastest woman in the ninja world. With speed comparable to the fourth Hokage, she would surely be able to catch up with Shikamaru's battle like earlier. And indeed, Jiming caught up, hiding in the woods, standing guard for the boys. The night was just past halfway. She guessed that Shikamaru hadn't moved yet and had missed the best time for a surprise attack, likely planning to wait until dawn. She waited until it was dawn, and the group began to move. Shikamaru, the three of them, and a dog quietly advanced. Well, Jiming watched the three standing on the tree, confronting them, which didn't seem very quiet at all. With Shikamaru and Kiba as a feint, Naruto was hiding behind, preparing a Rasengan, but Zoken managed to block Shikamaru and Kiba in 2 punches and even caught Naruto's incoming Rasengan. Then the real Kiba came out, using his timeless technique. He flew past, piercing through Naruto's abdomen, reaching Zoken's front, forcing Zoken to dodge, and then continued his assault. A good move. Meanwhile, Shikamaru was secretly using shadow mimicry on Doyu, who couldn't escape and was thus controlled. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kiba flew past with his technique, grabbed the jar containing Sasuke, and handed it to Naruto. They completed a perfect relay of 3. Spectacular, truly spectacular. Jiming couldn't help but applaud them in her heart. But it wasn't over yet. Our Akamaru was already set up in the designated area, sticking explosive tags at the crucial points, barking twice to inform his master that everything was ready. As soon as Zoken walked by, it immediately detonated the explosive tags, blocking the first wave of the enemy's attack. However, Zoken's ability was indeed somewhat extraordinary. He quickly caught up to Akamaru, who was about to escape but had tripped. A steel wire flew over, binding Akamaru, so he couldn't move. "Oh no, what to do now?" Kiba shouted to his dog, leaping towards the explosion, hugging Akamaru and dragging Zoken down the cliff. Akamaru and Kiba declared their exit from the first battlefield, opening the second battlefield. Initially, 2 against 1 seemed entirely manageable. But then, a handsome guy suddenly appeared from the sky, standing behind Naruto and Shikamaru, with his signature long white hair and a bow at his waist. Jiming recalled who this person was. Kimaru, a sickly individual, but a super strong, sickly individual. Did his appearance mean that Orochimaru had completed another reincarnation? Jiming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had been stalling for time. Otherwise, that kid Sasuke would have been eaten without a trace in the snake's den. Kimaru took Sasuke away first, while Shikamaru was still discussing strategies with Naruto. It should still be one-on-one, Jiming thought. 2 against 1 is definitely in our favor. Let's go. Shikamaru. With that, Shikamaru and Naruto charged at Doyu, and as kunai clashed, Naruto seized the chance to run away. This made Doyu very unhappy. She angrily said, "You two little punks, how dare you trick me?" Naruto went after her, creating a third battlefield. Suddenly, the battle was divided into 3, and Jimin couldn't help but feel troubled. If she used the Shadow Clone technique and then the Flying Thunder God technique, she wouldn't have enough chakra to sustain it. Forget it. Jimin decided to observe Shikamaru first. Perhaps she could help him deal with Doyu before they came up with a strategy for the next step. This kid really has no motivation when fighting. Even Doyu started to spew insults. She didn't know what was so important about Sasuke to them. How many teammates do you want to sacrifice for one person? You useless fool. Well, Jimin could only say, dude, this man has 100 schemes. Soon, he'll deceive you to the point of losing your life. They were too arrogant. These sound ninja, without Orochimaru providing some ideological education, would only encourage growth, causing the children to lose humility, speaking such arrogant words. Jimin shook her head. However, if such words were spoken from the mouths of the beautiful Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke, it would seem to have a different flavor. Oomph. Shikamaru sneered. Indeed, this is my first mission as a team leader. One by one, my teammates are leaving me, and I am indeed terrified. Regardless of the considerations, I should terminate such a dangerous mission. Then why didn't you do that? Knowing yet not acting, you truly are a fool, Doya mocked. Because not everything in this world goes according to principles. Shikamaru looked up at the moving clouds, thinking of the other 5. They must be fighting for their companions too. Moreover, for those who ignored their companions being taken away, choosing not to fight for self-preservation, our team, not a single one. Listen up. Our team is much stronger than you think. They have also made plans to go see the deer together during the spring festival, and they absolutely cannot miss it. Shikamaru stood up, and after hearing his words, the woman across from him surprisingly summoned 3 colossal creatures. Immediately, Mayu picked up her flute. Shikamaru couldn't help but be cautious, hiding behind a tree and taking 2 pieces of paper from his ninja pouch, crumpling them and stuffing them in his ears. If the battle relied on sound, he just needed to avoid hearing it. Then let me play your death song. Chapter 245, The Plan to Retrieve Sasuke. 9. Then let me play your death song. What a joke. After stuffing his right ear, Shikamaru tested it. It should be fine. The flute was placed at her lips, and not only that, the 3 colossal creatures also moved, almost instantly flying towards him. Shikamaru was startled. Was this controlled by sound? He quickly dodged the first attack, but another one charged at him, forcing him to retreat further. Was this her tactic? Forcing him away from the summoner through these summoned creatures, thereby restricting his vision? As long as he couldn't get close to Mayu, he would be worn down. What should he do? Shikamaru watched as Mayu grew increasingly distant, his vision becoming unclear. The continuous attacks, even while hiding in the grass, would still be sensed by those 3 monsters. He had to get closer to the controller. The dense attacks left no room to prepare any jutsu. Dodging and evading, he barely waited until the music stopped. He stood still. This distance was still too far for Mayu, but your tune was quite good. Heh, I thought you were too useless to understand. Mayu snorted, but this piece of music was undoubtedly deadly. Final movement. Chapter 9. Chaos in the Demon Realm. The rhythm of the music intensified, and the 3 colossal creatures charged at him as if they were on steroids. Meanwhile, the 3 people leaned together, opened their mouths wide, and produced 3 unknown liquid streams. Something quite disgusting. However, Shikamaru couldn't dodge in time. He was slightly touched, and it felt like his chakra was being drained instantly. He stepped back and threw a shuriken, but it passed completely through the liquid. He didn't have time to be shocked because that mouth was about to get close to him again. In a moment of desperation, Shikamaru left an explosive tag and a smoke bomb behind, buying himself some time to think. He checked the remaining ninja tools in his pouch. Only 12 kunai and 9 shuriken, 12 meters of wire, 1 flash bomb, and 1 explosive tag. It seemed he had to go all in this time. Although he didn't want to rely on CHG, he knew CHG would definitely show up in a crisis. He just needed to act boldly now. He didn't expect to kill the enemy in front of him, just to buy some time. Seeing the stalemate, should she make an appearance for a bit and help Shikamaru out? Dealer, didn't you just say you wouldn't show up at a critical moment? CHG, while I always believe in Shikamaru's abilities, this strategy seems a bit long, and I'm worried about Kiba and Naruto. Dealer, don't rush, CHG baby. We need to stay calm. Dealer, look, Shikamaru is taking the initiative to attack, right? CHG looked over. Indeed, he had made a move, throwing a kunai from the grass pile, while Shikamaru continuously maneuvered his position. 9 shots, a total of 9 attacks. His eyes hardly left Mayu's fingers. Watching the changes in her fingers, the 3 colossal creatures were also changing. Although he couldn't understand the flute sound, he was somewhat clever. At that moment, Shikamaru couldn't help but feel grateful to his parents for making him so smart. After the kunai was blocked by the giant's hand, Shikamaru appeared in front of Mayu, throwing a kunai at the flash bomb he had set earlier. Taking advantage of the moment, Mayu couldn't use her flute. He seized the opportunity to cast 3 shadow clones, binding the 3 monsters. Shadow mimicry technique. Success. Dealer, I told you Shikamaru can do it. CHG. Why do I feel like you know Shikamaru better than I do? Did you watch Naruto before? The dealer fell silent for 2 seconds, not responding to CHG's words. CHG shrugged it off and continued to observe Shikamaru. In that short half-minute, he led the 3 giants toward Mayu. From the blink of an eye, the 3 giants vanished. Did he dispel the summoning technique? But that shouldn't have been Shikamaru's intention, CHG thought. Sure enough, Mayu was caught by the shadow from behind the tree, unable to move. Shikamaru pointed a kunai at her, saying that the so-called attack. The first move was a feint to deceive the opponent, and those 3 giants were merely a distraction. The second move was the real attack. Mayu cursed. The bandage on her forehead fell off, and her skin color changed. This anomaly made Shikamaru uneasy. Such astonishing chakra. If this continued, he would lose control. No, he had to use that jutsu. He squatted down, concentrated his chakra, and activated the jutsu, shadow neck binding technique. The shadow beneath him suddenly reached out. Climbing up her body, Mayu forcibly suppressed this force, put the flute to her lips, and blew it. Die, you brat. As the ominous sound entered his ears, Shikamaru guessed it was a type of illusion technique, and since the act must be complete, he took this time to slightly recover some chakra. The new jutsu had already consumed a lot of his chakra. He pretended to be manipulated by the illusion, first throwing a kunai at her. Since she had no other weapon besides the flute, he would gift her one. Then, thinking she could kill him with this weapon, she would come closer to him. Shikamaru almost painfully knelt on the ground, his arms outstretched, as if he were being suspended. Ah, a scream echoed through the woods. Then, he pretended to be completely controlled by the illusion, waiting for the right moment. How does it feel to be countered like this? Mayu couldn't help but smile. Grabbing the kunai at her feet, flying to Shikamaru's side. Let your kunai send you on your way, she said, thrusting towards Shikamaru's chest. Who would have thought that her stomach would suddenly hurt? Mayu's eyes widened, and her body froze. This brat hadn't fallen for the illusion at all. Damn it. You shouldn't have resisted the illusion. Shikamaru raised his ear. Huh? What did you say? He snorted coldly. What a pity. I never appreciated your wonderful music from the beginning. But now, you are my fish in a barrel. Submit to your death. But this incredible chakra. Shikamaru broke out in cold sweat. Just as he was about to throw a punch, she forcibly blocked him. Damn it. He was bound, but not completely? His chakra was almost depleted, but he absolutely could not let go. If he did, he would definitely die in front of this woman. Chapter 246. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 10. CHG. Is it time, dealer? Dealer, go for it. Z baby. After hearing the dealer's command, Jiming immediately performed the Flying Thunder God technique, floating like a breeze and landing behind Shikamaru. Sorry, Shikamaru, I'm late. Shikamaru took a breath, relieved that she finally arrived. You're here, that's good. Shikamaru smiled and said, take this opportunity to deliver the final blow. Understood. Captain Shikamaru. Moyo. Since you're good at illusion techniques, let's decide the winner with illusions. As Jiming focused, Moyo couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This girl was quite the master. But what kind of illusion could those black eyes cast? It shouldn't be an ocular jutsu, right? Before she could think further, she was dragged into a fiery space. Her hands were suspended, and beneath her was a sea of flames. If she wasn't careful, she'd be turned to ashes in an instant. The flames grew stronger and higher, eventually reaching her feet, and countless shadows rushed out, wrapping around her completely. Ah! With another scream, Mayo collapsed to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Ah! What did you do to her? Shikamaru stepped back in fear, wondering why she looked like that. She's dead, Jiming said casually, grabbing her injured hand and performing a medical ninjutsu. Besides the abrasions on her hand, is there anywhere else injured? Saying dead so nonchalantly made Shikamaru scrutinize the girl before him again. She looked no different from others their age, even a year younger than him. Yet she had experienced far more than he had. Killing someone might just be a routine affair for her. Hey, Shikamaru. The girl's voice snapped him back to reality. He unconsciously met her clear gaze, opening his mouth but unable to say anything for a while. Is there anywhere else injured? Jiming asked, looking puzzled. If not, we should prepare to move. But before we move, I need to recover her body. Shikamaru belatedly reached out his other hand, which had also been bitten. After treating Shikamaru's external injuries, Jiming took out a scroll from her ninja pouch. Sealing. The whole person was sealed within the scroll. She put the scroll away and was about to flee with Shikamaru when someone arrived. Is it a helper? She couldn't be sure. The best strategy was to retreat first. Hey, it's me. Tamari flew out holding a fan, quickly calling out to stop Jiming. It's me. Ah, Tamari. Jiming sighed in relief and set Shikamaru down. Carrying such a big boy in her arms didn't look right. What are you doing here? Shikamaru felt embarrassed, having been princess carried by the same girl twice within 2 days. It was truly a life-saving situation. Yo, Shikamaru, you look quite disheveled. Tamari teased. Yeah, definitely a tough opponent. Shikamaru didn't refute. He was unaware of the situation of the other 2 teammates. Jiming, can you sense what Naruto and Kiba are like? Oh, don't worry, my partner went to help. Tamari said with a smile, thinking she could assist, but seeing the situation, the problem seemed resolved, making her feel relieved. By the way, Jiming, have you been doing missions with them lately? Yeah, I happen to have some free time, and their team didn't have a Jounin, so I barely count as one. Jiming nodded, but the captain is still Shikamaru. My little brain can't come up with so many plans. It's too tiring. Jiming complained, saying that after this mission, she definitely needed to hide in the yard and sleep for 3 days and nights. But is it really okay for us to catch up here? Shikamaru looked at the 2 girls, who were chatting casually, thinking that this was still during a mission. Hey, what about Dingji and Niji? He almost forgot to ask about those 2. Was his mind too relaxed to forget such an important matter? Dingji's situation might be a bit complicated. He took the 3rd pill, Jiming said, but I found him and treated him simply, and he was sent to the operating room in time. With Master there. It's fine. The 3rd pill? Shikamaru frowned, realizing that even Dingji had been pushed to that extent. But isn't that technique not supposed to leave any chance of survival? Don't worry, Shikamaru, you might not trust my medical skills, but you shouldn't doubt Lady Tsunade. Jiming said a bit unhappily. It was absolutely unacceptable to question her master. Niji is in a better state than Dingji, although he doesn't have a penetrating injury. But he has several wounds that nearly became fatal. Jiming said, but I sent him to the hospital too. There's no problem. Shikamaru couldn't relax, especially with Dingji having taken the 3rd pill. He was worried about whether Tsunade had the ability to retrieve someone from the gates of hell. Kiba and Kankuro should be dealt with. Jiming said again, let's prepare to meet Gaara. Since they were worried, it was better to see for themselves. Before Shikamaru could hesitate, he was each held by Jiming and Tomari's arms and forcibly teleported away with the Flying Thunder God. Jiming was the first to arrive, followed closely by Tamari. And finally Shikamaru. Rarely, Shikamaru's competitive spirit rose. How did he end up arriving last this time? Jiming was no match, but Tamari was much faster than him. Wait, why is Lee here? Shikamaru looked at the green life form standing next to Gaara, surprised that this guy was not fully healed yet. Lee, why are you here? You shouldn't be out of the hospital. Shikamaru exclaimed, does Guy-sensei know you escaped? I was worried about you guys. Last night I saw Niji was seriously injured and thought this enemy wasn't an easy opponent. Lee explained, anyway, I can move now. So I thought I'd come along and see if I could help. What about Naruto and Sasuke? Shikamaru held his forehead, realizing it was indeed Lee's style to think of such things. Sasuke came out of that jar, but he is acting really strange. Naruto chased after him. Lee explained, hey, Shikamaru, are you alright? In the distance, Kiba's voice called out. Shikamaru turned his head and saw Kiba walking out on a puppet, unable to help but scold him with a smile. Look at you. How did you get into this state? I still have a puppet to carry me. Oof. At least we defeated the opponent and survived. Kiba didn't care, grinning, but Jiming, could you help me with some treatment? No problem. Chapter 247. The plan to retrieve Sasuke. 11. Behind him was Leisure, but looking at Gaara, who had his arms crossed and a calm expression, Shikamaru couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This newly joined enemy, what kind of monster was he? In Gaara's pile of sand, he even used that technique and could still crawl out from the sand. Hey, stop chatting over there. Shikamaru shouted at the people reminiscing nearby. Hurry up and help. Who knew Gaara looked up and coldly said, no need. You can leave once you can move. Leave this person to me. Sandstorm Gaara, I've heard much about you. Junmaru's body was already covered with curse marks. His skin had shed a layer of white bone, making it terrifying to behold. Fortunately, I had preformed a layer of bone as outerwear. Otherwise, I would have truly fallen here. From now on, I will not be touched by your sand again. Gaara remained silent, quickly forming seals with his hands together, sand waterfall. In an instant, countless sands rushed towards Junmaru, and in no time, the entire area transformed into a small desert. He immediately crouched down, pressing his hands onto the ground, sandstorm burial. A powerful pressure shook even those standing on the shore, let alone those in the sand. Shikamaru steadied himself, thinking that at this level, that monster should have fallen. Not yet. Gaara shook his head, glancing at Chiyo, who also looked over, and they nodded at each other. She probably understood that it meant they should hurry to evacuate. Shikamaru, take them back to the village first. Saying this, Chiyo bit her finger, slamming her hand on the ground to form a giant sealing net, summoning Jutsu. The hard-working and kind Sansan appeared, still grumbling as usual, shaking its wings and complaining. Little Chiyo, I was just listening to a sermon in the Divine Temple. Right when it got exciting, you summoned me over. So, what does this phoenix need help with this time? As expected of the Uchiha clan's summoning beast, it perfectly matched the Uchiha clan's Thunder nature. These injured comrades, please help me transport them back to the village. Chiyo pointed at Kankuro, still lying on the puppet, and Shikamaru, frowning next to him, as well as the two Sand shinobi siblings who were hanging high, and little Lee who was already injured. All right. Sansan flapped its wings, shining in the sunlight, making its feathers shimmer. Next time, don't let me be your transporter again. Okay. Chiyo sighed, turning to Shikamaru. Get on, this is my summoning beast. It will take you to the hospital. You three, one is injured, one is heavily injured, one has exhausted chakra. There's no need to stay here any longer. Temari agreed. It's better to leave now than to get into a fight and have to take care of you. Shikamaru felt embarrassed. Fine, let them leave. But they still had to mock the two of them. This woman was even more exaggerated than his mother. After sending off the old, weak, sick, and disabled trio, they also took Kankuro away, leaving only 3 people on the battlefield. And Junmaru once again broke through Gaara's sandstorm burial. So much blood. Chiyo couldn't help but show an envious expression. No, don't daze off. By the time Chiyo snapped back to reality, Junmaru had already launched a surprise attack on her face, scaring Temari into quickly fanning herself. A strong wind knocked Junmaru to the ground, and Chiyo finally found the time to counterattack. Just right. The person in front of her was highly skilled in physical techniques. She might as well try out how far her archery had progressed. Occasionally playing with a moving target wasn't bad. Temari, I'm supporting you from the back. Chiyo reminded before leaving. By the way, remember to leave Junmaru's corpse intact. It will be very useful for my research. With that, she immediately disappeared. Temari didn't have time to think about what Chiyo was planning to do. Seeing Gaara knocked down by Junmaru, she hurriedly stepped forward to protect Gaara. Your opponent is not just him, but also me. Temari positioned her fan behind her. 3 stars. With all my strength. Forget it, I'll just use that technique. Temari bit her finger, drawing blood on her fan, and softly commanded. Summoning Jutsu. Dance of the Cutting Blade. With a large scythe, Itachi launched a series of slashing attacks on Junmaru, momentarily distracting his attention. Taking this opportunity, Temari helped Gaara up and moved him to a safer spot. 3 against 1. There's no reason to lose. Just then, a gust of wind swept past her ear, capturing her attention, and she looked over to see an arrow shot into Junmaru's foot. She inwardly lamented. If only it had been aimed a bit better. It would have hit his chest. One arrow after another shot at Junmaru, and having learned from previous experiences, Junmaru was clearly more agile, deliberately dodging the arrows, hiding in the depths. Another arrow was fired, and Junmaru aimed at that spot. Bone fragments falling from his fingers, forming needles that shot towards the arrow's trajectory. He then swiftly turned in midair and landed smoothly on the ground. The bone projectiles didn't touch Chiyo, as Gaara blocked them with sand, controlling the sand to find Junmaru and providing cover for Chiyo. By this time, his chakra was almost depleted. He had hoped to finish him off with the previous move. Unfortunately, the enemy was just too strong. Chiyo, using the Flying Thunder God technique, switched landing points and stood atop a tree, drawing another arrow. Most of her arrows were made from the feathers shed by Sansan, powerful enough to pierce through a centuries-old tree, let alone a person much thinner than a tree. Under Gaara's pressure with the sand, she predicted the landing point and shot. Whoosh! A heart-piercing arrow. Junmaru knelt on the ground, coughing up blood. It seemed like it was coming to an end. As Sasuke reached Orochimaru's side, Junmaru didn't dare to look back at the path he had taken. only staring intently at the two in front of him. Orochimaru should be very happy, he thought, recalling the first time he met Orochimaru, who stood there, guiding him forward with a purpose of slaughter. But after a night of fierce battle, looking at the corpses strewn across the village, he knew he was the only one left in this raid. So what was the meaning of his survival? Once there was a so-called family fighting for the family, but now the family was gone, and he was all alone. Where should he go? Junmaru wandered in confusion, accidentally discovering a vibrant flower sprouting from a crack in the mud. The surroundings were desolate, with only this flower standing firm. Just like him, how could he and this flower not be kindred spirits? How could they not be sympathetic to each other's suffering? Yet he approached with the intention of making friends, speaking to the flower, but the proud flower refused to respond to him. Even the flower ignored him. Just kill it. Junmaru's knife had already touched the flower's neck. With one cut, it would be broken. All right, don't be angry with that flower. This voice sounded somewhat familiar. Junmaru turned to see the person in a kimono he had met earlier that morning, the one who had guided him. There's no such thing as living with absolute meaning, but living on might lead to interesting things. Just like you found a flower, and I found you. Orochimaru's warm hand caressed his cheek as he spoke. Come, let's go. Orochimaru gave him a new life, and his mission was naturally to protect Orochimaru's ambition, to protect Uchiha Sasuke, and ensure he safely reaches the base. Dance. Dance of the Early Fern. Chapter 248. Why aren't you wearing clothes, Tobirama? Dance. Dance of the Early Fern. In an instant, the sandy ground transformed into a forest of bones. Gaara hurriedly manipulated the sand to transport him and Temari to safety, thinking he had hit the bullseye, believing it was already the limit. But even so, he still had to burn out his last life. Was it worth it? Gaara didn't quite understand. For Uchiha Sasuke, for Orochimaru. Truly brainwashed by Orochimaru, such an empty fellow. Gaara said, but this should be the limit. No, no. Junmaru rebutted loudly, stating that he was not brainwashed by Lord Orochimaru, but rather that Lord Orochimaru had given him a new life. Lord Orochimaru, you must understand me. Thanks to you, Junmaru, living must have some meaning. But living on might lead to finding even more interesting things, just like how you found that flower. And I found you. Let's seize everything, Junmaru, and then we'll find the truth of this world together. What do you know? He used the last bit of his strength to stab at Gaara, but only stopped there. Lord Orochimaru. He unwillingly opened his eyes, hoping to stay a little longer along with Orochimaru. Dead. Gaara widened his eyes. His pupils shrank twice, and fortunately, the person in front of him was still. Temari was also startled. This kid is really scary. Let's go down. We're almost at our limit. Gaara forced his body to hold on and sent his sister to a nearby tree. Finally, it's over. The siblings sighed in relief and then smiled at each other. Chikage flew over from a distance, looking at Junmaru, who was standing in midair, his eyes still open, and couldn't help but sigh. Without any hesitation, she broke a piece of bone and stored it in the sealing scroll, while storing the person in another scroll. Since he was a descendant of the Kagaya clan, perhaps studying it could indeed solve their clan's eye problem. After doing all this, Chikage returned to the siblings and asked with concern, "Are you okay? That person didn't hurt you, right?" No problem. Just that Gaara's chakra has been consumed a bit too much." Temari shook her head and answered for Gaara. "We might need a rest for a while before we can go back." "Let me see." Before Gaara could speak, Chikage grabbed his hand, held it in hers, and looked closely, noticing that Junmaru's bone seemed to have touched this spot. She rolled up Gaara's sleeve, and sure enough, his white skin was covered in red marks. It looked particularly striking. "You said you're fine." Chikage lightly huffed, clearly injured, yet you don't say anything. After saying that, she held his hand and performed medical ninjutsu. And soon, the red marks disappeared. "Let's go. I'll take you back to the hospital for another checkup." Before they could object, Chikage pressed one person down and immediately used the Flying Thunder God technique. The landing point was at the hospital. As for the battle at the Valley of the End, Chikage had no interest in watching. The result would likely be the same as in the original work, with Sasuke leaving the Snake Cave, and Naruto embarking on a 3 to 4 year pursuit of him. This was after all the main storyline of the original work. If it were to change because of her, it would be meaningless. After returning to the hospital, they ran into Sakura, who had been looking behind her for a long time, unable to hide her disappointment. Where are Naruto and Sasuke? Naruto went to chase Sasuke alone to the Valley of the End. Seeing the expression on the girl's face, Chikage couldn't help but explain a bit. "Actually, Sasuke came to find me a couple of nights ago. He said he wanted to leave, and I didn't stop him because that's his choice, so I will respect it." Sakura's expression changed 3 times, from shock to disbelief and back to shock again. The anger that erupted from her as she looked at the girl in front of her dissipated completely. Chikage used to treat her the same way, respecting her choices. That's why she had the courage to come to the hospital and learn medical ninjutsu from Lady Tsunade. She didn't know how to criticize. But that place of Orochimaru, Sakura couldn't help but say, Sasuke will be in that kind of place. Don't worry, according to my intel, Orochimaru has completed his reincarnation. Chikage placed her hand on Sakura's head, gently rubbing her hair, and said, Sasuke won't be in danger for the next 3 years. Forget about that for now. How are Choji and Niji doing? The key issue was whether these two people's lives had been protected. With such an early medical response, Niji had avoided a super fatal injury, so he should have survived, right? Niji's condition is stable. Sakura also calmed down her emotions, but Choji's situation isn't good. Lady Tsunade is still researching the Akimichi family's secret recipe. Has it been so long? Chikage frowned. Are his vital signs stable? This senior Shizune is checking, and there's no problem. Then I'll leave Gaara and Temari to you for now. After 2 days of high-intensity work, Chikage was a bit dazed. She also instructed Sakura on some matters and then found an excuse to prepare to leave. I'm going to find Lord Tsukuyami. If there's any problem, just notify me at the Senju clan. For the last short-distance flying Thunder God technique, Chikage chose to land on Senju Tobarama. But the bad news was that Senju Tobarama was soaking in the hot springs in the back mountain. The worst news was that Senju Tobarama came out of the hot spring, completely naked, and just at that moment, Chikage appeared in front of Tobarama, and she didn't have time to take a good look before she immediately covered her eyes. Senju Tobarama, why aren't you wearing clothes? Chapter 249, then you can appreciate his beautiful body. Senju Tobarama was also startled, covering his body with his arms, turning around in a fluster and hurriedly shooing Chikage away. Little Chikage, you go outside and wait for me. If you stand here, I can't put my clothes on. Only then did Chikage realize and ran to the living room to sit down, waiting for Senju Tobarama to get dressed. The longer she sat, the more chaotic her mind became. She must be too tired to have chosen such a simple and quick method. Now it's fine. After finally flying to Senju Tobarama's side, she just happened to catch him bathing, and she wished she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Dealer, then you can appreciate his beautiful body. As the saying goes, if you don't look, it's a waste. Chikage, come on, dealer, we are girls, we should be a bit reserved. Who could blatantly look at Senju Tobarama's body? Besides, she came here for business, not specifically to peek at Senju Tobarama. Dealer, then this kind of result is not what we wanted to see. Isn't it just right that Tobarama is bathing? A little robot even made her feel wronged. Chikage, that won't do. Don't lead me astray. Dealer, okay, Tobarama will be here soon. You think about how to ease the embarrassment. How to ease it. Chikage naturally played dead. As long as she didn't take the initiative to speak, that kid Tobarama definitely wouldn't say anything either. She thought about it, and even had a moment of leisure to brew tea. When Tobarama came over, he was wearing a dark green bathrobe, and he naturally sat opposite Chikage. Chikage didn't look up at him, first pouring him a cup of tea and pushing it in front of him. This is last year's camellia, right? The taste is okay. What are you doing here so late? Tobarama took a sip of tea and then looked at Chikage. She had a habit of getting her ears red when awkward, and she particularly liked to find something to do, like brewing tea. She probably wanted to move on from what had just happened. Tobarama also didn't plan to pursue it further. The sooner they finished talking, the sooner they could rest. This time, Shikamaru's team had a mission, and with Chikage's temperament, she definitely hadn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. At this point, she was almost at her limit. Tobarama felt sorry for her for working so hard. He had advised her several times along with Madara not to go, but she wouldn't listen. There was no way but to respect her wishes. This time, I went, and it was quite rewarding. Jishin replaced the teapot with hot water again and said, there's a descendant of the Kagaya clan, and it seems that bone hyperplasia is his bloodline limit. His bones are incredibly hard. We could start researching this, and it might be very useful. There is also a female ninja with a cursed seal. As she spoke, she took out 3 scrolls and pushed them in front of Tobarama. A descendant of the Kagaya clan? Tobarama couldn't help but ponder. This clan lived by fighting, burning out their lives in battle. Aside from the Warring States period, he had hardly heard any news about this clan since. Unexpectedly, they had been taken in by Orochimaru. I think not only his bones, but also his cells and blood could be studied, Jishin added, taking advantage of the fact that the body was still warm. The implication was that Lord Tobarama should work overtime. Leave it to me, Tobarama said as he put the scrolls into his pocket and looked at little Jishin again. The dark circles under her eyes were almost impossible to hide. This girl was like that. If she didn't sleep or didn't sleep well, it showed on her face, making her look like a panda. Little Zhixing, you should go back and rest. Tobarama stood up, preparing to forcibly dismiss her. I'll take you back, and I'll stop by the research lab. Zhixing wanted to say something more, but was forcibly picked up by Tobarama, who wrapped an arm around her shoulder and walked forward with her. Tobarama had initially planned to efficiently use the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he was reluctant to let this hard-earned time together pass so quickly. After all, their two courtyards weren't too far apart. It would only take a 5-minute walk. But the Flying Thunder God technique took less than 5 seconds. 5 minutes and 5 seconds were vastly different. Was the mission smooth? Tobarama asked. Although Zhixing would submit the report tomorrow, he preferred to hear her speak rather than read cold, hard text. After all, since that scoundrel Uchiha Madara appeared, little Zhixing hadn't chatted with him over tea much. Tonight was one of the rare occasions. It's all that evil Uchiha's fault. I'm afraid the mission might fail. Zhixing sighed, but I think everyone in the team survived. This is my first failed mission. However, Tobarama didn't seem to feel regret. It was as if she were talking about something very ordinary. It's okay. We also received news that Orochimaru's reincarnation period has passed. Tobarama consoled her a bit. After all, it was normal to feel some emotions when a partner they grew up with had run away. Sasuke won't be harmed for now. On the contrary, that guy will train Sasuke well. I think so, Zhixing smiled. Now those 3 kids are all under the guidance of the former Sannin. Who knows? They might surpass me one day. Sigh, I'm getting old. Tobarama, who had lived 2 lifetimes. Shouldn't he be the one getting old? With me and Uchiha Madara training you. Tobarama also laughed. What are you afraid of? Your brother's title as the Azura of the battlefield wasn't given for nothing. Well, in terms of teaching, she is indeed impressive. But in terms of bloodline, she really couldn't compare to those 2. It's just a pity that I didn't obtain Sasuke's card before he left the village. Who knows when I'll see him again? Zhixing thought and couldn't help but feel a bit down. She hated partings. We arrived. Just as they reached the door, Tobarama saw Uchiha Madara leaning against the door of the courtyard. He didn't say much, released Zhixing, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. I really need to add this class. The descendant of the Kagaya clan might help with little Zhixing's illness. Back already? Uchiha Madara grunted, having been outside for so long and coming back with injuries. I'm not injured, Zhixing replied, looking perplexed, but she didn't have the energy to argue further, categorizing his comments as troublemaking. I'm going to rest now, Brother Madara, just as she was thinking of bypassing Madara and heading straight to her room to sleep. The tall man blocked her path, trapping her in his arms. Zhixing raised her tired eyes to look at him, showing a bit of patience. What's wrong, Brother Madara? Did something happen at work today? No, Uchiha Madara said, wrapping her in his arms. He could clearly sense that little Zhixing was in a bad mood, but he felt something must have happened to her. After observing her for so long, this was the first time he had seen such a low-energy little Zhixing. It was different from her vulnerability during thunderstorms. Could something have happened on a mission? Madara couldn't think of anything that could happen during a mission to cause her such low spirits. Madara wasn't someone who liked to guess. He always asked directly, did something happen during the mission? Seeing the girl in his arms, not having any intention to respond, he continued to press. Nothing. It's just that Sasuke went to Orochimaru's lair, Zhixing replied honestly. She had always known how to suppress her emotions, but once she was in her room, she easily relaxed. Unfortunately, this was noticed by Uchiha Madara. Knowing she couldn't fool him, she decided to be honest. I'll go find Azuna in a few days and bring that kid back too. Uchiha Madara thought it was a big deal at first. It was normal for a girl her age to struggle with parting. If he really wanted revenge, it would be better for him to teach Sasuke. It was much better than that slippery snake. Uchiha Madara still couldn't forget what that snake did to little Zhixing. If he had arrived even slightly later that time, or if he had forgotten to leave that seal, that little Zhixing would have long become prey for the snake. No, Zhixing sighed again. It's his own choice. I should respect him. He chose to go to Orochimaru. So what? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, using me as bait. How can I not catch that kid? Yes. Zhixing flattered him a bit. Our brother Madara is the best. I'm going back to sleep. I haven't rested in 2 days. Zhixing looked aggrieved, her little face scrunched up, then hurried back to rest, thinking it would be a calm night. Zhixing hugged her little cat tightly before climbing into bed, finally giving in to exhaustion and falling asleep. Under such extreme fatigue, she should be able to sleep well. But the weather was uncooperative. In the middle of the night, a thunderclap suddenly woke Zhixing from her dream, and she instinctively sat up. Another thunderclap followed. Rain began to fall. The patter of rain hit the ground from the eaves like broken jade beads, falling onto a plate, crackling and popping. Zhixing instinctively curled up in the corner, trembling. This was almost an irresistible reaction. The little cat, Shanja, also woke up from the dream. As soon as it heard the thunder, it understood immediately. With sapphire-like eyes scanning the room, it noticed its little owner curled up in the corner, shaking. It felt both heartbroken and angry and hurried over, trying to attract Zhixing's attention to help her temporarily escape her fear. But the result was still the same as before. It couldn't attract her attention, just like before. Shanja didn't even get a glance. Its immediate thought was to go find Uchiha Madara. Only he would know what to do in this situation. It really went to his room, scratching at the door with its paws, hoping the person inside would quickly get up to save its little Zhixing. But after waiting for a long time, there was still no response from inside. The cat can sense the chakra of familiar people, but it still needs to gather chakra. It never expected that Uchiha Madara was not in the room. Where could that kid be sneaking off to at this late hour? In fact, Madara hadn't gone far. He was just in the research room with Tobirama working on something together. He had initially guessed that it might rain tonight and didn't plan to go out, especially since little Ji was so tired today. It wouldn't be right for her sweet dreams to be shattered by the rain. However, when Tobirama asked him to come, Madara couldn't refuse and left the house at midnight. Who would have thought that there would really be a thunderstorm? When he heard the first clap of thunder, Madara reflexively took off his gloves, grabbed an umbrella, and rushed out into the rain, even forgetting to explain to Senju Tobirama. He couldn't afford to delay and almost sprinted back. As soon as he entered the courtyard, a white cat rushed past his feet. Fortunately, he was quick to retract his foot. Otherwise, Shanja might have ended up in the hospital. Madara, where did you go? Shanja urgently hit the brakes and asked. The white-haired kid from the Senju family asked me to help him. Madara explained briefly as he headed straight for Ji's room. How is little Ji? Not in good condition. You should hurry, Shanja said, drooping its head and not following him inside. As a sensible cat, it decided to give them some space. When Madara entered, he saw Ji curled up into a small ball at the foot of the bed, hugging her legs and trembling uncontrollably. Little Ji, big brother is here, Madara said as he knelt beside her, carefully wrapping his arms around her. Don't be afraid, big brother's here. He kept comforting her until the rain stopped, and the girl in his arms gradually fell asleep. Madara placed her back on the bed, tucked her in, and stayed in the room, quietly watching over her until dawn. Ji woke up around noon, sitting dazed for a while before her mind gradually cleared. Little Ji, what's wrong? Shanja, who had woken up early, had been sitting at the head of Ji's bed. After waiting a long time for Ji to wake up, it got bored and played with a small ball in the room for a while. Tired from playing, it lay down next to Ji and was startled when it finally saw her awake looking so dazed. It quickly waved its paws in front of her eyes. Little Ji, don't scare me. I'm going to find someone. Shanja was so frightened it was ready to run. Shanja, she finally managed to get her brain working. She grabbed the cat that was about to bolt. Where are you going? I'm fine. Why are you so nervous, you little kitty? I'm scared, Shanja whimpered, hiding in Ji's arms. It had experienced these kinds of situations too many times. If anything seemed off, it had to rush to Uchiha Madara's room to get help. All right. I need to get up quickly, Ji said, not paying much attention. She rubbed Shanja's head and hurried to wash up. Chapter 250. Visiting the sick after simply finishing breakfast and lunch, Ji, as a part-time worker, still couldn't avoid writing a task report. After a mission, there was usually a day's rest, so she didn't have to go to the Umbu today. She didn't bother to change into her combat uniform and lay on the couch in the study wearing the bathrobe from last night. One hand petting the cat while the other studied the task report. Such a wonderful life was truly enjoyable. Dealer, Ji, aren't you going to the hospital to check on them? Naruto should be back by now. Reminded by the dealer, she suddenly remembered that her teammates were all in the hospital. Out of concern, she should bring something to cheer them up. Thinking of this, she patted Shanja lying in her arms. Shanja, go tell Annie to prepare 5 meals. I'm going to the hospital to check on Niji and the others. Shanja reluctantly climbed out of Ji's arms, grumbling about why she always had to do these errands. After all, it was a master of cat skills. All right, I'll go, Shanja said, albeit reluctantly. After Shanja left, Ji quickly finished the task report and went to the wardrobe to pick out a dark green kimono. This kimono was adorned with the Senju family crest, and the combination of dark green and beige made it a refreshing outfit. It should be fine to wear this when visiting a patient. Once everything was ready, she took the task report and the food box and headed to the hospital. Rarely having a day off, and with time not being tight, Ji chose to walk instead of using the Flying Thunder God technique. Passing by Ino's flower shop, she picked up 2 bouquets. Ji, are you going to the hospital? Ino asked while wrapping the flowers. Yes, I'm going to check on Niji and the others. Ji nodded and casually asked, do you want to come along? Dingji should have come out of the operating room today, right? Then let's go together. Ino called her mother to come watch the shop, wrapped 2 more bouquets, and followed Ji. Upon arriving at the hospital, Ji asked at the front desk for the locations of their rooms and discussed with Ino which one to visit first. How about we go to Niji and Lee's room first? They are in the same room. Then I'll go to Dingji's. Ino politely declined. She wasn't too familiar with Niji and Lee, so visiting would only lead to awkward small talk. Let's meet at Dingji's room later. Ji didn't push further and, after bidding farewell to Ino, went to the 3rd floor's patient room alone. She knocked politely 3 times and, upon hearing a voice from inside, pushed the door open. Niji was likely not expecting her visit. When he saw her, his Byakugan widened in surprise, and he struggled to say you. Oh, you how? How did you come? Lee, in the next bed, voiced the confusion. Doesn't she have work today? I have a day off, just finished writing the task report. So I came to see you, she said, holding up the 2 bouquets and food box. She placed the food box aside, handed each of them their respective meals according to the labels. This is made by my aunt. It's quite tasty. After that, she found 2 vases, put the flowers in them, and placed them between their beds. Finally, Ji settled down and pulled a chair to sit between them. Niji, how are you? Is there anything serious? Ji asked friendly. From what I can see, it doesn't seem like a life-threatening injury, given Sister Tsunade's abilities. Thank goodness you came in time. Niji expressed his gratitude again. Otherwise, I might have had to risk my life. Was that opponent really that strong? Lee asked. Niji gave a bitter smile. He was strong. In just a few minutes, he analyzed the angle restrictions of my Byakugan and chose to attack me with arrows. My gentle fist counters him, but he also counters me. So, it was really lucky to win. Ji smiled. Fortunately, you bought me time. At that moment, Dingji's situation was quite severe, and I was delayed in the hospital for quite a while. All right. Ji suddenly remembered that the bow she intended to give Niji was probably still in the scroll. It would be a good opportunity to hand it over now. This bow, I'll give it to you first. You can look for how to make arrows in the library. Or you can wait for Lord Tsukuyami's research to come out and ask him how to make them. The weight of the arrow should suit you. When Lord Moon made it for me, it was a bit heavy. Ningxi expressed his gratitude again, saying, thank you. He took the bow and arrow, weighing them carefully. This weight was still somewhat light for him. However, since it was made by Lord Moon, it was likely crafted from good materials. If he practiced hard, it might prove to be very useful in the future. Xiaoli, what about you? Jiming looked at the eagerly watching Xiaoli, whose eyes seemed glued to the bow and arrow. It had been almost 2 months, so he should be able to resume training. But after sneaking out this time, Xiaoli scratched his head awkwardly, saying it would have to be delayed a little longer. Perhaps for more than a month. No ruse, no ruse. Jiming reassured him. Healing is the most important thing. Once you recover, our hospital will be more at ease. While Jiming and Xiaoli were talking, Ningxi looked at the girl's profile and couldn't help but remember the side face he saw when she held him in her arms a couple of days ago. The expression was different. The one now was clearly more lively, somewhat approachable. Especially in that dark green kimono. It suited her exceptionally well, like a flower still blooming in late summer. As he gazed, he found himself lost in thought, not even noticing when the girl left. It was Xiao Li's shout that brought him back to reality. Ningxi, Jiming is really beautiful, right? She looks like a Yamado Nadeshiko from history books, like someone who walked out of a story. Ningxi did not deny it. No one would question the beauty of the Senju clan, be it Lady Tsunade or Jiming, who was active in the Umbu. Both were renowned for their looks within the village. Beautiful yet unattainable. But I still think Sakura is a bit prettier, Xiaoli said to himself. However, he secretly thought Jiming was more beautiful. In Dingxi's hospital room, it was particularly lively. He had just woken up when Shikamaru rushed over in a hurry. Then Asuma and Kurinai came to sit for a while, saying many kind words to Dingxi before leaving the room at an appropriate time. Not long after they left, Ino brought flowers. But the best gift for Dingxi should be potato chips. She placed the flowers down and sat next to Shikamaru, teasing Dingxi, saying, our Dingxi has really become a big hero this time. All those years of eating so much good food weren't in vain. Hey. Dingxi couldn't help but chuckle, not only because he had defeated a strong opponent, but also because he had helped his friends, creating opportunities for them, and had been brought back by them. Although he was seriously injured and had a brush with death, he was still very happy. Ino, did you bring me something delicious? Dingxi asked with a grin. Ino rolled her eyes and pulled out 2 bags of potato chips from her pocket, whispering, you can eat them secretly. Don't let Sakura know. Otherwise, I'll definitely get scolded. As she spoke, She couldn't help but feel a bit aggrieved. Recently, Sakura had been busy in hospital, leaving no time to chat with her. The last time the two had gathered for a meal was during the new year. It was just too busy. Besides occasionally practicing family ninjutsu with her father and going on missions with her teammates, she hadn't trained much. She always felt she was falling far behind Sakura. Sakura was constantly moving forward while she was only taking small steps. The more she walked, the more she couldn't catch up to Sakura. Sakura won't be like that. Jimin came in just in time to hear this and defended Sakura. She greeted Shikamaru and Dingtsi, asking, "Dingtsi, how are you feeling? I brought you your favorite pastries and a pot of fine soup. You'll definitely be satisfied." She lifted the food box and placed the largest one on Dingtsi's small table. This was a special portion that Jimin asked the ant to prepare. After all, Dingtsi relied on fat for his combat reserves. Eating more would help him recover faster. Really? Dingtsi's eyes lit up instantly. He couldn't wait to sit up, open the food box, and immediately grabbed a piece of the sweet, not overly greasy camellia cake. "You're so nice to me, Jimin. As long as you like it," Jimin replied, inviting the other two to join in. "Shikamaru, Ino, you should try this. It's quite delicious." The two couldn't refuse and took a piece each. Ino was currently watching her weight, so she only had one piece. Shikamaru, seeing how much Dingtsi liked it, only had one piece too, leaving the rest for Dingtsi to enjoy. Did Naruto bring people back? Although Jimin knew Sasuke wouldn't be brought back, she still asked just in case. If they really did bring him back, it would mean the plot had changed, and she needed to think more about the variables involved. "No," Shikamaru sighed, "our mission failed. But Shikamaru is still impressive," Dingtsi added, eating another piece of cake. Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin by Lord Fourth. He was the first of our class to become a Chunin. Of course, Jimin was to be excluded. "That's great," Jimin said. "When will we promote Shikamaru to Chunin?" "I was waiting right here." Shikamaru was excellent in decision-making and team-leading abilities. "You all need to train well for the next 3 years," Jimin reminded them. 3 years would pass in the blink of an eye, and Asuma's death would be approaching. No matter how significant her role was, it couldn't compare to the impact of Shikamaru's team. To save Asuma, they would need to rely on Shikamaru's immediate performance at that time. "Of course, I'll work hard." After this battle, Shikamaru regretted the time he spent idly watching the clouds in the sky instead of training with his father, which left him passive when facing MY. "I will try hard too," Ino hesitantly replied, feeling a bit lost about whether to follow her family's training or become a medical ninja like Sakura. She couldn't find her direction. Jimin and Shikamaru noticed Ino's hesitation, but Shikamaru, who always respected personal choices, didn't say much. However, considering the upcoming battle with Asuma, Jimin still offered suggestion. "Ino, why not learn some medical ninjutsu like Sakura? Your chakra control is good, and don't forget the secret techniques from your family. Your team still lacks a medical ninja, which can greatly improve mission efficiency." She continued, "Studying with Sakura also gives you a companion, making the training journey less lonely." "I'll give it a try," Ino said, unsure of how far she could go, but still wanting to make an effort. After all, the descendants of the Yamanaka clan shouldn't lack achievements. "If you can't stick with it, just look at Sakura," Jimin warned her, not wanting Ino to lose interest. "Sakura is persisting, so there's no reason for you not to, right?" "Oomph." Ino snorted, "Of course, I'll be even better than Forehead Girl." "Oh, defeated already." Sakura leaned against the door, smiling broadly at Ino. "You think you can surpass me? You've got another 10 years to go." "Ino pig. Forehead Girl. You just wait. I'll go find Lady Tsunade to be my mentor soon. I'll surpass you in no time," Ino said defiantly. The two exchanged sarcastic remarks, then looked at each other and laughed. "Hey Ino, if you really go, Senior Shizune and Lady Tsunade mentioned wanting to cultivate you before." Sakura walked in and stood next to Ino. "There are too few medical ninjas in our class. Just me, it's too little. If we really have the qualifications to learn medical ninjutsu, Ino, I truly hope we can learn together until the end." With her friend's sincere request, Ino's heart softened, and she looked at Sakura, nodding seriously. "I will definitely work hard. But besides you, maybe Hinata from Team 8 and Tintin from Team 3 could join us too." Sakura continued. "If possible, the 4 of us could learn together." Watching this scene, Chihara secretly sighed. This is really great. Hinata is undoubtedly also skilled in learning medical ninjutsu. With her Byakugan, she can clearly see the chakra pathways and control chakra delicately. It's just uncertain if she can refine the chakra for medical ninjutsu. Chapter 251. She hurts for him. Tintin is more inclined towards space-time ninjutsu, Chihara thought. If Minato has time, he might be her best teacher. If she could learn medical ninjutsu, it would fulfill her long-cherished wish. Chihara remembered that Tintin's dream was to become a female ninja like Tsunade. After chatting a bit more, Chiharu noticed the time and excused herself first. I'm going to check on Grandpa Hizashi. She happened to run into Shizen, who was checking on the third Hokage. She greeted her warmly, asking, "How is Grandpa Hizashi doing now?" Shizen sighed and shook her head. There are still no signs of waking. He will wake up. Chiharu didn't know how to comfort her, just told her again, he will definitely wake up. I divined a few days ago. Grandpa Hizashi's fate is not over. All right. Shizen couldn't help but laugh, putting her arm around Chiharu's shoulder, leading her out the door. I don't know where you learned to divine. Chiharu smiled. What else could it be? The quick fix for contemporary college students. Fortune-telling, traditional Chinese medicine. I didn't miss any back in the day. But she didn't expect it to happen so soon. It's still a bit lacking, Chiharu thought. If she had sought out a few more gods for protection back then, she might have lived to 100. Master, I brought some flower cakes, Chiharu asked Shizen. I heard you're forming a medical ninja team for Naruto's class? Yes, it was proposed by Lady Tsunade and Lord Minato, Shizen nodded. Do you want to come and find a disciple to mentor? That way, we can see you more often. After all, Shizen still felt sorry for this child who entered the Umbu at such a young age, probably having killed more than she saved. Spending only a few days in the village each year, living like a hermit the rest of the time. She is still a child. Living this way is too exhausting. Shizen intended for Chiharu to leave the Umbu early and take on a role as an elite Jonin, which would be a bit easier. I won't take one. Chiharu refused, as she certainly wouldn't be in the village for a while. At least she had to recover Izuna and Hashirama's bodies, and she had figured out the organizer behind the Akatsuki. Whether or not a ninja world war would break out was still a mystery. Having more useful information would allow for better preparation. Lord Kagaya assigned me a long-term mission. I might not be in the village much for the next few years. To avoid worrying Shizen too much, Chiharu didn't elaborate on the mission's details, but she reassured her sister, don't worry, I'll take good care of myself. Plus, Lord Madara is going with me. In the ninja world, no one dares to say anything. Shizen wanted to ask what the mission was, where it was, and who she would be working with, but she knew Umbu had its own rules. She couldn't ask like a regular parent about her child's whereabouts, so she replied quietly, just be careful. If anything happens, remember to come back to us. We will always be here. At this moment, Tsunade walked over, one arm around each of them, causing Chiharu to feel a bit short breath. But the fragrance from the beautiful woman was enticing. She glanced at her again, still feeling a bit short of breath. Might as well just look at the ground. Let's go. We're having dinner at home today, Tsunade said cheerfully, preparing to rush home with the people she had in her arms. Then Shizen quickly threw a bucket of cold water on her. Lady Tsunade, there are several documents you haven't signed yet. You can't leave work yet. Hurry up and sign them. I need to take them to Lord Minato. Her tone carried a hint of complaint. It wasn't the first or second time Lady Tsunade had procrastinated like this. It was a bit exhausting. Fortunately, Tsunade never procrastinated when it came to patients in the hospital. Basically, every hospitalized patient had Tsunade as personal consultation, and she provided suitable treatment plans for the patients. That was still quite good. For Shizen, having such a responsible boss made them feel more at ease. We can look at those at home, Tsunade waved her hand. I thought it was something serious. Little Chiharu, why don't you invite your teacher Minato to the clan for dinner? Then I can sign the documents and hand them directly to Minato. Upon hearing this, Chiharu and Shizen exchanged glances, already understanding what Tsunade wanted to do tonight. It was definitely going to involve drinking, the kind where she wouldn't stop until she was drunk. The last time she got drunk, Chiharu vividly remembered how much effort she had put into getting Tsunade onto the bed, not to mention enduring several heavy hits from her. Fortunately, she was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, she would have been sent to the hospital. Lady Tsunade, you have work tomorrow. Shizen couldn't help but play the role of the mother. You can't drink. Just a few sips. Tsunade pouted, feeling wronged. She hadn't drunk in a long time, and she only wanted to sip a little. Why did these two act like they were facing a great enemy? Bothersome. It's settled then. She decisively slapped her hand down. Shizen, go to the office and get the documents for me. I'll check on Naruto once more and then come back. And little Chiharu, you go to the Hokage Tower and invite Minato and his family over for dinner, and also submit your work report. It was probably not just inviting Minato, but also Jiraiya. Chiharu couldn't help but mutter to herself. Only Jiraiya was willing to drink with her. In the past, Sarutobi Hizashi would accompany her for a few drinks, but now it was only Jiraiya. She didn't even know if Lord Jiraiya had returned from his research. If there are no problems, then disperse. There was no other way. Chiharu and Shizen could only follow the orders and get to work. This time, Chiharu chose to use the Flying Thunder God technique to head to the Hokage Tower. After all, speed was key. She knocked on the door twice. "Teacher Minato." "I'm coming in." Politely opening the door, she walked in. At that moment, Minato was resting his head on his hand, seemingly asleep, as if startled awake. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at the newcomer with vigilance. Seeing it was Chiharu, he relaxed slightly. Minato straightened his body, clasped his hands on the table, and asked, "What is up? Why are you here at this hour?" "This is the mission report from the last time." Chiharu placed the completed report on the table, then stood straight obediently. "I believe there won't be any danger for Sasuke this time. My next mission is to investigate Orochimaru's lair. I'll have to be careful then." "You let him go, didn't you?" Minato gazed at her, his eyes seeming to see through everything. "I want to hear your reasoning. Sasuke is not just a child of our family, but more so a combat force of our village. This pair of eyes cannot fall into the hands of others." Jiming was taken aback. She didn't expect Minato to ask him this question, nor did she understand why Minato would ask. Indeed, did she let Sasuke go? Jiming felt that she did. After all, if she didn't want Sasuke to leave, he wouldn't be able to. There was no particular reason. She asked him if he really wanted to leave. Sasuke said he did, so she respected his choice. Jiming also spoke honestly. Respecting others is her consistent principle in dealing with matters, especially when it comes to Sasuke. In the original work, Sasuke's life was clearly arranged by others, yet he always forgot his own opinions. She felt sorry for him, so this time, she would ask for his opinion on everything. As long as it was something he wanted to do, she would support him. She just hoped he could live a bit more freely this time. Chapter 252. Preparing for dinner, Minato sighed deeply, his tone noticeably relaxed. Earlier, he was still thinking about how to arrange Sasuke's training for the next few years. But it turned out he found a master for himself, which is quite good. Moreover, that little kid Sasuke is smart. He naturally understands the environment he is in and knows what to do and what not to do. So, as a teacher and an uncle, I support his decision to leave this time. Jiming didn't expect Minato to say this, and she couldn't help but feel impressed. No wonder he became the most popular man with just a few short clips. He is truly charming. Who wouldn't love such an understanding man? Unfortunately, he is already taken. Jiming suppressed her inner feelings and continued, "I will keep an eye on him. If Orochimaru has any ideas about Sasuke, I'll chop him up immediately. With you around, I'm certainly at ease." Minato smiled. "Let's go back and pick up Kushina together." "Wait, it's not even the end of work hours yet. Why is the usually diligent Minato leaving early? Isn't it still before quitting time?" Jiming asked, puzzled. "Of course, I finished my work." Minato affectionately ruffled her hair, as usual, and besides, the teacher is the Hokage. What is wrong with taking a few hours off? Yes, Jiming half-heartedly replied. She also wanted to take a break. "Dealer." "No. Jiming baby, you have to hold on. Your plan is about to be realized." "Jiming, thank you. Now you're giving me a boost." "Dealer." No need to thank me. However, I have found out about the bodies of Hashirama and Izuna that you asked me to check if they are with Orochimaru." "Jiming, what is the result?" "But I guess Uncle Snake must have used hair or cells or something." "Jiming, it's not surprising to have Hashiramas, but why would there be Izunas?" "Dealer, just as you said, one of their bodies is in the Uchiha graveyard, and the other is at the Konoha memorial." "Jiming, got it, no problem. I'll go check it out in a few days." In the moment of chatting with the dealer, Minato had already taken her back to the Minato household. The house not only had Kushina, but also had Obito and Kakashi, two big slackers who had moved in. According to Kushina, they had just moved in today, saying that it was too troublesome to eat alone, so they might as well live together with the teacher. Especially Obito, who had been hanging around for a long time under the pretext of protecting Minato closely. Upon seeing her two older brothers, Jiming politely greeted them. "Kakashi and Obito, long time no see." Obito looked listless, slumped on the sofa, and grunted in response. In contrast, Kakashi was in good spirits. He hardly wore his mask at home. After leaving the Umbu life and without the daily grave visiting tasks, Kakashi was living quite comfortably, with a very healthy routine. And coupled with Kakashi's self-management of his physique, he seemed to be getting younger, especially when wearing tight clothes. His figure and the 8-pack abs beneath his fair skin made Jiming swallow hard. She was quite unambitious, just craving the bodies of handsome men. "You Jiming, are you resting today?" Kakashi was a bit surprised to see her. Ever since that lunch friendship, he hadn't seen much of Jiming in the village. He thought she was out on missions again, as it wasn't unusual for Umbu to be away for long periods, especially during this critical time. He had been busy with missions as well, and just returned with his former teammates Obito and Rin after a big mission. He had planned to test the waters with Minato tonight and find out about her, but unexpectedly, she came to him first. Looking at her, Her pale complexion had a hint of darkness, and her lips were excessively pale, making her look thinner than before. It seemed Jiming hadn't been resting well again. Kakashi wanted to express his concern as usual, but when he was about to speak, he realized that those usual words felt too intrusive. To outsiders, they were merely fellow disciples. The relationship of senior and junior should not be so close. Did you just finish a mission? Kakashi reorganized his thoughts and found a relatively casual remark. It's been a while since I've seen you in the village. Jiming recalled that she indeed hadn't been around much lately. Aside from being in the monitoring room, she was at home, and she hadn't changed her habit of being a homebody. I just returned from a mission. Jiming scratched her head. But I was running back and forth between the monitoring room and home a few days ago, with the flying thunder god. It's normal for you not to see me, Kakashi and I. Hearing her add that, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a stir in his heart. She actually took the initiative to explain to him. What research was she doing? Kakashi continued to probe. Hearing that Lord Suki has also been in the lab and hasn't come out much lately. Jiming scratched her head again. What research could she be doing? That was Tobarama's work. At most, she was just playing with her cat at home, occasionally reading a book to supplement her knowledge about the ninja world. No, not really. Jiming laughed a few times. I raised a cat, just reading books and playing with my cat at home. Great. She has already started to share her life with him actively. Although Kakashi was overjoyed, he didn't show it on his face. Lying lazily on the sofa, he spoke slowly. Is it a ninja cat? It's nice to have a little cat to keep you company. Yes, it's my ninja cat. Jiming was happy to introduce her beautiful little cat to others. Its name is Camellia, and it's really pretty, with white fur, just like Kakashi and I, and eyes like sapphires. As she said this, Jiming unconsciously met Kakashi's gaze, which was lazy and casual, but his attention was still on her. Whatever she said, he would continue the conversation. A white cat, huh? Chapter 253. Grandpa Madara Kakashi scratched his hair, grateful for his father's strong genes that gave him a head of white hair. Not only did he make a name for himself in the ninja world, but it seemed he also gained some recognition in front of this girl. Well, when you go back, you can see it. Jiming smiled, but she had seen videos of cats and dogs not getting along before, and she patted her chest to assure him. Camellia is super well-behaved and not afraid of strangers. Kakashi was still pondering what to say when Kushina and Minato came down from upstairs. Jiming quickly shifted his gaze to Kushina, saying, Aunt, let's go to my house for dinner today. Kushina smiled weakly, sure. Recently, due to the situation with Minato, Naruto, and Sasuke, she had lost her appetite. Now that Minato was safely back, and Naruto was slightly injured, there was still Sasuke left. She didn't know if Sasuke had had a warm dinner. He was still growing, and if anything happened to him, she really wouldn't know how to face her deceased friend. Jiming noticed her concerns, walked up to her, held her hand, and comforted her gently. In a few days, I'll go with Lord Madara to search near Orochimaru's place. I'll find a chance to talk to Sasuke. If possible, I'll ask him to occasionally send you letters from home. I'm just really worried about whether Sasuke can eat well and sleep well there. Kushina sighed. Moreover, regarding the Uchiha matter, it's not entirely Itachi's fault. Why is that kid still so obsessed with Itachi? Kushina, that kid probably has his own opinions. He is quite stubborn. Minato joined the conversation. He knows what he wants. Itachi has deceived him for so many years. He probably wants an explanation. Besides, with Jiming watching over him, there is no need to worry too much. When Uchiha Madara woke up in the morning, he was notified by Senju Tobarama to oversee the daily work of the Umbu. He found this notification somewhat ridiculous. What had gone wrong that Tobarama, who had always been wary of him, was now allowing him to make direct decisions? Was he not afraid that Madara would do something to the Umbu and cause Konoha to be destroyed? When Madara arrived at Tobarama's office, he seemed to understand the reason. The Umbu members were either dispatched, on vacation, or already had security tasks, each performing their duties. All day long, even documents couldn't be presented, let alone any so-called work arrangements. After sitting for a morning, he couldn't stay still anymore. He would prefer the surveillance work that Jiming had arranged for him. When he was alive, technology was not as advanced, and the monitoring of the village was limited to the guard teams or the sensory and interrogation units established by Tobarama for security. But now, with computers and surveillance, everything was much more convenient. Moreover, he could see what Jiming was doing on vacation. He calculated the time. Jiming probably wouldn't show up in the village until the afternoon. Sure enough, at 2:30 in the afternoon, a green figure walked out of the Senju clan area, holding a food box. Madara guessed she was probably going to the hospital to check on her injured friends. He had seen the last mission report, which indicated heavy injuries. Aside from her, others were more or less injured to some extent. The most serious seemed to be the Akimichi clan's child, who had almost stepped into the gates of hell. Fortunately, Hashirama's granddaughter had saved him. There was also that kid from the Hyuga clan. He had always disapproved of the Hyuga clan's ways. Their practices of main and branch families were far inferior to the Uchiha clan's martial respect, using methods to give branch family members defective eyes. How pathetic. They nearly exposed their weaknesses on the battlefield. No wonder the Hyuga clan had never thrived. Then there was that Nara kid. Madara least wanted to deal with that clan. The Nara family were all smart people. Their clan had given significant concessions for Nara's rare medicinal materials back then. He couldn't get a good deal with his words, and they still got scammed. He wondered if Jiming was being schemed against by such descendants. Sigh. His little Jiming was truly besieged, surrounded by people who were more dangerous than the last. He continued to watch the surveillance, and, at this point, Jiming had already come out of the flower shop, holding 2 bouquets of flowers. Madara couldn't help but feel a bit unhappy. Jiming had never given him flowers. They had been together for so many years, yet he had never received flowers from her. It truly was a favor to those kids. Wait a minute. Madara pressed the pause button, enlarged the screen, and saw the family crest on her clothing. It was not from the Uchiha clan, but from the Senju clan. Why was she wearing clothes marked with the Senju clan S symbol? Was there none from the Uchiha clan? Moreover, she was from the Uchiha clan. What connection did she have with the Senju clan? Madara pondered, but couldn't figure it out. Could it be that she had married Tobirama? Madara shook his head, directly dismissing that thought. If the two were married, why would they still live separately? Could it be that Jiming was a child bride of the Senju clan? The Uchiha clan had been exterminated long ago. Seeing the lonely little Jiming, Tobirama brought her back home, and from then on, she became a member of the Senju clan. The more Madara thought about it, the angrier he became. But he didn't know where this anger was coming from, surging in his chest, growing, until the usually punctual Madara surprisingly left early, arriving at the hospital to wait for her. But after waiting for a long time, he ended up seeing Hashirama's granddaughter. She approached him, a bit surprised to see him standing there, and asked, "Grandpa Madara, what are you doing here? Waiting for someone? Grandpa Madara?" That title. Madara couldn't help but curse Tobirama under his breath. A girl who had never even met him was calling him grandpa. Moreover, at his age, did he look like a grandpa? I'm waiting for Jiming. But what could he do? Madara wasn't the type to argue with a child. Whatever she called him was fine. He could just adapt. Moreover, the woman in front of him was Hashirama's granddaughter, and also Jiming's teacher. Calling him grandpa also acknowledged his relationship with Hashirama. Oh, Jiming? She should have gone home by now. She used the flying thunder god to leave. When Tsunade smiled, she resembled Hashirama so much that it made Madara a bit dazed, thinking for a moment that the person standing before him was Hashirama, and it took him a while to regain his senses. Let us go, Grandpa Madara, let us go home. Tsunade didn't wait for him to speak and directly asked for Madara's consent. Only then did Madara come back to his senses, shifting his gaze away, and responded affirmatively. Chapter 254. Uchiha Madara's Jealousy. Two people who had no chance of standing together returned to the Senju clan area together, startling Senju Tobirama, who had just walked out of the laboratory, almost wanting to go back to check if he had made a mistake in the lab. But upon hearing Tsunade call out Grandpa, Tobirama gradually realized that this was reality. The two of them had indeed returned together. No, Tsunade. Why are you getting close to this dangerous man? Coming back to his senses, Tobirama hurriedly shielded Tsunade behind him, like a hen protecting her chicks. Standing in front of her. Did he threaten you or something? Tsunade was a bit confused, asking Grandpa, "Do you and Grandpa Madara have some kind of grudge? But times are different now. We live under the same roof. We should at least get along amicably, right? Grandpa Madara?" Tobirama was stunned to hear this title. Who introduced Madara's name to Tsunade? He remembered that when Tsunade was born, Madara was already not in the village. Moments later, the image of his brother flashed in Tobirama's mind. It must have been his brother's doing. He was really ruthless, after guarding against the Uchiha for so long. The entire family had gotten to know all the Uchiha people. 2 Uchiha clan members were even living in the house. Oh dear, Grandpa, you must have gone several days without sleep again. Tsunade patted Tobirama's shoulder heavily. Tobirama, caught off guard, almost got flattened by the impact. But his dear granddaughter seemed completely unfazed. Now she was talking nonsense. He should hurry up and eat to prepare for some rest. With that, Tsunade cheerfully walked through the door. Tobirama and Madara exchanged glances from a distance. What's wrong, Senju Tobirama? Uchiha Madara smiled ominously. Are you afraid I might do something to your precious granddaughter? You should be careful and protect your little granddaughter, or else. He left his words hanging. leaving room for future encounters. Madara entered as well, leaving Tobirama alone, questioning his life choices. What was going on? Why hadn't his brother shown up yet? After teasing Senju Tobirama, Madara felt a slight relief in his mood. However, upon entering and seeing the large Senju clan emblem, his mood plummeted. Why on earth was little Izumi not wearing Uchiha clan clothing? Why was she wearing Senju clan clothing and laughing with that white-haired man? And Shanja? Shanja had actually betrayed the Uchiha. Madara felt stifled. He sat silently on the sofa, glaring intensely at Izumi. Izumi was completely unaware of his gaze, happily playing with Kakashi and the cat. Surprisingly, Shanja and Kakashi got along well, without any of the supposed cat-dog conflicts. The two white-haired individuals looked exceptionally good to her. However, Shanja, lying between them, had long sensed the death glare and instantly jumped into Izumi's arms, unwilling to let Kakashi touch her again. But when Kakashi reached out, his gentle strokes hit all the right spots. Shanja couldn't refuse. After some struggles, she chose to continue enjoying the attention. After all, she was just a cat, unaware of the complexities between them. Whoever Izumi chose was fine with her. But right now, since Izumi hadn't chosen anyone, she could still accept the handsome men's gentle touches. With that thought, Shanja couldn't help but change her position, exposing her belly. Shanja seems to really like your petting, Izumi smiled. It was the first time she had exposed her belly in front of outsiders. Why don't you try holding her? With that, Izumi handed Shanja over to Kakashi, who carefully took her into his arms, gently stroking her belly. He had recently learned many rules about taking care of cats and knew just how to make them comfortable, not expecting to use it so soon. You're Kakashi, right? Shanja felt very comfortable, and this statement could be considered a reward for him. Do you like little Izumi? The cat's eyes sharpened, losing their previous laziness, as it looked at him like a judge, assessing his unspoken feelings. However, Kakashi was skilled at acting. He had practiced disguise for a long time, so he readily countered, "Of course I like little Izumi. She's so cute, but that's just brotherly love." With too much pretense, Kakashi forgot about his feelings for Izumi and would only remember them when someone asked him one day, "Oh, so this is called liking." Since it was like that, Shanja didn't pursue the matter further. Both of them were cowards. Little Izumi was so dull. If she didn't tell her, how would she know? Shanja shook her head, pitying them for having little Izumi, who lacked a sense of love, and those who deliberately hid their feelings, making it impossible for little Izumi to notice. Shanja couldn't comment on human matters. They were like crossing mountains. She could only wish them a good outcome. Izumi went to the kitchen and brought out some snacks, placing a portion in front of Madara. "Brother Madara, have some snacks." She heard Uchiha Madara respond with a grunt, leaving her puzzled. What annoyed him this time? It was a bit scary, so she hurriedly ran away. Thus, Izumi quickly took Kakashi and Shanja to the moon viewing platform outside the living room, where Obito had already been enjoying the wind for a long time. "Obito, what are you lying here for?" Izumi walked over with small steps and playfully kicked his leg, signaling him to sit up and make room for the three of them. "Since I saw you, you haven't shown any emotions. Did something happen?" Izumi looked at Obito with a concerned big sister expression. Obito sighed. Wasn't the last mission with Kakashi and Rin? He was extremely troubled and couldn't help but punch Kakashi lightly. "I didn't perform well, and that guy Kakashi stole all the limelight. Will Rin not like me anymore? Rin hasn't talked to me for days." He looked almost gray, making Izumi hurriedly check his breathing. "You're still breathing. You scared me to death." Chapter 255, Master of Emotions. Izumi, frustrated by Iron not turning to steel. "How can you think like that?" As a reliable emotional strategist, Izumi sat down next to Obito. "Have you gone to find Sister Rin these past few days? Haven't you gone to see her at all?" Obito looked even grayer. "As a boy, you have to be more proactive, especially since Sister Rin is very busy." Sure enough, Izumi guessed right. If Rin came to find him, he would be finished. Finished. Obito felt like he had been struck by lightning. He wanted to argue, but it was always Rin who came to play with him. No matter what, she would come to find him. "But can't you go find her?" Izumi felt a bit frustrated. Being proactive is the best outfit for a man. "Really?" Obito still looked gray, looking at the girl before him, yearning for her to tell him the next step. "What if I go to find her suddenly? Will it disturb her work?" Oh dear. Izumi wished she could jump into Obito's body to help him win her over directly. They would be a perfect couple. After you finish eating, take a box of Shanja flower pastries and buy a bouquet at Ino's house. Then go to the hospital to find her. If Sister Rin asks why you're here, just say this pastry is something we asked you to deliver. Moreover, the village hasn't been very peaceful lately, so you can conveniently walk her home. Obito suddenly realized, his whole demeanor brightening up. He grabbed Izumi's hand, immense gratitude swelling in his heart. Izumi, you're truly my good little sister. He almost lunged to hug Izumi tightly and give her a big kiss, but was stopped by Kakashi before he could get close. He stared blankly at Kakashi. What are you doing, Kakashi? You were blocking my snacks. Kakashi pointed to the dessert just below his waist. He was just about to fall on the pastries, but luckily Kakashi supported his waist. Oh, Kakashi, you're actually quite nice. Obito sat back up, suddenly recalling something. He looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi, do you have a new dog outside? Why is there someone else's fur on you? He carefully picked up the white hair that had fallen on his clothes. The length was definitely not from Kakashi's head, so he must be secretly hiding a little sister outside. Kakashi's expression was full of black lines. That's Shanja's fur. Oh, Obito retreated again and asked, who is Shanja? Is she the one in your heart? As a good mom of Camellia, Jiming immediately lifted the cat in her arms and formally introduced it to Obito. This is Camellia, my ninja cat. Camellia, this is Obito, a member of our clan. Uchiha Obito. Camellia looked at the boy with some confusion, wondering why half of his face was covered by a mask. Is your face injured? Wow, the cat can talk. Obito was stunned for 2 seconds, thinking it was some kind of monster, tightly gripping Kakashi's sleeve. In case it charged at him, Kakashi could at least block it. Ninja cats can talk just like Pakin, Jiming explained. Seeing his surprised expression, she guessed what he was thinking. But Obito, isn't your summoning beast a ninja cat? Obito looked confused. I don't have a summoning beast. That's so lame. Kakashi and I has Pakin and the others. This sentence stabbed into Obito's chest like a knife, and then Kakashi added, this idiot shouldn't raise a summoning beast. He can't even take care of himself. Another knife. He hated that these two people with summoning beasts were bullying him. So, is your face injured? Seeing that Obito had no intention of responding, Camellia patted Jiming, her big sapphire eyes filled with confusion. If it weren't for the mask, he should be quite handsome. I remember you got injured during the Third Shinobi World War, right? Jiming asked, but later, didn't you have the first Hokage cells implanted? That's right, Kakashi said, pointing to his own scarred eye. I was injured at that time too, and my Sharingan was given to me then. Speaking of which, Obito regretted it. Recalling the past, if I had known I could survive back then, I wouldn't have given him this eye. It greatly limited my development. Did I make you take it back then? Kakashi said, returning to this meaningless argument. Since the end of the Third War, they had been discussing whether or not to return the eye to Obito, yet still had not reached a conclusion. That's a gift I gave you as a Jonin. Once given, it can't be taken back. Obito waved his hand, lying back comfortably. Besides, you've used the Sharingan so well. And if something happens to you, you just need to enter the Kimui dimension, and no one can hurt you. He said this with a hint of seriousness. Kakashi, I hope you live a long life. Live a long life. These 4 words were too illusory for ninjas. Even in the current Konoha, the average ninja's lifespan was only in their 30s or 40s. Being able to live past the average age was already fortunate. How could they dare to wish for a long life? Kakashi fell silent, and Obito did not say anything either. One lay on the moon viewing platform, while the other sat, both watching the moon in the sky. Jiming didn't know what to say either. She blanked out, unconsciously stroking Camellia, staring blankly at the sky. The October night was dotted with stars, and occasionally a few drifting clouds could be seen. A water pavilion was built in front of the moon viewing platform. The sound of trickling water reached their ears, and the birds raised in the forest echoed the sounds. It was a rare, peaceful autumn night. The wind began to rise, and a voice calling them for dinner came from inside the house, like her grandmother's voice from memory, calling out to her again and again. But she couldn't wake up. Caught in the past, she wanted to escape, but couldn't bear to. In the end, it was Kakashi who woke her up. Jiming, it's time to eat. Jiming's eyes gradually focused. She saw the person in front of her and the scene around her clearly. She was still in the world of Hokage. Ah! Jiming hurriedly sat up straight from Kakashi's shoulder. Embarrassed, I'm sorry, Kakashi and I. Is your shoulder okay? She had actually fallen asleep leaning against Kakashi's shoulder. It was easy to guess that his shoulder must be quite numb. I'm fine. With the sudden loss of weight from his shoulder, the elegant scent of camellia flowers faded further away. Kakashi suppressed his disappointment, stood up first. Let's go. They're all waiting for us to eat. Okay. Chapter 256. Humid heat today was another lively family gathering. But the only difference was that the 2 boys of her age were not there. The whole table was left with only her, the child. When adults talked, children did not interrupt. When adults drank, children could only sip their drinks and miso soup in their bowls. Jiming silently ate her rice. Occasionally, when a few people called her name, she would lift her gaze, reveal her dark eyes, smile in response a couple of times, and then continue eating. After dinner, the aunts brought out tea and some snacks. Without a doubt, Tsunade aimed to be the first to drink. She dragged Minato and Kushina, who had already been drinking for a while. What surprised her the most was that Grandpa Madara actually came over to drink with them. But drinking with him was dull. He said nothing, just wore a sullen face and didn't eat any snacks. What a boring old man. She stopped looking at Uchiha Madara and continued to focus on the couple, Minato and Kushina. As for the reason, Tsunade thought it was for their sake. After all, the pressure they had been under these days was so great that they needed some way to relieve it. Drinking was a good choice. I can't do it anymore. Lady Tsunade. Minato waved his hands repeatedly, his mind already a bit hazy. If he had another drink, he might be absent from work tomorrow morning. Kushina, and I should go home and rest. Come on. Tsunade directly pulled Kushina into her arms, but Kushina didn't want to go home. But I promised to drink with you. Kushina's cheeks were also flushed, leaning in Tsunade's arms, grinning widely. Holding her wine cup, she echoed, Tsunade, right? We won't go back until we're drunk. Minato looked helpless. Yes. Jiraiya-sensei, where are you? Speaking of which, Minato, Tsunade's yellow eyes suddenly brightened. Focusing on Minato, what are your plans regarding Orochimaru now? Orochimaru. Hearing this name, Minato's intoxication faded considerably. I will arrange for little Jiming to monitor him. If he makes any moves, I will order him to be executed immediately. Tsunade couldn't help but laugh. That guy Orochimaru has held a grudge against the old man for passing the Hokage position to you instead of him. He is still blinded by power. Why think about running out of the village? He could do research in the village. Who knows? He might even wait for second grandpa to come back to guide him in his research. Both Tsunade and Jiraiya knew that this kid had only done missions and research. The number of missions he had completed had not been surpassed by anyone else to this day. Tsunade didn't know how it happened, but she started chattering to Minato about Orochimaru, and by the end, she was half drunk, leaning on the table, her eyes shimmering red. Minato, kill him. Don't worry about me or Jiraiya. He has done so many wrong things. He deserves to die. Uchiha Madara looked at the three drunk children and couldn't help but snort. This granddaughter of Hashirama really takes after him. She can't hold her liquor at all. Yet she insists on drinking. Every time she gets dead drunk, she needs little Jiming to clean up after her. Sure enough, Jiming looked at the time and came out. She sighed deeply as she looked at the four people who were almost passed out. They all needed to stop drinking immediately. What happened to the promised little drink? How did they end up more drunk than the last? Thankfully, there was still Shizun by her side this time. She glanced at Shizun for help, wondering what to do. You carry Kushina to the room, and I'll carry Lady Tsunade in. Shizun quickly assigned the tasks. She hadn't expected Lady Tsunade to get the Minato couple drunk as well. Now that the situation had developed, she could only hold back her complaints until tomorrow. For now, she had to dutifully drag this drunk person to the room. Otherwise, sleeping in the drafty living room would surely give them a cold. Luckily, Chiharu had trained her strength, so carrying an adult woman was not a problem at all. She cradled Princess Kushina in her arms and took her to Tsunade's courtyard. If anything happened in the middle of the night, Shizun could keep an eye on her. After carefully placing Kushina on the bed and tucking her in, she returned to the living room. Now there were only Uchiha Obito and Minato left. Just then, she bumped into Senju Tobirama, who was coming out of his own courtyard. Chiharu obviously wouldn't miss this opportunity and quickly grabbed Tobirama's hand, saying, Lord Tobirama, could you please carry teacher Minato to his room? And also that Obito guy. Minato was no problem, but Uchiha Obito. Tobirama didn't want to deal with Obito today and refused. I don't want to carry Uchiha Obito. Minato is fine. That wicked Uchiha Obito just said something like that today. If he loves to drink, let him sleep in the living room. Even if he dies outside, Senju Tobirama, won't care. Chiharu was speechless. These two old fools were at it again. All right then, Lord Tobirama, please take teacher Minato to Master S courtyard. I'll handle Obito myself. Chiharu couldn't understand the thoughts of these two old fools, but she prioritized respecting others. Since he didn't want to, she wouldn't force it. Carrying Obito was not a difficult task for her anyway. Okay, Tobirama picked up Minato and used the Flying Thunder God technique to head directly to Tsunade's courtyard. He was quite fast. Chiharu watched the disappearing figures and couldn't help but complain. There was no way she could leave Uchiha Obito alone here. If he really got sick, it would be her problem. She knelt beside Uchiha Obito and tentatively draped his arm over her shoulder, trying to lift him up. The weight of an adult male was no joke. She almost couldn't stand, let alone concentrate on using the Flying Thunder God technique. After adjusting for 2 minutes, Chiharu focused intently. just as she was about to use it when she felt a sudden warmth against her neck, as if something soft had brushed against it. Chapter 257. Kiss. She shivered slightly. The weight on her body was getting heavier, as if he were trying to press all his strength onto her. Little Chiharu. A low, hoarse voice reached her ears. She thought it was Obito mumbling drunken nonsense and replied, "I'm here. Are you awake, brother?" she asked, trying to concentrate. And without any hesitation, she flew back to her courtyard. It took a lot of effort to get Uchiha Obito onto his bed, and just as she was about to turn and leave, a powerful force suddenly pulled her back. She was forced to fall onto him, and the smell of alcohol intensified. Chiharu wrinkled her nose. The smell of alcohol was too strong. She struggled to get up from Obito, but his hand seemed to intentionally grip her tightly. And no matter how she tried to break free, she couldn't match his strength. The man continued to mumble little Chiharu, as if he were in a daze. Chiharu once again hated alcohol. If you can't handle it, then don't drink. Drinking and getting drunk just made the people taking care of them exhausted. Obito. Chiharu tried again to wake the still unconscious Uchiha Obito, but to no avail. Forget it. Chiharu gave up. She could just use the Flying Thunder God to return to her room. Whether Uchiha Obito lived or died tonight was no longer her concern. Just then, he made another forceful move, and Chiharu was thrown onto the bed. Uchiha Obito flipped her over and pinned her down, thinking she could use the Flying Thunder God. Not on his watch. Chiharu looked at the drunken Uchiha Obito, who had fallen forward, causing his hair to fall down, revealing his Sharingan. Can someone still activate their Sharingan while drunk? While she was lost in thought, Uchiha Obito's hand moved, brushing against her waist, and he gently tugged at her belt. She quickly swatted his hand away in fright. Uchiha Obito, what are you doing? How could her brother do this to her? I'm going to wash away the marks on you. Uchiha Obito suddenly became domineering, forcing her chaotic hands down, while the other hand began to fumble under her clothes. He gave her no time to react, ripping open her top, along with her belt, intending to remove everything bearing the Senju clan's crest. Why should Uchiha clan members be allowed to walk around in clothing with the Senju clan's crest? Uchiha Obito was furious. He forgot his gentleness towards his sister and disregarded the rules he had always followed, becoming brutal and tyrannical. Under the dim light, ambiguity blossomed. The wind outside stirred restlessly. The late autumn breeze was unusually warm, as if trying to grasp the tail end of autumn before winter arrived. Uchiha Obito gradually became dissatisfied with merely tearing off the girl's clothes. He craved more than this slight contact, and, without thinking, leaned in toward Chiharu. He shouldn't call a kiss. He simply drew very close, their breaths intertwining, the distance between them so close that one more inch would bring them together. Chiharu turned her head away. She didn't want to bicker with someone inebriated, trying hard to suppress her heart's turmoil. However, in the next second, he lowered his head and brushed his nose against hers. This couldn't be called a kiss, yet it was more disorienting for Chiharu than a kiss. For a moment, she felt as if she couldn't breathe, only the man's warm breath slowly enveloping her, carrying a hint of alcohol. She didn't know if it was Obito who was drunk or if she was getting drunk too. Little Chiharu, his palm was hot as it caressed her cheek. They faced each other, and Chiharu heard Uchiha Obito ask her, "Can I kiss you?" Before she could respond, Uchiha Obito leaned in and kissed her. Just a light touch, and he completely melted into her, even his breathing calming down significantly. A cool breeze swept in, dispersing the ambiguous atmosphere in the room, and Chiharu's mind instantly cleared. Her brother had kissed her. She pushed him away with all her might. She didn't know where this strength came from. And Uchiha Obito was pushed back effortlessly. He lay back on the bed, and the fact that he was wearing the Senju clan's crest today was something he could reluctantly let go of. Now he could sleep soundly, finally escaping the confinement. Chiharu fled Uchiha Obito's room like a bird, retreating to her own room, unable to calm down for a long time. Although she knew that sibling marriages were not uncommon in their world, especially in a clan like Uchiha that needed to maintain a pure bloodline. Intermarriage within the clan was also not rare. But when she encountered it herself, Chiharu could only think of retreating. Retreat. Retreat. What's wrong, little Chiharu? In front of the camellia window, the cat was licking its fur, but it noticed that Jiming had returned with a flushed face. Could it be that brat Uchiha Madara did something to little Ji? Although it didn't have the standing to confront Uchiha Madara, it did have someone backing it up. If little Ji really got bullied, it could still seek justice for her. No, it's fine. Jiming spoke haltingly, almost lying blankly on the bed. The fatigue that had accumulated over several days made her fall into a deep sleep almost instantly. The next day, Jiming returned to her usual biological clock. As soon as it was 5 o'clock, she opened her eyes. She looked at the sun that had yet to rise outside and felt a bit depressed. Damn it, she had to go to work again today. Besides work, she also had to work with Uchiha Madara. Just thinking about what happened last night made her not want to face it at all. Forget it, might as well continue sleeping. Jiming curled up in her blanket, trying to catch some more sleep. However, the cat had already started making noise early on, and the camellia was making a ruckus. She wished she could just throw this cat away with one punch. Jiming threw off the blanket and said, "Camellia, if you keep making noise, I'm going to toss you into Uchiha Madara's room." But what time is it now? The camellia replied aggrievedly. "I just like to make some noise in the morning. You used to never scold me at this time, didn't you? You usually get up by now, right?" Yes. Jiming climbed out of bed, looking completely drained. "I really owe you guys from the Uchiha family. Don't forget, you're also part of the Uchiha family. Oh, then I guess I'll wear Uchiha's ping-pong uniform today, after the lesson from yesterday." Jiming dared not wear the Senju clan's clothes again and obediently changed into the Uchiha clan's battle uniform. This was a special battle uniform she made to wear for work. After a simple wash-up, Jiming went to the dining hall for breakfast. With things here settling down, she could prepare to gather her things and go wandering with someone she wasn't very keen on, Uchiha Madara. "What's wrong, old Ji?" Jiming had just sat down when Tobirama called out to her. Seeing her troubled expression, he couldn't help but think about what had happened last night. Could it be that she was tormented by that brat, Uchiha Madara? That brat. If I had known, I would have taken care of him myself, Tobirama said indignantly. Jiming couldn't help but glance at Senju Tobirama. It seemed that after Uchiha Madara was summoned, his expressions and words became particularly rich, especially regarding Uchiha Madara. These two brothers were truly fated enemies. "It's nothing." Jiming waved her hand. "It's just that Camellia kept making a fuss this morning. I didn't sleep well." After a while, once Jiming swallowed her food, she continued, "Lord Tobirama, I want to start the observation mission at the Snake Cave tomorrow. And also, about the Akatsuki organization I mentioned before. What do you think?" Tobirama suddenly looked up. Didn't this imply that they were going to say goodbye? He didn't know what to say, but he knew that no matter what he said, he couldn't stop her footsteps. Whether in the past or now, as long as little Ji wanted to do something, she would definitely make it happen. This dangerous mission was no different. Previously, Tobirama and Minato had thought that it was okay not to execute this mission. With Konoha's current military readiness, no one would dare to attack recklessly. However, Orochimaru was somewhat extreme. These were exceptional cases. For passing on information, Jiming thought for a moment. The camellia that made the most fuss this morning is also a good choice. I need to let that camellia cat earn some pocket money. It's wrong to eat and live for free. Tobirama was embarrassed. Little Ji simply wanted to take revenge on Camellia for waking her up this morning. "Then I'll rearrange someone else for your work with Madara," Tobirama said, knowing he had no chance to keep her. He could only make sure everything was done perfectly. "You still remember how to summon me, right? If anything happens, no matter where you are, as long as you summon me, I will definitely come. Senju Tobirama, rest assured, there won't be such a moment." Before he even arrived, his voice had already reached them. Uchiha Madara, as usual, pulled out a chair and sat across from Tobirama, sipping a bowl of porridge. "If possible, I hope to set off today," Madara said, his expression suddenly turning fierce. "I will definitely take down the Snake Cave. How dare that bastard Orochimaru use Izuna and Hashirama? He deserves to die. But Orochimaru-senpai is probably unkillable," Jiming weakly added from the side. "Even if we die, perhaps Orochimaru-senpai won't die." "What do you mean by that?" Tobirama suddenly became interested. How could there be someone in this world who could be neither alive nor dead? Could it be that this kid did some kind of research? "Lord Tobirama, do you remember the two corpses I brought back for you?" Jiming said. They had something called a cursed seal on them, and that is Orochimaru. As long as the curse seal isn't destroyed, Orochimaru can resurrect from the cursed seal. That's really a slippery snake. Uchiha Madara slammed his chopsticks down. "I don't care about him. Every time he shows up, I'll kill him once." Yes. Jiming didn't refute at all. Anyway, Uchiha Madara had plenty of ways to kill the slippery snake. If he wanted to kill, she wouldn't stop him. After finishing breakfast, Jiming left home first, thinking of visiting her good friend at the hospital before going to work. This time, she still didn't forget what Dingji liked to eat. She pushed open Dingji's room, unaware that Shikamaru was already sitting in Dingji's hospital room peeling apples. Wow, did this guy become a Chunin and not have to work? How come he's busier than she is? "Oh, Jiming, you're here," Shikamaru greeted her. Dingji was just saying that he didn't have enough to eat for breakfast. He was really looking forward to you coming. "Oh, good morning, Dingji Shikamaru." Jiming placed the food box on the dining table, revealing some exquisite wagashi and a pot of tea. "This wagashi was made by my aunt. If you didn't eat enough, you can have some of this. Hee hee hee, Jiming. You're so good to me. Dingji smiled as he picked up the wagashi and started eating, finishing it in just a few bites. But this is my last day coming here. I have to go on a mission tomorrow, Jiming said with a smile. Dingji, you need to take good care of your injury, and Shikamaru, you need to train well too. Ah, are we going on a mission so soon? Shikamaru's tone carried a hint of regret. It seemed like the last mission was just yesterday, and now, just 2 days later, they had to go on another mission. The Umbu truly wasn't a place for humans. What a hassle. Yeah, this was something we accepted earlier, but the timing wasn't right. We discussed it for a while and decided to go tomorrow. Then you need to be careful. Shikamaru had nothing much to say. He was too far behind Jiming. And he couldn't say anything like don't go. Someone always had to do the work of the Umbu. If not her, then someone else. Besides wishing for her to stay safe, there was nothing Shikamaru could do. Dingji's spirits fell almost immediately. He looked aggrieved, but Jiming, if you leave, will bring me good food. Oh, I already thought of that. Jiming laughed heartily at Dingji's reaction. She originally thought he would miss her. But who knew he would miss her cooking? I'll go home tonight and tell my aunt to send you a meal every day. Almost guessing what Dingzi would say next. Jiming continued, it's not a bother. Originally, my aunt was going to bring lunch for Lord Yu and Sister Jingyin. It's just a side trip. Hee. Then I won't be polite. I need to get better quickly and work hard on my training. Dingzi finished off the remaining snacks. His way of replenishing energy was simply to eat more, which was a characteristic of the Akimichi clan. Jiming didn't mind his large appetite at all and even specially added extra food for him. Dingzi felt immense gratitude but only thought about getting better faster and becoming stronger to do something for the village. Or maybe to be able to do something for Jiming when she needed him. That was enough. He didn't dare to think of more. I'll go check on Naruto next door. Jiming looked at the time and finished saying her goodbyes, so she could leave. Shikamaru said, I'll go with you. Shikamaru didn't know how that sentence suddenly came out, if today was the last day in the village. He hoped he could stay with her a little longer. Chapter 258. Another gathering arriving at Naruto's hospital room. Sakura was changing his bandages. This time, during the pursuit of Sasuke, Naruto not only suffered serious injuries but also entered the Nine Tails mode. Although Minato had previously discussed with her whether to try teaching Naruto to use this power, she still hesitated and suggested waiting a little longer. Thanks to the recovery abilities of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan, Naruto was recovering well, and after lying in bed for 2 days, he basically had no issues. When they arrived, Naruto was able to smile and greet them. Hey, Shikamaru, Jiming, you're here so early. I brought some food for Dingzi. Jiming pointed outside. Just stop by to check on you. How's the recovery? It's completely fine now. I could be discharged today and start training. Naruto patted his chest and assured them. Lord Jiraiya has also accepted me as a disciple, and tomorrow I plan to go out training with him. I have to work harder to catch up with Sasuke and bring him back. The more Naruto spoke, the softer his voice became. His chest felt heavy. It had already been 2 days, and he didn't know if Sasuke had safely reached Orochimaru or if Orochimaru was treating him well. But they had made a pact. They would meet again in 3 years, and he chose to believe in Sasuke. At least by then, he would have strength comparable to Sasuke's. Sasuke doesn't need to worry. Jiming had lost count of how many times she had said this. She patted Naruto's shoulder. I will go check on him from time to time. Mainly, he was the second male lead, and he wouldn't die before the crucial moment. Right now, the key issues were the Akatsuki organization's large-scale capture of tailed beasts in 3 years and Orochimaru's continued grave robbing. She needed to think of the worst-case scenario. If pain invaded Konoha, how could she minimize the village's losses? Even if Tsunade used the Baiken no Jutsu, it would barely save half of the village's life. If it weren't for the later reincarnation ability, her sister Jingyin would have died. Jiming couldn't bear to see her loved ones die in front of her again. In the past, her grandmother was beyond her control, but now not only did she have the ability, but she also knew the future plot. So she shouldn't make that mistake again. Okay. Naruto quickly perked up. Sakura, hurry up and heal me. I want to get discharged soon. Who knew he would receive a smack on the head from Sakura? Be quiet. I'm wrapping your head. Oh. Naruto pouted, feeling wronged, and obediently stayed still. Let us gather again tonight when Naruto is discharged. I have something to say. Jiming looked at the time, quickly ordered, I have to go to work now. See you tonight. As soon as she finished speaking, she flew away. If she didn't leave soon, Uchiha Madara might come to the hospital to catch someone, and Madara's methods were too bloody, not suitable for the kids to see. In the monitoring room, Uchiha Madara was already seated, propping his face up, looking tired as he stared at the screen. After a while, he couldn't help but yawn. He covered his mouth with his hand, and after yawning, He stretched lazily and continued to watch the monitors. He had been watching for half an hour, wondering where little Jiming had gone. She hadn't come to work for so long. He felt a bit annoyed and couldn't help but yawn again. Jiming looked at him and thought of the image of Yamada, aside from the black hair. Almost all of her actions were copied and pasted from Yamada. Could it be that Uchiha Madara's true form was a cat? Jiming shook her head. What kind of cat could be as bloody as Uchiha Madara? She casually sat next to Madara and watched the monitors. In fact, it didn't matter whether she watched or not. With Uchiha Madara's keen eyes around, she could probably sneak in some leisure time without any issues. What mattered was the invasion by Pain. She felt she should take some preventive measures to ensure the safety of the public and then just wait for the savior's arrival. She struggled to recall the modern history of China she audited during her university days, but realized she had already returned the materials to the teacher. All right, she could only analyze it with her existing knowledge for now. With Pain's kind of silent infiltration, it was almost impossible to evacuate the public to bomb shelters in advance unless she could get the timing of the impending invasion. But she still planned for the worst-case scenario. First, it was necessary to build more underground bomb shelters, so if something really happened, ninjas could evacuate the public nearby. Not only that, but the hospital should also build one. An underground hospital? That seemed like a good choice. Jiming roughly wrote down her thoughts on a blank scroll, but it was clear she wasn't the type suited for this kind of problem, and before long, she felt her brain protesting. She simply put down her pen, preparing to hand it over to Konoha's brainchild at night. Finally, the time to get off work arrived. Jiming politely informed Uchiha Madara of her plans for the day. Calling out to the person in front, "Madara, I'm meeting up with childhood friend for dinner tonight. You should go home and pack your things." Uchiha Madara's dark eyes flashed with suspicion as he scrutinized her for a while before nodding. Come back early. Don't worry, I promise to come back safe." Jiming sighed in relief. Feeling like a child who needed permission to go out was ecstatic after being allowed to go. Uchiha Madara watched her bounce away, his gaze deepening as he recalled what she had written on the scroll earlier. If Uchiha Madara wasn't mistaken, those contents were preparations for war. Bomb shelters, empty hospitals, building barriers, increasing patrol manpower. Was something going to happen in Konoha that little Jiming had foreseen? Uchiha Madara found it hard to guess and decided to go home to ask Senju Tobirama if he knew about this matter before making further discussions. Meanwhile, the already departed Jiming arrived at the barbecue restaurant. Sakura and the others had already reserved a spot inside. As soon as Jiming pushed the door open, she heard the aunt's warm greeting. "Here to find Ino and the others? Just go straight to the second-to-last table. Thank you." After Jiming expressed her gratitude, she walked further inside. Just in time, Ino was the first to spot her, patting the seat beside her. "Come sit here." Jiming nodded at the others and took a seat next to Ino. Not only were Naruto, Shikamaru, and Sakura, who were scheduled to meet that morning, there, but Niji, who had just recovered, also came with his sister Hinata, as well as Lee, Tenten, Kiba, and Shino. Except for Dingji, who is still in hospital. Most of the peers have gathered together. "It's really the first time we've gathered so well," Jiming sighed. "Of course, as soon as I arrived at the hospital, I heard Sakura say that you would be leaving tomorrow, so I quickly gathered our friends to send you off." Ino patted Jiming on the shoulder, and besides, with Dingji not here, we can eat freely. Everyone was amused by Ino's playful remark. Jiming also laughed. "Today I'm treating, so everyone can eat as much as they want." While waiting for the barbecue to be served, Sakura took the initiative to ask, after exchanging glances with Shikamaru and Naruto for a while, "But Jiming, you said you had something to tell everyone. What is it?" Everyone's eyes were on her. With so many gazes, Jiming felt a bit uncomfortable and suggested, "How about we talk after we finish eating? By the way, have you organized your medical team yet?" Jiming awkwardly changed the topic. Sakura didn't pursue the matter further and continued, "Everyone has been working hard on their training these days, but it's not quite suitable every day. Hinata and Ino are starting to gather medical chakra, but..." Sakura's expression turned troubled. "It's okay. In the future, when you save people, I'll protect you." Tian replied cheerfully, but Jiming noticed the unwillingness hidden in her eyes. However, it was also true that the girls from their class had the opportunity to become medical ninjas, while she had been excluded from the start. That's really too bad. Tian, space-time ninjutsu is pretty powerful, right? Jiming continued, thinking she could point her in the right direction. Whether she could become a disciple of Minato depended on her own efforts. Minato-sensei was super skilled in space-time ninjutsu, and Tian might as well seek his guidance. "Yeah, my dad is super strong. Tian, I'll go home tonight and tell my dad to teach you a couple of moves." Naruto, being the #1 fan of Minato, certainly didn't want to miss this chance to praise him. "Really? Tion's heart was already brimming with tears. She cast a grateful glance at Jiming and Naruto, secretly resolving to work hard and not let them down. Of course, leave it to me. Naruto patted his chest and reassured her. At that moment, the meat and drinks were served. Sitting next to Tion, she gratefully placed the grilled meat from the plate onto the grill, declaring, "I'll take care of today's barbecue. You all just wait to eat." Meanwhile, Shaoli, sitting across from her, picked up another pair of tongs to place meat on the grill. The meat sizzled on the grill, and after some conversation was started, with Ino and Sakura, the two lively girls, the whole private room became lively. Someone suggested, "How about we drink a little today?" Sure. This proposal received strong agreement from everyone. They dedicated their first drink to this farewell, using the intoxication to avoid the impending farewell emotions. The drinks flowed quickly. Jiming initially thought about not drinking, but under Ino's strong invitation, she picked up a cup and had a few sips with her. The meat was still grilling. "Are you still eating?" Shikamaru asked. She looked at the others. Aside from Shikamaru and Shaoli, everyone else was almost drunk. Even more so, Ino and Sakura had already started hugging and crying, and it was unclear what they were crying about. Hinata, tipsy, moved over to her, resting her head on her shoulder, and softly said, "Jiming-chan, there's something I've kept in my heart for a long time." "What is it?" Jiming lowered her voice and asked. "Thank you," Hinata said. "Thank you for helping me in my childhood, helping the Hyuga family, and helping Niji." Her words were broken and particularly quiet, causing Jiming to lean closer to her mouth to hear her speak. She only caught the 3 words, "Thank you. No need to thank me." She patted Hinata's head. The girl had become more obedient, just leaning on her shoulder quietly, not saying anything more. 2 pieces of grilled meat were placed in her bowl, and before she could ask, Shikamaru said, "You have 2 pieces, I have 2 pieces, let's finish this and then send them home." Okay. However, with her right hand being leaned on, Jiming could only awkwardly use her left hand to pick up a fork, stab a piece, and barely put it in her mouth, almost spitting it out because it was too hot. She quickly swallowed the meat and grabbed a cup of sour plum juice to take a sip. Shikamaru looked at the cup she grabbed in surprise. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he decided not to say anything. "This meat is just grilled, and it's still a bit hot." Shikamaru reminded her, "You can wait a bit before eating." "Okay." Jiming nodded. After waiting a while, Jiming thought of the small scroll she had pondered over all day. "I have something for you, Shikamaru." She spoke very quietly, almost in a whisper. This forced Shikamaru to lean in to hear her. The girl's voice had lost the childish innocence and now resembled the camellia blooming in July. Cold, yet with a hint of distance. "What is it?" Shikamaru also whispered back. "In this pocket on my left." Jiming struggled to support the almost collapsing Hinata and couldn't free her hand to pull out the scroll. She could only let Shikamaru help her retrieve it. "Oh." Shikamaru aimed his hand at Jiming's left pocket, but due to the girl sitting down, the scroll got stuck. He reached in, grabbed the scroll, but couldn't pull it out. "You need to move a bit," Shikamaru said again. "Ah." Jiming lifted her left leg, but because of her movement, Shikamaru's hand accidentally brushed against the girl's skin. Almost instantly, he pulled back and forcefully yanked the scroll out. "Open it and take a look." Shikamaru suppressed his earlier thoughts and opened the scroll. He quickly scanned the contents. If he remembered correctly, these were plans for dealing with sudden wars. Does this mean they will encounter disasters in the future? Shikamaru asked, confused. "Shikamaru, suppose there is a ninja who is super strong, capable of destroying a village by himself, and this person might come to our Konoha as a guest." Jiming carefully chose her words, thinking she might actually hit a system bug, and continued, "So to avoid this ninja going berserk, I was wondering if we could prepare in advance." Shikamaru suddenly doubted his brain. He clearly understood every word, but couldn't comprehend the whole sentence. "Are you saying the village might be invaded in the future?" After hearing the answer she wanted, Jiming nodded vigorously. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "But with my wisdom, I can only think of this much for now. I know your intelligence, so see if there's anything you can add. After considering it, you can give it to Lord Suki, just say it's from me, he will understand." Shikamaru finally understood. She wanted him to come up with a plan. He usually enjoyed doing these things with his dad, and occasionally when playing chess, they would chat about such matters. He had absorbed some knowledge, so he was somewhat familiar with it. However, if Jiming's guess was true, the more detailed plan should be devised by his dad. He decided to take this scroll home and ask his dad what to do. "Let's go, it's about time to send people back," Jiming said. "I'll take Hinata back first. Shikamaru, you stay here and watch over them." Afraid he would wait too long, she added to Shikamaru, "The Flying Thunder God technique is quick for back and forth." Shikamaru couldn't help but stare at the spot where she disappeared, feeling a bit lost. Outside of missions, he didn't think much. But the scroll in his hand told him he couldn't just think about how to peacefully spend a day looking at the sky anymore. But you all need to train well over the next 3 years. Coupled with today's series of unusual events, it unexpectedly made Shikamaru very concerned. Like a fine thread seamlessly piercing his heart, not affecting normal life, but always sending waves of sharp pain. So strange. Could it be that Chunin is a seer, able to see the future, and is using this method to tell them about what has to come? Even stranger, Shikamaru shook his head, suddenly grabbing the sour plum juice on the table and taking a gulp. The icy, sweet-sour taste invaded his mouth, and he looked at the cup, unable to help but be shocked. Isn't this the cup that Chunin just picked up? How could he forget about this? Shikamaru sighed deeply, and in the blink of an eye, a person appeared in front of him. It was Chunin. Had she already sent Hinata back? Shikamaru? Chunin had just flown back and saw Shikamaru, sighing heavily while half-squatting beside him. She leaned over with concern. Is it what I said earlier? Are you feeling too much pressure? It shouldn't be. Chunin thought to herself. As the second brain of Konoha, he can't rust so quickly. They still need to rely on him in the future. Shikamaru instinctively took 2 steps back from the suddenly magnified beauty and waved his hands quickly, saying, I'm fine. I was just thinking about how to explain to my mom when I get home. You know how my mom is. Coming home so late. Smelling of alcohol, I'll definitely get scolded. Oh, it's fine. Annie is just worried about your safety. Chunin thought it was nothing serious and casually comforted him before continuing her work as a porter. The last one, Ningji, was taken back by Lee. After Chunin repeatedly reminded him to be careful on the way back, she and Shikamaru bid farewell to Lee, who was heading in the opposite direction. The late autumn night brought a hint of a chilly breeze that felt warm against her face. The weather in Konoha occasionally reminded her of her hometown in her previous life. Even in autumn, it was still this devilishly cool and warm weather. This kind of weather is most likely to catch cold, but she had hardly ever caught a cold, maintaining good health throughout her 6 years in junior and senior high. Of course, this was only in terms of not getting sick often. You should wear this. Shikamaru handed his newly issued Chunin jacket to the girl beside him, who was only wearing a thin, tight-fitting outfit, her graceful figure becoming apparent, revealing 2 fair arms. His eyes turned a bit red, and he couldn't bear to look anymore, awkwardly saying, It's chilly at night. You shouldn't catch cold. Oh. Chunin, confused, took the jacket and draped it over herself. What is this? This must be Shikamaru's gentlemanly gesture, she thought, feeling justified in wearing it. The two chatted casually for a while, walking all the way to the Senju clan area, before Shikamaru prepared to take his leave. Shikamaru, your jacket. Chunin quickly called out to him, jogging a few steps to his side, handing the jacket back to him. Be careful on the way back. Thank you for bringing me back. She smiled brightly as she said goodbye. Shikamaru took the jacket back and put on again, the faint scent of camellia seemingly wrapping around him. So strange, why does this girl smell like camellia too? Goodbye. He couldn't help but look back one last time, finding the camellia girl still standing there smiling at him. It seemed she caught his glance and waved her arms more vigorously. It really felt like a farewell that would never be seen again. Shikamaru swallowed these unclear emotions and quickened his pace, returning home. Sure enough, as soon as he walked in the door, he heard his mom's nagging. His mom, hands on her hips, asked, Shikamaru, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Shikamaru looked at his mom with no lies to tell. He could only speak the truth. Chunin is going on a long-term mission tomorrow. We held a farewell party for her. Chunin, that kid from the Senju family. His mom seemed to ponder, her fierce expression from earlier fading away as she smiled. Then hurry up and come in. I made some desserts tonight, and save you a portion. Eat, and then go to bed. Shikamaru stared blankly at his mom's smile, and unconsciously, the scene of the girl smiling and saying goodbye to him appeared in his mind. He seemed to understand what his dad meant by that statement. That day, he didn't remember what happened, probably just an ordinary morning when they both went to the Hokage building together, relaxing in the stairwell. He complained, women are really so troublesome. Images of Ino and Sakura getting angry and throwing fits flashed through his mind, and he had to go one by one to mediate. It was really too troublesome. Shikaku wrapped his arm around his shoulders, smiling gently. Shikamaru, if there were no women, there wouldn't be any men. No matter how difficult a woman is, she will show her gentle side in front of the man she likes. Just like your mom. She is very gentle with us usually. At that time, Shikamaru didn't think much of it, just assumed it was a casual remark from his dad. But now, seeing his gentle mom, it really was like that. His smiling mom was truly very gentle. Yes, thank you, Mom. Shikamaru wouldn't let down his mom's kindness. Finishing the dessert cleanly. Chapter 261. Destiny after returning home, Jimin was immediately grabbed by a pair of unfamiliar hands as soon as she walked through the door. She almost screamed, but when she caught the faint scent of camellia on the person, she realized it was Uchiha Madara. He dragged her all the way back to the courtyard, forcing her to sit at the table, leaving Jimin feeling a bit bewildered. She looked at Uchiha Madara and asked, "Is there something wrong, Brother Madara? Is something important happening?" Uchiha Madara had an unhappy expression, sulking as he sat across from Jimin, looking as if he had brought the dark cloud from outside with him. Just the thought of her wearing Nara's clothes made him furious. They clearly agreed to have dinner with their peers, but how did it turn into a date with that Nara kid? Oomph. Uchiha Madara crossed his arms, his face dark, and he had the nerve to ask her what was going on. Jimin looked confused. So what exactly happened? Today, aside from being with him, she only attended a dinner, and that dinner was also with his consent. So what was there to be angry about? Moreover, she couldn't forget a bit about what happened last night. Could it be? Jimin covered her mouth and quickly ran away. "I need to see Master." After saying that, she immediately flew away without a moment of hesitation, heading straight to Tsunade's courtyard. Tsunade and Shizen lived in the same courtyard, but when she walked in, she only found Tsunade alone in her room. She stealthily approached from behind and gave Tsunade a big bear hug. "Guess who I am?" She deliberately used an aged voice to disguise her own. Tsunade chuckled helplessly. "Little Jimin, I was just about to look for you." "How boring." Jimin pouted and simply lay down on the ground, her body naturally relaxing a lot. "What's wrong? Too tired?" Tsunade turned around, looking at her little princess who was lying on the ground in a completely slacked manner, and couldn't help but ask, "Why don't you just go back to the hospital with your master?" "I'm fine." Jimin waved her hand. She didn't want to go to the hospital. It wasn't her stage. But Sakura's stage. She couldn't steal Sakura's spotlight just because she suddenly appeared. She didn't want to be the one to overshadow the main character's fate. So she joined the Umbu from the very beginning. The Umbu was like Hokage-sama's shadow. Almost no one knew what they did except for Hokage-sama, hidden under the sunlight. She played the role of a supporting character well. "I'll be leaving tomorrow." However, Jimin still felt reluctant to part with the family bond she had worked so hard to establish. She sighed and lay on Tsunade's lap, saying, "Master, take good care of yourself when I'm not around. Don't skip meals again. And don't drink so much alcohol. It's not good for your health. Share some of the work with others. Don't do it all by yourself." Jimin said one sentence after another. Tsunade just listened, stroking her smooth long hair, calming her down like petting a cat. "Have you gathered your Byakugan seal?" Tsunade asked. "It's been almost 6 or 7 years with your talent. It should be enough by now. I feel like it should be almost full." Jimin raised her hand to touch her forehead, looking forward to having a square mark like Tsunade's. That way, she could summon a slug during battles. Moving blood packs would definitely be a great help in combat. "Do you remember the seal I taught you?" Tsunade asked, worried she might forget. "Don't worry." Jimin smiled and said, "I'm a genius." Yes. Yes, our little Jimin is the best." Tsunade's eyes were filled with affection. She touched the pendant around her neck, thought for a moment, then took it off and hung it around Jimin's neck, saying, "This is the amulet my grandfather gave me. Now I'm giving it to you. Let it accompany you. I hope it can protect you in place of your master." "Ah." Jimin picked up the pendant. "Isn't this the pendant Tsunade gave to Naruto? Who will suppress the 9 tails for him without this pendant?" She originally didn't want to accept it, want to take it off, but Tsunade pressed her hand down, saying domineeringly, "If you take it off, your master will quit the hospital to go with you." Jimin didn't dare to refuse anymore. She could leave Tsunade, but Konoha Hospital couldn't do without her. For the sake of Konoha Hospital, she decided to accept it reluctantly. "Are you ready?" Tsunade changed the subject. "Are you going with Grandpa Madara tomorrow?" If Grandpa Madara was there, it should be fine, with strength comparable to her grandfather's. No one in the ninja world would dare to bully them. The only thing Tsunade felt reassured about was hearing that Uchiha Madara would accompany her. Otherwise, she would never agree to let her go deep into Orochimaru's lair. That guy is cunning. Even if she went, she might come back with a piece of her skin lost, let alone the young Jimin. "Yeah, don't worry." Jimin patted her chest and promised, "I guarantee I'll come back in one piece." All right. Tsunade said, "You should go back and rest. I know the rules for our Umbu missions. You have to leave the village before dawn, and there are only a few hours left before departure. Even if I'm reluctant, I can't hold you back." She couldn't stop the phoenix from flying freely in this world, nor could she break its wings. She could only be a mortal who looked forward to the phoenix's flight every day. Jimin was reluctant to part with Tsunade, burying her head in her chest for a long time. After Tsunade reminded her again, she stood up from the affectionate embrace, saying nothing as she left Tsunade's courtyard. However, this time she didn't use the flying thunder god technique. She slowed down her steps in the Senju courtyard, thinking, let's take another look. Jimin thought. Perhaps the next time she looked, there wouldn't be this courtyard anymore. She remembered what she learned in foreign literature class about Oedipus. Even knowing from the start that he was destined to kill his father and marry his mother, Oedipus wanted to resist fate, but in the end, fate's bullet struck him many years later. There was no escaping. This world of Hokage was the same. Even if she knew the ending, knew the process, knew the fate. It should still be very difficult to change, right? Jimin sighed, but she could not do it just because it was hard. She didn't have a happy ending in the real world, so she hoped to have a happy ending in this comic world, the world she loved. Little Jimin? Chapter 262. Unable to restrain her feelings, Jimin was stopped in her tracks by the voice behind her, which she recognized as Senju Tobarama's. She thought, this brother must be here to say goodbye to her too. Please, she really hated goodbyes. But inevitably, the ending was that every person she got close to had to say goodbye once. Too many goodbyes, and emotions would unconsciously pile up. This was the state Jimin hated most about herself. She didn't like being filled with negative emotions. She preferred her sunny, positive self, or perhaps her calm and composed self. In the short time she was lost in thought, Senju Tobarama had already approached her. He stood in front of Jimin, thinking she was looking at him, but he couldn't see any reflection of himself in her eyes. What was she thinking? Tobarama thought if Jimin was in a daze, she would have this expression. Her bright, lively eyes would dim, and nothing would catch her attention. Her world would be left with only herself. Tobarama gave her enough time to think. There was no particular reason. He respected Jimin very much from beginning to end. He would respect every moment she needed to empty her mind without disturbing her, and he would respect her choices and give support. Tobarama thought this was the most he could like her. As for the so-called love of keeping Jimin by his side, he really couldn't do it. Tobarama hoped she would be free, with bright eyes, doing what she liked. The wish he couldn't fulfill in his previous life. He could only compensate for it in this life. He didn't know how long it had been, but the girl finally pulled herself out of her world. She looked at him in surprise, like a startled little cat. Lord Tobarama? Jimin thought it was bad. She had been too engrossed in her thoughts and forgot someone was calling her. She didn't know how long he had been waiting. It's nothing. Tobarama raised his hand, wanting to stroke her hair like he would a camellia, but when she moved closer, he withdrew his hand and hid it behind his back. Be careful on this trip. If you encounter any danger, remember to summon me. He summarized the precautions simply and clearly as usual. As for that guy Madara, if he has any temper, just ignore him. He wouldn't dare do anything to you. Okay, Jimin obediently replied. Then go back and rest early. Senju Tobarama looked at her gradually brightening eyes and couldn't bear to continue looking, turning around to prepare to leave. Lord Tobarama. Jimin felt something was strange about Senju Tobarama tonight. Following her principle of asking when she didn't understand, she grabbed his wrist. Not knowing how her hand slipped in his palm, their brief touch made her feel his hand warm, unlike her own cold hands. What's wrong? Tobarama wanted to hold her hand a little longer, turning around and selfishly tightening his grip. Every time he held her hand, he couldn't help but marvel at why her hands were so cold, just like her emotional roots, resembling an icy wasteland that could never give birth to anything. Is something wrong? Chiming asked timidly. His gaze was too intense, almost matching the warmth of his palm. I feel like you're not very happy. She always did this, teasing him just enough to make him think there was hope for growth, only to turn back into an icy wasteland. It's just that I haven't seen you for a long time, and I'm a bit sad. Tobarama didn't know how to deceive her, nor did he know how to deceive his own heart, so he spoke honestly. But this task can only be done by me. Such straightforward words left Chiming at a loss for how to respond, and she casually deflected. If it were someone else, I wouldn't be at ease. This concerned the safety of Konoha village and even the future of the ninja world. Tobarama understood the implication of her words. It was a reminder for him not to only focus on personal feelings, but to think more about this so-called village and the ninja world as a leader should. He fell silent for a moment. She always used these kinds of things to deflect him. She knew very well that these words were most effective in his ears. Senju Tobarama could not ignore Konoha village, just as she could not possibly develop feelings for him, right? But before Uchiha Madara's emergence, they had been so close. It was all because of Uchiha Madara back then, and it was still Uchiha Madara now. It made him furious, that evil Uchiha. I know. Tobarama spoke again, a slight smile on his face. So it's nothing, I'm fine. I'll be okay once I get used to it in a few days. That smile could be considered a bitter one, right? Chiming thought for a moment and came up with a feasible method. She tiptoed, her hand finally reaching his head, and she playfully tousled his white hair like she would with a cat. To her surprise, his white hair was not as prickly as she had imagined. It was soft and smooth, very pleasant to touch. This method of coaxing a cat should work on Senju too, right? Senju was almost frozen in place. This was an experience he had never had before. Her hand was on his head, gently rubbing a few times, as if soothing his emotions. That should be enough. Chiming thought as she took her hand away, blinking her large eyes at him. Tobarama-sama, are you okay? But this person looked so stiff. Could it be that Tobarama wasn't cat-like? Or was he more like a dog? But dogs like to be petted too. Why did it seem ineffective on Senju Tobarama? Senju Tobarama gazed deeply at her, looking into her eyes, and with a sudden pull, he brought her into his embrace. He leaned in slightly, their breaths intertwining, and Chiming felt a bit dazed from the warm air blowing on her. Memories of what Tobarama had done to her earlier flashing through her mind, scaring her into wanting to run away. But the increasingly urgent breaths broke her concentration on gathering chakra. She had no choice but to close her eyes, anxiously waiting and silently reciting prosperity, democracy, harmony, freedom, equality, justice, rule of law. She hoped to settle her inner turmoil with that red slogan. The breath landed on her eyes, followed by a gentle touch, warm and moist. He kissed her eyes. What on earth was he doing? In a panic, she tried to push Senju Tobarama away, thinking it would be as futile as before, but to her surprise, this time, she pushed him away easily. It was as if it was a scripted scene. He took several steps back, offering a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. How insincere. Chiming shot him a fierce glare. Even though they might have been betrothed in the past, and might marry later, they hadn't formed a contract yet. How could he be so presumptuous? Both of them were like this. Who taught them to pursue girls like this? Angrily, Chiming ran away, not looking back as she returned to her own courtyard. As soon as she stepped through the door, she met Uchiha Madara's gloomy gaze, his eyes fixed on hers. Are you getting along with that Senju Tobarama kid? The watery gaze glared at him angrily, as if he had hit a sore spot. She retorted, who is getting along with him? I'm not Madara, don't say such things. Uchiha Madara approached her, his entire body leaning in close, almost intimately pressed together, his hand forcibly wrapped around her waist, leaving her unable to move. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free, let alone use the flying thunder god technique in front of him. Chiming felt a bit defeated. Fine, whatever they wanted to do, let them be. His fingertips gently brushed over her eyes, the very ones that had just been kissed by Senju Tobarama. Under the intense friction, she was forced to close her eyes as he kept rubbing, as if he wanted to wear her skin away. Why, little Chiming? Uchiha Madara's ghostly voice entered her ear, making her shiver involuntarily. Confused, she asked, what do you mean, why? I don't understand. How could you let Senju Tobarama kiss you? But you, Before she could voice any rebuttal, Uchiha Madara suddenly attacked her lips, her mouth almost forced open, giving him an opportunity. His soft lips gently pressed against hers, his cool fingertips caressing her chin, slowly tracing along the contours of her cheeks. Chiming felt as if she were a camellia, being petted, her body instantly relaxing, even her blood circulation speeding up. The kiss was gentle. He wasn't as urgent as before. The lights in front of the courtyard became increasingly blurry in her vision, falling upon Uchiha Madara's head. Chiming couldn't help but think. No wonder he was so popular with many men. He really knew how to charm people. As the kiss ended, Uchiha Madara lightly stroked the corner of her lips with his fingertip, his tone laced with a hint of amusement, resembling a cat that had gotten into the cream. Little Chiming, you still don't know how to breathe. So obedient. Can't breathe? Could she? After living so many years, who had she kissed? Single all her life. Aside from being theoretically knowledgeable, she had no practical experience at all. Chiming raised her eyes to look at him, her eyes glistening, then lowered her head, still not daring to ask. The last time Tobarama kissed her, she should have asked what they were to each other. But she didn't dare then, and she still didn't dare now. I need to go back and rest. Chiming said as calmly as she could, secretly telling herself it was fine, it was fine. It was just a so-called skin-to-skin contact. It wouldn't cost her anything. Uchiha Madara did not let her go. Instead, he picked her up in a princess carry. Don't sleep with that cat tonight. Isn't it better to sleep with your brother? His voice carried a hint of low grievance. But Chiming didn't want that. She refused Uchiha Madara's words, insisting strongly that she wanted to return to her own room to sleep. Uchiha Madara had no choice but to carry her back to her room. When the camellia saw this scene, its drowsy face instantly expanded. What was going on? Did it guess right? Could it be that Uchiha Madara really became the final winner? Initially, it had high hopes for Senju Tobarama, but unexpectedly, that white-haired kid was so incompetent. But looking at Chiming's desolate expression, the camellia felt that it might not be the case. Could it be that the little master was hurt? It continued to pretend to be sleepy, observing the interaction between the two. Little Jihao should rest well. Uchiha Madara tucked her in and didn't sit down again. If there was something, just call Shancha to summon me. Jiming was already very tired. She had drunk quite a bit today. She wasn't drunk, but her mind was definitely slower to react. With the matters involving Uchiha Madara and Senju Tobarama mixed together, she was too exhausted. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. This left Shancha confused. It was full of questions about what had happened between the two of them. Who could come and tell it? In this sleep, Jiming did not sleep very soundly and frequently dreamt of events from her previous life. She did have some romantic experiences, albeit brief. Jiming didn't want to call it being together. It was back in college. Perhaps it was a spark at a club. Or maybe her mind was just playing tricks on her. One night, during the holidays, she hazily agreed to be with a man she was flirting with. However, that man hardly showed any affection towards her. She didn't even know who his friends were, let alone what his life was like. Jiming proposed a breakup. The man agreed. After returning to school, her emotions spiraled out of control. Although nothing happened, she couldn't forget the days they spent together, especially since she carried the burden of unrequited love, making it even more unforgettable. She began to doubt if it was her problem, questioning whether she deserved to love someone. Jiming dreamt of that time during her graduate school entrance exam preparation when she repeatedly asked herself if she was worthy of loving someone, with the pressure of studying on one side and emotional turmoil on the other. She silently swallowed it all. She got into graduate school. But Jiming didn't have time to finish her studies or reshape herself before she died. The next day, at 4 o'clock, Jiming woke up, the memories of her dreams still entwined in her consciousness. She sat on the bed, trying to alleviate her emotions with deep breaths. Once, twice, 3 times. This was the rule she set for herself. After 3 deep breaths, she needed to struggle out of the ocean of emotions and start her day like a normal person. She left the bed that had not warmed up after a night's sleep, took her battle attire to the bathroom, and washed up briefly. Jiming's luggage was very simple. Just some scrolls. Many of the things were prepared on New Year's Day, with Tsunade paying for them, taking advantage of the Senju family's wealth without any hesitation. She made a big purchase, filling up all the usable scrolls. For this, she even specifically went to stock up on several bundles of scrolls. She picked a few commonly used scrolls to put in her small bag, and the rest were sent into another space with her Manjiki Sharingan. After having her last meal at home, she and Uchiha Madara set off on the journey to find Orochimaru. Chapter 263. The one who wants money has come. Orochimaru was not hard to find. Jiming had previously sent her subordinates to stake out. But Orochimaru was cautious. He might change his hideout every week, so they had to approach one by one. She looked at the marked points on the map. The closest location was a base in the land of rice near the land of fire. Along the way, the two of them didn't say much. Jiming didn't know how to face her brother again, having done such intimate things. She couldn't act as nonchalantly as Uchiha Madara. She walked ahead with her head down. Uchiha Madara followed behind. He was in high spirits today, perhaps because of last night's kiss or because he was thinking about meeting Izuna and Hashirama soon. 2 old friends. If they both regained consciousness, Uchiha Madara would definitely mock Hashirama hard. What kind of god of shinobi was that? He was controlled by his own juniors. Really pathetic. He should have listened to him back then, directly taken down all 5 nations, and simply made Hashirama the king while he became the shadow. Hashirama could live for 100 years without any problem. He had Hashirama cells, so living longer was not an issue. Uchiha Madara continued to walk comfortably behind Jiming. To disguise themselves, they both wore hoods and loose black robes, erasing all traces related to Konoha and the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara originally didn't want to cooperate. After all, once the Sharingan was activated, it was obvious he was from the Uchiha clan. But because of Jiming's strong request, he usually listened to her on small matters and put on that loose black robe. Since it was too loose, he even tied a rope around his waist. He carried a folding fan on his back and a small travel bag on his shoulder. It was much more abundant than when he left the village back in the day. Before they knew it, it was already noon. They found a spacious forest area and had a simple meal of rice balls. Uchiha Madara didn't understand why Jiming wanted to stay so far from him. After what happened last night, shouldn't their relationship be closer? Or was little Ji too shy? Then he would take the initiative. After all, Hashirama had once said that it was not wrong for men to be proactive with women. Moreover, that person was his little Ji. Uchiha Madara moved a few steps closer to Jiming. Just as he was about to get close, She quickly moved a step back in the opposite direction. He moved closer again, and she immediately took another step back. It seemed that she was not shy after all. She was avoiding him. Little G, what's wrong? Uchihamadara was straightforward and didn't he beat around the bush. He asked directly, do you dislike your brother? This startled Jiming, and she quickly denied it. No, I don't. She just didn't know if their relationship was still just a simple sibling one. Are you done eating? After finishing the last bite of her rice ball, Jiming took a sip of water and prepared to continue. Let us go. We need to reach the town before dark. She didn't want to sleep on the streets. Then let us go. Uchihamadara was half convinced as he readjusted his fan and small bag and continued to maintain the forward formation they had just established. They arrived at the town before dark. However, just as they were about to find an inn, they encountered an unexpected visitor. Using that term might not be entirely appropriate, as Jiming felt that she owed the person money first, so it was normal for them to come to collect. The person carrying a large scythe attacked them first. As Akatsuki had said earlier, that head was worth at least 35 million. He could kill without worry. Before the scythe could come down, Uchihamadara revealed one eye, releasing chakra, and Haiden seemed to freeze, unable to move, under the immense pressure on his nerves. He looked up at the man in front of him and couldn't help but curse inwardly. How come the bodyguard around this girl were all so strong? Without even needing to fight, he was already immobilized. Where's the 35 million so hard to get? After cursing this, Haiden couldn't help but curse Kakuzu again for giving him false information. So annoying. Are you Haiden? Jiming approached the immobilized white-haired man, scanning the surroundings. Aren't we in a partnership? Didn't Kakuzu tell you? Haiden snorted coldly, tightly gripping the large scythe, waiting for the moment he could swing it down to behead the girl and bring it to Kaku. Forget about partnership. If he didn't kill this girl soon, he would be tortured to death by Kakuzu. Whereas Kakuzu? Jiming asked again, but in fact, she had already sensed Kakuzu's presence. On a tree to her right and behind them, there was a blind spot where Kakuzu could see them. But they couldn't see Kakuzu's shadow. Haiden snorted again. Soon, the deity will manifest. He swung his scythe down heavily towards Jimin, and just as the tip of the blade was about to strike her arm, Fadewan felt a rush of blood throughout his body, with just a light slash. The deity would impose divine punishment upon him. Why won't you respond to me when I'm trying to talk nicely? Jimin, already annoyed, saw Fadewan looking like he was seeking death and immediately pressed down on her left hand, using her curved blade to block the tip of the scythe. Since you want to fight, then I'll oblige. Everything can be discussed after the fight. This statement was not only directed at Fadewan, but also at Kaku, and that Uchihamadara, who always meddles in her affairs. Everyone should just stay put. You're really arrogant, little sister. Fadewan sneered he hadn't killed in a long time. So today he would use her to test his blade. Jimin smiled. For her, defeating Fadewan was actually very simple. She couldn't kill Fadewan, and Fadewan couldn't collect her blood. Gripping the Phoenix blade, she exchanged blows with Fadewan several times. The battlefield was already littered with kunai, and she could have fun with a close-range moving target. That should be quite entertaining. Fadewan looked at the kunai on the ground and couldn't help but think of the girl in front of him. Known in the ninja world as the Black Lightning, the direct disciple of the Yellow Flash of Konoha, who relied on this move he didn't even know the name of, which was space transfer. Let's leave these kunai behind. Fadewan immediately started running. Seeing Fadewan running, Jimin couldn't help but laugh. This was just what she wanted. She quickly switched to her bow and arrow, drew out a beautiful feathered arrow, knocked it, and pulled back the bow, standing tall to maintain her stance for power. The arrow was on the string. Kakuzu walked out from behind a tree, holding a box in one hand and pressing down on her bow-drawing hand with the other, saying, You played enough, young lady. Young lady? What a strange title. I'm not playing. Jimin put away the arrow, helplessly spreading her hands. It was Fadewan who attacked first. I was just defending myself. Moreover, I almost got hit by Fadewan's blade. Fortunately, I dodged quickly. Jimin pretended to look wronged. Her lively expression made Kakuzu think of the Jinchuriki from that village. They were all adorable girls. If his life could have been normal, marrying and having children, his granddaughter should be about this age now. His work capability was decent, and his genes were good. His little granddaughter wouldn't have any worries and could live a happy life. But Kakuzu retracted his gaze and continued, Fadewan is clueless. I didn't manage her well. Young lady. Again, with the young lady? Jimin was really curious who made him call her that. Why do you call me young lady? You're not even my family's servant. Young lady, have you forgotten me? I'm your loyal attendant. Kakuzu blurted out this statement without knowing why. As for why it was young lady, he couldn't really explain it. He just knew that whenever he saw her, He had to call her young lady and obey her orders. It was utterly ungrounded. Ah. Jimin was stunned for 3 seconds, stiffly turning her head to look at Uchiha Madara, quietly asking, "Did you do this?" The Sharingan indeed has the power to control a person's will. But was Uchiha Madara's Sharingan really that powerful? It shouldn't be. How come she didn't see anything in that brief memory from the Warring States period? Uchiha Madara shook his head, indicating he knew nothing. However, the title of young lady sounded quite pleasant to him, reminding him of Uchiha Yum. When she called someone young lady, there was no emotional color to it. He and Izuna had specifically observed this before, and there was truly no emotional nuance at all, not even a change in tone. An Uchiha devoid of love, hate, or emotion led to Uchiha Yum's Sharingan always being just the 3 Tomo. Uchiha Yum was a very talented female ninja. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been chosen as the personal bodyguard of the clan leader from such a young age. Initially, Uchiha Yum was Izuna's personal bodyguard. But when little Jimin was brought back by her father, she was assigned to little Jimin. Sometimes Uchiha Madara envied Uchiha Yum for no particular reason, simply because she could be with little Jimin day and night without having to consider the Uchiha clan or the so-called peace between the two clans. Her task was simply to protect the young lady, just like what he was doing now. Without Konoha, without the Uchiha clan, he was just Madara, only needing to protect little Jimin. While they were still calling her young lady, Jimin couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Calling her young lady was one thing, but they shouldn't follow her around. Don't you have tasks for the Akatsuki? Please, young lady, let us be your personal bodyguards. Kakuzu said again. He grabbed Fade One, and the attitudes of both were completely different from before. Young lady, you must want such a handsome bodyguard, right? So narcissistic. Jimin face-bombed in silence and emphasized once again, I don't need you to follow me. I have my own bodyguards. Saying this, she pulled Uchiha Madara over to introduce him. This esteemed person is the bodyguard I hired. He's very strong. You two together might not even be able to match him. Kakuzu didn't believe it. They weren't Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Young lady, you've definitely been deceived. Such a person cannot exist. Originally flattered, Uchiha Madara had a hint of joy, but hearing Kakuzu say this, he was about to get angry. If I let you use one hand, and you can defeat me, then I'll agree to let you in. Arrogant brat. Kakuzu didn't believe it. If Fade One couldn't defeat him, how could he? There were not many who could fight against him in the ninja world. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, thinking about how to defeat the person in front of him in one move. Should he activate Susanoo to stimulate little Jimin's memory, teaching her how to activate Susanoo? Or should he use a fan lightly, letting little Jimin recall how the Uchiha clan fought in the past? No. Jimin saw the two about to fight and stood between them. Stop fighting. Let's talk it out. She sighed, rubbing her flat stomach. It was time for dinner, and she hadn't eaten much at lunch. Jimin said irritably, let's go eat first, and then we can fight. She didn't continue, walking towards the restaurant on her own, leaving the three standing in place. Fade One tugged at Kakuzu's clothes and asked, Kakuzu, what should we do? The young lady is angry. What should we do? What if the young lady doesn't want us anymore? Then wouldn't we be like homeless children? Fade One's voice couldn't help but choke. Completely different from the person who had just said he wanted to fight. Didn't the young lady say to eat? Kakuzu punched Fade One in the face. Then let's hurry and go eat. Uchiha Madara observed the change in attitude of these two and pondered deeply. There aren't many means to change a person's will. The one he was most familiar with was the Uchiha clan's Jinjutsu. But that kind of Jinjutsu, after all, required the power of the Manjiki Sharingan. He couldn't achieve such a long-lasting change in a person's consciousness. Could it be little Jimin? Uchiha Madara immediately dismissed this idea. Little Jimin's ocular abilities were not related to Jinjutsu, but to space and time. Aside from him and little Jimin, and excluding Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi's pair of eyes, there was also a pair of Uchiha Sasuke's eyes that had yet to awaken. That left only Uchiha Itachi among the Uchiha clan, the brother of Uchiha Sasuke. It seems he is a child skilled in Jinjutsu, which is quite good. No, that's not right. Uchiha Madara suddenly thought of someone, his eyes brightening. It must be that child. In his later years, Uchiha Madara built a thatched cottage in a forest under the South Hegawa, treating it as a place for his retirement life. After Tobarama retired, he left the village again, secretly taking the Hashirama cells that Tobarama had researched. It wasn't for longevity. He just wanted to give it a try. This secret was known to no one, not even to little Ji. On his chest, there was a face of Senju Hashirama. He initially thought it would just be a cultivation process, but suddenly it turned into a face. How should he put it? Uchiha Madara felt that things had deviated from what he had in mind. However, the benefit was that he learned wood release. Wood release was truly a wonderful thing, allowing him to chop down trees without hesitation. After all, he could just use wood release to grow them back. So he chose a retirement spot a few hundred meters from the South Hegawa. Chapter 264. Uchiha Shursui that day, probably 2 years before the Ninetales incident in Konoha. He especially remembered the weather that day, a very blue sky. Staring blankly inside the house, Madara had the idea to go outside. He thought of what little Ji had said, that the weather was nice and he should go for a walk. So he went out, not far from the South Hegawa, mainly still fearing that the ninjas of Konoha would see him as an enemy, causing trouble for everyone. Uchiha Madara deliberately disguised himself, wearing all black, carrying a self-made fishing rod, and holding a small stool. He arrived by the river, preparing to fish and try his luck. Unfortunately, he didn't catch any fish. Instead, he almost caught a person. He stood below, watching two people arguing above, and couldn't help but feel the so-called compassion surging again. He flew up a few times and stood between the two boys. The two were in a deadlock. They couldn't even see such a big person. Just as one boy with slightly shorter hair was about to make a move to poke the other's eyes, he hurriedly stopped him, holding his hand. "No, kid. Your life will be even more painful without your eyes. Old man, I've made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore." The boy had a look that seemed ready to die, and Madara somewhat understood. Both of these kids were descendants of the Uchiha clan. However, he didn't pay much attention to the talk about betrayal, Danzo, and other things during their conversation. Although Uchiha Madara loved his clan, he had already been abandoned by them once in the past, so he didn't have too many thoughts about his clansmen now. He just hoped they wouldn't all die out. "Don't you want to stay in Konoha?" Uchiha Madara asked. "Aye." The boy was at a loss for words, the blood in his eyes constantly stimulating him, reminding him of the ambush he had suffered due to his trust in others. Even if he went back, he would just be a rogue ninja. He felt he couldn't do anything about the situation of the Uchiha clan. He saw no hope. "Then, why don't you come stay at my place first?" Uchiha Madara said again when he saw the boy didn't respond. "That way, you won't have to die, and you'll have the power you want, as long as your brother over there cooperates." The more Uchiha Madara looked at this boy, the more familiar he felt. This child resembled Uchiha Kagami. Uchiha Kagami had also done a lot of coordination for the clan and the village, having no merit but also having hard work. He simply decided to play the good guy, as little Ji said, and help someone out. Accumulate some good deeds so he could negotiate with the Shinigami and be sent back to little Ji's side. He reluctantly brought this descendant of Uchiha Kagami home. "Shursui." Uchiha Itachi called out. He was unwilling to let his best friend die and desperately hoped Shursui would agree with the man in front of him. He even forgot to question what kind of person the man beside him was. Seeing Uchiha Shursui unmoved, he spoke again. "You believe in me. You believe in me. I will protect the Uchiha clan. As the saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Moreover, if you die, what will happen to your best friend?" Uchiha Madara unexpectedly joined the persuasion battle, carrying a hint of an authoritative command. "Come with me," under the pull of both sides. Combined with the side effects of just using Susanoo, Uchiha Shursui fainted. Fortunately, Uchiha Itachi was quick enough to catch Uchiha Shursui. "Old man, may I ask where your home is?" Uchiha Itachi looked at the elderly man, white-haired and kind-faced, making him very easy to trust. "I want to come see Shursui in a few days. I live in a thatched cottage a few hundred meters north down by the river." Uchiha Madara pointed him in the direction, "But I don't recommend you come. Shursui probably doesn't want to see you. Moreover, handle the matters within the clan first." Uchiha Itachi remained silent. Indeed, the old man was right not to let him see Shursui. He was currently being watched by hundreds of people, and if trouble fell on the old man, it would be a loss for him. He was so kind of taking Shursui. "Okay, I understand. I won't go see him," Uchiha Itachi said, placing Shursui in the old man's arms. "Please take care of Shursui for me. I'll be leaving now." Uchiha Madara took Shursui back to the thatched cottage first. He simply checked his body. The symptoms were quite strange. Did he activate Susanoo? He didn't expect that in this peaceful era, people of the Uchiha clan could still activate their Manjiki Sharingan. He didn't investigate further. Went outside the yard to gather some herbs, crushed them, and covered Shursui's injured eyes, wrapping them with gauze. Whether he would recover depended on fate. Uchiha Madara thought. He had already done his utmost. He hurried back to continue fishing. Whether there would be good food for dinner depended on this fish. That day was a rare stroke of luck. He caught several fish, including a goldfish. He placed the fish in the pond he built in front of the yard, leaving 2 behind since the child was still sick, planning to make fish soup to nourish him. After decades of single life, Uchiha Madara had mastered his cooking skills. He put the fish in the pot to stew and went to the vegetable garden he had cleared to pick some green vegetables, simply stir-frying them. Heating up some rice balls, this meal was simple and convenient. Just as he brought the food in, Uchiha Shursui woke up. He placed the meal on the nearby table, walked to his bedside, and checked his eyes. The bleeding had stopped. After simply changing the gauze, he called Shursui over, "Come eat, and then you can rest." Uchiha Shursui didn't understand why the old man wanted to care for them, but the old man treated him with courtesy. Out of upbringing, he complied with the old man's words and sat opposite him, obediently eating. After finishing the meal, he couldn't help but ask, "Old man, why did you save me? My eyes have brought too much disaster. I shouldn't be living in this world." Uchiha Shursui became very pessimistic. The belief world he had built was collapsing. Forced to activate Susanoo, but his eyes were still stolen. "The disaster is not your eyes, but the human heart," Uchiha Madara said, lifting his bangs to reveal his newly awakened Rinnegan. "If your eyes are disaster, then what about my eyes?" Chapter 265. Uchiha Shursui, 2 Rinnegan? Shursui was startled. He thought it was only recorded in history books, but there really were people with this pair of eyes. "Look, no one is chasing me now. I'm living here safely," Uchiha Madara continued. "Moreover, there are such terrible people in the village. Can you bear to see the village you love being destroyed step by step?" This kind of rhetoric he learned from Senju Tobirama. It doesn't do him any good, but it should be useful for the child in front of him, who looks a lot like Uchiha Kagami. The eyes of the Uchiha clan are the eyes of the soul, a gift from heaven that allows us to protect those we love with their power. This line from Uchiha Madara was copied from a young child. Anyway, he said it, and there should be at least one sentence that resonates with this kid's feelings. "That boy just now, he's your close friend, right? Have you thought about how heavy the burden on him would be if you entrusted your eyes to him? Then your eyes not only failed to protect your loved ones, but also became a tool of oppression, harming your dear friend. Forget it." By the time he reached this point, Uchiha Madara was already a bit reluctant to continue. He had never been so verbose in such a short time in his life. If this child really wanted to die, he couldn't be bothered anymore. When that boy comes looking for him again, he would be nothing but a corpse. And that would be the end of it. "Think about it yourself," Uchiha Madara said, and ordered, "Wash the bowl after you're done eating. If you still wish to die, wash the bowl before you die." Uchiha Madara stood up and walked into the room next door, which was his specially built laboratory, where he had been researching Hashirama cells for a long time, wondering if they could be applied to others. There were also his own cells. In some mysterious way, he felt that he and Hashirama should have some kind of connection. When it was time to sleep, Uchiha Madara returned to Shursui's room again. As for why he needed to check again, it was mainly because he was afraid this kid would die in his bed and dirty it. This was one of the 2 beds he had painstakingly built, and he couldn't let Shursui ruin it. He walked in, and the bowls and chopsticks had already been cleaned up. He looked at the boy lying quietly on the bed and glanced at him. "He should still be alive, right? Hey, you go sleep on that small bed," Uchiha Madara called out tentatively. The boy stirred a little, opened his eyes, and walked over to the small bed. Lying there with his eyes open and closed, he was still the future of the Uchiha clan, unable to resist asking, "Old man, why did you save me?" "I just happen to need a helper, looking for free labor," Uchiha Madara casually replied. "I saved you, so you owe me. Moreover, isn't what you want to do still unfinished?" Uchiha Madara continued to ask, "You can continue to do what you want after I'm dead." Shursui did not continue to speak. The night was like water. In a half-dream, half-awake state, Shursui dreamed of the destruction of the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's land turned into ruins. And even his most beloved friend, Uchiha Itachi, died at the hands of enemies. It was all a fleeting dream. His plans over the years turned into nothing. He was awakened. It was already bright outside, and the old man had prepared breakfast. Seeing that he was awake, he said irritably, "You sleep like a pig." Shursui apologetically said, "I'm sorry. I will definitely get up earlier tomorrow. For now on, leave the chores to me." "That would be best," Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. The 2 of them got along quite well. Shursui was diligent and inquisitive, occasionally sneaking peeks at his research. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but chuckle. This kid was quite well behaved at this moment, so careful and cautious. Finally, one day, Shursui was completely caught by him. Uchiha Madara felt a bit embarrassed. He originally wanted to pretend he didn't know anything and walk in, but Shursui was standing right in front of his research table. He couldn't pretend not to know anymore. "Oh man," Shursui lowered his head in shame. He shouldn't have peeked at someone else's research, and even more so, he shouldn't have sneaked into his laboratory without permission. "I am sorry. I won't do it again next time. Do you want to learn?" Uchiha Madara ignored his apology and asked another question. Shursui's eyes brightened. "Is it really possible? Just don't get in the way." Uchiha Madara snorted coldly. Yes. Time passed, and it was the year of the Nine-Tails disturbance. Uchiha Madara heard from Shursui about it. He was anxious to rush into the village and even specifically came to say goodbye to him. Old man, the village is in trouble. As a Konoha ninja, I can't just stand by. I can't repay your great kindness. Uchiha Madara didn't stop him. He didn't make any move, still doing his own thing as usual. In this battle, the Uchiha clan was especially important, particularly Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan. If he really exposed it, the Uchiha clan's predicament would become even more difficult. But Minato, the child of an Namikaze family, should still advocate for dialogue to solve problems, so Madara didn't take it too seriously. After the Nine Tails disturbance was over, Shursui came back and stayed with him for a while longer. Uchiha Madara felt that his time was running out, so he called Shursui to him and gave him a few words of advice. I don't have much time left. I have no right to ask you to do anything with these experimental results, but I just hope you can have a bit of kindness. After I die, bury me under the cherry blossom tree at the door. If you want to leave here, just leave the house. After hearing this, Shursui's eyes were filled with tears. I will definitely remember your kindness. Uchiha Madara didn't have long to live and was soon buried under the cherry blossom tree. After that, he wasn't sure where Shursui went, but he guessed it shouldn't be in Konoha anymore. Otherwise, after being revived for so long, he wouldn't have seen Shursui even once. It was too absurd. Perhaps this trip could also help him find out where Shursui was, Uchiha Madara thought. Counting him and Izuna, there were only 6 people left in the once powerful Uchiha clan. Shursui, Sasuke, the young child, Itachi. Jiming had already ordered what she wanted to eat. The two sitting opposite her, Kankuro and Haiden, said nothing, looking obediently as if following the young lady's instructions. She also gave up asking for their thoughts, but she had to ask Uchiha Madara. This person would become picky when there were conditions. So she set aside the love and hatred of last night and took the initiative to ask, Brother Madara, what do you want to eat? Tempura. Uchiha Madara glanced casually. Anything was fine, but today he particularly wanted tempura, so he added another dish. The waiting time for the food was particularly awkward. Of course, this was just Jiming's thought. One was the man who had stolen her kiss yesterday, and the other 2 were those who kept calling her young lady. What should she do in this situation? Chapter 266 Night, the answer was naturally to choose silence, waiting for the dishes to be served. Almost the moment Annie brought the dishes, Jiming's heart finally relaxed a little. She tried to ignore the gazes of the 3 and focused on the delicious food. Jiming ate very slowly. When the other 3 put down their chopsticks, she was still diligently eating. The end result turned into the 3 of them still staring at her. Jiming felt a bit at a loss under the intense gazes of the 3, and awkwardly said, Do you want to eat some more? Staring at me like this. I don't have food on my face. We have already finished eating, young lady, Kankuro said. Every time she heard this young lady title, she would take 2 or 3 seconds to realize that this sunglasses man was calling her. Then why don't you go busy yourselves? Protecting the young lady is our job. Haiden chimed in. Jiming put down her chopsticks and asked earnestly, Aren't you from the Akatsuki organization? What about your work in the Akatsuki? Didn't Pain assign you tasks? Kankuro thought for a moment and said, The leader did assign us tasks, but the time for the tasks hasn't started yet. Is it 3 years later? Ziyuan continued to probe. So what is your mission? To capture the 2 tails. Fadewan interrupted, having stolen Kakuzu's words. But that was a matter for 3 years later. Ziyuan was quite surprised that he managed to get the information out so quickly. It seemed that Akatsuki's goals were still proceeding according to the original plan. In the end, Super Brother still had to rely on Naruto's verbal skills for salvation. What do you want to capture the 2 tails for? Ziyuan picked up his chopsticks again, unable to waste any food. Is it to summon the 10 tails? The 10 tails? Fadewan and Kakuzu looked confused. Kakuzu had lived for so many years and had never heard of such a toy. Is the 10 tails also a tailed beast? It seemed this plan was still being conducted in secrecy. Ziyuan casually deflected the question with a couple of sentences, finished the last sip of soup, and contentedly put down his chopsticks, putting his hands together. Thank you for the hospitality. I'll pay. Kakuzu was the first to call the waiter, grabbing the menu and pulling out a wad of cash from his platinum box, counting out 2 bills and handing them to the waiter with a blank expression. No need to give change. Our young lady enjoyed her meal here. Ziyuan looked at Kakuzu with sparkling eyes, feeling for the first time that this young lady sounded so pleasant. Indeed, a man who spends money is the most handsome. Uchiha Madara noticed Yuan's change. Why was she exhibiting such expressions towards this old man? He looked average, not good-looking at all. His financial resources were decent. His strength should be okay. But isn't he too old? Little Ziyuan was now beautiful and in her prime. How could she be with this old man? No, Madara thought. If she has such thoughts, he must discuss a plan with that white-haired kid Senju. Although he didn't approve of Senju, at least Tobarama was young and good-looking. Madara. Ziyuan noticed Uchiha Madara staring at Kakuzu with an aggressive gaze and couldn't help but tug at his sleeve. It's rude to stare at people like that. Uchiha Madara grunted. He turned his head away, not wanting to look at her. That spoiled child, always attracting attention. She should be hidden at home, where only he could see her. We're preparing to go to the inn now. Ziyuan looked at the two who were still closely following her, saying somewhat helplessly, "You don't have to follow me. You know my abilities. Hardly anyone can kill me. We're going to the inn too." Feiduan's words once again cut off Ziyuan's response. "Kakuzu, didn't you just book a room? It's at the inn ahead. This inn has the best environment here. Creating the best accommodation for the young lady," Kakuzu said respectfully. Ziyuan, "Whatever. Let be. A few more bodyguards wouldn't hurt." Back at the inn, Ziyuan quickly washed up and went to bed. In the late autumn night, the moon had set, the dawn had not yet risen, and the sky was pitch black. Even stray cats were asleep, making it a good time for a crime. A barely perceptible sound came from outside, forcing Ziyuan awake. She opened her eyes, looking at the dark weather, her mood as bleak as the sky. "What is that thing making noise and disturbing my sleep? It's really annoying." The footsteps were getting closer. Even when trying to hide, it was like being exposed in front of a skilled ninja. The door lock opened effortlessly, and she pondered what method to use to torment this sudden intruder. Should she just use a Jinjutsu to finish them off? That way, she wouldn't waste any more time sleeping. Or perhaps use lightning chakra to shock them a few times, letting them experience the ultimate current. When the person suddenly appeared in front of her, she was still considering her options. Her gaze met that of the intruder, and before the person could blink, she vanished from her spot. The intruder stomped in frustration, wondering who said this girl was weak to have her come face them. This instant teleportation technique must belong to a master, they thought. Perhaps it would be better to retreat for now and think of a new strategy later. But the girl didn't give her a chance. When their eyes met again, the dark eyes had turned strikingly crimson, frightening her into retreating repeatedly. "It's actually a member of the Uchiha clan." Chapter 267. "Are you hiding someone in your room?" Before she could make another move, footsteps sounded again outside, completely unmasked. "It's them," Ziyuan thought. This kid must not fall into their hands. Quick as a flash, she grabbed him and tossed him into the wardrobe, locking the door behind him, then laid back down on her bed. "Young lady, I heard something." Kakuzu politely knocked on the door, while the other one, lacking any courtesy, tried to push the door open directly. "Young lady, we just heard footsteps. We're coming in now." Ziyuan pretended to have just woken up from her dreams, lazily saying, "What is going on? Why are you waking me up in the middle of the night?" As soon as she finished speaking, the two impolite ones barged in. The room suddenly lit up, and what Kakuzu saw was the masked man. Though he couldn't see his face, those eyes were filled with killing intent. Kakuzu took a couple of steps back with Feiduan. Such strong chakra. The guard must be protecting the young lady even while she sleeps. With a master on guard, the assassin naturally could not enter. Uchiha Madara raised his eyes. "Why have you two come here in the middle of the night? Is this what Shursui taught you?" Shursui? Instantaneous Shursui? Kakuzu caught the key point. Hadn't Shursui died long ago at the Southie River? Uchiha Madara scoffed. So these people still don't know who their leader is. Shursui really is hiding deep. What are you laughing at? Kakuzu's expression turned serious, feeling mocked. "It's nothing. So why are you two here?" Uchiha Madara said, half awake, propping himself up on the table, looking at Kakuzu and Feiduan with interest. Kakuzu was quite a good opponent. Fighting him should be quite interesting. "We heard footsteps in the young lady's room in the middle of the night, so we naturally came to check," Kakuzu explained simply. "All right, I see." Uchiha Madara nodded and waved his hand. "You may leave now. With me guarding, there's no problem." "Young lady?" Kakuzu asked again, not at ease. "I'm fine. With my guard beside me, there's no major issue." Then echoed Uchiha Madara, quickly ushering the two out. She needed to interrogate the intruder to find out what was going on. "Since there's nothing, Feiduan and I'll go back to sleep now." Finally, the two boys left. Ziyuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Having two more tails made it inconvenient for her to do anything. "Are you hiding someone in your room?" Uchiha Madara turned around, resting his elbow on the bed, his eyes fixed on her under the candlelight. Ziyuan was speechless. She really was hiding someone. Just a child who had sneaked in. Ziyuan avoided his gaze, got out of bed, and opened the wardrobe. Inside was a boy about 15 or 16 years old. He was handsome, making it hard to tell if he was a boy or a girl. "What are you doing here?" Ziyuan leaned on her hands, sizing up the boy in front of her. He was dressed in fine silk, clearly from a wealthy family. His clothes bore a family crest. Was he from a renowned local family? But why did he want to attack her? Her whereabouts are known to almost no one except those close to her. Although she has walked in darkness for many years and attracted many enemies, she really has no impression of provoking this child. Seeing your family's wealth, it's certainly not for robbery. Jimin continued, if someone from your family sent you to assassinate me, your skills are probably not sufficient. Oomph. The child turned her head awkwardly, blaming that guy Orochimaru. He even said that this beautiful woman is just a decorative pillow and could never harm her. Who would have thought that upon entering, it would be someone from the Uchiha clan? Even with her eyes closed, they could kill her, okay? If you don't want to talk, then forget it. Jimin was too lazy to continue pursuing the matter. After all, she was just a child, insignificant to them. She quietly left, saying, I'm going to continue sleeping. Chapter 268. Do you trust them? The person was about to leave when suddenly a fan blocked his way. Uchiha Madara intended to directly kill the person. As was customary in his era, kill anyone who is unknown to him to avoid trouble. Let this child go. Jimin yawned. It's late at night. If they aren't sleeping, I still need to sleep. You should hurry back to rest, brother. The child was very observant and saw that the fan didn't seem to be blocking him. So he quickly ran away. If he didn't run, he would be the one dead soon. For Orochimaru, he wouldn't risk his own life. Uchiha Madara put away his weapon, lay down on the sofa, and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't actually fall asleep. At his age, he didn't lack sleep. Moreover, he was a reincarnated body, not only free from fatigue but also from hunger, with an endless amount of chakra. However, the girl on the bed was different. She was very tired. Clearly at an age, without worries, she was busy every day for the village, for the country, for everyone. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but wonder, what was the purpose of founding this village? Initially, he hoped that Izuna and little Jimin could live peacefully and safely. But when Konoha village was truly established, Izuna was already in decline, and little Jimin was to marry into the Senju clan. This isn't right. Why did it start off well, but then change? Aren't you going to sleep? The girl's voice suddenly reached his ears, just like in that small courtyard when he couldn't sleep, little Jimin would call him. The two siblings would chat until dawn. But times have changed. Uchiha Madara sighed faintly. Sleep now, little Jimin. Rest well. I'll keep watch for you. Jimin was too lazy to care about him. As someone still growing, if she didn't sleep soon, her nutrition would really fall behind. Her brain was about to crash. Then I'm really going to sleep. Jimin's voice grew weaker. If you need anything, just call me. Although she felt there wasn't anything, what if? Peacefully. The next day arrived. A beautiful day began with breakfast, but Jimin looked at the two people in front of her. No, three people. Each holding a portion of breakfast, standing at her door. When she opened the door, 3 portions of breakfast came into view. She was momentarily speechless. What is going on here? Good morning, young lady. Kakuzu was the first to speak. Please have your breakfast first. Jimin directly closed the door. What is this? Can you turn Kakuzu and hide him back? Although I still owe him money, in this situation, I don't need to pay it back. However, Jimin, who had been walking alone for years, couldn't enjoy this fortune. Moreover, there were too many people making it hard to do things. What should she do? She certainly couldn't chase them away. Her jinjutsu wasn't strong. How about? Jimin had a plan and opened the door again. Come in and eat together. Kakuzu Haiden, I have a task for you too. Please say, young lady. Kakuzu was more stable compared to the more impulsive Haiden. Finally going to use me? Young lady. Jimin, what are you talking about? This is not called using, it's called a task. I need you to investigate Orochimaru's whereabouts. He took my stuff. Kakuzu remembered that there was indeed such a matter and said, our task coming here was also to eliminate Orochimaru because he defected from the organization. Although we don't want trouble, since the young lady said so, Haiden and I will investigate. Kakuzu was reliable, and Jimin nodded in satisfaction. Inform me of any news. Let's go, Haiden. Kakuzu was too lazy to care if Haiden finished eating and directly took him away. Only Uchiha Madara and Jimin were left in the room. Uchiha Madara didn't trust these inexplicable people. He rested his chin on his hand, staring thoughtfully at Jimin, who was eating. Do you trust them? No. Jimin was no longer as warm as at first. Instead, she was cold as usual, but they are following us, and we can't act. It would be better to shake them off. Let's eat and set off. Orochimaru's lair is probably nearby. Jimin only had a vague impression. She had seen in the Umbu report that Orochimaru had a base in this area, but she didn't know if Orochimaru himself was there. However, based on their recent activities, they were near the Land of Fire, so using the recent base was very likely. That's why they came out at this time. Uchiha Madara snorted lightly, as expected. My little Jimin is not a fool. Born in the scheming Uchiha clan, if you don't have some means and brains, you wouldn't know how to survive. Summary. Family. Who understands? I suddenly crossed into the world of Naruto and almost got suffocated by Tsunade. Fortunately, I awakened the Teamfight Tactics system. But who can resist not choosing to open up? Who knew the dealer would play a trick on me and say this body is easy to die?